As a wealthy second-generation heir who could have coasted through life, I was forced by my family to enlist and face certain death, while even my university admission was stolen by my younger brother with an S-grade talent, all because I awakened the lowest F-grade talent. At my lowest point, I awakened the Great Xia military soul system, which allows me to earn points by completing daily tasks, killing enemies, or rising in military rank. These points can then be spent to draw lots for SSS-grade talents and martial techniques. Now, staring at the hypocritical faces gathered in the ancestral hall, my eyes burned with fury, yet I was powerless to argue.
Chen Han, do you have any objections?
Patriarch Chen Jinnan coldly regarded me, his gaze filled with unquestionable authority. The eyes of the entire clan bore into me, and if I dared utter even half a word of refusal, I'd likely be shackled and thrown onto a military transport. With a heart as dead as ashes, I shook my head. What I said next shocked everyone. From today onward, I sever all ties with the Chen family. No ancestral hall, no family registry. A mere F-grade talent wielder actually daring to cut ties with his own clan. Under the Chen family's protection, I might have at least survived the military with some dignity. The surrounding Chen clansmen were visibly stunned.
But Patriarch Chen Jinnan had a different reaction, his lips curling into a mocking smirk.
Chen Han, don't think that severing ties with the Chen family will exempt you from conscription.
Let me tell you, that's pure delusion.
I wasted no words. Rather than waiting for them to cast me out later, I struck first, cutting all ties cleanly. Don't worry, I'll go to the military. But from this moment on, I have nothing to do with the Chen family. With that, I strode out of the ancestral hall without looking back, Chen Jinnan's derisive laughter still ringing behind me. As if deaf to it, I boarded the military transport without hesitation. At that very moment, I spotted a petite figure squeezing her way out of the crowd. Big brother, you must come back alive. My body froze as I recognized the figure. It was my younger sister, Chen Shui. In the entire Chen family, only she and I relied on each other. Just as I was about to reply, the military truck quietly started moving. Chen Shui chased after it for a full mile, only giving up when the truck's silhouette grew smaller and smaller in the distance. Before long, the group of new recruits was delivered to the military camp. Sitting on the bunk in the barracks, I stared blankly. A 50% mortality rate meant that out of every 2 people, 1 would surely die.
Just then, a voice rang in my ears, filling me with excitement. Congratulations!
Your Great Xia martial soul system has been successfully activated. As this is your first activation, the system will grant you 3 free draws. You may draw separately from the talent, physique, and martial arts pools, with rewards ranging from F rank to SSS rank talents, physiques, and martial arts.
Go big or go home. I immediately initiated simultaneous draws from all 3 pools.
Soon after, 3 notifications echoed in my ears. Congratulations! You have successfully drawn a talent SSS rank talent, Soldier S Holy Body.
Congratulations!
You have successfully drawn a physique S rank physique, Tempered Steel Body.
Congratulations!
You have successfully drawn a martial art S rank martial art, Piercing Deaththorn Spear. I had to admit, my luck was incredibly good. The odds of drawing an S rank from the beginner S pool were a pitiful 1%, while the chance of landing an SSS rank was practically negligible.
Yet, I had managed to pull an SSS rank talent, an S rank physique, and an S rank martial art.
Glancing at the system panel before me, the current point count read 0. With these 3 talents, physique, and martial skills, my confidence soared.
With the system by my side, what is there to fear? Surviving in the military camp? That's a piece of cake.
New recruits were to gather in the evening, so I had some free time. Looking around the messy and dirty dormitory, I couldn't stand it anymore. In high spirits, I decided to clean up and grabbed a mop to start mopping the floor. But just as I began, I suddenly heard a crack sound from my bones, and my right arm seemed to gain some strength. Remembering the trait of the soldier's sacred body, tenfold cultivation speed when training with weapons, I couldn't help but glance at the mop in my hand.
Could this thing also count as a weapon? Few people consider a mop a weapon, but that doesn't mean it isn't one.
At the very least, it has a wooden handle, and by that logic, a stick can be a weapon too.
Realizing this, I mopped with even more vigor, and soon the entire dormitory floor was spotless.
Before I knew it, beads of sweat formed on my forehead, and black, stain-like substances began oozing from my body. A wave of surprise washed over me. I knew exactly what this meant. The impurities in my body were being completely purged. As I felt that mysterious power surge from deep within, it was like a thorough cleansing, expelling all the hidden filth from my body. It was as if the entire world had brightened. Now, I could clearly sense that my mind had become sharper and my senses more acute.
In less than an afternoon, I had broken through to the first rank of warrior. The difference between an SSS tier talent and an F tier talent was truly like night and day.
If the Chen family ever found out about this, they'd surely be green with regret.
I set the mop aside and quickly took a shower. Just as I finished showering and changed my clothes, I heard someone shouting outside the door, "Are all the military barracks dormitories this clean?" Not a speck of dust in sight. Recognizing the voice, I knew it was my roommate entering. Stepping out, I was surprised to see a familiar face, and the moment he spotted me, he immediately exclaimed, well, if it isn't young Master Chen. Knew you'd end up here too, but who'd have thought we'd be roommates? He made a move to hug me, but I dodged him with a look of disdain. This guy was named Ji Yun, a kindred spirit of mine. Both of us were illegitimate sons of our respective families. In Hanwoo City, there were two major families, the Chen family and the Ji family. Sharing similar circumstances and attending the same school, we naturally became close friends over time. Soon after, a third person entered the dormitory. Tall and lean, he carried an extraordinary air about him, and his attire all designer brands must have cost at least $500,000. Damn, even he's here. Ji Yun exclaimed in surprise. Ji Yun knew a thing or two about him and proceeded to fill me in. His family is no small deal, even more prestigious than the Chens and the Jis. This is Zhao Yufei from the Zhao family of Dongdi City. Dongdi City is the capital of Great Xia, while Hanwoo City is just a first-tier city. And the Zhao family is among the top in Dongdi. Zhao Yufei had a decent attitude, not throwing his weight around. He greeted both Ji Yun and me right away. "Hello, I'm Zhao Yufei, and a great talent with the Thunder Flash ability. Pleased to meet you both." Grade A? Hearing this, I was momentarily stunned, while Ji Yun's pupils dilated in shock. Grade A talents were highly sought after by all major martial arts schools. Why would you come to the military? Zhao Yufei couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Don't even mention it. While a grade A talent is considered top tier in the eyes of most people, in my Zhao family, it's only average. Both of you are from prominent families yourselves, so you should understand this, right? Ji Yun rolled his eyes. If he had a grade A talent, he would never, under any circumstances, have joined the military. Soon after, the final occupant of the dormitory finally arrived. Zhu Meng, a scion of the Zhu family, the third most powerful clan in Hanwoo City. His talent was the rare manipulation type ability called Mechanical Puppet, which took the form of a small scythe-wielding robot. All four roommates in the dorm turned out to be from prominent families, which made me sense something unusual. Zhao Yufei was the first to voice the question, why is it that all four of us in this dorm are from family backgrounds? His words left everyone in silence. Ji Yun spoke slowly, it's expected. I've long heard that in the military, us family kids are the least welcome. Ji Yun explained to everyone that although higher-ups had explicitly ordered each major family to send at least one member to the army every year, most families either turned a blind eye, pretending not to hear, or sent the most expendable members to fill the quota. Over time, the military naturally developed disdain for family recruits, yet they still had to offer them some minor privileges to save face for the families. Because of this, family recruits faced severe discrimination and exclusion in the army, often being viewed as incompetent by other soldiers or officers, even subjected to scornful looks and mocking remarks. Just then, the bell at the dorm entrance rang out. Attention all, the new recruit assessment is about to begin. All recruits must assemble at the training ground within 3 minutes. For the new recruit assessment, the four of us quickly gathered at the training ground. As soon as we arrived, I spotted a massive machine at the center of the field. The machine was circular in shape, resembling a giant turtle, pitch black with a metallic sheen. This black shell wasn't made of ordinary material. It exuded an alluring aura of advanced technology. Master Chen, what do you think this thing is for? Ji Yun whispered beside me. Chen Han pondered for a moment and lightly eeped, most likely, it's some sort of instrument for measuring power. Yo! Isn't it time for you to show off your strength? Your Chen family is long on strength, even with your F-rank talent you should be able to put up a good fight. Chen Han did not reply. Everything had to wait for the instructor to arrive before they could make a decision. Other than them, there were roughly 100 people standing on the schoolyard. These were the new recruits who had joined the army in this batch. The group was all whispering. All shut up, a bunch of new recruits, gabbing. At this time, a female voice came from behind the crowd. The crowd turned around to see that the visitor was actually a young woman. She was wearing a red training uniform, her figure was concave and convex, she was heroic, and she was not angry, so she did not look like she was too easy to mess with.
The male instructor in front of Chen Han hurriedly introduced, "Everyone, this is your main instructor for the 3 months of recruit training this time, Zhao Linger." Seeing her, Ji Yun immediately turned white with fear, and even his body couldn't help but shiver. My god, why is this plague god here? It was rare for Chen Han to see Ji Yun scared to death of a woman and flirted. "Ji Xiao, there are still women that you can be scared of? You are unaware of how powerful she is. Zhao Linger has the strength of a perfect martial artist, one step short of advancing to a martial general." Chen Han was slightly surprised at what he heard. Just the main instructor of over 100 people had strength close to the level of a martial general. Generally speaking, those who could reach the strength of a martial general in the military, the probability was that they were also a lieutenant rank, and it was not impossible for them to even mix it up with a minor general. Ji Yun added, "Don't look at her pretty, but it's a fiery temper. I heard that she offended a lot of high-ranking officials in the military camp with her straight heart, so..." Chen Han suddenly realized. A strength like Zhao Linger as a recruit instructor was considered a special case. She was relegated down. Zhao Linger casually sat down on a chair, and then she waved her hand for the instructors under her command to read out the rules. The rules were simple. It was pretty much the same as what Chen Han had guessed. That turtle shell was fully known as the iron-armored turtle shell. In today's Blue Star, apart from the places where the human race resided, most of the rest of the places were occupied by foreign beasts. These places are collectively known as the Dark Domain. Iron-armored tortoise is the most common type of demonic beast in the Dark Domain. It is known for its sturdy defense. The realm had to be at least Samurai 6th Order or higher to break its shell. Discovering this characteristic of the iron-armored turtle, the army stripped off the shell of the iron-armored turtle and used it as a test for new recruits. Recruits utilize their talents, way regardless, to hit the turtle shell once, and the quiz machine will automatically display the score. After the rules were read out, the quiz would officially begin. Before that, Zhao Linger said a few words that instantly lit up the room. "You new recruits, I don't care if you came to join the army on your own initiative or passively, but when you get here, I hope that you have only one goal: to protect your family and defend your country. Recover the lost land." The superiors have paid extra attention to this recruit entry test. Those who rank in the top 3 in this recruit test will be awarded the rank of private. And they will also be able to pick a weapon from the military's arsenal to use. As soon as these words came out, the entire room boiled over. For a recruit to take the test and be promoted from private to upper class, it was already considered an unprecedented thing. The promotion of rank could be more than just a change of title. It meant an elevation in status. Both the allowance and pension would also go up. Separating himself from the family meant that Chen Han was completely without financial resources. This money, he was in great need of. Of course, for Chen Han, the most important thing was the points that could be exchanged for raising his rank. The top 3 ranks, he was determined to win. However, the instructor suddenly spoke. "Ji Yun, Zhao Yufei, Chen Han, Zhu Mang, the 4 of you step forward." Although they didn't know what the instructor meant by reading their names, the 4 of them consciously stepped forward. "Present. You 4, you won't have to take the quiz, go back to the dormitory and sleep." Hearing these words, all 4 of Chen Han's faces changed. Going back to sleep without taking the quiz seemed like a good thing, but now reading out the names of the 4 of them, it was tantamount to a public execution. The entire room burst into laughter. "Hee, these few people, they should be those family scum from amongst us, right? Not even qualified to take the quiz, amuses me to death. The army has family scum every year, and this year there are especially many. Just a bunch of losers who are just waiting to die." This wasn't the only time that family descendants didn't participate in the recruit quiz. This was all already considered an unwritten rule. No one expected a group of cannon fodder thrown out by the family to be able to do anything. As long as they didn't cause any trouble, the military would turn a blind eye. This was the reason Chen Jinan said that having a family name would make it easier to live. It was easier to keep one's life. However, dignity was lost. Everyone loves to beat up a fallen dog, especially if the fallen dog is one of those family descendants who are usually high and mighty. Zhao Yufei was the first to stand out and theorize, "Why don't you let us participate? Isn't the army a place of strength?" The instructor was so curious that he looked Zhao Yufei up and down, as if he was looking at a little cutie. "General, do you want me to make it clearer? People like you, just mingle here. Once the 3 months are over, you'll either be logistics soldiers or cooking soldiers. Don't worry, won't let you young masters actually go and die." The instructor's words looked complimentary, but were mocking in every way.
The crowd burst into laughter again. Zhao Linger was also disdainful of the family's children and lightly eeped, "What are you talking nonsense with them for? Even if you let them participate, not to mention the top 3, the top 50 won't even be their turn." Speaking of this, Zhu Mang and Ji Yun lowered their heads in shame. With the talent of the two of them, the probability was indeed that they would not be able to enter the top 50. It was only since then that Chen Han finally understood how high the stigma was in the military towards family descendants. "Instructor Zhao Linger, if I can get the top 3 grades, what about you?" Among the crowd, an incomparably confident voice suddenly came out. This voice was like a clear spring that flowed through the noisy environment, instantly attracting everyone's attention. People turned their heads to look for the source of the voice, only to see a figure slowly walk out from the crowd, his eyes firm and confident, as if he was full of confidence in himself. It was none other than Chen Han, who was already holding a long spear and standing proudly. He did not know when he had already found his weapon in the schoolyard. The army, a place that spoke of strength. He would not argue with people, everything was spoken with strength. Zhao Linger looked at Chen Han, feeling a bit rare as a playful smile bubbled up on her face. "The clan children who came in this year are different from previous years." "Good. Then I'll make a bet with you, if you can take the top 3, I'll give your entire dormitory people a change to the senior dormitory, that's a place where only officers can live. Also for 3 months of recruit training, I'll personally serve you. If you can't, you'll immediately roll over to the cooking class and do odd jobs. I hate people like you." Ji Yun wasn't talking nonsense when he said that she had a fiery temper. Zhao Linger was so shocking that she came up to make a bet with Chen Han. The reason Zhao Linger would be so confident was because she had long known the bottom line of Chen Han's identity. Zhao Yufei, who had a grade A talent, couldn't even guarantee that he would make it to the top 3. With an F-grade talent, what were his credentials? Chen Han's words were naturally taken as a mouthful of hi by Zhao Linger. Playboys, they all loved this. And this time, she was going to miscalculate. Chen Han gripped his gun back and forth with both hands as his entire body began to gather strength. A mighty force erupted. Just as soon as the power was emitted, Zhao Linger, whose realm was far stronger than Chen Han's, immediately became aware of it. She instantly stood up and said, "Samurai first stage, he has actually entered the way of the martial artist." At this moment, Chen Han's state of mind was ethereal, with nothing in front of him but the hard, iron-armored tortoise shell in front of him. His eyes were like torches, staring at the target as if he wanted to penetrate it. The lance in his hand also became unusually active, starting to tremble slightly and emitting bursts of bizarre red light. These red lights shot out in all directions like sharp arrows, causing the entire space to be dyed with a mysterious color. Chapter 5: A Shocking Shot, Recognizing a Spiritual Weapon. Chapter 5: A Shocking Shot, Recognizing a Spiritual Weapon. At this very moment, Chen Han suddenly struck out. The spear in his hand was like a bolt of lightning as it stabbed out rapidly. The speed was beyond imagination, and it was difficult for even the naked eye to capture the amazing trajectory. Only to see Chen Han's arm swing violently, the long spear instantly transformed into a blur of shadow and sped forward with unrivaled might. The instant this lance stabbed out, the surrounding air seemed to be torn apart, emitting a sharp whistling sound. At the same time, a powerful force erupted from the spear, and the red thunder was like a blooming blood rose, brilliant and eye-catching. It radiated a dazzling light that made people unable to help but be shocked. Not only was this strike extremely fast, but it also contained endless killing intent and power. It was as if it was a torrent capable of destroying everything, raging towards its target. The turtle shell, which was claimed to be broken only by warriors of the 6th rank or higher, or even by martial artists, actually allowed Chen Han to deeply pierce through a large opening. Instrument malfunction, instrument malfunction. The instrument that was specifically used to test the performance of recruits actually issued a malfunctioning alert at this moment. Chen Han slowly withdrew his lance, and bean-sized beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. In order to strive for the best results, Chen Han naturally used his own S-class martial skill, the piercing Deaththorn lance, and with the addition of the soldier's soul sacred body, it was a SSS-class martial skill. The SSS-level martial skill consumed a great deal of energy, and Chen Han felt a wave of fatigue even after using it. Even that ordinary lance could not hold up to the terror of the SSS-level martial skill, and it broke with a loud bang after penetrating the turtle shell of the iron-armored tortoise. Fortunately, with the 100 refined body, Chen Han recovered in a short while. The entire arena was first silent before a thunderous applause was heard. This shot had stunned everyone. The barracks was a place of strength, and Chen Han had used his strength to retrieve the face of the clan's wastrels. This shot is truly beautiful. Chen Han, good job. But the machines are malfunctioning, how should this score be calculated?
As the entire room applauded, the instructor also covered his forehead and smiled bitterly. The highest score of the instrument is 1 million points, and the highest record of recruits in previous years was around 600,000 points.
Chen Han broke the record by 1 million points.
In reality, Chen Han's score was far more than 1 million points, only that the upper limit of the instrument was here. The instructors were also overjoyed. The army hadn't produced such a good seed in recent decades. Only Zhao Linger's face was blue as she sat in her chair without saying a word. He had wanted to give the new recruits a kick in the pants, but instead, Chen Han had come to return the favor in his own way.
Instructor Zhao, you won't keep your word, will you? Chen Han looked towards Zhao Linger.
For a martial general level powerhouse to want to serve herself, Chen Han felt a little irritated just thinking about it. Zhao Linger rolled her white eyes and gritted her teeth. I'll keep my word.
This way, please. I'll first take you to the armory to pick out a weapon.
Zhao Linger said the word please extraordinarily heavily. Undoubtedly, Chen Han was already the proper number one in this quiz, so Zhao Linger took him to pick out his weapons first. The weapons in the military armory were not trivial, and Chen Han had heard about them long ago. This was because the weapons here were all crafted from the materials on the bodies of exotic beasts, and were even better than the weapons that could be obtained from the University of Martial Artists. It could be said that the weapons of the Martial Artist University were all transported there by the military. Chen Han's other reason for fighting for the top 3 spots was because of this. A good weapon was expensive and unattainable, and there were no weapons in the draw pool of the Grand Xia Martial Soul system. The two of them walked side by side, and as soon as they approached Zhao Linger, Chen Han felt a terrifying pressure coming at him. However, realm suppression depended on talent.
Too large a gap in talent would be ineffective. Zhao Linger was at best an A-grade talent, a far cry from Chen Han's SSS-grade talent. In a real battle, Chen Han would not be an opponent with a large realm gap. However, with the realm pressure, with Zhao Linger's talent, she was not yet able to influence him. Chen Han blandly said, Instructor Zhao, it's not good to use your power to oppress others. I seem to have loosened this shoelace, why don't you help me tie it? Zhao Linger thought that Chen Han was gifted in the F factor, and saw that Chen Han was expressionless in the face of her pressure for a split second. Immediately afterward, she unconsciously looked down at Chen Han's shoelaces. As a result, Chen Han's shoelaces were not loose at all, and he was just teasing her. You.
Zhao Linger gritted her teeth in anger, but she could do nothing but stifle a grunt. At this time, another sound came from behind the duo. Zhao Yufei, with a score of 468,000. Because of Chen Han's fight, Zhao Yufei was also able to take the test and achieved a score of 460,000 points, which was considered to be the best in the recruit test. Zhao Linger gently eeped, it seems that you few family scions really do have some skills in you. Zhao Linger opened the door to the armory, which contained a wide variety of weapons. Swords, spears, axes and battle axes, swords, halberds, sticks and clubs, all of them were rare. Chen Han did not hesitate and walked straight to the place where the lance weapons were placed. The first time he used the piercing Deaththorn lance, Chen Han realized one thing. A strong martial skill required a strong weapon as its foundation. Otherwise, it would not be able to support it at all. Furthermore, there was another point in the characteristics of the soldier's soul sacred body, and that was that the better the weapon, the faster the speed of cultivation would be. Chen Han carefully searched through the pile of lance weapons, and before he could take a few steps, a lance unexpectedly fell at his feet. Chen Han took a slight look. This lance was made of mechanical alloy all over, radiating a silver-white light. The tip of the lance, however, was different. It was not metal, but rather looked like the teeth of some kind of exotic beast. However, don't think that the teeth are not sharp enough. Chen Han could vaguely feel a bone-deep killing intent from the tip of the gun. This kind of teeth must belong to a high-level beast. Even body parts can have such a deterrent effect. Chen Han took this lance in his hands and instantly fell in love with it. This is the lance. Chen Han held the lance and walked over to Zhao Linger. Zhao Linger's words were even vaguely acidic. The Snow Wolf lance actually recognized you as its master? This is a top-grade spiritual weapon. I didn't even bend it back then. It turned out that the Snow Wolf gun had been placed in the military's arsenal for 3 years. Its gun body was made of high-strength alloys, and these alloys alone were worth $2 million. And the tip of the gun was even more valuable. It was the teeth of the Dark Domain's ferocious beast, the Snow Wolf King. The army had gone through a great deal of effort to solve that Snow Wolf King, and practiced the Snow Wolf gun with the teeth of the Snow Wolf King. Ordinary people couldn't use the Snow Wolf lance.
The snow wolf lance had an extremely heavy killing aura, even an expert with a lance would be revolted by it, and ultimately wear out their consciousness. Obviously, Zhao Linger did not know how perverse Chen Han's soldier soul saint body was. In the entire world, there was no weapon that Chen Han could not manage. As it was getting late, Zhao Linger let Chen Han go back to rest, followed by 3 months of formal recruit training. The male instructor also led in the second and third place winners of the recruit test. They were Zhao Yufei and Ji Yun. Chen Han wasn't surprised that Zhao Yufei was in the top 3, but he was a bit surprised to see Ji Yun. Ji Yun limped as he walked in, one of his legs seemed to have been kicked off, gritting his teeth in pain, but still giving Chen Han a wink. Speed, sometimes, could be converted into strength. Even many times, the faster the speed, the stronger the attack against the enemy. Ji Yun was exerting his highest speed, utilizing his potential energy, and kicked towards the iron-armored tortoise shell, scoring a high kick, but also receiving a recoil himself. Chen Xiao, we are determined to hang out with you for the rest of our lives, we haven't disgraced you, have we? Ji Yun was so pained that he managed to squeeze out a forced smile. Chen Han patted Ji Yun's shoulder, and all was lost. Looking at Chen Han's back as he walked farther and farther away with his snow wolf rifle in hand, the male instructor couldn't help but lament to Zhao Linger, the family sons in this batch of recruits really impress me, Captain Zhao, you've picked up a treasure. If these guys shine, I'm afraid your position will be promoted as well. Zhao Linger shook her head at the words. Not necessarily, I'm afraid they won't be able to stay, with such good grades. Do you think those clans of theirs won't come over and ask for someone? According to the usual practice, the top 3 scores of the recruit test would be notified to the family. The army would also send some expensive gifts to the top 3 families to console them. This was done in order to reassure those civilian families and also to get more people to join the army. But the families would be different. Learning that a group of discarded scum had such qualifications. Could those families easily let go of these good seedlings? Chapter 6 20-fold cultivation speed increase. Samurai 4th Order. Chapter 6 20-fold cultivation speed boost. Samurai 4th Order. Those clans still dare to come to the army to ask for people? Where is my great Xia military authority? The male instructor was greatly surprised. Zhao Linger frowned slightly and laughed coldly. Don't underestimate that group of shameless clans, charging into battle and letting us commoners get on. Not even a good seedling is willing to even out to the army, there's nothing they can't do. Zhao Linger upgraded the dormitory for the 4 Chen Han as promised. The advanced dormitory was warm and cozy with all sorts of amenities. Chen Han had a good night's sleep, and as soon as he woke up, a system prompt came to his ears. Ding! Congratulations on successfully signing in for a day and gaining 10 points. Ding! Congratulations on your successful promotion to the rank of private, earning 300 points. The points gained from signing in for a day was 10 points, which was better than nothing. However, the number of points would gradually increase when signing in continuously. The points gained from being promoted to military rank would not be low, there were a full 300 points. These points were enough to allow Chen Han to conduct a small lottery. The highest talent that could be extracted could be up to level S, but the probability was only a pitiful 2%. Chen Han did not want to draw. If he wanted to do it, he would do it big. With the system, then SSS level is Chen Han's pursuit. If he wants to draw, he will only draw the 5,000 point jackpot. The order to assemble arrived again. Chen Han grabbed his snow wolf gun and headed to the schoolyard at high speed. The sun was blazing in the sky, all the recruits stood under the sun, coincidentally screaming bitterly. This was still just standing in military posture. Zhao Linger was a woman, but she didn't blush or gasp in this situation. New recruits are new recruits, half an hour of military posture and you guys can't stand it? Let me tell you, what each of you will face next is a 6-hour-long stretching exercise every day. Whoever has an opinion can speak up now. The moment these words came out, everyone turned into bitter faces. Who dared to have an opinion when the instructor opened his mouth? The devil, ah! 6 hours of non-stop training, who can stand it? Sure enough, this plague god is the strictest one in the boot camp. Ji Yun grumbled. His leg was still not healed from the kick yesterday, and 6 hours of stretching was killing him. At this time, while everyone dared not speak, Chen Han stood out and said, reporting to the instructor, I have an opinion. Seeing that the person who stood out was Chen Han, Zhao Linger's heart was slightly disappointed. A family young master was still a family young master. He could not afford to suffer much. In the past, it wasn't as if there were no family descendants who had proposed to reduce the duration of the stretching exercises.
A significant portion of them even directly muddled through, unable to do even an hour of stretching. Speak. I'm applying for the three of us, Zhao Yufei and Ji Yun, to increase the pulling time to 9 hours. 100 pairs of eyes instantly looked at Chen Han in unison, the expression as if saying, is Chen Han crazy? 6 hours would already be able to torture a person to death, 9 hours, that would be exhausting. Zhao Yufei didn't have an opinion, instead, he was quite appreciative of Chen Han's demeanor. Ji Yun looked at Chen Han with his pupils wide open. Young Chen, why don't you just kill me? Zhao Linger is the god of plague, you are the king of hell na. The corners of Zhao Linger's mouth rose, and she, who had always been grumpy, was actually so much more beautiful at this moment. To Chen Han, she was becoming more and more appreciative. There was absolutely no trace of a dude's demeanor on him. Good. Chen Han, Zhao Yufei, Ji Yun, and Zhu Mang, the stretching time for the four of you, raise it to 9 hours. No resting until you finish practicing. Zhu Mang was still mocking Ji Yun when he heard these words and immediately froze like a wooden chicken. No, why did you piggyback on me as well? Compared to Chen Han, the top 3 in the recruit test, Zhu Mang was indeed nothing special. However, his specialty lay in the fact that his talent was in the operation department. This was one of the most needed talents in the military, and would be of great use in holding positions. It could be said that regardless of the talent level, as long as the talent was of the operation department, it would be the object that the army would focus on. Zhao Linger gave the word, and Zhu Mang had to obediently follow it. It was said that it was a stretching exercise, except for the basic running and push-ups to work on physical fitness. The most important training is the intensive training of their respective talents. Ji Yun, for example, has to keep running to improve his speed. Zhu Mang, on the other hand, is the precise manipulation of mechanical life. 9 hours of training, most of the time this kind of training. With the introductory breathing method, no matter what kind of training is to enhance the cultivation, naturally, it is necessary to strengthen for the talent. Among these, Chen Han's training was, I'm afraid, the simplest. All he needed to do was to hold a long spear and keep repeating some coherent spear movements. Ding! The system has detected that your weapon is a top-grade spiritual weapon, and your cultivation speed has increased to 20 times due to the bonus of the soldier's soul sacred body. A top-grade spiritual weapon was just extraordinary. Increasing the 10 times cultivation speed straight to 20 times. One must know that a top-grade spirit weapon was considered a rare item even in the great clans. Yet the barracks could casually take them out to reward recruits. Chen Han's first time feeling warmth since crossing over was actually in the military, which was ridiculous to say the least. The day passed quickly. Don't look at Ji Yun's mouth like a playboy. Once Chen Han gave the word, he was bound to leave no stone unturned. 9 hours of time, he actually knuckled down and ran all the way through, collapsing directly onto the ground sweating like a pig. Chen Xiao, this day's training is comparable to my previous 3 months. When I have time, I have to go to Foot Wash City to find 2 little sisters to press properly. Zhao Yufei Zhu Mang was also exhausted and got down. The 3 of them, however, did not really have any complaints against Chen Han. If they did not suffer now, they would have to lose their lives later. Not to mention that they, the sons of the family, had to put in more effort than the average person if they wanted to rise to prominence and have dignity in the military. What shocked the 3 was that after 9 hours of practicing, Chen Han not only didn't cry out of fatigue, not even a few drops of sweat fell from his head. He even said to the 3, you guys rest first, I'll practice some more. Young Chen, we won't accompany you anymore, practicing again will really kill you. Ji Yun stopped trying to be brave and quickly ran back to the dormitory. Even Zhao Yufei was willing to give in. Just like this, Chen Han raised his stretching time to a terrifying 11 hours. This was thanks to his 100 refined body physique, which possessed rapid endurance recovery, and the longer the time dragged on, the easier it was for him instead. Time passed like a white horse, and before long a month and a half had passed. At this stage, most of the new recruits had only just broken through to the first rank of samurai. Chen Han, on the other hand, had reached the 4th warrior rank. The 20-fold increase in cultivation speed was no joke. Generally speaking, it would take an ordinary martial artist more than 2 years to cultivate to the 4th level of the samurai. Chen Han's realm was already considered the cultivation of most of the veterans who had survived in the army. Are you open? Another breakthrough? At this moment, Zhao Linger came in with a basin of wash water, detecting Chen Han's cultivation and exclaiming in shock. She kept her promise, this admitting to betting and taking a beating to stand upright, and all this time, she had been doing the job of serving tea and water to Chen Han. However, Zhao Linger had kept everything in her heart,
and once the 3-month recruit training period was over, she would definitely get it back on Chen Han. But now this situation. Ji Yun chimed in at the right time. Instructor Zhao, if you want to teach our Chen Xiao a lesson, you have to do it before it's too late. Otherwise, once the 3 months are over, you may not be able to beat our Chen Xiao. Chen Han didn't dare to teach him a lesson, but Ji Yun Zhaolinger could still teach him a lesson. Zhaolinger passed with a palm wind, and a large slap mark appeared on Ji Yun's face, causing him to grimace in pain. Who let you be reckless in front of the instructor? Zhaolinger stifled a grunt. However, it was not known whether she had said this to Ji Yun or Chen Han. Radio announcement. Chen Han, when you hear this, please report to the parlor quickly, someone is looking for you. Just then, the army radio but a notification to Chen Han. Chen Han arrived at the parlor and was curious as to who could have come to the barracks looking for him when he looked up and saw his second uncle. Chapter 7, What You Don't Want, the Army Takes for Its Treasure. Chapter 7, What You Don't Want, the Army Takes as Its Treasure. The second uncle, Chen Shiming, was a strong person of the second stage of the realm of a martial general. At that time, there was also one of him on the shrine that expelled Chen Han from the army. However, this time when they met again, Chen Shiming's face was a lot better. Upon seeing Chen Han, he immediately asked with a smile on his face, "Little Han, are you doing well in the army? Have you been bullied? To be solicitous for nothing is to be either a traitor or a thief." Chen Han did not have a good face towards these family uncles. Besides, he had completely severed himself from the Chen family. Speak up if you have something to say, and fart if you have something to say. Chen Shiming, still smiling, said, "Don't be so harsh in your tone. Little chill if you're having a bad time in the army. You can also talk to second uncle, and second uncle will take you home." Go home? How dare he have the face to say that? When Chen Han wanted to sever his relationship, the first one to come out and mock him was Chen Shiming. But when he said that, Chen Han did understand the purpose of Chen Shiming coming to him. It was probably because the news from the military had already spread back to the Chen family. How could the Chen family possibly let go of him, the top 3 recruits and record-breaking instrument of a supreme genius? Chen family, this was regret. Chen Han laughed coldly, "You have a lot of guts, this is a military camp. Are you planning to make me a deserter?" "What deserter? Speak so harshly." Chen Shiming was afraid that other people would hear him, and immediately attached his ear to Chen Han's ear, and whispered again, "Second uncle still has some connections in the military, it's not hard to fish you back as a recruit. The family head has already agreed to let you return home. And found another person to replace you in the army. You'll be able to take the entrance exams and enter a top martial arts university when you return. Don't be childish." Childish tantrums? Hearing this, Chen Han's anger rose from his heart. He had suffered so many years of stares and grievances, and one sentence of childish temper could make him forgive all of it? These elders. In addition to growing older as if they had nothing more. Chen Han coldly said, "I'm not going back, I'm already homeless." Seeing Chen Han's repeated refusals, Chen Shiming also tore off his disguise. He was nicknamed the smiling tiger within the family. Don't look at the usual cheeky smile, what was hidden under that smile was a knife. The cultivation of the second stage of the martial general spread out at once, and a strong pressure surged towards Chen Han from all over the sky. "Chen Han, don't you refuse to eat the wine until you've toasted it. The family head saw that you have a few qualifications before he asked me to invite you back. If you have this attitude, I can take you away by force as well. To be born is a member of the Chen family, to die is the Chen family's soul. You want to sever your ties, it's impossible. Don't think that you've hardened your wings just because you have a bit of power." Facing Chen Shiming, whose realm was far higher than his own, Chen Han was not the least bit afraid. The pressure of a martial general's second rank still couldn't affect him. Not to mention that this was a military camp. Even if Chen Shiming had heavenly means, he would not dare to make a move here. Chen Han loomed unmoving, and Chen Shiming also, at this moment, peered into Chen Han's current realm. "Samurai 4th stage. How did you do that?" Chen Shiming stared wide-eyed, somewhat incredulous. One had to know that among Chen Han's peers, Chen Feng, who currently had the highest talent, was only at the Samurai 2nd stage. Chen Feng's talent also included a cultivation speed enhancement, which was already much faster than the average martial artist. Chen Han, a mere F-rank talent yet. Suddenly, Chen Shiming laughed out loud. "Good. Truly the heavens have blessed my Chen family, surprisingly allowing my Chen family to produce another supreme genius.
Laughing happily, he had forgotten the fact that Chen Han had been abandoned by the Chen family beforehand. Follow me. With your natural talent, it would be a waste to put it in the army. With that, Chen Shiming was about to tackle Chen Han. With such a genius, what more face did he need to bring Chen Han back to the Chen clan despite everything? However, at this moment, a long spear was suddenly placed against Chen Shiming's neck. However, this was not Chen Han striking. A silhouette flashed past, and it was surprisingly Zhao Linger who stood in front of Chen Han. Zhao Linger also used a gun as her weapon. Chen Han is now ranked on the military's potential dragon list. You want to take him away? Zhao Linger snorted coldly. The head of that lance was only a foot away from Chen Shiming, and with a slight force, she could send Chen Shiming to his death. Although Zhao Linger only had the cultivation of a perfect martial artist, Chen Shiming was also quite afraid of her. Most of the high-ranking martial artists in the army had been killed from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It wasn't as if they didn't have the ability to challenge at a higher level. Not to mention that Zhao Linger was very young, only 3 years older than Chen Han, which meant that she had once been a genius in the army as well. When Chen Shiming heard this, he said in a shocked voice, "Subterranean Dragon Directory?" Chen Shiming had connections in the military, so he naturally knew what the potential dragon directory was. It was the military's key cultivation list. Every year, there were no more than 10 people who could be on the potential dragon directory. For those who could be on this list, the army's resources would be focused towards them. Nowadays, most of the top brass of the army had been on the undiscovered dragon directory at one time or another. However, Chen Shiming was not willing to give up easily, and his tone softened quite a bit. "I brought my nephew back to take the college entrance exam. What does it have to do with the military? Your military's hands are sticking out too wide." Zhao Linger glanced back at Chen Han before saying, "Do you want to go back?" Chen Han shook his head decisively. Zhao Linger looked at Chen Shiming again and smiled playfully. "If he wants to go back, I won't stop him. If he doesn't want to go back, no one will be able to take him away from the army." Speaking here, a brilliant aura erupted from Zhao Linger's gaze. "Chen Shiming, what do you think of my Grand Xia's military might?" A terrifying battle intent erupted from Zhao Linger's body, and that killing intent scared Chen Shiming, who was at the second rank of Marshal General, into silence. Only now did Chen Han realize that Zhao Linger had restrained herself quite a bit when she was in front of them, the new recruits. Otherwise, this murderous intent honed by thousands of hammers would be able to scare most of the new recruits into wetting their pants. However, Zhao Linger's threat wasn't just this. "All of us officers, we have the right to act cheaply in the barracks. Do you know what it means to act cheaply? It's killing you that's within that cheapness." Zhao Linger didn't need to be punished in any way for killing Chen Shiming, while Chen Shiming dared to touch a single finger of Zhao Linger, and what awaited was military justice. Zhao Linger's attitude was clear: her soldiers, she guaranteed it. Chen Shiming was really scared. No matter how powerful the Chen family was, they still didn't dare to go against the army. He left unhappily, and glanced at Chen Han before he left. He was beginning to regret it, especially after learning that Chen Han was already at the samurai 4th stage realm. Such a genius, how could he be released to fill the army? "Little Han, if you regret it, feel free to contact me." He even shamelessly left Chen Han this sentence. Chen Han looked at Chen Shiming's distant back and only felt a little ridiculous. At this time, Zhao Linger looked at Chen Han, and her face regained its calmness. "I've heard Ji Yun say something about you, hard work. I admit that I misunderstood you family descendants before. I apologize to you." Chen Han was a little saddened. After 18 years in the family, no elders had valued him, yet he felt warmth in the army. At this moment, Zhao Linger suddenly remembered something and slapped her head. "Saying these words would seem like I'm being pretentious. How about this? I'll teach you the Yu clan's gunnery technique that was passed down by old General Yu himself. Sort of a gift of apology. This great gift could not be said to be ungenerous. Yu old general, full name Yu Woyun, army general, now already 120 years old." Chen Han had heard of his name in textbooks and was highly respected in the military. He had risen to prominence when the aura recovery had just begun. More so, he had personally led the troops that had blocked the territory of the Grand Xia, which should have been fully occupied by the foreign beasts, to the north of the Dragon River. The Yu family gun technique was created by him. It was a technique that could be upgraded, and was only rank B when first practiced. Depending on the user's enlightenment and proficiency, it could be upgraded to the highest level of S. Most importantly, Elder General Yu didn't hide anything, but anyone in the army who used a gun could learn the Yu family gun technique. Obviously, Zhao Linger was one of them. However, this book of marksmanship was not something that could be learned by new recruits. At least 1 year of enlistment and a certain amount of military service was required to be taught. Chapter 8 U Family Marksmanship. Recruit Competition. Chapter 8 U Family Marksmanship. Recruit Competition. Watch this. The U Family Spear technique emphasizes stabbing attacks. Fierce. It emphasizes change. And each change strengthens the power of the next strike. On the school grounds, Zhao Linger personally demonstrated the U Family's spear technique for Chen Han. The U Clan's spear technique was extremely fast, wielding the lance as if it were a dragon and snake flying. Although it was a simple maneuver, each strike was filled with something extraordinary. Chen Han memorized them one by one. In an unknown amount of time, the 8 small wooden sticks sitting on the school field were actually stabbed out by Zhao Linger with countless holes and eyes. It was worthy of being a spear technique created by old General Yu. Row. I've sort of roughly finished demonstrating this set of spear techniques. How much you can comprehend depends on your own enlightenment. Zhao Linger retrieved her lance, and all her movements were done in a single motion, not dragging her feet in the slightest. Chen Han nodded slightly, already familiarizing himself with the Yu Family's spear technique. On his system panel, there was also an additional column of feats. Name, Chen Han. System name, Daxiao Martial Soul System. Rank, Upper Class Soldier. Realm, Samurai 4th rank. Talent, F rank talent, Strong body, SSS rank talent, Soldier's Soul Sacred body. Physique, S level physique, body of 100 refinements, intermediate proficiency. Martial skill, S level martial skill, Lance of Piercing Deadly Thorns, proficiency beginner. Technique, Grade B technique, U Family's gun technique, beginner's proficiency. Weapon, upper grade spiritual weapon Snow Wolf gun. This was because learning the feats also enhanced the cultivation speed bonus of the soldier's soul sacred body. Therefore, the current Chen Han's cultivation speed had reached a terrifying 25 times. Moreover, this was still based on the fact that the Gongfu was rank B. If the proficiency of the Yu Family's gun technique could be raised to full rank, then the Yu Family's gun technique would become an S rank technique. The increase of an S-grade merit law would be even more terrifying. On top of that, there was also the enhancement of the 100 refined body, and the chi and blood also rose to double that of a martial artist of the same rank. The only thing that remained unchanged was the proficiency of the piercing Deaththorn lance. This martial skill was too shocking. It was necessary to kill someone with a single strike, and the consumption was still high, so it was normally impossible to train it. At this time, Zhao Linger suddenly said, "The Yu Clan spear method emphasizes sudden thrusts, which fits well with your martial skill. This technique, you need to practice it more." This martial skill. Before Chen Han could finish his words, it was Zhao Linger who took over first. "It's fine, within your clans, you do have some heavenly martial skills, you don't need to tell me. At the first stage of the samurai realm, without a strong martial skill, it is absolutely impossible to break the iron-armored tortoise's shell." Chen Han nodded his head silently and considered it an admission. However, Zhao Linger couldn't possibly know that his martial arts skills didn't come from the Chen clan, but from the system. Moreover, it was still a rare SSS martial skill. Then, Zhao Linger added, "Prepare to get ready, your batch of recruits are nearing the end of their training, and are about to have a big recruits competition, go down." Chen Han nodded in agreement, and just as he walked out of the doorway, he heard a prompt from the system. Ding! Congratulations on triggering the Great Recruit Competition mission. Ranking in the top 3 in the recruit competition, you will receive lottery points, ranking first 3,000 points, ranking second 2,000 points, ranking third 500 points. It was actually a system mission. Taking first place in the Great Recruit Competition would earn a full 3,000 points. As for the second and third place points, Chen Han didn't even look at them. Taking it would require taking first place. Thus, in the past few days, Chen Han began to use the Yu Family marksmanship in his training. Another half a month passed. Yu Family spear technique, forward thrust. Back thrust. Upward pick. With a set of flowing gun movements, Chen Han instantly stabbed countless holes in the wooden stakes of the schoolyard. The corners of his mouth rose slightly as beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. In half a month's time, he had upgraded the Yu Family gun technique to intermediate proficiency. And the intermediate proficiency Yu Family gun technique had already risen to an A-grade technique. Chen Han's level had also rivaled Zhao Linger's. Observing Chen Han's training today, Zhao Linger was taken aback again. This was because she had been hailed as a genius back then, and it had also taken her half a year to raise the Yu Family's gun technique to an A-ranked feat.
Chen Han, you're surprising me more and more.
Zhao Linger passed the sweat-wiping towel to Chen Han's side, similar to a little maid. In 2 months' time, Zhao Linger had already adapted to being used as a maid by Chen Han. This Yu clan's gun technique is marvelous in its subtleties, it is indeed formidable. Chen Han wiped his sweat while not forgetting to praise the Yu family gun technique. The merit pool of the Grand Xia Martial Soul system was the one that consumed the most points. The highest level pool required 10,000 points to draw once. And it wasn't always possible to draw a merit law that was to one's liking. After all, the technique has to be matched with the talent. Without the corresponding talent, the technique is useless even if it is strong. This set of Yu family gun method is not considered top-notch, but it fits Chen Han perfectly. It also saved Chen Han a lot of points. He saved the points so that he could go and extract a natural talent physique or martial skill. And this afternoon, it was time for the recruit competition, so Chen Han had upgraded the Yu family's marksmanship to grade A, and had a few more points of certainty to compete for first place. Chen Han had eaten lunch and rested for a while, and the great recruit competition was on schedule. The so-called recruit competition is to place the recruits recruited within a month together to compete in a martial arts contest. The one who won first place in the recruit competition was known as the King of Recruits. Being able to become the King of Recruits would be recorded by the army and would lead to many benefits in the future. There were a total of 3 batches of recruits in the month that Chen Han enlisted in the army, and Chen Han and the others belonged to the last batch. The last batch was at a bit of a disadvantage, as the first 2 batches of recruits had trained for at least half a month longer than Chen Han and the others. More than 300 people gathered in the schoolyard, and after 2 months of devilish training, the faces of all of them had more than a little bit of toughness on them. The army was a place of exercise, and most people's skin had been tanned to a wheat color, and the chattering and complaining could no longer be heard. Zhao Linger was still the chief examiner, and the deputy instructor below began to read out the rules of the great recruit competition. The rules were extremely simple. It was just a fight in a ring. More than 300 people were evenly distributed and completely randomized one-on-one. The taboo was not to kill anyone, and to use whatever means were available to cripple someone, or even lose their will. Until the first is decided. The army is the army. The rules of the competition are all much more brutal than the University of Martial Arts. The first match of the recruit competition, Chen Han vs Han Heihu. The first matchup was when Chen Han took the field. Chen Han had never heard of the name Han Heihu, and this Han Heihu should be one of the first 2 batches of recruits. He had a high calling. Go Brother Black Tiger, beat the hell out of him. Brother Black Tiger, take first place. Han Heihu was a big man, fully 2 meters tall, and appeared very domineering. Chen Han also detected his cultivation, samurai 2 steps, indeed not bad. The 2 stood in the ring. Han Heihu smugly said, I heard that you are the strongest one in your batch of new recruits, how come I don't see anyone speaking for you? As soon as these words came out, the recruits in the same batch as Chen Han all looked at Han Heihu with a kind of cute little eyes. Eyes at Han Heihu. Just because we don't speak doesn't mean we're mute. There's nothing to see in this duel because you'll be killed in seconds. The gap is too big, I don't even bother to watch. When it came to Chen Han's side, there was a sudden change in the style of painting. Almost all of them were scornful of Han Heihu. Han Heihu was furious. I'm from a military family, and I also have an A-rank earth talent. Can I let a trashy family kid from outside beat me? And kill in seconds? Saying that, the duel began. Han Heihu clasped his hands together and angrily slapped a palm, and a set of armor coalesced from solid rock immediately surfaced on his body. As a military family, the Han family's ancestral talent was the Earth River armor, transforming itself into a combat weapon. Once the Earth River armor was on his body, every charge was like 1,000 pounds of force, allowing him to attack and defend. Except for its sensitivity, it had almost no drawbacks to speak of. It was equivalent to a mobile fortress. Eat my move! Han Heihu shouted. However, before Han Heihu had the chance to launch his charge, Chen Han's figure transformed into a ghost and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Before Han Heihu could react, he suddenly felt a blackness in his head. It was as if he had been hit by something on his forehead, and his rock armor collapsed with a loud bang as his entire body fell backward heavily. You! Samurai 6th rank. Before the words were finished, Han Heihu's large body fell to the ground. This process, indeed, was only a second. Chen Han wins. Promoted. Chapter 9 The Deserved King of Newcomers, no one goes to the stage. Seeing this, the recruits in the same batch as Chen Han were unimpressed. I've already said I'm going to be killed in seconds.
What are you fooling around for? Do you know that our batch of recruits, with Chen Han around, can only compete for second? It was true as they said. Chen Han's SSS-grade talent plus the various additions of his martial skills, if he couldn't manage to kill Han Heihu, who was at the second stage of the samurai warrior, then it was indeed a wasted endeavor. However, the new recruits who weren't in the same batch as Chen Han were a different story, full of complaints and clamoring. No, what's the point of comparing? Samurai 6th Order. There's only one newbie king. He's number 1. It's not fair. Whoever goes up against him loses. Chen Han stood with his gun in hand, not realizing that his first strike had turned the good new recruit ring into a noisy marketplace. On the invigilator's platform, a few deputy examiners were also quite shocked to see Chen Han's qualifications. They were the main instructors of the first and second batch of recruits, but they were all below Zhao Linger in terms of position, so they all kissed Zhao Linger's ass. Congratulations, Captain Zhao. This recruit you taught is 1 in a million, you'll have a good face in the future. Zhao Linger impatiently waved her hand and said, "Don't give me the official talk. I don't eat this, now it's the new recruits who are in conflict. How can we resolve this?" There was only one newcomer king, and Chen Han came out on top. Too big a gap would leave one without hope, and looking at the attitude of the new recruits, this was a reluctance to engage in another match. Zhao Linger was also quite distressed that Chen Han was facing Han Heihu where she was secretly manipulating the blackout. It was to make Chen Han suffer a bit, realizing that pride will lead to defeat. Han Heihu's ability was already the most restraining of Chen Han among the new recruits, and the Earth River armor could attack and defend, not so easy to break through. It was within her expectation that Chen Han could defeat Han Heihu, but she didn't expect it to be this easy. This guy will just give me problems. Zhao Linger grimaced. It was the first time in history that the recruit competition had turned into such a scene. The deputy examiners were also anxious. Second match, Chen Lei vs Zhang Xian. They tried to read out the names of the second matchup. The answer received was no go. Whoever loves to go on. Compare what to compare. No contest. You directly declare Chen Han first. Such an answer was expected by the examiners. In the end, it was Zhao Linger who suppressed the crowd of recruits. What's all the noise about? If you're capable, go to the ring and defeat Chen Han. I'll let you be number 1. With one sentence, coupled with the pressure of a near martial general level, the entire crowd was suddenly silent. Only after seeing the crowd quiet down did Zhao Linger slowly say, "Do you all know that in ancient times, the army had a profession named First Den? Xian Dang. That is, the first person to ascend the city wall when charging into battle in ancient times. This person would be honored. He would be rewarded with the title of Marquee and Prime Minister. But there can only be one. Even the second one to climb the city wall will not be rewarded in any way. I'll tell you, this is the rule of the military camp. Don't think that this is a martial arts university, so feel free to yell. If you don't like it, you can fight one-on-one." Zhao Linger's words were very intimidating, and the group of recruits hung their heads and stopped talking. Suddenly, Zhao Linger's words changed sharply. However, the military isn't a completely impersonal place. This situation of the great recruit competition is also the first time this has happened. The new recruit king will inevitably be Chen Han, but you guys can all go together, and I'll see who can last longer under Chen Han and privately hand out some rewards. For the sake of Chen Han, the new recruit competition had even made an exception and changed the rules. After all, this situation was also the first time in history. Don't have any opinions, I've already applied to the higher-ups to promote you to corporal on an exceptional basis. Your seniority is not enough, but your strength is sufficient. Zhao Linger also took into account Chen Han's thoughts at the same time. Still achieving a second consecutive jump during the recruit training period, Chen Han naturally had no problem with it. Not to mention that he also wanted to try out the Yu family's spear technique and what level it could reach in actual combat. There was absolutely no chance of winning one-on-one. But one-on-many was a different story. As long as there wasn't a large realm difference in realm, most martial artists in the same realm couldn't achieve one-on-one. Even more ants could bite an elephant. In order to fight for the remaining rewards, the enthusiasm of the recruits was completely ignited, and they rushed to the ring. The first ones to go to the ring were, surprisingly, the family scum from Chen Han's dormitory. Zhao Yufei, Ji Yun, Zhu Mang, and the two Thunder lineage recruits. "Young Chen, don't show any mercy, lest people say you're letting go. Chen Han, I've actually wanted to try the gap between me and you for a long time. After 2 months of training, their strength had grown quite a bit. Zhao Yufei had reached the second rank of martial artist, and Ji Yun Zhu Mang was also close to the second rank under his hard training. They had seen Chen Han's efforts in their eyes, not to say catching up, but at least not dragging Chen Han behind. Come on. Chen Han held his lance in both hands and stood at attention. The first one to strike was Zhao Yufei. The Thunder Flash talent was a double bombardment of speed and power. With a popping sound, Zhao Yufei's entire body was covered in lightning, immediately attacking Chen Han. The other 2 Thunder System martial artists also attacked from the front in 2 directions. As for the slightly weaker Zhu Mang, at this point, he was already able to maneuver 4 mechanical lifeforms at the same time, feinting from the side. As soon as he came up, Chen Han was caught in an alien energy encirclement. Backstab, upstroke, roundhouse spear. Chen Han fully utilized the Yu-Clan spear technique, and actually formed a barrier of spear shadows around him. The first 2 to be stabbed were the 2 Thunder System martial artists, who were directly picked off several meters away, and were directly picked out of the ring. And the third was Zhao Yufei. Thunder Flash had the property of enhancing stance, and with his keen intuition, Zhao Yufei dodged 2 stabs in a row. Just when he thought he could get close enough to Chen Han to launch an attack, the head of the Snow Wolf lance appeared at the right side of his face and slapped him out. Xu Mang's 4 cyborgs were also scrapped by Chen Han's 4 stabbing strikes. The best benefit of the lance as a weapon was the long attack distance, and as long as it was used properly, any situation was easy to navigate, both offensively and defensively. Ha 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 ha, Jin Xiao, you're still careless. Didn't even notice me. Right at this moment, Ji Yun didn't know when he had gotten on the ground and crawled to Chen Han's side. He was smart enough to take advantage of Zhao Yufei's 4 people attacking from the front and used his divine speed to flash behind Chen Han while lying on the ground. Chen Han had to deal with the frontal 3, so he naturally lacked a view of the rear, while he was still lying on the ground, making it even harder to notice. Relying on this little bit of cleverness, Ji Yun thought that he would finally be able to run into Chen Han. Who knew that Chen Han smoothly flung his gun, and the handle of the gun was thrown to his head. With a beautiful gun retracting maneuver, Zhao Yufei's squad was instantly wiped out. Zhao Yufei's 5 men, total time spent, 1 minute and 13 seconds. In reality, Zhao Yufei's 5 people's realm was far from being considered at the forefront of this batch of recruits. The new recruits finally saw hope, and they all launched will-to-will battles against Chen Han. Next, Chen Han fought a dozen more matches one after another. However, no group was able to surpass Zhao Yufei's group. The reason was simple: they trained with Chen Han on weekdays, and they were able to find some techniques in Chen Han's marksmanship every day. Therefore, they were able to last longer. Others were different. The recruit competition, which was supposed to last for 3 days, had ended in less than a day. Next, I announced the newcomer king of this recruit competition, Chen Han. Best group of the recruit competition, Zhao Yufei's group. Chen Han was undoubtedly number 1, and along with that, Zhao Yufei and the others also received commendations. Chen Han returned to his dormitory with a satisfied heart. Just as he entered the door, 2 prompts came to his ears. Congratulations on winning first place in the recruit competition, you have earned 3,000 points. Congratulations on your rank promotion to corporal, you have earned 1,000 points. A full 4,000 points had arrived. Together with the points that Chen Han had received in the past 2 months, his current number of points had surpassed 5,000. It was possible to conduct a draw for the highest points prize pool. Chen Han immediately opened the system prize pool and selected the prize pool option at talent. Talent was the foundation of foundations, and without talent, everything was free of negotiation. Moreover, whether it was a physique or a martial arts technique, it was possible to draw something useless. Only talent would not. Open the talent pool highest points pool draw. With a system prize pool of 5,000 points, there was a 20% probability of drawing a SSS ranked talent. Chen Han stared tightly at the system roulette wheel and finally saw the pointer stop and point at the SSS talent. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the SSS talent, Killing Gun Intent. Chapter 10 Killing God's Gun Intent. Army Commendation. Chapter 10 Killing God's Gun Intent. Army Commendation. Name, Chen Han. System name, Daxiao Martial Soul System. Rank, Corporal. Realm, Samurai 6th Order. Talent, Strong Body, Grade F, Soldier's Soul Sacred Body, Grade SS, Killing Gun Intent, Grade SS. Physique, Body of 100 Refinements, SS Rank Intermediate Proficiency. Martial Skill, Gun of Piercing Deadly Thorns, Grade S Proficiency Beginner. Technique, Yu Family's Gun Technique, Grade A Proficiency Intermediate.
In the talent column, there was an additional SSS talent, Killing God's Gun Intent. Just by listening to the name, one could tell that this talent was related to long spear weapons. Chen Han immediately glanced at the introduction of the Killing God Gun Intent. Killing God's Gun Intent, the God of the Lance, Killing Intent. When using a lance in combat, you will gain Killing Intent points, and for every point of Killing Intent, you will increase your physical attributes other than Chi and Blood by 1%. Killing Intent can be stacked up to a maximum of 200 points. When the Killing Intent value is stacked to the full, all the Killing Intent can be released, exploding one's own attributes to 4 times, lasting for 1 hour, after which the Killing Intent will be cleared. When learning a lance-type feat, one can break through the upper limit of that feat and raise it by 1 class. Another powerful SSS rank talent, and perfectly suited to Chen Han. The Killing Intent value stacked up to a maximum of 200 points, which meant that in general, this talent added twice as much to bodily functions. Undoubtedly, this was a strengthening talent. Of all the enhancement talents Chen Han had seen so far, his brother's S-rank talent only increased his bodily functions by 80%. However, the Killing Spirit Gun Intent was a twofold enhancement. Not to mention that there was also the Killing Intent Outburst, in which that boost would reach 4 times. One had to know that most of the attribute gaps of most realms' high-ranking martial artists compared to the next realm's martial artists were mostly just about 4 times. For example, Chen Han's Samurai 6th Order, the difference in physical functions compared to someone in the martial realm was 4 times. It was equivalent to letting Chen Han cross the realm directly once the Killing Intent Outburst was turned on. And it could also raise the upper limit of Lance Lineage feats breakthroughs by 1 rank. The Yu family Marksmanship was currently rank A, and had already reached rank S under the increase of the Killing Intent. Once Chen Han had comprehended the Yu family spear technique, it would be able to reach SS rank. It was even more powerful than old General Yu. Chen Han was very satisfied that the 5,000 points had not been spent in vain. At the same time, the lower colonel of the barracks, Qin Fei, was full of surprise as he held the report of the great recruit competition handed over by Zhao Linger. This Chen Han actually reached the 6th level of samurai in 2 months, you're not mistaken, are you? Zhao Linger shook her head. No, I trained him for 2 months, he was right under my nose the whole time, it was indeed 2 months, from samurai 1st rank to samurai 6th rank. Good wow! Such a genius has actually arrived in the army, our army has finally picked up a treasure. I'll double the commendation. Also I'll approve and pass the rewards you applied for that Zhao Yufei 5. Alright, Colonel Qin. Zhao Linger nodded slightly. Little Zhao, originally, with your military service, you would have been able to be mentioned as a lieutenant a long time ago, and now that there's a soldier like Chen Han, I'll ask the higher-ups for instructions to bring you up. Qin Fei spoke at length, seemingly also indignant at Zhao Linger's encounter. Zhao Linger valiantly shook her head. Colonel Qin, you know I don't really care about this, I just want to follow in the footsteps of old General Yu and go into battle to kill the enemy and protect the country. Speaking of this. Qin Fei paused, then suddenly smiled. Have the batch of recruits you taught get ready and form a group, the following is going to be a practical test. What? Zhao Linger was stagnant. It was an extremely rare thing for a recruit's training period to directly engage in actual combat. After the 3-month training period, all of them would still need 2 months of bonding time before they would officially put the new recruits into the battlefield to fight. Because the situation on the battlefield wasn't severe right now, there was no need for the recruits to act as cannon fodder. Unless. Zhao Linger looked like she had thought of something and said in surprise, could it be that Elder General Yu is preparing to cross the Dragon River and kill the Dark Domain in the north? Unspeakable, military secret. Qin Fei smiled mysteriously and considered Zhao Linger's statement a tacit admission. Then he added, Chen Han, this soldier, train him well. If anything happens to him, I'll take you to task. Yes. Colonel Qin. Zhao Linger gave a standard military salute. The door to Chen Han's dormitory was pushed open by Zhao Linger. For some reason, when she saw Zhao Linger today, she completely lost her usual fiery temper and majesty, and instead looked like a lively little girl. The corners of her mouth rose from time to time, and she couldn't even suppress them. Instructor Zhao, did you meet something happy today? Just the minute you entered the door you laughed more than these 2 months combined. Due to the bet between Zhao Linger and Chen Han, Zhao Linger often patronized Chen Han's dormitory, and even Zhao Yufei joked about it. Zhao Linger swept a glance at Zhao Yufei and said coldly, you keep out of it. She then turned her head to look at the crowd and said, you guys are great, you've given me a long face this time. Especially Chen Han, the first rookie king to pick over the boot camp. The higher-ups have authorized a special commendation and asked me to send it over.
Zhao Linger took out a box and opened it again. Inside the case was 45 liquids sealed in glass bottles. This liquid was light blue in color and also gave off a faint glow. Qi and blood spirit liquid. This dormitory was full of family descendants who had seen pigs run without ever having eaten pork, so of course they could recognize any good stuff at a glance. The Qi and blood spiritual liquid was a good thing that was developed by the National Academy of Sciences and could only be produced by a national factory. Only after becoming a martial artist could one withstand its overbearing effects. The effect was also extremely simple. After taking it, it would slowly improve one's physical quality and raise the amount of Qi in blood. The price of a bottle of Qi and blood spiritual liquid was around $5,000. And after becoming a martial artist, one must take the Qi and blood spiritual liquid almost every day, and then with training, one can constantly solidify the foundation to improve. Martial Dao was extremely costly, which was why often high-level martial artists were all family descendants. I know that you guys are family descendants, and you may not be able to look at this stuff. However, this Qi and blood spirit liquid is specially supplied by the military, and its effect is more than 3 times that of a normal Qi and blood spirit liquid. It's priced at $50,000 a bottle outside. Originally, Ji Yun and the others did have a lack of interest. Zhao Yufei and Ji Yun aside, a capital city family, a business family. A thin camel was bigger than a horse. There were no resources, but money was definitely not lacking. Once the 3-month recruiting period was over, they were able to get their parents at home to call in money. With the military subsidy, Chen Han could afford to drink $5,000 of Qi and blood spirit liquid. However, when he heard about this military special Qi and blood spirit liquid, it was a completely different story. A good thing that had a price and could not be bought with money. Not to mention that although they were rich, they weren't so rich that they could spend money like dirt, and $100,000 a month was a lot to spend. Chen Han is the newcomer king, so he gets 30 bottles of Qi blood spirit liquid. Zhao Yufei, the 5 of you, split the remaining 15 bottles equally. Ji Yun reached out for his 3 bottles, but halfway there, he seemed to think of something and suddenly stopped his outstretched hand. He said, "Instructor Zhao, good steel is used on the edge of the sword. These 3 bottles of mine, give them all to Chen Xiao. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have gotten a commendation from our superiors." "Me too, I'm already satisfied to be able to have a go at Chen Han." Zhao Yufei echoed. "Bull." Zhao Linger instantly had anger when she saw the duo's attitude. Although the army is about individual strength, it's also a team. Otherwise, are you going to give your back to a foreign beast? Chen Han also said at this moment, "Instructor Zhao is right, just take your respective rewards, anyone in the army needs to grow." With that, Chen Han retrieved his 30 bottles of Qi and blood spirit liquid. Right at this moment, Zhao Linger's words were what stunned the crowd. "Furthermore, what are you guys comparing to him, this pervert? 2 months of Samurai 6th Order, he's also the first one since the army was founded after the new calendar." Zhao Linger fused the humiliation she had received in these 2 months into a single sentence, and the word pervert was said with extra weight. One had to know that Zhao Linger had already been the first in her batch when she had reached the 3rd stage of the Samurai Warrior in 3 months, and had even made it onto the Subterranean Dragon Directory. However, in front of Chen Han, Zhao Linger felt inferior. Chapter 11, Pre-War Preparation, Attribute Test. Aha! Zhao Linger's words were deeply recognized by Ji Yun, Zhao Yufei, Zhu Mang, and the 3 of them nodded their heads. The army commendation ended at this point. At night, Chen Han sat on the bedpan and took out a bottle of Qi and blood spiritual liquid. Uncovering the cap, a strange fragrance immediately drilled into his nostrils. The flavor of the Qi blood spiritual liquid is like a fine wine of the world, only that the internal energy is overbearing and cannot be taken more than once, and the warrior realm can only take 1 bottle a day. Chen Han took this bottle of Qi and blood spiritual liquid and poured it into his mouth with a brain. It didn't take long for a strong warm current to carry through his entire body. He felt like every cell in his body was being transformed as if it was being torn apart, and it was a marvelous feeling. Strangely enough, Chen Han did not feel any discomfort or pain. Instead, an inexplicable feeling of excitement surged through him. He felt that his body was undergoing some sort of change, a change that he could not comprehend. As time passed, this feeling grew stronger and stronger, and he could even clearly feel his blood rushing through his veins, his muscles contracting and stretching, and his bones trembling slightly. It was very soothing. The breathing method plus training plus the Qi and blood spiritual liquid taken at night were known as the triple treasures of a martial artist. The 3 together were the daily training that martial artists had to perform. Especially the Qi and blood spiritual liquid. It could both boost chi and blood, as well as restore one's bodily functions, get rid of fatigue, and strengthen the physical body. When one woke up on the second day, no matter what kind of training they had experienced on the first day, they would be refreshed. Its birth was also hailed as the first invention of the new century. Most martial artists actually did not have a physique, and the only way they were able to boost their chi and blood was by drinking the chi and blood spirit liquid. Not to be too far behind by those who possessed a physique. However, it didn't mean that people who possessed a physique would have no effect if they drank the chi and blood spiritual liquid. Quite the contrary. Due to Chen Han's 100 refinement body being able to maintain the amount of chi and blood at twice the amount of a martial artist of the same rank forever. For every bottle of chi and blood spiritual liquid that Chen Han consumed, it would be equivalent to someone else consuming 3 bottles. Having a physique that would pull up a martial artist's upper limit was not just talk. The next day, before 6 in the morning, a sharp military bell woke everyone up from their sleep. Zhao Linger pulled all the new recruits to the schoolyard and announced a heavy news. The actual battle is going to start tomorrow. You will personally enter the alien beast battlefield and fight with the alien beasts, in groups of 4, for an assessment. A simple sentence was like a thunderclap on the ground, instantly exploding the pot. What? Actual combat training? I haven't heard that recruits have to fight in real battles during their training period. I don't want to die. Hearing that they would have to fight with the terrifying foreign beasts, some of the recruits almost peed their pants in fear. Many of them were also forced to join the army. It was fine to engage in training, but when it really came to life and death, anyone would be scared. Chen Han noticed that Ji Yun Zhao Yufei, who was standing with him, had begun to tremble. Ji Yun was covered in cold sweat. Shen Xiao, something is wrong. It has to be 12 out of 10. I've never heard of a recruit training with such fierce material as actual combat. The northern border isn't in an emergency at the moment. Are they going to use us as cannon fodder? Zhu Mang chimed in. Zhao Yufei was the only one who acted kind of calm. I don't think that this is a bad thing. Don't forget, we're no longer family young masters. Rather, we are soldiers. With the famous families of the capital being able to say such words, Ji and Zhu Mang no longer had any reason to be afraid. Old Zhao is right. Stretching one's head is a knife, shrinking one's head is also a knife. Sooner or later anyway, the soldier's destiny is the battlefield. Loyal bones are buried everywhere in the Green Hills, so why bother to return with a corpse and a horsehide? It's not like Zhao Linger couldn't understand the fear of the new recruits. But old General Yu's plan must speed up the rate at which the recruits enter the camp. After hesitating for a while, she spoke. When you become a soldier, you must have a backbone. One cannot be afraid of death. Practical combat training, it's true that there's no guarantee that everyone will survive. Which now if you want to be cowards, I'll give you a chance to report to the logistics battalion and cooking class. Just after these words were said, everyone's eyes looked in unison in the direction of Chen Han's 4 men. They were trying to see if these few pampered family young masters would be afraid. Unbeknownst to them, the 4 of them stood in a straight military stance, with an aura that they were just as determined to die as they were to live. Ma da. These 4 young masters are not afraid. What are we afraid of? Let's just die. We can't let people look down on us. The reason Zhao Linger placed the 4 Chen Han in the front row was because she hoped that the 4 of them would take the lead. The 4 did not fail to live up to expectations, and on their own, they uplifted all the recruits. It was extremely rare for hundreds of recruits to face a battlefield of life and death without a single person stepping forward. Very well, my Zhao Linger soldiers, if a coward comes out, that's all a disgrace to me. Now line up and come up, test the attributes one by one. For practical training, in order to be fair, you will be dropped into different areas according to your attribute values. The strength of the foreign beasts that appear in each area will vary somewhat. Attribute values, that is, strength, speed, and chi and blood. The 3 attributes had separate and different testing methods. The strength test was still the iron-armored turtle shell, but the difference was that this time, you can only use your fist to smash on the shell, testing the body's own force. Speed, on the other hand, was running, a total length of 1,000 meters, using seconds to calculate the size of the speed. Chi and blood were recorded by a specialized instrument. The first one to test was Ji Yun. It didn't take long for his test results to come out. Ji Yun, fist strength 150 kilograms, speed 70 meters per second, chi and blood value 1 rank. For the passing level of the first stage of a samurai, the fist strength should be 300 kilograms, the speed should be 30 meters per second, and the chi and blood value should be 1 grade.
Ji Yun was clearly off the mark. Wang Xing, fist strength of 300 kilograms, speed of 34 meters per second, Chi and Blood 1 rank. Yang Fei, fist strength of 400 kilograms, speed of 30 meters per second, Chi and Blood 1 gear. As more and more people went up, the attribute values of the crowd were pretty much announced. This time, Zhao Linger had learned her lesson and purposely ranked Chen Han at the end, so as not to cause controversy. Zhao Yufei, fist strength 900 kilograms, speed 53 meters per second, Chi Blood 2 gears. As soon as Zhao Yufei appeared, there was finally someone with values far above the average, which immediately caused a chorus of boos. A ranked talent is just not the same, nah. Alas! It can't be compared. Some people are born in the capital, and there's an even more perverted one behind them. This more perverted one referred to Chen Han. At this point in time, there were finally not a few people left in the queue, but all of them were eagerly waiting for Chen Han's attribute value to come out. They now no longer saw Chen Han as a competitor, but rather as a great god to look up to. Finally, it was Chen Han's turn to take the stage, and the testing process was quick. The recorder immediately read out Chen Han's results, and the crowd held their breath. Chen Han, punching power, 3,000 kilograms. Speed, 165 meters per second. The recruits who heard this value instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. People were more angry than people. We all enlisted at the same time as him, how come the gap is so big? We can't even catch up with others in the taillights. While the recruits hung their heads in shame, Zhao Linger nodded her head as if relieved. This was because given Chen Han's realm at the 6th stage of samurai, these two attributes were only a little bit higher than those of martial artists of the same rank. She also didn't know that it was impossible to wear weapons in the quiz. It meant that Chen Han did not have any talent additions. If one wore the Snow Wolf Lance, this attribute would also multiply upwards. Then, the recorder began to read out Chen Han's chi and blood values. However, when he got the piece of paper that was recorded, he thought that he had misread it and couldn't help but rub his eyes. It was only after confirming that there was no mistake in the record that he slowly said, Chi and blood value, 10 gears. I'll go. Zhao Linger directly exploded. This time it wasn't the recruit's turn to speak up. Zhao Linger walked over to the recorder and angrily said, restart the instrument that tests the Chi and blood values. Measure it again. It's definitely an error in the instrument. It was only human for her to have this suspicion. Chi and blood was the most difficult thing for a martial artist to raise. Most people in the martial general realm had their chi and blood values at the 6th rank. Zhao Linger was already close to the martial general realm, and the army's resources hadn't been used sparingly for her. She was one large realm beyond Chen Han, a full 10 steps. The chi and blood value was only at the 11th rank. Unless Chen Han still possessed a physique, it was impossible for her to have a 10-step chi and blood. A genius who had cultivated to the 6th rank of warrior in 2 months and still possessed 10 grades of chi blood. When this report was submitted, Zhao Linger didn't dare to imagine what kind of uproar it would cause in the entire army. Chapter 12: The Old General Himself. The focus was on Chen Han. In fact, Zhao Linger was clear that this chi and blood testing machine of the army had taken 10 years to develop, and it was generally impossible for it to malfunction. It used a form similar to X-ray to scan every cell in the human body and then synthesize the chi and blood index. Unless someone tampered with it. Only then can the chi and blood values be tampered with. But this is the army, not a martial arts university. Whoever dares to tamper with the machine will be subject to military justice. However, in order to obtain a rigorous report, Zhao Linger had to let Chen Han test it again. Chen Han once again walked on the machine and let the machine scan it. The result was still 10 gears. 10 gears of chi and blood, can't compare. It can't be compared at all. Chen Han is now much stronger than some veterans in the military who have been enlisted for 2 or 3 years. The recruits exploded. With the same 2 months of training, Chen Han's potential was simply incalculable. The recorder was also in trouble and said to Zhao Linger, Captain Zhao, should this report be submitted? After the 3-month training period was complete, it was time for each recruit to be assigned a barracks. It was foreseeable that Chen Han was bound to cause the major barracks to go crazy. Submit it, the army is crowded, this report will sooner or later be seen by the major barracks officers. There's no use hiding it. What Zhao Linger was more worried about was that with Chen Han's strength, which alien beast area should he be assigned to in order to be fair to the others? Go down and select suitable players to form a group. There's no need to train today, the actual combat test will begin tomorrow. After putting down these words, Zhao Linger took the information with her and walked away. Chen Han's several people also returned to the dormitory. There was no doubt that they were 4 people in this one dormitory, just enough to form a group. Suddenly having to go to the battlefield to fight with the foreign beasts, several people had not yet slowed down. Right. The suicide note. Write a suicide note first. Don't die without leaving something behind. Ji Yun pulled out a pen and paper and sprawled out and started writing. He had shallow feelings for his family, but extremely heavy feelings for his biological parents. Zhao Yufei snatched his pen and paper and reprimanded, "Have some self-confidence, okay? How did you know that you would die? Instead of thinking about how to write a suicide note, why don't you think about the name of our group first? The group leader is Chen Han, no one should object, right?" Ji Yun shook his head like a rattle. "Objection? Young Chen alone can kill all 3 of us, who would object?" Xu Mang also nodded his head in agreement, "Me too." Chen Han didn't make any pretense, the position of group leader was his for the taking, saying, "Since that's the case, I'll take it as a compliment." The group name crowd had thought about it for a long time, and Zhao Yufei, who had the best cultural performance among the 4, said an answer that satisfied everyone. "Since our group leader is Chen Han, let's take his name and I'll add the word night. How about we call it Cold Night Group?" Cold Night Group, elegant. Truly elegant. The 4 of them nodded their heads in agreement, and Chen Han also felt that it was good, so he presented the group name and members of the Cold Night Group. After resting for a whole day, on the second day all the recruits got on the military truck and traveled in the direction of the northern border. The barracks were originally not that far from the northern border. In order to facilitate the support of the battlefield, 2 hours later, the northern border had arrived, and a towering city wall appeared in front of the crowd. This city wall was more than 50 meters high, the whole body was made of alloy, lofty and majestic. Tongtian Wall. It took Great Xia more than 20 years to cast the wall. It's with it and the human race's successive generations of blood-soaked generals that we've been able to continue. On the other side of the city wall was the dark domain, where foreign beasts roamed and people were rare. Ascend the wall. At this moment, someone on top of the city wall suddenly shouted, and then a long ladder was lowered from above. The recruits, on the other hand, had to line up to ascend the wall to the sky from the long ladder before entering the actual battle site. Many people would never be able to see what kind of scenery was on the other side of the city wall for the rest of their lives. Chen Han looked out from the city wall, and as far as the eye could see, there were forested mountains and some ruins left behind by the human race. Countless beast roars were coming from inexplicable places, and looking down, one would find quite a few foreign beasts gathered just below the city wall with their bloody mouths open. The gathering place for the new recruits was in an open space in the middle of the Tongtian Wall. Just like during the Great Recruit Competition, this time, the actual combat test was likewise conducted at the same time for the recruits recruited within a month, totaling 82 groups. After assembling together, Chen Han realized that the instructors were surprisingly all standing side by side, looking in the direction of the distance as if they were about to greet some figure. "Shen Xiao, is this a big shot coming? Look at our instructor Zhao, such a fiery person, now he's behaving like a little daughter." Like Ji Yun said, Zhao Linger was like a different face today, well behaved and similar to all of them new recruits. In reality, Zhao Linger's status in the military wasn't low, and the instructors who were the same as her addressed her with honorifics. She belonged to the ones who were relegated down. Thus, the one who deserved to be treated like this by her was probably at least at the school level in the army. And a school-level officer could be said to be at least at the level of a battalion commander in the army. It was not common for someone of this level to personally come and supervise the training of new recruits. Salute! Right at this moment, Zhao Linger fiercely bellowed out, and everyone immediately saluted. An old man walked slowly from the distance. He had white hair and whiskers and looked drooping, yet he was domineering, 2 meters tall and stout, holding a large guan sword and wearing a marshal's cloak. His magnificent figure made people not dare to look directly at him. This face, Chen Han has been in the textbooks have seen a lot of times. Seeing it with his own eyes, he still secretly admired it. He, precisely, was old General Yu Woyun Yu. Old General Yu used a gun when he was young, and when he became a marshal in his old age, he changed to the more wide-open guan sword. A recruit test has actually allowed old General Yu to be present in person. Elder General Yu got the marshalship at nearly 80 years of age, and was the first and most senior marshal. Before him, the highest rank in the army was general. To be able to see old General Yu in person as a recruit. This life is not in vain. The recruits were incomparably excited, their joy overflowing. "Lieutenant Zhao Linger, instructor of the 3rd Recruit Battalion, I request Marshal Yu's instruction." "Little Zhao, there is no need to be polite when you see me. putting you down here as an instructor has made you suffer. Yu Woyun looked completely domineering, but his speech was extremely gentle. It was because apart from his military position, he also had a notable status in the political world. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lifted the country to publicize him all over the place. It's not bitter, as long as it's still your soldier, it's not aggravating. Yu Woyun's words caused tears to fill Zhao Linger's eyes. Only then did Yu Woyun look at the recruits in front of him and smile amiably. Look at you all, how juvenile and heroic. I'm old, the new era can't accommodate me, the future is yours. Grandpa Yu, you are not old. Grandpa Yu, you can still live another 100 years. Due to Yu Woyun's high national popularity, many people would spontaneously call him Grandpa Yu, so as to appear affectionate. He was also the only marshal in the army who didn't have much of a stance. Compassionate to the soldiers, the military, and the people were one. Today's actual combat test, some of you may die, are you afraid? Not afraid. Not afraid. Yu Woyun's arrival ignited the enthusiasm of the entire room, and the recruits who were still a bit fearful were all as if they had been pumped with chicken blood. Even the cowering Ji Yun stood upright, his throat going hoarse from shouting. This person was a truly great person. What Ji family, the Chen family were not enough to look at in front of him. Young Chen, if I could be spotted by Marshal Yu, even for just one more glance, I would definitely have to slap those people in the Ji family who looked down on me. Before he could finish his words, Yu Woyun suddenly spoke. Among you all, isn't there a person named Chen Han? That attribute test report of Chen Han had already spread throughout the military. It had even reached Yu Woyun's ears. Otherwise, a big shot like Yu Woyun was extremely busy during the weekdays, so where would he be present in person? Alas! So Grandpa Yu came to find Chen Han. With Chen Han around, this batch of recruits of ours, I'm afraid we'll never be able to make a name for ourselves. Doomed to be suppressed by him. Zhao Linger looked at the scene in such a mess, her face was a little embarrassed, and she droned in a cold voice, silence. Chen Han, step forward. Chen Han stood out, and Yu Woyun immediately looked straight at him. With just a glance, he saw through Chen Han's potential, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he quickly covered it up. Not bad. Indeed a good seedling, Chen Mohu I have also seen, you are nothing like that old boy. Chen Mohu was Chen Han's great-grandfather, and the founder of the Chen family in Hanwu City. Chapter 13 The Wilderness Zone. Real Fey Beasts. Old General Yu's words radiated a signal. In his eyes, Chen Han was stronger than his great-grandfather. However, Chen Han did not like this great-grandfather of his. It was a complete politician. The Chen family's ability to become the #1 family in Hanwu City did not rely on strength alone. It was more because of Chen Mohu's operations in the capital. Chen Mohu returned to the family from the capital very rarely, but had always looked down on the commoner offspring of the clan as well. As for Chen Han, perhaps he didn't even remember the name. The eyes of the recruits were red with envy. There were very few people in the military who had been praised by old General Yu himself. Which of those who could be promoted by him were not flat-out successful? This meant that old General Yu had treated Chen Han as a personal soldier. Such a strong background was better than anything else in the military. Begin. Let these little brats see the cruelty of the army. Yu Woyun glanced back at Zhao Linger, his purpose had been accomplished. Yes. The actual combat location for the recruits was a wilderness jungle that was densely populated with foreign beasts. Most of the foreign beasts that appeared in this wilderness were first to third rank foreign beasts. Based on the strength of the 6 major realms of martial artists, humans had divided the foreign beasts into 18 classes. Every 3 of these orders corresponded to the strength of a martial artist in one realm. The first to third orders naturally corresponded to the warrior realm. The closer to the center range, the higher the level of the foreign beasts would be, and naturally the more dangerous they would be. Although it was a real battle and there would be casualties, the army wouldn't really let the recruits go to their deaths yet, and the foreign beasts above the 4th rank in the wilderness had already been cleaned up. The rule of the test was that the recruits would be grouped together and traveled by helicopter to a different area. In this area, they have to survive for a day and a night. On each group leader, a flare and recording instrument would be carried. The flare is fired when a fatal crisis occurs, and the instructors guarding the perimeter will immediately go to the rescue when they see the flare. The recording instrument records the score of the alien beasts, and the score of killing the first-order alien beasts is 5, the score of killing the second-order alien beasts is 10, and the score of killing the third-order alien beasts is 40. Finally, the test results were calculated according to the total score. The first to set off was the Cold Night Group. Cold Night Group, 3 kilometers from the center. Depart. The 4 of Chen Han boarded the helicopter as they were heading to the battlefield. Due to the exaggerated strength Chen Han had displayed earlier, the Cold Night team was assigned to an extremely dangerous zone. This place was one of the most treacherous and complex areas in the entire battlefield, filled with all sorts of unknown challenges and dangers. The helicopter took off amidst a hubbub of noise, taking the Cold Night Group towards the center of the zone. During the flight, Chen Han exchanged views and plans for this mission with the other team members. Even though they all knew that great difficulties awaited them ahead, everyone's faces were overflowing with firm conviction and determination. High risk meant high gain, and the probability of a second or third order or higher alien beast appearing in the center of the area was also high. The 4 of them jumped down from the helicopter, and as soon as they landed, a snarling boar charged out of the jungle. The boar weighed 2,000 kilograms, was huge and incredibly powerful, and with every charge, it could knock down a large tree. And the position it charged towards was none other than Ji Yun. Giant Tusk Pig. A second-rank foreign beast, this pig's charging power can reach 3,000 kilograms. Don't get hit by him. Chen Han played the role of team leader and immediately commanded just after landing. Ji Yun was so scared that he was in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he was gifted with divine speed, his legs stomped and his limbs lashed out, dodging the boar's charge. Almost landed in a box. Ji Yun managed to dodge the boar's charge, and was still a little palpitating with fear. However, fighting against a foreign beast was not fighting in a martial arts arena. Fey beasts would not give one a chance to think and counterattack. Boom! A charge failed, the giant tusked pig roared furiously and launched its next attack. A behemoth like it, even just running, could cause the ground under its feet to shake again and again. The fear of death swept through Ji Yun's entire body, and his legs stagnated, actually unable to move at this point. Grandma's legs, move for me. At the critical moment, Ji Yun, the family's son who was most like a cockney, exerted extraordinary perseverance. With a leap, he actually jumped onto a tree, and the boar also happened to hit that tree and stalled for a moment. Do it! Zhao Yufei and Zhu Mang were still in a frenzy, not knowing what to do, when Chen Han's words instantly calmed them down. One had to be quick in resolving this kind of foreign beast, otherwise the threat was extremely great. Chen Han's snow wolf gun was poised to fire. With just one shot, a large hole was stabbed out of the giant tusked pig's body, and when Chen Han drew back his spear again, there was a bloody item hanging from the tip of the spear, the very heart of the giant tusked pig. A shot to the heart. Chen Han exerted a calmness that was otherworldly. All of you, calm down, this is a battlefield. People will die. Chen Han snorted coldly. After going to the battlefield, Chen Han had become much more serious, completely different from his usual cloudy demeanor. Yes. Ji Yun's trio was very ashamed. If it wasn't for Chen Han's timely intervention, there would have been casualties just after they landed. Chen Han did not blame them much, after all, this was a second-order Fey beast. Second-rank Fey beasts corresponded to Samurai 3rd to Samurai 6th ranks. Among them, the most powerful one, Zhao Yufei, was only at the 2nd level. The realm pressure could even make their hands and feet tremble in fear. Luckily, with Chen Han's encouragement, the 3 of them doubled their confidence. Chen Han was the first to open up the path in front, his lance flying in his hand as the Yu family's gun technique showed off its power. With every thrust, a foreign beast fell underneath. The 3 of them, Zhao Yufei, were responsible for harvesting the bloodshed, clearing out those foreign beasts that hadn't been completely killed by Chen Han one by one. The crowd on the wilderness battlefield was supposed to focus on surviving and killing the enemy. After all, as long as they survived for a full day and night, they would earn a full 500 points. At the very least, it was an examination to pass. What Chen Han was pursuing was not just passing the test, but being first in the group. It was a mediocrity not to compete. Whether it was to compete for the limelight or to grab the credit, he was determined to take this first place. Not to mention that killing the beasts would also earn him a certain amount of points. Not long after, Chen Han's Dasha martial soul system had already gained over 200 points. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. Ding! Your killing intent value is stacked up to 200, and you have gained a 200% bonus to your attribute value. The system transmitted the message that the killing intent value had stacked up. The killing intent value would continue to grow during the course of combat. After the stack was full, the killing intent value would not dissipate unless a killing intent explosion was used. Chen Han's fist strength was 3,000 kilograms, and when the killing intent value was stacked full, it skyrocketed twofold.
It was equivalent to 9,000 kilograms. With such strength, not many foreign beasts below the third rank would be able to carry a shot.
Under Chen Han's leadership, Zhao Yufei's few people also slowly composed themselves and learned to find some alien beasts comparable to their realm to kill. The surrounding foreign beasts were quickly swept clean. It was getting late, but Chen Han and the others did not stop, fighting more and more bravely, killing towards the center of the wilderness where the beasts were most horribly distributed. In front of the center, there was also a warning sign with the word danger written on it. Before setting off, the instructor had also hinted that it was best not to enter the center. Because in the center of this wilderness, in addition to the difficult third-order alien beasts, there was also the possibility of fourth-order alien beasts. A fourth-rank alien beast would not be something that the warrior realm could deal with. Looking at the warning sign, Chen Han several people but just looked at each other and smiled, all the way to kill. Several people's bodies were all covered in blood. There was not the slightest bit of fear, on the contrary, it was a heroic spirit.
Going or not? Chen Han laughed. Go! Let's go inside and rest. Just as he was about to step into the center, a large turtle acted as a roadblock. A third-ranked foreign beast, the iron-armored tortoise. Its turtle shell could only be completely broken at the martial artist level, but defense was more than offense, so it was graded at the third rank. It looked like it had come here to rest. Glancing at Chen Han and the others, it should have had enough to eat, and actually did not make a move against the Cold Night group. However, its contempt for the crowd should not be too obvious. Surprisingly, it got down right behind that warning sign, and then stuck its feet and limbs into the turtle shell. It was not very injurious and extremely insulting. Chen Han's few people were able to bypass it and enter the center of the realm, but it was intolerable. Chen Han was able to break its turtle shell 2 months ago, and he could do the same now. He could even pluck out its heart. Guns flashed in the darkness of the night, and a wailing beastly roar stunned the other groups that were trying to sleep throughout the wilderness. What the hell is that commotion? It's Chen Han again, isn't it? With 10 gears of chi and blood, he's the only one who can kill until now and still not get tired. Chapter 14 Tarantula Mother. 4th Order Lair Lord. Chapter 14 Tarantula Matrix. 4th Order Lair Lord. Blood Essence Stone. Not bad. Shumang took out a red stone-like thing from the body of the iron-armored turtle. This thing was called a blood essence stone, and it was the chi and blood crystallization of a foreign beast. At the same time, it was also the raw material for making chi and blood spirit liquid. Only the bodies of foreign beasts above the third rank could produce blood essence stones. It could be sold in the market for about $10,000 apiece. Old Zhu, this blood essence stone you took is of a more pure quality and can be sold for $15,000. Ji Yun's eyes sparkled. As someone from a family of merchants, he had a keen insight and unique understanding of the quality of items. He was able to judge the value and quality of an item by its subtleties and discover business opportunities from it. This talent has allowed him to navigate the business world with ease. There are reasons why most civilians would rather die than join the military. One was that the army was the only way for them to get ahead. The other was that hunting exotic beasts could yield a large amount of money. Its source was this blood essence stone. For all the members of the Cold Night team, a small amount of money might not move them. But a large sum of money would be different. 100,000 a month was equally forbidding to Huahua, and the blood essence stone was something they coveted. After collecting the blood essence stones, the crowd directly pulled down the shell of the iron-armored turtle to use as a tent, and spent the night at the center of the ground. On the second day, just after waking up, Chen Han saw flares being launched from all sides of the entire wilderness. 57, 58. That was about half a day's time, and only a third of the entire group of 82 was left. Unlike Chen Han and the others who had killed their way through, their mere survival in this wilderness littered with alien beasts was a huge problem. Ji Yun was overjoyed as he said, "Young Chen, looking at this trend, we're in first place." Chen Han was not carried away. Pride breeds defeat. Quantitative changes sometimes cause qualitative changes. Don't look at them all in the periphery, but if they kill enough alien beasts, they may also surpass us. A third-order foreign beast was 40 points, and a first-order foreign beast was 5 points. 8 first-order Fey beasts would be equal to a third-order Fey beast, but killing third-order Fey beasts could be much more difficult than 8 first-order Fey beasts. Again, this was for the sake of fairness, and Chen Han had no problem with it. The expressions of the few people became serious as they continued to advance towards the center of the wilderness. Not long after they saw a huge spider blocking in front of them. This kind of spider was about the size of a boar, with 8 compound eyes and 19 legs. Red venomous tarantula.
a third-ranked foreign beast. Although the red poisonous tarantula is of the third rank, it possesses intense poison. Being hit by its venom will cripple you if you're lightly hit, or kill you if you're heavily hit, and it's only with a martial artist level of chi and blood that you can possibly withstand its toxicity. With the experience of yesterday's battle, Zhao Yufei and the three of them were all much more sophisticated. Xu Mang released mechanical lifeforms to attract the attention of the red poisonous wolf spider. Ji Yin utilized his speed advantage and was always ready to attack. Zhao Yufei had the strongest attack power and was naturally the main attacker. Seeing that the red venomous tarantula was attracted by the mechanical lifeform, Zhao Yufei took advantage of the situation and thundered a punch, which solidly smashed on the red venomous tarantula's body. The red venomous tarantula retreated 3 meters, then became furious and pounced on Zhao Yufei, but Ji Yin sneaked in and cut through the red venomous tarantula's body with his dagger. With the three of them working together, Chen Han did not make a move, and all of them resolved this third-order beast. Chen Han was relieved to see this and charged straight forward. The Yu-clan's spear technique of dragon and snake flew, and in a matter of moments, the 2 red poisonous wolf spiders were picked off by Chen Han under his gun. Follow them. The 3 Ji Yuns looked at each other in dismay and could only say helplessly, "Don't compare yourself to perverts. Don't compare yourself to perverts." The deeper they went into the center, the more the several people discovered that the foreign beasts that appeared in the central zone were almost all these third-order tarantulas. It was as if the tarantulas had completely occupied the center of this wilderness. This caused Chen Han to smell a hint of an unusual odor. After resolving more than 30 red poisonous tarantulas throughout, the Cold Night group killed their way to the very center of the central zone. The scene inside was a shocking one. This place was actually a red venomous tarantula nest. There were more than 70 red venomous tarantulas guarding the perimeter of the nest. The nest was covered in dark red venom, and the miasma emitted by the venom covered the nest. In the center of the nest, there was a red poisonous tarantula that was clearly different. 8 meters in length, with a sturdy body, one after another small red venomous tarantula broke out of the spider eggs it produced. Upon seeing this particular red venomous tarantula, Ji Yun, Zhao Yufei, and the three of them, Xu Mang, all felt a large wave of fear. It was as if it was like an invisible force that was pressing down on their heads. Can't beat it, it's impossible to beat it. In the hearts of the three, such a thought bubbled up. This was a kind of realm suppression. It meant that the power of the special red poisonous wolf spider far surpassed them. It had already reached the 4th rank. Young Chen, don't have any thoughts about it. Ji Yun's body trembled. Among the 4, Chen Han was the only one with the highest realm, and with his SSS talent, he would not be affected by realm suppression. Zhao Yufei also said, "The red poison spider mother nest can be more than just a 4th-order alien beast. Once you attack the nest, you will be attacked by all the red poison wolf spiders, and the poison in the nest is so intense that it's instant death if you inhale it." At the martial realm, when dealing with the red wolf spider mother's lair, one would not dare to act alone. The crowd thought that Chen Han would directly barge into the nest, but he wasn't that stupid. "I'm not going in, but we can't leave either." Not far from the wilderness was the northern border city of Great Xia, Cold Wind City. There was no Tongtian wall sheltering there. Once this red poison wolf spider expanded recklessly, it would mutate into countless mothers and nests, and there was no telling how much trouble it would bring to Cold Wind City. Now that this nest looks like it has just formed, it is the best time to annihilate it. Even if the instructors were notified to come, it would be too late in time. What do you want to do if you don't kill your way in and don't leave? Chen Han looked around and found one of the tallest trees, and in a few leaps, he arrived at the top of the tree. On the other side, Zhao Linger, who stood on the Tongtian wall watching the battlefield, was already about to jump in anxiety. For the protection of new recruits, the flare was the first weight. And the second weight was the instructors standing on the wall through the sky. They would depend on the situation and provide direct support. The moment they saw the red poisonous tarantula, they were also surprised. There were even a few instructors that were already on their way to support. This wasn't something that the recruits could tackle. Instructors at the martial artist level would need to join forces to do so. This Chen Han, what is he going to do? Didn't I tell you? When you see a 4th-order alien beast, there's only one word: run. Run immediately. Zhao Linger was so angry that she was all but screaming on the wall to the sky. Where's the cloud ladder? Quickly get off the cloud ladder. At this moment, Chen Han, who was standing on top of the tree, slightly tilted his body backward and made a gesture of raising his gun. A streak of red lightning coalesced around him, and the tip of that snow wolf gun even exploded with a dazzling red light. The effect of the piercing Deaththorn Lance, when facing a single enemy, would go straight for the opponent's life, possessing a sure hit effect. The opponent could not dodge and could only use a realm stronger than Chen Han's to fight him hard. However, if he was facing multiple enemies, Chen Han could throw his lance. At this time, the sure hit effect was eliminated, but correspondingly, the power of the martial skill would be strengthened and possess a group killing ability. Killing Intent Explosion, 4-fold attribute increase. Strength 15,000 kilograms. Chen Han's body exuded an appalling aura. Build up momentum, generate power, and throw. The 3 actions were completed in one fell swoop. The Snow Wolf gun came out of his hand like a sharp arrow, shooting sharply towards the red poisonous wolf spider matrix. Chen Han, are you crazy? You think that if you don't rush in, those tarantulas won't rush out? Zhao Linger was impotently furious. The moment the ladder was lowered, she couldn't wait to rush towards the wilderness. At this moment, the red poisonous tarantula female that was laying eggs in its nest seemed to have sensed the crisis coming from afar. It let out a deafening roar that resounded throughout the entire cave. This roar was like a battle cry, and the surrounding tarantulas immediately responded, gathering towards it one after another. They tightly surrounded the mother, forming a sturdy defense circle. Each tarantula looked tense and alert, ready to deal with the upcoming threat. Suddenly an exploding red light traveled at a speed unattainable to the naked eye. 1. 2. The defense circle formed with ordinary tarantulas was like paper mache. After running through a dozen or so red poisonous tarantulas in a row, the snow wolf spear was still solidly embedded in the body of the mother. Boom! The sudden roaring loud noise stunned the remaining groups around the wilderness. They looked towards the center of the wilderness, and this explosion, with the red poisonous tarantula's nest as its range, actually erupted into a burst of terrifyingly intense red light. Chapter 15: Breaking Records. Extreme Rating. What's going on in the center area? The commotion has scared away the foreign beasts in the periphery. It must be Chen Han again. Did he rub his hand on a missile? There was a loud grumble from the group in the periphery that was still being assessed. And when the few instructors finally arrived at the center of the wilderness, the picture they saw was this. The red venomous tarantula female in the nest was penetrated by Chen Han's snow wolf gun, its body torn into segment after segment. As for the red venomous tarantulas around the nest, the ones that managed to survive were all dying. Even the miasma in the nest was blown away due to the explosion just now, and at this time, those in the Cold Night team were already inside the nest harvesting the dying wolfsbane red spiders and removing the blood essence stones from their bodies. Seeing the instructors coming over, Ji Yun even asked, "Instructors, there should still be an hour left before the test ends. Do you have anything to do?" The instructors were dumbfounded by these words. When the recruits were in the practical test, the instructors could not intervene hastily, otherwise it would be a violation of discipline. The instructors would also have to be punished. It's fine. One of the groups just fired a flare, we headed to support and just happened to pass by here. The instructors began to play dumb, not forgetting to glance at Chen Han before leaving. This Chen Han, he's a bit too exaggerated. The tarantula nest that it took 3 of us at the martial artist level to clear out was actually swept clean by him alone. A powerful martial skill is where a martial artist's base card lies. When facing the enemy, one could kill at a higher level and create miracles. All of them could not be separated from martial skills. However, the consumption of martial skills was just as great, and Chen Han sat on the ground with his eyes closed, allowing the Ji Yun trio to collect the blood essence stones. The power of the piercing Deaththorn Lance changing from a single body to multiple targets was beyond Chen Han's imagination, and the amount of chi and blood consumed was likewise beyond Chen Han's imagination. His 10 gears of chi and blood were nearly emptied. After nearly 10 minutes, Chen Han finally slowly recovered. A single piercing lance of deadly thorns is going to consume such a huge amount of chi and blood. In the future, I'll definitely need to extract more martial arts. The 100 refined body is no longer enough. When I save up 5,000 points, the next thing to extract will be a physique. An S-ranked physique was already enough for the vast majority of martial artists. The cycle was endless. Most martial artists, after all, didn't even have a physique. They could only rely on chi, blood, and spirit liquids to enhance it. This S-rank physique of Chen Han had already saved him a huge sum of money. However, it was not enough. By the time the examination was over, there were only 11 left in the group that remained on the wilderness. The rest of them were all dead, covered in bloodstains, and dull, except for the Cold Night group, each carrying a large bag of blood essence stones and returning fully loaded. They looked like they had just returned from a hunt. Along the way, Chen Han constantly saw stretchers carrying injured recruits who were the first to take the helicopter back to the camp, and there was no shortage of people covered in white cloth. In a battle with a foreign beast, it was a matter of a fraction of a second, and sometimes it was just a matter of a moment of concentration that could kill them. The instructors were too late to rescue them. We can't be carried away by victory either, Chen Han, you're right, arrogance will lead to defeat. Zhao Yufei looked at the contemporaneous recruits who were covered by white cloths, and could not help but feel some feelings of a rabbit's death. Without Chen Han, the three of them might have died a long time ago. A few people's expressions gradually changed from joyful to serious. When they returned to the gathering place, only 260 of the 300 or so recruits remained. 34 of them were dead and 30 were injured. There were still such casualties in the examination center where the instructors were watching, not to mention the real battlefield. A 50% mortality rate was not just talk. Chen Han stood in the middle of the group and suddenly felt a chill at his back. Looking back, he only saw Zhao Linger staring viciously at him, her eyes also releasing a naked killing aura. Chen Han slightly shrugged his shoulders, wondering in his mind, when did I offend her? Attention! Zhao Linger bellowed, and the group of recruits immediately stood in military posture. Good job, the mortality rate of new recruits in actual combat training is only 10%. You guys have the lowest mortality rate amongst the recruits who went through actual combat training. Don't hang your heads in shame. You guys are soldiers. The 30-odd people who died here, you must remember that they are your comrades. They are your brothers. Remember them so that you can better protect your friends and even loved ones in the future. More than 30 stretchers covered with white cloths were then neatly placed in front of the crowd, and some people couldn't even help but cry out on the spot. This was also the rule of the previous recruits' practical training. Knowing shame before courage is the fine tradition of the Dixia army. Only after the crowd had calmed down did Zhao Linger wave her hand for the stretcher to be carried away. Read out the scores and calculate the results. The practical combat assessment for new recruits was divided into a total of 4 types of poor, bad, good, and excellent according to the scores. Cold Man's group, score 325 points, inferior. Below 500 points, that is, those who didn't even make it through a day and a night, were almost always inferior. Koala group, score 435 points, inferior. Mad Sword group, score value 650 points, good. Those who could survive a day and a night, plus kill a bit of foreign beasts, would be almost good or above. The recruit practical combat examination would largely determine which military camp the recruits would be assigned to. The highest unit of the Grand Xia army was the army, and the entire army was divided into 6 armies. Water God Army, Thunder God Army, Wind God Army, Fire God Army, Earth God Army, and Wood God Army. Within each army, there were 4 corps, known as the 1st to the 4th Corps. And there are 6 battalions directly under the corps. The recruits would be assigned to each of these camps. There was a gap between each battalion. There were elite troops that were all elite, and there were also those that were all drunkards, such as the camps that specialized in logistics. Like Chen Han, these family children, most of them are assigned to the logistics camp, lifelong boredom, but also be bullied. This time, it was bound to be different. The male instructor reading out the scores froze for a moment when he saw a piece of paper recording the test scores before speaking. Cold Night Group, 13,500 points. Extreme. In addition to the 4 ratings of excellent, inferior, and poor, there was another rating of absolute top. An absolute top was a rating that could only be achieved by breaking previous score records. Ever since the Northern Border Beast unrest 40 years ago, which left a record of absolute top, there has been no recruit practical test that could break the record. 13,500 points, I remember the previous overwhelming record was only 6,400 points. The recruits were staggered, especially that Han Heihu. He came from a military family and knew a lot of things about the military. In reality, it was thanks to the tarantula camp at the end. The score of the 4th-ranked alien beasts, which amounted to 3,000, plus those 3rd-ranked red venomous tarantulas, was what allowed the Cold Night group to break the record. Chen Han, Ji Yun, Zhao Yufei, Zhu Mang, follow me. The rest of you go back to the barracks. There's still a month of training left, so train well. You still have a chance to be selected by the elite forces. The Army's commendation was still only available to the group that won first place. Zhao Linger had called on Chen Han's few people just to hand out the rewards. The rest of them were envious and jealous, but it was useless. At least with a rating of good or above, their personal details would be passed on to the various camp commanders of the army. After the crowd had left, Zhao Linger finally snapped, Chen Han, the first priority on the battlefield is not to kill the enemy, but to protect yourself. When you meet a fourth-order alien beast, all you have to do is run. Otherwise it's no different from suicide. This time is a fluke, what if? It turned out that Zhao Linger's eyes with a murderous aura were because of this. As the main instructor, Zhao Linger had the duty to protect the recruits, let alone such a rising star. Before Chen Han could defend himself, it was Ji Yun's words that caused Zhao Linger to look sideways. Instructor Zhao, then you've misunderstood young Chen. At that time, we were already more than a kilometer away from the red venomous tarantula. Xiao Chen calculated the speed of the red venomous tarantula versus our speed, and also factored in the terrain. If Xiao Chen's attack didn't work, we would have immediately fired a flare and then escaped from the central zone in the limited time available. Chen Han had never been a reckless person, he had a passionate impulse in his chest and wisdom clear in his head. Otherwise, he would not be able to bring his sister to live in the Chen family. How could the rich young master, Ji Yun, look up to him only? No wonder Marshal Yu would think so highly of him. No matter how high a person's potential is, and how strong their battle prowess is, if they are just reckless, then they will be a general at best. But this wisdom is the most crucial part of going from a general to a marshal. Chapter 16 Golden Sun Breathing Method. Advanced Martial Artist. Zhao Linger brought the Cold Night group to a large door and knocked a few times. Enter. The gate opened, and the Cold Night group was somewhat flattered to see the person inside. It was none other than Marshal Yu Wuyunyu who had appeared before the recruit practical combat training. The rewards for the recruit practical combat training are given out by Marshal Yu personally? Zhao Yufei gave a startled cry. With Marshal Yu's status, a few of us big-headed soldiers, not so. Xu Mang stood upright, incomparably nervous. Yu Wuyun's first words when he opened his mouth were shouted at Chen Han. Chen Han, your actual combat training, I observed it and did very well. The record of extinction has not been broken for 40 years. Yu Wuyun's expression was pleased. Only then did a few people notice that behind Yu Wuyun was a large window. Looking out through the large window, the scenery of the battlefield was glimpsed. It was only then that a few people came to a realization, and Zhao Yufei said, so it's thanks to Chen Han that we were able to follow the light. A samurai 6th order fighting off a 4th order fey beast's nest, not to say there's no one after us, but at least it's unprecedented. Ji Yun chimed in, patting the rainbow fart. Suddenly, Yu Wuyun looked at Zhao Linger again, and his face instantly turned cold. Little Zhao, you're still so fussy in doing things. It's because of this character of yours that I couldn't even protect you if I wanted to. Short-tempered. Can't you see the distance between the tree where Chen Han was and the tarantula nest? What's your hurry? Marshal Yu was amiable to the new recruits, but admonished his own soldiers without mercy. Zhao Linger was fiery-tempered when facing anyone but only to Marshal Yu, bowing her head and admitting her mistakes. Yes, I'll pay attention next time. On Yu Wuyun's desk, there were 4 brocade boxes. He pointed at the 4 brocade boxes, open them and take a look, inside there is the reward for you guys getting the overwhelming evaluation this time. The Cold Night group was a little apprehensive, a reward issued by Marshal Yu himself was bound to be not light. Chen Han opened the brocade box, and inside lay a book inlaid with golden threads. 5 large words, Golden Yang Breathing Method, were clearly written on the book. All 4 of them were startled. Even though they were family descendants and had seen many exotic treasures, they were deeply shocked after seeing the breathing method Dharma. Talent was the foundation of a martial artist. Physique raises a martial artist's upper limit. Martial skills are a martial artist's base card. But the rarest of them all was still the Gong method. Breathing techniques, in turn, were the rarest of the techniques. Everyone can be awakened at the age of 15, but no matter what kind of genius, it takes 3 years of high school to stabilize the introductory breathing method. This shows the importance of the breathing method. After the breathing method is firmly established, one can be in a state of cultivation by simply breathing. Depending on the quality of the breathing method, the basic attributes that each martial artist will improve when advancing will be different. For example, if a martial artist advances from Samurai I to Samurai II, his punching power will increase from 300 kilograms to 600 kilograms, but if he uses the quality of his breathing technique, he will be in a state of cultivation. However, if the breathing technique he used was of a higher quality, this punching power could be increased to 700 kilograms. Because the foundation was more solid. And after changing the breathing method, the attributes would slowly catch up. However, breathing techniques were feats that only martial god-level powerhouses spent a lot of time creating. There were less than 30 breathing techniques in existence.
90% of martial artists used breathing techniques that were basically entry-level breathing techniques. Everyone chipped in to enter the top martial arts universities, also because the top martial arts universities were able to replace their breathing techniques. The control of breathing methods in the military was also very strict. Chen Xiao, I'm not dreaming. The Golden Sun breathing technique, which can only be obtained by officers of school rank or above who have performed unparalleled military feats, is letting us get it easily? Ji Yun felt like he was living in a dream. Zhao Yufei was from a capital city family, and his face turned white with fear when he heard this. Marshal Yu is still here? Are you going to say that this breathing method is fake? Ji Yun also realized that he had said the wrong thing and immediately shut up. Zhao Linger couldn't look away and explained, Chen Han, this is Marshal Yu's extreme appreciation for you. Otherwise, even if you had a supreme record, you wouldn't have commended the Golden Sun breathing method. Zhao Linger was still about to speak on, but was stopped by Yu Wuyan. Chen Han, let's not speak in the dark. I appreciate you greatly, and I hope that you can join the Kuwei Character Battalion of the 1st Regiment of my Fire God Army. The Vulcan Army Kuwei Character Battalion was the elite battalion, the elite of the elite. The average soldier might not even be able to touch the threshold of the Kuwei Character Battalion. There were tens of thousands of recruits a year, and the Kuwei Character Battalion recruited less than 100. Sending the Golden Yang breathing method in direct deployment from the Kuwei Character Camp, there was no reason for any recruit to refuse. However, Chen Han was not saying that he was 100% going to join the Kuwei Character Battalion. Marshal Yu's status was high, but Chen Han was also not unavailable to the Kuwei Character Battalion. However, Yu Wuyun's words immediately afterward caused Chen Han's heart to shake. Of course, I won't force you. Where you want to join is your freedom, you have the right to choose. You can take this Golden Yang breathing method, and your rank will be broken by 2 levels, and the other members of the Cold Night team, by 1 level as well. The right to choose. This was something that Chen Han had never gotten in his 18 years in the Chen family. Yu Wuyun's status was unknown how much higher than the Chen family's group of hypocritical elders, yet he did not force Chen Han to use his power to oppress others. Seeing Chen Han delayed in answering, Yu Wuyan was a bit saddened. It's normal that you refuse to join. The Fire God Army fights in the 1st battlefield all year round. The mortality rate is as high as 70%. The Thunder God Army is subordinate to the capital city, and the chances of promotion will be much higher. I think you are planning to go there. Before Yu Wuyan could finish, Chen Han replied, Good. I agree. Seeing Chen Han agree to enter the Kuwei Character Camp, a look of joy appeared on Yu Wuyan's face. Zhao Linger hadn't seen Yu Wuyan have such an expression for a long time, and it was only then that she realized that Marshal Yu's offspring had all died in battle, and that he was training Chen Han as his successor. But the words of Marshal Yu that followed immediately afterward was what set her on fire. Since you agreed, let me tell you, your Cold Night group, after joining the Kuwei Character Battalion, will maintain the group's establishment and will be directly under my orders. Xiao Zhao, you will also join the Cold Night group, with Chen Han as the group leader. To the battalion commander listening to the tone but not the announcement. Directly under the marshal's orders. The crowd immediately understood that Yu Wuyan was trying to make the Cold Night group a special operations team for training. Zhao Linger's eyes widened and she finally couldn't help but say angrily, Marshal Yu, you're letting me into the Cold Night group and you're still listening to this guy's orders? Zhao Linger pointed at Chen Han. She hadn't yet repaid her for the 3 months of serving aggression, but as a result, once the 3 months were over, Chen Han directly became her superior. Yu Wuyan coldly said, Xiao Zhao, you're such a hot-tempered, bullying person that only Chen Han can subdue you. How can I protect you if I don't transfer you into the Cold Night team? Do you think you've committed a small offense? Do you intend to stay in the boot camp for the rest of your life like this? Zhao Linger was furious and lost her color, but she could only stomp her foot violently and gnash her teeth. A few people returned to the boot camp dormitory with incomparable joy on their faces. They opened the Golden Yang breathing method and then began to cultivate. The breathing techniques were actually roughly common. As long as the foundation of the introductory breathing technique was well laid, all the other breathing techniques would be a little bit of the same. Golden Sun breathing technique is an upgrade of the introductory breathing technique. The user can absorb solar aura while breathing. Chen Han sat on the bedpan and entered a state of cultivation. 3 months of recruit training was all that remained after the completion of the practical test, and there was only the final month of January left. This last January was all about boring training day in and day out. Everyone was desperately trying to break through in order to rely on a high realm to enter a better military camp. Early in the morning of the last day, Chen Han stood on the balcony as a ray of the rising sun struck his face. He held his lance and waved it around in the limited space. Stopping and taking za picking and chopping.
The movements of the Yu-clan spear technique were made perfect by him, even surpassing Zhao Linger. Obviously, he had already comprehended it to the S rank. Under the increase of the Killing God's gun intent, this S rank spear technique had gone to SS rank again. In terms of this spear technique alone, no one was above him anymore, including Yu Wuyun. In the process of wielding it, only a halo formed by a martial artist's aura emerged from Chen Han's body, and his bones crackled all over his body. And then, the aura halo dissipated as much as it could, converging within Chen Han's body. A massive power surged through Chen Han's body like a tidal wave. It penetrated all 8 of his strange meridians. All 8 veins were open. This was something that only a martial artist could do. He had broken through. In 3 months' time, he had successfully advanced from samurai first stage to martial artist. Chapter 17, 28 Grades of Qi and Blood Values. Qi regretted the 3 armies. Golden Sun breathing method, it's really something good. Not only does it speed up cultivation, but it also makes the base attributes incomparably firm. Chen Han gripped the lance in his hand tightly as a steady stream of power surged up within his body. He had predicted that it should take another 3 days or so to break through to the first level of martial artist. According to the rules, on the last day of the recruit training camp, all of Chen Han's fellow recruits were to gather at the official military camp. The barracks that Chen Han was in was the 3rd boot camp, along with the 1st, 2nd, and 4th boot camps, totaling thousands of people. Many of the officers of the barracks would personally go to the boot camps to select suitable recruits into their own camps. Although Chen Han had already agreed to enter the Kuei character camp of Marshal Yu's Vulcan army, this process was also unavoidable, at least for show. Chen Han took a shower and changed into a clean uniform again. He walked out of the bathroom in an extraordinarily relaxed mood. However, when he had just walked to the door, he realized that Ji Yun was standing there, a pair of eyes staring dead at him, a strange expression on his face. Ji Yun's eyes seemed to carry a hint of doubt and curiosity, as if he was very surprised by Chen Han's change. His gaze swept from the top of Chen Han's head all the way to the soles of his feet, scrutinizing every detail of him. Chen Han was a little uncomfortable by Ji Yun's gaze and couldn't help but frown as he asked, "What's wrong?" Ji Yun came back to his senses and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. He said, "Nothing, I just think you look a little off today." "What's wrong?" Chen Han let out a light eep. "It seems like you're a little more handsome." Ji Yun gave a cheap smile. Chen Han got goosebumps. "Get lost." At this time, Ji Yun's face turned serious. "Just kidding, why do I feel as if you've gotten much stronger again? A week ago you were already samurai 8th rank, now you're a little stronger, wouldn't that be the martial realm?" Among Ji Yun's family heirloom talents, aside from divine speed, there was also a trait that allowed him to roughly peek into someone else's strength regardless of the realm gap. Hearing this, Zhao Yufei and Zhu Mang both came over immediately. Especially Zhao Yufei, that look was extremely frustrated. "No way, I got to Samurai 3rd stage yesterday and thought that I could close the distance with you a little bit, but it turns out that you broke through again? Samurai 8th ranked to the martial realm, that wasn't 1 star stronger. At the same realm, 3 Samurai 3rd stages could possibly defeat a Samurai 8th stage. But once they crossed the realm, they were almost powerless. Of course, except for Chen Han, a Samurai 6th order who was able to kill a 4th order Fey beast across the realm. Chen Han had no intention of hiding it and nodded his head. "That's right." Zhao Yufei and the 3 of them all rolled their eyes. "Instructor Zhao is really right, you can't compare yourself to a pervert. 3 months martial artist 1st rank, I'm afraid this is the first person in history. The demons from the top martial artist universities aren't as perverted as you." At this time, the assembly bell rang, meaning they were heading to the official military camp. After the military vehicles arrived at the official barracks, the size of the place was completely different from the boot camp. Thousands of people stood on the school grounds, yet it didn't look congested at all. But what was even more striking were the officers who stood on the stage scrutinizing the recruits. Chen Han's sense of power had also gotten a little sharper after entering the first stage of martial artists, and he could feel those officers on the stage, radiating an incomparably terrifying might. From the discussion among the recruits, Chen Han realized that this was not a normal phenomenon. "I'll go. How did so many bigwigs come to the end of this recruit training period? You guys, look, that's Fan Lord, the commander of the Wind God Army's mountain battalion. The rank is colonel. Look at the one in yellow. That one is even more powerful, Li Mu, the commander of the 3000th Battalion of the 1st Regiment of the Earth God Army. The 1st Regiment is often an elite battalion, and Battalion Commander Li Mu is even more successful in battle. These big shots, who normally wouldn't even come to the boot camp to have a look, were now gathered at the scene. The most powerful among them was a middle-aged man sitting in the center wearing a general's cloak. Just by sitting there, he was already not angry and authoritative. The one in the center, Thunder God Army's 2nd Corps Vice Commander Chen Yi. Major General rank, this is the real big man. A group of recruits were flattered. Looking at so many high-ranking officers was a bit intimidating. And this group of officers came here for one purpose. For the sake of one person. Chen Han, who stood in the last row, was stared at by their gazes in unison. Silence. 3 months and you're still chattering like that. No way to be a soldier. Zhao Linger snapped. Her rank was completely unique when placed in the boot camp, so she was still the main instructor. One by one, line up to test your attributes. The camp commanders of all the major battalions are here today. Perform well. Zhao Linger said softly. Zhao Linger really wasn't much of a climber nor a good talker, and after saying that, she stood to the side and didn't fawn on those officers on the stage at all. Chen Han, take the stage. The moment the instructor read out Chen Han's name, almost all the officers standing on the stage stood up as much as they could. Even Chen Yi, the deputy head of that corps, was no exception. Seeing them take it so seriously, the recruits were taken aback. It's Chen Han again. I've heard of him even in the 1st Recruit Battalion. The king of the recruits has singled out the entire battalion, with an overwhelming rating on the actual combat test. It seems like all these great officers are here for him. I wonder what his current attributes are. Chen Han was not flustered, walking up to the machine, unifying his waist and horse, and gathering his strength in his right fist. Before he could even strike, Deputy Head Chen Yi had already detected his cultivation. He couldn't even care less about his image and exclaimed, "Martial artist 1st stage." This statement shocked the 4 seats. No one had expected that Chen Han had already reached the realm of martial artist 1st order. People were more angry than people, the recruits were envious and jealous, while the senior officers who had changed to the stage were marveling at Chen Han's potential. Li Mu, the commander of the 3000th Battalion, lamented, this year, the top martial arts university in the capital, Nebula University, produced a genius called Sun Wu, who arrived at the Samurai 7th Order in 3 months' time. It made the entire capital city shake. Chen Han's 3-month martial artist 1st rank, I'm afraid the entire Grand Xiao will shake. The Mountain Character Battalion commander, Fan Lord, was even more overjoyed, ha. Our army has finally pulled back a city. Could it be that the army is inferior to a martial arts university? Stop talking and watch Chen Han test his attributes. Chen Yi let out a low voice, his position causing Li Mu and Fan Lord to not dare to refute. However, the duo also understood that Chen Yi was here to compete for Chen Han. The Thunder God Army was directly under the capital and had the best resources in the army. Li Mu and Fan Lord both secretly sighed, I'm afraid they couldn't compete with Chen Yi. And at that moment, Chen Han's fist had already smashed into the iron armor turtle shell of the strength testing apparatus. With a click, the surface of the turtle shell had shattered quite a bit. It was the same as when he had just entered the military camp, but this time, it was Chen Han who had smashed the turtle shell with his ordinary fist. The instrument began to alarm, but fortunately the power had already been measured. Just replace the instrument if it's broken. Recorder, what is Chen Han's strength? Chen Yi asked the recorder gently. The recorder gulped before slowly reading out, Chen Han, strength 18,563 kilograms. The average strength value of a martial artist of the 1st rank was roughly around 16,000 kilograms, yet Chen Han had reached 18,000. The Golden Sun breathing method was useful for this. Moreover, this attribute could be doubled and enhanced by the Slaying God gun intent. Strength alone was already beyond the reach of the crowd. Then came the speed, a 1,000-meter journey, almost in the blink of an eye was broken through to the finish line by Chen Han. Speed, 756 meters per second. The average speed of a martial artist of the 1st rank was at 500 meters per second, and once again, Chen Han had surpassed the average. The last thing was Qi in blood, and it was also where Chen Yi, Li Mu and the other senior officers were most concerned. They had seen the last report of Chen Han's 11th grade of Qi in blood. It was because of this that they were personally present. Qi in blood was one of the most crucial attributes of a soldier. Strength and speed could float up and down on the average, only Qi in blood could not. Although the battle between martial artists is a matter of lightning and flames, but the soldiers are always in the battlefield of foreign beasts, one against many is extremely common. This attribute even determined whether or not you could survive the battlefield. As Chen Han's palm covered the recording instrument, the value of the recording instrument began to bubble upwards. First gear. Second gear. 20th gear. Seeing that the value of the recording instrument actually had no intention of stopping when it reached 20 gears, the crowd could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. In the end, the recording instrument finally stopped when it reached 28 gears. Chi and blood, 28 gears. Martial General first stage, 28 gears of chi and blood. Even if one were to drink countless chi and blood spirit liquids like water every day, it would be impossible to do so. Li Mu was at the Martial General 4th stage realm, and his chi and blood value was only 24 gears, which wasn't as high as Chen Han's. In other words, in the absence of realm suppression, Chen Han would be able to outlive Li Mu on the battlefield. The recorder slowly read out Chen Han's results. Chen Han, excellent strength attribute, excellent speed attribute, absolute top in chi and blood attribute. Chapter 18 The Chen Family's Regret. Neglect. Chapter 18 The Chen Family's Regret. Negative Bohemia. Again, it was absolute top. In the barracks trials, the evaluation of being able to break a certain record set by a previous person was an absolute top. It was normal for strength and speed to not reach extinction. After all, the new calendar had been around for 100 years, and it was impossible for the military camp not to have any geniuses in those 100 years. Not to mention, this was without the increase of the Killing God's gun intent. Once the increase of the Killing God's gun intent was accounted for, there was no doubt that Chen Han's attributes would break the record again. This level of chi and blood was already enough to make the three armies sweat. This martial artist first rank having a martial general level chi and blood attribute is simply unprecedented. Li Mu, being a high-ranking official of the corps but without the slightest regard for his face, sucked in a mouthful of cool air on the spot. Even Shinyi didn't hide his surprise as he said, fighting against countless alien beasts, the most important thing is the chi and blood value. If you don't have enough stamina, no matter how strong your strength and speed is, it's useless. What's more, he was able to reach the first rank of martial artist within 3 months, no one before or after him. This is a good seedling. Shinyi had already not hidden his admiration for Chen Han in the slightest. Li Mu and Fan Lord looked at each other when they heard this, their expressions somewhat helpless. If Shinyi was going to rob them, the conditions they could offer would definitely not be comparable to the Thunder God army. Before Zhao Linger could announce the next person to take the test, Chen Han standing on the stage was already surrounded by a group of officers. The Mountain Character Battalion commander, Fan Lord, was the first to speak. Chen Han, which battalion are you planning to go to? If you haven't thought of a place yet, why don't you come to our Mountain Character Battalion, which has a good atmosphere and is united enough. You're at home here. Fan Linglang was a big man, but his speech was quite affable. Before he finished speaking, Li Mu immediately pushed him away and said, "Screw you, old Fan. Your Mountain Character Battalion's ability is not even half of my 3,000 battalion. Chen Han, come to us, building a career is not a problem. My 3,000th battalion will even provide you with the best weapons and equipment." The equipment of the 3,000 battalion was known throughout the entire army, whether it was the weapons or the various alloy battle armor, they were all top of the line in the army. This condition offered by Li Mu could not be described as ungenerous. The thousands of recruits gathered below were already envious beyond words. So envious. Just after the test, Chen Han was madly snatched up by all the major military camps. And they're all top military camps in the army. A recruit gritted his teeth. Who knew that standing next to him happened to be Ji Yun? Ji Yun immediately retorted, "What are you sour about? If you were capable of this, you would have been robbed as well." The crowd murmured, but it was Zhao Linger who drank in all the new recruits. "Be quiet for me. Be a soldier." Zhao Linger still had a lot of prestige in front of the new recruits, and one sentence made the whole place settle down. However, as she spoke, she also looked towards the back with worry. Although Chen Han had promised Yu Woyun was not the only marshal in the army. In order to avoid others gossiping, Yu Woyun couldn't blatantly go through the back door, let alone a demon like Chen Han who was being watched by the entire army. Although Chen Han had a verbal agreement, there wasn't much Yu Woyun could do if he went back on his word. The group of officers were still continuously throwing olive branches at Chen Han, completely forgetting about the several thousand recruits ahead of them. At this time, Xin Yi stepped forward. With the rank of Major General, all the officers unanimously avoided half a step as soon as he walked up. "Chen Han, enter my Thunder God army and you'll have all the glory and wealth you need. You've heard of the resources of the Thunder God army, even the other 5 armies combined can't compare to my Thunder God army. I'll guarantee that within a year, you'll at least reach the rank of captain. Shinyi spoke loudly, and all the recruits heard him. This made the recruits even more envious. The Thunder God Army was the army that the vast majority of the new recruits wished to join the most. Not to mention the abundant cultivation resources, the positions were also promoted extremely quickly. Most importantly, there was basically no need to fight. The Thunder God Army's responsibility was to guard the capital city, East Imperial City, and unless the foreign beasts hit East Imperial City, they didn't have to go out. It was peaceful and enjoyable, so who wouldn't want to go? However, the Thunder God Army had a limited number of places, with less than 100 recruits each year, and many of them were internalized family sons and daughters, who did not need recruit training to enter directly. Not waiting for Chen Han to speak, Shinyi opened his mouth again. I have some connections with your Chen family, and your Chen family head Chen Jinan is an old acquaintance. As long as I say a word, your position in the Chen family will be as good as the sky. Don't you want to raise your eyebrows? His words were confident, as if he was sure of Chen Han. But Chen Han would never go back on his promise. Now that Shinyi was still using the Chen family to pressure people, it was even more impossible. Chen Han's expression was slightly cold as he blandly said, I'm afraid General Qin doesn't know that I have already separated from the Chen family and will not enter the genealogy or the ancestral hall. Moreover, I have decided to enter the Fire God Army Kuei character camp. Thank you all for your love. Everyone looked at Chen Han in shock. The Chen family of Hanwu City was a well-known family, and even if one's status within the family was not good, family patronage was a real benefit. A supreme genius like Chen Han would actually break away from the Chen family? Was Chen Han crazy, or was the Chen family crazy? Shinya's face immediately sank. The Thunder God Army and the Fire God Army had always been at odds, and for Chen Han to join the Fire God Army was tantamount to slapping him in the face. However, he did not settle this score on Chen Han's head, but rather on the head of the Chen family. After hearing that Chen Han had already broken away from the Chen family, Shinyi knew that he didn't have any leverage left. Other than Yu Woyun personally opening his mouth, how many people could resist the lure of the Thunder God Army? Shinyi let out a cold snort and spun around to leave the place. Just after walking out of the gate of the barracks, Shinyi couldn't wait to shout to his adjutant, hurry! Hurry up and inform the Chen family of this news. They actually let go of such a supreme genius. The adjutant was also shocked by what he heard, but he quickly nodded his head and responded, yes. General, I will immediately go and convey it. Shinyi continued to angrily question, a genius who was able to reach the martial artist realm in 3 months with a chi and blood value as high as 28 grades, how on earth did the Chen family let him go? Don't they know what this person means to the Chen family? The adjutant bowed his head and replied, General, rest your anger, the Chen family probably has their own considerations. Maybe they think that this teenager doesn't meet the Chen family's standards, or there are other reasons that caused him to leave the Chen family. Shinyi took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, and grunted angrily, this Chen Jinan, is he blind in the eyes or in the heart? The news about Chen Han reached the Chen family home, the #1 family in Hanwu City, in a matter of days. It was the same group of people, gathered at the Chen family ancestral hall, with Chen Jinan's face heavy. He was the first to speak, throwing the letter sent by Qin in indignation in the center of the ancestral hall. Someone explain this to me. What's going on here? Chen Han reached the first rank of martial artist in 3 months. And 28 gears of chi and blood. Unprecedented in the history of the military. No, it's unprecedented in all the previous martial artist universities. His tone was shockingly angry, and no one in the shrine dared to interrupt. It was only after a while that someone spoke up, Family Master, this is fake, right? Chen Han's F-rated talent, it would be heaven's pity if he could cultivate into a samurai first rank in 3 months, how could he possibly reach martial artist? Chen Shiming suddenly stepped forward, the odds are that it's true, at that time when the family head sent me to invite him, he was already at the 4th rank of samurai, and the 1st rank of martial artist isn't something that's impossible. Hearing this Chen Jinan became even more angry, pointing at the person who had just opened his mouth he cursed, Chen Zhan. You're the one who came up with the bad idea of using Chen Han's place in the college entrance exam to replace your son Chen Feng. You think I don't know what your idea was? You just bullied Chen Han into being fatherless. No one to back him up. So you can be offended. That son of yours, Chen Feng, with his S-rank talent using my Chen family's top resources, is only a samurai 3rd rank now. Rubbish. Chen Zhan lowered his head to receive the scolding, but he didn't dare to refute it because it was the truth. After Chen Feng replaced Chen Han in the martial artist university, he ate and drank all day in the capital and did not cultivate much at all. Chen Jinan regretted it. Although Chen Feng's talent was 1 in 100, at best, it was just one more strong person to bless the Chen family. But Chen Han was different, much higher than even Chen Han's great-grandfather who founded the Chen family. Chen Han was even able to get the Chen family to move into the capital. Now not only Qin Yi is scolding him, it is estimated that the one in the capital knows about it, will scold him a lot. He may not be able to keep this family head position. The ancestral hall was quiet for a long time. Most of the people looked sad. Things have come to this. All of you think of a way to persuade Chen Han to return to the Chen family. It's fine for him to stay in the army, but make sure to return him to the family tree. Make him a member of the Chen family. Chen Jinan ordered to the people of the Chen family. However, these people were all those who had participated in expelling Chen Han in the first place. They thought that Chen Han had nothing to rely on, and that it didn't matter even if they broke away from the Chen family, and it was simply too late for them to regret it now. For today's solution, there is only to apologize for letting Chen Zhan go. Chen Shiming suddenly spoke, and immediately everyone's gazes focused on Chen Zhan. It was just like how Chen Han was treated back then. Chapter 19, Challenging the Battalion Commander. Two great realms? That's how it is within the big families. The strongest are honored, and there is no favoritism. It was because Chen Han had seen through this point that he had left the Chen family without a second thought. Chen Zhan never expected that just over a month ago, his son was the pride of the entire family. More than a month later, it was as if he had become a street rat. Looking at the crowd's expression, Chen Zhan knew that he had to go even if he was going, and he had to go even if he wasn't going. The thought of apologizing to the kid within the family that he had always regarded as trash made his teeth itch with hatred. Good. I'll go. At this time, Chen Han, who was in the Vulcan Mountain Kuwei character camp, was still unaware of all of this. Today was the first day that the Cold Night group reported for duty. As soon as they entered the barracks, Chen Han could feel that this place was completely different from the boot camp. The entire barracks was filled with an air of solemnity. At this moment, the several thousand soldiers of the Kuwei character battalion were all gathered on the school field, and they looked serious. Even if they were just standing in a military posture, their brows revealed a sense of unearthliness. After all, this was the elite picked from millions of people. Veterans who had fought their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Turn right. Suddenly, the leader of the Kuwei character battalion shouted, and all the veterans in the schoolyard turned their heads to look at the people from the Cold Night group. Such a big battle today was not for training, but for the arrival of the Cold Night group. This kind of gaze made the members of the Cold Night team's scalp go a little numb. Coming back to the veteran training new recruits routine again? Chen Han gave a heartfelt cry and was already prepared. At the same time, the rest of the Cold Night team were also standing by. Only Zhao Linger looked a bit impatient and said, "What are you guys pretending for?" Before she could finish her words, a burst of popping sound suddenly came out from the entire schoolyard. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Warm welcome. Suddenly, the thousands of people on the schoolyard rushed towards the Cold Night group in unison and held the few people from the Cold Night group other than Zhao Linger aloft in what was considered to be the grandest welcome ceremony. Ouch. Our Kuwei character camp hasn't had any newcomers for a long time. I'm tired of seeing the faces of you old guys every day. Red Child, you're back too. Congratulations. Zhao Linger was fearless when he first entered the Kuwei character battalion, and often went against Martial Yu, thus earning the nickname Red Child. Chen Han, Ji Yun, Zhu Mang, and Zhao Yufei looked at each other. The famous elite Vulcan Army Kuwei Z camp was actually such a military camp atmosphere. They did not know that although the Kuwei character battalion was elite, it was often at the front of the battlefield, with a mortality rate of up to 60%. Many people who were sympathetic comrades today could be separated forever tomorrow. Therefore, the atmosphere of the Kuwei character camp was far less tense than other military camps. Silence. What do you all look like? What did I usually teach you? Battalion Commander Lu Zixing barked out an order. After saying so, the entire room suddenly quieted down, and several of Chen Han's men were also put down. Lu Zixing looked towards Chen Han and then waved his hand at him, signaling him to come up. You're Chen Han, right? You've been making a name for yourself lately. In the entire army, everyone knows your name Chen Han now. Although these two sentences were compliments to Chen Han frowned slightly. He could feel that what Lu Zixing said was not simple. Sure enough, immediately afterward, Lu Zixing added, I know that you are a genius, but what I, the Kuwei character camp, never lacks, is geniuses. Lu Zixing pointed to a few people below. The one who was as black as a coal is called Emoli. Don't look at his honest face. In half a month's time, he studied the Yu family's gun techniques thoroughly. Elder Yu has praised him as the successor of the Yu family's marksmanship. His future achievements will not be inferior to Marshal Yu's. And that one, Wang Hu, was also famous in the boot camp. In 2 years, he has attained the rank of general. What I want to tell you is that although Master Yu said that you don't have to listen to my orders, don't give me bullying in the Kuei character camp. It was obvious that Lu Zixing was trying to give Chen Han a hard time. Ji Yun and the others standing below watching were a bit worried. Ji Yun asked, Instructor Zhao, what exactly is Battalion Commander Lu trying to do? Do you have to make Qin Xiao unable to get off the stage? Zhao Linger didn't reply back because she had gone through this process when she first joined the Kuei character battalion. Geniuses could only be suppressed by geniuses. Don't look at Lu Zixing with a completely majestic appearance. His age was actually less than 30. His cultivation, however, had already reached the martial emperor level. It could be said that there were only a handful of people who could reach the martial emperor level at this age. He was handpicked by Marshal Yu from millions of people, the youngest colonel in the army. Speaking of this, Lu Zixing suddenly took off his outerwear, revealing a full body of tendon flesh. Chen Han, if you're not convinced, I can try you. As a martial emperor level powerhouse, he would actually open his mouth to challenge Chen Han. The two of them were separated by 2 whole great realms. Strangely enough, the soldiers of the Kuei character battalion under the stage did not feel anything wrong. They knew very well that Lu Zixing would not use his full strength and was only trying to thwart Chen Han. There was hardly a single soldier in the entire Kuei character battalion who hadn't been severely beaten by Lu Zixing. Good. Chen Han gladly accepted the battle, and instantly flashed his Snow Wolf gun. Although Lu Zixing was empty-handed, Chen Han did not dare to be arrogant. He also wanted to see just how much of a gap there was between his full power and the martial emperor level. Essence flashed in Chen Han's eyes as his hind legs slightly stomped back, and his entire body was like an arrow off the string, bursting out in a flash. In the blink of an eye, Chen Han appeared in front of Lu Zixing. The Yu family spear method was activated, and the long spear in Chen Han's hand was used to make many changes. Pick. Chop. Stab. All the movements, there was hardly any delay. As Marshal Yu's personal deputy general, Lu Zixing naturally saw the Yu family spear technique used by Chen Han at a glance. Against me, you also dare to use the Yu family gun technique? Good boy, what guts! Lu Zixing smiled slightly. He knew all the paths of the Yu family's spear techniques by heart, and easily dodged past them by following that one move. Chen Han was also quite ruthless. Every time he struck, it was a killing move, holding the conviction of certain death to swing the lance in his hand. Only this kind of ring match could allow him to have no fear. Even Emoli, who had previously been scared by Lu Zixing, couldn't help but brace his arms in emotion. Strong. Really strong. This Yu family gunplay has been practiced to perfection by Chen Han. They say I have good understanding, but I feel to myself that my Yu family gunplay still has some gaps with Marshal Yu. But Chen Han's comprehension of the Yu family's spearplay is definitely better than mine. He is the one who can truly be on par with Marshal Yu in terms of Yu family's spearplay. Mo Li's words drew sideways glances from the crowd. It was important to know that too many people in the military practiced Yu family marksmanship, but there were not many who really let Marshal Yu personally praise them, and Mo Li was not only praised, but also received medals. His words had a very high gold content, which proved that Chen Han's attainments in Yu family marksmanship were very high. However, this was only the attainments of the technique, and could not erase the gap in realm. The two fought on the stage for a long time. Lu Zixing almost did not move a step. The difference between the two basic attributes is too big, even if Chen Han is about to stab Lu Zixing every time, but still can be dodged by him. At this time, Chen Han's advantage of extremely high chi blood is reflected. Unimaginably, after a long time of fighting, Lu Zixing's head was already sweating a little, but Chen Han seemed to be fine, and was still using his spear to make thousands of changes in his spear posture. Just at this time, Chen Han is another hit parry. 2 people rub shoulders. Lu Zixing was also a bit impatient. He was not willing to take the initiative to attack Chen Han, but if he was exhausted by Chen Han later on, it would be a disgrace. Point to point. Chen Han, I've already tried out your strength, but if you use the Yu clan spear technique, you won't be able to touch me with the tip of your spear even after practicing for another 10 years. Before he could finish his words, Chen Han, who was brushing against him, suddenly changed his grip on his gun. Chen Han's body sank down and lashed out backwards. Unexpectedly by the crowd, he tilted his body downwards backwards and used an upward thrust back.
Even Lu Zixing did not anticipate that when he came back to his senses, Chen Han's horseback spear had already stabbed him in the waist. At that moment, Lu Zixing actually developed a wave of fear. It was as if he was in a battlefield and was about to be killed by a foreign beast. Obviously, there was a difference of two great realms in cultivation, but this kind of fear was able to make his body go cold. Fortunately, his cultivation was strong and he immediately retreated backward, but he had already flown to the stage. If according to the rules of the ring, this moment was his to lose. And the one who was most shocked was Emily. What was that move? Even Marshal Yu didn't teach me this move. Caught off guard, it was unpredictable. Could it be that Marshal Yu was hiding something? No, that's impossible. With Marshal Yu's character, it's absolutely impossible for him to be hiding something. Unless Chen Han's comprehension of the Yu family's spear technique has surpassed Marshal Yu. Chapter 20, Lucky Draw Again. Medicine God's Body. The veterans of the Kuwei character camp were somewhat incredulous. Among them, there were many whose realms were already above Chen Han's. The Kuwei character battalion being an elite, most of them were at the level of marshal generals, and if they were placed in the rest of the military battalions, they could hold their own. As Lu Zixing had said, there was no shortage of geniuses here. However, a genius like Chen Han, among geniuses, it was a rarity in the world. A new recruit who had just joined the camp had actually surpassed its founder in terms of gong methods. Lu Zixing coughed awkwardly, cough. Chen Han, well done. But I also have to tell you, don't think that you're only under the marshal's orders. As long as you're still in the Kuwei character battalion, you have to carry out the exact same training as the Kuwei character battalion. If I find out that you guys are sneaking around, you'll suffer as usual. Chen Han stopped at the right moment and immediately clasped his fists and said, thanks to the battalion commander's willingness to let me win, this is a fluke victory for me. After saying this, Chen Han immediately retreated to the stage and stood in standard military posture. This approach made Lu Zixing very satisfied. He had originally thought that a genius like Chen Han would definitely be bullying, but he had never thought that he would still be so humble. At this moment, he also seemed to have some understanding of why Marshal Yu valued Chen Han so highly. However, those veterans beside Chen Han were different. Not to mention that most of their realms surpassed Chen Han, but they had never let Lu Zixing suffer. Immediately, they excitedly gathered around Chen Han. Young man, great job. Ha ha. This is the first time I've seen Battalion Commander Lu suffer a defeat. One of them in particular, Emily, even switched positions several times to stand beside Chen Han. He asked in a low voice, Chen Han, how did you manage that shot? There's something to it. The Yu clan's spear technique emphasized rigidity and changes in the spear's momentum. It was needless to say that the fierceness was related to the cultivation level. The higher the basic attributes, the more powerful the Yu family's spear play would be. And the gun potential changes on some of the instructions. The Yu family gun cultivation to the highest S level, there will be 36 kinds of gun potential changes. It is Marshal Yu all the way in the battlefield killing, and many times with the martial artists to understand. Therefore, it seemed that everyone could practice it, but not everyone could master the variations in the gun posture. Currently, Emily had already fully mastered the 35 variations in the Yu family's gun stance, but Emily was able to affirm that the stance used by Chen Han just now was not the one he was missing. And Chen Han was unable to elaborate. The horseback shot he had just used was like a muscle memory engraved in his bones, and he had used it in an instant. It was the effect of the killing god's gun intent that had caused the Yu clan's gun technique that he had mastered to rise by one rank, becoming nothing more than an SS-grade technique. He wouldn't dare to say that he had truly surpassed Marshal Yu. Therefore, he was only able to grasp the wonders of this on his own, and even if he wanted to teach it, he would not be able to explain it. Seeing that Chen Han did not respond, Emily also knew that he was the one who had asked too many questions, so he took a step back and said, rather, it is me who is being abrupt, I'd better think about it myself. Chen Han shrugged his shoulders and did not explain further. For the next few days, the Cold Night group would undergo what could be described as devilish training in the Kuwei character camp. For the training in the boot camp, Chen Han had already aggravated himself by a few points, upping it from 6 hours to 9 hours, and would even add on extra training. However, in the Kuwei character camp, these were only the basics. If one wanted to become an elite, in addition to the essential talent, one also had to work twice as hard as the norm. Early this morning, Chen Han had just woken up when his system prompt suddenly came next to his ears. Ding! Congratulations on your successful sign-in, you have gained 50 points. As time grew, the more points he gained every day he woke up with his eyes open, the more points he gained. Now the daily sign-in points had reached 50 points. It still seemed like a very small amount. However, it was because Chen Han had previously been promoted 2 levels despite being busted. However, in the military camp, to be promoted 2 ranks out of order and wait for the commendation to come down was to go through a lot of processes. In other words, although his rank had been promoted, the file had not yet been accepted from above, resulting in his rank award points not arriving. But now, the number of points held by Chen Han had reached exactly 5,030. It was able to conduct a lottery of the highest caliber. System put in 5,000 points to conduct a lottery of the highest grade, with the lottery range limited to physique. With 28 grades of Qi and blood, it was at the level of a martial general, yet Chen Han still felt that it was not enough. This was because the amount of Qi and blood consumed by a single piercing lance of deadly thorns was already quite appalling. Immediately afterward, a roulette wheel appeared in front of Chen Han's eyes, and the wheel began to slowly rotate. Chen Han stared at the roulette wheel, although this thing called physique was basically useful. However, it was also divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. A low-grade physique and a top-grade physique could not be compared to each other. 5,000 points could not be accumulated well. Finally, the roulette wheel slowly stopped, and the needle of the wheel eventually stopped on the rarest area. Seeing this, Chen Han let out a sigh of relief. This meant that the physique he had obtained was at least a SS-grade physique. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the SSS-grade physique, Medicine God's Body. Surprisingly, the one that was obtained was actually still a SSS-grade physique. Chen Han couldn't wait to open his system panel and check the introduction of the Medicine God's Body. Pill God's Body, a natural aura body. When taking various types of medicines that enhance one's basic attributes, it can increase the effect by 10 times. Can use Qi and blood to refine attribute-enhancing drugs, need to collect raw materials. The introduction was only 2 short lines. However, it made Chen Han suck in a breath of cold air. Worthy of being a SSS class physique, the effects were just perverted. Firstly, when taking attribute-enhancing drugs, the effect was increased tenfold. The most typical was the Qi and blood spirit liquid. The effect of the Qi and blood spirit liquid didn't need to be mentioned, and in the current situation where martial artists were in charge, it had even become a kind of hard currency for trading. And the good use of Qi and blood spirit liquid, but also cannot be found. Within the military, only high-ranking officers with both military service and rank were qualified to take the top-grade Qi and blood elixir. As far as Chen Han knew, the difference in effect between the top-grade Qi and blood spirit liquid and the lowest-grade Qi and blood spirit liquid was less than 3 times. Of course, this was only within Chen Han's known range. But with this effect, the maximum difference should only be around 5 times. But this physique, however, had been boosted by a full 10 times. 5,000 pieces of Qi and blood spiritual liquid would allow Chen Han to drink out 500,000 effects. The first effect was already heaven-defying enough. The second effect, on the other hand, was even more appalling. This meant that Chen Han could go about refining medicines like the Qi and blood spirit liquid by consuming his Qi and blood. The entire human race had not had such a precedent since the invasion. All of the existing methods of refining attribute medicines were only able to be mass-produced through generations of scientific research experiments by the state, as well as behemoth-like factories like the state apparatus. Chen Han could be said to be the first human in the 100-year history of the new calendar to rely on an individual to produce a Qi and blood spirit liquid. Even if he did not have any cultivation, just this was enough to reach an unimaginable height. Of course, Chen Han had no intention of becoming a waste of space to be controlled like this. While Qi and blood could be regenerated, medicines that could enhance attributes were not common. Chen Han was somewhat elated and prepared to take a bottle of Qi and blood spirit liquid to try out the effects of the Pill God's Body. At this time, a few of Mo Lee's veterans from the Kuwait Character Battalion who were on duty were rushing in. Chen Han, quickly go outside and take a look, someone wants to see you. Ma da. This person can't even be driven away. He's even carrying a few thorns on his back. Says he wants to apologize to you with thorns. He says he wants to apologize to you. If you don't come out, he'll keep kneeling in front of the barracks. The barracks is an important place, I don't know how he found it. Chen Han frowned, he hadn't had any major beefs with anyone since he joined the army. On second thought, he probably guessed the identity of this person, it should be someone from the Chen family. What's his name? Called Chen Zhan, said to be your 6th uncle. At least it's your relative, we can't afford to drive him away violently. Chen Zhan, as soon as he heard these 2 words, a surge of anger surged in Chen Han's chest. Almost all of his encounters in the Chen family were related to this sixth uncle. Ever since he was born, Chen Zhan had always looked down on him and suppressed him at every turn. Within the entire Chen family, he was one of the few people Chen Han hated the most. Nowadays, he actually had the face to ask for a favor. Chen Han coldly smiled, this old face of his is thick. Now that it was early morning, having him kneel all the time would easily affect the discipline of the barracks. Chen Han still got up and changed into his military uniform, then followed Emily towards the entrance of the camp. Chapter 21, Martial Powerful Protection. Chen Han is a member of our army. At the camp gate, a stout middle-aged man was kneeling, his upper body naked, revealing solid muscles and bronze-colored skin. And the most striking thing was that he was actually carrying a bundle of thorns on his back. It was as if these thorns had a special power, and even this strong man at the level of a martial general was strangled by them with a trail of bright red blood. Upon seeing Chen Han walk out of the tent, Chen Zhan's eyes instantly lit up, as if he had seen the dawn of hope. "Good nephew! Good nephew!" He shouted two good nephews in a row, and that look appeared to be very affectionate. Chen Han looked at him with goosebumps and was nauseated. He would not forget that day in the ancestral hall. Chen Zhan had a villainous look on his face. "Scram!" Chen Han walked up to him and responded with only a cold and icy word roll. He did not want to have any further involvement with the Chen family, and the only thing he was worried about was his sister Chen Shui, who was still in the clan. Otherwise, he didn't even bother to say more than the word roll. Chen Han's reaction was within Chen Zhan's expectations, but he only took Chen Han's reaction as a child's anger. After all, Chen Han was not very old and was always a small child in the eyes of this group of elders. "Good nephew, don't play childish with Uncle Six, okay? Even if you have a great deal of anger. Sixth uncle is taking the blame today, so your anger should be gone. Come back with me." 18 years of bullying and insults, but a single bramble plea will make Chen Han forgive him, forgive the Chen family. Fortunately, Chen Han had already seen Chen Zhan's face. "No need to say more, you're here, you'll only dirty the barracks. Within 10 minutes, if you don't get lost, the brothers of the Kuwait Character Battalion will kill you on the spot." Upon hearing the words Kuwait Character Battalion, Chen Zhan was obviously a little surprised. This is the Kuwait Character Battalion? Is it the most elite unit under Marshal Yu's hand? The veterans of the Kuwait Character Battalion that surrounded Chen Zhan's neighborhood did not say anything, and were considered to have acquiesced to Chen Han's words. A solemn and murderous aura emerged, immediately silencing Chen Zhan. Although Chen Zhan also had the strength of a martial general of the third rank, but such strength, in the group of elite soldiers of the Kuwait Word Battalion, was a generalized generation. Not to mention the Kuwait Word Battalion, this group of people, that are all beasts in the pile of ruthless people, one-on-one he does not account for the advantage, let alone one against many. Chen Zhan is a little scared. This trip is the family to ask for forgiveness, he does not want to send his life here. So his tone softened a few more points. "Good nephew, I can understand your unwillingness to go back, like this," the family master said. "As long as you are willing to return to the Chen family, the family master is willing to let the genealogy of the family tree open a single page for you. In the future, the entire clan of my Chen family will be honored by you. This honor is something that even the current family head has never had. A single page of the family tree, what an honor, almost comparable to the current Chen family's one in the capital." Chen Zhan thought that Chen Han would not refuse such an offer, and his expression became somewhat smug. However, he did not know that from the day Chen Han severed the relationship, there would be no possibility of turning back. One sentence, moreover, caused Chen Zhan to fall into an ice cellar. "Do you think that the me of today would still care about your Chen family's broken genealogy?" Chen Han condescended, coldly looking at Chen Zhan, as if defying everything in his eyes. It was as if the Chen family was nothing more than ants in front of him. However, the meaning of these words was clearly humiliating the Chen family. On Chen Zhan's face, a look of indignation immediately appeared. "Chen Han, you have the balls. You don't even recognize your own family. But I have to remind you that your own sister, Chen Shui, is still in the Chen family." It was fine if Chen Zhan didn't mention Chen Shui. As soon as Chen Shui was mentioned, Chen Han's fists clenched and a murderous intent erupted from his eyes. Even if it was a violation of military discipline to splatter blood in front of the barracks, he would still have to kill Chen Zhan on the spot. And right at this moment, Chen Zhan suddenly let out a pig-killing scream. "Ah ah ah." Before he could strike, one of Chen Zhan's arms was clipped out alive, blood gurgling and spraying out. He was in excruciating pain and immediately shouted, "Who moved? Don't you know my Hanwu city's #1 family, the Chen family?"
Chen Zhan didn't know at this moment that the Kuwait character battalion elites who saw the visitor stood up respectfully in a straight military stance and even saluted. There was only one person in the entire barracks who could make them treat them like this. Chen Han's anger was also suppressed and he stood straight. "Good day, Marshal Yu." A single word scared Chen Zhan almost out of his soul, and as he forced himself to endure the pain to look back, he saw Yu Wuyun in his marshal's cloak looking straight at him. Yu Wuyun's words were almost devoid of any emotion. "Trash like you, whose connections did you use to put you in here? Hanwu City's Chen family, is it?" This marshal remembers. Previously, Yu Wuyun had acted too cordial in front of Chen Han and the others. So much so that Chen Han had forgotten that there were only 3 people of his status in the entire Grand Xia. He was also the most senior of them all. Hero of National Salvation. The Glory of Da Xia. These and other titles were all able to hold up on him. The Chen family was nothing more than mongrels in front of him. Not only did Chen Zhan lose his previous arrogance, even without a hand, he could only endure the pain and lower his posture. "Marshal Yu is joking, how would my Chen family dare to offend you?" Chen Zhan was busy picking up his broken arm, even more afraid that this person in front of him was going to put him to death if he was not happy. "You remember, Chen Han is my own soldier." Just a short sentence explained Chen Han's current status. Yu Wuyun's personally recognized as a personal soldier. In the entire Grand Xia, there was absolutely no one else. Chen Zhan felt his scalp tingle. With just this one identity, Chen Han's current status was feared to be no less than that of the Chen clan's old ancestor in the Chen clan. Not to mention Chen Han, even Chen Shui, if they dared to touch a single hair of Chen Shui, the entire Chen family would shake the ground. Chen Zhan's mood became more and more complicated. Just such a short time, Chen Han is already Yu Wuyun's admired talent, while that son of his, but in the capital city to eat, drink and play, this change, like the difference between mud and clouds. "Then I will leave first. You must take care of your health." Chen Zhan picked up his broken arm, not daring to complain in the slightest, and busily fled into the distance. Yu Wuyun looked at Chen Zhan's departing direction, not hiding his disgust in the slightest. "Check for me, who let him in the Vulcan army. There can't be this kind of person who violates military discipline." With a single sentence, there was no telling how many people would be uprooted. And naturally, this debt fell on Chen Zhan's head. Next, Yu Wuyun called Chen Han inside the camp office. Chen Han was the first to speak. "Marshal Yu, thanks for what happened just now." Yu Wuyun waved his hand as if what happened just now was not worth mentioning at all. "Rather, I should be thanking you. To actually be able to refuse the conditions of the Thunder God army and come to this bad old man's army of mine. All the good seedlings in recent years have almost all entered the Thunder God army." "Young man, you're good." After praising Chen Han, Yu Wuyun spoke of business. It turned out that recently, in the army, in order to follow Yu Wuyun's example, in all the major barracks, the same special operations group as the Cold Night group had been established. The beautiful name was to compete, but in reality, it was the other 2 marshals who were afraid that Yu Wuyun would continue to expand his power in the army, so they did so. After some deliberation, the above decided to let these special warfare groups to conduct an actual combat assessment. This actual combat assessment was not like a boot camp, but a real battlefield. The risk was extremely high. Of course, the rewards for those who could come out on top in the actual combat assessment were quite generous. Yu Wuyun slowly said, "Some people say that I cultivate my own forces, but old man, I've never been afraid of being gossiped about. This kind of practical combat assessment is in the end a face-saving project, and I don't want you young people to take your own lives for nothing just for the sake of this bit of face of mine. So, I'm just here to inform you, if you don't want to participate, I'll veto it immediately." Yu Wuyun's straightforwardness, however, made Chen Han feel doubly comforted. For a marshal to resist for the sake of them, the big-headed soldiers, no wonder Yu Wuyun's prestige in the army was extremely high. 1. It was for the reward. The second is to live up to Yu Wuyun's trust. To repay the king's intention on the golden stage, and to carry the jade dragon to die for the king. Chen Han immediately obliged. "Marshal Yu, I'll take this practical test." Yu Wuyun nodded. "Exercise is also good, but you have to understand, there is no need to go and fight for a first place in head-to-head. A soldier's duty lies in protecting the family and defending the country. Don't try to be a hero." Chapter 22: The Real Battlefield. 16 teams. Gul'dan. Back in his dormitory, Chen Han took the last bottle of qi and blood spiritual liquid remaining from the army commendation and directly drank it all in one go. A majestic energy immediately exploded within Chen Han's body. And it was quickly absorbed by the cells in his body, transforming them into qi and blood attributes again. Chen Han was somewhat surprised.
this is the enhancement of the Pill King's body? He could clearly feel that taking the chi and blood spiritual liquid this time was completely different from before. The difference of a tenfold enhancement was simply too great. And then, Chen Han covered his palm over the instrument that tested his chi and blood attributes. The Kuei character battalion, as an elite unit, was extremely well configured. Every dormitory was equipped with various machines for testing attributes. As for Chen Han's chi and blood value, it had jumped from the previous 28 grades to 29 grades. This value was already something that only many martial artists at the general level had. This allowed Chen Han to have a little more certainty about the special combat team's actual combat test that would be held 10 days later. After the training was completed, Chen Han explained the news of the actual combat assessment to everyone in the Cold Night group. What Chen Han did not expect was that the people were not half afraid of this practical test, but instead were somewhat excited. Because in the army, their group of family outcasts were given 10 times more respect than the big families, and this was what energized them. During these 10 days, several people trained even harder. Wasting sleep and food, they were practically in the middle of practicing all the time. Boom! Chen Han blasted his fist on top of the strength measuring instrument, and the number 23,780 popped up on the display. My current strength attribute is 23,780 kilograms. Speed attribute is 850 ms. Chi and blood attribute, 39 gears. Realm is martial artist 3rd stage. Looking at his attribute values, Chen Han was quite satisfied. 10 days of urgent training and being able to improve to this level was already the limit. He was now almost considered to be on par with Zhao Linger, who was at the 8th martial artist rank, in terms of attributes. It was still without counting the increase in the killing god gun intent. Chen Han, Zhao Linger, Zhao Yufei, Ji Yun, Zhu Mang, leave the camp. A voice came out from the barracks loudspeaker, and Chen Han let out a light breath, then carried his luggage and snow wolf gun on his back. Going out of camp meant that they were going into battle. The Kuei character camp were all separate rooms, and when Chen Han went out, he happened to bump into the 4 of them with Zhao Linger. A few people's eyes met, but they were filled with perseverance and boldness. It seemed that they were determined to win this examination. Go! Chen Han, who was the leader of the group, stifled a grunt, which was also considered to be giving orders to the crowd. The military vehicle traveled north for a long time, and the entire battlefield of foreign beasts in Great Xia was actually gathered in the north. The distance from the Dragon River to the Tongtian Wall could all be considered battlefields. However, the place Chen Han and the others went to this time was like a world away from the barren plains from before. Those fey beasts in the wasteland were not only of a lower level, they were practically the same as if they had been bred by the army. However, on the real battlefield, the beasts would attack and retreat in an organized manner, and would even attack the heavenly wall on a large scale. In reality, it was no different from humans. Before even entering the real battlefield, only within the wall of heaven, Chen Han could feel the deafening sound of the earth under his feet being trampled by the feet of the foreign beasts. One did not dare to imagine how many foreign beasts were behind this high wall at this moment. The entire special operations group that participated in this practical test had also arrived behind the wall of the sky. There were a total of 16 groups present. The strength of these people varied in intensity, but Chen Han knew at a glance that in these 16 groups, martial general level people were not even considered to be a handful. People like Zhao Linger, who was only one step away from being a martial general, even made up the vast majority. This competition was not fair at all. When Zhao Linger saw this scene, she was even more furious and trembling. She was already very hot-tempered, and her expression at this moment was even more like a little chili pepper. What's going on here? I want to reflect this to my superiors. To reflect it to Marshal Yu. These special operations teams are not contemporaries at all. They are all elite veterans from the barracks. Isn't this bullying? Although Zhao Linger was now in a group with Chen Han and the others, she had after all been the instructor of the crowd before. Having a group of warrior-level soldiers to compare themselves to a group of soldiers who were at least martial artist level was simply not reasonable. Chen Han, however, shook his head and stopped her. Zhao Linger, listen to my order. Stop. Don't move. All of this was expected by Chen Han. One had to know that the army's establishment of a special warfare team was first initiated by Marshal Yu. The Cold Night Group was also the first special operations group. How could those in the army who were not dealing with Marshal Yu, in order to nauseate Marshal Yu, immediately take new recruits to form a special operations team? In a sense, this examination was a power struggle for the military hierarchy, and no one wanted their power to fail. Now that Chen Han was Zhao Linger's superior, she had to obey as well. Right at this moment, a man who was gorgeously dressed and had a graceful and luxurious face suddenly turned his head to look at Chen Han and slowly walked over. His attitude was gentle and he had to shake Chen Han's hand. "You're that Chen Han whose chi and blood broke the overwhelming record, aren't you? I've heard a lot about you." Stretching out his hand, Chen Han could perceive that this person did not have good intentions, yet he also extended his hand in greeting. "Fire God Army Kuwait character Battalion Cold Night Team Leader Chen Han, much obliged." He also introduced himself, Thunder God Army, Mighty Tiger Battalion, White Light Group Leader Jin Zilin, more guidance. Thunder God Army, with the surname Jin, Zhao Yufei, who had the highest status in the Cold Night Group, immediately recognized this person's identity. "You're from the Jin family in the capital." When Ji Yun's few people heard about the capital Jin family, they also drew in a breath of cold air. The capital Jin family was an absolute family that could rank in the top 5 in the capital. There were majestic forces in the political and military sectors. Ji Yun, Zhu Mang, these second-rate families of Hanwu City, in front of the Jin family, it could be said that they were just ants. Even Zhao Yufei's Zhao family wasn't enough to look at. He was also in the Thunder God Army, so it was evident that his status was high. Jin Zilin took a closer look at Chen Han before sighing with emotion, "Indeed powerful. No wonder these recent days, my Thunder God Army has been hearing your great name, martial artist 3rd stage. You've only been in the camp for 4 months, right?" After saying that, Jin Zilin but then smiled faintly. "Despite that, as a brother, I would still advise you, with such natural talent, don't waste your life here for nothing. This practical test, like your Cold Night Group, there's no shame in giving up." A powerful light erupted from Jin Zilin's body, highlighting his cultivation level. It was clearly the 3rd stage of a martial general. This cultivation level was considered to be a whole realm higher than Chen Han. Even Zhao Linger was somewhat suffocated by this aura. Only Chen Han remained calm. He faintly said, "Don't bother, I'll see you on the battlefield." It was still the same saying, suppression in realm was not considered suppression, talent was. Jin Zilin's talent, to put it bluntly, was at most SS level. Where could it form an effect on Chen Han who possessed SSS talent? In fact, his talent has not yet reached the SS level, only in the breathing technique, has the Jin family's secret breathing method. The more top families, the more top cultivation resources they held. At this time, the examiner on the wall of Tong Tian began to shout at the bottom. "Everyone, this practical examination is about to begin. I'll first introduce the content of this examination. The results of the examination will be based on the points of hunting and killing foreign beasts. The higher the rank of the foreign beasts, the higher the points. I know that all of you are elites drawn from various military camps, but I'd better remind you that the battlefield this time is a rare large-scale beast tide." Speaking of this, a relay screen floated in front of everyone's eyes. The scene was daunting. Countless alien beasts were coming in thick and fast, a dense swath of them, draining the mountains and seas in general. The warriors resisted to the death, but there were also many killed by the beasts. They could not even leave a whole body. As long as they fell, they would immediately be torn apart by the beasts. Hands and feet, torso, head, will be in less than a second time, by the unknown beast swallowed. This scene was moving and terrifying. The examiner seemed to be accustomed to seeing such things and did not have too many emotional fluctuations. This scene, filmed 10 minutes ago, whoever is afraid, can roll away now. If you really roll away at such a time, you are a coward for life. Not afraid. The people from the 16 special operations teams shouted in unison. Good. Due to the number of alien beasts on the opposite side being too many, we can't use ladders for this test, so each of you will use your own skills to go over the wall to the sky. The test begins. This test will be broadcasted live, so that the generals, and also the public, can see the level of your group of special operations teams. Chapter 23, My Airblood 39 Gear. One sentence of hard control over the entire network. The live broadcast of the entire network was something that the people of the Cold Night team did not expect. Even Marshal Yu hadn't been notified beforehand. With Marshal Yu's character, categorically there is no possibility of concealing Chen Han. There was only one possibility that this was a temporary deliberative decision from above. Looking at the other special operations teams, one could see that their realm of assess meant was a whole realm higher than that of the Cold Night team. No matter how one thought about this actual combat assessment, the Cold Night group was at the bottom. This matter could be big or small. In the worst-case scenario, the higher-ups would even begin to question Marshal Yu's strength in leading the troops and cut the armament and budget of the Vulcan army. Chen Han and Zhao Linger thought of this almost simultaneously.
The two looked at each other and their expressions became resolute. This battle can only be won but not lost. Humph. Just after the examiner's words were finished, the 16 special combat teams flew towards the wall to heaven. The Tong Tian wall was up to 100 meters high, and in the case of insufficient sprinting power, one would even fall to their deaths on the spot. However, since they were elite, there was a reason for them to be elite. Simply by going over the wall to heaven, it was comparable to the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each displaying their own abilities. Only to see that some people summoned a huge mechanical battle armor that was more than 10 meters high, carrying their own group members, and in a few leaps, they easily jumped onto the wall of the sky. There are also people who make their arms out of thin air to give birth to blades, knife after knife inserted in the wall of the sky, slowly climbing upwards. Among them, the one who attracted the most attention was still Zhen Zilin, who had come to blows with Chen Han just now. Only hearing him fiercely drinking, a 7-colored light was born out of thin air under the soles of his feet, which was like a cloud, wrapping around all the members of the White Light team. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhen Zilin slowly rose up like a cloud, flying straight towards the sky wall. Light talent! Lu Zixing, who was watching the battle in front of the screen at the moment, exclaimed in shock. The Cold Knight group was fighting on behalf of the entire Kuei character camp, which naturally meant the entire Kuei character camp. For the sake of this competition, all the soldiers of the Kuei character camp had stopped training and had gathered to watch the live broadcast. Other than the Kuei character battalion, most of the military battalions that weren't on a mission were much the same. This live test was also extremely instructive to the entire army, and the higher-ups had even given orders for all the regimental battalions to watch it. Zhen Zilin's talent is the natural system talent in the extremely rare light system talent, the new calendar a whole 100 years. The emergence of the light system talent martial artists are few and far between, can be called a drop in the ocean. The Jin family in the capital city also benefited from this heritable talent to rank among the top 5 in the capital city. The light talent was not only extremely powerful in combat, as powerful as a mountain, but also had the ability to enhance the attributes of others and heal their blood. With such an all-round talent, the army naturally valued it, plus the fact that Zhen Zilin was in the Thunder God army, which only nobles in the capital could enter, there was no reason for him to be so arrogant. Mard, these people are shameless. What realm is that of our Cold Knight team? Those special operations teams of theirs, the lowest realm is at the 3rd martial artist stage. Isn't this obvious bullying? I'm not convinced. If you have the guts to send your laborers. The entire Kuei character camp was filled with righteous indignation when they saw that the realms of the other special battle groups were all a good deal higher than the Cold Knight group. Especially climbing the wall to heaven. In order to climb the wall to heaven, one would need to be at least at the martial artist level, and there would also be the risk of falling down. Apart from Chen Han and Zhao Linger in the Cold Knight group, none of the other 3 had reached martialist. Climbing the wall alone was an insurmountable hurdle for them. Only Lu Zixing appeared calm and collected as he slowly said, "You guys don't have to be anxious, take another look, Chen Han, he always gives surprises." Hearing this, the crowd relaxed quite a bit. After all, Chen Han had just entered the barracks and made even Lu Zixing, a martial emperor, take a beating. The other soldiers of the barracks and the Kuei character battalion thought much the same, all believing that the Cold Knight team could not scale this high wall. And the people who watched this live broadcast were not just within the barracks. This live broadcast covered the entire Grand Xia network, which naturally also included the Chen family of Hanwu City. Inside the Chen family ancestral hall, all of the Chen family's internal executives were intently watching Chen Han in the live broadcast. Chen Shiming lamented, in just 3 months' time, Chen Han actually went from being a waste of space within the family to being the leader of a special operations team in the military. It's so unexpected. These people in the screen, normally even when we meet them, we have to be respectful. Chen Jinnan took over the conversation and sighed, his eyes filled with remorse. More than that, he is now favored by Marshal Yu and is on a level playing field. His future is unlimited in the future. Our Chen family not only lost a big backer, but now. Saying this, Chen Jinnan paused and glanced at Chen Zhan, who was kneeling on the ground at this time. Chen Zhan was trembling with fear and trembling. After returning from the army, he had been kneeling in the ancestral hall for 10 consecutive days, yet he didn't dare to have the slightest retort. Chen Zhan, because of you, our Chen family has now even offended Marshal Yu. Do you know what Marshal Yu is? The first person to start a new calendar. One word from him and my Chen family will be doomed. Chen Jinnan was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Sending Chen Zhan over to apologize, not only did he fail to redeem Chen Han, he also incurred such a big trouble as Yu Wuyan. Even killing Chen Zhan now would not help.
However, Chen Zhan still had some power in the family, and someone immediately came forward to speak for him.
Family master, don't be angry yet.
You should also know what kind of place the army is. As long as Chen Han hasn't climbed up the ladder, as long as we, the Chen family, will be safe and sound. Although Marshal Yu is powerful, that old ancestor of ours also has some tricks up his sleeve. Until it's a matter of no return, he's not so bad as to completely tear his face off with our Chen family.
That's right.
In my opinion, Chen Han might have to die in this practical test. That's the northern border, the real battlefield.
Only after hearing these words did Chen Jinnan's anger subside a bit. In fact, these sneering words were exactly what he wanted.
To a certain extent, Chen Jinnan also hoped that Chen Han would die in this real battle test. It wouldn't be a bad thing if this family's rebellious son were to die like this. Chen Jinnan stared tightly at the screen, but in his heart, he said fiercely. The Cold Knight group, which had the worst overall strength among the 16 groups, had become the center of attention at this moment. Chen Han, on the other hand, had already figured out a way.
Xu Mang, summon your mechanical spiders, all of them. Xu Mang looked fixedly at the giant mecha that was more than a dozen meters high above his head and sighed in disbelief. Captain Chen, you don't expect my mechanical spiders to be like that mecha, do you? That kind of thing, you need to be at the level of a martial general to be able to harness it. Despite what he said, Xu Mang still trusted Chen Han unconditionally. He was willing to put his life in Chen Han's hands. He only saw him catalyze his talent, and in a flash, 6 half-man-sized mechanical spiders came crawling from afar. Chen Han threw the snow wolf lance directly onto the backs of the mechanical spiders. Everyone step on the spears. Xu Mang maneuver the mechanical spiders and go up the wall. With these words, the crowd instantly understood what Chen Han was trying to do. He was going to use his power to create friction so that everyone could go up smoothly. But the slope of the wall to the sky was a perfect 90 degrees and was as high as 100 meters. And not to mention how much strength it would take to stabilize 5 people. Even if they were able to stabilize it, in the process of going up the wall, the endurance, that is, the chi and blood would likewise not be able to support it.
Ji Yin panicked, "Young Chen, this won't work.
Even if you can bring us up like this, you'll probably be so exhausted that you'll vomit blood, so how can you still be able to kill the foreign beasts? You're our main general."
Zhao Linger also didn't expect Chen Han to be so desperate. She took a deep breath and resolutely said, "I'll stabilize it. Chen Han, after you go up, you're responsible for killing the enemy." Who knew that Chen Han's glib sentence was the one that instantly rendered the people of the Cold Knight team speechless? And this sentence also caused quite a few people from the Special Operations team to look at him in horror. It was also hard controlled through a live feed to all the people gathered in front of the screen.
My current chi and blood value is 39 gears. Only 10 days. It was still the most precious chi and blood attribute.
It had risen from 28 gears to 39 gears.
Are you kidding me? This was tantamount to throwing a bomb into the crowd, instantly detonating everyone watching the battle.
All of the people in the Special Operations team, including Jin Zilin, who had the highest realm, he still had his physique, but now his chi and blood attributes were just 32 gears.
And his 32 gears of chi and blood value of the 3rd stage of the martial general, in the entire Thunder God army of the capital nobility is also a phoenix in the sky. Chapter 24 Military Literacy.
He was a born marshal. When Marshal Yu, who was sitting in the high-level conference room and was drinking tea, heard these words, the tea that he had just drank into his mouth even spewed out some. It wasn't often that an old man in a high position could lose his temper like this. At this moment, sitting next to Marshal Yu there are 2 people. 2 people also wearing martial cloak, then Marshal Yu was a lot younger. One of them had a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks, looking very treacherous, while the other had a beard and a standard Chinese character face. These 2 were the current commanders of the Thunder God Army and the Wind God Army, respectively, Zhong Gong and Ouyang Quan. These 3 people in the conference room were the 3 people with the highest status and also the strongest strength in the Grand Xia military today. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhong Guan's eyes, but it was quickly covered up by him. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Elder Yu, this new soldier you've taken in is very sharp." Yu Woyun's seniority was too high, the other 2 marshals could only honor him with the title Yu Lao even if they were on par with him. Yu Woyun, heart secretly happy, mouth but blandly said, "Young people. It's normal to have a higher heart, but he can't compare to those of you, he's just a martial artist." Yu Woyun could have a position in the political world, naturally, he was also an old fox. This sentence was explicitly praise and sarcasm, it was sarcastic to Zhong Guan and Ouyang Quan, to use the realm to suppress people. Ouyang Quan rolled his eyes, knowing that Yu Woyun was mocking, but he was speechless. It was a fact that they had used a little trick, and that little trick didn't work now. The news of Chen Han's 39th rank in chi and blood value had already been made known to everyone, and even if the Cold Knight team was at the bottom of the list this time around, with this kind of genius appearing under Yu Wuyan's command, their idea of weakening the power of Yu Wuyan's army would likewise come to naught. Now they can only hope that their special operations team will win and still be able to gain a little benefit for themselves. At this time, under the Tong Tian wall, Zhao Linger, who had heard Chen Han's Chi and Blood 39 file, had the corner of her mouth slightly turned away, but her eyes were filled with jealousy and helplessness. Even if she had gotten used to Chen Han's perversions, her little heart couldn't stand it if it came this way every once in a while. The long, slender legs that had just stood on the mechanical spider similarly retracted and made a pleased gesture to Chen Han. Zhao Linger's Chi blood was now at 12 gears, she had to lead the crowd to climb up, so it could be said that she could die of exhaustion, whereas Chen Han, on the other hand, was just eating and drinking like water. No one would ask for pain. In this way, under Chen Han's leadership, the wall to the sky, which could not be climbed by non-martial artist levels, was actually easily climbed over by the Cold Knight group. However, this was only the first hurdle. Below the wall to the sky was the real big scene. Countless groups of alien beasts came running from afar, launching an onslaught towards the heavenly wall. Beast tide. In the textbooks of this world, it was an incomparably terrifying natural phenomenon. It was comparable to natural disasters such as earthquakes, tsunamis, and floods in Chen Han's previous life. And in a sense, the beast tide was even more terrifying than earthquakes, tsunamis, and floods. After hundreds of years of technological development, today's mankind has been able to withstand a number of natural disasters. Tongtian Wall stands for hundreds of years, through the size of the earthquake hundreds of times, but still standing. The only 3 times that it has been damaged on a large scale is the rare mega beast tide. Once the beast tide comes, most of the beasts will suddenly become irritable because of the beast tide. After scientific research, it will also produce a kind of cannibalistic impulse hormone. This hormone will cause them to continuously attack the large-scale gathering places of human beings. They will not stop until they die. This time, 3 battalions of soldiers were sent to defend against the beast tide. 3 battalions of soldiers, nearly tens of thousands of people. But Chen Han looked down, these tens of thousands of people in the dense tide of beasts, but it is nothing, like a drop in the ocean. The entire battlefield is like a meat grinder, all the time people's lives are passing. Having stayed in a peaceful environment for too long, new recruits like the Cold Knight group who hadn't experienced the battlefield were naturally fearful. Charge! At this time, it was not known who shouted, and that huge mech from before jumped straight down from the 100-meter-high wall through the sky. With just a rumble, that giant mecha fell into the group of alien beasts. The mechanical talent was extraordinary, only to see the giant mech pull out its long sword from its waist. Some of the larger beasts in front of it were like chopping up a melon and chopping up a vegetable, and in the blink of an eye, they were reduced to a piece of minced meat. Xu Mang looked excited. This should be that giant team. It is said that this giant team, all of them are manipulation system gifted ability users, and the means of combat for the entire team is that giant mecha. The cost of that mech is as high as $1 billion. A man's romance is a mech. Xu Mang was similarly gifted with the manipulation system, so it was normal to be envious. Old Zhu, kill more alien beasts. When I have money, I'll give you a whole mech then. Ji Yin patted Xu Mang's shoulder and gave a comforting cry. And in this situation, Chen Han actually didn't rush down, but instead gazed closely at the environment below and began to think about the battle situation. The realm of the Cold Knight group was not high, and the level of the foreign beasts below was at least the 3rd rank to start with. They also didn't have the kind of earthy mechs that the giant team had that could withstand the alien beasts' attacks, and like him, they were afraid that they would have to be stomped into mush just as soon as they entered the group of alien beasts. Soon enough, Chen Han found a location where there weren't many alien beasts and was relatively remote. Go down from there and establish a position first to ensure survival. In addition to his personal strength, Chen Han also displayed the calmness and military literacy that a commander should have at this point. The mechanical spider led Chen Han and the few others to quickly climb downwards. Chen Han was in the air while holding his lance in his hand. A burst of red light exploded on the lance, as if a red rose bloomed, and with 39 gears of chi, Chen Han was no longer so tied up. Starting off, he used his overwhelmingly powerful martial skill. The piercing Deaththorn lance blasted into the ground, immediately radiating a burst of destructive light as if it were an explosion. The foreign beasts within a few dozen meters radius were all wiped out by Chen Han. And on the Cold Knight team's points table, the value instantly jumped from 0 to 720. The points figure for this actual combat test was much the same as the last recruit test, except that the score had been adjusted a bit. Jin Zilin, who had just entered the group of alien beasts on the other side, also looked sideways when he saw this scene.
He let out a sigh of emotion. No wonder Chen Han was able to cause such a big storm in the army. The destructive power of a martial artist's third stage attack is even able to surpass most of the martial generals. This person's chi and blood is extremely high, his cultivation is extremely fast, and he also possesses martial skills. Could he really be a family waste? Jin Zilin was not willing to show weakness. The purpose of the Thunder God Army Marshal Zhongguan allowing him to come was to be able to suppress the recent momentum of the Cold Night group in the army. Open! Only heard Jin Zilin shouted, only to see a seven-colored divine light emerge from his back, and this divine light gathered in one piece. The appearance was actually like a peacock opening its screen. And then this divine light shot out, turning into a handle of sharp arrows, instantly penetrating many foreign beasts. In theory, Jin Zilin's strength had been able to attract the attention of many people in the army, but his divine light still couldn't cover up Chen Han's light. There was no other reason. This test itself was an unfair test. Chen Han's realm could only be considered as a hangman in a special operations group made up of a bunch of veterans. However, the ability he displayed was no less than anyone else's. Chen Han. Good job. Over those sons of ES from the Thunder God Army. The calmness and strength that Chen Han has shown is not weaker than that other class of military elites in the slightest. Marshal Yu has really watched the right person. Not to mention Yu Woyun's cronies of the Fire God Army, even the top brass of troops like the Wind God Army and the Earth God Army were similarly praising Chen Han. This was a supreme genius. It was even a genius that had never appeared in any of the previous martial universities. Chen Han was not complacent. Instead, he had just landed on the ground and began to command. Shu Mang, spill out all the mechanical spiders, no need to let them go far, just patrol the neighborhood. Have them form an encirclement with a radius of just 100 meters nearby. Ji Yun, you're fast. Be responsible for taking care of the surrounding Fey Beast cubs below the third rank, don't touch them hard. Don't let the Fey Beast mother notice us either. Zhao Yufei, you're in charge of following Ji Yun and helping him tackle the tricky enemies. Faced with the Fey Beasts that were raging like a tidal wave, Chen Han however immediately gave a battle plan. This battle plan was also very simple. Their overall strength was insufficient, so they would use this area with fewer foreign beasts as a position. And then defend the position to the death. Speaking of this, Chen Han lifted his spear and glanced at Zhao Linger. Zhao Linger, you and I will have a heavier task. Most of the alien beasts charging ahead will have to be dealt with by you and I. Zhao Linger glanced at Chen Han, her beautiful eyes moving slightly as she revealed her approval. If she was allowed to command, it was basically the same scenario as Chen Han. But she was different from Chen Han. She had been fighting on the battlefield for 2 or 3 years before she had such military literacy. Chen Han, on the other hand, was simply a born marshal. Chapter 25, You guys kill monsters. I make medicine. Soon, dozens of alien beasts rushed over. Third Order Fey Beast, Saber-toothed Tiger. Third Ranked Beast, Scarab Giant Rat. Fourth Ranked Beast, Thorny Swordback Dragon. As expected, the beasts at the onset of the beast tide were all extremely strong, and these types of beasts belong to the very destructive amongst the beasts of the same rank. However, Chen Han and Zhao Linger were not half afraid. Zhao Linger's strength was already comparable to that of a martial general, and was the highest realm of the entire Cold Night team. Not to mention, she had already spent time on the Iron Blood battlefield a long time ago. Chen Han, don't be too far behind me. Zhao Linger's fragrant lips curled as a bit of cold aura arrived first, followed by her gun coming out like a dragon. Don't forget, she was also a genius. The Yu clan's spear technique was similarly juggled like a dragon under her. One spear, one style, clean and sharp. Coupled with her solid basic attributes, these third and fourth ranked foreign beasts were completely inadequate in front of her. Between the strokes of her hand, several Fey beasts were stabbed to death by her one after another. Yu Woyun in front of the screen nodded slightly, revealing a hint of relief. Xiao Zhao hasn't forgotten to train even after staying in the boot camp for so many days. Her basic attributes and Yu clan's spear techniques have both gone up a level. As one of the few martial gods in Grand Xia, he could naturally see Zhao Linger's strength. What made Yu Woyun unreadable was Chen Han. At this moment, Chen Han had also killed his way into the enemy formation, and he was facing 3 saber-toothed tigers and 2 thorny swordback dragons. Both of these 2 exotic beasts shared a common trait, which was their large size. Especially the thorn swordback dragon, which was named so because its body shape resembled that of a dinosaur that disappeared in the ancient times, and was covered with barbs. Being hit by the barbs on the thorn swordback dragon's body, it was easy to be gouged out of its body. A long weapon was the best choice to deal with it. Therefore, what Chen Han used was also the Yu family gun technique, which was the same as Zhao Linger's. However, his Yu Clan spear technique seemed to be somewhat different. It was flexible and changeable, and even when it was in the surroundings of the foreign beast, it was still able to move in and out freely. Downward slash, forward thrust, horizontal sweep. The countless variations of the Yu family spear technique were applied in Chen Han's hands in a perfect manner. Seeing this, the Thunder God Army Marshal Zhongguan teased, "Yu Lao, when did you improve this Yu family gun technique? Why don't you know how to make a sound?" Yu Woyan suddenly had beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Honestly speaking, even he was very confused by the Yu family marksmanship that Chen Han was using at this moment. As the founder of the Yu family's spear technique, Yu Woyan was able to tell that the basis of the spear technique used by Chen Han was the Yu family's spear technique. However, there were many stance variations in it that had no relevance to Yu Woyun. Yu Woyun, who was the god of martial arts, had a vision incomparable to that of Emoli. He had learned those stance variations of Chen Han's with a single glance, and he was able to confirm that those variations were more powerful than the Yu clan spear technique that he had created. There could only be one outcome. That was that Chen Han had improved the Yu family gun technique and had even succeeded. Yu Woyan smiled awkwardly and said, "Marshal Zhongguan, if I say that it was Chen Han who improved the Yu family's spear technique, do you believe me or not?" Zhonggong glanced at Yu Woyun, his eyes full of disdain. "The entire army says that you old man doesn't hide anything. Now I see that it's not that true, right?" Yu Woyan shrugged his shoulders, not bothering to explain. As he said, the gossip was just laughed off. Only Ouyang Quan was horrified in his heart. In his entire life, the old man is known to be flawless. It's because he is morally impeccable. He would never lie. That boy Chen Han, is he saying that he is really this kind of grandmaster who can improve his feats? Ouyang Quan was chagrined. This kind of talent, in the beginning, he should have made a bloody effort to let him join the Wind God army. Chen Han's Yu family marksmanship had almost completely discarded the drawbacks of the previous Yu family marksmanship, leaving only the strengths. Coupled with the fact that the Yu family gun technique was originally a technique that was mainly used to deal with foreign beasts, at this point, Chen Han's speed in killing foreign beasts was even faster than Zhao Linger. The dozen or so fey beasts that rushed in front of him were killed in less than 10 minutes. However, the beast tide was endless, and these dozen or so beasts were just an appetizer. At the same time, the other special operations teams were equally powerful. After all, they were martial generals, or elites selected from various armies. The speed of killing the beasts was still much faster than the Cold Knight team. Especially Jin Ziling's White Light group, with the enhancement of Jin Ziling's light talent, was in the limelight for a while. I don't know how long it took, but the first wave of the alien beast onslaught was finally stopped with the help of the 16 special operations teams. And in the live broadcast screen, it was clearly displaying the hunting scores of each group at this time. Among them, the White Light group was the highest, with a value of 49,730 points. The Giant group followed closely behind, with a value of 49,500 points. As for the Cold Knight group, it was more or less the same as Chen Han expected, bottoming out at 43,100 points. Ji Yun, Zhu Mang, Zhao Yufei and the three of them were panting with exhaustion and covered in blood, but they lowered their heads in shame when they saw the score. "Young Chen, we've dragged you down after all. I'm sorry." Of these 43,000 points, more than half were taken by Chen Han. Zhao Linger accounted for another small half, and as for the three Ji Yuns, I'm afraid it was only a fraction of 3,000 points. Chen Han slowly said, "Don't be anxious, this is only the first wave of impact. The good part is still to come." This actual combat test, said to be a test, was actually the 16 special operations teams that the higher-ups had sent over for support in order to stop the invasion of the alien beasts. Otherwise, the soldiers of the three battalions, and without the presence of senior officers, were afraid that they wouldn't be able to support it. Therefore, this practical test would continue until the end of the beast tide. As for when it would end, no one knew. This was a protracted battle. Chen Han looked around at all the special operations teams. The martial arts generals and below had almost been gasping for air, their chi and blood were running out, and there were quite a few who were hanging on to their colors, and the martial arts general level wasn't much better either. The only one who was the most relaxed was Chen Han. The advantage of 39 grades of chi and blood was evident at this time. The most crucial thing was that his pill god body had another characteristic, which was pharmaceuticals. As long as there were materials, any attribute potion could be made. Chen Han had only used the Yu Clan spear technique, and had not used the piercing deaththorn spear much because he was waiting for this moment. Materials? Chen Han's face was littered with materials. Chen Han opened the system panel, and immediately, many recipes for basic attribute potions appeared before his eyes. Inferior Qi and Blood Spirit Liquid, the most basic potion to enhance the attributes of Qi and Blood, requiring the leg bone of an infested rabbit, and 1 blood essence stone of a third-ranked exotic beast. Basic Strength Cultivation Potion. After taking it, it could slowly raise the strength attribute through absorption and cultivation, requiring 1 inner guts of the scarab giant rat and 1 tentacle of the northern border giant ant. Basic Strength Boosting Potion increases strength explosively for a short period of time, requires the teeth of a saber-toothed tiger, the fur of a frost and snow wolf, and a dwarf giant's blood essence stone. The types of potions were varied, but basically centered around basic attribute increases and the like. According to the system, there were actually higher-level formulas, which also had potions that affected the effects of talent. Potion to enhance basic attributes, such as Qi and Blood Spirit Liquid, or to enhance the strength and so on. Similar stimulant potion, Chen also heard of. But to enhance the effects of talent. This is also a bit too heaven-defying. However, higher-level formulas required a large number of points to unlock. Chen did not have that number of points right now. Not to mention that higher-level formulas required a higher grade of material types that Chen couldn't get right now, so he didn't unlock them. Right now, only basic attribute potions were needed. What Chen was eyeing was naturally the basic attribute enhancement potion that was most needed right now. The basic strength cultivation potion can boost your strength by a full double in a short period of time. This effect is very useful. It wasn't just himself that he wanted to strengthen, but also his group members. Chen immediately experimented with a wave of northern border giant ants and scarab giant rats that he happened to have by his feet, and casually collected them. Pharmaceutical. Chen silently chanted, the 2 materials in his pocket instantly disappeared, and in the system space, there was an additional bottle of blue-colored power cultivation potion. Chen was somewhat excited. This pill god's body was truly powerful. Not only was it able to make medicines, there was no failure rate in making medicines, it was 100% successful. Moreover, the concocted potion did not have any side effects. This kind of potion had always been available on the market, but it was classified as a banned drug. Because the potion that can explosively enhance the attributes, the side effects are often very large. More than a few times to use a light body meridians exploded, martial arts cultivation plummeted, heavy bleeding and death. In the University of Martial Arts, the use of such drugs also has the suspicion of cheating, so no one to use. Although the control in the military was not as strict, no one usually took this kind of drug except when they volunteered to die. Chen didn't even dare to imagine what kind of uproar would be caused if this kind of medicine of his was made public. Chapter 26, The Later. The points skyrocketed. Undoubtedly, this kind of boosting potion with no side effects was bound to disrupt the current rules of the entire Xia potion industry. And among these potion formulas, the one that most moved Chen was a Qi and Blood potion. Composite Qi and Blood boosting potion. Effect: within a short period of time after taking it, one's own Qi and Blood values can be directly elevated by 1 grade, which can be used continuously and the effects can be stacked. However, due to the overbearing effect of this potion, there is an upper limit to the number of bottles that can be taken depending on the level of the realm. Samurai can take up to 10 bottles. A martial artist can take up to 20 bottles. If the upper limit is exceeded, the body will easily explode and die, so be careful when taking it. Materials required for refining this potion: 3 blood essence stones of 4th rank beasts, 2 tusks of wild corpse elephants, 1 animal skin of a thorny sword-backed dragon, and 1 lizard tail of a wilderness lizard. It's a blast. Simply hanging on. When he saw the effects of this potion, Chen couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The most difficult basic attribute for martial artists to raise was Qi and Blood. Don't look at Chen Qi and Blood being able to reach the 39th rank. It was because he had the dual support of the body of 100 refinements and the body of the pill god in order to reach this level. In fact, most martial artists did not have any physical attributes. They could only rely on Qi and Blood spirit liquids to slowly raise their Qi and Blood attributes. As a result, even though Zhao Linger had broken through to Martial General, her Qi and Blood was only between the 12 and 13 grades. There was no particularly noticeable change. Behind each grade of Qi and Blood enhancement were countless Qi and Blood spirit liquids and countless days and nights of hard practice. This Qi and Blood potion, on the other hand, was able to directly raise one's Qi and Blood by 1 grade. Although there was a time limit, the effect was extremely terrifying. It was enough to drive martial artists, especially those in the military, crazy. The overwhelming effect also meant that this potion required a few ingredients. However, it was well worth it. Chen immediately started searching for the raw materials needed for the compound Qi and Blood potion amongst the beasts. Fortunately, it was also a beast tide that had resulted in a variety of different beast corpses lying on the ground, and there was a variety of everything, and these few materials, too, were not particularly difficult to find. Mad corpse elephant. Wasteland lizard. Chen Han was not concerned, and while everyone was resting, he frantically harvested the corpses of the foreign beasts on the battlefield. Seeing this, the members of the White Light team couldn't help but spit out, "What a country bumpkin, what can those materials be worth?" Those who were able to be selected into the Special Warfare Group could be said to be not lacking in money. Either they were military elites with special subsidies. Either they were originally from a family of great wealth, such as Jin Zilin. A piece of clothing on his body was worth millions of dollars. What they valued more was the benefits they could gain in the military after winning this time. As for the people watching the live broadcast, they were even more confused as to what Chen Han was actually doing at this moment. Especially in the Chen family, Chen Shiming was struck by a bright idea as if he had suddenly thought of something. He said, "Family head, do you think we were too harsh on Xiao Han in the past, and that's what caused him to resent us so much? Before he went to the army, the living expenses we gave him were not even a tenth of what an ordinary family member would receive." Chen Jinan slightly rested his chin and nodded in agreement with Chen Shiming, "You're right. It's that we gave Xiao Han too little benefit, blank checks are of little use, next time send the gift directly to the army." These two crouching dragons and phoenixes thought they had finally figured out the reason why Chen Han loathed the Chen family. Only Yu Woyun slammed his thigh and laughed, "Ha ha. Well done. My Yu Woyun's soldiers must have this vigor." Zhong Gong and Ouyang Quan could not help but look at Yu Woyun with contempt. As if they were mocking him. The reason why Yu Woyun was at odds with the other two marshals in the military was because with his status, he should have been able to become the #1 family in the capital. Yet he never spoke up for the family. He was clearly a marshal, but he was all alone, with only the interests of the country in his eyes. When the water is clear, there are no fish. Such a person was naturally unpopular when he was in the military and political circles but had a great status. Everyone thought that Chen Han was trying to get money, but in fact, he was not. After he had scavenged the battlefield for foreign beast materials, in the system space, there were instantly a few hundred more bottles of potions. Rumble. Rumble. Right at this moment, a deafening sound came from the distance. The countless foreign beasts unexpectedly converged together again at some point, launching an onslaught towards the heavenly wall. The army commander immediately barked out an order, "All be in good spirits. Don't let these special operations teams look down on us." The ordinary soldiers present droned, "Yes." Immediately afterward, the crowd continued to spread out in formation, waiting in the wings. However, just as Chen Han expected, the wave of impact just now had already consumed quite a bit of the crowd's chi and blood. With this onslaught, all of the special combat teams were not as radiant as they had been earlier, and they even learned from the Cold Night team to wait for the attack with a defense. Chen Han did not intend to hide his ability to refine medicines, this was something that only he could do, and others could not plunder it even if they wanted to. So he directly took quite a few chi and blood compound potion and attribute enhancement potion from the system space and threw them to Zhao Linger and the others in front of the live broadcast. "Drink these potions down, we're going to attack instead of defend below." The members of the Cold Night team who received the potions all looked incredulous. "Chen Han, this is a forbidden medicine." The members of the Cold Night team turned white with fear. Chen Han said in a cloudy voice, "Don't panic, these medicines are capable of boosting basic attributes, but they don't have side effects. Besides, there is no provision in the rules that disallows the use of forbidden medicines. This is the battlefield. It's not a tournament." Everyone watching the livestream was also caught off guard when they saw Chen Han take out the forbidden medicines. Not. What's going on here? Isn't this a competition? What's with the forbidden medicine? This is not fair. Fair your ass, look at that white light group, there are people of the 3rd rank of Marshal General, is this fair? Since this was supposed to be an unfair test, the crowd gradually accepted the fact that Chen Han and the others had taken forbidden drugs. Even the initiators of this competition, Zhong Guan and Ouyang Quan, smiled heartily. They didn't care about the Cold Night group using the forbidden medicine because they understood that the side effects of the forbidden medicine were extremely great, and originally, this competition was meant to suppress Yu Woyun. If the Cold Night team had problems due to the use of the forbidden medicine, they could not be blamed. Yu Woyun had a look of heartache on his face. The reason why he had instructed Chen Han to say a few words that day was because he was worried about this situation. He did not want such a face-saving project to cost Chen Han and the others their lives for nothing.
Even if Cold Knight's group was at the bottom of the points, he was able to accept it, as long as they lived. This group of children. Yu Wuyun's teardrops began to swirl in his eyes. The members of the Cold Knight team, who had also ultimately chosen to believe in Chen Han, drank those potions down in one go. Just as soon as they took them, Zhao Yufei felt that something was wrong. Ha! Why is it that I don't even feel the slightest bit of pain after taking these potions? My cousin used forbidden medicines in the family competition, and I watched him drink it with my own eyes, grimacing in pain and almost not fainting. Zhao Yufei looked at Chen Han in horror. He knew what a terrifying thing Chen Han's attribute boosting potion with no side effects was. It could even cause an earthquake in the capital. However, at this moment, he couldn't afford to think about it in detail as the group of Fey beasts had already arrived in front of him. Boom! Zhao Yufei struck out with a swift thunder, and with the attribute boost potion, his strength skyrocketed. The third-ranked Fey beasts that would have taken a lot of effort to kill could now almost be said to be killed in seconds. What a blast! The people from the Cold Knight group had no more scruples and followed Chen Han's principle of attacking instead of defending, killing directly into the group of foreign beasts. Immediately afterward, one could see that on the points panel, the points of the Cold Knight team began to steadily increase. The people watching the live stream were also excited. Look guys, the Cold Knight team's points have surpassed the Mountain City team to 15th place. I'll go. It's now 14th place. It's surpassed the Yellow Bag group again. The crowd watched as the Cold Knight team's points rose step by step, and in less than an hour's time, it had actually reached 3rd place. Second only to White Light and Giant. The rest of the Special Operations team saw this situation and all of them powered up. Their overall realm had already surpassed the Cold Knight team by more than half. If they let the Cold Knight team overtake them, even if it was because the Cold Knight team had taken a forbidden drug, then they would be humiliated enough. However, as the crowd worked harder and harder, they also discovered a frightening fact. That was that the members of the Cold Knight team were actually getting more and more courageous, as if they didn't know how to get tired. If it was understandable that Chen Han's chi and blood had 39 gears that allowed him to squander them at will, the fact that the other members of the Cold Knight team were still able to be like this was mind-boggling. Jin Zilin looked as if he had thought of something, his entire scalp tingling as a cold sweat broke out in an instant. He cried out in a loud voice, "Chen Han, could it be that the potion you took out just now, was it a potion that could directly boost chi and blood?" Chapter 27, The Madness of the Major Groups. Snapping up the potion. Jin Zilin's expression was ugly. He had thought of many possibilities, yet he couldn't think of any reason as to why the Cold Knight group was getting stronger and stronger. The only possibility was that potion of Chen Han's that could directly raise chi and blood. And the value of the boosted chi and blood was probably not small. This was, after all, a real battlefield or a beast tide. Although there were no casualties, all of the Special Operations team personnel would have more or less color hanging from their bodies. The chi and blood value attribute was, on the one hand, a reflection of physical strength and endurance. On the other hand, it was also the recovery power. For example, for a 2 cm long wound, with 1 to 2 grades of chi blood, I'm afraid it would take 4 to 5 days to fully recover. Whereas with 10 grades of chi and blood, it would only take 1 day. The higher the chi and blood value, the more active the self-healing factor in the cells. While Jin Zilin was fighting, he was observing the Cold Knight group. It was because of this that he confirmed that the Cold Knight group's chi blood had risen dramatically. As soon as these words were spoken, they instantly caused an uproar in all the people who were watching the live broadcast. Nowadays, the population of the entire Grand Xia was roughly 500 million people. And as this live broadcast was officially implemented, the number of viewers was at least in the hundreds of millions. If Chen Han really had a potion that could directly raise chi and blood, it would be a huge earthquake for the entire Grand Xia. Everyone held their breath and looked towards Chen Han and the screen, looking forward to Chen Han's answer. Chen Han also knew that he was facing the attention of close to hundreds of millions of people. However, under these circumstances, he even admitted it with great generosity. "Not bad, I do have potions that can directly raise chi and blood. But unlike the chi and blood spiritual liquid, it's a time-limited boost." Chen Han also stated the effects of the potion. Taking a bottle is able to raise 1 grade of chi and blood. In the entire Grand Xia, only Chen Han had the body of the pill god, and with the technical patent with him, he had absolutely no need to panic. Not to mention, the entire military camp knew that he was Marshal Yu's hand-picked person. Even if he knew about this, who would dare to touch him? Chen Han spoke in a cloudy tone, but it left everyone dumbfounded. It even included the members of the Cold Knight team. Ji Yan rubbed his stomach and gulped. "Wait, young Chen.
You mean to tell me that the potion you mentioned just now that could directly boost chi and blood, I drank it down waterily? Chen Han nodded his head indifferently, and Ji Yun, with an expression that looked like he was about to cry, continued, Young Chen, do you know how much that thing can be worth? If it's not able to be mass-produced, at least $1 million a bottle to start with. Zhao Yufei and Zhu Mang glanced at each other and looked at each other. If Chen Han were to count, those potions they drank just now would be considered to be millions in foreign debt. And at this time in this hundreds of millions of people who were hard-controlled, the most shocked people should be inside the office of one of the largest factories in the capital. The General Director of National Pharmaceuticals, Li Qingshi. His seniority was almost as high as Marshal Yu's, and it could be said that all of the attribute potion research and development in the country today had his shadow. The most powerful of them all was the Qi and Blood spiritual liquid. If it wasn't for him, there might not be such a thing as the Qi and Blood spiritual liquid now. And before there was the Qi and Blood spiritual liquid, most martial artists at the martial emperor realm only had an average Qi and Blood value of 10 grades. Thus, even though Li Qingshi only had the strength of a martial emperor level, he was in a supreme position in the entire Grand Xia. It was such a person who was so shocked that he fell to the ground as if paralyzed after Chen Han uttered those words. He was helped up by his subordinates, yet his entire body was still shivering. For the past 20 years, my main research topic has been this potion that can directly boost Qi and blood. A research team of several hundred people, using the country's top equipment, yet not a single bit of progress has been made. How did he, a young man less than 20 years old, develop it? Li Qingshi asked the two subordinates beside him in horror, longing for an answer from their mouths, while these two researcher subordinates could only shake their heads now. Li Qingshi did not realize that even if he had researched all the ingredients of Chen Han's Qi and Blood potion, he had no way to mass-produce it. Quickly! Get through to Lao Yu. How can this kind of talent be allowed to stay in the army, in the national pharmaceuticals, in order to maximize his value? I'm going to offer him up as an ancestor. In fact, he was not the only one. At this moment, several of the top martial arts universities in the country all looked like they had gone crazy when they saw Chen Han. Especially after they checked Chen Han's resume. Originally, Chen Han was at the age of taking the college entrance exam to enter a martial arts university this year, and he was still a family's son, so why would he enter a military camp? The principle of this could be known if one thought about it carefully. In just a moment's time, the Chen family's phone had already been busted. The identities on the other end of the phone, Chen Jinan couldn't afford to offend any of them. And they were all scolding him. Chen Jinan could only accompany each one with a smile, his heart growing more and more chagrined. When he had expelled Chen Han, it would have been better if he had left a way out. In the battlefield, the air seemed to have frozen, and although the people did not stop dealing with the beasts in their hands, their eyes glanced over to Chen Han's side, if at all. All of them looked as if they were about to speak. At this moment, a sentence broke the silence. The voice came from inside the huge mech. Chen Han, that Qi and Blood potion of yours, can you sell me 2 bottles? I'll pay $1 million a bottle for it. I thought that the mech should be a rough man, but I didn't expect it to be a delicate female voice. Chen Han fixed his eyes. The person in the cockpit of the mech took off his helmet, but it was a soft girl less than 1 meter 6 in height. And that was the case for all 5 members of the giant team. This contrast took Chen Han by surprise. After all, he hadn't seen the true face of the giant team before, and all 5 of them wore heavy battle armor and were close to 1 meter 9 in height. The giant team's words, however, had punctured the crowd's thoughts. This kind of thing that could directly boost Qi and blood, even if it had a time limit, it was still a life-saving contraption at critical moments. Many of the generals who died in battle were sometimes not killed by foreign beasts, but rather died from exhaustion. Really, to kill Red-Eye moment, the fight is a breath. When that breath is gone, it's not far from death. But the effect of Chen Han's potion is equivalent to renewing another breath. Having 1 more breath and 1 less breath was sometimes a world of difference. Chen Han, I'll buy it too, $5 million, order 5 bottles. Leave me 3 bottles, $1,200,000 a bottle is fine. At this moment, a group of special operations teams that were supposed to be rivals actually begged Chen Han to purchase the Qi and Blood potion. This thing was so tantalizing that they couldn't care less about their faces. Only Zhen Zilin's face was ironic. His superiors had originally sent him to suppress the Cold Night team, but now he had instead allowed Chen Han to make a big splash. At this moment, the White Light team member even whispered in Zhen Zilin's ear, Team Zhen, why don't we buy 2 bottles as well? Ha! Zhen Zilin was on the verge of laughing in anger and snorted coldly, get lost. Zhen Zilin's mind was not distracted as he continued to release the 7-colored divine light. the only thing he could do right now was to keep Team White Light firmly in first place. However, this subsequent wave of beasts didn't appear to be overly high-ranked foreign beasts. The highest was only the 5th rank. A 5th rank foreign beast corresponded to a realm that was between the 3rd and 6th rank of a martial artist. Chen Han's basic attributes had long since reached the 7th rank of a martial artist under the increase of the Slaying God's gun intent. A mere 5th order Fey beast was no big deal at all. Due to the increase in Qi and blood potions, the terrifying 59-step Qi and blood also allowed Chen Han to be completely carefree. The piercing Deaththorn lance used against the group was basically thrown out for no money at all. Every time it was thrown, it blew a large crater out of the battlefield. As he retrieved the Snow Wolf lance, Chen Han used the Yuplan spear technique to harvest a few more foreign beasts. Between the retraction and release, the points of the Cold Knight team skyrocketed in a blowout manner. Soon, the number of points of the Cold Knight group surpassed the Giant group. Second place. Jin Zilin's heart was dripping blood. His realm had surpassed Chen Han by a whole large realm, and he had used all his strength, but he was powerless. Put. Jin Zilin, who had been releasing divine light without taking a break, couldn't help but spray out a mouthful of blood backwards. The light-based talent was indeed very strong, and Jin Zilin's rate of cleaning up the foreign beasts was not below Chen Han. Unfortunately, the light talent was also a talent that consumed a lot of Qi and blood. Jin Zilin's heart was exhausted, and he had already held out for more than 10 minutes, but now that he had suffered internal injuries, he could no longer hold on. He could only look at the scoreboard helplessly. White Light Team, 206,400 points. Cold Knight Team, 206,200 points. Boom! As the Snow Wolf gun exploded in the group of foreign beasts, the Cold Knight Team's points increased by another 700 points. 206,900. The undisputed number 1. Chapter 28 Fey Army. Minotaur Lord. This one transcendence would mean an eternity of transcendence. The members of Team White Light had all entered a state of exhaustion at this point, and it was no longer possible for them to pull their points back. Within a short time, the Cold Knight team, led by Chen Han, had surpassed the White Light team's score by a full 10,000 points. This score gap was still widening. Seeing this, the Kuei character battalion's elites all shouted out in excitement. Ha ha ha! The Cold Knight group did a great job. In the future, I'll see who dares to belittle our Vulcan army. The always serious Lu Zixing also laughed heartily and snorted. That group of rice buckets from the Thunder God army, occupying the capital and not doing anything for anyone. Now let's see how that Zhongjiu still opposes our Marshal Yu. In the high-level conference room, Zhong Gong realized that the tide had turned, and his face turned into the color of pig's liver. He was the elite of each battalion drawn from the major battalions of the Thunder God army, and his realm was above the Cold Knight team. If he lost, not to mention, his old face was at least cleanly disgraced. Despite this, Zhong Gong still forced himself to squeeze out a smile. Marshal Yu, congratulations in advance. The Cold Knight team won a big victory this time, and your cultivation is indispensable. Yu Woyun was happy in his heart, but on his lips, he still said modestly, it's not over yet, the victory or defeat is not yet known. As a matter of fact, anyone who had been fighting on the battlefield for years understood that this beast tide was almost over. Although it was a large beast tide, but it was probably limited to a few dozen kilometers, and the number of foreign beasts within a few dozen kilometers, even if all of them were added up, was only tens of thousands. In the middle of the battlefield, some members of the Special Operations Team even began to count the battle damage and organize their weapons and equipment. After all, in this test, only the first in points would be rewarded, and the rest would be accompanying, and the alien beasts on the battlefield were also decreasing step by step, and the combat objective of their support had been reached. Chen Han looked back at the adults of the Cold Knight group, although there were potions to add, but their blood ceiling was ultimately not high enough, and they were equally tired under the continuous killing. Seeing the point-seeking value above his head, Chen Han put away his Snow Wolf lance and lightly said, I'll take a break, this remaining Fey beasts, hand them over to the brothers in those 3 camps. Just when everyone thought that this battle was about to end, they only heard a loud rumbling sound coming from the ground under Chen Han and the others' feet as if an earthquake had occurred, making them unsteady on their feet. The scene was as if a flood beast was attacking in front of them. At the same time, the red light on the Tongtian wall blazed out, emitting a loud alarm. Alarm! Alarm! A foreign beast army has appeared ahead. A foreign beast army has appeared ahead. Hearing the words Fey Beast Army, everyone looked at each other with horrified expressions. The difference between the alien beast group and the alien beast army might not seem that big, but in reality, it was as different as mud in clouds. Although the number of foreign beasts in the foreign beast group was huge, but all the foreign beasts seemed to have no god's wisdom in general, just a brain to rush forward, without any rules and regulations. The human army, on the other hand, has combat discipline, as well as formation and coordination, so just now to attack the beasts of the group although ferocious, but did not give the army to bring particularly large losses. Even a considerable part of the beasts were not hunted and killed, but rather trampled themselves to death. However, the alien beast army was not ordinary. They had the same level of discipline as human armies, and acted in a regimented manner, causing great destruction. The first alien beast army in history was discovered in the 62nd year of the new calendar. It was also that year that the Tongtian Wall caused the largest scale breakage, resulting in the loss of millions of lives. Nowadays, throughout the entire south of the Dragon River, that is, within the territory of the Grand Xia, Fey beast armies rarely appeared. Only in the dark domain north of the Dragon River was it more common. According to the scientists' speculation, the foreign beasts in the dark domain north of the Dragon River had formed a civilization just like the human civilization. They developed their civilization, became powerful, formed an order, and even went so far as to establish country after country made up of alien beast races. However, this was extremely rare south of the Dragon River. It had been nearly 20 years since there had been an army of foreign beasts within the territory of Grand Xia. The crowd looked up, only to see a single foreign beasts, surprisingly in a neat formation, step after step, advancing in the direction of the wall to heaven. Their pace was consistent, their expressions were solemn, and they had completely lost that berserk feeling they had before. And in the center of this group of foreign beasts, there was a large foreign beast that was 6 meters tall, incomparably huge, standing out from the rest. It had a bull's head with a deep gaze, a pair of eyes as big as basketballs, and the most terrifying thing was its pair of meter-long fangs, which were vaguely flashing with a cold light, like some kind of mysterious metal. In his hand, he also carried a weapon, an axe. The material of the axe was unique, it was made of alloy, not like a natural formation. The type of this giant beast was easy to distinguish, a 6th-ranked foreign beast, a bull-headed beast lord. The appearance of this foreign beast caused the whole nation to panic in a split second. It wasn't that it was so terrifying, but the way it stood, the huge axe it held in its hand, and some of the decorations on its body, made people feel that it wasn't a beast, but a person. Yuoyan even stood up directly when he saw it, his eyes staring at the screen in death. He said in a shocked voice, "The group in the north has evolved into this now?" With just a glance, Yuoyan could tell that this Minotaur Lord had come from the dark domain in the north of Dragon River. For nearly 20 years, the army had never sent a team to survey the north again. Humans had stayed in one corner, defending their cities, thinking that this would allow them to enjoy peace and quiet. Although Marshal Yu's status was outstanding, after all, he was unable to order the whole country by himself, even if he thought of danger in peace and safety, and repeatedly brought up the draft of surveying the north, but they were all sunk into the sea. 20 years of time, the civilization of the northern dark domain has actually been able to refine the alloy. Although this alloy was inferior and not as good as the human civilization of 100 years ago, it required a certain industrial base. This did not bode well. Looking at this majestic and imposing army of foreign beasts, the battlefield was silent for a long time before someone finally broke the calm. "Ha ha ha. Originally, I thought there was no chance. There are many 6th-ranked foreign beasts in that team. If you guys don't get on, I'll go ahead and try." The one who said this was a martial artist in the Yellow Earth group whose weapon was a guan sword. His realm was at the 2nd rank of Martial General, and originally, the Yellow Earth group had been ranked 3rd in terms of points, clinging to the Giant group and the White Light group, and still had hopes of striking first. But now, because the Cold Night group's points were simply too high, it resulted in no chance at all. The 2nd-ranked Martial General was naturally unconvinced by this result. Just as he finished speaking, his figure transformed into a phantom. His base speed was at least 2,000 meters per second, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed to the front of the alien beast army formation. "Hanley, don't go over there." As a fellow member of the Thunder God army, Zhen Zilin immediately cursed. It was reasonable to say that with the strength of a martial general of the 2nd rank, it wouldn't be a problem to deal with a 7th-ranked Fey beast, but the picture that followed made everyone look dumbfounded. Han Li's moves were wide open, and when he had just rushed into the enemy formation, he had indeed achieved a lot of battle results. A forceful and powerful strike directly split 3 or 4 6th-ranked foreign beasts in half. But the next moment, dozens of foreign beasts rushed over. A thorn swordback dragon, relying on its size, crashed into his back, and the powerful inertia caused his body to involuntarily lean forward. In the next second, the head horns of the 2 unicorns faintly emitted a thunderous glow, and several lightning bolts attacked him. The most terrifying thing was that there were several smaller, monkey-like beasts that jumped onto his weapon in a matter of moments. Han Li's face was horrified, but he simply couldn't fight back, and in the blink of an eye, the Fey beast seized his weapon. It was only at this moment that he realized how terrifying an army of Fey beasts was. He was about to retreat, but the dozen or so huge Fey beasts at his back used their bodies as shields, blocking his only path of retreat in a matter of moments. Boom! Boom! Only a few heavy sounds could be heard as several attacks landed on Han Li's body one after another, sending him spewing blood backwards. Everyone's hearts trembled, shocked by the beast's desperate fighting style, but they couldn't help but want to rescue Han Li. Anyone could see that Han Li was only using his realm to hold on, and if there was no rescue, it was expected that he would be torn to pieces in a short while. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly came out of the radio. Everyone listen to my order. Abandon Han Li and retreat immediately. Don't stop for even a moment. Chapter 29, Group First. Type 6 Special Battle Armor. It was hard to imagine that this order was actually spoken by Marshal Yu, who was in the high-level conference room at this time. Zhong Gong, who was beside Yu Wuyan, immediately shot up and even called Yu Wuyan by his name. Yu Wuyan, what do you mean by this? Han Li is a member of my Thunder God army, you say you won't save him? Yu Wuyan glanced at Zhonggu, and his originally kind face became completely sharp. He didn't care about Zhonggu's provocation at all, let alone Han Li. If it was anyone who was in the Fey army at this moment, I would have given this order. Our soldiers can sacrifice for the defense of their country, but they shouldn't do this kind of needless sending of death. This test of yours, in itself, is unreasonable. Yu Wuyan grunted angrily, but it scared Zhong Gue to stop speaking. This matter was originally the result of Han Li's lightheartedness, and should not be made to be paid for by all of the Special Warfare Team. In the battlefield, after this order was given, Chen Han was even the first to climb towards the wall to the sky without looking back. Ji Yun and the others were still a bit puzzled. Young Chen, are we really not going to save anyone? Chen Han did not answer. His actions on the wall at this time had already shown his attitude. This Han Li didn't have much to do with him and wasn't worth his risk yet. Not to mention that everyone was exhausted. At this point, going to break into the alien beast army was basically the same as a cutie pie. There was no difference. Not long after, all the people from the Special Operations Team had basically arrived at the wall to the sky. Even though Han Li had the cultivation of a Marshal General of the 3rd rank, he could no longer hold on at this moment. Save. Before he finished shouting that one word of save, his stomach was deeply pierced by a unicorn's horn, and all kinds of organs broke out, looking very cruel. Everyone turned their heads away, unwilling to look, but in reality, it was only a matter of seconds before Han Li's corpse was gnawed away by the beast. Activate the Type 3 laser. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind Chen Han. Immediately afterward, one could only see a piece of iron slowly being uncovered from the smooth piece of the wall through the sky, revealing many densely packed cannon eyes. The role of the wall to heaven was not just as a wall to stop the foreign beasts. If that was the case, I'm afraid that the sky wall, which stretched for thousands of kilometers, would have been reduced to rubble long ago. 1, 2, 3, fire. Under a call, a bunch of terrifying black lasers shot out sharply from each cannon eye, emitting a myriad of terrifying auras as they swung towards the alien beast army. The Type 3 laser was a special laser newly discovered by the scientists of Grand Xia after the new calendar. Unlike previous lasers, this laser could only be driven by a special material to be effective as a weapon. This material was non-renewable and extremely precious. Its name is Star Crystal. During the Aura revival last 100 years ago, countless meteorites fell on the blue star from outside the sky, and the Star Crystal was the product of such meteorites. Star Crystal looks crystal clear, like crystal, but it contains a lot of energy. So far, the scientists of the blue star have not studied the composition of the Star Crystal thoroughly. As an energy source, a palm-sized star crystal was enough to support the electricity needed by hundreds of thousands of people in a small city for a month. And as a weapon to drive a Type 3 laser, it was the deadliest thing against the alien beasts. When the black laser was fired out, there wasn't any sound, as if all was silent. But when it fell on the head of the alien beast army, it was like destroying it. As long as it was within the range of the black laser, all the alien beasts instantly turned into pieces. Roar! The Minotaur commander seemed to have realized the terror of the laser, and immediately roared furiously for the army to retreat. However, how could the speed of the creatures surpass light, and it was only a strong person at the Martial Emperor level that could possibly survive the attack of the Type 3 laser. In the next moment, that Minotaur commander, too, obliterated under the laser. Unfortunately, things like star crystals were too precious, and to catalyze a Type 3 laser of this scale once, it would take roughly 3 whole kilograms of star crystals. Therefore, the Type 3 laser could not be used as a conventional weapon. Not to mention that most of the star crystals were north of the Dragon River. Xu Mang couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The power of technology, it's still powerful. Chen Han looked on coldly, but held a different opinion. While the power of technology is suddenly strong, the physical body of a martial god-level powerhouse is already immortal. As long as it's not internally injured, even a Type 3 laser formed from all the star crystals stacked around the globe wouldn't be able to harm a single hair on a martial god-level powerhouse's head. Knowledge is certainly terrifying, but evolving the physical body is the prerequisite for a species to be eternally indestructible. The examiner of the test couldn't help but secretly praise Chen Han when he heard his words. Once upon a time, Marshal Yu had similarly said these words. For this reason, Marshal Yu was for the most part willing to let the soldiers under his command experience the battlefield and go through life and death trials, rather than letting technology wear down their will. Thinking of this, the examiner cleared his throat and announced, for this test, the Cold Knight team has 215,600 points, first place. Special warfare teams, you may return. The rewards for this test will be distributed at a later date. The test was finally over, and the faces of most of the special operations teams did not look too good. It was not easy to come over for a trip, but they let the Cold Knight group, which had the lowest average realm, steal the limelight. Only the lowly squad from the giant team had a fairly normal complexion. One of them, a baby-faced girl with a double ponytail, even took the initiative to go forward and greet Chen Han. Before the assessment, Chen Han still had to look up at her, yet unloading the mech, she was half a head shorter than Chen Han. Hello Chen Han, my name is Zhang Shirin, leader of the giant group of the Phoenix Battalion of the Wood God Army, nice to meet you. And congratulations on winning first place. With a lowly's figure, she spoke in a royal sister-like voice, which caught Chen Han off guard. The Wood God Army and the Fire God Army were under the same command of Marshal Yu, which was why the giant group did not harbor any resentment towards the Cold Knight group. Originally, they had been formed on a temporary basis, and it was Marshal Yu who had specifically asked them to help Chen Han. What Chen Han did not expect was that Zhao Linger actually knew Zhang Shirin. Before Chen Han could reply, Zhao Linger actually immediately went up and pinched Zhang Shirin's lovely face. Sister Shirin, I haven't seen you in 2 years, why are you getting cuter and cuter? Linger, I'm still 2 months older than you, and you still call me sister? The two goddesses with different personalities laughing and joking together were truly extraordinarily eye-catching. Chen Han was a bit puzzled and said softly, Zhao Linger, you know the Giants group, why didn't you say so earlier? Zhao Linger disdained and gave Chen Han a blank look. There are no sisters on the battlefield, if I had said so earlier, would that have been cheating? Chen Han recalled all the details of the battlefield, and he then realized that Zhao Linger seemed to have been paying attention to the giant team intentionally or unintentionally, and several times she even looked in the direction of the giant team worriedly. Chen Han, don't forget that it was our giant team that ordered the Qi and blood potion from you first. Zhang Shirin demonstratively waved her small, not very threatening fist. And then, she continued, as a thank you, you guys don't need to take the car, we'll drive the mecha to send you back. Upon hearing the mecha, Zhu Mang Jiyun as well as Zhao Yufei's eyes all blossomed with a different light, and even Chen Han's heart was slightly moved. At this moment, the towering mecha stood in front of Chen Han's few people, with a sturdy and domineering appearance. It was hard not to let one's heart be moved. Riding in a mech, there was also a lowly to accompany them. Chen Han had no reason to refuse, and immediately agreed. On the way back, the huge mech was running wildly on the highway, and although the inside of the mech was bumpy, the Cold Knight group was very excited. Mangzi, we have to make more military achievements, we must also get a mech like this. It's so cool. That's right, the newest mech produced now is the Red Ing mech from the capital, that one is more than 20 meters tall. We have to get that one. A few days later, the commendations were handed down. First was the rank, all the members of the Cold Knight team's rank were raised by 1 rank. Chen Han's original staff sergeant had also become a lieutenant at this point. Don't underestimate this level of promotion. When one reaches the rank of lieutenant, one has truly stepped into the ranks of an officer, and has a certain amount of say in the army. Below the rank of lieutenant, no matter what troop they were in, they were still just ordinary big-headed soldiers. In just less than half a year's time, jumping 5 ranks in a row from a recruit was also unprecedented in the history of the entire army. Of course, besides the rank promotion, the most important thing was the prize this time. Type 6 Special Battle Armor. Chapter 30, Northern Expedition Planner. Acting on the cheap. The Type 6 Special Battle Armor was no ordinary armor. Since 80 years ago, the country had been developing alloy battle armor for martial artists. During this time, after continuous development, it has now been improved to the 6th set, hence the name Type 6. This set of battle armor had almost no drawbacks, and it took the country 20 whole years to develop it successfully. Only 2 years ago, it was put into actual combat. The most powerful thing about this set of battle armor was that star crystals were put in as the energy source to replenish the battle armor. As a result, when a martial artist wore this set of battle armor, not only could they drastically enhance their defensive capabilities, but they could also, to a certain extent, enhance all of their basic attributes. Except for the chi and blood values. However, also because of the use of star crystals, the construction cost of the Type 6 special battle armor was also quite expensive. Nowadays, only officers with extremely high positions in the army had the opportunity to use it. There wouldn't be more than 50 people in the entire army who could use the Type 6 special battle armor. But this time, 6 sets were actually rewarded. No wonder Marshal Yu said that the rewards for this test were very generous. For this award, Marshal Yu personally came over. When the 6 sets of Type 6 extraordinary battle armor were placed in front of the Cold Night group, the crowd was still in a bit of disbelief. Especially when they saw the crystal clear star crystals set on the waist of the white battle armor. That was a controlled item that was almost impossible to buy on the market even with money. Marshal Yu smiled amiably, "There's no need to be nervous, children, go and try it." The crowd heard the words and immediately ran over, just a slight arm, only to see that the battle armor even automatically floated over towards the person. There is a wonderful sense of technology. Not long after, the whole set of battle armor covered the whole body of Chen Han. The battle armor was designed for human comfort and fit perfectly on the body, without having to worry about any size, fat or thin issues. Chen Han just slightly swung his fist and hit the strength attribute measuring instrument, and under the increase of the battle armor, his strength unexpectedly rose by a full 3,000 kilograms. This Type 6 extraordinary battle armor is truly perfect. Chen Han gazed at the white alloy all over his body and gave a heartfelt sigh of emotion. This type of battle armor was a special supply for the military, and could not be possessed by the major clans, including within the top martial arts universities, and once again, Chen Han had actually experienced the benefits of joining the military. Before the crowd could finish being happy, Chen Han saw Marshal Yu frowning with an expression that did not seem happy. He waved his hand and said, "You guys take the battle armor and go back first, Chen Han stays." Zhao Linger had spent the most time with Marshal Yu, so she naturally understood that Yu Woyan had something to explain, and immediately saluted, "Yes." After everyone had walked away, Yu Woyan suddenly took out a document and threw it on the desktop. There were 5 big words written on the document. Northern Expedition Planner. Seeing these 5 words, Chen Han instantly froze before slowly saying, "Marshal Yu, what are you?" Yu Woyan suddenly straightened up, rarely showing a serious look in front of Chen Han, sitting upright. "You take a look first." Chen Han knew that this was not a trivial matter, I'm afraid, and picked up the Northern Expedition Planner and scanned it. Yet it was just a few glances that caused his heart to ripple. It was no exaggeration to say that this Northern Expedition Planner should be the biggest move of the army in recent decades. Yu Woyan intended to make a move against the Northern Darkness domain. The foreign beasts in the Northern Dark domain were almost incomparable to those in the south. This plan was enough to shake the entire Grand Xia. At this time, Yu Woyan suddenly opened his mouth. Since the recovery of the aura, the Grand Xia has fallen, and since then, with the Dragon River as the boundary, north of the Dragon River is ruled by the Fey beasts, and south of the Dragon River is the territory of the Grand Xia, and I, the Grand Xia, have been isolated, and so far it's been a whole 100 years. Speaking of this, Yu Woyan stood up, his 2-meter-tall stature appeared bold. The old man, he completely changed into another demeanor. Chen Han seemed to see the dark and turbulent times, leading the people of Dasha's dawn divine light. Yu Woyan then said, "Chen Han, this plan, I drafted it, and it has also been submitted, what do you think?" Chen Han hadn't fully reacted yet, and lightly said, "What you mean, is that you want to take back the northern territories?" "Not bad." Yu Woyan solemnly nodded his head, suddenly pointing to a full version of the Dixia map, a touch of nostalgia appearing indistinctly in his expression. A large area north of the Dragon River was, in ancient times, known as the Great Xia Origin Land. Chen Han, now that I say it, you may not understand that I am actually a northerner. For this entire 100 years, I have never set foot in my native land. As a traveler, how could Chen Han not understand that the complete territory of the Grand Xia was cut into 2 by the foreign beasts? When he had just crossed over, he couldn't accept it either, only that he had slowly worn out that mood later on. Chen Han gradually understood Yu Woyan's mood. Yu Woyan was afraid of the descendants of the Great Xia, forgetting that the north is the hometown of the Great Xia. The northern expedition has always been my lifelong wish. But various reasons have prevented me from making up my mind. But just a few days ago, seeing the commander of that alien beast army, I understood. That group in the north, if we don't deal with it, I'm afraid that the one waiting to be overwhelmed by the army will be us. Now answer me again, so this northern expedition proposal, do you agree? For the sake of the country and the people, chivalry. Yu Woyun was indeed worthy of the title of White Bijou. Chen Han solemnly nodded his head and said in a deep voice, "Of course I agree, a soldier's duty is to protect the family and defend the country. You can just directly say which battlefield to put our Cold Night team in charge of." Looking at Yu Woyun's righteous appearance, Chen Han thought that Yu Woyun was going to let the Cold Night group go to the battlefield. Who knew that Yu Woyun's answer was beyond Chen Han's expectations? "Chen Han, you've misunderstood. Each of your Cold Night team is a treasure, how can I afford to let you all go to your deaths? Besides, this northern expedition proposal is not that easy to pass. For the northern expedition, not only do we need a large number of soldiers to replenish equipment and materials, the most important thing is that this plan needs to be signed by more than 70% of the clans." These words really surprised Chen Han a little. A battle plan for the 3 military marshals actually required more than 70% of the families to agree to it. Chen Han did know that nowadays, throughout the Grand Xia, the families had their hands in the sky, but he did not expect that it had actually reached this level. It is simply a hand in the sky. To know, the entire Xia army up to 80% are civilians. And to fight a war, you need more than 70% of the families to agree? What a ridiculous thing to say. These families, are they afraid that they will have to go to war themselves when the civilians have fought all of them? 80% of the cultivation resources were in the hands of the families. At this moment, this was the first time Chen Han was ashamed of his family's identity. The behavior of the Chen family was already disgusting enough, and most of the families were even better than the Chen family. "Lieutenant Chen Han, at your service." Yu Woyun suddenly drank. Chen Han immediately saluted. Yu Woyun's sentence was forceful. Cold Night Team's mission: return to Hanwu City and get more than 70% of Hanwu City's clans to adopt the Northern Expedition Planner. Do you have the confidence to complete the mission? Yes. There weren't many family sons and daughters in the entire army that had a relationship with Yu Woyun. Coincidentally, the entire Cold Night group were all family sons and daughters, and were the troops that Yu Woyun trusted the most. Only then did Chen Han understand where Yu Woyun was aiming for. He scratched his head and said, "Marshal Yu, you are afraid that we are involved with our own family, that's why you said such a bunch of things so that we don't keep our feelings, right?" Being read through Chen Han's mind, Yu Woyun instantly had no place to put his old face, and could only glance his head at Chen Han. "Chen Han, sometimes being too smart isn't a good thing." Chen Han was never expecting that the famous light of the human race actually had such a childish side. He replied back, "Don't worry, a few of us, who have long since severed ties with the clan, will never hold back. This mission, guarantee completion." With Chen Han's repeated assurances, Yu Woyun immediately put his heart down. "Good. Since this is the case, I'll let you act cheaply. Remember, don't go too far." Act cheaply, these 4 words sounded simple, but they were very thick. It meant that Chen Han could mobilize his army at will within Hanwu City, and even kill people. No matter how big a basket case, Yu Woyun could take the heat. This wasn't some kind of holding a chicken feather as an arrow, but a true imperial sword. After all, there aren't many people in the whole of Daxia who can be on Yu Woyun's head. As Yu Woyun said, the northern expedition is imperative. Chapter 31, Returning to Hanwu City. Sister Chen Shui. In the 100 years of the new calendar, because of the revival of Aura, leading to the entire land of Daxia, all sorts of clans have sprung up like a rainbow. Although the majority of the army is made up of the civilian population, but once they have military achievements, they will also automatically evolve into clans, and naturally become the party that represents the interests of the family. This kind of simple thing, I actually didn't figure it out before. Chen Han sat on the bedpan of his dormitory, his mood unable to calm down for a long time. He let out a long breath. When he first joined the army, his goal was still just to survive in the barracks. In just a few short months, there had been a sea change. This change in identity made Chen Han feel somewhat like he was in a dream. After figuring this out, Chen Han realized how heavy Yu Woyun's plan for the northern expedition was. Before going to war with the terrifying beasts in the northern darkness domain, Yu Woyun was going to go to war with all the clans in Grand Xia. I'm afraid that the task of the Cold Night team on this trip would be much tougher than going directly into battle to kill the enemy. When he thought of this, a wry smile appeared on Chen Han's mouth. acting on the cheap, Marshal Yu, this old fox is really thorough in his thinking. With this right, it was not a little bit easier for the Cold Night team to act. Chen Han went to sleep satisfied, and the next day, he and the Cold Night team boarded the train to Hanwoo City. Meanwhile, inside the 8th Middle School of Hanwoo City, a cute girl was doing some basic training in introductory breathing techniques on the playground. 236. 237. She was doing push-ups and counting numbers while constantly adjusting her breathing rhythm. Cultivating the breathing method was not simply doing homework and reading books, but rather combining the theoretical foundation with physical training to achieve the effect of adjusting breathing and absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It was also for this reason that until the entrance examination into the Martial Artist University, all the students were consolidating the introductory breathing method in addition to their normal classes. It wasn't easy to practice this thing, but once it was practiced well, it benefited for life. At this time, a few male students passed by her. Yo, Chen Shui, still working so hard? Your brother is on TV, do you know that? With your brother around, why are you still working so hard? This girl was none other than Chen Han's younger sister, Chen Shui. Chen Shui turned her head over and saw the sneering faces of these boys, and immediately had a look of disgust on her face. She scornfully said, "What do you guys know? My brother used to be called a loser by you guys, so this sister of mine has to protect him from bullies. Now that my brother is famous, I, as a younger sister, can't drag him down even more." If Chen Han was present, hearing his sister's words would have been extremely gratifying. A few words that left these few boys speechless. However, there was one male that was a special case. He looked hazy and his face did not look good. His name was Chi Yu. The Chi family of Hanwoo City had always worked with the Chen family, and was considered the Chen family's little brother, and the two families had always had a mutual intermarriage. If Chen Han had been a waste, according to common sense, a heavenly daughter like Chen Shui, as long as his father operated a little, Chen Shui would sooner or later marry into the Chi family. But the situation was different now. Because of that live broadcast, Chen Han had become the man of the hour in Hanwoo City. Chen Shui had a big tree to rely on behind her, and Chi Yu became more and more distant from her. Thinking of this, Chi Yu even blurted out, "Chen Shui, I don't know what you're complacent about? Your brother's kind of waste will always be waste. Could it be that going on a live broadcast could change it? My dad is still on the air every day explaining public safety? Do you see me saying anything about it?" Chen Shui was under Chen Han's influence, that was also a fiery temper. With a flip, she got up from the ground and pointed her finger at Chi Yu. "Chi Yu, I've warned you many times, it's fine for you to talk about me, you don't talk about my brother. I've put up with you for a long time." Chi Yu saw that Chen Shui looked like she was really angry. She immediately took a step back and stopped speaking. Chen Han had been fatherless and motherless since he was young, and because of his talent, he had suffered a lot of stares in the family, while Chen Shui was the same. The two had almost habitually kept their tails between their legs under that horrible family atmosphere, but this time, Chen Shui did not intend to hold back any longer. She continued to press forward 2 steps, pointing at Chi Yu and cursing, "Chi Yu, you apologize to me right now. Apologize to my brother. Otherwise, I'll meet you hand to hand." With that, Chen Shui threw the school badge on her shoulder and threw it in front of Chi Yu. This action was a sign that a martial artist duel was going to take place. A martial artist duel was also able to promote cultivation and also exercise practical combat experience, so the school did not prohibit this behavior. "Young Yu, you're not going to wimp out, are you? The opposite side is a little girl. Young Yu, if you don't dare to take this, I will look down on you." Chi Yu gulped and swallowed, and under the encouragement of the people around him, he could only take on this duel. He also threw down the school badge, and also let out harsh words, "Chen Shui, don't blame me for bullying you. Good men don't fight women, this is you provoking first." The two unfolded their stance, using the playground as the ring. Although they hadn't formally stepped onto the path of a martial artist yet, because of the consolidation boost from the introductory breathing method, coupled with their talents, the duo also had some sparring strength. Chen Shui's talent was the A-rank talent Night Drifting Snow, an extremely rare natural system talent. Chi Yu would not be enough to look at, merely see great Earth system talent. Fong's harsh words were also to not lose face. In fact, Chen Shui's grades in the A top, the future is bound to be the major martial arts universities to compete for the number 1 seed. Chi Yu still understood how much he had. His left leg stomped towards the ground, then a 3 centimeter thick wall of earth was erected in front of him. Not only was his talent C rank, but it was also focused on defense. When martial artists dueled, if one side could only defend, it was no different from directly admitting defeat. In comparison, Chen Shui was much more violent. She only softly drank. Her body was immediately covered with ice crystal prisms, as if she had worn a cold ice battle armor on her entire body. This ice armor is covered with ice blades everywhere, which can be attacked and defended. Seeing Qi Yu's earth wall, Chen Shui could not help but smile coldly. Her strength nowadays had reached 180 kilograms and her speed was close to 10 meters per second, and with these basic attributes, she wasn't that far away from being a samurai. Still calling my brother a waste? I don't know who's the waste. Chen Shui lightly snorted as her entire body shot out like a spring. In a flash, she arrived in front of Qi Yu. Right hook punch. With just one punch, the ice blade on the ice-cold battle armor easily smashed into the earthen wall, and the 3-centimeter earthen wall was slashed with slit after slit, and in a flash, it collapsed into slag and crumbled to the ground. Qi Yu was horrified. He had thought about the gap between him and Chen Shui, but he didn't expect the gap to be this big. In a panic, he gathered an earth cone and attacked Chen Shui. However, this earth cone only crossed Chen Shui's right hand and was easily blocked by her ice-cold battle armor. Chen Shui turned a blind eye and blasted a fist directly at Qi Yu. The terrifying force caused Qi Yu's entire body to fly backwards, rolling on the ground several times before coming to a heavy stop. When Qi Yu got up, the right side of his face had already been punched beyond recognition, and his body was covered in blood. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The few boys who were watching the fight laughed out loud. It turned out to be Qi Yu, who had his right hand covering his cheek, who had actually been beaten up by Chen Shui to the point where he was snotty and crying. You. I'll go home and tell my dad. Qi Yu fled in a panic, fearing that someone would see his humiliating appearance. Chen Shui retrieved her cold ice battle armor and smiled disdainfully, but she turned her head to worry. Will I cause trouble for my brother if I do this? Just as she was thinking, a reminder suddenly came from the intelligent device on her body. Hello, you have an unreceived message, please check. A virtual screen appeared in front of Chen Shui's eyes, and seeing the message, she was instantly overjoyed and hurriedly rushed towards the outside of the campus. At the Hanwu City Station. Several men in military uniforms had a heroic look on their faces, and the badges on their shoulders meant that these men were not of low rank, drawing the attention of pedestrians. Young Chen, this time when I returned to Hanwu City, even though it's only been 3 months, I feel like it's a sea of change. Who would have thought that 3 months ago, each and every one of us was a foppish family waste, but now we are able to hold our heads high in the entire Hanwu City. Ji Yun, the loudmouth, had not stopped when he was in the car, and now that he was out of the car, he was still talking like a machine gun. However, Chen Han did have the illusion of being a world away. In the next second, a fragrant breeze drifted by, and a soft body instantly jumped on Chen Han's body. Chen Han, to think that you still have an old flame in Hanwu City? Seeing this, the long-bodied Zhao Linger couldn't help but tease. Chapter 32, You have people on top. There's no one above me. Perhaps even Zhao Linger hadn't thought that her words were filled with the implication of jealousy. Ji Yun, who was the only one who understood what was going on, looked at Zhao Linger with interest and snickered. Instructor Zhao, why can't we as soldiers fall in love? Only then did Zhao Linger react, her pretty face slightly reddening. There weren't many scenes that could make this little chili pepper blush, and her lips flicked slightly, with a look of being a thief. Who said that you can't fall in love? I didn't say that. It's just that this soldier's partner is something that needs to be recorded. Chen Han is withholding information. When Ji Yun Zhu as well as Zhao Yufei heard this, they immediately looked at each other, before letting out a laugh of conspiratorial triumph. And the next moment, the words of the woman who pounced on Chen Han made Zhao Linger even more groundless. Brother! Long time no see. Zhao Linger hated to find a crack in the ground at this moment. Chen Han pinched Chen Shui's face and spoiled it. Let brother take a look. Haven't seen you in a few months, you've lost weight. Did the Chen family mistreat you? In fact, Chen Han knew in his heart that with Chen Shui's qualifications, the Chen family had only cultivated her. Not to mention that with the threat of Yu Shui last time, the Chen family was even more afraid to move a hair on Chen Shui's head. Chen Shui lightly hummed, brother. The Chen family didn't do anything to me, but it's just that if you're not here, it's meaningless for me to stay anywhere. At this time, Chen Shui twisted her head and saw Ji Yun Zhu and others. She didn't recognize any of these people except Ji Yun, so she curiously said, brother, except for Ji Old Ladybird, are they all your comrades? Wow! This sister is so pretty. Chen Shui had a very sweet mouth and noticed Zhao Linger, who stood out amongst a group of big old men, at the first glance. Zhao Linger, as long as she didn't speak, was indeed a first-class absolute beauty, long legs, angelic face, plus a perfect slender figure, a degree that could make women envious.
Chen Shue's words spoke to Zhao Linger's heart, and Zhao Linger immediately said back, "Sister Chen Shue, you're cute too." Zhao Linger's voice all seemed to have changed, crispy and sweet, completely different from the fiery-tempered red child from before. Chen Han was about to say something, but then he saw that on Chen Shue's arm, there was a tiny scuff mark that did not look like it had been accidentally rubbed. Chen Han's gaze flinched as he pointed to the scuff mark on Chen Shue's hand. "Little Shue, who did this to you? Was it bullied at school?" Chen Shue hurriedly withdrew her hand, covering the abrasions on her hand, and reluctantly smiled. "It's fine, it's just an injury from accidentally falling on the ground while practicing kung fu, brother. I'm not that kind of delicate young lady, this injury can't even be considered an injury." Chen Han understood Chen Shue's temper. The more this expression, the more it proved that Chen Shue's injury was due to someone else. Previously, because of their lack of strength, Chen Han and Chen Shue had to endure whatever situation they were in, but now it was different. Chen Han was already a martial artist of the 3rd rank, and was also Martial Yu's close confidant, so there was no need to endure any kind of bullying anymore. Chen Shue refused to say, does not mean Chen Han will not investigate. He wouldn't let Chen Shue suffer a single bit of harm anymore. Walking on the streets of Hanwu City, Zhao Linger and Chen Shue were talking happily, while Ji Yun Zhu Mang and several others were chatting about the information of the large and small clubs in Hanwu City. Zhao Yufei was listening with great interest. Such a scene made Chen Han's anger subside quite a bit. But this tranquility was soon broken. Only to see in the distance, a man with half of his cheeks swollen as if he was a pig's head was cursing. Beside him, there were 3 black-clothed bodyguards. These bodyguards, all of them were good martial artist-level fighters. "Where's that smelly? Where did it go? If you have the ability to beat people up, you don't have the ability to come out. See if this young master won't beat you to death today." This behavior of his, screaming and cursing in the street, instantly caused the crowd to gather around. Since his cheeks were swollen, there weren't many people who recognized his identity, causing his behavior to cause laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha. Who is this person? Happy to die. It's too abstract. Beaten up by who, so badly?" At this moment, the Cold Night group that was walking down the street also saw that person. Zhao Yufei and Ji Yun were laughing their asses off. Only Chen Shue, the one who started it all, had a drop of cold sweat on her forehead. Like a child who had just made a mistake, she pulled on Chen Han's coat. "Brother, this side isn't fun, let's go." Just after saying that, Chen Shue pulled Chen Han up and wanted to run wildly. However, she was still spotted by the sharp-eyed Chiyu. At this moment, Chiyu did not care about the face of his so-called young master of the Chi family, and immediately shouted, "It's you, Chen Shue. Don't you dare leave. You hit someone and still want to run away?" Chiyu led the several bodyguards across the road and came over with a big strut. He just wanted to point at Chen Shue and curse, but a tall figure stopped in front of Chen Shue. Just now, Chiyu's attention had been on Chen Shue, and when he finally noticed that the person in front of him was Chen Han, the whole person couldn't help but be shocked and took several steps back. You, why are you here? Aren't you in the army?" It was his words that made everyone on the street notice Chen Han's presence. The previous live broadcast had been shocking, making the entire hundreds of millions of people in Daxia remember the Army's Special Operations Team, and the one that had attracted the most attention, that was Chen Han. "I'll go. Isn't that Chen Han, the leader of the Cold Night team? This Chen Han has always been our Hanwu City na. Quickly take a picture to commemorate it." Instantly, the attention of most of the people on the street was focused on Chen Han. However, Chen Han didn't have the heart to care about this right now, as he had already guessed that the abrasions on his sister's arm were most likely related to this pig head. He grabbed Chen Shue's wrist and said to Chiyu in a cold voice, "This injury, you made it?" Chiyu's aura from earlier was almost gone. Don't look at the fact that he could mouth off about Chen Han in school, but when it really came down to it, he still knew that Chen Han's status was extraordinary. Chiyu's voice when he spoke, all became stammered. "So what if it was me who did it? Do you see your sister beat me into what kind?" This word, that half of the pig head face and let the crowd a burst of laughter. On the contrary, Chiyu's bodyguard, at this time, did not know the height of heaven. In an instant, the bodyguard rushed to Chiyu's body, and 3 martial artists' auras appeared. "How are you talking to our young master? Do you know who our young master is? Do you know what kind of person our young master is? Do you know who our master is?" After all, Hanwu City hadn't reached the scale of East Imperial City, and there were still some frogs at the bottom of the well. These frogs had been in the city from birth to death, stubbornly believing that the high officials in the city were the biggest piece of heaven.
Chen Han also no longer nonsense, his chest has long had anger, a thought, the snow wolf gun has been held in the hand. Although Chen Han's realm was still the martial artist rank, within the same realm, it was almost impossible to find an opponent. In the next moment, the Yu family gun technique's overpowering spear swept out, and before the three bodyguards could recover, they were knocked to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood heavily. Chen Han's basic attributes were too much stronger than theirs, and he was completely crushing against the enemy. However, Chen Han didn't just intend to beat them up, the snow wolf gun was thrown and directly came with a string of 3 ice candy gourds. Kill! Kill! Quickly run! Someone is killing people in the street. The crowd dispersed in fear. No one had expected that Chen Han would be so decisive in his actions, originally just wanting to have fun, but had never expected to see such a bloody side. Even the other people in the Cold Night group had not expected Chen Han to strike so viciously, and looked at Chen Han with some shock. And it wasn't just the 3 black-clothed bodyguards that Chen Han wanted to kill. He drew out the spears on the chests of the black-clothed bodyguards and slowly walked towards Chiyu again. Chiyu felt that biting killing intent, and his entire body was instantly stunned, even the urine stains on his pants were scared. You don't kill me. Please. My father is Chen, the director of the Hanwu City War Integration Bureau, he has a lot of people above him. Chiyu was frightened and shocked, usually has always been used to being a bully, where to face the fear of death. Unfortunately, his father had many people above him, Chen Han's above him, but there were not many people left. The lance flashed coldly, and without hesitation, Chen Han pierced through Chiyu's body with a single shot. Chapter 33 I came to Hanwu City to do only one thing. This scene did not only frighten the onlookers who were eating. It even caused the members of the Cold Night team to be stunned. Chen Shui covered her mouth and said in shock, "Brother, what are you doing?" Chen Shui was not agreeing with Chen Han's move against Chiyu, she just thought that Chiyu's little mouth high should not be guilty enough to die. Although today was the era of martial artists, killing someone on the street was also a very serious matter. Or rather, it was because the streets were filled with martial artists that the laws would be even harsher in order to maintain stability. Even the sons and daughters of large families would not do something like killing in the street. Chen Han, however, did it in full view of everyone. Zhao Linger's brows knit tightly as she opened her mouth and said, "Chen Han, if you do this, we won't be able to explain to marshal you. If you can't get it right, it's still a family son, and if you can't get it right, you'll be court-martialed." From start to finish, even if he was not understood, Chen Han's expression was completely calm and collected, he already had the qualities of a senior commander. Chen Han retrieved his lance, the tip of which was still stained with Chiyu's blood. As he wiped the blood, he said, "Don't forget what we are returning to Hanwu City for this trip." The Cold Night team group had come to Hanwu City, to put it bluntly, to do one thing. To put it nicely, it was to get the major clans to sign the consent form for the Northern Expedition Plan. To put it bluntly, it was to go to direct war with the great clans. Chen Han was angry, but not irrational. Chiyu's crime was not to death. If he was a commoner's son, Chen Han would have rewarded him with a disability. But he was in the Qi family, one of the giants of Hanwu City. Then he had to die. This was an internal war, and to fight a war, one had to use thunderous means. At the same time, the various clans in Hanwu City had received news of Chen Han's return. They sent people with all sorts of gifts, large and small, and were also ready to head to the road where Chen Han was traveling to offer his courtesy. Chen Han was previously recognized as a waste in Hanwu City's family circle, but a live broadcast had allowed the crowd to recognize him once again. The scene of Chen Han killing someone on the street was just the thing for the members of the big families to see. They stopped their pace and were stunned into silence. "I remember that one who fell to the ground, isn't that the son of the Qi family? That guy is the first son of the Qi family. Killed just like that? Is Chen Han so bold now? Not to mention killing someone in the street, the one who killed him was also the son of the Qi family. Even though the Qi family and the Chen family are considered joint families, it's not as bad as this. Chen Han, what exactly do you want?" The crowd of onlookers from the family sucked in a breath of cool air, not even daring to come forward to give gifts again for fear that the next moment they would draw fire and be beheaded by Chen Han. Coincidentally, Chen Han's cold eyes swept right over the faces of those various family members. A single glance caused the members of the various clans to flee in fear, and also threw away the gifts in their hands. The members of the Cold Night team were still digesting what Chen Han had just said. They had thought that this was still a relatively easy errand, after all, it was just a matter of getting the various clans to sign their names. However, what they did not know was that this northern expedition plan would seriously infringe upon the interests of the clans, and in addition to the mass deaths of members of the army, the great clans would also have to donate money and goods. The most important item was the star crystal. Currently, the army's storage of star crystals was quite scarce, and most of the star crystals were in the hands of the various families. If you want to go on a northern expedition, star crystals are naturally essential for this high-end weapon resource. This is to grab food from the hands of the major families. A bloody storm was inevitable. Chen Han had killed Chiyu, and that was to make an example out of him. "Let's go to the resident," Chen Han said in a cold voice, then led the members of the Cold Night team to the Hanwu city garrison. 10 minutes later, a limousine suddenly came on the road, and a rough middle-aged man, dressed in a suit, let out a loud cry when he saw Chiyu's corpse on the ground. "Son, ah! My son!" The man cried his heart out. He was none other than Chi Feihu, Chiyu's father. Chi Feihu is the director of Hanwu City's War Integration Bureau, the so-called War Integration Bureau, the full name of the War Integration Bureau. Don't look at the name so lofty. In fact, what Chi Feihu has to do is to publicize to the residents about the knowledge of the war, equivalent to a civil position. However, the War Preparation Bureau has a little right, that is, can mobilize the city patrol. These patrols of martial artists, basically is all day long in the city wandering to maintain order. It is such a small right, gave Chiyu great momentum. The indulgence in domineering, often will Chi Feihu hanging on the side of the mouth. Chi Feihu cried with tears and red eyes, and soon afterward, she became furious. "Chen Han, aren't you just a big-headed soldier? Are laborers still afraid of you? Kill to pay for your life. I want you dead. Pass on my order. Have all of Hanwu City's city patrols, remember, all of them, call them over to me. Follow me to the military compound." The rushing rage completely covered Chi Feihu's little bit of remaining sanity. As for the Cold Night group, they also arrived in front of the Hanwu City military residence. Just as they reached the entrance, several warriors came out to receive them. They gave a standard military salute to the Cold Night team. "Good day, Captain Chen." "Good day, Captain Zhao." "Captain Chen, my name is Luo Feng. My superiors have long informed me that you will arrive at Hanong City today, and have specially asked me to receive you, and the meal has been prepared long ago." The receiving warrior Luo Feng was very polite, reaching out to take Chen Han's luggage. Chen Han, however, did not rush in. Instead, he threw his luggage down and turned his head to stand under the door, as if he was waiting for something. Immediately, he asked Luo Feng, "What are the troops stationed near Hanwu City right now?" Luo Feng scratched his head and thought carefully before saying, "The ones currently stationed in Hanwu City seem to be the Water God Army's Chu Z Battalion, the Earth God Army's 6,000 Battalion, and our Fire God Army's Top Z Battalion." Chen Han didn't hesitate and directly took out a token from his pocket and threw it to Luo Feng, and that token was clearly engraved with a capitalized U character. Luo Feng's hands were trembling as he held the token and stammered, "Isn't this old General Yu's army transfer token? My God! This kind of low-level martial artist who could only live in the quarters for his entire life, a high probability was that he had probably never seen Yu Wuyan before, and it was normal for him to have this reaction." Chen Han said in a deep voice, "Luo Feng, use this token to transfer all the people from these 3 camps to the garrison." Since returning to Hanwu City, everything Chen Han had done was beyond the expectations of the members of the Cold Night team. Ji Yun couldn't help but ask, "Young Chen, what are you planning to do again? 3 battalions of soldiers, that's tens of thousands of people. All of them are capable of fighting." Chen Han had a confident look on his face, his eyes dead set on the only highway ahead. "Just wait, there will be a good show." Not long after, the few people heard a siren blaring in the distance. Then a city patrol car came whistling. Counting it down, there were actually 70 to 80 of them. Chapter 34, Against the Odds Marshal General. Terrifying personal strength. Where had the fledgling Chen Shui seen this kind of scene? She was so scared that she trembled and couldn't help but hide behind Chen Han. "Little Shui, there's brother here, don't be afraid." Chen Han's words made Chen Shui relax quite a bit. Only to see the doors of the city patrol cars open, and from above came down a uniformed patrol member. Don't underestimate the strength of these patrol members. The average realm was at least at the 6th level of martial artist. Some of them could also reach the 8th rank of martial artist. Most of the family descendants did not enter the army to fight in the battlefield, and were doing such errands. Even Chen Han had, before, wanted to be one of them. Chi Feihu was the last one to get off the bus, and pointing at Chen Han, he cursed, "Chen Han, you piece of trash. I think you're looking for death, you dare to kill my son? Just as he finished speaking, he only saw all the city patrol members immediately rushing forward, instantly surrounding the Cold Night group. Chen Shui was so scared that she was on the verge of crying, sobbing, "Brother, did I cause you trouble? I shouldn't have made a move against Chiyu. I'm sorry." Oh. The kind-hearted Chen Shui was still blaming herself. Chen Han smiled faintly before comforting, "It's all right, Snow, you're helping brother." In the face of this kind of scene, the members of the Cold Night team were on guard, their faces serious. Battles between martial artists were different from those with foreign beasts, often the winner could be decided in a single breath. For this reason, in a one-on-many situation, the average person would rather face a roundup of fey beasts than a roundup of martial artists. There were several hundred or so members of these city patrols, and they were basically stronger than the Cold Night group in terms of realm. If they were to really fight to the death, the Cold Night team might not be a match. It was a good thing that these family descendants were used to being pampered in their daily lives, and they had never seen life and death combat in the back of Hanwu City, and it could even be said that they had never killed anyone. There was absolutely no bloodlust in the army. Thus, without Chi Feihu's orders, they were just surrounding there. Zhao Linger snorted coldly, "Chi Feihu, I think you're the one looking for death. Do you know that we are from the army?" Chi Feihu shrugged his shoulders, a murderous intent in his eyes. "What's wrong with people from the army? Can army people just kill people at will? Besides, you're just a few big-headed soldiers, calling yourselves a special operations team. You really think you're onions?" Ji Yun and Zhu Mang looked at each other, then laughed out loud. "Chi Feihu, I advise you not to be ungrateful. The few of us, it's not like we're letting you bully us like before." Chi Feihu's eyes flinched before he swept past Zhu Mang, Ji Yun and finally looked towards Chen Han. These three people were actually known to him, and were considered to be far-famed losers in the Hanwu City family circle. In the past, when they saw him, they were all contraptions that had to nod their heads and bow. Now in just a few months' time, the situation has changed drastically. It's like the old saying, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not deceive the youth poor. But Chi Feihu did not think he was that good to pinch the soft persimmon, not to mention that these few people can set off what shocking waves. You have to know, he called all the city patrols this time, will certainly also alarm all the families in the city. If he were to go soft, the entire Hanwu city would know that his Chi family couldn't even fight a few losers, and the Chi family's face would be disgraced. "Ji and Zhu Mang, for the sake of your families, I won't kill you today. But Chen Han, today I must cut off his head with my own hands." Saying that, Chi Feihu's clothes abruptly exploded open, and then he received the fine steel greatsword from his men. "Chen Han, don't say I'm bullying you. I want you to take a life today. As long as those comrades of yours don't make a move, I won't let the patrol make a move. Do you dare to fight me one-on-one?" As the top boss of a group of patrol team members, Chi Feihu was naturally more powerful, with a realm of Martial General second stage. "Good." Chen Han readily answered the battle. With that, he came out with his gun, the Snow Wolf gun already being held in front of him with both hands. Chi Feihu did not expect Chen Han to agree so readily, and he had calmed down quite a bit in the time it took to gather his men. He still didn't understand what backstage the Cold Night team had on the military side, and thus wasn't sure that he could take the consequences after taking out the Cold Night team. Before, he was just putting out some harsh words. No matter what, he didn't dare to kill soldiers in front of the military camp. Everything is for the purpose of provocation. Well, Chen Han will be provoked with him one-on-one. One-on-one fights and killings, that nature is different. Now the whole of Dasha every day in the martial arts duel, to say the least, there are tens of thousands of games. This old fox of the officialdom couldn't help but smile heartily. In the end, he's still a little kid. Of course, right now, this old fox hadn't realized that he was being set up by Chen Han. "Yellow-mouthed child, give back my son's life." Chi Feihu shouted violently and slashed with his sword. The basic attributes of a martial general were non-trivial, and most of the Chi family's talents were also body-strengthening talents. If Chen Han remembered correctly, Chi Feihu's talent was to be able to strengthen his muscles, which would enhance his offensive capabilities as well as provide some defense. Therefore, Chi Feihu did not wear battle armor, but instead bared his upper body, the muscles seeming like a single block of iron. Almost in the blink of an eye, the sharp light of that alloy machete arrived above Chen Han's head. The months in the barracks had not been a waste of time for Chen Han, and his combat instincts made him raise his gun upwards with both hands. Clang! The two weapons clashed with a loud, crisp sound, even rubbing out electric sparks. Chi Feihu was very shocked, secretly saying, "This kid has actually become a martial artist of the third rank. And he was able to block my Vajra blade technique. In terms of basic strength, Chen Han was bound to still have a gap with Chi Feihu, so he didn't get attached to the battle and quickly withdrew from Chi Feihu's attack range. An inch long was an inch strong. The lance's strength lay in its length, and it could not be fought hard with a great sword at short range, or in the case of a huge difference in basic attributes. Chen Han did not sit back and wait for death, just withdrawing from the attack range. The Yu family gun technique was poised to come out. Martial artist versus martial general, Chen Han actually dared to take the initiative to attack, which caused the city patrol to be taken aback. Is Chen Han crazy? How dare he take the initiative to attack our chief? He's a third-ranked martial artist. Once he takes the initiative to attack, it's equivalent to revealing a crack. Our director can easily split him. It was not Chen Han's style to be defensive, and the Yu family's gun techniques did not have any defensive moves. Offense was the best defense. This guy was not easy to deal with. The gap in basic attributes had no way to be easily erased. Chen Han's gun stabs were difficult to form an effective killing force on Chi Feihu's iron muscles. However, for him, a martial artist, to be able to stalemate with a martial general was already a great victory. Not to mention that as he fought, Chi Feihu became more and more appalled. Slowly, he was actually at a disadvantage. The first thing was that this kid Chen Han's chi and blood seemed like it was endless, and not a single drop of hot sweat even emerged from his forehead. Secondly, he realized that Chen Han's power was actually getting stronger and stronger with each spear shadow stabbing at him. At first, Chen Han was unable to graze him a little, but gradually, he was able to leave a small hole in his body. Chapter 35. Not only do you not admit your guilt, and also dared to return the favor to this lieutenant. Of course, this little hole is not a big deal to the general level Chi Feihu. It would heal itself in less than a moment. What scared Chi Feihu was that Chen Han was only a martial artist. He was able to kill him back and forth, completely breaking the argument of invincibility of realms in the past 100 years. This kid, he wasn't like this before. In the past, when Chi Feihu met Chen Han on the streets, he had only thought of him as just an obsequious brat. Chi Feihu was enraged, urging his entire body to use its strength. His blade became unpredictable, his hands were harsh, and each strike was as powerful as 1,000 pounds. The various family members who had been observing from afar sucked in a breath of cool air. Unexpectedly, Chen Han was actually able to force Chi Feihu to use the Chi family's family martial art, the Thousand Waves Jagged Blade. This martial skill has a total of 12 blades, based on the Vajra blade technique. Chen Han, a tiny martial artist of the third rank, when Chi Feihu used the Thousand Wave Jagged Blade, it was actually Chi Feihu who was defeated. The Thousand Waves Jagged Blade was an A-ranked martial skill. As was also said before, a martial skill was a martial artist's bottom card, consuming a huge amount of chi and blood, and it was generally difficult for a martial artist to go out and use a martial skill until the stage of last resort. And when it came to the stage of needing to use a martial art, it was the time to fight for one's life. The extra meaning in this old man's words, if Chen Han was also at the martial general level, then Chi Feihu would have died a long time ago. The great clans of Hanwu City had to begin to re-examine this fellow that they had always treated as a rice bucket. The Thousand Waves Jagged Knife was extraordinary. Chen Han raised his spear to block it. Just the first knife, it actually made him feel very strenuous, even his ankles were plunged into the soil. Martial general level is still a bit hard to top, Chen Han secretly said, and immediately retreated backwards. Luckily, he had the advantage of chi and blood, and this first slash was unable to cause substantial damage to him. And at this time, the system prompt that Chen Han had been waiting for came. Ding! System prompt, your killing intent value has stacked up. It was finally stacked full. Once the killing intent value reached its peak, it meant that Chen Han could use the power of the killing gun intent to directly quadruple his attributes. Chi Feihu's base strength attribute was almost around 150,000 kilograms. Chen Han's base attribute, on the other hand, was now 31,500 kilograms. Boosting it by 4 times was almost exactly Chi Feihu's value. Chi Feihu had martial arts skills. Was it any wonder that Chen Han didn't? Only to see gusts of red thunderous light emerging from the tip of Chen Han's spear. At this moment, Chi Feihu was terrified, as he could clearly feel that Chen Han's aura had changed. He even felt as if he, as a martial general, was indistinguishable from the martial artist Chen Han at this moment. It was this second of fear that caused him to completely panic. So much so that the next slash of the Thousand Waves Jagged Blade didn't even have time to be released. When martial artists dueled, victory or defeat was only a matter of moments. It was also this second that Chen Han had arrived in front of Chi Feihu's body. The spear of piercing deaththorn, out of the hand, must hit, out of the hand, must be locked. The tip of the spear stabbed straight towards Chi Feihu's heart. Red light exploded, and Chi Feihu's proud iron muscles were easily destroyed under Chen Han's martial arts skills as if they had been destroyed. The snow wolf lance stabbed solidly into Chi Feihu's body. The battle was decided. However, Chi Feihu did not die. Chen Han was also very surprised. He was very sure that the snow wolf lance had already pierced into Chi Feihu's body, and that the piercing death thorn lance was bound to hit the heart. He pulled the lance out, and a large amount of blood emerged from Chi Feihu's chest. It was only then that Chen Han saw that Chi Feihu's heart actually had a strange baffle placed on it. The baffle was a strange soft body, which should be some sort of special mechanical alloy. Chen Han suddenly realized, this guy has done a mechanical biomodification. Or in the heart area. Mechanical biomodification was also a way for today's martial artists to enhance their strength. Implanting a bioalloy in the body, just like the way silicone was stuffed in the old calendar, would be able to significantly improve the physical quality. But mechanical remodeling is very costly, especially the heart area. After all, this era martial artists already have considerable self-healing power, coupled with advanced medical technology. As long as the brain and heart do not have too many problems, basically can survive. If Chen Han remembered correctly, the amount of money needed for this kind of transformation was astronomical. The bioalloy that could block the piercing deaththorn gun was even more extraordinary. Chi Feihu looked at Chen Han in horror. This was the first time in his life that he had faced the fear of death, and urine stains were even faintly emerging between his legs. Father and son are father and son, almost the same. At this moment, Chi Feihu could not care less about face, and immediately shouted to the surrounding patrol members, "All of you, finish off Chen Han. I'll take the responsibility. If you can kill Chen Han, I'll make sure that you become the director of the Battle Integration Bureau." The patrol members were in the way of Chen Han's identity and didn't dare to make a move in front of the public. However, Chi Feihu's words made people want to move. The position of the director of the War Integration Bureau, the entire Hanwu city did not know how many family children were staring at. Not to mention that the responsibility for killing Chen Han did not need to be carried by them. In a flash, the hundreds of martial artists in the patrol team all took out their weapons and gawked at the cold night group. Chen Han calmly retrieved his lance and shook off the blood on it before glancing at his watch, counting the time. It's almost time to come. Just as the patrol members were about to make their move, a sudden burst of sound came from behind them. Chuward Battalion Commander Lu Linglong, reporting to you. Chuzi Battalion Vice Battalion Commander Gowing, reporting to you. 6000 Battalion Commander Zhang Fa, reporting to you. Top Character Battalion Commander Wang Dagong, reporting to you. Hearing this burst of voices, the patrol members' legs went weak. They looked back, only to see that at some point, the soldiers that roamed the mountains had actually appeared behind them. The number of people was 100 times more than them. The marshal's transfer order meant irresistible authority. Even the soldiers who were sleeping and napping had to immediately get up from their beds and rush this way without stopping. These hundreds of patrol members immediately threw away their hands' weapons, obediently squatted on the ground. Chi Feihu was even ashen, with a look of hopelessness on his face. He had never dreamt that Chen Han, a new recruit who had just entered the barracks for a few months, could actually mobilize so many people. Revenge was out of the question, and this old life of his would not necessarily be saved. The corner of Chen Han's mouth rose slightly as he looked towards the battalion commanders behind Chi Feihu. "You all saw the scene just now, right?" Chi Feihu, the director of the Battle Integration Bureau, spoke out against this lieutenant, and when this lieutenant stepped in to teach him a lesson, instead of admitting his guilt, he had the audacity to strike back at me. How should this crime be dealt with? Chen Han threw his voice, his words resounding, each sentence as if hammering on Chi Feihu's heart. Kill. 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 The word kill resounded through the clouds. And Chen Han's next sentence was a heartbreaker for Chi Feihu. Chi Feihu, I forgot to tell you, Marshal, you specially gave this lieutenant the right to act cheaply before his departure. Chapter 36 30,000 points arrived. Drawing martial technique feats. Cheaply. How could Chi Feihu, who had been immersed in the official world for many years, not understand the gold content of these 4 words? What's more, it was Marshal Yu's cheap action. Even the one with the highest power in the entire Xia today would have to treat Marshal Yu with courtesy. If it was in ancient times, this would be the Minister of Qin. He is a 7th grade sesame officer, is not even counted as a minor official. What is the fate of offending the Minister of Qin? Naturally do not need to say more. But Chi Feihu's heart is bitter. It was clearly Chen Han who killed his son first, it was clearly Chen Han who took his challenge first.
He was even more unjust than Doi. He couldn't even imagine that Chen Han's purpose wasn't this one life of his. At this moment, Ji Yun stepped forward and said, "Shi Feihu, how dare you? Dare to offend Captain Chen?" A few people sang in unison, and Zhu Mang added, "Is it just Shi Feihu?" "No, it's the Qi family. You're so used to flying around in Hanwu City that you no longer know the heights of heaven." With a few words, Shi Feihu became increasingly alarmed. He alone had offended the minister of Qin. How was it that there was still a matter of the Qi family? Shi Feihu panicked and knelt on the ground, panicked and said to Chen Han, "Ensign Chen Han." It was the villain who had the eyes to recognize him to Tai. It's the villain's fault. This matter is not related to the Qi family. One person does what one person does. Shi Feihu understood very well that if it was because of the trouble he alone had caused that the Qi family had drawn fire, then he could not absolve himself of the blame. However, he had yet to realize the gravity of the problem. Chen Han's target from the beginning was not a Shi Feihu. Is that so? One person doing something for one person? Chen Han sat on the chair with a rather dignified look, narrowing his eyes slightly at Shi Feihu. That look, however, made Shi Feihu's heart grow fuzzy. Shi Feihu could not have imagined that an 18-year-old child who had just reached adulthood would have this kind of aura like an old fox. Then, Chen Han coldly snorted, and raised his arm. "This captain will have to bring your Qi family to justice, to cure this unhealthy wind. The barracks door stops the killing of the lieutenant, there is still heaven's justice? Is there any military law? Come on, escort Shi Feihu down. Tomorrow, follow me to the Qi family to bring justice." At this point, Shi Feihu finally realized Chen Han's true purpose. From the very beginning, he had fallen into Chen Han's trap. Originally immersed in the officialdom for many years, this kind of set he could not get on, but Chen Han is too green, but also once was the recognized waste of Hanwu City. He was gullible. "Chen Han, you're really good at this. You're so ruthless." Shi Feihu stared resentfully at Chen Han, but he could only be obediently handcuffed. If he dared to move a bit more at this time, the next second Chen Han would have a reason to bring his troops to step on the entire Qi family. Chen Han did not care about Shi Feihu's impotent and furious appearance. Instead, he turned his head to look at the large crowd of onlookers on the distant hillside. These were the people that had been sent by the great clans of Hanwu City to spy on the news. At this moment, these people were still gloating. Oops. The famous Qi family of Hanwu City actually failed to fight an unknown junior of the Chen family. It seems that the Qi family has really fallen. Shi Feihu, a tiny little director who has been making a fool of himself in Hanwu City, deserves this retribution. However, Chen Han's next sentence caused the smiles on the faces of the crowd to freeze, and even some of the less courageous ones almost didn't fall on the ground. These clans of Hanwu City are causing trouble for one side. Don't know what's right. A Qi family is still like this, intercepting and killing people at the entrance of the military camp. It should be fixed and rectified. Kill. 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 The warriors roared. A single word, kill, resounded through the heavens and earth like thunder, yet it was like a butcher's knife to the necks of the great clans. Quickly. Quickly go back and inform the clan head. Mard, Chen Han is here to kill. Chen Han's purpose was finally completely exposed at this moment. Although the great clans were aware of it, it was too late. Marshal Yu's personal approval to act cheaply meant that Chen Han was now the supreme commander of Hanwu City, with the power of life and death. And the Qi clan, right now, handed over that knife. Looking at the backs of the group of people who had gone away, Chen Han was quite satisfied and turned his head towards the quarters. It was only then that Zhao Linger whispered, "Chen Han, would you be going a little too far in doing this? There will be quite a bit of pressure on Marshal Yu's side. One could not stand firm without being ruthless." Chen Han said blandly, "You haven't spent time in the clan, you don't know how tricky this group of people are. You can't be half-hearted when dealing with them." Zhao Linger's worry was not wrong. Chen Han's side had just finished the matter when Yu Woyun, who was in the capital, received quite a few reports. Almost all of them were reports on Chen Han. Words like killing in the street, disregarding the law, and military justice abounded on the reports. Yu Woyun, however, laughed out loud, "Ha ha. Well done. This is my Yu Woyun soldier. If he were to cower like a softy, I'd have to scold him." The secretary beside Yu Woyun had a helpless look on his face, and said with a sad face, "Yu Lao, these reports can have quite an impact on you. Are you really not afraid of that group of old guys taking this opportunity to make a big deal out of it?" Afraid? Yu Woyun snorted lightly and said angrily again, "If I were afraid, I wouldn't be Yu Woyun. These old undead guys in the capital, old man, I'm over 100 years old and I still have to fight with people. But it's good, lest it be said that I, a marshal, am not as good as a junior." Saying that, Yu Woyun went straight to fetch his own Guandao. "Come with me to the Chen family." Obviously, Hanwu City was still only a first-class main city in the end, and the biggest hard bone in the capital was for Yu Woyun to personally go and gnaw on. The following day, a piece of news shocked the entire Grand Xia. The mansion of the Chen family, a powerful family in the central part of the capital, was chopped off out of thin air, and a 100-meter pit appeared in shock. If Zhao Linger had known this news in advance, I'm afraid she wouldn't have stopped Chen Han. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse as Chen Han sat cross-legged and cultivated quietly. The matches during the day had again given him a lot of insight into the martial arts. He still didn't have much experience in actual combat, and most of his battles in the barracks were against enemies of the same rank, which could be described as crushing. Like Chi Feihu, this kind of strength is not strong military general, but is his best opponent. Just then, a voice suddenly came to his ears. Ding! Congratulations on your third consecutive rank advancement, you have gained 30,000 points. Hearing this message, Chen Han breathed a sigh of relief. The army side had finally finished the process, and his rank of lieutenant was officially recorded. This was probably also due to Yu Woyun's operation from it. If his lieutenant rank was still not implemented, the battalion-level officers on Hanwu City's side, I'm afraid they wouldn't serve him. This meant that the points corresponding to the rank promotion had finally arrived. A whole 30,000. This was not a small amount of money. Chen Han decided to move 20,000 of these points to directly extract the breathing method. The other 10,000 would be used to extract martial arts. Currently, his weakest points were these two. Although the Golden Sun breathing technique was powerful, it could only be considered moderate, and could not compare to those topmost breathing techniques. And a single thin martial skill was not enough to deal with complex situations. System, select the highest grade of the merit pool. I want to extract a merit. Ding! Due to your multiple draws, the system grants you a benefit. You can directionally select a type of merit law from the merit law pool, and the grade of that merit law will only be the highest SSS grade. Chapter 37 Starry Sky Breathing Method. The Sunslayer God Slaying Lance. There's such a good thing? Chen Han lightly eeped. It was actually possible to directionalize a merit law extraction, or the highest grade. Chen Han did not hesitate and immediately directed the merit method to the breathing method column. System, directed breathing technique extraction. A roulette wheel instantly appeared in front of Chen Han's eyes, and on top of it was a variety of top-tier breathing techniques. It had to be said that breathing methods were worthy of being the most precious Kung Fu, and the total number of top breathing methods on the roulette wheel was just a pitiful 6 in total. Turning to whichever one was earning, the pointer began to rotate at an extremely high speed, and in no time at all, it pointed to an area called the Starry Sky Breathing Technique. Ding! Congratulations on your successful draw, you have obtained the Starry Sky Breathing Method. Starry Sky Breathing Method, SSS level. Introduction. Created by an ancient powerhouse, it can draw aura from the countless stars in the vast universe to strengthen itself. Effect. When performing cultivation, the basic attributes that will be boosted will be more than twice as much as the unusual breathing technique, and the speed of cultivation will be increased by 10 times. As you have already practiced the introductory breathing technique, after obtaining the Starry Sky Breathing Technique, the system will automatically adjust your breathing technique to the Starry Sky Breathing Technique. SSS level breathing technique. The effect is simple and crude. Cultivating it boosts the basic attributes by 2 times. Don't think that this twofold is very little. To make an analogy, if Chen Han was using the introductory breathing technique, the current martial artist third stage would have a strength of around 24,000 kilograms. The Golden Sun breathing technique, which was the top breathing technique in the military, this base attribute would probably increase by about 20%, or close to 30,000 kilograms. However, the Starry Sky breathing technique could raise this strength to a terrifying 90,000 kilograms. One must know that Chi Feihu, who was at the third rank of Marshal General, had a strength of 120,000 kilograms, so by comparing it to this, one would know the strength of this breathing method. In addition to strength, there was also speed as well as chi and blood attributes, all of which were basic attributes that could be obtained through cultivation, and this basic attribute was able to be increased by the Killing God gun intent. A SSS breathing technique, plus a SSS talent, could be said to have allowed Chen Han's basic attributes to exceed those of other martial artists who were above him by a large realm. Chen Han's heart was ecstatic, and he immediately got up to test.
He blasted his fist on the strength testing instrument, and the screen instantly displayed a line of shocking numbers. 94,350. After replacing his breathing technique, his basic attributes also rose in an instant. If the current Chen Han were to deal with Chi Feihu again, he was afraid that the situation would be completely different. At the same time, Chen Han placed his palm over the Chi and blood measuring instrument again. The numbers on this instrument were equally staggering. 82. A terrifying 82 grades of Chi and blood, or in the case of not taking a compound Chi and blood potion, this Chi and blood attribute could be said to have reached the martial emperor level. Even martial emperor level powerhouses may not have such a terrifying amount of Chi and blood without a physique. It is true that when it comes to martial artists, breathing techniques are the foundation of foundations. Chen Han let out a light pant, half-heartedly slowing down. In addition to extracting the breathing method, Chen Han still had 10,000 points remaining. These 10,000 points were naturally used to extract martial arts. 2 consecutive draws. Goddess of Fortune once again favored Chen Han as the pointer slowly landed on the rarest area. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the SS-grade martial art Broken Air Fist. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the SSS-ranked martial skill Sunslayer Lance. The first martial skill, although it was a SSS-ranked martial skill, was unfortunately in the area of punching and kicking. It wasn't as if this martial skill Chen Han couldn't use it, but it had nothing to do with his soldier's soul, holy body and god-slaying lance intent, unless it was a case of not having a weapon at hand, which was better than nothing. The second martial skill, on the other hand, was a bit of an absolute. Just by listening to the name, one could tell that this feat was very domineering. It was also Chen Han's first SSS-ranked martial skill. Sun-destroying regicide gun, SSS-grade, breaking the sun and destroying the sky, a gun that separates the world, powerful and unrivaled, overbearing. Compared to the introduction of the piercing Deaththorn Lance, the introduction of the sun-slaying god-slaying lance was much shorter. Obviously, it was a mass-killing martial skill, so much so that there was no description of its effects. The piercing Deaththorn Lance, which was merely an S-class martial skill, was elevated to SSS class under the increase of the soldier's soul saint body. And a single move of the piercing Deaththorn's lance could already allow the samurai-ranked Chen Han to easily decapitate the 4th-ranked alien beast, the Tarantula Matrix. This itself was an SS-grade martial skill destructive power, and under the increase of the soldier's soul's sacred body, it was even more unimaginable. Early in the morning, Chen Han slowly opened his eyes. After a night of cultivation, he could feel another aura in the meridians of his body. This was the sign of a broken realm. In just a few days, he had already reached the 4th rank of martial artist. With the increase of the soldier's soul sacred body coupled with the increased cultivation speed of the starry sky breathing method, I'm afraid that my current advancement speed is unrivaled. Chen Han let out a soft cry and immediately washed his face. Just as he was about to walk out of his room, he saw Zhao Linger holding a tablet computer and hurriedly running over. Chen Han, look at this. Playing on the tablet was today's most headline-grabbing big news, a 100-meter deep long pit on the busiest section of the capital city sending shivers down people's spines. The headline then read. Shocked. Commander of the 3 armies, Yu Woyun, was furious, and the capital's prestigious family was destroyed overnight. It had to be said that this headline was quite title-party. Chen Han could tell at a glance that Yu Woyun was making a move against the families in the capital. Go! Take Chi Feihu with you and go to the Chi family. Chen Han barked out an order. His trip back to Hanwu City was not for nothing. Team Chen. Zhao Linger's heart grew more and more in awe of Chen Han, and this was the first time she had directly addressed Chen Han by his position. On the bustling streets of Hanwu City, several hundred military vehicles waved through the city, attracting the surrounding crowds to stop. On the other hand, in a large car in the center of the convoy, the head of the hallowed First Bureau, Chi Feihu, was tied to the roof of the car and paraded through the streets. Crowds are talking. A bald man selling halibut rice shouted, "Who is this? Such a big faction. And he even tied up Chi Poppy?" Chi Feihu had been a dominant force in Hanwu City for a long time. Even roadside stalls were charged heavy taxes, so most of the civilians called him Chi Pickpocket. I heard that it seems to be that punk kid from the Chen family. He's a big official now, and he's very powerful. He's only been a soldier for a few months. I'm going to send my son into the army in the future as well. Chen Han coldly looked at the street pedestrians to Chi Feihu's discussion. Low-profile action is not his style. His purpose is to be as flashy as possible. Not long after, the convoy arrived in front of the Chi family's house. Along the way, Chi Feihu suffered all the sneers, even want to die of the heart. It is not easy to get to the door, but at this time the Chi family door closed tightly, seems to be reluctant to let Chen Han in. A voice came out from inside the door. Captain Chen, yesterday, our Chi family has severed ties with Chi Feihu. Chi Feihu's name has been scratched from the genealogy. You are still invited to go back. Chen Han had long known how disgusting these families were. He jumped down from the car and took out his snow wolf gun. Boom! Immediately afterward, only a loud boom could be heard as the Chi family's gate along with the surrounding fence was actually smashed open by Chen Han. Almost all the men and women of the Chi family were in the courtyard. Their intention was to invite Chen Han to eat a closed door, but they never thought that Chen Han's methods would be so overbearing, so they couldn't help but tremble in fear. Drive the car in, those who stop in front of the car, run them over directly. Yes. Chen Han in a black military uniform was overbearing. At this time in the eyes of the Chi family, it simply looked like a hellish demon. Chapter 38: The Chen Family's Fear. Iron Fist of Power. The martial artists of the Chi family, still having some luck in their hearts, stopped in front of the gate to prevent the army from entering. However, Chen Han's words were an iron law, and as soon as these words were uttered, all the military vehicles, as if they were oblivious, rushed straight in along the smashed open gate of the Chi family. Before a Chi family martial artist could react, he was knocked down by the military vehicles. He still had some head iron left to fight the military vehicle hard. Instead, the person sitting in that military vehicle happened to be Wang Dagong, the commander of the Vulcan Army's top character battalion. You're damn well looking for death. Wang Dagong was also a hot-tempered man, and with one smooth shot, he blasted that martial artist into a crippled limb. The great families had held the army for close to 100 years, and had gotten used to the peaceful days over the years, so where had they seen such a bloody scene? Those Chi clan martial artists who were originally planning to block the way were scrambling away with their heads in their hands. Several hundred military vehicles just crashed straight into the Chi family. Chen Han stepped out of the vehicle and threw Chi Feihu like a dead dog inside the Chi family ancestral hall, which was at the feet of the current Chi family patriarch. Chi family patriarch Chi Bian looked at Chi Feihu, who had already cried into tears, but did not know how to react. Big brother, save me! Save me! Chen Han walked into the Chi family ancestral hall and swept a glance at the Chi family's crowd, but without caring, he directly sat down on the master eunuch's chair, the main seat of the Chi family ancestral hall. This approach was tantamount to slapping the Chi family's face. He looked at the crowd, clearly young, but with an ineffable might. None of the Chi family's group of old men even dared to meet his gaze. With so many people from your Chi family, are you preparing to discuss how to deal with me? Punctured by Chen Han's sentence, cold sweat broke out on the backs of all the Chi family members. Chi Bian finally couldn't hold back and said coldly, Chen Han, what exactly do you want? Even if it was Chi Feihu who messed with you, we have expelled him from the family now. Don't forget, you are also a member of the Chen family. Our Chi family can be friends with your Chen family for generations. Chen Han's face was expressionless as he listened to this, but instead looked at the various barracks warriors who had gotten down from the military vehicles. He picked up a cup of tea beside him that no one had ever drunk and took a sip before he finally spoke. Kill. A single word caused the hearts of the Chi family's crowd to cool to the bottom. A soldier's vocation was to obey orders, and as soon as this word kill was uttered, the warriors rushed to kill the Chi family crowd. The Chi family's group of martial artists were not at a low level, but they were no match for the soldiers who had climbed out of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood in the army. In less than a few moments, a miserable scream was heard within the Chi family. The blood that flowed out even stained the Chi family's layers of steps red. Countless corpses were thrown into the pond in the Chi family's small courtyard. Chen Han, as the instigator, was only coldly watching all of this. Moreover, he did understand the pain points of these families very well. The women can stay, the ones with handles are counted as one, no one is left behind. Chi Bian instantly understood that Chen Han was trying to make the entire Chi family cut off their children and grandchildren. This was something even more terrifying than extermination. Killing to kill the heart. All families valued inheritance the most, and with all the men dead, what was the point of keeping the women? These screams shouted so much that Chi Bian's heart was almost broken, but he could do nothing about it, and could only shout helplessly, "Stop! Stop!" This scene was even more heartbreaking for Chi Feihu, who regretted that he shouldn't have gone to seek revenge on Chen Han. For tens of thousands of soldiers to trample down the Chi family, it was simply a breeze. And today, there were many clans that were sending people to spy on the news. Since Chen Han had violently smashed the door open, everything that had happened in the Qi family had again knotted up in the eyes of the various families. The tragic situation of the Qi family almost made them empathize with it, and some of them even directly filmed it before sending it out to the families. However, the most feared in the entire Hanwu city was the Chen family at this time. Only to see that the large Chen family ancestral hall was now crowded with people and in chaos. On a normal day, the Chen family ancestral hall would not have so many people, and the Chen family did not have such a large population, most of which were other families in Hanwu city. There was no other reason for this. The Chen family was the number one family in Hanwu city, and was also the representative of the greatest interests of the families in Hanwu city. The people from these families came to the Chen family to seek help and to raise an offense. Chen Jinan, your family has really produced a good scion. It's all about exterminating the Qi family. After destroying the Qi family, it's our turn next, isn't it? He now has martial Yu's protection, the entire army can be mobilized. Who in the entire Hanwu city would dare to touch him? Chen Jinan silently watched the tragic situation of the Qi family in the screen and did not utter a word after a long time. Compared to the various families' inquisitions, what he was more afraid of right now was Chen Han, who was sitting in the center of the ancestral hall with an expressionless face. How could Chen Han not be aware of the fact that the Qi family and the Chen family had been friends for generations? But for Chen Han to come down so hard on the Qi family was tantamount to hammering the Chen family as well. This was the reasoning behind the death of the lips and the teeth. Damn it, no matter what, the situation triggered by this trash Chen Han, your Chen family has the responsibility to resolve it. At this moment, a rough voice interrupted Chen Jinnan's contemplation. Chen Jinnan was already in fear in his heart, and now this sentence caused the patriarch of the titular Hanwu city's number one family to fall out of his chair in fear and crouch his ass on the ground. The crowd looked at Chen Jinnan's disgraceful appearance, and were all of a sudden stunned. Originally, they had thought that this boss of the Chen family could lead the confrontation, but they did not expect it to be this face. Chen Jinnan made a fool of himself and was unable to speak for a while. Still, Chen Shiming appeared to be more calm and stabilized the crowd. Don't panic everyone, Chen Han isn't some kind of homicidal maniac. If he's doing this, he naturally has a reason to do so. Let's see what he really wants to do. At this time in the Qi family, the men and women had already been killed. Most of the men's corpses had fallen in a pool of blood, and the cries were endless. 2 lines of tears fell from Qi Bian's eyes as he flung himself onto his knees in front of Chen Han. Ensign Chen, I beg you to stop. If this continues, the Qi family will be gone. At the same time, all of the Qi family's talking heads within the Qi family's ancestral hall also knelt down. Ensign Chen, please have mercy. Ensign Chen, spare my life. Chen Han counted, almost to the fire, and finally took out the copy of the Northern Expedition Plan from his arms and threw it next to Qi Bian's feet. Stop. Chen Han barked out an order, and the warriors stopped and stood in military formation inside the Qi family compound. Qi Bian picked up the copy of the Northern Expedition Plan and slowly read it. Northern Expedition Plan, Crusade against the Dark Domain. All families need to agree to the plan and donate generously. Depending on the size of the family, donate property, donate. Reading this, Qi Bian's pupils widened with an unbelievable look, even so scared that the Northern Expedition Planner in his hand fell to the ground. He looked at Chen Han angrily. 100 kilograms of star crystals, why don't you guys go and rob it? Chen Han looked at him indifferently and did not speak. Qi Bian looked around at the dead bodies of the Qi family members and realized with a sudden realization that his body was freezing cold. Wasn't it a robbery? Chapter 39, the clan chief comes to the door. Never forgive. All other belongings were fine, but non-renewable resources like star crystals were the equivalent of the major clan's bottom cards, reserved strategic resources. Under normal circumstances, it would never be taken out. Chen Han opened his mouth wide, opening it with 100 kilograms of star crystals. This was almost the total amount of star crystals currently held by the Qi family. It was equivalent to emptying out the Qi family's family fortune. And if they didn't take it out, they would have to be exterminated. The key is that Chen Han also occupies a word of reason. Qi Feihu barracks door intercepted Chen Han. Even if it is to the capital, Qi side also have nothing to say. You shui that level of big shot, Qi family's strongest relations, also not enough to give him shoes. This is really a complete and utter young conspiracy. The charm of power lies here. Looking at corpse after corpse at his feet, the only thing Qi Bian could do was to bargain. Ensign Chen, my Qi family isn't that big, I can't take out these 100 kilograms of star crystals. 50 kilograms at most. Qi Bian helplessly said. Even 50 kilograms of star crystals caused Qi Bian to have a flesh ache. 50 kilograms of star crystals would take the Qi family at least 30 years to collect. Chen Han coldly glanced at Qi Bian before taking out a drawing and throwing it at Qi Bian's feet. On that was actually the distribution of all of the Qi family's current industries. 3 alloy manufacturing companies on Vermilion Bird Street in Hanwu City. Weapon parts manufacturing companies in the border suburbs of the capital. Qi Bian looked at those companies on the drawings and was shocked. How do you know the distribution of all of our Qi family's industries? It was only at this time that Qi Bian suddenly remembered that Chen Han was also a member of the Chen family, and the Qi family's connection with the Chen family was the closest in Hanwu City. Not to mention him, at this moment, all the people of the Chen family were also at a loss. Chen Jinnan said in fear, "This is impossible. All of the family's business properties are never handed over to the juniors to take care of. Where would Chen Han know so much? This kid." Chen Shiming took a deep breath before continuing, "Rather, I really underestimated him. Really able to hide awe. It's true that our family estate won't be handed over to the juniors to take care of, but the general distribution is public." He actually memorized it all. In fact, this was also the reason why Yuoyun would allow the Cold Night team to come to Hanwu. Qi Bian's last card was as easily shredded as paper mache in front of Chen Han, who could only lift his pen and sign the Northern Expedition Plan. "Fine. I sign." Chen Han was quite satisfied that his purpose had been accomplished, and only then did he look behind him at the soldiers in several battalions, close ranks. The vast hundreds of military vehicles slowly drove away after ransacking the Qi family. However, the ones who were most alarmed were the large number of family members who had gathered at the Chen family at this moment. This Chen Han, is he trying to force all of our families into death? If he's going to do this, we can't wait for someone else to cut us down, right? What exactly should we do? Can anyone come up with an idea? Listening to the raucous voices in the ancestral hall, Chen Jinnan was almost completely disoriented. It was also in this ancestral hall a few months ago that he had led the Chen family to send Chen Han to the military camp. A few months later, this situation had been reversed in 2 levels. In addition to endless fear, Chen Jinnan's heart was filled with more remorse. If Chen Han had been treated kindly in the beginning, would there have been no such situation? An 18-year-old second lieutenant, or Marshal Yu's hand-picked heir, the Chen family would have had the chance to be able to rise up the ranks. After thinking for half a day, Chen Jinnan finally had an idea. Send a gift. Once these 2 words came out, the entire ancestral hall finally quieted down. I just don't believe it. There really is someone who will be impartial. Chen Han is a member of my Chen family. I'm confident that I still have some understanding of him. Aren't they doing this just for money? What Northern Expedition? It's all bull. It's just a bunch of brats. The new official has 3 fires. I'm giving him face by personally going to give him a gift. Chen Jinnan finally resumed the appearance that the head of a clan should have. As the representative of the Hanwu city clans, if he didn't take a stand, he didn't need Chen Han to do anything. I'm afraid that the great clans themselves would be in a mess. It was just that the words he had said to Chen Han a few months ago were still ringing in his ears, and he would probably lose face once he went. The people of the Chen clan rushed to dissuade him. "Patriarch, why don't I go?" "Patriarch, Chen Han is just a child who hasn't had enough of his temper. Let's send a few more people. It's not so bad that you have to make the trip yourself." Chen Jinnan shook his head. Unless he was there in person, I'm afraid Chen Han would not relent. The next day, Chen Han moved his office to the Hanwu City Government Building. Having just annihilated the Qi family, Chen Han would not take any other actions so quickly. Rather, he would spread out his men to see what actions the major clans would take. With a rare moment of leisure, Chen Han brought Chen Shui to Hanwu City's military arsenal. Nowadays, Chen Han's authority was the supreme commander of Hanwu City. Even the Hanwu City lord had to listen to him, and the contents of the military arsenal were naturally at his disposal. Although the Chen family hadn't deducted from Chen Shui on tuition fees. However, Chen Shui was at least in A-ranked gifted ability, and she actually didn't receive any inclination of resources from the Chen family. Even until now, Chen Shui did not have any battle armor weapons or anything like that. Looking at the large amount of weapons and equipment in the military arsenal, Chen Shui was suddenly elated. "Brother, are you saying that I can just pick any weaponry in the military arsenal?" "Aha!" Chen Han dotingly touched Chen Shui's head. When he was in the Chen clan, Chen Han had never given anything to his younger sister, but had instead been receiving family subsidies with the help of her advanced talent. This was something that he was extremely guilty of. It was not easy to have the opportunity, so naturally, he had to make up for it. Speaking of which, Chen Han took out the golden yang breathing method from his bosom as well as the chi and blood spirit liquid that had been refined from exotic beast materials. You take this breathing method and the chi and blood spiritual liquid. Remember, the golden yang breathing method must not be revealed in front of people. The piker is not guilty of harboring a sin. Chen Shui was the most obedient, memorizing Chen Han's teachings in her heart and nodding her head repeatedly. Brother, we finally don't have to suffer from the Chen family's anger anymore. Perhaps remembering the sorrows of so many years, Chen Shui was moved to tears. How could Chen Han not be the same, which was why he would never forgive the Chen family. Even though he was a son of the family, he was still able to extend the butcher's knife to the family. At this time, Ji Yun, however, ran over in a panic. Young Chen, your patriarch has come over. Go take a look. Truly speaking of Cao Cao had arrived. Chen Han had swept through the entire Qi family, leaving the Qi family with less than 20 males out of hundreds of people, and he had long anticipated that the Chen family would make a move. He just hadn't expected it to come so quickly. Brother, I'm a little scared, the patriarch. Chen Shui pulled the corner of Chen Han's coat and lowered her head. In the entire Chen family, the one who treated Chen Han's two siblings the worst was actually Chen Jinan. He might not have personally taken action, but he always turned a blind eye, plus he was the person with the most power in the Chen family, so much so that Chen Shui would be so afraid when she heard that Chen Jinan had arrived in person. Little Snow, Chen Jinan can no longer threaten us, go. Brother will take you to meet him personally, and from today onwards, you two will completely draw a line with the Chen family. Chapter 40 Terrifying Strike. The Chen family knelt down. In the government hall of Hanwu City, Chen Jinan had been waiting for Chen Han for a long time. Of course, he did not come empty-handed. Aside from him there were also a few military generals from the Chen clan, who were carrying a dozen boxes of precious items. Chen Han walked slowly with Chen Shui, and this was the first time Chen Jinan had seen Chen Han with his own eyes since Chen Han had severed ties with him. Just at the first sight, Chen Jinan was shocked. Martial Artist 4th Order. As a martial general of the 7th rank, Chen Jinan was naturally able to roughly tell Chen Han's realm. One must know that a few days ago, when Chen Han fought against Qi Feihu, he was still only at the 3rd level of martial artist, but in a blink of an eye, he was actually at the 4th level of martial artist. Indeed, it was extraordinary. How on earth did he do it? Chen Jinan's heart set off shocking waves, but on the surface, he did not move and instead smiled at Chen Han. Chen Han's face was calm and did not pay him any mind. Instead, he walked to the main seat in the lobby and set aside his relationship with the Chen family with a single sentence. Patriarch Chen has come to visit, what is this about? Chen Han sat in his chair and scrutinized Chen Jinan, just as Chen Jinan had so scrutinized him a few months ago. This shift in status left Chen Jinan at a loss, but he could only endure it. Xiao Han. Before he could finish his words, he let Chen Han subdue him. Please refer to your position when working. Chen Jinan's heart was filled with monstrous anger. He was at least an elder in the clan, but he actually let a junior treat him like this. But he gritted his teeth and held on, then said, Ensign Chen, I know our Chen family has wronged you for so many years. I feel guilty in my heart. This is not to send you some compensation. Saying that, Chen Jinan caused those boxes to be opened. The first box is the bright gold, and are all full pounds and 2 gold bars. Even if today is the new calendar, gold, this kind of metal, is also hard currency. Even the status has risen compared to the old times. Next is the second box, the third box. In addition to gold, there were also chi and blood spirit liquids, precious metals capable of creating high-end weapons. It can be said that they are all valuable things. The price of each box was at least tens of millions of blue star dollars. The most valuable, or the back boxes, that thing was crystal clear, containing infinite energy. It was the highest value star crystal today. At least there were about 500 kilograms. In order to curry favor with Chen Han, the great clans had put in their blood. Currently, it was feared that the Chen family's reserves of star crystals had not even reached this amount. Yet with this process, Chen Han only narrowed his eyes slightly. Patriarch Chen, what do you mean by this? Chen Jinan thought that Chen Han was moved, and immediately smiled heartily. Nothing means, I told you, this is a little compensation for you. Of course, there is also Chen Shui's. So many years, the Chen family has treated you two siblings badly. Chen Jinnan's courteous demeanor made Chen Shui somewhat at a loss. In the past, Chen Jinnan had never looked at the two of them squarely. Brother, how did the patriarch become like this? He wasn't like this before? Chen Shui was still young in the end and did not understand these flowery thoughts of Chen Jinnan. Seeing that Chen Han did not reply, Chen Jinan struck the iron while it was hot. Little Han, take these things, and big uncle will reclassify your name on the family tree. Go back to the army early, elder uncle wishes you every success and honor to your ancestors. Chen Han's next words, however, caused Chen Jinan to fall into an ice cellar. Only seeing Chen Han waving his hand, he called Ji Yun to him. Vulcan Army Kuwait character Battalion Cold Night team member Ji Yun, Mark. On November 20th of the 101st year of the new calendar, Chen Jinan, the patriarch of the Chen clan, intended to bribe this ensign, committing a violation of military discipline and military law. Ji Yun was a bit shocked even listening to Chen Han's icy words. This matter would be a very serious situation if it was really memorized. There were some things that did not weigh 4 taels without being weighed, and when they were weighed, 1,000 pounds could not be beaten. Chen Xiao, do you really want to write it down like this? Ji Yun looked at Chen Han sheepishly and quickly got the answer from Chen Han's eyes. He honestly wrote down what Chen Han said in his book. Chen Jinan, on the other hand, was cold from the bottom of his feet to the top of his head. How Chen Han had dealt with the various great families of the Qi family earlier was still fresh in his mind. For just a small reason, the Qi family was exterminated. It was also the first time that these families had seen the power of the state apparatus in action. What if Chen Han did it again to the Chen family? The corners of Chen Jinan's mouth twitched as he slowly said, Second Lieutenant Chen, do you think the price is not enough? It's fine, I can ask the great clans to bring out some more. These 500 kilograms of star crystals, even the great families of the capital had to be incomparably moved, and Chen Jinan could not help but feel that Chen Han was a little too greedy. However, he had underestimated Chen Han's determination. Remember, the head of the Qin clan of Hanwu City failed to pay a bribe and intends to increase his weight and pay a bribe to this ensign. With a single sentence, he easily added to the Chen family's crimes. Chen Jinan was sweating coldly, a strong man of the 7th rank of Marshal General, but at this moment, he was shivering all over. He didn't even dare to say half a word more. A single word could potentially cut off the Chen family's path. It was still the few Chen clan marshal generals that followed him that stood out. Chen Han, that's enough. What's more, our Chen family has at least given you a bite to eat. Do you have to drive everyone to extinction? Without the Chen family, you're an outcast, and now you don't even have a life. Can you still sit here and sneer? It seemed like these few people did have a point. But in reality, without Chen Shui, Chen Han would indeed be an outcast. For 18 years, Chen Han had relied on Chen Shui to stay alive, not that bite of food from the Chen family. One of the marshal generals could not hold back and immediately struck out at Chen Han. Today, I will teach you, the Chen family's white-eyed wolf, a good lesson on behalf of your father. The person who struck out was named Chen Hui, at the marshal general realm, and also Chen Han's 6th uncle. The last time Qi Feihu fought Chen Han, he was there to observe. Thus, he considered himself to have an understanding of Chen Han's strength. He thought that if Qi Feihu used his full strength right off the bat, Chen Han would definitely not be an opponent. Therefore this time, he directly used the Chen family's family heirloom S-ranked martial skill on Chen Han. Shocking heavenly palm. Being an S-grade martial skill that consumed a huge amount of qi and blood, this came with the determination to finish Chen Han off. His legs stomped, and in this small space, he arrived in front of Chen Han almost in the blink of an eye. The terrifying power of the shocking sky palm even set off a gust of wind and waves in the lobby. Die! Chen Hui shouted harshly, his powerful palm pouncing straight at Chen Han's heavenly aura. However, he could not have imagined that today's Chen Han was not what he used to be. The entire lobby suddenly flashed with a burst of incomparably dazzling light, almost so stimulating that people could not open their eyes, as if a flashbang had been thrown in place. The crowd only saw that Chen Han had picked up the snow wolf gun in that instant. After the light dissipated, the originally intact head of Chen Hui was gone, and the entire government lobby was littered with debris. At some point, half of the 7 or 8-story building had been blown away. Remember, Chen Hui, a member of the Chen clan, intended to attack this ensign in the government lobby, and was killed on the spot by this ensign. His crime is punishable by death. Chen Han's cold words, coupled with this terrifying blow, caused Chen Jinan to no longer be able to sit still. With a fluttering sound, the 7th-ranked marshal general actually knelt down in public. Chapter 41, Absolute Divine Soldier. Overlord Gun. Chen Han, that was your 6th uncle. Why did you strike so hard? Think of it as eldest uncle begging you. Let the Chen family go. This is your family. Chen Jinan, who had always been unstoppable, was actually in tears at this moment. He knelt in front of Chen Han like a lost dog.
Because he knew clearly that Chen Han had the strength to destroy the Chen family. In the face of Chen Jinnan's tearful plea, Chen Han was indifferent. Scram!
The word roll was Chen Han's answer. Looking at the desperate Chen Han, a trace of fear rose in Chen Jinnan's heart. Fear that Chen Han would really call someone over to kill him on the spot.
Go! Chen Jinnan waved his hand, signaling the Chen family's people to carry the things back.
Chen Han sat on the chair and slowly spat out words, "People can leave, things stay."
Chen Jinnan was shocked at his words. Didn't you not agree to spare the families of Hanwu City? On what basis are these things given to you?
Who knows? Chen Han just calmly pointed at the broken government building. This government building is not cheap. Your Chen family offended this lieutenant, so naturally, this account has to be counted on the Chen family.
Put. Hearing this, Chen Jinnan was so furious that a mouthful of blood spewed out.
He did not expect that Chen Han would be so rogue. These goodies, especially the 500 kilograms of star crystals, were simply a huge treasure that could even create a new family. Chen Jinnan wanted to say something else, but he was afraid that Chen Han would shake people on the spot, so he could only walk out of the lobby with a gloomy face. Looking at the distant backs of Chen Jinnan and the others, Chen Han smiled contemptuously. At some point, Ji Yun was actually fully armed, and had even put on his Type 6 special battle armor, and respectfully walked up to Chen Han.
Chen Xiao, when are we going to make our move? Last time, I didn't kill a single person in the Qi family.
Instead, I let the Zhu Mang kid earn his military honor.
Chen Han lightly eeped. Move what? To destroy the Chen family. Isn't that what you said?
Ji Yun was greatly surprised and looked at Chen Han with a puzzled expression. Chen Han would smile, but did not say much, only allowing Ji Yun to return to the military camp to continue training. As for Chen Jinnan, when he returned to the Chen clan, he immediately went limp in his legs and almost didn't fall to the ground.
Quickly! Notify all the clans in Hanwu City and tell them to send all of their clans' combat power over. Chen Han is not planning to leave our Hanwu City family alive. Then let's fight. As the number one family in Hanwu City, the Chen family's calling power was extraordinary.
Within a short while, large and small luxury cars were parked in front of the Chen family's courtyard. In a while, tens of thousands of people had gathered at the Chen family's compound. The strength of these tens of thousands of people was extraordinary, with martial realms abounding, and there were even roughly 400 or so strong people of the martial general realm.
Patriarch Chen, do you mean Chen Han is really that ruthless to go after his own family?
If he doesn't leave us a way out, then we'll fight.
At worst, the fish will die and the net will be broken.
The crowd was filled with righteous indignation and stood at the Chen family compound in a tight formation. If Chen Han came with a large number of military vehicles like he did with the Qi family last time, they were afraid that it would be a firefight and blood would flow. However, after waiting for a full day, the crowd even ate 3 meals a day at the Chen family home, but there was no sign of Chen Han coming. At this moment, a scout who had been poking around for information rushed in. Everyone, according to my observation, Chen Han has been staying at the government building, organizing the restoration of the government building, and has shown no signs of striking out. These words caused the crowd to be somewhat surprised and slowly cast a skeptical gaze at Chen Jinnan.
But it was Chen Jinnan who was even more horrified now.
This was because yesterday, Chen Han's behavior was indeed a look that he wanted to destroy the Chen family. It was at this instant that Chen Jinnan suddenly realized that that was simply Chen Han's tactic. Chen Han did not come over, is to release a signal, that is, he did not want to kill everyone. This simple signal was enough to make the Hanwaching family, which was originally a monolithic entity, fall apart in an instant. First deterrence, then division, this set of moves, Chen Jinnan simply unbelievable. This is still the kid he thought? And the great clans were also human, how could they not comprehend it? Immediately someone said, Patriarch Chen, there are still matters on my family's side, I won't accompany you to wait for someone here, farewell.
Same here.
Chen Jinnan watched the crowd leave and was close to despair. Originally he was still able to have a hard fight with Chen Han, the big deal was that both of them would lose, but now he didn't even have this card left.
He immediately roared, stop right there, can't you see that this is Chen Han's divisive plan?
How could the great clans actually not understand? But this was a young plot by Chen Han, an insoluble young plot, and if they continued to resist, they would only end up exterminating their clans. So the crowd almost ignored Chen Jinnan's words, and soon the Chen family compound became withered again. And all of this was expected by Chen Han. Even that night, there were already clans that had come to defect. A man and a woman knocked on the door of Chen Han's office. Seeing the duo, Chen Han immediately rose to greet them. Uncle Ji, what brings you here?
The duo were none other than Ji Yun's parents.
They did not come empty-handed. Mother Ji was holding a copy of the Northern Expedition Plan in her hands. Father Ji, on the other hand, was carrying a long box on his back. To these two, Chen Han still had some goodwill. Ji father and Ji mother were also subjected to the cold eye in the Ji family due to their lack of any cultivation talent, and thus empathized with Chen Han. Moreover, they often gave Chen Han a private favor. Father Ji placed the long box on Chen Han's desk and handed over the Northern Expedition Plan. Xiao Han, let's not speak in the dark. The Ji family sent us both to make peace with you, and we have already signed the Northern Expedition Plan. Please take a look at it. Chen Han raised an eyebrow, his eyes swirling as he swept over the Northern Expedition Planner, and sure enough, the great name of the Ji family head had already been signed in the blank. In the end, Chen Han's mission in Hanwha was to get the family to sign the plan with donations of money and goods. As long as this was achieved, Chen Han would not make things too difficult. He nodded his head in satisfaction. Good. With that, he then looked at the long box that was laid out on the table. This is. Again. Father Ji smiled brightly and whirled around to open the box. It turned out that what was placed in this box was actually a long gun. This gun was of extraordinary quality as soon as it looked. The body of the gun emitted a special light that only a high-level metal alloy could possess, and the dragon pattern engraved on it was lifelike. The most powerful thing was the head of the gun, which was a strange black stone polished and carved. I don't know why, but Chen Han felt that there was a horrible killing aura on the head of the gun. Without holding it in his hands, just looking at it made people feel shaken. Xiao Han, this gun is called the Overlord gun. The body of the gun is made of alloy number 3. Alloy number 3 refers to the metal contained in meteorites that can produce star crystals, and the head of the gun is a yet-to-be-discovered metal known as the hetero 7 elements, whose strength surpasses that of all metals discovered so far. Its original owner is the first martial god in the history of Grand Xia, Han Haoren. Chapter 42, Hundredfold Cultivation Speed. Martial Artist 7th Stage. Han Haoren. Astonishingly talented and gifted, the first martial god-level powerhouse in the history of the continent. It could even be said that the realm of martial god was established because of him. At its peak, he and Yu Woyun were known as the double wall of the empire. In the era of darkness, these two people killed a clear sky. It was only then that there was the present-day Great Xia that was able to remain isolated. The title of the continent's #1 martial artist has not been claimed since his death. Because Yu was Han Haoren's old friend, he only dared to call himself second. His strength, naturally, didn't need to be mentioned, and the weapons he used during his lifetime were naturally extraordinary. At this time, Father Ji let out a sigh of emotion. It's a pity that such a strong person actually died due to a violent illness. Chen Han silently shook his head. As a person in the military, Chen Han also only realized the cause of Han Haoren's death by going through some confidential information after entering the military camp. It wasn't a death from a violent illness at all. Han Haoren was alone, deep within the northern darkness domain, and did not know which forbidden area he had killed, and was said to have suffered a bitter battle in the northern land of extreme cold. When he came back, he was seriously injured, old illnesses coupled with the onset of new injuries, which led to his death at the age of 60 as a martial god. It was because of this incident that caused an unspeakable fear of the northern darkness domain from the top, and the continent's #1 martial artist had sunk, not to mention others. Yu Woyun's Northern Expedition Plan had been vetoed for years, and this matter was partly to blame. Chen Han lightly eked the weapon in front of old General Han. I'm afraid it's worth more than a national treasure. You two are? Just as he finished speaking, Ji Yun's parents knelt down. Please, Ensign Chen, take the Overlord gun. Chen Han was shocked for a moment, and hurriedly helped Ji Yun's parents up. You two are really killing me, but this thing is too valuable, I really can't accept it. Chen Han is not a selfless person, cannot do as Yu Woyun, the Chen family to send things he can feel at ease withheld, but the significance of this gift is not the same. Who knows, Ji Yun's parents are like Ironheart, but also called Ji Yunin, little cold. You do not have psychological pressure, we are not for the Ji family, it is for Ji Yun, this unprofessional brat, he will have to trouble you to take care of. Even Ji Yun, who was being lifted up by his ears and cried out in pain, also advised at this moment, Chen Xiao, just take it. This thing is my father went out to do business by chance to get, as a treasure like put a lot of years, we are good buddies, do not pretend. It turned out that this Overlord gun was actually Ji's father's personal belongings. Chen Han no longer hesitated and cupped his fists to Ji Yun's parents and said, then thank you aunt and uncle. In fact, Chen Han also liked this Overlord gun very much when he first saw it. It was as if this gun was customized for him. Compared to the Snow Wolf gun, which was a top-grade spiritual weapon, the Overlord gun was somehow much more advanced. I'm afraid that it is a supreme divine weapon. The highest rating for weapons in today's continent was categorized into 4 grades: mortal, superior, excellent, and ultimate. As for the top grade, it might exist, but the current craftsmanship did not have the means to create a top grade weapon. Even a supreme divine weapon could not be crafted overnight. The barrier of materials alone stopped countless people. The absolute top divine weapons that existed in the entire continent today were pitifully scarce. There were only 2 gun-type supreme divine weapons currently on record. One was owned by Marshal Yu, but since Han Haoran's day, Yu's old man had sealed the gun without using it and switched to the Guan sword, and the lance was buried in the ground forever in honor of his old friend. The other is Chen Han Han this handle. Chen Han's SSS Talon Soldier Soul Sacred Body, the requirements for weapons, almost reached a harsh point. The stronger the weapon, the more powerful the Soldier Soul Saint Body would be. When Chen Han gripped the Overlord Lance into his hands, a system prompt immediately came to his ears. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Supreme Divine Weapon, the Overlord Lance, and your cultivation speed has increased to 100 times. Good lord! Chen Han was secretly shocked in his heart for a moment. A Supreme Divine Weapon could actually increase his cultivation speed by 100 times. It was equivalent to 1 day of his cultivation, which was equivalent to 100 days of cultivation by an ordinary martial artist. Coupled with the Starry Sky breathing method, his cultivation speed was simply unbelievable. On the following day, Chen Han woke up from meditation and realized that another force had been injected into his body with spiritual energy. Martial Artist 5th Stage. How long had it only been? Chen Han was extremely excited as he stepped up into his training, seemingly putting the task of the Northern Expedition Plan completely behind him. Martial Artist 6th Order. Martial Artist 7th Level. After just a few days, Chen Han's realm had actually reached the terrifying Martialist 7th stage. Even a rocket ride was not this fast. Of course, during these few days, there were constantly clans that were just like the G clan, coming to the door to sign the Northern Expedition Plan, and would also give Chen Han some small gifts. Only this part of the small gifts, Chen Han had rejected them all. Almost 1/3 of the Hanwu city clans had peacefully signed the Northern Expedition Plan. Compared to Chen Han's smooth progress, the Chen family side was in a state of panic. Especially Chen Jinnan. He sat in the family shrine all day long, staring at the direction of the gate, on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Because Chen Han was eating away at the Chen family's supporters little by little, drowning the Chen family's forces little by little, eventually leading to the isolation of the entire Chen family. Chen Shiming handed Chen Jinnan some food. Big brother, eat something. Although martial artists won't die if they don't eat, not having a supply of nutrients for a long period of time will lower their qi and blood. If you continue like this, you will fall down the realm. As if Chen Jinnan had gone crazy, he threw away the rice in Chen Shiming's hand. I'm not eating it. Where is that brat Chen Han? You let him come. Isn't he going to destroy me? Why didn't he come? I'm afraid that Chen Jinnan, who was so high and mighty a few months ago, would never have dreamed that his retribution would actually come so quickly. Chen Shiming was also extremely helpless, not to mention the other clans. Nowadays, within the clan, there were not a few people who questioned Chen Jinnan. Some people even began to negotiate to start an internal family meeting to drive Chen Jinnan from the patriarch's position. Chen Shiming looked at Chen Jinnan's insane appearance, but finally fully realized Chen Han's purpose. He was trying to make Chen Jinnan also taste the taste of being expelled from the ancestral hall. A tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye. Good Chen Han, I really underestimated you. Killing people to kill your heart. Chen looked in the direction of the government building and clenched his fists tightly. On this day, in the government building of Hanwu City, there were some uninvited guests. It was actually the White Light group that had previously lost to the Special Operations Group test. Seeing this group of people, Chen Han frowned slightly as he understood that the purpose of their arrival was certainly not simple. A backlash from the clans was coming. If the great clans were so easy to deal with, it was estimated that the Northern Expedition Plan would not have been delayed until today. Yu Woyun and Chen Han had spoken on the phone a few times, and the capital side had encountered no small obstacle nowadays. The person behind the White Light group is Zhong Guan, the representative marshal of the family group, and he definitely isn't holding back anything good. As expected, Jin Zilin didn't say anything when he saw Chen Han, but directly threw Chen Han a paper of military orders. The signatures on the military order were all big names. Zhong Ju, Ouyang Quan, the 3 great marshals of today accounted for 2 of them. On top of that, there were the 24 privy councils, the highest authority in Daxia today. Chapter 43: The Battle to Decide the Fate of Daxia. The content of the military order was simple. It was for Chen Han to participate in an army exchange match, an unprecedented exchange match. The targets of the exchange match were geniuses from all the major universities in the country. It was the equivalent of bringing all of the heavenly talents together. This exchange match was naturally not simple. The 2 marshals, the 24 Privy Council signatures, the highest powers of Daxia except Marshal Yu were all on the list. It was almost mandatory. What was most inconceivable was that this competition was claimed to be an exchange match between the military and colleges, but the only person who participated on behalf of the military was actually Chen Han. With such targeting, their purpose was self-evident. The corners of Jin Zilin's mouth rose as he said in a cold voice, "Chen Han, are you afraid? I can tell you that this competition is able to be participated in by any college student who is enrolled in school." Chen Han's heart was flabbergasted at the words, which meant that amongst those demons participating in the competition, there was a possibility that there would be people who had practiced 3 or 4 years earlier than him. Most of those who were exceptionally gifted in Daxia were still in the top colleges after all. Not to mention, Chen Han would have to face those geniuses alone. "Chen Han, if you don't participate in this competition, it's not impossible. The top will not make things difficult for you. You will immediately be relieved of Marshal Yu's assignment and return to the barracks. Don't blame me for not reminding you. I recognize that you're a genius, but there are 600 million people in Daxia. Even if you're 1 in a million, there are still 60,000 in Daxia. It's fine if you don't participate, but if you lose, you'll be instantly removed from the military. Never to be hired." The threat in Jin Zilin's words was thick, as if he was trying to make Chen Han know what to do. The reason was simple: the winner or loser of this competition was the top brass making a choice between their family's interests and northern expedition. The proud sons of those major universities were undoubtedly of family origin, and Chen Han represented the civilian forces on Yu Wuyun's side. It looked like a battle of factions, but these 2 factions were the highest power in Daxia today. What this competition decided would be the future fate of the entire Grand Xia. The clans were also afraid that if Chen Han really won, then the scales of the Grand Xia would begin to tilt, and the era of being ruled by clans would be gone. So these families would inevitably send out the top heirs of their clans to go all out. At this time, the phone on Chen Han's desk suddenly rang, and it was actually Yu Wuyun who called. His first words were, "Chen Han, you don't have to participate in the Cloud Peak competition. Come back, this group of old codgers simply do not make sense." Yu Wuyun's words revealed a kind of despair. He was bent on serving the country, but he could not shake the group of people in high positions of power today. This competition was full of killing opportunities, and those clans had come with the idea of screwing Chen Han. It wasn't some point-to-point exchange of ideas. He didn't want his favorite heir to die prematurely on the field. A warrior's honor was to die on the battlefield, not in the hands of his own people. Chen Han's next words, however, caused Yu Wuyun to freeze. "Elder Yu, do you wish for me to participate?" Yu Wuyun was silent for a long while, but Chen Han had already gotten an answer from his silence. This was because this was the only chance in 100 years to shake up those powerful families. As long as Chen Han could win. But this possibility was infinitely close to zero. Yu Wuyun did not want Chen Han to die for nothing. Chen Han picked up a pen and quickly signed his name on the military order before throwing it to Jin Zilin. Jin Zilin flinched, completely shaken by Chen Han. He was horrified. "Chen Han, are you crazy? In this competition, you're the only representative of the military, and you're going to face those supreme demons alone. You don't have any backup. Nor do you have anything to rely on. You could lose your life at any time." Jin Zilin, who had been raised in the Thunder God army for years, couldn't believe how Chen Han really dared to sign this military order. Those absolute demons, even the third-ranked marshal general would have to prostrate themselves on the ground. Chen Han stood up blandly, his entire person emitting a domineering and unrivaled aura, which just emitted, made Jin Zilin incomparably horrified. "Martial artist 7th stage, this is impossible. One must know that the last Special Operations Team test was only half a month ago. Half a month, from Martial Artist 3rd Order to Martial Artist 7th Order. It was simply an appalling thing. This could no longer be described as a demon, it was simply a miracle. Half a month ago, although Jin Zilin had lost to Chen Han, at that time he was very confident that if it was a comparison of personal strength, he could easily kill Chen Han. The reason why he lost was only because of Chen Han's perverted amount of qi and blood. But now that he was facing that aura of Chen Han, Jin Zilin, who was a martial general of the 3rd rank, would actually feel that he would lose. He gulped a mouthful of water and slowly said, "Chen Han, is it convenient to tell us about your basic attributes today?" Chen Han didn't hide it, as the phone call he didn't hang up, and most of this part of his speech was also addressed to Elder Yu. My current base strength is 124,500 kilograms. Base speed is 2,672 meters s. Chi and blood value, 82 gears. The three strings of numbers almost didn't make Chen Zilin dumbfounded in place. This was the basic attribute value that a martial artist of the 7th rank could have? The basic attributes of his martial general 3rd stage were just about the same as Chen Han's. The blood value was even smaller than Chen Han's by a full 40 steps. Half a month to cultivate to the 7th level of martial artist was just a matter of time, and this basic attribute was actually also incredibly high. But from Chen Han's confident face, Chen Zilin confirmed that Chen Han would not lie to him. Even Marshal Yu, who was beside the phone, froze for a long time. Ha ha ha. Good. Good. Good, wow. My Daxia army has actually appeared such a talent. I'll see what that class of old men still have to say. Yu Woyan said 3 good words in a row, then hung up the phone, probably going to continue threatening that class of Daxia's highest power in his mouth. The wood show in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Chen Han expected that there would be a family counterattack, but did not expect that it would be directed at him alone. Being too sharp is what happens to people. But if there was no sharpness, it would not be him, Chen Han. Though 10 million people, I will go. If he won, the northern expedition would prosper, the Great Xia would prosper, and even the power structure of the Great Xia would be reshuffled as a result. But if he lost, it would no longer be possible to bring down the family. Chen Zilin looked complicated inside. Chen Han, aren't you afraid that if you tell me the base attributes, it will cause those behind me to renegotiate how to deal with you? Chen Han's expression was disdainful, even carrying a few hints of contempt. Let your horse come over. Even if he and Chen Han were not in the same position, at this moment, Chen Zilin was heartily rising in admiration as he laughed, fight for our army. Right after he left, Chen Han's ears heard a system prompt. Ding. System mission issued. The mission is to participate in the Cloud Peak Exchange Tournament and achieve the championship. The reward is 60,000 points and 2 chances to draw rewards directionally. Chapter 44, Erratic. Long Lance Invincible. With 60,000 points and 2 directional extractions. This reward from the system was worth a lot. But it also meant the difficulty of this mission. It had to be said that the speed of the capital side was fast enough. In just 2 days' time, the competition venue was set up. The venue was actually set up in Hanwu City. This exchange match attracted the attention of many forces, and in just these 2 days, Hanwu City was flooded with more than 30 million people. The clans from all over the world were all keeping a close eye on this exchange tournament, and many big names with faces that could only be seen on the screen emerged on the streets of Hanwu City. Time soon came to the day of the competition. Chen Han held the Overlord gun and traveled alone, arriving at the venue in a short time. He was the main protagonist of this exchange match, and the moment he appeared, he left thousands of people clamoring to see him. Look guys, that person is Chen Han, the only representative of the military this time. It's rumored to be a genius that's hard to come by in 100 years. Yes. 3rd-ranked martial artist in over 3 months, a first in history. What 3rd rank of martial artist? The latest news, he seems to have already reached the 7th rank of martial artist. He's only 1 step away from reaching the martial general realm. The crowd was talking and discussing. Chen Han's strong aura was intimidating. Of course, there were also people who raised objections. Genius? What geniuses? This exchange tournament is full of demons all over the place. Do you know Zhao Wuji from Wuchuan University? He's from the Zhao family in the capital. A lightning ability that is dominating and unrivaled. A freshman who can beat a senior's ruthlessness. There's also Starry Sky University's Shang Ming, seems to have SSS talent. Now in his junior year, he's already at the 6th rank of martial general. Daxia never lacked geniuses, just these people from these few people's mouths were the topmost heavenly prides of the major universities. Chen Han's paper strength didn't seem to be enough to look at. And among the group of onlookers, there were also family sons, who immediately shouted, Chen Han, admit defeat. Don't get a corpse. Chen Han, you will definitely lose. In the midst of the crowd's chorus, Chen Han saw a familiar figure. With long red hair, a delicate figure, coupled with a red leotard and a cold expression, it was none other than Zhao Linger. Behind her, there were also several people from the Cold Night team, Ji Yun. Only the voices of a few people cheering were extremely small in the midst of this chorus of voices. Chen Han was not surprised that a few of them appeared, only what made him a little puzzled was that Zhao Linger was actually holding a weapon in her hands as well. This was because according to the rules, those who were spectating the duel were not allowed to carry weapons.
What are you?
Chen Han lightly eeped.
Zhao Linger would smile, hey.
You're the leader of the group, and now that I'm your soldier, I can't not following you, the leader of the group, come to die. The higher-ups want to deal with you alone, this girl won't agree to that, what if they play a wheel war? This girl may not be as strong as you now, but it's no problem to help you block. It dawned on Chen Han that it was probably Zhao Linger who had requested Yu Wuyan to let her enter this competition as well. With her, Chen Han would at least not be alone. Warmth surged in Chen Han's heart while the corners of his mouth rose, followed by Zhao Linger pushing open the door of the venue, and the two of them walked in side by side. The venue was filled with almost all bigwigs. The first thing that caught their eyes was the three marshals in the center watching the battle.
Zhong Gong, Yu Wuyan, and Ouyang Quan.
Also known as the strongest three in the world. The oppressive power of the three great martial gods was not a lie, and when they did not open their mouths, the entire venue was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Zhong Guan glanced at Chen Han and instantly judged Chen Han's realm.
8th rank of martial artist. Elder Yu, this underling of yours is truly extraordinary.
In 2 days' time, he has risen from martial artist 7th stage to martial artist 8th stage.
I wonder if he's taken some sort of forbidden medicine.
Yu Wuyan's heart was blossoming with joy, but he still didn't move and put on an official voice. What, my men?
It's all about serving the country and the people.
Zhong Gong, don't spit blood.
Humph.
Looking at Yu Wuyan's complacent demeanor, Zhong Gong snorted coldly and then said, I just don't know if he can safely get through today. Apart from the three marshals, the people sitting on the stands were also non-trivial. Among them was the chief leader of the national pharmaceutical industry, Li Qingshi. There were also the leaders of the major clans in the capital, and most of them were feared to have reached the martial emperor level. Among them, there was one person who caught Chen Han's attention, the Chen family's oldest ancestor, Chen Han's great-grandfather, Chen Mohu. Regarding this person, Chen Han knew very little and had only met him twice.
A tired Chen Jinan sat beside Chen Mohu, his head lowered, like a good son.
Although Chen Han had met Chen Mohu several times, Chen Mohu did not remember Chen Han. In a sense, this was the first time he had met Chen Han. Just seeing Chen Han on the stage, Chen Mohu angrily scolded Chen Jinan, Jinan, this kind of talent.
How could you let him break away from the Chen clan?
Do you know that Chen Han is now the center of attention of the nation? If not for the fact that he's Yu Wuyan's man, all those old monsters in the capital that even I have to kneel down would be scrambling to recruit him. Chen Mohu returned to the family for 2 days, and then reprimanded Chen Jinan for 2 consecutive days. Chen Jinan had become mentally numb and could only nod his head in agreement. It wasn't that Chen Mohu was really heartbroken with Chen Han, the Chen family's family elimination system was created by him, the best will win and the worst will be eliminated. He was just regretting that Chen Han couldn't work for the Chen family. At this moment, Zhong Guan was already a bit unable to sit still. The Cloud Peak Exchange tournament was planned by him personally. He wanted to watch Yu Wuyan, the hand-picked heir, fail miserably, or even die miserably.
Host, begin. Zhong Guan coldly whispered a sentence, scaring the host of this competition into trembling.
This competition was specifically targeting Chen Han, and the first one to take the stage was Chen Han.
Chen Han's first opponent was Zhao Wuji of the Zhao family in the capital.
He was Zhao Yufei's cousin, but in terms of natural ability, he was more than 10 times stronger than Zhao Yufei. S-grade talent, S-grade physique, S-grade techniques, and after only 1 year of enrollment, he had defeated a Grand 4-level expert. Only to see a lightning bolt flash through the venue, so fast that it was almost impossible for the human eye to see, and the next moment, a big man in black practicing clothes stood on top of the ring. Senior Zhao Wuji of Wuchuan University, Martial General 3rd rank, Chen Han, come up to the stage. This man let out a low roar, his gaze fierce as he looked directly at Chen Han on the stage. In this competition, the one who was able to thwart Chen Han was basically the focus of cultivation by the highest authority in the entire Grand Xia in the future, and the promised benefits were not just a little bit. Therefore, all of the university's prideful sons were eager to fight Chen Han, which was why Zhao Wuji was so impatient. Some people in the venue's audience immediately began to talk to each other. Last month, in the Wuchuan University martial arts examination, Zhao Wuji thwarted Su Jia, who was at the 6th level of martial arts, with the strength of the 3rd level of martial arts generals, and was known as the best student in the history of Wuchuan University, and according to me, Chen Han is going to lose in this first match. That's natural, but it's also a pity that Chen Han's cultivation time is too short. It's not even a quarter of Zhao Wuji's. If Chen Han was given some time, he might be able to defeat Zhao Wuji.
Chen Han didn't reply, he just silently jumped onto the ring.
At this moment, no one noticed that when he jumped onto the ring, dots of red light were already emerging from the tip of Chen Han's spear. Open. The host's word open hadn't even finished speaking, but the red aura on Chen Han's gun was flashing throughout the entire venue, like red thunder, intertwining a piece of the ring. In the crowd's unanticipated situation, Chen Han had already moved with the gun. Beginning. When the word beginning fell, Chen Han's spear had already penetrated Zhao Wuji's chest. A bloody heart was hanging on the tip of Chen Han's spear, causing all the dignified figures at the venue to be drenched in blood. At this moment, Chen Han broke the iron law of the martial realm theory. One could even say that it was reversed. Martial artist level versus martial general level. A crushing second. Chapter 45 Chen Clan Ancestor Repentance. Requesting to return to the clan. This shot stunned almost all the spectators present. Even the three marshals on the stage did not react. What kind of means did Chen Han use to be able to stab Zhao Wuji's heart with a single strike? What the hell is going on here? With a swoosh, Zhao Wuji is gone. Zhao Wuji is a genius who could even defeat a martial general of the 6th rank, but he was defenseless. The entire venue exuded a sound of shock. Among them, especially Chen Moho, the Chen clan's oldest ancestor, was almost to the point of shock. His strength was at the 6th stage of martial emperor. Naturally, he was able to see the trajectory of Chen Han's actions just now. However, he really didn't understand how Chen Han managed to stab Zhao Wuji's heart with a single shot while Zhao Wuji was in a tight formation. This situation was mind-boggling. Theoretically, Zhao Wuji would resist Chen Han's attack when he saw Chen Han launch his gun straight to his heart. Even if he did not defend against Chen Han's martial skill, he would not be killed in seconds. Jinnan, this kind of martial skill should not be from our Chen family, right? Chen Mohu asked Chen Jinnan beside him. Chen Jinnan was also surprised as it was the first time he had seen Chen Han's battle up close, and didn't even answer Chen Mohu's words. Shen Nan. It wasn't until Chen Mohu's stern cry that Chen Jinnan came to his senses. Chen Jinnan let out a long breath. This kind of martial skill is certainly not of my Chen family. I'm afraid that Chen Han had a strange encounter after entering the army. A son of Qi? My Chen family would actually have an offspring like this. Jinnan, what can I say about you? Such a talent, you must retain him even if you have to exhaust your clan's strength. Chen Mohu was filled with remorse, hating that he hadn't discovered this seedling earlier. Don't look at the fact that this exchange match had only just begun, but Chen Han killing a martial general in seconds in this first battle at the martial artist level. It was enough to make the gang above scrutinize Chen Han once again. He had achieved something unprecedented. Chen Han killed someone but didn't care. Instead, he pulled his lance out as soon as he did so, and then he also stomped Zhao Wuji's corpse hard under his feet. Then he crossed his eyes and glanced at Zhong Gong on the stage. This glance was incomparably arrogant, and for Zhong Gong, it could be said to be a kind of humiliation. Zhong Gong was infuriated. He had thought that Zhao Wuji might lose. After all, Chen Han, who was at the 3rd level of martial artist, had a record of challenging Qi Feihu before. Qi Feihu might not be as good as Zhao Wuji, but there wasn't much difference in realm. However, Zhong Gong did not expect to lose so ugly. A strong aura swept across the arena as Zhong Guan angrily said, Chen Han, this is a ring. That's the number 1 person in Wuchuan High School, how dare you kill someone? Kneel down. Zhong Guan exuded a strong and unrivaled aura that was like an ocean, sweeping across the entire venue. The martial god level was the highest realm in the world of martial artists today. The reason why this realm carried the word god was because the martial god realm was almost detached from human beings. Everyone under a martial god was mortal. Thus the moment this terrifying aura was emitted, almost most of the people in the audience of the venue were overwhelmed and prostrated on the ground. Some whose hearts were not firm enough even spat out blood from their mouths. However, Chen Han, who was standing in the ring and being attacked by Zhong Ju, was standing proudly, out of place with most of the people in the audience. The reason was still talent, and the effect that the 2 SSS talents brought to Chen Han was that even the mighty pressure of a martial god-level powerhouse had no effect on him. He also coldly replied to Zhong Guan's threat, Martial Zhong, the rules of the tournament do not stipulate point blank, but rather life and death at your own risk. This kind of stinking fish and shrimp also come out to disgrace themselves. I see that this major college, too, has no one left. Arrogant. Extremely arrogant. Chen Han's words were not only slapping the faces of the major colleges, they were also slapping the face of Zhong Construct. This was because the members of the colleges participating in the competition this time were all geniuses that he had personally selected, and people who could potentially become his inner circle in the future. Zhonggong's murderous aura appeared, his right hand secretly contained dark energy, and he wanted to kill Chen Han on the spot. However, he seemed to have forgotten that there was still a number one martial artist of the human race behind him, a peak that no one had been able to surpass in decades. A large palm covered Zhonggong's right shoulder, easily removing his dark energy. "Zhonggong, sit down." An even more massive aura immediately covered Zhonggong's pressure, shocking him into a cold sweat and forcing him to obediently sit back down. This old man who had once saved the human race had now become amiable, but he was older, not weaker. Yu Woyun snorted coldly, "Hall martial, no rules and regulations, it's common for martial artists to live and die in ring competitions." Then he glanced at Ouyang Quan, who was foolishly moving beside him, and said, "What, you also want to make a move? Don't forget the two of you, you may not be able to beat me either." With just 2 words, he calmed the entire scene. For so many years Yu Woyun had been able to maintain the number 1 position in the army, relying on more than just seniority. "The young one is arrogant, the old one is just as arrogant," someone under the stage softly said, but there was nothing they could do. This old and young, just like that, had subdued all the dignified characters in this venue. "The match is over, Chen Han wins." Only then did the host announce the result of the match. However, there was no applause underneath the arena. Instead, everyone was in danger. For no other reason, they were all representatives of their family's interests. Every time Chen Han won a match, the closer they were to danger. Applause. However, in a corner of the venue, applause rang out, and it was surprisingly Chen Mohu, the Chen clan's oldest ancestor. He laughed out loud and said, "Good, good, good. Worthy of being a descendant of my Chen clan, what a beautiful fight." The people under the stage looked at Chen Mohu with a stunned expression, followed by a chorus of boos. This Chen Mohu really knows how to put gold on his face. Most of the people present, who had investigated Chen Han's information, naturally understood that Chen Han had withdrawn from the Chen family. And Chen Mohu didn't care a bit about the crowd's disdain. Instead, he continued, "All of you are here. Please also give Mr. Chen a witness. Mr. Chen has been in the capital for many years. I have neglected the cultivation of the Chen family's children and grandchildren, which has led to such a good son or grandson as Chen Han, to break away from the Chen family. But this is all a momentary suspicion, Mr. Chen regrets it. So today, I am here to invite Chen Han to return to the Chen family." After saying this, the expressions of the surrounding people became even more contemptuous. Because if Chen Mohu really valued Chen Han, Fong clearly could have stepped forward when Zhonggong threatened Chen Han. However, this old man froze and waited until Yu Woyun had smoothed things over before pulling this stunt. Both want to let Chen Han return to the clan, but also can take the opportunity to hold on to Yu Woyun thighs. Playing a handful of good calculations really can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. This kind of words, only shameless people can say at this time. Even more shocking is that, in front of the crowd, Chen Mohu actually flopped down on his knees, but also let Chen Jinan at the same time also followed the kneeling. The tears actually immediately fell from his eyes, and even Chen Han was flabbergasted by this superb acting. Little cold ah. It's your grandpa's fault. Your grandpa is sorry. Chapter 46 Secrets of the Overlord's Gun. Beidou Hao Ran Gun Technique. The corners of Chen Han's mouth twitched as he sort of learned for the first time what it meant to be brazen. It really could be done. In front of so many people, an elder ancestor actually knelt down to his own descendant. But the crowd for Chen Mohu's shamelessness are also heard of, not in this 1 day or 2 days of things. A few days ago there was a big clan in the capital that moved their graves, and he even ran over to cry at the graves. The crowd was just observing Chen Han's reaction. Chen Mohu was putting Chen Han on the fire. In this situation, Chen Han won't refuse, right? If he refuses, he's deceiving his master. Chen Mohu's use of this move is too good. The crowd under the stage was buzzing. Deceiving his teacher and destroying his ancestors? That was a bit too much to say. And at this point, Chen Han's response was simple, telling all about Chen Jinnan's bribe to him at the government building. On November 20th of the 101st year of the new calendar, Chen Jinnan, the patriarch of the Chen clan, unsuccessfully attempted to offer a bribe to this ensign. Chen Hui became enraged and attacked a public official, and was killed by this ensign. Chen clan ancestor, are you kneeling now with the intention of getting off the hook? The moment these words were spoken, the entire room was silent. In fact, this bit of bull wasn't even a big deal. But once it was put on the table, the situation was completely different. Chen Mohu had not only lost all his face, but now he was also charged with excusing his family. He didn't know how to respond for a moment, and looked at Chen Jinan angrily. Chen Jinan, why didn't you tell me about these things earlier? Chen Jinan's face swelled red. Many people within the family were currently quite critical of him. Therefore, he did not dare to say these things to Chen Mohu, otherwise he would definitely not be able to keep his position as the family patriarch. Chen Han, on the other hand, had turned the tables on him, which also caused him to be shocked. At this time, Yu Woyun also coughed lightly. Chen Mohu, when a public official commits a crime, he or she should be dealt with more severely. This, you wouldn't be unaware of, right? Yu Woyun's words scared Chen Mohu into trembling. He also had some positions in the capital. If Yu Woyun took this opportunity to make a big deal out of it, he would not be able to eat it. Old Marshal Yu, I'll leave first. Chen Mohu pulled Chen Jinan and instantly ran out of the meeting place with Chen Jinan pulling on his ashes. He even glanced at Chen Han on his way out, but this glance was not one of resentment, but true remorse. A family junior had such a deep heart, no less than him, an old fox who had been in the bureaucracy for many years. In addition to Chen Han's horrifying talent, Chen Mohu knew deep down that the Chen family was missing out on a future king who could possibly reach the top of the Great Summer. Little Han, come back to the Chen family sometime, and Grandpa Ancestor will personally set up a banquet for you to thank you. Chen Mohu didn't dare to offend Chen Han anymore. Instead, he even curried favor on his way out. Chen Han had seen shameless people, but this was the first time he had seen such a shameless Chen Han. Chen Han also did not bother. His competition today had already ended, and the next step was the duel between the geniuses of the major universities. Although it was said that it was deliberately targeting Chen Han, these families still wanted some face on the surface, so the schedule was not Chen Han fighting a wheel battle. Instead, the strongest person decided in each round was pitted against Chen Han through backroom maneuvers. After all, this competition was being watched by the highest powers of Dixia, and in addition to making things difficult for Chen Han, it was also a test of the potential of the seeded players from the major universities. Anyone would want to take first place. Chen Han entered inside the lounge, and not long after, Marshal Yu also came from the marshal's seat to visit Chen Han. This Grand Xia's #1 martial artist, aged over 100 years old, actually revealed a boyish smile. Chen Han. Well done. Well done. Originally, I thought that you were bound to lose this time, so I didn't want you to participate in the competition, but you surprised me too much. How could Yu Woyun not be happy? This was the only chance in decades to bring down the family. Hope was close at hand. Although his strength was still the #1 in Dixia, his age was there after all. Coupled with the dark wounds all over his body, he didn't know how much longer he could live. Perhaps this is his last chance. The Green Mountain buried loyal bones everywhere. Fighting for a lifetime, Yu Woyun hoped that he can die on the battlefield. As he spoke, Yu Woyun shed tears of gratitude. The first marshal of the three armies was actually moved to tears for Chen Han. Marshal Yu, there is no need to be like this. Chen Han hurriedly gave a word of comfort. It was still the same saying, to repay the king's intention on the golden stage, to carry the jade dragon to die for the king. Marshal Yu treated him with the courtesy of a national scholar, so he naturally had to do his best. At this time, Yu Woyun suddenly looked towards the overlord gun that Chen Han had placed aside, his gaze revealing some nostalgia. This is my old buddy's overlord gun, isn't it? I don't know if it's a kind of fate that it fell into your hands. Han Haoren and Yu Woyun were known as the Imperial Twin Walls, and the two naturally had a deep bond. Yu Woyun gazed at the overlord gun for a long time, then suddenly took the gun in his hand, and then he lightly twisted the gun. What surprised Chen Han was that there was actually a mechanism within the barrel of the gun. After Yu Woyun twisted the overlord gun, there was actually a small groove inside, and there was a chip in the groove. This chip looked very old, like it was a product of 50 or 60 years ago. Chen Han had gotten the overlord gun for a few days already, but he had never noticed it. Marshal Yu, this is. Yu Woyun smiled knowingly. I knew that this big-eared thief must have thrown this into his weapon. Still want to hide it from me? After saying that, Yu Woyun tossed the chip to Chen Han. Link this chip to your personal LAN. Inside is a set of gun techniques, the Beidou Haoren gun technique. I don't think I should need to introduce you to this set of gun techniques, right? Of course there was no need to introduce it. The Beidou Haoren gun technique, said to be the first set of SSS-ranked gun techniques in the world, was said to have been realized by Han Haoren overnight after he entered the martial god realm and consulted the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. If you don't count the ones in the shadows, it's probably also the only set of SSS-ranked gun system techniques in the world in the open. According to the army records, the day Han Haoren realized it, he shocked the world and shook the mountains and rivers. However, the power of this set of gun techniques was too strong, causing Han Haoren to not teach it to anyone in the army. Ever since Han Haoren died breaking into the Northern Darkness domain, this set of gun techniques was also completely lost. 40 years after his death, how many people had rushed for this set of gun techniques, but no one had gotten them in the end. Who would have thought that he would take the gun technique and hide it in the Overlord gun? Except for Yu Woyun, the person who knew Han Haoren best. Marshal Yu, many thanks. What Chen Han currently lacked the most was a set of SSS rank techniques, and although the Yu clan's gun technique was powerful, it could no longer keep up with his perverted talent and martial skills. Take your time to realize. Prepare for the next duel. In that group of college geniuses, there is someone with a weird talent, you have to be extra careful. Leaving behind these words, Yu Woyun returned to his martial seat. Chen Han, on the other hand, linked that chip into the LAN, and before his eyes, a mysterious space suddenly appeared. In the space stood a man, standing proudly, holding a long spear in his hand. Although there was no face, just a shadow, it was intimidating. It must be the world's #1 powerhouse, Han Haoren. Chapter 47 2 Hours of Enlightenment. What kind of demon is this? Han Haoren turned his back on Chen Han. He had even recorded his voice in advance. His first words made Chen Han stifle a laugh. To be able to discover this chip of mine, I guess you have an unusual relationship with that big fat guy. The big tall fat man in Han Haoren's mouth was Yu Woyun. Marshal Yu was 2 meters tall and weighed even more than 140 kilograms, as strong as an ox. Marshal Yu addressed Han Haoren as a big-eared thief, while Han Haoren addressed Yu Woyun as Big Fatty. Who would have thought that the Imperial Twin Walls, known as the heroes of national salvation, would actually be such a pair of living treasures? The two also knew each other well enough, and Han Haoren only believed that Yu Woyun was the only one who could discover his Beta Haoren gun technique. After saying that, Han Haoren's aura suddenly changed, clearly a shadow, but it made Chen Han feel incomparably tall and strong. Remember, the focus of my Beta Haoren gun technique is not on the moves, but on the martial artist's mind. The mind of a martial artist is victory. A general has only one goal, and that is to win. Look out of the world. Aloha the vault of heaven. To use the Hokuto vastness gun technique, one must be resolute in heart and mind. But any hesitant approach will greatly reduce the effectiveness of this spear technique. After speaking, Han Haoren began to demonstrate the Beta Haoren spear technique. It should be said or not, the moves of the Beta Haoren gun technique and the Yu clan's gun technique were not in the same range at all. Although Han Haoren and Yu Woyun were both one of the world's leading experts, their moves were completely different. The Yu family's spear play emphasized flexibility and changeability, and almost every move was linked to the next. It can catch the enemy off guard. But the Beta Haoren gun technique, on the other hand, was to open up every move. Horizontal chops, straight stabs, sweeping spears, the moves are extremely simple. Only offense, no defense. As Han Haoren said in his words, every move should force the enemy into a corner. That's winning. There's no turning back when you strike. Until the enemy is defeated. This is also known as the heart of a strong man. Han Haoren's way of the spear was to be domineering and unparalleled, to defeat the opponent without regard to anything else. At this point, Yu Woyun, who was always concerned about the righteousness of his country, was inferior to him. Han Haoren was a pure martial artist. He went deep into the forbidden zone, and it wasn't for the safety and security of the Grand Xia, but to challenge the strong. The #1 in the world at the time, he was the loneliest when he was invincible. Chen Han could see the way of the strong contained in these ordinary moves. That was the essence of the Hokuto Haoren gun technique. No wonder it was a SSS ranked technique. Within a short period of time, Chen Han had already integrated this set of gun techniques. The words Beidu Haoren gun technique also surfaced in the feats section of his system panel. 10th match. Zhao Linger vs Zhang Mu. Right at this moment, Chen Han suddenly heard the sound of a broadcast. Unexpectedly, the time he had spent on comprehending the Beidu Haoren gun technique had actually passed 9 whole matches. About 2 hours should have passed. Chen Han slowly walked out of the lounge and arrived at the battle-watching venue to watch Zhao Linger's match. The moment he saw Chen Han come out, Yu Woyun's eyes went straight. He immediately walked down to the marshal's seat and asked to Chen Han, "How did you just come out?" Chen Han was surprised by Yu Woyun's attitude as he waved his hand and said, "Marshal Yu, what's the matter? I've already learned the Beidu Haoren gun technique." What? The #1 strongest man in the continent was actually frozen on the spot at this moment. It wasn't until the secretary beside him shouted, "Marshal Yu, quickly return to the marshal's seat, the competition is about to begin." Only then did Yu Woyun come back to his senses, but his expression was still very shocked. Even as he returned to the marshal's seat, he kept looking at Chen Han. Chen Han was amazed. He had only learned a SSS-level marksmanship, as to make the continent's #1 powerhouse like this? However, Chen Han did not know that in fact, Yu Woyan had also learned this set of gun techniques. But he did not learn it. At that time, Yu Woyan had spent 2 days and 2 nights having Han Haoren demonstrate the Beta Haoren gun technique to him, who knew that he had never been able to figure it out. Then Yu Woyan gave up. At that time, the top group of strongest people in the army had also observed it. Yet none of them had learned it either. The most exaggerated of them all was that there was a person who practiced for 3 whole years and had not learned the Beta Haoren gun technique. Yu Woyan understood that Chen Han was extremely talented, but he thought that Chen Han would have to spend at least a day in the practice room before he could possibly comprehend some of the skins. But Chen Han's first words turned out to be that he had already learned the Beta Haoren gun technique. How could Yu Woyan not be surprised? Although matters of state came first in his eyes, his natural talent, in the whole of Daxia, was only slightly inferior to Han Haoren's, and it was impossible for him not to have a bit of a martial artist's heart. Yu Woyan even developed a sense of frustration when Chen Han uttered these words. "This brat, what kind of demon is he?" Yu Woyan lightly scared. Zhong Gong and Ouyang Quan, both of them, were also surprised by Yu Woyan's reaction. Although they had just had a bit of friction with Yu Woyan, the 3 marshals still had to maintain friendship on the surface. Taking this opportunity, Ouyang Quan deliberately opened his mouth to show concern for Yu Woyan. "Marshal Yu, why are you reacting like this? Could it be that your favorite general has a physical problem?" Seemingly concerned, but actually mocking. Numerous family members also perked up their ears and gathered towards the marshal's seat. 90% of the people on the field at this time were hoping that something would go wrong with Chen Han. Yu Woyan's expression was divine, his mouth grinning to the sky. It was as if he was even happier than when he himself had comprehended the Northern Dipper vast gun technique. He gave a faint smile and arrogantly said, "Just now, Chen Han comprehended the Beta Haoren gun technique in the 2 hours he spent in the restroom." When these words came out, the crowd was first stunned for a moment. After all, the Northern Dipper vast gun technique was not something that everyone knew about. Suddenly a person who knew the inside story asked Yu Woyan, "Are you referring to Marshal Han Haoren's only set of SSS-ranked spear techniques that have been lost?" Not many people knew about the Beta Haoren gun technique when it was mentioned. But if it was Han Haoren, then there were quite a few people who knew about it. The position of the continent's #1 martial artist had been his for almost 100 years due to Yu Woyan's humility. If no one could beat Yu Woyan, no one could beat Han Haoren. The marksmanship used by such a person couldn't be something ordinary. It was clearly Zhao Linger's match, and because of Yu Woyan's words, the entire focus of the room was directed at Chen Han again. 2 hours to comprehend Han Haoren's marksmanship, how is this possible? Han Haoren's marksmanship is a SSS rank technique. A set of S rank techniques is enough for someone to practice for at least 3 years. For those with poor qualifications, 10 years is possible. 2 hours. Are you kidding? Even a genius should have an upper limit. The crowd's understanding of Chen Han's level of perversity had risen to another great level. Even the competition on the field was forgotten. The entire arena was quiet to the point of being a little scary. Zhongguan's face was green. Just 2 hours, Chen Han had actually improved again. Of course, the most lively thing at this moment was inside a building full of ancient atmosphere in the center of the capital. This building was known as the 24th Privy Council. The highest powers of the current Great Xia were all gathered in this building. It had been several decades since the Privy Council had never come together. Only today, because of a Chen Han, the highest powers of the Grand Xia had actually all gathered together. Chapter 48, The Nation Trembles. 3 victories in 3 battles. 3 wins in all seconds. The reason why the 24th Privy Council had the number 24 running through the front. It's because there are 24 supreme powers in the Privy Council. Any decision about Daxia can only take effect if it's signed by more than half of the 24 supreme powers. Of course, for the military, it was the 3 marshals who made the decisions. This was the current power structure of the Grand Xia. These 24 supreme powers were also ranked, and the higher the ranking, the heavier the power. So the number 1 person in power in Grand Xia was the person ranked number 1 in the 24 Privy Council. It is worth mentioning that Yu Woyan also has a ranking in the 24th Privy Council, ranking 5th. Thus today's 24 supreme powers actually only gathered 23 people. But even so, as long as it wasn't a situation that shook the country's foundation, it was impossible for these 24 people to gather. Inside the hall of the Privy Council, there was a screen standing horizontally, and what was playing on the screen was none other than the martial arts venue where Chen Han was located. This son, Chen Han, is truly outstanding. No wonder Yu Woyun holds him in high esteem. In just 2 hours, he was able to comprehend Han Haoren's gunplay. Back when I was in the army, I was under Marshal Han's command, and I still haven't comprehended the Beidou Haoren gun technique. I'm afraid that we really need to consider thinking about placing the power of the Grand Xia on the civilians that Yu Woyun represents, instead of the family. Everyone, don't be hasty, this exchange match has only just begun, don't make any rash judgments. Chen Han is certainly powerful, but there are talented people in the rivers and mountains. No matter what, the bloodline of the family is bound to be more powerful than the commoners. Because of Chen Han, the 23 supreme powers of the Great Xia were actually in chaos. Among these people were those close to Yu Woyun, those who represented the family, and those who were neutral, each with different views and conflicting political opinions. Stop arguing. One by one, what do you all look like? Don't you forget what you are. A low voice immediately silenced the entire room. And the one who spoke was none other than the number one person of power in Grand Xia, an old man whose age looked to be roughly ancient, but who had a head of long golden hair. Emperor Prime. 24 supreme powers, each of which could decide the life and death of a party. But this Emperor Prime, however, could decide the ranking of the 24 supreme powers. That is, to determine their power. It was clear that his status was noble. His words subdued the entire scene, and then he slowly said, "Gentlemen, don't be in a hurry, let's wait until this exchange match is over, then we can talk again." Emperor Prime's stance was neutral. He would stand on the side of whoever could win. It was because of this that this exchange match was created. Although Yu Woyun was the marshal of the army and the fifth supreme power, Di Qingtian could likewise not buy into it. Once he gave the word, no matter which power it was, they could only wait obediently. However, after this, he added on. Chen Han, indeed, has great potential. I don't care if you guys want to fight amongst yourselves, but Chen Han's life must stay. If he dies, whether it be in the ring or out of the ring, I will track it down to the end. These two words were equivalent to Chen Han's gold medal of immunity from death. The moment these words came out, everyone in the venue looked at each other in disbelief. Although between his family's interests and the Northern Expedition plan, Di Qingtian had chosen to stand idly by, he had remembered Chen Han. With this, I'm afraid that no one in the entire Grand Xia would dare to harm Chen Han again. Not even Zhongguan or Ouyangquan could. Over the decades, not even the geniuses that had come out of the major colleges and universities had been able to obtain this kind of favor from Emperor Prime. Chen Han, who was sitting on the viewing platform at this moment, was oblivious to the fact that he was focused on watching Zhao Linger's competition. This match ended very quickly, as Zhao Linger's opponent wasn't that strong. Don't forget, Zhao Linger was once a genius in the military, and had practiced for 3 more years than Chen Han, and was now a marshal general of the first rank. Her opponent was only at the second rank of marshal general. How could she compare to Zhao Linger, who had been fighting in the battlefield for years? The outstanding Yu Clan spear technique, which killed that would gifted Zhan Mu, also caused the entire audience to slightly look sideways. This Zhao Linger is also a talent. It's a pity that she wasn't accepted into one of the major colleges. The clans watching the battle let out a slight sigh. More sighs were because Zhao Linger was Chen Han's person, representing Chen Han's power. Chen Han himself was already incredibly strong, and if he also had a huge power, he would be unstoppable. In fact, Chen Han was indeed unstoppable. For the next 3 days, Chen Han had 3 consecutive matches, breaking through all the way to the top 8 in the country. Qian Ming, representing Wanshu Academy. Wang Daku, representing Amazing Sea Academy. Luo Wen, representing Yingxi Academy. All 3 of them were above the 4th rank of Marshal General, with Luo Wen being at the 5th rank of Marshal General. These 3 colleges were all in the middle of the capital, and these 3 were even more renowned for a long time. In their respective martial arts schools, all 3 were renowned and unrivaled geniuses. Yet none of them could block a single strike from Chen Han. That is, the spear of piercing death thorns. This martial skill was a real bummer when used to kill someone. Almost exactly the same as Zhao Wuji's death, before each time he went on stage, Chen Han's spear emitted a red light. As soon as he arrived on stage, it was a powerful and vertical shot. The 3 of them had tried everything they could think of, but they couldn't dodge that stunning shot. Among them, Luo Wen even possessed the Divine Speed Force, a SS-ranked talent that could massively increase speed. Its burst speed, the base attribute, was more than 6 times that of Chen Han's.
Theoretically, Chen Han could not catch up with him no matter what. However, as soon as Chen Han's martial arts skill was unleashed, he ran hundreds of laps around the ring in a second, yet still allowed Chen Han to accurately stab above his heart. The piercing deaththorn lance was a law of causality martial skill. It could be said to be a supreme martial skill capable of surpassing SSS martial skills when faced against humans. It could not be dodged, could not be blocked, and could only be fought against. Or give birth to two hearts. However, for 3 days, the top-seeded players of the major universities had been studying Chen Han's martial skill of being able to kill in seconds, but were clueless. A strike is a second kill. There's no room for error. With 3 victories and a single move, these 3 matches were also broadcast nationwide. The whole country was shocked. A martial artist of the 8th rank was actually able to render a large group of general-level experts powerless to fight back. This was unprecedented. Even the commoners after dinner talk had become this. That martial skill of Chen Han, how should I deal with yo? It's too unintelligible. It's like he didn't even have to move, the gun automatically stabbed on the heart. The biggest news in these days was how to crack Chen Han's insoluble martial arts skill. The nation's think tanks had racked their brains, but still couldn't come up with an answer. And the biggest surprise was Chi Feihu, who had already been taken to prison. These days every day in prison woke up, Chi Feihu are happy. For no other reason, this martial art that no one in the country could solve. He was the only one who had picked it up. And lived to tell the tale. Every time Chen Han killed one of the top martial artists in the university, his gold content rose. Chapter 49 The only solution to the deadly spine gun. Sealed? In reality, Chi Feihu's heart-soft alloy was indeed the only way to deal with the piercing deaththorn gun. Although the effect of the piercing deaththorn gun was said to lock onto the human heart, the actual locking range was a large area where the heart was located. As long as the piercing deaththorn gun hit the flesh, it would lose that kind of causal law effect. This was why Chi Feihu had survived, when Chen Han was only a martial artist of the 3rd rank, coupled with the strength of his soft alloy. It was only when both factors appeared at the same time that the piercing deaththorn lance was stopped. But even if those college martial artists realized that there was such a way to be able to resist the gun of piercing deaththorn, it was too late in time. Having a soft alloy installed in the heart was no ordinary minor surgery. It had to be booked at least 30 days in advance. And it was very expensive. This kind of surgery also had a high risk of failure and endangering lives. So generally speaking, no one would go for such an operation, and Chi Feihu was also crooked. Chen Han had entered the national top 8 strongly, but Zhao Linger had folded. By this point, the top 8 in the country were all demons among demons. It was simply impossible for Zhao Linger to win. Chen Han's real challenge began now. The remaining 7 were all extremely skilled, and none of them were easy to deal with. For example, Chen Han's opponent today. The top talent of the capital's #1 martial arts university, Starry Sky University, was Xiang Ming, who possessed SSS-ranked talent. Xiang Ming was a tall man with an explosive muscular build similar to Yu Wuyan's. He didn't use weapons. He did not use a weapon and practiced a horizontal martial art. Chen Han had observed a few of his matches, and this person's fighting skills were incredibly high, and if it was a case of empty-handed comparative fighting, it was estimated that no one would be able to defeat him. He had a tyrannical character. This exchange match was clearly aimed at Chen Han, except for the match with Chen Han, the guys were unspokenly on point. However, this guy, probably because these few matches did not directly against Chen Han, actually all of their opponents, beat a half-body. Just as soon as he stepped into the ring, Xiang Ming even began to laugh crazily, revealing a bloodthirsty appearance. Chen Han, I've been waiting for you for a long time. His grinning appearance was like that of a berserk butcher. This match was, at the same time, the match with the most attention today. Xiang Ming, as the possessor of a SSS-ranked talent, had always been regarded as the favorite to win the title. Chen Han's 3 victories in 3 matches and his martial arts skill of killing in seconds out of the gate had also become the center of attention in the country over the past few days. Somewhat without exaggeration, this match had been treated as a grand final. Of the top 8, these 2 were unquestionably strong. Even today, the doors of the venue were wide open, so even the civilians could watch this competition. Everyone, do you guess if Xiang Ming has a solution to Chen Han's martial arts technique? In my opinion, there should be, otherwise why would Xiang Ming's expression be so confident? At the moment, no one in the entire country has figured out exactly what path Chen Han's martial skill is. What can Xiang Ming do? The onlookers murmured. Only Yu Wuyun on the stage frowned tightly, without the bright smile of the previous days.
The crowd only knew that Chen Han's performance in these 3 days had been amazing and his martial skills mysterious. Yet very few people knew that Xiang Ming's talent was equally mysterious. Yu Woyun still hadn't observed how Chen Han's martial skill was able to accurately stab his enemy's heart, and he also still hadn't seen the role of Xiang Ming's talent. Xiang Ming was what Yu Woyun called a gifted eccentric ability person. Chen Han, come up to the stage. I'll break your martial skill today. Xiang Ming roared angrily. Chen Han responded blandly. Regardless of Xiang Ming's moves, he swung himself away. However, he also wanted to see how Xiang Ming dealt with the piercing deaththorn lance. When this martial skill was used on a human, it was a plug-in. Xiang Ming didn't look like he had installed a metal alloy either. How could he cope with this law of causality martial skill? As Chen Han made his way onto the stage, the Overlord gun in his hand began to emit a burst of red light. Almost everyone in the country now understood Chen Han's moves. Look guys, Chen Han used that martial skill. Scratch that. I'm having a stress reaction right now when I see red light coming from his gun. The first 3 people he killed died so inexplicably. Of course, even though it was known by everyone, Chen Han didn't need to hide his martial skill at all. This was the unanswerable Yang scheme. However, the moment he jumped onto the ring, to the surprise of the entire crowd, the red aura on Chen Han's spear actually dissipated. This meant that he had not unleashed a martial skill. What's going on? Chen Han didn't use that martial art anymore? Don't. I still want to see how Xiang Ming dealt with that divine technique. Xiang Ming was very pleased to see the stunned voices in the room and had a proud look on his face. He even provoked Chen Han with a cry, how about it? Chen Han. Was your martial skill broken by me? Due to Chen Han's popularity, being able to break Chen Han's martial skill was now considered world-renowned. Who knew that Chen Han only had the corners of his mouth rise up in a heartfelt smile? So it turns out that the role of your talent is to seal other people's martial skills. When Xiang Ming heard this, his pupils instantly widened, his head broke out in cold sweat, and even his spine went a little cold. Because the secret of this martial skill of his, from the time he tested it out when he was a few years old until now for a whole 20 years. All without anyone ever discovering the true effects of his talent. Not even a martial god level could penetrate it. His talent was a special SSS talent, and while it drastically increased his fighting ability and muscle density, it was also able to block his opponent's chakra. The chakra is the sinew that catalyzes martial arts. By sealing the chakra, one would not be able to utilize the martial skill, and if one were to forcefully drive it, one's tendons and veins would be severed and one's body would explode and die. As a result, most of the opponents against Xiang Ming would die inexplicably. Yu Woyun didn't even see the mystery, and only thought that his talent was somewhat peculiar. Xiang Ming's expression went from brutal at first to gradually becoming horrified. You. How could you possibly know that? The actual effect of this talent was an overwhelming bottom card for him. Originally, if it wasn't publicized, he could even make his enemies of the same rank die by virtue of this effect. But once it was said, it completely lost its effect. From now on, no one would be able to use the martial skill on him. Chen Han was also a bit helpless, which was naturally because he had the system. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, a prompt came from the system. Ding! Your piercing deaththorn lance is no longer usable, and if you forcefully actuate it, it will result in an explosive death. The direct way to deal with a plugin was, of course, to directly block the number. Chen Han really thought that Xiang Ming had some sort of extraordinary means. It turned out to be just such a simple and crude thing. Then, Chen Han suddenly pressed his body down, gripping the lance with both hands as he erupted with an overwhelmingly strong aura. The piercing deaththorn lance had shone so brightly in the past few days that the crowd had forgotten about it. This seemingly powerful martial skill was actually only the smallest card in Chen Han's hand. The sealed martial skill, on the other hand, was the biggest card in Xiang Ming's hand. Chapter 50 God of the Lance. The spear technique that surpassed the continent's #1 martial artist. Specialty talent. The focus was on the word special. This special should be interpreted as peculiar. It was said that only one trait talent would be born out of 100 people's birth talents. There were all sorts of various effects. For example, Chen Han's soldier soul sacred body, the slaying god gun intent, and then there was Xiang Ming's martial technique seal. These special effects were often something that could not be spoken of. Not even those closest to them could be said. Chen Han's light-hearted sentence was like killing one's parents and taking away one's wealth. Xiang Ming's complexion was almost insane. Seeing that Chen Han was still going to fight him was even more insane as he yelled, "Chen Han, do you still want to compete with me in a fight? My talent is to enhance my fighting ability and strength. Do you know what my strength is? 326,000 kilograms? You're competing with me? What are you going to compare with me? This was the first time Xiang Ming exposed his basic attributes in front of everyone. 326,000 kilograms was simply astounding. Xiang Ming's realm was the 6th rank of martial general, and a strength of almost 200,000 kilograms in this realm was already a 1 in a million existence. 326,000 kilograms meant that he had almost twice as much strength in the same rank. The advantage of this base attribute was undoubtedly huge. An old man in the audience couldn't help but exclaim, Xiang Ming deserves to be known as the best student of Starry Sky University in the last 5 years, this strength. Don't forget guys, he also has SSS level talent additions. In the actual battle, his strength is estimated to exceed this value. Chen Han has to be cut down this time, right? The bigwigs present all let out a long breath. Once Chen Han was defeated, it would prove that the Northern Expedition plan would be dead in the water. Their properties, too, would naturally be preserved. How could the family bigwigs not be happy? Even the members of the Cold Night team, who had been sitting on the stage with confidence in Chen Han, could not help but sweat at this moment. Chen Shui worriedly took Zhao Linger's arm and said, Sister Linger, what should we do? Will brother lose? Will he be killed by Xiang Ming? Although Zhao Linger didn't make it into the national top 8, she didn't regret it and comforted Chen Shui at this time. It's fine, Xiao Shui, you have to have faith in your brother. Despite her words, no one noticed that Zhao Linger's palms were all sweaty at this point. A superhuman martial general versus an 8th-ranked martial artist, Chen Han had also had his martial skills blocked. It was impossible to win no matter how one thought about it. Zhao Linger looked towards Yu Wuyun, hoping to see the answer from Yu Wuyun's expression. Who knew? Yu Wuyun's behavior left her dumbfounded. Before the duel, Yu Wuyun was frowning tightly and fidgeting. But at this time, Yu Wuyun was laughing happily, and even waved at his secretary, give me some whole sweet potato fries and a cup of milk tea. The sitting is still a bit hungry. This scene made Zhao Linger want to point at Yu Wuyun's nose and curse. Over 100 years old, sweet potato fries? And milk tea? His most favored subordinate looked like he was facing a desperate situation at this point. Not only Zhao Linger, even Ouyang Quan and Zhong Gong were puzzled. With their martial god level vision, they couldn't see any possibility of Chen Han winning either. Swish! Suddenly, Chen Han on the stage moved, facing an enemy who was a large realm above him and whose basic attributes far exceeded those of his class. He actually took the initiative to launch an attack. And still, he leapt high and slashed down with his spear. This kind of move, if it was against a weak enemy, it was crushing, but against a strong enemy, it was equivalent to looking for death. There was too much of a breakage. It was just Chen Han who used it. Xiang Ming smiled coldly, seeking death. His basic attributes exceeded Chen Han's by too much, and he didn't want to go over to dodge. Of course he was going to fight Chen Han hard. Only to see his right hand storing power, his already explosive muscles expanding even more, and then his right hand swung. A right hook punch unexpectedly swung directly at Chen Han's overlord lance in a pinpoint manner. Boom! The impact of the two people made a roaring sound in the ring. According to common sense, the basic attributes of Xiang Ming, who was far superior to Chen Han, would have blown Chen Han away with a punch. However, the scene on the stage was actually that Xiang Ming was suppressed. Not only did Chen Han not fly out, but instead, he crushed Xiang Ming's 2.5-meter body with his spear, the ground being crushed by Xiang Ming. Feeling incredulous, Xiang Ming roared, "This is impossible. You can't possibly have a strength of over 400,000 kilograms. To be able to suppress him to such an extent, unless one had a strength of 400,000 kilograms or more." But even if Chen Han was a demon, it was impossible for him to reach this level. However, at this moment, Chen Han seemed to be transcendent, ignoring everything around him and not answering Xiang Ming's words. His ears were filled with Han Haoran's words. A general has only one goal, and that is to win. His gaze was also extremely determined, not giving Xiang Ming any time to react at all. Sweep horizontally. Straight stab. Sweeping spear. Obviously the simplest stance in gunplay. At this moment, it was surprisingly allowed for Chen Han to utilize it in an incomparably domineering manner. Each shot seemed to contain the force of 1,000 pounds, going forward only to defeat his opponent. Of course, Xiang Ming wasn't a vegetarian either. After all, he had the bonus of fighting skills in his talent. Seeing moves with Chen Han, they attacked continuously. In less than a moment's time, the two had already sparred dozens of moves. The gazes of the crowd slowly became shocked. An 8th-ranked martial artist, sparring with a 6th-ranked martial general who possessed SSS-gifted fighting skills, was actually able to not lose out. It could even be said that he had been suppressing Xiang Ming. For dozens of moves, Xiang Ming had been forced to defend, and his body had been stabbed with several holes and eyes by Chen Han, and his blood flowed profusely. Die for me! Xiang Ming was infuriated, not to mention that his bottom card had been revealed, but now he was actually able to lose to Chen Han in the fighting moves that he was so proud of. He exerted his strength to the maximum, his 2 muscular arms swelling to the size of a man as he swung madly towards Chen Han. Each of these punches had been boosted to 400,000 kilograms of power. The speed was faster. The punches were also more vicious. However, he desperately realized that even so, his fists actually couldn't touch Chen Han. Instead, every shot from Chen Han managed to land on his body. At this time, without realizing it, Xiang Ming and Chen Han exchanged a glance. It was this glance that actually caused fear to arise in Xiang Ming. There was a huge difference between the two's realms, yet Xiang Ming felt that Chen Han's eyes seemed to harbor a deep abyss that swallowed him whole. This overbearing and incomparable aura was something even more terrifying than the base attribute. It was at this instant that the two who had originally been on equal footing had the scales tilted. Chen Han's sweeping strike had actually caused Xiang Ming to fall back as far as 3 meters. Throughout the entire process, Yu Weiyun had been watching, but with a light touch. Decades had passed, and everyone seemed to have forgotten what a terrifying existence that former continent's number 1 was. They also seemed to have forgotten about the world-beating Beidou Haoren gun technique. He, Yu Weiyun, would not forget. After all, Han Haoren was the goal he had pursued for his entire life. And Chen Han's spear technique seemed to have surpassed Han Haoren. Chapter 51 Record-breaking victory. The first person in history. This was because under the influence of Chen Han's killing god gun intent increase, the grade of the Hokuto Haoren gun technique had risen by another grade from the SSS-grade at the beginning. The mystery of the Beidou Haoren gun technique lay in the victor's momentum, not in the stances. Thus Chen Han's victor's momentum could now be said to be even stronger than Han Haoren's. Potential, a powerful force developed by Han Haoren, a pure martial artist of the solitary era. Not even Yu Weiyun had comprehended it. Han Haoren had been the sole ruler of the world for 40 whole years. He was a martial god, and that was because the highest realm was only martial god. Yu Weiyun is a martial god, that's because the highest realm can only reach martial god. The basic attributes of the two, in fact, there is not much difference. However, Yu Weiyun had never beaten Han Haoren, and the reason was in the word potential. Chen Han also only understood the horror of potential after comprehending the Hokuto Haoren gun technique. Don't look at the huge difference between his and Xiang Shang's base attributes, a whole 200,000 kilograms. However, because of the influence of the potential, this base gap was almost erased. Xiang Shang's potential was far lower than his. Don't look at Xiang Shang's fierce and angry face, but that was just exasperation. The moment Chen Han revealed the effects of Xiang Shang's talent, Xiang Shang had completely broken his defenses. His ferocious surface was nothing more than his feigned appearance. On the contrary, Chen Han, after his martial skill had been blocked by Xiang Shang, had a calm face, and was augmented by the victor's momentum of the Beidou Haoren gun technique. The two's potentials were reduced and increased at the same time, which was why Chen Han was able to be on par with the superhuman martial general Xiang Shang. Darn it! How can I lose to a martial artist at the 6th rank of martial general? In the ring, he grew more and more impatient as he could not touch Chen Han at all. His greatest advantage over Chen Han was the blocking of Chen Han's martial arts, as well as his natural fighting skill bonus, and his terrifying strength. However, these 3 things nowadays did not form a suppressive effect on Chen Han at all. The two had already sparred for an unknown number of moves. The entire ring became pitted because of their duel. The longer the time went on, the more anxious Xiang Shang became. This was because everyone in the world knew that Chen Han had another terrifying advantage. Qi and blood. At the martialist level, one already had the qi and blood of a martial emperor. It could be said that the thing Chen Han was most unafraid of was a tug of war. On the contrary, although Xiang Shang's strength attribute was incredibly high, he hadn't worked on his qi and blood, and only had a pitiful 32 gears. After sparring with Chen Han for many moves, Xiang Shang's explosive muscles were already covered in bean-sized beads of sweat. On top of that, there were countless holes and eyes stabbed out by Chen Han. The mixture of blood and sweat beads made Xiang Shang's entire body look quite horrifying, like a bloody man. On the contrary, Chen Han looked as if he was fine. In fact, during the fight, Xiang Shang had also landed a few punches on Chen Han's body. However, that little bit of damage was not even worth mentioning in front of Chen Han's powerful blood. Seeing this scene, Yu Wuyan threw a sweet potato fritter into his mouth and said lightly, "It's going to end." Just as Yu Wuyan said, Shang Shang was already at the end of his rope. A trapped beast. Shang Shang exerted his last strength and ran towards Chen Han. 8 Extreme Fist. Shang Shang used the most offensive national art fist technique. His entire body was like a tank as he blasted towards Chen Han. However, just as he was about to crash into Chen Han, he was unaware that at this moment, he was all broken in Chen Han's eyes. Chen Han stared at Shang Shang, building up his momentum, and stabbed with a straight shot. This shot directly penetrated Shang Shang's throat. The huge cannon fist stopped abruptly in front of Chen Han's eyes, and Shang Shang similarly stopped breathing. The entire hall, including the hundreds of thousands of people watching from the periphery, were likewise holding their breath at this moment. Until the moment Shang Shang's arm fell, there was a burst of thunderous applause. At this moment, whether it was a family or a civilian, they were all applauding from the bottom of their hearts. Because this battle was truly wonderful. There weren't any fancy martial arts techniques, nor were there any strange talent effects. It was just a simple and incomparable fight, with fists to the flesh, awakening the most primitive impulses of mankind. Moreover, Chen Han was a martial artist of the 8th rank, and Shang Shang was a martial general of the 6th rank. The gap in their realms made this kind of fight extremely ornamental. Chen Han had also created the first record in history. The victory of a martial artist over a general, although impressive, was by no means unique. The new calendar was 100 years old, and it was unknown how many geniuses had come out of it. Among them, there were also some records of martial artists winning against generals in major universities. But they were often through complex talent effects or martial arts or the like, defeating each other in a surprising manner. Like Chen Han, a pure martial arts fighter, or a martial arts fighter whose talent was enhanced by fighting skills, was absolutely unique. Even in Han Haoren's life of dominating the world, there had never been such a record. It was only after a long time that the host shouted, "Chen Han, the winner." It was only after these 3 words were spoken that the clans gathered underneath finally realized the danger, and one by one, they lowered their heads and hung their heads in shame. Shang Shang was almost already recognized as the #1 martial artist of the major universities. With 400,000 kilograms of power, coupled with that bizarre talent, he actually couldn't even take Chen Han in any way. Of the remaining 6, who would be able to defeat Chen Han? It could be said that for the next quarterfinals and finals, Chen Han was already the internalized champion. But then, the 24 Privy Council will definitely favor Yu Wuyan, and there will be no more obstacles to the Northern Expedition plan. Anyone who stands in the way will be killed without pardon. In fact, this was indeed the case. In the 24 Privy Council in the capital, the 23 supreme powers, looking at Chen Han standing proudly in the screen, were all stunned. Chen Han, to actually be able to utilize Han Haoren's Beidou Haoren gun technique to such an extent is truly breathtaking. In the future, if I let him take over the leadership of my Grand Xia army, perhaps he can really bring back the grandeur of my Grand Xia and restore the land. Of the 23 highest powers, originally there were probably close to 16 who were against the Northern Expedition, 3 who were in favor, and 4 who remained neutral. However, this victory of Chen Han had probably caused 12 of the supreme powers to tilt towards supporting the Northern Expedition. They saw the terrifying potential of Chen Han. All of them turned their heads towards the Great Xia's first power, Emperor Prime, waiting for his answer. If he also turned in favor of Northern Expedition, then this exchange match would probably end here. However, Di Qingtian simply looked at Zhongguan in the screen. After Chen Han's victory, Zhongguan's expression was not as dejected as he had imagined. In games between these old foxes, one could often tell a lot from a single expression. He murmured and said lightly, "Don't be anxious for now, this old man, Zhong Gui, doesn't know what kind of fart he is still holding back. He's been fighting with Yu Wuyan for so many years, yet he's still able to sit in the martial chair. It's impossible for him to admit defeat so easily." To be able to sit in the position of first power in Grand Xia, Di Qingtian was naturally far-sighted. But while some people would be far-sighted, others would begin to have their chickens come home to roost. For example, at this moment, the Chen family, looking at the appearance of Chen Han on the screen, who had once been regarded as the shame of the family, each and every one of them were dumbfounded and speechless for a long time. Chapter 52: Expelling the Chen Family Patriarch. Whatever is owed to me must be returned. Without a doubt, after winning this victory, Chen Han was the most dazzling pride of heaven in this era. Before, it was only in the military, but nowadays, I'm afraid that all those personalities in the capital had to pay attention to Chen Han. In just a few months' time, Chen Han's change had made the Chen family feel as if they were in a dream. Chen Mohu, the Chen family's oldest ancestor, sat in the ancestral hall with a gloomy face. After a long time, he snapped, whose idea was it to expel Chen Han from the family? Chen Mohu's voice was not loud, but it had full vigor. As the Chen clan's oldest ancestor, he had the ability to dispose of everyone in the clan. The people standing inside the Chen clan's ancestral hall looked at each other in disbelief, and no one was slow to speak up. Theoretically speaking, everyone here was responsible. After all, that day in the ancestral hall, not a single person had blocked Chen Han's act of breaking away from the clan. Even after Chen Han had broken away from the clan, every single person had laughed at him at one point or another. The ancestral hall was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard, and it was only after a long time that someone spoke. It's Chen Zhan. When Chen Zhan wanted to send his son to the martial artist university early, he took Chen Han's name as an imposter, and the culprit was him. Not knowing who opened their mouths, a group of people seemed to have found a target to dump on, and they all pointed their fingers at Chen Zhan. Yes, it's Chen Zhan. If it wasn't for his son Chen Feng, how could we agree to let Chen Han break away from the clan? A good seedling like Chen Han, Chen Zhan is really doing it. Facing the verbal attacks from the crowd, Chen Zhan, who had been standing silently in the corner, suddenly felt as if his heart was dead. In the current situation, there was a real possibility that he would be killed on the spot by Chen Mohu. Chen Zhan. Is that you? Chen Mohu roared angrily, a martial emperor level might emanating out, immediately causing Chen Zhan to fall to his knees in fear. He stammered and could barely speak. Now that all the pots were being carried by him alone, he was going to die anyways. Right at this moment, Chen Zhan suddenly turned around and saw someone, and immediately his heart crossed. He had to pull a cushion even before he died. So he pointed at the family patriarch, Chen Jinnan, and shouted, "Am I the only one responsible? Why are you all just staring at me?" Chen Jinnan. Chen Jinnan also has a responsibility. As the head of the clan, he was the one who personally agreed to let Chen Han be sent out to be filled with soldiers, and he was also the one who personally agreed to let Chen Han break away from the clan. Chen Zhan seemed to have gone mad, biting like crazy. As for Chen Jinnan, he was also startled when he heard this. Chen Zhan was the person who usually listened to him the most. In the entire Chen family, Chen Zhan was also his most loyal henchman. Because of this, Chen Jinnan had agreed to let Chen Feng impersonate him. Chen Zhan. What are you talking about? You were the one who gave me 2-star crystals to take care of your son in the first place. Chen Jinnan was also afraid of death, not to mention that Chen Mohu was a shameless person outside, but within the family, he had always killed without blinking an eye. Although he was the family patriarch, Chen Mohu could abolish him and set up another one at any time. However, with these words, he had exposed an unimaginable piece of news. A piece of news that even the members of the various clans did not know until now. It turned out that Chen Feng's impersonation of Chen Han was actually paid for by Chen Jinnan. They hadn't gotten anything out of it, but had become the executioner of Chen Han's separation from the clan. I can't believe that the patriarch is such a person. My god. Chen Jinnan, you're really not a thing. 2-star crystals and you sold Chen Han out. As the saying goes, walls fall down and people push. If Chen Han was still unknown in the army, even if this matter was blown up afterward, it would just be a non-issue. But now it was different. Chen Jinnan's performance in dealing with Chen Han had made the crowd quite critical. Coupled with Chen Han's status, Chen Jinnan had already become the target of the crowd's attacks. Within the Chen family ancestral hall, a dog-eat-dog drama began to unfold. Unfortunately, this good drama was not something that Chen Han could see with his own eyes. But soon, he would see another good show. Not long after Chen Han was star-studded and walked off the ring, Chen Mohu got his phone number from somewhere and gave him a call. The content of the call was simple. It was an invitation for Chen Han to attend a family banquet. The purpose was naturally for Chen Han to return to the clan. Chen Han did not have the slightest attachment to the Chen clan and originally wanted to decline. However, Chen Mohu then added that he would personally dismiss Chen Jinnan at the family banquet, which gave Chen Han some interest. So he undertook, and in the evening, even brought Qin Shui personally. Still that familiar ancestral hall. Last time Chen Han one person alone out, Chen family hundreds of so-called relatives did not ascend off. But this time, not to mention the people of the Chen family, even the household servants, the dishwashing ammas and other members, all greeted them at the entrance. Even in front of the door also spread a red carpet. Before the red carpet, there is also a plaque, written with a large word of thanks. For some reason, looking at this scene, Chen Han seemed to feel that some of the world was cold. But Chen Shui did not understand. Instead, she was a bit excited and pulled Chen Han's coat corner. "Brother, this is the first time the Chen family has put up such a big show. It seems like the Chen family is really regretting it." Regret, of course. Chen Han did not deny it. He just gently touched Chen Shui's head. "Little Shui, you are still young. Remember the saying, sending charcoal in the snow is still valuable. There is no true love in adding flowers to the brocade." Under Chen Mohu's smiling face, Chen Han was welcomed into the Chen family in the highest ceremonial manner. The entire 40 tables were filled with a wide array of dishes, just for Chen Han alone. Each dish was a rare and exotic beast, and it was estimated that the price of a table would start at less than $100,000. "Gentlemen, welcome my Chen family's noble son, Chen Han, to his honorable home." Chen Mohu made his speech, and the entire room immediately let out a thunderous applause. Today, even Chen Mohu did not sit on the main banquet seat, but rather Chen Han. Chen Han did not care about seniority, and took Chen Shui and the two of them to sit down on the main seat. Usually when the Chen family held banquets, he and Chen Shui did not even have the qualifications to be on the table. The only time they were on the table was when more banquets were organized and they were on the table with the servants. In addition to the banquet, the most interesting thing was Chen Zhan and Chen Jinan, who were tied up in the center of the banquet. The duo's faces were blue, but they didn't dare to say a single word. They understood very well that if they dared to say anything, there was a high probability that Chen Mohu would kill them on the spot today. Chen Mohu ingratiated himself with Chen Han and laughed. "Little Han Na, today I would like to ask you to be a witness. I am going to remove Chen Jinan's patriarch position and expel Chen Jinan Chen Zhan and the two of them. Even though you have a great anger, it should be eliminated." Speaking of this, Chen Mohu suddenly cleared his throat and continued. "Unworthy grandson Chen Jinan, borrowing the power of the patriarch, received Chen Zhan's bribe of 2-star crystals, and made the unworthy grandson Chen Feng take the place of my clan's noble son, Chen Han's name, to attend the University of Martial Artists, which is especially detestable. He deserves to be expelled. Expel! Expel! Expel!" The Chen family crowd shouted in unison. Chen Jinan and Chen Zhan, who were in the center of the banquet, listened to the sounds of shouting and cursing in their ears, their faces lowered and their hearts ashen. The duo clenched their fists tightly, their nails deeply embedded in their flesh, blood seeping out from between their palms, but they did not dare to say a single word. They seemed to have finally experienced what Chen Han felt that day. Chapter 53: Chen Han as Patriarch? The plea of the Chen clan's oldest ancestor. Chen Han was that surprised when he heard that Chen Jinan had actually received a bribe to allow Chen Feng to take his name. These two had hidden it too well, even hiding it from most of the family insiders. But it was no longer important now. Compared to the University of Martial Artists, Chen Han felt that the military was rather more human. In a sense, he also had to thank these two people. Chen Moho coldly looked at Chen Jinan and Chen Zhan and snapped, "Undesirable sons and grandsons Chen Jinan and Chen Zhan, do you two have any objections?" Chen Jinan was already as good as dead. But Chen Zhan seemed to want to fight a little more. Chen Zhan pleaded, "Old ancestor, it's fine for you to expel me from the clan, but don't scratch me off the genealogy. I beg you." The genealogy was equivalent to Chen Zhan's roots. As long as his name remained on the genealogy, Chen Zhan could still be a member of the Chen family in the future. No matter what, the Chen family was also the #1 family in Hanwu City. Chen Moho looked at Chen Han beside him, and seeing Chen Han's flat expression, he immediately said angrily, "How dare you? Such a big mistake. If I were to leave your name on the genealogy, wouldn't I make my ancestors laugh?" This sentence had already pronounced the death sentence for Chen Zhan and Chen Jinan. The two were afraid that no matter what they did in the future, it would be difficult for them to return to the clan. On the surface, Chen Mohu was dealing with Chen Jinan and Chen Zhan, but in reality, he was currying favor with Chen Han. Everyone in the Chen clan observed Chen Han's expression on the main seat. Under the cold gaze of the crowd, Chen Jinan and Chen Zhan could only walk out of the Chen family with a sad expression even if they were unwilling to do so. Scram! You are not welcome in the Chen family. As soon as the duo walked out of the gate, the Chen family's people unlocked the gate. Chen Jinan's expression was bleak, and he even laughed miserably, "Ha ha ha ha. To think that I, Chen Jinan, have been in charge of the Chen family for 18 years, each and every day has been dedicated, without merit there is still hard work. Also strike. So be it. A bunch of wolf-hearted things." Chen Jinan shouting outside the door was heard by every member of the Chen family inside the door, but their expressions were not half as guilty. Instead, they were toasting towards Chen Han one after another. Especially Chen Shiming, who, as Chen Jinan's hardcore, led the way in expelling Chen Jinan and was also the first to serve the wine cup in front of Chen Han. Little Han, you've made a name for yourself, second uncle toasts you. From today onwards, stay in the Chen family and don't leave. No matter what, the Chen family will be your loyal backing. Chen Han, who had not made a sound, suddenly made a move at this moment. He didn't give the Chen family the slightest bit of face and swept the wine on the table to the ground. Official business, I can't afford to drink this cup of wine. The expressions of the crowd became incomparably complicated as the 4 words official business were spoken. This meant that Chen Han was not attending the banquet as a member of the Chen family, but as an army ensign. The Chen family had already done this, and he still refused to forgive the Chen family. Chen Muzu's smile also froze instantly. Theoretically speaking, although the Chen family was not considered a big family, it was considered a regional hegemon in Hanwu City. From the perspective of interest alone, Chen Han shouldn't have refused to return to the Chen family either. Chen Muzu pondered for a while, believing that he had not given enough leverage, and clenched his teeth as if he had made some decision. Chen Han, since Chen Jinnan has been expelled from the family by me, this patriarchal position has become vacant. You see, how about you take this patriarch position? What a Chen Muzu! The moment these words came out, the Chen family froze. That was the position of the patriarch. Although Chen Han, with his strength, was already good enough to be called the number 1 person in the Chen family. But being the patriarch was ultimately dependent on seniority. No matter what, Chen Han was also a member of the younger generation, and making Chen Han the patriarch meant that all these uncles of Chen Han would have to follow Chen Han's orders. This was an act of great disrespect. In order to allow Chen Han to return to the family, Chen Mohu could really be said to have lost all his face. Chen Han did not have the slightest heartbeat, but instead became more and more disgusted with his great-grandfather. Chen Mohu was at least a martial emperor-level powerhouse, and had a reputation in the capital, but from Chen Mohu, Chen Han couldn't see a single shadow of a martial artist. What a pure politician! Little Snow, let's go. After speaking, Chen Han brought Chen Xuan was about to walk out of the Chen family's gate. The good show he was going to watch was already over. Gazing at Chen Han's determined back, a somber color finally surfaced on Chen Mohu's face. He completely lost the amiable look he had just had and instead looked like a venomous snake as he gloomily said, Chen Han, you will regret it if you walk out of this gate today. The corners of Chen Han's mouth rose slightly, and without uttering a word, he walked out without looking back. The last time he walked out of this door, it was full of desolation. This time, on the other hand, it was with a teenage-like vigor and without any fondness. From this moment onwards, perhaps he was officially separated from the Chen family. As for Chen Mohu, who will be happy and who will be sad in the future, that is not yet known. Having just walked out of the Chen family's front door, Chen Han saw that under the streetlight in the distance, the people of the Cold Night group were gathered in one place, looking at him one after another. In addition to that, there was also the 2-meter-tall Yu Woyun, who had also been waiting for a long time. Chen Han was slightly stunned, perhaps these people were his true family. Only at this moment, the faces of several people were not looking too good. Chen Han had just walked over when Yu Woyun said, Chen Han, you don't need to participate in the next competition, let's stop here. Yu Woyun was rarely this serious, and from his expression Chen Han could deduce that something big had happened. But this was strange, to know that Shang Shang was already the strongest expert in this exchange tournament. The remaining ones Chen Han had also seen their rings. Although they were also all supreme geniuses, they were still far inferior to Shang Shang. Victory was almost within reach for Chen Han. It was at this juncture, how could Yu Woyun let him give up? Zhao Linger hurriedly handed over a video to Chen Han. The two people on the video were Lu Xian from Tianqing University, and Guo Lang from Guangwu University, both of whom Chen Han knew. However, when Chen Han clicked on the video of the two, he froze for a moment. First of all, Lu Xian, on the field, she pinched out a huge fireball, like a small sun, and instantly burned her opponent to ashes. While Guo Lord was holding a Tai saber in his hand, with a bizarre stance, under a saber, it was like a dark underworld descending, also in an instant, cutting the enemy into countless pieces of flesh. The two of them hadn't shown such strong strength before. They had even defeated their opponents with incomparable difficulty. One had to know that the martial artists who had entered the top 8, with the exception of Chen Han, were basically all martial generals of the 5th rank or above. Killing an enemy in an instant was basically impossible to do. Obviously, these two had hidden their strength, and both of their true abilities were 100% above Shang Shang. According to Yu Woyun, the true talents of these two were both SSS ranked. One was the natural system, the light system Golden Sun talent, which was Lu Xian. This light system talent was not the kind of Zhen Ziling's,
but was a real destruction system talent, with a shockingly strong killing power. It could be called invincible within the same rank. The other one is the trait space system. That Guo Lord used a martial art called Void Tearing Chop. In fact, it is just waving out a knife, but it is cutting countless knives on the enemy's body. Chapter 54: The Only Way to Win. Breakthrough. Without a doubt, these two were both supreme experts. And they had been in hiding before. Yu Woyun lamented, "I was the one who underestimated Zhonggu. Over the years, he has been cultivating forces in the military, and at the same time, he has also extended his hand to the University of Martial Artists." It turned out that Lu Xian and Guo Lord were both dead soldiers cultivated by Zhong Ju. It was also Zhong Gui's final card against this competition. Normally, dead soldiers never appear in front of people. Zhong Gong also thought that with the experts he had selected from the University of Martial Arts, they would be enough to kill Chen Han. However, there were too many mysteries surrounding Chen Han, and he had been performing miracles ever since he joined the army. Therefore, Zhongguan had added 2 insurance policies. 2 overwhelming demons of the 8th rank of Martial General, coupled with their talent, had even had strength close to the Martial Emperor level. The 2 had been hiding their strength, not for any special reason, but simply because they were dead soldiers. If Shangsheng hadn't failed, Zhonggong would never have allowed the duo to be easily exposed. "Chen Han, give up, this time I'm sincere. You don't need to go to your death. Being able to defeat Shangsheng has already broken the record. Those old guys in the 24th Privy Council are starting to take you seriously. At this rate, even if the Northern Expedition plan doesn't pass this time, after a few more years, they will no longer have anything to say." Yu Woyun spoke in a serious tone, but he was also filled with helplessness. How could he not have imagined that Zhong Ju had hidden such a hand? The members of the Cold Night team, too, looked at Chen Han eagerly, hoping that he would give up on this exchange match. Chen Han pondered for a while, then suddenly murmured, "Actually, it's not completely impossible for me to win. Right now there is one last way. That is for me to break through to Martial General." As long as he reached Martial General, that kind of surge in basic attributes, coupled with the addition of the Beidou Haorengun technique's victorious momentum, it wouldn't be difficult for Chen Han to win against the duo. However, as soon as these words came out, the crowd looked at Chen Han with shocked faces. It was as if Chen Han was acting like a fool. The first one to feel skeptical was Zhao Linger, who had just broken through to Martial General. "Are you crazy? Even if you're as perverted as you are, it's only been a few days since you reached the 8th rank of Martial Artist. Do you think that breaking through to Martial General is like eating and drinking water?" Ji Yun was also alarmed. "Shen Xiao, I do know that breaking through to Martial General is a major threshold for martial artists, and the fastest person to break through to Martial General in history took a full half a year to do so. Martialist level to Martial General level was almost a qualitative change. For 100 years, countless martial artists had gotten stuck at this threshold. One could say this, but 90% of all those who practiced martial arts were stuck at the martial artist level. Only when they reached the Martial General could they become the backbone of this society. For example, the battalion chiefs of the major battalions were almost all at the Martial General level. Directors like Chi Feihu were also at the Martial General level. There were many positions that one could not sit in without reaching the rank of Martial General. This also proved the difficulty of breaking through to a Martial General. With Chen Han's qualifications, everyone believed that it was not difficult for him to break through to the Martial General level, but it was also absolutely impossible to do so within a few days. Even Yu Woyun shook his head repeatedly. "Chen Han, this joke can't be made. I'd better disqualify you from the competition immediately." Chen Han's expression, however, was very firm. "Marshal Yu, just let me try." Chen Han had the kind of confidence that made people think that it was really possible for him to do this. If he really did, then it would be more of a miracle than defeating Shang. Seeing this, Yu Woyun no longer tried to dissuade him. Only that he could only buy Chen Han 2 days at most. If Chen Han was unable to break through to Martial General within 2 days, he would have to disqualify Chen Han from the competition no matter what he said. The sudden rise of Lu Xian and Guo Lord also quickly spread throughout the streets of Hanwu City. At the same time, the news that Chen Han was suffering from a physical ailment and would need to postpone his participation for 2 days was also rumored in the streets. The people who had originally celebrated Chen Han's victory suddenly turned the wind back in their favor and sang their praises. "My God, Lu Xian and that Guo Lang are just too strong. I'm afraid Chen Han is in for a rough ride. These two are too good at hiding. They didn't show themselves before, but they're waiting here. It's already a miracle for a martial artist of the 8th rank to win against so many martial generals. This time those people from the Martial Artist University are too good at playing rogue."
Almost all of the rumors circulating in the streets and alleys had rumors about Chen Han's impending defeat. Some even believed that Chen Han had already given up on the competition, and that the so-called physical ailment was just the military's attempt to maintain face. However, there was a consensus amongst all of them that there was no shame in giving up this competition. It was even the opposite. If one continues to proceed with the competition, instead, it's a cutie pie. Like behavior was tantamount to suicide. The Chen clan, who had been rejected by Chen Han to return to their clan, also sneered after learning this news. Chen Mohu smiled grimly. This Chen Han deserves this reward. A little bit of strength and his tail goes up to the sky. And Chen Shiming, who had already been made clan leader by Chen Mohu, chimed in, I hope that this time Chen Han will be killed outright in the ring, old ancestor, and you and I will no longer have to suffer from this little brat's bird breath. Destroy if you can't get it. Since Chen Han would not return to the clan, Chen Mohu and the others naturally wished for Chen Han's death. Those who wished for Chen Han's death were also not a Chen family. At this time, most of the clans in the country were on the opposite side of Chen Han. They didn't want a Yu Wuyan to die and then a rising star like Chen Han to deal with them. However, all these voices from the outside world were completely ignored by Chen Han. He locked himself inside his room and rested his eyes. The most important place to break through to martial general at the martial artist level was, first and foremost, primal accumulation. That is, the basic attributes. Only when the basic attributes were cultivated to the critical point of the martial general level would it be possible to reach the martial general level. At this point, Chen Han had clearly achieved it. One could even say that it was far beyond. Then came the second point, the spiritual epiphany. After reaching the martial general rank at the martial artist level, there would be an additional important basic attribute. It was named spiritual force. This spiritual force represents the will of a person, and only those with a tough mind can make the physical body exert itself beyond the upper limit of the human body. Even though this world had experienced the aura recovery 100 years ago, and the quality of the human body had been drastically enhanced, the human physical body ultimately had an upper limit. The only thing that can break through this upper limit is the human body's spiritual force. And the spiritual force was the foundation of the Beidu Haorengun technique winner's power. This was also the reason why Chen Han was confident. After comprehending the Beidu Haorengun technique, he had already gained some insights. It was only because the competition was too hectic, causing him to be distracted, that he failed to make any progress. The way of the martial artist, when the mind is resolute, when it is unrelenting, when it looks down upon the world and regards the world as ants. Chen Han recited silently in his heart, gradually entering a state of ecstasy. At this moment, he did not notice that the pores around his body, a beam of spiritual energy was wrapping around him, as if it was a small tadpole. Gradually, these beams of spiritual energy drifted into mid-air and converged on the top part of Chen Han's head. Yu Wuyan and the Cold Night Group had been guarding Chen Han's seclusion. When Yu Wuyan looked up and saw the beams of spiritual energy floating in mid-air, as a martial god-level powerhouse, he was so shocked that he could not speak. This was because that was precisely the sign that a martial artist was about to break through to the martial general rank. Chapter 55, Breaking a Martial General in One Day. Together. Yu Wuyan's shock was simply beyond words. One must know that aside from Han Haoren, he was the #1 martial artist on the continent. He was also the only one currently existing at the 8th rank of martial god. In these 100 years, he didn't know how many gifted and brilliant supreme demons he had seen. But he had never seen one like Chen Han. Even the Han Haoren of the past was simply not as good as Chen Han. Both surprised and excited, he stroked his white beard and laughed. Chen Han, sure enough, always brings surprises. And this beam of spiritual energy could only be seen by those of the martial general rank. Zhao Linger was so scared that she was even more but stunned on the ground and didn't say anything for a long time. In fact, it wasn't just the members of the Cold Night team, the entire Hanwu city's martial artists of martial general rank and above had almost all noticed the strange movements in this military camp. Especially Zhong Gong and Ouyang Quan. Zhong Guan brought Lu Xiyan and Guo Lang, who were already celebrating in a high-class restaurant. The victory of the clans in this exchange match was already a foregone conclusion in his opinion. However, when he saw that spiritual power beam flashing on the barracks, he immediately turned pale with fear. That Chen Han kid, what kind of monster is he? Zhong Gong said in shock. There were not many military generals who could scare a hallowed martial god into this state. Lu Xian and Guo Lord were still a bit bewildered, wondering, Marshal Zhong, what's wrong with you? Zhong Gong did not answer. Instead, Ouyang Quan pointed to the beam of spiritual energy at the distant military camp. You guys look at that beam of spiritual energy, it's Chen Han about to break through. At this time, Lu Xian and Guo Lord had not yet realized the severity of the problem. One of them, Guo Lord, who was slightly stronger than Lu Xian, even sneered, "Two marshals, there's no need to make such a fuss, even if we let the Chen Han break through to the martial general realm, what can we do? This sword in my hand can still shatter him into pieces." Both of them were possessors of SSS talents, and besides being graded, this thing called talent was also divided into strengths and weaknesses. Their talents, even amongst the SSS talents, were considered to be the strongest. Zhong Gong and Ouyang Quan were not very optimistic. In the few months since Chen Han had joined the army until now, he had already created countless military camp miracles. If Chen Han hadn't stepped into the realm of the martial general, they were still fully confident. But once he entered, they were not even 30% sure. Lu Xian and Guo Lang were Zhong Ju's dead soldiers, which was equivalent to explicitly telling the 24th Privy Council that he was cultivating his own forces. The last thing the 24th Privy Council wants to see is the cultivation of private armies in the army, and the pressure on Zhongjiu is already not small. If this can still lose to Chen Han, in the future his voice in the army will be greatly reduced. The military generals who had raised the city could not help but look in the direction of the spiritual power beam in the military camp. They were observing whether Chen Han would succeed in his breakthrough or not. It was possible for a martial artist to fail in breaking through to a martial general, and if the beam of spiritual energy in mid-air dissipated, it would prove that the impact on the realm had failed. However, if the beam of spiritual energy folded back into the body, it meant that Chen Han had been able to induce the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth to infuse himself, and then the breakthrough had been successful. Everyone was holding their breath. Just then, the beams of spiritual energy in mid-air suddenly moved. One could only see a beam of spiritual energy as if it were a small tadpole, slowly swimming towards the bottom, and finally gathering into a ball, rushing back to the room at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, the realm had become established. Chen Han felt a majestic power filling up around himself. He clenched his fist, and although he had not tested it, it was the fact that he already had a rough grasp of his basic attributes. My current strength attribute is about 300,000 kilograms. Speed is around 2,800. The blood value is 92 gears. Without the increase of the killing god's gun intent, Chen Han's base strength had even reached the same situation as Shang Shang's. The speed and chi and blood values, too, had been substantially increased. At the same time, there was one more item in his basic attributes. Spiritual force. Spiritual force was divided into tiers, the same as the chi and blood grades. As for Chen Han's spiritual force, it amounted to 5 tiers when he broke through to Martial General. Don't underestimate this 5 layers, a large portion of the generals cultivate for decades. In the absence of a breakthrough, the spiritual force of their lives is also 5 layers. For example, the Chen family's group of generals. Chen Han's birth was the culmination of their lives. If they did not pass the spiritual force, they would be stuck in the realm of the martial generals for the rest of their lives. At this moment, only a loud bang could be heard from the door, and the Cold Knight group as well as Yu Wuyan surprisingly broke in as much as they could. The expressions on everyone's faces were one of excitement. "Young Chen, you made a breakthrough?" Ji Yun was the first to ask Chen Han. However, the martial god level Yu Wuyan had already seen through everything. He laughed out loud, "Ha ha ha. That's enough, Chen Han. Breaking a martial general in one day, no one has ever done it before or since." Having received Marshal Yu's affirmation, there was no longer a need for Chen Han to answer himself, as the people of the Cold Knight team clustered around Chen Han, happier than if they had broken through themselves. Chen Han's tone was very calm, telling Yu Wuyan, "Marshal Yu, there's no need to wait until the day after tomorrow, the ring will open tomorrow." Yu Wuyan could see the confident firmness in Chen Han's eyes, and no longer dissuaded, he immediately nodded his head in agreement. And this news had almost spread through the streets in a day. Chen Han's astonishing act of breaking a martial general in one day had tilted the scales of victory once again. On the second day, the ringside of the Hanwu City Exchange Tournament was already packed with people even before the match had started. It was no exaggeration to say that today's match was already the national focus. Before the match even started, the venue was surrounded by 3 layers of people. At the venue alone, there were at least 500,000 people. Under the crowd's expectant gazes, Chen Han first jumped onto the ring. The host also immediately announced Chen Han's opponent. Final 4, Chen Han vs. Lu Xian. There was no suspense whatsoever. Under Zhong Gong's shady operation, Chen Han was bound to face Lu Xian. If he could defeat Lu Xian, the next ring would be a duel against Guo Lord. Only at this moment, Chen Han made an extremely shocking move. He raised his head to look at Zhong Gong on the stage and said lightly, "Marshal Zhong, the bright people don't speak in the dark. I know that this tournament was set up specifically to target me. If I win this one, I should deal with Guo Lord in the next ring, right?" The crowd was silent at his words, and the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Although there was nothing wrong with Chen Han's words, this was all under the table, but this match was now in the nation's spotlight, so how could Chen Han put things under the table on the table? He was undoubtedly completely shredding his face with Zhong Gong. Lu Xian was incomparably annoyed and snapped, "Chen Han, don't be too wild. Can you defeat me?" A fool's dream. Chen Han did not reply to Lu Xian's words. Instead, he clasped his arms with both hands as his entire body gradually ascended into the air, and even the Overlord lance was suspended above his head. He was looking down at Lu Xian, his eyes as if he was looking at trash. "Marshal Zhong, don't bother. Let the two of them go together." Chapter 56, No More Pretending. Sunslayer. Rampant. Too rampant. In the face of Chen Han's statement, the crowd only had this one thought. No matter what, Chen Han had only just broken through to Marshal General. On the other hand, Lu Xian and Guo Ling, both of them were handpicked by Zhongguan and could even be said to have been raised from childhood to be dead soldiers. Both of them were SSS talents, 8th-ranked martial generals, and even if they were to face a martial emperor, they would still have the power to fight. But Chen Han actually had to face both of them at the same time. Even if he had a top-level talent, he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Of course, the one who was the angriest was Lu Xian in the ring. As Zhonggong's dead soldier, she had been hidden for so long that she had never been the only one to underestimate others, and no one else had ever underestimated her. After all, in every single competition, she had to do her best to be careful so that others didn't lose easily. "Chen Han, I'll destroy you." Lu Xian let out a sharp roar as a ball of golden fire swirled and converged between her hands, the powerful heat radiating out as if it could vaporize everything. However, at this moment, Zhonggong spoke. His tone was exceptionally calm as he coldly said, "Lu Xiyan, stop. Guo Lord, you and Lu Xiyan will go to the ring together." Incredibly, Zhongguan was not as excited as he had imagined. One must know that Chen Han's behavior was a death wish in the eyes of the others. How could they say that they would have to taunt a few times? But Zhonggong did not. Being able to sit in the position of a marshal, his emotions were naturally different from ordinary people. And instead of being excited, Zhongguan was even a little bit scared. Fear. Don't look at Chen Han's behavior, which had always been arrogant and domineering, but behind this, it was all backed up by strength. He deeply understood that Chen Han was not a brainless person, and since he wanted to deal with both Guo Lord and Lu Xian at the same time, he must have the strength to do so. The young and impetuous Guo Lang was oblivious to this, but could only follow Zhonggong's orders. "Marshal Zhong, why are you doing this? Could it be that Xiyan alone can't solve him? With the two of us together, wouldn't we be bullying him a little too much?" Guo Lord laughed coldly and also completely disregarded Chen Han. However, Zhonggong's behavior was even more baffling to the crowd. He actually slapped Guo Lord's face through the air, bullying Nima's head. It was hard to imagine a marshal actually getting angry in this situation. But this slap, on the contrary, also completely jerked Guo Lord awake. Guo Lord had to pull out the taijutsu at his waist and stand in a strict stance. It was also at this moment that Chen Han made his move. The tip of the Overlord's spear on his head sprouted a small white point of light. At first, the small point of light was not very noticeable. However, it rapidly glowed at a dizzying speed. Also in an instant, the bright light stimulated one to the point where they could barely open their eyes. The sun-slaying god-slaying gun. It was a wide-range killing martial skill. It had the effect of radiating 3 consecutive energy shocks. The first impact was like the water of a great river, surging extraordinary. The second impact was like the ocean, splitting mountains and breaking rocks. The third impact, on the other hand, was like the blazing sun in the sky, sweeping away everything. This was Chen Han's current strongest martial art. It was also the first time he had used it in front of the crowd. The last time he had used it, it was against his 6th uncle, and at that time, Chen Hui, who was at the rank of martial general, had not even been able to resist the first impact. Thus, that was not the full splendor of the sun destruction regicide gun. However, this time, Chen Han was on fire. Since Zhonggong's bottom card had already been revealed, there was naturally no need to hide his bottom card. A terrifying aura spread out to dozens of kilometers around, and anyone could see the terrifying might emanating from the Overlord pistol suspended above Chen Han's head at the moment.
The two of them, Lu Xian and Guo Lord, gradually transformed from their initial contempt into fear.
They also simultaneously offered their own killing moves. Lu Xian's palms upwards, a sun-like golden fireball instantly exploded. While Guo Lang was waving his Tai saber in his hand, a black aura emerged from his body. But the response of the two of them seemed to be a little too late. Boom! Only a loud roar could be heard as a beam of light whistled and landed heavily above the heads of the duo. It was in this instant that the entire ring was smashed out into a 5-meter deep pit, and the terrifying impact even rippled out, causing the surrounding family members to have to use their cultivation to fend it off. This Chen Han, making a bit too much of a scene, Yu Weiyan also marveled, and hurriedly jumped off the marshal's seat. His Guan sword swung, stopping the horrifying impact of the sun-slaying regicide pistol. The people on the stands are still like this, not to mention Lu Xian and Guo Lingguan, who are directly in the beam of light. The two of them, one of whom was a light system Yang Yen talent and one of whom was a void system, both of whom were the best of the SSS ranked talents, made an attack that was instantly disintegrated under the Sunslayer God-slaying gun. But the SSS level of the two is the upper limit of the two. Chen Han's SSS level was his lower limit. Don't forget the increase of the soldier's soul sacred body. Any martial skill would be directly elevated by 2 levels. If it wasn't for the fact that the highest rating of a martial skill was only SSS grade, the grade of the Sun Destruction Regicide gun would still have to rise by 2 more grades. The duo was fortunate and unfortunate. Because of this first impact, they actually carried it off. Lu Xian was cloaked in blood, and her cheeks were covered in blood. Guo Lord was even more miserable. His entire body was already close to a bloody man, and he strongly supported himself and stood up. Heh, what did I think was so great? It's nothing more than that. Chen Han, suffer. Before that word death could be shouted out, the second impact had already followed. Boom! There was another loud blast, and the ground that was already sunken was smashed another 3 meters deep. At this time, Lu Xian and Guo Lord were already unable to speak. Their heads had already been blasted to pieces, leaving only half of their bodies. Thud! Before the crowd could recover from their surprise, there was that final impact again. This impact was even better than the previous two, pushing the ground down 10 meters deep once again. The good martial arts venue had been blasted into scorched earth by Chen Han. As for Lu Xian and Guo Ling, there were no bones left, and they were all reduced to pieces. Zhonggong's hanging heart was finally dead. He touched his forehead and looked at the 20-meter deep pit with a headache. From the time Lu Xian and Guo Lang, 2 of them, were selected by him, he did not know how many cultivation resources they had spent. Those cultivation resources, even for him as a marshal, were not at his fingertips. Now, it had actually been cleanly destroyed by Chen Han. A whole 20 years of hard work. After a few whole minutes, the entire venue was silent. That was until the host standing beside the deep pit shouted, "Chen Han, the winner!" Thunderous applause erupted from the entire venue, and some people even clapped their hands to the point of numbness, their expressions still dumbfounded. This was because this match was not as exciting as the last one, where Chen Han and Shang Sheng fought fist to fist for almost an hour. This time, on the other hand, from the time Guo Lord walked onto the ring, it was only less than a minute. Chapter 57. Look at the great Xia. Who dared to offend him? Throughout the entire 100 years of history of the new calendar, this victory of Chen Han was unrivaled. Since Chen Han represented Yu Weiyun, he also represented the civilian side. This was the first time that a civilian power had truly defeated a family power. Only the many family bigwigs on the stage were seen hanging their heads in shame, while the civilians who had gathered around the venue were raising their arms. There was no doubt that the good days of the families had come to an end. The fact is also true. At this moment, within the 24th Privy Council, the highest authority in Grand Xia, the 23 supreme powers looked at Chen Han on the ring and were dumbstruck. They simply could not have imagined that Chen Han would be so strong after breaking through the martial general rank. And he had also hidden a bottom card. Even 2 experts comparable to the martial emperor level were simply no match in front of him. Chen Han's potential was self-evident. If he were to lead the Grand Xia in the future, he would be able to lead the Grand Xia to a new height. Xia's first power, Emperor Jing Tian, was the first to speak. This son Chen Han not only has unlimited potential, but he is also quite resourceful, intelligent yet knows how to hold back, wild yet knows his limits. Yu Weiyun, this is the right person to pick. Saying this, Emperor Prime took out a copy of Yu Weiyun's Northern Expedition Plan. Everyone, I agree with this Northern Expedition Plan, who else opposes? In the face of Emperor Prime's questioning, the other supreme powers in their seats shut their mouths. Oppose?
Little cutie at this time. Only then would they object? As supreme powers, although many of them represented family interest groups. But more than that, they still represented the interests of the entire Grand Xia. They opposed the northern expedition because of the low probability of success and the loss of many soldiers' lives for nothing. They were not little darlings. Yu Wuyun's worries were not without reason. Nowadays, those foreign beasts in the northern darkness domain had grown increasingly powerful, and many of them had even mastered languages and technological systems. What does this mean? It meant that in the north, perhaps a new civilization had been born. This was quite terrifying, and the reason why humans were still able to resist the Fey beasts right now was because of the advanced nature of the civilization. In the end, the Fey are still just a bunch of brainless monsters. However, once this group of monsters were given a brain, then humanity would only end up perishing. Chen Han's appearance had given them hope, and this wasn't a battle between the interests of the families and the civilians. Rather, it was the matter of the entire Grand Xia. I agree to the northern expedition. I also agree to the northern expedition. All the supreme powers of the 24 privy councils had signed the consent form for the northern expedition plan. At the Hanwu City martial arts venue, the host also read out the words of Chen Han winning the exchange match. Undoubtedly, after seeing Chen Han instantly kill Lu Xian and Guo Lord, it was unlikely that anyone would still entertain the idea of competing with him. Even those crying family bigwigs under the stage had to force out a smile to congratulate Chen Han. Second Lieutenant Chen, congratulations. Now you're the man of the hour in my Grand Xia. Ensign Chen, please take care of my MO family in the future. Ensign Chen, a young man of great talent. I admire you. Facing the false compliments of this group of old foxes, Chen Han was not amused. However, he also took this opportunity to say something that made the scalp of the family on stage go numb as he gave the award speech. It was merely a fluke that I got this championship. It's mainly thanks to Marshal Yu Woyanyu who launched the Northern Expedition Plan. The Northern Expedition Plan, all of you should have already seen it, right? I also hope that all the great clans will be generous and take out an extra 200 kilograms of star crystals to support the army. This opening was a full 200 kilograms of star crystals. What kind of concept is this? One must know that even for the great clans in the capital, the net profit for 5 whole years was only 200 kilograms of star crystals. In Hanwu City, 200 kilograms of star crystals could even be used as the total assets of a great family. This was no longer a lion's den, it was a death wish. It was just that now that Chen Han had gotten the overall champion of the military exchange competition, this face was quite valuable, and these great families of the capital city still had to take it out. If they didn't take it, who knew if Chen Han would settle the score later? Chen Han was clearly forcing his hand. Those who could qualify to sit in the venue were all the big families in the capital. They were used to being pampered on a regular basis, and naturally, there would be those who were not used to hearing this kind of statement from Chen Han. A great elder of the family immediately stood out and shouted, "Chen Han, we're giving you face by congratulating you, don't you dare give your face away." Before he could finish his words, he was immediately covered by another family elder beside him. "Shoo! Elder Mo, don't take us with you if you want to die." Looking at the entire Grand Xia right now, who dares to offend Chen Han now? Smart people understood, not to mention the 200 kilograms of star crystals. Right now, even if Chen Han directly robbed them in the open, with the support of the first marshal of the Grand Xia and the first authority of the Grand Xia behind him, no matter which family, they wouldn't dare to say half a word. At this moment, an old man suddenly spoke up. "I am willing to take the lead in donating 300 kilograms of star crystals on top of the Northern Expedition Planner." The crowd turned around to look at the words. The one who said this was actually National Pharmaceuticals' Li Qingshi. As the Dean of National Pharmaceuticals and also the #1 scientist, the Li family might not have many outstanding martial artists, but in terms of family background, it was a first-class existence. After all, star crystals could only be considered a high-level asset, and the purpose of high-level assets was still to be used to purchase medicinal solutions that could enhance the strength of a martial artist. Li Qingshi smiled faintly at Chen Han and said, "Little brother Chen Han, these 300 kilograms of star crystals only count as a beginning color. If you are willing to befriend this bad old man of mine, I can donate more." The crowd was stunned at his words. Li Qingshi's realm might not be high, but his status was absolutely transcendent in the capital. It was even only below those 24 supreme powers of the 24 privy councils. All he had to do was to raise his arm and wave it, and countless martial emperor and martial Zun-level powerhouses might willingly sell their lives for him. And such a person would actually take the initiative to befriend Chen Han?
Chen Han naturally knew that Li Qingshi's purpose for wanting to befriend him wasn't the pill god's body's ability to refine medicines. However, seeing how generous Li Qingshi was, Chen Han readily agreed, "Thank you, elderly." With Li Qingshi leading the way, how could the many clans dare to object anymore? They could only pretend to smile and agree to the donation. With a single word from Chen Han, the Northern Expedition Plan had been given a considerable amount of additional star crystal reserves. Chen Han had wanted to inform Yu Wuyan of this news, but who knew that Yu Wuyan was gazing at a document at this moment, not noticing the ring situation in the slightest. Chen Han curiously walked over. With Yu Wuyan's strength, he was naturally able to detect Chen Han walking towards him. Who knew that Chen Han hadn't even waited for Yu Wuyan to ask him? Yu Wuyan instead asked Chen Han first, "Chen Han, is your father's name Chen Qingbian? Mother's name is Lu Yufang?" Chen Han was a bit surprised, not knowing why Yu Wuyan would ask him about his parents at this time. He slightly nodded his head. Yu Wuyan's expression became a bit astonished, and then there was a sigh. "It's true that it's right, the son follows his father's footsteps. It's not unreasonable for you to enter the army in the underworld." They are all members of Bureau 869. Chapter 58 869 Bureau. Chen Han's parents? After saying that, fearing that Chen Han would misunderstand, Yu Wuyan hastily added, "Don't misunderstand me, I just heard Xiao Zhao say something about your life, including how you entered the army, and was a bit curious, so I investigated it. I didn't expect this investigation to have unexpected gains." To be honest, although Chen Han was a soul through fetus born and had pre-birth memories when he was born, he still had very little impression of his parents in this life. His mother, after giving birth to him, sat for 2 days of her monthly period before going out to do her work directly. His father also rarely came home, and every time he did, he spent very little time with him, as if he was busy with endless things. He was brought up by the Chen family's nanny. This situation lasted for 3 years. One day after 3 years, his mother brought back a baby, the little Chen Shui. After throwing Chen Shui to him, the duo of his father and mother never returned. Chen Han had only heard that the duo had gone on a mysterious mission and were nowhere to be found. Chen Han did not have any special feelings towards his parents in this life, and of course, did not have any special resentment. Seeing Chen Han's look of being stuck in memories, Yu Wuyan smiled ruefully, "Are you willing to listen to me?" Actually, Chen Han also came to have some interest and immediately sat beside Yu Wuyan, "Okay? Although I don't care much about my parents, but since they are related to the military. If you want to say something, let's start with that 869 Bureau." The 869 Bureau, known as the Northern Dark Domain Investigation Bureau, was a special mysterious department of the military led by Yu Wuyan. The establishment of this department was due to the exploration of the Northern Darkness Domain by the continent's #1 martial artist, Han Haoren. 50 years ago, after Han Haoren returned seriously injured from a battle with a terrifying existence in the forbidden area of the Northern Darkness Domain's extreme north, he brought 2 despairing pieces of news. The first piece of news was that the Northern Dark Domain had somehow undergone a spatial mutation after years of influence. The territory of the Northern Darkness Domain had undergone some sort of peculiar spatial reaction compared to before the Aura revival, inexplicably expanding by several times. This meant that the number of foreign beasts contained within it had also risen geometrically. This news was devastating. It was already difficult to recover the lost land in the north, not to mention the expansion of the territory by several times. In fact, this was one of the reasons why Yu Wuyan's Northern Expedition Plan was delayed in being passed by the 24th Privy Council. And the second one was that martial god-level powerhouses were not allowed to set foot in the Dark Domain. This wasn't to say that there were any special prohibitions in the northern territories. After all, Han Haoren was already at the martial god level when he stepped into the Northern Darkness Domain. That was because the martial god level was already not mortal. Once he stepped into the Northern Darkness Domain, he would be probed by the terrifying existences in the forbidden area. Those terrifying existences were all incomparably mysterious and powerful foreign beasts. Without exaggeration, they were capable of triggering a change in heaven and earth. For example, the one Han Haoren encountered, the battle between one man and one beast left not an inch of grass within 1,000 kilometers of the extreme north. Reclaiming lost land was not reclaiming scorched earth, so it was best for martial god-level powerhouses to avoid setting foot in the Dark Domain. Therefore, Yu Wuyan established Bureau 869 to select and train good fighters from major universities and the military. The members of the 869 Bureau had only one goal, and that was to travel to the Northern Darkness Domain and explore the news of the Northern Darkness Domain, and eventually bring it back home. Batch after batch of Bureau 869 experts had disappeared or died in the Northern Darkness Domain, and very few were able to return.
It could even be said that there were none. The existence of the Dragon River not only blocked the foreign beasts from the Northern Darkness domain from invading the south, it likewise blocked the retreat of the members of Bureau 869 from returning. But for the sake of the future of the human race, they have no regrets despite 9 deaths. Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng were the last batch of good fighters selected by Yu Woyun from the University of Martial Arts. Due to the exploration of the 869 Bureau, there was a delay in progress, and it was declared abandoned by the 24th Privy Council 15 years ago. Yu Woyun gave the last order to the last batch of members of Bureau 869. Travel to the Northern Darkness domain to explore. Just like that last batch of people, including the duo of Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng, never returned. Speaking of this, Chen Han actually saw tears in Yu Woyun's eyes. I'm ashamed of myself, they followed me and could only go incognito, not even seeing their families a few times. It's also easy for them to embark on a path of no return. At this time, Yu Woyun actually looked at Chen Han and sincerely said, Chen Han, I can't apologize to your parents, but the one I can't apologize to the most is you. Your suffering in these 18 years was caused by me. Your father and mother, back then, were also both supreme geniuses in Starry Sky University, if not for me. Any apologies are just empty words. Chen Han, have any conditions you can mention? Even if it's this life of my old man, I'll be able to compensate you. Yu Woyun spoke with true feelings. He had a guilty conscience towards the members of Bureau 869. Almost the vast majority of the members of the 869 Bureau did not leave behind any offspring. Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng was an exception. They fell in love in college and entered the 869 Bureau together, and Yu Woyun tacitly approved of their marriage. Chen Han sniffed and pondered for a long time. In fact, he did not blame Yu Woyun. With Yu Woyun's character, would never force someone to enter the 869 Bureau. This showed that Chen Han's parents, probably because of their lofty idealism, had entered the 869th Bureau. One could only say that those relatives of the Chen family were especially hateful. In a sense, Chen Han and Chen Shui were both families of martyrs. And right at this moment, Chen Han suddenly thought of something, a sentence that surprisingly made even Yu Woyun a little surprised. Marshal Yu, do you think there is a possibility that those from Bureau 869 who entered the Northern Darkness domain, including my parents, might not have died? This point that Chen Han said had not occurred to Yu Woyun. After all, he was already at the 8th level of Martial God and was unable to enter the Northern Darkness domain. But after thinking about it, Yu Woyun shook his head. It's unlikely. In fact, Bureau 869, it's not like they haven't come back from the Northern Darkness domain. The intelligence, although brought back very little, but according to him, the Northern Darkness domain is by no means an environment where humans can survive. Only beasts can live there. Chen Han stroked his chin, but he had a different opinion. No matter how much the Northern Darkness domain changed, it was still above the Blue Star after all. At best, it would be a return to a primitive society where one would drink blood. In terms of survival environment, it was definitely enough for humans to survive. What's more, over the years, the Northern Darkness region has already had the development of alien beast technology. Although the chances of survival were slim, it might not be impossible. Chen Han had little affection for his parents, but Chen Shui was different. She was, after all, a daughter at heart, and had watched other people's parents since she was a child, and countless nights, Chen Han had seen Chen Shui secretly sobbing at night with a picture of her parents. Size is also a hope. Now the northern expedition is imminent. If possible, Chen Han hopes to find Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng. Chapter 59 The Ultimate Divine Soldier Dragon Bao. It was evident that Chen Xingbian had a good relationship with Marshal Yu. Yu Woyun was excited to talk to Chen Han for half an hour. It was mainly about the story of Chen Han's parents. The duo could be considered a pair of golden children when they were in college, often competing in teams and cooperating intimately, and had been famous for a while within Starry Sky University, which was the top school at the time. At this moment, Yu Woyun suddenly remembered something and slapped his head violently. That's right, since you are Xingbian's descendant, then it's only right that I hand over his living relics to you. By coincidence, that thing is in Hanwu City. With that, Yu Woyun brought Chen Han out of the ring. Seeing this plague god finally leave, the crowd of family elders breathed a sigh of relief. They were afraid that if Chen Han said a word, they would have to donate a few years of their family fortune again. Not long after, Yu Woyun brought Chen Han to a remote area in Hanwu City. There was a building in this place, but it looked deserted for a long time. Chen Han had been in Hanwu City for 18 years, but he never knew about this place. Yu Woyun explained, "This is the address of Bureau 869. Your parents were based here before they traveled to the Northern Darkness domain." Yu Woyun led Chen Han into the building.
which also had quite a few cultivation grounds and equipment, so it was obvious that at one time, Bureau 869 was also full of talent. Traveling through the place where his parents had once given everything, Chen Han's mood was slightly complicated. Eventually, Yu Woyun brought Chen Han to a secret room. There were many various things in this secret room, all of which were left here by the members of Bureau 869 before they traveled to the Northern Darkness domain. It wasn't necessarily how valuable they were, but they were of great significance. Yu Woyun searched carefully and eventually took out a black box. He dusted off the dust on the box and slowly opened it. Chen Han fixed his eyes on the box, and inside the box, there was actually a mechanical bow and arrow made of alloy metal. Looking at the shape, it was somewhat like the style of a compound bow. However, its material was not trivial, and Chen Han vaguely felt that the metal of the bow's body was somewhat similar to the metal of his overlord's body. Marshal Yu, this is? Chen Han lightly eeped. Yu Woyun took out the bow, and his expression seemed to still be somewhat proud. This is your father's prize for winning first place in the Starry Sky University's grade examination for martial artists, and like the overlord lance in your hand, it is also a supreme divine weapon. Its name is Dragon Bow. This dragon bow was also considered one of Starry Sky University's crushing treasures. The metal used for the body of the bow was the strongest alloy in the world at that time, exactly the same as the body of the Overlord's gun, and the price of it was so expensive that it was even comparable to star crystals. Of course, the most important thing was the bowstring of this bow. In the past, at the South China Sea, there was once a forbidden alien beast that overturned the river and caused a natural disaster, nearly wiping out the coastal cities. The beast was shaped like a five-clawed golden dragon, and it was only when the Imperial Duel Walls, Han Haoren and Yu Woyun joined forces that they were able to cut it down. That battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, and at that time, the only martial god-level powerhouses in the entire Grand Xia were Han Haoren and Yu Woyun. Thus it was clear how powerful that foreign beast was. After killing that dragon, the craftsman took out a dragon tendon about 13 meters long from its body. This dragon tendon contained a mysterious power that could not be underestimated. Coincidentally, the bowstring of the dragon bow was made of that dragon tendon, hence the name Dragon Bow. There were very few people who were good at using bows and arrows in the entire Grand Xia, so the probability of a bow and arrow being evaluated as a supreme divine weapon was much less than other weapons. Currently, the greatest number of Great Xia's supreme divine weapons were swords and knives, followed by guns. The number of absolute divine bows is pitifully low, which shows the strength of the dragon bow. Those who were able to use this longing bow, even if they only pulled the empty string, the force of the shot would be comparable to the full force of a military general-level powerhouse. Looking at this longing bow, Chen Han was a little surprised. Marshal Yu, you mean to give this bow to me, but I am not good at using bows? Yu Woyun's expression had so much nostalgia, but in the end, he still handed over the dragon bow to Chen Han. No matter what, you are Xingbian's son, this bow must be given to you. If I hand it over to someone else, I will have a hard time with my conscience. Chen Han couldn't resist the hospitality and still accepted the dragon bow, only just as he held it in his hands, a system prompt suddenly came beside his ears. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the supreme divine weapon dragon bow. Due to the bonus of the soldier's soul sacred body, you can choose your primary and secondary weapons. When you successfully choose your primary and secondary weapons, you will receive an additional cultivation speed bonus. What? Chen Han was a bit surprised, so it turned out that the bonus of the soldier's soul sacred body was not limited to one type of lance. He could also choose his primary and secondary weapons depending on his mood. To be honest, currently, Chen Han did not have any means of long-range attack. The range of the lance was still too small to adapt to the complex and changing northern battlefield. Although the piercing lance of deadly thorns and the Sunslayer lance could be used remotely, they were martial arts techniques that consumed a huge amount of qi and blood, not to mention that the flexibility and versatility of the lance was also lost when using them. If one could use a bow, it would make up for Chen Han's only shortcoming at the moment. With one melee and one long range, Chen Han would be invincible at all times. Roughly also coming from the primal urges within his genes, Chen Han was a little foolish when he saw this longing bow. System, I choose the lance as my primary weapon and the bow as my secondary weapon. Chen Han immediately said with a firm resolve. Ding! The system has detected that you have chosen the lance as your primary weapon and the bow and arrow as your secondary weapon, and with your Dragon Bane bow, it will increase your cultivation speed by an additional 50 times. Not bad, quite good. The cultivation speed provided by the secondary weapon had shrunk by half. But at least it was an additional boost. Now Chen Han's cultivation speed had reached a terrifying 160 times. Moreover, he didn't need to train very hard, he only needed to bring the Overlord Lance and Dragon Bow with him, even if he did the cultivation state. Chen Han was somewhat delighted and immediately picked up the Dragon Bow and played with it to try out his suitability for archery. Who knew that after just pulling the bowstring, the next jaw-dropping thing happened? Boom! Only a loud rumble could be heard, only to see that several walls in front of Chen Han were actually penetrated by a mysterious force in succession. The entire 869th Bureau building had actually been directly smashed through. Yu Woyan covered his forehead and cried, "I forgot to tell you, the bowstring of this dragon bow has the power of the dragon god, even a slight pull can release a terrifying force." Father and son are father and son. Back then, Xingbian didn't know how many times the building was destroyed. For this matter, I don't know how many times I applied for funding from above. Chen Han expression slightly embarrassed, and then the corners of the mouth slightly twitching. Want me to compensate? That's just it, this broken building is not much use anyway. Yu Woyun sighed helplessly. At this time, Yu Woyun took out another black book from within that box and threw it to Chen Han. This is also a good thing that your father left behind. Besides being a martial artist, he was also a famous scientist. Take a look at it. At that time, I was surprised for a long time when I saw this. Chen Han picked up the book and flipped through it slightly. The content inside suddenly made him gasp in amazement. This old man of his was truly extraordinary. Generally speaking, star crystals were used as a catalytic energy source for strategic weapons. One could only use star crystals by technological means. However, this book actually recorded how to forge star crystals into star crystal arrows. Chapter 60 Arrow God's Enlightenment. Strong archery skills. Talent, talent. Chen Han was slightly staggered. One must know that this thing, the star crystal, could be called the most complex substance in the world since the new calendar. It wasn't something that could be thrown out and exploded. There was a rather terrifying material structure within it. For example, the kind of Type 3 laser on the wall of the sky, although it was using the star crystal as a base, the scientists, however, had to place dozens of complex physical reaction mechanisms in it. It was only then that the energy in the star crystal could be extracted and made into a Type 3 laser. But this old man of his actually used it directly as a weapon. The content of this book is simple to say the least. It's about taking a star crystal and making it into an arrowhead, and then at the arrowhead, placing a small reactor capable of extracting the energy of the star crystal, which would allow the energy of the star crystal to be emitted. But it is such a simple thing. The new calendar for hundreds of years, countless scientists tend to rush, no one can get out. As for the power of the star crystal, there is no need to talk about it, when that Type 3 laser, but instantly led a large area of alien beasts into nothingness. This is not a star crystal arrow. It was simply a small mushroom bomb launcher. Chen Han was also a bit surprised when he held this book. Marshal Yu, you actually didn't turn this in? It was important to know that the star crystal arrow could basically change the current pattern of the military if it could be put into actual combat use in a significant way. Chen Han's doubt, Yu Woyun, was of course clear. But first of all, the star crystal arrow's reaction force was very strong, and only a basic attribute of Marshal General level or above could pull the bow of the device star crystal arrow. Moreover, the star crystal arrow was not well controlled, and if it was used on a large scale, if one person made a mistake, then the ones who would kill or injure would not be the enemy army, but their own people. The danger of this thing doomed it to not be used on a large scale. And most importantly, the star crystal arrow belongs to Chen Xingbian's patent. Yu Woyun will only hand it over to Chen Xingbian's descendants. Based on Yu Woyun's attitude alone, Chen Han believed that his parents, and even everyone in Bureau 869, were not forced to die by him. At this time, Yu Woyun added, by the way, you have to be careful if you want to make star crystal arrows. Back then, your father almost blew up Starry Sky University when he made this. A black line surfaced on Chen Han's forehead. In a sense, this was considered an act that could only be done by a talented person. After solemnly saying thanks to Yu Woyun, Chen Han returned to the military camp. Now that the road to the northern expedition was no longer obstructed, Yu Woyun would do his best to prepare for the northern expedition. As for Chen Han, his task was simple, to lead the Cold Night team to intensify their training before the northern expedition. Success or failure was at stake. All the troops participating in the northern expedition had their training intensified by a factor of 2. Returning to the barracks, Chen Han immediately gave the Cold Night team a training assignment. Before the northern expedition, Zhao Yufei, Zhu Mang, and Ji Yun must break through to the martial artist level. If they were not even martial artists, then they would definitely be a liability on the road to the northern expedition. As for Zhao Linger, she had to learn a martial art. Chen Han's martial skill could not be taught to her, but the Ji family had a martial skill called Flame Gun, a grade A martial skill that was not considered a very high grade, but was just right for Zhao Linger. After arriving at the martial general realm, the realm's advancement would slow down. The higher the spiritual force, the faster the realm's advancement would be, so it was not realistic to have Zhao Linger advance in the northern expedition. After giving the task, Chen Han also began to close his mind alone. Before cultivating, there was one thing he had to do first, and that was to use the 60,000 points rewarded by the system with 2 directed extraction opportunities. The rules for directed extraction had changed slightly. That is, if a directed extraction was required, the amount of points consumed would be twice as much as the original. That is to say, if you don't use directed extraction, the number of points consumed for a top grade is 5,000. If directed extraction was used, then the points consumed by Chen Han would be 15,000. But this number of points, Chen Han was able to accept. With 5,000 points at a time, if one could not extract the talent in physique martial arts or something else that Chen Han needed, then it would be equivalent to giving it for nothing. What Chen Han wanted to extract was first and foremost, talent. The soldier's soul sacred body was strengthened with a talent that had a bonus for using all weapons. But the killing god gun intent, however, could only take effect when using a gun. Thus what Chen Han currently needed was a talent that had something to do with archery, allowing him to not fall too far behind in his basic attributes when using a bow and arrow. System, I'm going to consume 15,000 points to consume a directional extraction opportunity to extract a talent in bow and arrow. A roulette wheel appeared spinning in front of Chen Han. The talents related to archery were pitifully few, with only a mere 8. The pointer continued to rotate on the roulette wheel, eventually stopping on a talent named Arrow God's Enlightenment. Congratulations on obtaining the SSS talent, Arrow God's Enlightenment. Arrow God's Enlightenment, the god of bows, divine arrows are invincible. When using a bow, quadruples the range of vision, doubles the power of the arrow, and allows you to use a power storage effect. The longer the storage time, the higher the power of the arrow, up to triple the power. Ignoring wind and air currents, arrow speed is increased by 2 times, and has a 100% hit effect. When learning bow and arrow type martial arts, force the martial arts to increase by 1 level. Tough. Totally tough. Worthy of being a SSS ranked talent, it was completely no less than Chen Han's gun type talent, the killing god's gun intent. Not only did it enhance vision, arrow power, and arrow speed. The most horrifying thing was that it was actually able to hit 100% of the time, and the arrows could not be fired in vain. Without exaggeration, this was already exactly the same as the effect of the piercing Deaththorn lance. As long as it was within the field of view where Chen Han locked onto, even if it was just a small black dot, Chen Han's arrows would be able to hit accurately. Coupled with the star crystal arrow, Chen Han's long-range ability was truly astonishingly strong. Chen Han was quite satisfied, and now he still had 45,000 points and 1 directional extraction opportunity. The next thing Chen Han wanted to extract was a physique. Only this time, the physique to be extracted had nothing to do with chi and blood, but rather, it was related to spiritual force. This was currently the rarest type of physique in the entire Grand Xia. Half of the martial artists in Grand Xia did not have a physique, and could only supplement their chi and blood attributes through various chi and blood elixirs, and as for the spiritual force, the ways in which it could be boosted were even more pitiful. There was only one drug that could enhance spiritual force in the entire Grand Xia, and there were very few people who could refine this drug, and the price was even higher. This was also the reason why most martial artists were only able to stay at the martial general level. On top of that, out of the other half of martial artists who possessed a physique, it was roughly 1 in 10,000 that a physique with the ability to enhance spiritual force could appear. On the basis of not having comprehended the potential, the spiritual force was actually of little use to martial artists, and did not have the slightest impact on the various basic attributes of combat. It only had one function, and that was to only be able to advance if a certain base value was reached. However, this was enough to kill 99% of all martial artists. Therefore, this physique Chen Han had to have, otherwise it would be useless to increase his cultivation speed even faster. The roulette wheel pointer spun rapidly and eventually came to a slow stop. Congratulations on obtaining the SSS class physique, Underworld Knight Sacred Body. Chapter 61, January Martial General 3rd Rank. What kind of freak are you? Underworld Knight Sacred Body. When meditating on the inner realm at night, the spiritual force gained is doubled. Spiritual force is fixed to be doubled. When spiritual force is stronger than the enemy, cause the enemy's base attributes to drop by 50%. Self-space attributes rise by 50%. Worthy of a SSS class physique.
Spiritual force was an attribute that could only be obtained when one performed meditation in a realm at night. Moreover, the amount of spiritual force one could obtain depended on one's own enlightenment. The higher the talent, the more spiritual force one could obtain. This was also the reason why a martial artist with a low level of talent would be able to reach the rank of martial general at best. Chen Han now had 3 SSS talents, and the spiritual force gained from meditation was already twice as much as those of a single SSS talent. The Underworld Knight's sacred body, in turn, was able to continue doubling on top of that. It could be said that Chen Han's spiritual force value was exactly the same as his chi and blood, far surpassing martial artists of the same rank. Most importantly, this Cold Knight's sacred body also had a rather perverse attribute. That was on the basis of having a higher spiritual force than the enemy. It can reduce the enemy's basic attributes by 50%, including strength, speed, and blood, etc. In addition to that, it can also increase their own basic attributes by 50%. With this attribute, as long as his spiritual force was stronger than the enemy's, Chen Han was roughly invincible. Very well, whether it was talent or physique, Chen Han was quite satisfied. Now Chen Han still had 30,000 points remaining. However, he was not in a hurry to draw. Although 30,000 points seemed like a lot, once he could not draw the talented martial skill he needed, it would be equivalent to a waste. It was best to wait until there was a directional extraction opportunity before using it. Moreover, after the northern expedition, he would have his own use for these 30,000 points. After the extraction was completed, Chen Han went out and looked around. The members of the Cold Knight team were all engaged in intense training, so naturally, he couldn't slack off either. Yu Woyun had spent a whole month preparing for the Northern Expedition Army and its personnel. This month, like a white horse passing by, passed in the blink of an eye. On the school field, Zhao Linger, who was in a tight-fitting training outfit, was dimpled and dripping with sweat. Her opponent, on the other hand, was Chen Han, who was holding the Overlord gun. Only to see Zhao Linger let out a stern cry and wave the lance in her hand at great speed, and within a short time, a scorching red aura was emitted from the tip of the lance. A path of flames merged with the spear's momentum, mixed with blazing heat. Watch the move. Suddenly, Zhao Linger's figure passed in an instant, instantly arriving in front of Chen Han, and a flame lance slammed towards Chen Han's face. While Chen Han only slightly swung his spear, he easily blocked Zhao Linger's attack. The overbearing flame was also extinguished. Zhao Linger immediately developed a sense of frustration and said helplessly, "How is it that I've been practicing this flame gun for a whole month and I still can't touch you?" In reality, Zhao Linger's martial skill was very powerful, and the average martial general who was equal to her strength wouldn't dare to take this move hard. Only. Chen Han laughed, "You can't compare yourself to me. You've practiced some fire with this flame gun. It's enough to handle this northern expedition." Hearing Chen Han's words, Zhao Linger seemed to have thought of something, and immediately rolled her eyes. "What you said is also true. But who told the Cold Knight group that you are the only one who is at the level of a martial general and can practice with me?" While the two of them were chatting, a rumbling car motor sound suddenly came from the entrance of the barracks. Lu Zixing, the Kuwait character battalion commander dressed in military uniform, jumped down from the military vehicle, and also brought the latest military order. Second Lieutenant Chen Han, Second Lieutenant Zhao Linger, Corporals Zhu Mang, Ji Yun, and Zhao Yufei receive orders. Military orders were like mountains and could not be slacked off. Chen Han and the few others immediately packed up and came to the entrance of the camp. Since the army had held the Special Operations Team competition, Special Operations teams like the Cold Knight team had their own quarters and did not live with the Kuwait character battalion. Therefore military orders, too, needed the battalion commander to personally give them. Ensign Chen Han, reporting for duty. Chen Han gave a standard military salute. Lu Zixing personally visited, and even drove a military vehicle. Looking at this formation, it was time to set off for the Northlands. As expected. Marshal Yu's military order, the Cold Knight group packs up their luggage and departs immediately to the Tongtian Wall gathering place. For the sake of this day, the Cold Knight group could be said to be prepared at all times, and their luggage had long been packed. Within a short time, they had jumped onto the military vehicles. What Chen Han did not expect was that this time, the departure was escorted by Lu Zixing personally driving the car. Lu Zixing smiled as he played the steering wheel. "The brothers of the Kuwait character battalion will depart first. I'm the last one. I haven't driven a car in years. Let me be the driver this time." This could make Chen Han and the others flattered, even if they listened to the tune but not the announcement. Theoretically speaking, Lu Zixing was their superior. However, Lu Zixing didn't care. The Cold Knight team had gone through the Special Warfare Team competition, coupled with the military exchange competition, and now had long been the baby bumps of the Kuwait character battalion.
He swept a glance at Ji Yun and the others, and immediately let out a laugh. You can do it, monkey cubs. In a month's time, they've all broken through to martial artists. Not bad. With Lu Zixing's martial emperor realm, he could naturally see through Ji Yun and the others' strength at a glance. Half a year's time to reach martial artist, Ji Yun and the others' reputation as the family's waste was considered to have been completely washed away. Then Lu Zixing said to Zhao Linger, Red child, you're not bad either, keep up the good work. It's true that only Chen Han can suppress your fiery temper. Zhao Linger stifled her red face and wanted to retort, but there was nothing she could do. And then Lu Zixing looked at Chen Han again, first staring blankly, then widening his pupils as if he was unsure, and said in shock, Martial General 3rd stage. How is this possible? What kind of freak are you, kid? Lu Zixing's surprise was not feigned. Caught off guard, he almost didn't drive the car well. Fortunately it was braked in time, otherwise even people with the car would have to tumble into the mountains. However, his surprise was not incomprehensible, knowing that 2 months ago, Chen Han was only at the martial artist level. At that time, Chen Han was still just a weak baby in front of him that he could destroy with a snap of his fingers. Yet this baby had grown into a giant in less than 2 months. The Lu Zixing of today wouldn't even dare to say that he was Chen Han's opponent. If Chen Han's cultivation enhancement speed was still within Lu Zixing's acceptance range before the martial general rank, then after the martial general rank, it was unbelievable. After all martial artists advanced to the rank of martial general, their cultivation speed would become extremely slow. This was an iron law. There were even many times when 1 year might not even be able to advance one small realm. Lu Zixing could not help but become curious. He slowly said, Chen Han, is it convenient to tell me about your current basic attributes? Especially the spiritual force. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't want to tell me. There was nothing to hide about this. My current base strength is 521,346 kilograms. Burst speed is 8640 ms. Chi and blood value is 125 gears. Spiritual force 23 gears. Chapter 62 The Battle of the River Crossing. Behind you is the country. Holy yeah. Boom. Lu Zixing couldn't help but explode when he heard Chen Han's basic attributes, while the military vehicle lived up to its name and crashed into the stone wall in front of it. Luckily, the vehicle was specially made, and there wasn't much damage from this collision. Zhao Linger couldn't help but throw a blank stare. Battalion commander, can you stop being so startled? Lu Zixing coughed in embarrassment, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He was also considered a genius in the military, having risen to martial emperor in his 30s, and also serving as the battalion commander of the Kuwait Character Battalion. He also possessed a SS-ranked strong body system talent. However, in terms of basic attributes, he was stronger than Chen Han except for his strength. The rest of the attributes were almost all below Chen Han. Especially Chi and blood. 130 plus grades of Chi and blood was simply breathtaking. If he remembered well, Yu Woyun, who was at the 8th rank of martial god, only had 230 gears of Chi and blood. The most terrifying thing was the spiritual force. Lu Zixing's spiritual force today was only at the 30th level. He had also been practicing hard for 7 or 8 years. But how long has Chen Han been promoted to general? Just 1 month. No wonder Chen Han has risen so quickly. The spiritual force that made all the martial artists in the world choke on it was like nothing in front of Chen Han. Cultivation is just like eating and drinking? After a long time, Lu Zixing calmed down and drove on. The further north they drove, the more military vehicles Chen Han and the others encountered. 1, 2, until an avenue was filled with military vehicles as far as the eye could see. Chen Han also encountered the mechs of the giant team running wildly along the avenue, obviously also participating in this northern expedition. Zhao Linger even poked out the car window and greeted the lowly of the giant team. From this, one could see a glimpse of how many armies were involved in this northern expedition. According to Lu Zixing's explanation, those participating in this northern expedition had the full establishment of the Fire God Army, the entire 32 battalions. 3/4 of the Water God Army's establishment, 26 large battalions. The remaining 4 legions, combined, also deployed 50 battalions. Adding it all up, it was a whole 108 camps. Almost 400,000 troops were in this northern expedition plan. It was the largest number of troops in the entire 100 years of the new calendar. Of course, there are also weapons. The armies participating in the northern expedition plan this time were equipped with the best weapons and equipment in the army. For example, the Type 5 special battle armor could be said to be equipped by everyone. On top of that, the most important thing was the Type 3 laser cannon. This thing was the only one of all the current thermal weapons that could pose a deadly threat to the alien beasts. Thanks to Chen Han's victory in the exchange tournament, the clans had contributed countless amounts of star crystals. All of the Type 3 laser cannons in the army were mobilized. It could be called the largest battle in the new history. Finally, Chen Han and the others arrived at the Tongtian Wall assembly point. As far as the eye could see, within a radius of hundreds of kilometers, parked were one green truck after another, mechs, weapons, etc. There was a sea of people, uncountable. Aura recovery for 100 years, I am afraid that this is the total volume of science and technology developed by human beings over 100 years. Chen Han had also seen military parades on the television network, but it was not exaggerated to this level. In front of this kind of power, how small individual humans appeared to be. Cold Night Team, enter the ranks. Ji Yun and the others were still feeling emotional until Lu Zixing's sentence of entering the ranks made the crowd react. The Cold Night group still belonged to the Kuwait Character Battalion in the end, so naturally, they had to stand in the Kuwait Character Battalion's military column. It wasn't until the 108 battalions were neatly organized, as the commander-in-chief of this northern expedition, Yu Woyun, that he slowly stood on the city wall. Everyone is excited, right? This was the first time Yu Woyun displayed his strength as the #1 martial artist in the world. With just a single voice, it was even mid-range, and within a radius of hundreds of kilometers, the timbre was strong and deafening. Let me splash cold water on you first, many people will die today. Perhaps they will die in the Dragon River, perhaps they will die in the Northern Darkness domain. Are you all afraid of dying? Yu Woyun's voice seemed to have an uplifting power. He had built a deep mass base over the years, and it was as if these 400,000 troops had no fear under his voice. Not afraid. Not afraid. Yu Woyun continued his pledge, not afraid? No. You guys should be afraid. If you're human, you'll be afraid of death. But I, are all soldiers. Soldiers should take the responsibility of protecting the family and defending the country. Loyal bones are buried everywhere in the Green Hills, so there's no need to bury them in a horsehide. Behind you is the country. Generals, I, Yu Woyun, wish you triumph. Drink this cup of wine, and all of you will immediately head to Dragon River as fast as you can. As the cup of wine ended, the entire 400,000 strong army, as well as countless high-end weapons, raced towards the Dragon River in a vast manner. The distance from the Tongtian Wall to the Dragon River was actually about tens of kilometers. These dozens of kilometers would also see the appearance of quite a few foreign beasts. However, in front of the entire 400,000 strong army, these beasts could only be counted as stinking fish and shrimp. Not long after, the army arrived at the location of the Dragon River. The Dragon River, also known as the Mother River of the Grand Xia, was the origin of the Grand Xia culture. Because of the effects of the Aura revival, the area of the Dragon River had also been more than doubled. At this time, it was winter, and the waters of the Dragon River were turbid and calm. The river was in full flow. The first hurdle in front of the Northern Expedition Army was this Dragon River. Don't look at the Dragon River at this point in time, but it was able to serve as a borderline dividing the Northern Darkness domain from Grand Xia, and it was by no means as simple as just a river. Contained beneath the surface of the river were countless ferocious river-bottom beasts. With their massive bodies, they could even devour an entire ship. Standing on the edge of the Yellow River, Ji Yun simply threw a stone down. Boom! Only to see splashes of water, several underwater beasts instantly probed and rushed out from underwater, frightening people. This underwater environment caused the Northern Expedition Army, or anyone who wanted to go to the Northern Darkness domain from the south, to be unable to take any ships. If one took an airplane, it was even more dangerous. First of all, with the monsters in the Northern Darkness domain, a low-altitude helicopter was simply a living target. Once knocked down into the Dragon River, there was almost no possibility of survival at all. This Dragon River not only blocked the northern monsters from invading the south, but also blocked the way to the north. If we want to get there, there is only one way that has been researched so far. That was to use the alloy metal raft developed by the Academy of Sciences to break through the Dragon River monster defense line and break through. This kind of boat raft, with a smaller size, was convenient to carry with a vehicle. The disadvantage was also obvious: a boat could only take 3 people. Therefore, all of these 400,000 troops had to be divided into groups of 3, forming a 3-3 system, in order to cross the river. All units move into their respective combat positions. Prepare to cross the river. Prepare the artillery battalion, activate the Type 3 laser cannons, launch a saturation bombardment on the beasts in the Dragon River domain. Chapter 63 Battlefield Meat Grinder. Cross the river. Cross the river. According to Yu Wuyun's deployment, these 108 battalions would be spread out along the Dragon River along hundreds of kilometers. Then, following their own lines, they will land in the north. This massive northern expedition was simultaneously broadcast live across the country. On the one hand, it was to inspire the confidence of the people, so that the people of Disxia, who had been at ease for a long time, could see the ferocity of the foreign beasts in the outside world. On the other hand, it was also a strong request from the great clans. After all, they had donated so many star crystals, almost to the point of taking out half of their family's fortune, and they always wanted to see some results. For Yu Wuyun, this was also a huge gamble. Gambling is the fate of the Grand Xia. If the northern expedition can achieve results, then the Grand Xia Xing. If the northern expedition fails, his position as commander-in-chief of the army basically can also be out of office. 600 million people in Daxia are sitting in front of the screen, watching the live broadcast. Within a short time, Chen led the Cold Night Group, along with several thousand brothers from the Kuei Character Battalion, and arrived at the battle site. The Kuei Character Battalion, as the elite of the Vulcan army, naturally served as the trump card of the press. Therefore it was at the very back of the charging force. Release! At this moment a voice suddenly came from the high mountains. Lu Zixing's face flinched at the sound and he snapped, "All of you stay the hell away from me, we can die on the battlefield, but don't die underneath your own Type 3 lasers." The saturation bombing strikes of the Type 3 laser along hundreds of kilometers of riverbanks was unprecedented. Chen looked up, only to see a black laser ray from the high mountains, like rain, falling into the Dragon River in unison. The scene was particularly spectacular, and this was currently the most cutting-edge weapon power of Disxia. The penetrating power of the Type 3 laser was extremely high, capable of penetrating dozens of meters underwater. Roar! 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 As soon as the Type 3 laser hit the surface of the river, one could only hear countless bizarre beast roars rising and falling within the hundreds of kilometers of the Dragon River. The sound was deafening, resounding through the heavens and earth, sending shivers down the spine. Not long after, only one after another huge corpse of the foreign beasts could be seen slowly rising from beneath the surface of the river. Blood stained the entire Dragon River, and 1,000 strange underwater alien beast corpses spread over hundreds of kilometers of the river. This was the power of the Type 3 laser saturation strike. Seeing this scene, both the warriors and the people of Daxia who were watching the live broadcast could not help but be energized by it. It's really unimaginable that nowadays, our Daxia's military power has reached this level. With this Type 3 laser around, the foreign beasts will have to turn around and run when they see us, right? Ha ha! Looks like it won't be long before we can go traveling to the north. Few people knew that round of saturated Type 3 laser strikes just now looked fierce, but in reality, it was burning money. After all, that covered hundreds of kilometers of riverbank area. The laser strike just now had lasted less than 3 minutes, and the star crystals consumed had been almost half of the star crystal storage capacity of all the families in Hanwu City. The 24 Privy Council's supreme powers looked at it with some meat pain. After all, in order to support Yu Wuyun's northern expedition, they had withstood all the clan's outbursts. This old man Yu Wuyun, why don't you save it? The great Xia Supreme Power Emperor Prime couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. Yu Wuyun wanted to save, but saving the star crystals was the same as taking more generals' lives to fill them. Compared to that, it was still the lives of the generals that were more important. Now that most of the underwater beasts had been eliminated, Yu Wuyun immediately ordered the Fire God Army's 2nd Regiment, the 4th Regiment, the Water God Army's 6th Regiment, the 7th Regiment, and the Wind God Army's 3rd Regiment, the 1st Regiment. A total of 6 regiments, a whole of 24 military battalions led the charge. Disembark the rafts. An order was given, and countless alloy rafts landed on the surface of the Dragon River like dumplings. The soldiers of these 24 battalions were the vanguard, to put it nicely, but to put it bluntly, they were cannon fodder. Their mission was to scout the way for the elite troops behind them. After all, once they ascended to the northern land, the main force of the battle would still have to be the elite of the army. In front of the Kuei Character Battalion was the Fire God Army's Xiang Character Battalion and the Water God Army's Chu Character Battalion. The soldiers of these two battalions were already cheering for each of them. Brothers, dry this bowl of wine and see you at the martyrs' cemetery. Remember to tell my mother that I'm not a coward.
They clearly understood their mission as cannon fodder, yet they still talked and laughed. None of Marshal Yu's soldiers were greedy and afraid of death. In that group, Chen Han also saw a familiar face, Luo Feng, a young warrior from the Hanwu city garrison ground. He was even younger than Chen Han, but had taken the initiative to enroll in the northern expedition, and only had the strength of a samurai of the third rank. Perhaps noticing Chen Han's gaze, Luo Feng looked back at Chen Han, waved his hand and smiled, and then stepped onto the raft without any hesitation. The 24 battalions of soldiers, and a whole 70,000 to 80,000 troops, placed on the hundreds of kilometers of riverbanks, but it was as if they were a drop in the ocean. I hope everything goes well. Yu Woyun sat in the combat command room, gazing at the environment of the river, his heart already in his throat. That round of saturation strikes had pretty much exterminated all the river-bottom alien beasts under these hundreds of kilometers of the Dragon River. Using common sense, the 400,000-strong army was able to cross the river peacefully. However, Yu Woyun still felt uneasy, so he made 70,000 to 80,000 advance troops. Not long after, these 70,000 to 80,000 troops had already arrived at the center of the Dragon River. Suddenly, a sudden change occurred. Only to see the entire river's surface suddenly swept out a piece of ripples, the alloy rafts of the advance troops were instantly like candles in the wind, and could only sway with the wind. Immediately after, tens of thousands of pounds of iron-head catfish broke out of the water. It opened its bloody mouth. Just a moment, there are hundreds of warriors killed. This catfish was at least a 10th rank foreign beast, equivalent to a martial general level, and those warrior martial artist level advance guards were completely defenseless. And it wasn't just this one catfish. Almost immediately after the catfish broke through the water, all kinds of large underwater beasts also came out in an instant. Among them, there was no lack of six-winged crocodile dragons, lion-headed giant chapters, and other underwater beasts of more than 10 orders. The entire 70,000 to 80,000 human lives, as if mowing the grass, were rapidly being lost. "Grandma, I'll fight you. Damn monster, go to hell." The warriors frantically fought for their lives, but it was like scratching an itch in front of these 10th order foreign beasts. Their size was already extremely large, and even a martial artist of the same rank would need to catalyze the strongest attack in order to form an effective kill. Why hasn't Marshal Yu ordered an attack yet? The soldiers of the Kuwait character battalion on the shore watched with eyes wide open, wishing to rush forward right now. Yu Woyun, as a marshal, naturally had some considerations, and he had already foreseen this situation. The role of the vanguard was to draw those deeply hidden high-level beasts in the water, and then use the Type 3 laser to kill them all in one fell swoop. However, although he had predicted it, Yu Woyun still could not help but hold his sword tightly in his hand. Those were the main force of his Vulcan army. At this time, Yu Woyun couldn't help but think of Chen Xingbian. The guns of the thermal weapons didn't work too well, and the Type 3 laser was easy to distinguish between enemy and self. What the army lacked the most was this kind of long-range precision strike martial artist archer. If Xingbian was still around, he would have been able to save many generals. Yu Woyun sighed with emotion. At this moment, he did not know that Chen Han, who was along the Dragon River, had already touched his hand to the dragon bow. Chapter 64. Are you shooting arrows, or sniping? The scene on the water made even the people of Daxia in front of the live streaming screen look jittery. Is this the Dragon River Fae? Our army is actually no match for it. It's too powerful. This kind of behemoth, how should we win? The people of Daxia, who had been energized just moments ago, were instantly thrown into panic. The main reason was that the Dragon River beast in the screen was a bit beyond reason. It could be said that an ordinary fish alien beast was comparable to the size of half a blue whale. The largest of them, the lion-headed giant chapter, the length of one leg, was more than 30 meters. They turned the river in the Dragon River, recklessly harvesting the lives of the warriors. Aside from most of the emotional people of Daxia, there were also some of them, the families of these vanguard warriors. Child. You can't die, you're the only one left in the family, run away. Jean Gue. My son. Even if it was just a few pop-ups, one could see the desperation of these families. For them to see their own sons, grandsons, being swallowed up by the giant beasts with their own eyes, that kind of despair could be imagined. 24 large battalions, but in just 10 minutes' time, they had already lost close to half of their people. Suddenly, a crocodile dragon opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the soldiers of Xiang and Chu battalions that were in front of Kuwait battalion. At the last moment of his life, the young warrior Luo Feng closed his eyes tightly and quietly waited for death to come. He understood very well that since he chose to go to war, he would have to face sacrifice at all times. Luo Feng.
The Cold Night team had spent quite a few days with Luo Feng in Hanwu City, and still had some feelings. However, without Marshal Yu's order, they didn't dare to rush over to help. Shoo! Right at this moment, only a sharp air-breaking sound could be heard, like the dawn that cut through the darkness of the night. The crowd also heard the sound and turned their heads to look. A tiny point of light emerged from the Dragon River and was flying towards the crocodile dragon at breakneck speed. The perspective from standing in the distance was like this, Luo Feng's perspective wasn't. In his perspective, the direction of the Kuwei character camp was flashing with a burst of intense white light, then brushing past him at extreme speed. Even just a little bit of wind was as if it had slapped him hard in the face. What's going on? Luo Feng was still relatively dazed. When he came back to his senses and then looked at the ancient crocodile dragon in front of him, his entire being was stunned. At some point, that crocodile dragon had a huge hole pierced through its entire body, from its mouth to its tail. That kind of wound was peculiar, incomparably flat and rounded, and there were no traces of any broken internal organs and blood vessels within the wound. It was as if everything was obliterated as long as it was within the range of the attack. Luo Feng looked along that wound and was even more astonished. Not only was the crocodile dragon pierced through, this attack had even made a large hole roughly 10 meters in diameter in the cliffs of the northern Dark Continent. The crowd froze as the live stream's perspective was even more terrifying. Even if they recorded the live video and slowed it down 64 times, they could only see a tiny point of light that pierced through the crocodile dragon's body. What exactly that point of light was, they couldn't see at all. And if it wasn't slowed down, it was even more shocking. Just by blinking, an invisible attack pierced through the northern cliff face along with the crocodile dragon's body. What's going on? Is that some kind of new weapon? I don't know, it just swooshed and the crocodile dragon was gone. Thank you, hero. Thank you for saving my son. Just as the crowd was still curious about who sent out this attack, the next moment the point of light in the screen reappeared again. It was almost the exact same attack, and that 11th ranked alien beast, the lion-headed giant chapter, was also instantly penetrated. However, this time the crowd had learned to record the screen, and the two attacks were clearly from one person, and they said that they looked in the direction of the two attacks, and finally saw the figure clearly. On a reef along the Dragon River, a figure stood proudly as he maneuvered a hard bow that was half the size of a man, pulling the bowstring full. His bow and arrows were also very peculiar. The arrows were crystal clear, emitting bright light. At a glance they were not ordinary. It moved like thunder. Once the arrow left the string, it could not be seen clearly at all, and even the residual shadow could only be barely seen with the naked eye. This person was none other than Chen Han. Oh my, isn't that Chen Han? He actually still uses a bow? This is too strong. One arrow is an alien beast of the 10th rank or higher. It wasn't just the people of Daxia in the live broadcast who were shocked. Even the crowd of generals in the army were impressed. It was important to realize that there weren't many strong people in the Northern Expeditionary Army, such as the various regiment leaders, who were basically at the Martial Emperor level. But their attacks, without a doubt, were all wide-ranging. Once they struck, it could result in the enemy being indistinguishable from themselves, killing both the enemy and their own people. The only time for them to strike was after the vanguard had first hauled in all the large underwater alien beasts and withdrawn. There wasn't a single person in the entire army that had this kind of ability comparable to long-range precision guidance. Therefore, even though their veins were rippling and their hearts were dripping blood, they could only forcefully hold back and were unable to make a move. However, according to this current situation, there would be very few of the vanguard that could survive, which was why Yu Weiyun wanted Chen Xingbian to be there. Currently, the only one who could save the day and save the lives of these remaining 40,000 to 50,000 generals was Chen Han. Chen Han, good job. Labor serves you. Chen Han, the lives of my Chu Zi battalion are in your hands alone. One good deed basically represented the highest appreciation in the army. Even Yu Weiyun looked ecstatic. This kid Chen Han, he brings me surprises every time. Yu Weiyun also didn't want to sacrifice 70,000 to 80,000 lives of the advance troops for nothing. He immediately ordered, "Attention all advance troops, keep your distance from the waterborne beasts and create the best environment for Ensign Chen." After giving the order, Yu Weiyun developed a trace of happiness that he had given the dragon bow to Chen Han. Otherwise, there would not have been what happened today. Dragon Bow, Star Crystal Vector. Looking at Chen Han's figure on the battlefield, Yu Weiyun couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. "Xingbian, if you were still alive, I don't know if you'd be pleased to see this scene. We'll pull the carved bow like the full moon. Looking northwest. Shooting the sky wolf. The 40,000 to 50,000 advance troops were all for the sake of Chen Han alone to open up the path. The power of the star crystal vector is extremely strong. With a small star crystal reactor, it is equivalent to a hand-rubbed Type 3 laser. As long as it hits, it is a direct penetration. Coupled with Chen Han's perverted SSS talent, Arrow God's enlightenment. But wherever in the range of vision can see things, Chen Han's arrow can be 100 hits. A single arrow at will was when the life of a large aquatic exotic beast perished. Chen Han didn't stay in one location, but kept moving at high speeds along the Yellow River. While moving, all he needed was a slight glance, and it was an incomparably accurate arrow. All the waterborne beasts were nothing more than living targets in front of him. Lu Zixing couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth when he saw this. Brothers, those who know understand that he is shooting arrows. Those who don't know also thought he was shooting a sniper rifle. The kind that can also automatically aim. Chapter 65, Seconds on Exposure. Extraordinary Military Merit. Without a doubt, every time Chen Han struck, it was a strike comparable to a Type 3 laser. However, the attrition, was much smaller than a Type 3 laser. Type 3 lasers were incapable of striking with precision, and in most cases, it was a coverage bombardment. To activate a Type 3 laser within a 3-meter range once, it would consume a full 2 kilograms of star crystals. However, the arrowhead of a star crystal arrow only required 10 grams of star crystals. That was to say, 2 kilograms of star crystals was enough for Chen Han to build 400 star crystal vectors. Not to mention Chen Han's talent of hitting 100%. Under Chen Han's high-speed movement, the large beasts encountered by the river-crossing vanguard were all killed by Chen Han in a single strike. Under the camera, it looked even more bizarre. It was as if a person was moving along the hundreds of kilometers of the Dragon River's banks at the speed of a stump, with countless points of light shooting out, but any alien beasts that were hit by the points of light were pierced by a single arrow. The populace watched with fervor. The morale, which had been slightly depressed just moments ago, was revitalized in a matter of moments. Chen Han, this is too fierce. One person cleared out the Dragon River Fey beasts. This archery skill is simply out of this world. I didn't realize that he had such archery skills in addition to his gun skills. A family bigwig even lamented in a pop-up, in order to refine their skills, most martial artists will take one type of kung fu and practice it to the point of perfection. Although it is said that more skills are not better, the result of having too many skills is that it will lead to mediocrity in each skill, similar to a martial artist like Chen Han who was at the top of his game in gunnery, but still manages to achieve a score of 100 in archery. It can be said to be absolutely unique. At this moment, the 400,000 troops along the hundreds of kilometers of the Dragon River all began to shout out a person's name non-stop. Chen Han is mighty. Chen Han is mighty. After all, without Chen Han, it was already a best-case scenario for 10,000 of the 70,000 to 80,000 lives of the vanguard to survive. And Yu Wuyan didn't mince words, making use of his martial god-level cultivation. The grandiose voice immediately spread throughout the entire Yellow River coast. Vulcan Army Kuwait Character Battalion Cold Night Group Leader Chen Han, saving the Northern Expeditionary Advance Force is meritorious, and will be credited with a special grade military merit. Special notice to the entire army. Chen Han had never had a rank promotion since he was promoted to second lieutenant. That was because of the Army's commendation rules. Before second lieutenant, one could climb up the ranks through various tests, or by simmering their seniority. But after second lieutenant, there was only one channel for the Army to move up. That was military merit. Therefore, although Chen Han had won the military exchange competition and had made a great contribution to the Northern Expedition, Yu Wuyan had not promoted his rank. This was also for fear of gossip. The rules of the army were there: without killing the enemy on the battlefield, it did not count as military service. But now Yu Wuyan no longer had any scruples, and instantly gave Chen Han a special military honor. Once these words came out, the entire 400,000 members of the Northern Expeditionary Army did not have the slightest complaint. Instead, they were all envious. So powerful. If I could make an extraordinarily high-level military achievement once, it would be considered a life not wasted. I remember that at Chen Han's age, there didn't seem to be anyone in the military who could make an extraordinary military merit, and once again, he's broken the military record. Military merits were divided into 4 classes: third-class merit, second-class merit, first-class merit, and the highest special class merit. In the Grand Xia Army, it was already extremely rare to be able to make a first-class merit. Generally speaking, only those soldiers who sacrificed their lives like those in the advance unit of the river crossing are considered to have made the first-class merit. As for special merit, it was even rarer. Only an absolute military god who faced a large number of enemies alone in a single battle could be counted as an extraordinary merit. In the entire 100 years of the new calendar, from the beginning of the aura recovery, the number of special merits in the army was estimated to be less than 100. It was evident that the gold content of special merits. Even the second and third marshals of the army like Zhang Gu and Ouyang Quan had a pitifully small number of special merits on them. Under Chen Han's power to save the day, the lives of the 40,000 to 50,000 warriors of the vanguard were saved. Yu Woyun counted the time and once again informed the entire army. The advance force withdraws. The artillery battalion prepares for the second Type 3 laser saturation strike. After the strike, the entire army charges. Logistic mechanical troops erect the bridge across the Dragon River within 2 hours. After giving the order, Yu Woyun didn't forget to sympathize with the soldiers. Chen Han, pull back. Don't tire yourself out. There are hard battles waiting for you to fight behind you. For a marshal to care about his subordinates in front of the entire army, no wonder there were so many people working for Yu Woyun. Just as Yu Woyun had said, Chen Han, who had been moving and shooting arrows without interruption, had bean-sized beads of sweat appearing on his forehead at this point. This was still based on his entire 130 gears of chi and blood. The power of the star crystal vector was immense, but just like what Qin Xingbian had said in the book, the star crystal vector's reaction force was also extremely powerful. Every time he drew his bow, Chen Han was almost always using his full strength. If Chen Han only had 30 or 40 gears of chi blood, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to draw the bow several times at all. After all, that was the star crystal vector that Chen Xingbian used as a martial art. Each arrow was like a spear that pierced through the thorns of death. As soon as Chen Han stopped, countless warriors began to cluster around him. At this moment, Chen Han had just become a battle hero. Old Chen, that was awesome. Old Chen, can you teach me this archery skill? Mad. The attack distance of a sniper rifle is only a few kilometers, and with one of your arrows, you can hit 20 kilometers. The active Kuwei character battalion soldiers made Chen Han cry and laugh a little. Still, Lu Zixing came out to relieve Chen Han. What's wrong with learning from him? If every soldier in the army was like him, we would have fought our way to the North Pole long ago. Usually do not train properly. What did you do earlier? A sentence reprimanded the soldiers red in the face. The crowd immediately dispersed. Chen Han still wanted to thank Lu Zixing, but Lu Zixing's next sentence made him spray out the water he just drank. Chen Han, it's just you and me now. Tell me, how can I learn your archery skills? To say that Lu Zixing was also a battalion commander in size, but he was always out of shape. Not long after, as the advance troops withdrew, the second round of Type 3 laser saturation bombardment was opened. This round of bombing lasted for half an hour, until there were no more beasts under the hundreds of kilometers of water. The entire army of soldiers stood by, and the horn of the charge on the high mountain rang out. All of them charged and landed on the north shore. More than 100,000 rafts landed on the edge of the Dragon River like dumplings, and 400,000 troops charged towards the northern continent. After 2 rounds of Type 3 laser bombardment and Chen Han's star crystal vector, there were very few high-level beasts in the waters. All the major senior martial artists showed their power, and the remaining high-rank alien beasts were instantly swept away. The entire 108 battalions, in accordance with their respective designated combat positions, finally ascended to the northern continent. 100 years after the recovery of spiritual qi, the people of Granxia finally re-emerged on the northern continent, and all around, the green fields were green and green, as if it was a primitive forest. There were also some houses that had fallen into disrepair, as well as moss-covered vehicles from the last century. This was destined to be a historic moment. The 600 million people of Daxia watched the live broadcast and embraced each other. Chen Han looked at an Audi license plate in front of him and couldn't help but feel some emotion. In a sense, this was already a memory that belonged to his previous life. However, before he could lament for long, movement came from the grass not far from his side. In the next moment, a giant stone block smashed from afar, flying straight towards the center of the Kuwei character camp. Chapter 66 Eagle Eye Power Ape. New Potion Formula. This huge boulder in front of him was as if it was the size of a small mountain, and its diameter was estimated to be a full 50 to 60 meters. It was unbelievable what kind of strength it took to lift such a huge boulder. Get out of the way. Chen Han and Lu Zixing realized the boulder above their heads almost at the same time and drank. However, other than these 2 strongest people in the team, no one else reacted. So much so that when they noticed the boulder above their heads, all of them panicked and did not draw up a fighting stance. If such a boulder were to fall, at least 1,000 people would have to be seriously injured or even killed. Almost at the same time, Chen Han took out his dragon bow while Lu Zixing took out his lance and leapt upwards. Chen Han did not utilize the star crystal vector. The power of the star crystal was obliterating, but the range of the attack was not large and in a straight line. It could not be used to hit such a boulder. Therefore, Chen Han directly pulled the empty string. With his current basic attributes, the dragon bow, even with an empty string, had a force of hundreds of thousands of kilograms when struck. Under the combined strength of the two, the boulder was quickly shattered. A crisis was also dissolved. The crowd let out a long breath. Lu Zixing snapped, "Put on a brighter stance, this is the northern domain, the territory of the Fey beasts." Having just set foot on this unfamiliar land, the crowd was all still a little overexcited. Lu Zixing's words made everyone quickly calm down and start to be alert to the surroundings. In fact, it was not just this area where the Kuei character battalion was located. According to Yu Wuyun's battle plan, the 400,000-strong army was to be divided into 40 regions and advance to the north at the same time. The area where Chen Han was currently located was a combat unit consisting of 3 battalions, namely the Kuei, Xiang and Chu battalions, with a number of roughly 10,000 people. In addition to this region, there were 39 other regions. They seemed to have coincidentally encountered attacks at the same time. The less fortunate ones had already suffered heavy losses. Inside Yu Wuyun's combat command room, battle reports of losses kept coming in. Reporting to Marshal Yu, the 12th Region's by Character Battalion has encountered an attack by the strange Great Serpent Fey beasts, and currently suffers over 100 casualties. Report Marshal Yu, the 16th Region Earth Yellow Battalion stepped into the swamp and encountered a swamp foreign beast attack, current casualties have reached 600. Reporting to Marshal Yu, the 32nd Region's Tiangong Battalion entered the jungle of the alien beast cannibal tree, with casualties exceeding half. One battle report after another made Yu Wuyun anxious. However, the current number of battle losses was still within Yu Wuyun's acceptance. After all, the intelligence of the Northern Darkness domain was too little, and the soldiers of the various camps likewise had varying strengths. The live broadcast of the various regional battlefields were also cut apart, and the people were pained as they watched the warriors on the battlefield fall into pools of blood. The Dark Domain can be truly terrifying. Our warriors have only advanced 2 or 3 kilometers, right, and there are so many thousand strange beasts. Alas! There's still a long way to go before we can truly set foot in the Northern Realm again. But it's finally a good start. Meanwhile, within Chen Han's region, not long after that one boulder had just been resolved, a second boulder actually followed. Luckily, this time, the crowd was prepared, and with various means of attack, a boulder was quickly dismantled. Lu Zixing and Chen Han looked at each other, and then looked up, both feeling very surprised. One must know that this jungle they were in, the nearby trees were all about 30 meters tall, which could be described as covering the sky and completely blocking the view. Just what kind of monster could launch such a precise strike against Chen Han's area under such circumstances? I'll go up and take a look. This feeling of the enemy being in the dark and me in the light was not a pleasant one, Chen Han immediately said to Lu Zixing, and then climbed to the top of the tree in a few leaps. But when Chen Han climbed to the top of the tree after looking around, but all is a green piece of jungle, almost did not see what large beasts. The ones that could lift this kind of boulder were bound to be large beasts of great size, and there wasn't even a trace of them. This made Chen Han find it unbelievable. Chen Han was not willing and continued to observe, not long after the other party finally revealed their fox's tail. Only to see a small black dot suddenly appear in the distance. That small black dot flew towards Chen Han's direction at great speed and slowly grew larger. Eventually, it turned into a boulder with a diameter of 50 to 60 meters. Through the direction of the boulder, Chen Han finally saw the face of the beast. Surprisingly, it was an ape that was 7 or 8 meters tall. Honestly speaking, although he was 7 or 8 meters tall, he was not considered a giant beast. His looks were peculiar, his body was like that of a skinny monkey, as if he was skin and bones. However, his 2 arms were swollen with muscles, taking up half of his size. That one arm had to be as thick as a dozen people. This proved that the odds were that he was incredibly strong, otherwise he would not have been able to move the boulder. What was even more peculiar was that his eyes were the same as an owl's. This proved that his eyesight was extraordinary. The moment Chen Han spotted him, this strange ape also spotted Chen Han. In terms of vision, it was afraid that it was on par with Chen Han, who possessed a SSS rank talent. Eagle-eyed power ape. Chen Han instantly named this ape. Because this was a new breed that had never been seen before, according to the regulations of the Grand Xia, the person who discovered a new breed of foreign beast was qualified to name the foreign beast. In just an instant, Chen Han analyzed the characteristics of the eagle-eyed power ape. Strange strength and an extremely wide line of sight. This proved that its long-range striking ability was incredibly large. This thing, I'm afraid it's not easy to deal with, right? Suddenly, Lu Zixing patted Chen Han's back. It turned out that at some point, Lu Zixing had also jumped onto the tree. Although he couldn't see the exact appearance of the ape, he could still see a generalization. The eagle-eyed power ape was in the dense jungle, had natural cover, and was at least about 20 kilometers away from them, so it could be said that it was difficult to deal with. Ha! However, Chen Han only smiled faintly, and then he drew out a star crystal arrow from his arrow pouch. The bowstring of the dragon bane bow was drawn to full strength, and a cracking harsh sound came out, only to see the star crystal arrow immediately fly towards the eagle-eyed force ape at an extremely fast speed. The eagle-eyed power ape seemed to have some human intelligence. He was able to see Chen Han drawing the bow and shooting the arrow, yet he did not dodge or avoid it. At this distance, he had plenty of confidence. He even turned his back and shook his monkey butt at Chen Han. That dejected look made people gnash their teeth. But in the next moment, it couldn't get up. The star crystal arrow followed the 20 kilometers of distance, and even accurately shot above its heart. A large hole was made through its chest. Holy! Lu Zixing spat. He could see that the ape's figure had disappeared even though he couldn't see the exact situation from the forest in the distance. Obviously, Chen Han had struck with precision. A hit that would kill. At the same time, a system prompt suddenly came to Chen Han's ears. Ding! System-friendly reminder, the eyes of the eagle-eye force monkey are the material for refining compound-type divine power potion, please do not miss it. Composite divine power potion, which enhances both strength and range of vision, can be unlocked after you open the next grade of the Pill God's Body refining recipe. Chapter 67 Hunt for the Hour. A man mobilized the enemy forces. It turns out that the next grade of the Pill God's Body formula can actually unlock potions that enhance two attributes. Besides strength, there is also vision. The reason why Chen Han had kept 30,000 points was to wait for the foreign beast materials from the Northern Realm. The potions that the Pill God's Body was capable of refining all had outstanding effects. But it required foreign beast materials. Most of the exotic beast materials were not available in that small region of southern Grand Xia. The only place to seek them out was in the Northern Realm. Chen Han instantly became interested and was ready to run over to take the materials from the eagle-eyed power ape. However, just at this moment, a squeaking beast's cry suddenly came from the forest. This kind of cry was somewhat similar to that of a mouse, but it was also somewhat like a monkey call. What kind of movement? Lu Zixing was startled for a moment. The next scene of that primitive jungle ahead caused Lu Zixing to break out in a cold sweat. Only to see one eagle-eyed force ape after another, constantly revealing themselves from the dense jungle. Chen Han hadn't seen them before because they were all hiding behind boulder after boulder in the jungle. This level of foreign beasts in this jungle is actually not only one, but a group. 1, 2, 3. Chen Han had only taken a cursory glance, and at least around 50 to 60 eagle-eyed force apes had appeared in that forest. Not to mention the fact that there were many of them hidden beyond Chen Han's range of vision. The attack of a single eagle-eyed power monkey would require the 3 battalions of the Chu, Xiang and Kuei battalions to do their best to deal with it. If so many eagle-eyed power apes were to throw boulders at the same time, the scene would be unthinkable. One must know that the boulders they threw out were equivalent to a 10-story building in terms of height. Tens of thousands of people from the 3 camps would be smashed into ashes in an instant, I'm afraid. The eagle-eyed power ape was merely teasing Chen Han and the others, and after it was killed by Chen Han, it drew the attention of its companions. Teasing and protecting territory were completely different concepts. These eagle-eyed force apes would go all out. And since Lu Zixing had a live broadcasting device with him, this scene was spread to the eyes of the 600 million people of Daxia. The crowd trembled. I'll go. Such a terrifying foreign beast, there are actually so many of them in the forest? It can't be beaten at all, right? Retreat back quickly. Don't sacrifice your lives for nothing. I'm afraid that the foreign beasts encountered by the Kuei character battalion are the strongest encountered in the Northern Expeditionary Army. In the entire 40-odd regions, this eagle-eyed force ape that Chen Han and the others had encountered was definitely one of the strongest. In the place of an ordinary army camp, it was feared that they would have already been annihilated by the regiment. Lu Zixing gritted his teeth, and although he was very reluctant, he could only say, retreat. This area can't be crossed. With that, Lu Zixing prepared to retreat. However, this was a very humiliating act. After all, the Kuwait Character Battalion was the elite of the Vulcan army and had fought many hard battles. If it retreated easily, it would inevitably be laughed at. At this time, Chen Han however stopped Lu Zixing, battalion commander, don't be in a hurry, these eagle-eyed force apes are targeting me, not these brothers of the Kuwait Character Battalion. I have an idea. Lu Zixing was flabbergasted at his words and said in shock, what solution do you have? And you know that these eagle-eyed power apes are targeting you all? Don't run away yet. However, Chen Han did not flee, but instead leapt and immediately jumped to another position that was completely opposite to the Kuwait Character Battalion Xiang Character Battalion Chu Character Battalion. Lu Zixing also instantly understood Chen Han's meaning. Chen Han was trying to use the power of one person to mobilize the attention of these eagle-eyed force apes of the enemy, buying time for the warriors of the three battalions. According to the characteristics of the eagle-eyed power ape, its long-range striking ability was extremely terrifying, but its weakness was also obvious. It's weak in close combat. With its short legs, its running speed is similar to that of a martial artist. Once it was approached by the soldiers of the three battalions, it would be powerless to resist. Thinking of this, Lu Zixing suddenly grinned widely, crazy. What a madman. Good. I'll play with you. Lu Zixing jumped down from the tree. Zhao Linger was still a bit surprised. Battalion commander, where is Chen Han? Leave him alone. He's crazy. Lu Zixing waved his hand, too lazy to explain. Every second at this moment was incredibly precious. With a stern expression, he immediately droned, all of you listen to me. The entire army is on the move, discard all unneeded heavy objects, and move forward with light loads. At the fastest speed possible, pull forward 20 kilometers. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. Although they still did not understand what was going on, these 10,000 people immediately reorganized their formation and ran towards the front of the jungle. Chen Han, on the other hand, also began to mobilize the direction of the eagle-eye force apes attack. As soon as he moved, he only saw 70 to 80 boulders as if they were like a large building, flying towards him at great speed like cannonballs. This kind of scene was simply mind-numbing, and with the slightest carelessness, Chen Han could be smashed into meat paste. However, the crowd watching the live broadcast could not see any fear on Chen Han's face. He dodged and moved around, facing the boulders of the eagle-eyed power monkey, and was actually able to stand on a tree and launch an attack on the eagle-eyed power monkey while constantly dodging. Shoo! Only one arrow was shot out, and the strong star crystal arrow actually penetrated through two boulders consecutively, shooting straight onto the chest of an eagle-eyed power ape. The entire battlefield here was like Chen Han's one-man show. However, he was not only mobilizing the attacks of this group of eagle-eyed power apes, but he was also able to guide the direction of the Kuwait Character Battalion's attack through the radio. Battalion Commander Lu. In the direction of 4 o'clock, there are about a dozen or so eagle-eyed power apes. Attack that direction first. This scene stunned the onlookers in front of the screen. How did Chen Han do this? Concentrating fully on dodging the attacks of the eagle-eyed force apes and still being able to command an army? In the face of a beast that has no chance of winning, he's actually managed to make a way out of it. The people from the Kuwait Character Battalion, the Chu Character Battalion, the Xiang Character Battalion, and the Cold Night Group looked at the boulders flying over their heads, and instantly understood that Chen Han was drawing fire for them. In addition to the people worrying about Chen Han, their feet also worked harder. Brothers, our battle hero Chen Han is now drawing attention for us, we can't let it down. Run up. Run your legs off as fast as you can. No one could know how long Chen Han could last, but they could only do it as quickly as possible. Race against death. Time passed by, and the attacks of the eagle-eyed power monkey became more and more intense. The more they failed to hit Chen Han, the more the monkey-minded eagle-eyed power ape became more and more annoyed. Finally, almost all of the eagle-eyed power apes in the forest showed up. Hundreds of boulders were like a meteor shower, blasting towards Chen Han, covering the sky, causing the warriors in other areas to gasp in awe as they watched. On the other hand, a wisp of a smile emerged from the corner of Chen Han's mouth. This was because at this moment, the soldiers of the three battalions had finally killed the eagle-eye force ape swarm. This had already declared victory for our side. Chen Han even directly took out 3-star crystal arrows and hitched them onto the dragon bow. The moment of the hunt. It had arrived. Chapter 68 City of Fei. Despair after hope. Shoo. 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 3 arrows were fired and actually hit all of them. Chen Han's strong archery skills were staggering. Only the ones he hit were the eagle-eyed power apes that were farther away from the Kuwait character camp. The purpose was to prevent them from shifting their targets.
As Chen Han had foreseen, the melee ability of the eagle-eyed power apes was not even close. By all accounts, this also belonged to a 10th order or higher foreign beast, but as soon as they saw the Kuei character battalion and the others rushing over, it was immediately startled. Squeak! Squeak squeak! They let out frantic, strange cries, looking panicked, and even tried to flee into the distance. But since they had already come before them, how could Lu Zixing let them escape again? Brothers, kill for me! Lu Zixing shouted, but he himself was the first, a burst of long spear flying, but easily in front of an eagle-eyed power ape's head, stabbed more than a dozen holes. Zhao Lingher saw Chen Han so risky, had already put her heart in her throat, and now finally saw the hawk-eyed power ape, naturally also lifted her spear and stabbed. Morale was high, and the generals of the Kuei character battalion were completely red-eyed. Even martial artist level Ji Yan, Zhao Yufei and the others, their performance was also very bright. The dozen or so eagle-eye force apes in front of them were actually wiped out clean in less than a few minutes. Lu Zixing looked back. Although he couldn't see Chen Han from 20 kilometers away, he knew that Chen Han could see him. He also gave a thumbs up towards Chen Han. Chen Han was a bit speechless and gave an OK sign as well. There was also no way for him to stop and find out the bearing of the eagle-eyed force ape, raising his hand to shoot an arrow. At the same time, Chen Han did not go back to dodging the hawk-eyed force ape's attacks left and right. Instead, he directly stepped on the boulders thrown over by the hawk-eyed power ape and rushed straight in the direction of the hawk-eyed power ape. Now that the Hawkeye Power Ape's formation was in disarray, there was no need for him to play center door to center door sniping with the Hawkeye Power Ape that had strong long-range capabilities. After all, the bow was only his secondary weapon. Chen Han slung the bow on his back, took out his lance again, and transformed his body into a phantom. Within a short time, he stepped on the boulders thrown over by the Hawkeyed Force Ape and rushed towards where the Hawkeyed Force Ape was instead. Piercing lance of deadly thorns! Chen Han let out a low shout, and a bizarre red light spiraled out from his Overlord lance. In an instant, the red light exploded, and the Overlord lance pierced through the heart of the hawk-eyed power ape with a single shot. The other eagle-eyed power ape was startled when he saw Chen Han arrive at his side and try to escape. Chen Han immediately wielded the Beidou Haoren gun technique spear technique, which was wide open and extremely suitable for killing the enemy in battle. Between the swing of the spear, a sweeping blow cut a large hole in the body of the eagle-eyed power ape, and blood sprayed outwards. Chen Han, who was bathed in the eagle-eyed apes, was like a blood-bathed god of murder, making people tremble with fear, and a group of eagle-eyed apes immediately scattered and fled. However, under Chen Han's lance, there was no way for them to escape. It wasn't long before the entire 100 or so eagle-eyed power apes were killed cleanly. The area where the Kuei character battalion was located also became the first area to be purged of enemies. As for battle losses, it was actually a terrifying 0. The entire tens of thousands of people, after annihilating the enemy under Chen Han's leadership, actually did not even have a single serious injury. Such a situation was also an extremely rare phenomenon in the history of the entire army. It could be called an unprecedented victory. The news of such a victory naturally reached Yu Wuyun's battle command room quickly. Yu Wuyun actually laughed out loud and slapped the battle report on the table. Good. Good. Getting Chen Han alone can be worth 10,000 of my Yu Wuyun's army. Immediately give orders to the battalion commanders to reorganize. Learn more from Chen Han, don't be scared by this tiny beast. This victory was undoubtedly inspiring again, and some of the people of Daxia who watched this live broadcast even knelt on the ground in excitement. The heavens have eyes. The heavens have eyes. It seems like it won't be long before we'll be able to travel to the Northern Realm and still be able to obtain the resources of the Northern Realm. With Chen Han's pearl in front of them, the rest of the combat units in the various regions also regained their morale and took down battles one after another. One after another, shortcut reports arrived in the command room. Throughout the entire edge of the Northern Realm, the Northern Expeditionary Force could be said to have won a great victory. However, all of this was unknown to Chen Han, who was in the jungle. At this moment, the soldiers of the Kuei character battalion had already piled up the corpses of all the Hawkeye power apes. After all, this was considered to be their first trophy from the Northern Expedition. Many of the things on the bodies of these eagle-eyed power apes could certainly fetch a high price as exotic beast materials, not to mention the fact that there were also blood essence stones of 10th order exotic beasts in their bodies. Chen Han said to the system at the same time, "System, I'm going to consume 30,000 points to open the next grade of the Pill God's Body formula." Ding! The next grade of the Pill God's Body formula has been opened. Please pay attention to receiving it.
Chen Han immediately opened the formula to check it out, and it turned out that the most precious material required to make a composite divine power potion was the eyes of the eagle-eyed power ape. There were no substitutes. As for the other materials, they were very cheap. For example, a beast skin of an alien beast of the 8th rank or above, and 2 blood essence stones of an alien beast of the 9th rank. These 2 items were not difficult to get. No wonder the system had issued a prompt. It looked like this eagle-eyed force ape also belonged to a relatively rare exotic beast. Chen Han was lucky to be in an area that had this precious beast. Just then, Lu Zixing, however, held up a bunch of blood essence stones and threw them in front of Chen Han. Chen Han, you have contributed the most, so all of these eagle-eyed force ape blood essence stones will be given to you, and all of us have no problem with that. The warriors were quite quick to do so, knowing that a blood essence stone of a foreign beast of the 10th rank or above was enough to buy a villa on the outskirts of a second-level main city. Chen Han waved his hand, not bothered by these blood essence stones. After all, after entering the Northern Realm, there were plenty of foreign beasts above the 10th rank. He said, I don't want the blood essence stones, you guys take them and divide them up, but it's the eyes of these eagle-eyed force apes, I want them all. Ha! Lu Zixing let out a shocked cry and said in disbelief, you don't want this best treasure, what do you want its eyes for? It's dirty. Chen Han didn't explain much. It was obvious that these eagle-eyed power apes' eyes weren't worth much, and no one was going to grab them from him. More than 10,000 people cut off the thick muscular arms of the eagle-eyed power ape, had a good meal, and after a short rest, they once again marched towards the front. At the same time, most of the generals in the other regions had also ended their battles. At this moment, everyone's mood was incomparably exuberant, itching to fight their way into the deep north in one fell swoop, restoring the territory of the Grand Xia. Time passed slowly, and the 400,000-strong Northern Expeditionary Army gradually pushed forward a full 200 kilometers. The sun set in the west. The scenery in the north was mesmerizing. The tens of thousands of people from the Kuwait Character Battalion ran to a high mountain, and the mesmerizing afterglow of the setting sun attracted everyone's eyes. But when the people looked down from the mountain, the scene below was desperate. Because that ahead, a city actually appeared. A city of foreign beasts. Chapter 69 Red Wolf Beast Territory. 10 times the number of troops? This was a scene that no one of the people of Daxia wanted to see. That is, the group of foreign beasts in the Northern Realm had already developed a civilization. And this civilization, vaguely, already had some shadows of modern civilization. The buildings in the city were in a simple and ancient style. They should be the ruins of a city from 100 years ago, which had been remodeled by the Fey beasts and used as housing. The roads within the city were neatly organized, and the cars, although the cars were also of the last century's appearance, they were truly frightening. The foreign beast that survived in the city was a kind of foreign beast with a reddish color all over its body and a look similar to that of a werewolf. This kind of beast is also a beast that has never been seen on the current encyclopedia of beasts. Let's just call them red wolves. The red wolves gathered in this city, there are at least 1 million of them, densely packed. The rest of the people could not see it, but Chen Han's eyesight could see it clearly. The red wolves gathered on the streets actually talked to each other face to face. Judging by their mouths, they seemed to be speaking human language. In the center of the city, there was also a statue standing. This statue wasn't a statue of a beast, but a human. That person had a handsome appearance, but had a very long beard, and looked very unkempt and unkempt. Why would a human statue actually stand in the city of a foreign beast? This was truly puzzling. The scene before them was very shocking. The tens of thousands of people from the Kuwait Character Battalion stared at the city of foreign beasts at the bottom of the mountain and did not speak for a long time. Most of them were stunned. At this time, someone suddenly spoke, Battalion Commander Lu, what should we do? What to do? Lu Zixing didn't have any ideas either. Even though he had been fighting for many years, this was the first time he had encountered a city formed by foreign beasts. But soon, the soldier's intuition made him feel that something wasn't quite right. Brothers, this city isn't quite right. Look guys, although this city is full of fey beasts, but by the looks of it, they can only be considered civilians in the city. Then where did their soldiers go? These words immediately caught the attention of the crowd. Lu Zixing was right, although there were numerous foreign beasts in the city, they did not have any weapons in their hands, and just by looking at their appearance, they did not look like they had any combat capabilities. Since they were able to form a city gathering place, they would naturally have warriors that guarded the city as well. There were even the same rules and regulations as humans. In fact, Chen Han had discovered this as well, only that he felt as strange as Lu Zixing did, and only then did he not immediately speak up. Just then, Chen Han and the others suddenly heard a thumping sound of footsteps coming from underneath a hillside on their left. Alert! Lu Zixing roared, and the entire team immediately went on alert. As a result, under the hillside, a giant red wolf that was 3 times larger than an ordinary red wolf actually walked out. It was holding a large steel sword in its hand, and the corners of its mouth still had some smiles, but its smile paired with its fangs that were constantly drooling, it really made people shudder. The next moment, it actually spoke. Its voice was low and hoarse, and its language ability was somewhat lame, but it was enough to shock everyone, including the people of Daxia who were watching the live screen broadcast at this moment. Yo! This is really unexpected. I told you how the group of pets in the south hadn't delivered today's food yet, but it's actually a human that came over. Or so many humans. Looking at the appearance of this red werewolf man, it was practically salivating over these tens of thousands of soldiers from the Kuwait character battalion. But from its words, a lot of information could be heard. For example, the pets in the south. What he was referring to should be that group of eagle-eyed force apes that were actually described as pets by the red wolf. If it wasn't for Chen Han attracting fire, coupled with the brothers of the Kuwait character battalion fighting bravely to kill the enemy, they might have been instantly wiped out by the regiment of Hawkeye power apes. A group of beasts like that was actually described as pets by Red Wolf. This was already terrifying enough. What was even more formidable was that this group of civilization-forming red wolves actually possessed the ability to domesticate foreign beasts. One must know that this was an ability that the Great Summer Civilization had not mastered so far. No matter what way they used, they were unable to control the brains of the foreign beasts, but the red wolf beasts possessed this ability, and were also able to make the eagle-eyed power apes go in search of food. Just as the crowd was amazed and didn't know how to act. No one noticed that Chen Han, who was mixed in the crowd, had actually taken out his dragon bow at some point. Swoosh! A mournful cracking sound came immediately afterward, followed by that red wolf beast being penetrated through its chest by an arrow without reacting. It didn't have time to say its next words before it was already killed. Ji Yun, who had been standing beside Chen Han, froze at Chen Han's behavior and gave a thumbs up. Society, my brother Han, ruthless people don't say much. Chen Han didn't bother with Ji Yun, but instead woke up all the Kuwait character battalion soldiers who were in a state of bewilderment with a single sentence. Retreat! Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Han shouted out the word withdraw almost without thinking. The city in front of him had an unknown number of armies, at least 100,000. And the class of this red wolf was probably around the 11th rank. An army formed by 100,000 11th rank alien beasts was definitely not something that the 10,000 of them could handle. Chen Han never tried to be brave and took the lead in killing the red wolf, also to prevent it from ventilating. Yu Ouyun, who was sitting in the combat command room, couldn't help but clench a fist when he saw the scene. Instant decision. Well done. As an army commander, the most basic quality was to quickly judge the battlefield situation and react. Retreating wasn't a disgrace, losing a battle was. Not to mention that it could be a total defeat. If Chen Han's reaction had been a little slower, the tens of thousands of soldiers from the Kuwait character battalion would have been wiped out. Thus, the tens of thousands of people immediately retreated backwards. Only, a foreign beast that could form a civilization was not that easy to fool. The red wolf beast was a highly socially concentrated alien beast civilization. Each red wolf beast, almost always, was able to sense the mental condition of other red wolf beasts. Thus when that red wolf beast discovered Chen Han and the others, it was equivalent to all red wolf beasts having discovered Chen Han. Only to see a burst of beeping red alarms immediately emanating from the red wolf beast city, the red wolf beasts in the city took shelter in an orderly manner. And in the direction of the high mountains where Chen Han and the others were located, mysterious trumpet sounds were actually resounding from all directions without fail. Immediately after that, a single red wolf beast in armor emerged one after another. 1, 2. Without realizing it, a whole 10,000 red wolf beasts appeared in all directions. And this number, it was still increasing. Humans. It's humans. I haven't eaten a human in 18 years since Lord Mountain God arrived. The red wolf beasts ran while drooling. It was as if humans were the supreme delicacy for them. By the time Chen Han and the others ran to the edge of the jungle, their surroundings were already filled with red wolf beasts, which had incomparably muscular legs and were too much faster than the Kuwait character battalion in terms of speed. At just a cursory glance, the red wolf beasts were at least 100,000 strong, with 10 times the strength. Chapter 70, Turning the Whole into Zero. Exquisite Command Tactics. 100,000 Red Wolf Beast Army. What kind of concept is this? It was important to realize that the size of a red wolf beast was about 3 times the size of an average adult man. 100,000, enough to cover the sky and surround the 3 camps of Kuei, Xiang and Chu. A look of despair surfaced on everyone's face. It was simply impossible to win. The troop strength was only 1/10 of the opposite side, and the overall strength, even more so, was below the opposite side. It was important to realize that of these 10,000 people, only the soldiers of the Kuei character battalion were mostly at the marshal general level. A fear of death gripped the hearts of the crowd. Finished. This is completely over. We can't run away, we can't fight, what should we do? The hands of the warriors holding their weapons were trembling slightly. This kind of fear wasn't hard to understand. Not directly throwing their helmets away was already a sign that the warriors of the 3 battalions had courage. The people of Disya who were looking at the 100,000 red wolf beast army also had their hearts in their throats. What to do? Chen Han won't die, right? Could it be that the heavens are jealous of a genius? It's not easy for my Grand Xia to finally produce such a general star. Before the fight even started, many of the populace had already begun to cry. Especially for Chen Han, the performance of the Army Exchange Tournament had allowed the crowd to see his personal potential, while the performance of the Northern Expedition had allowed people to see him as a rising general star. If he died there, it would be a loss for the entire Grand Xia. Even Yu Woyun, who was sitting in the combat command room, developed a wave of fear. Crossing the river and dying 30 to 40,000 soldiers, he didn't move a muscle. He was still able to sit in the center of the army even after the army suffered heavy losses from the beasts. But this time, he was afraid. Yu Woyun carried his sword and walked out of the battle command room with determination. However, he was immediately stopped by his secretary, Marshal Yu. What are you going to do? To save Chen Han? Yu Woyun said with a few trembling tones. Of course he understood that he, the marshal, could not move at this time. But he could not tolerate Chen Han dying there. The secretary immediately spat, Marshal, you mustn't forget the rule that no one above the martial god level can set foot in the northern realm. Besides, if you go, who is in command here? What will happen to the Grand Xia army if you have a shortcoming? A few words scolded Yu Woyun back. He had no choice but to launch an order to Lu Zixing through the encrypted radio. Rexing, this is an encrypted call, remember. Have the Cold Night team come back. Hearing this, Lu Zixing immediately understood Yu Woyun's purpose. However, he was not half as sad. Instead, he grinned. Zixing receives the order. Marshal Yu, now is the time for us to repay you. There was only one way to make the Cold Night group return to southern Daxia in one piece. That was to have the warriors of the 3 battalions fight to the death to buy time for the Cold Night group. Rexing, try to survive. On one side were his most elite troops, and on the other side was his most highly regarded heir. Yu Woyun's words had some crying in them. But he tried his best and couldn't think of any way to make these 10,000 people outperform the 100,000 Red Wolf Beast army. Hanging up the phone, Yu Woyun couldn't even bear to look at the battlefield again. Lu Zixing told Chen Han about Yu Woyun's instructions and quickly finalized the battle plan, but this time, it was rejected by Chen Han. This was because during the time he was surrounded by the red wolf beasts, Chen Han had already thought of a battle plan by observing the surrounding terrain. Although it would not be able to preserve everyone, it would be able to minimize battle losses until they escaped back to the southern realm. Chen Han coldly said, Battalion Commander Lu, if you believe in me, hand over the command to me now. Seeing Chen Han's look of conviction, Lu Zixing handed over the combat command to Chen Han even though he was still a bit skeptical. Everyone, next act on Chen Han's orders. Due to Chen Han's previous performances, naturally no one was unconvinced by Chen Han's dispatch. Not to mention that this was originally a situation of certain death, it was also considered a dead horse. Chen Han had just uttered 4 words, causing the crowd to be greatly surprised. Turning the whole into 0. The reason for the crowd's astonishment was simple, as their troop strength was originally less than that of the other side. If they were to zero in, all they would be waiting for was to be slowly eaten by the other side one bite at a time. However, Chen Han's expression was quite confident. Everyone listen to my order. Every 10 people in a group, those with high realms at the back and those with low realms at the front, scatter throughout the jungle. Although most people in the army were convinced of Chen Han's strength, Chen Han had no experience in commanding an army after all. On the spot, the battalion commander of Xiangzi Battalion questioned, Chen Han, this plan won't work, right? 10 people in a group. Once the other party also scatters, it only takes 5 red wolf beasts to completely annihilate a group. With your plan, it would be better for us to directly fight him hard. However, Chen Han pointed at the Type 3 laser cannon that was being protected by the Chu character battalion. There's one more thing I forgot to mention. Every group of 10 is equipped with a Type 3 laser cannon. That one is your weapon. It's also the only army's bottom card that the Red Wolf Beast can't resist. Lu Zixing instantly brightened up. At this moment, he finally understood the core of Chen Han's plan. Even if the beasts had given birth to a civilization, there was still a gap between them and humans. That gap was technology. If they were to fight face to face, these Type 3 laser cannons would inevitably become the first targets of the Red Wolf Beast Corps. However, if they were divided into pieces, it would be completely different. Even the most obtuse commanders understood Chen Han's plan at this moment. All of a sudden, the Red Wolf Beast Corps that had been planning to pounce on them were confused. The humans, who were like fish and meat in their eyes, quickly split up into formations and ran towards the dense jungle in different directions. Ha ha ha! What are they doing? Still running? This group of weak humans, do they think they can outrun us? The Red Wolves and the Red Wolf Beast Legion burst out laughing. 100,000 against 10,000, not to mention the crushing strength, these Red Wolf Beasts did not believe that they would lose. At this time, a Red Wolf Beast with a yellow pointed hat suddenly stood out. It was the owner of the Red Wolf Beast City, and the commander of the Red Wolf Beast Legion, the Red Wolf Beast Lord. As soon as it appeared, its aura was extraordinary, carrying a full oppressive force. Listen to me, all of you, don't underestimate humans. Don't forget, Lord Mountain God is also a human. This Lord Mountain God was the statue in the Red Wolf Beast City. The Red Wolf Beast seemed to have great respect for him. The Red Wolf Beast Lord, on the other hand, seemed to have some strength in commanding an army. Listen guys, according to the humans, they're turning into a whole. It means that by spreading out their numbers, they will tire out our army and retreat safely in the end. But, he thinks that this can be difficult for me? Listen to me carefully, we'll also split up and spread out, chasing after them in turn. Not a single human will be spared. Chapter 71 10,000 against 100,000. He can win. The Red Wolf Beast Lord actually knew some art of war. It saw through Chen Han's strategy of relying on the favorable terrain of the jungle and retreating in a scattered manner. This would minimize battle losses. It was only that the Red Wolf Beast Lord had absolute confidence in its troops. This group of humans was mediocre in strength, and it only took 5 Red Wolf Beasts to take care of one of their groups. Not to mention that its 100,000 strong army could be divided into groups of 100 Red Wolf Beasts. It was only that it was still considered to be cautious, fearing that there would be ambushes in the jungle, so it did not spread out all of its troops. Instead, it only divided half of it. From this, it could be seen that this Red Wolf Beast also possessed a considerable military standard. Chen Han was also constantly observing the movements of the Red Wolf Beast army as he retreated backwards with his Cold Night group, and the sight before him caused him to frown slightly. Not only was this group of beasts well trained, they were also slightly versed in military tactics, and could even spit out human words, which was unbelievable. However, immediately afterward, the corners of Chen Han's mouth rose slightly. The only thing that the Red Wolf Beasts did not know was that they had overspecified weapons like Type 3 lasers. Chen Han then ordered the entire group over the radio. Everyone listen to me, protect the Type 3 laser cannon in your hands. That's your trump card. The cannon is in the hands of the people. If the cannon dies, the people die. Yes. Without the Type 3 laser cannon, there was no way they could be a match for the Red Wolf Beast army. It wasn't long before both the soldiers of the Kuei character battalion and the Red Wolf Beasts spread out in the forest. With the Kuei character battalion's soldiers' footwork, it was naturally easy for the Red Wolf Beasts to catch up with them. Ouch, I'm going. Old G, you should at least be careful, my back almost got scratched. Xu Mang was jumping in the forest on Ji Yun's back and was about to be slapped by the Red Wolf Beast's wolf claws. The strength of this Red Wolf Beast wasn't low, the base attribute was estimated to be around 300,000 kilograms. Xu Mang himself was a manipulative talent ability person, and his base attribute was on the weak side, so if he was slapped by a claw, it would take half his life to say the least. Human! Human! The Red Wolf Beasts behind him seemed to have gone crazy, their mouths kept chanting the word human and drooled profusely. Even Ji Yun, who was gifted with divine speed, had to be caught up, not to mention the warriors from other places. There were even quite a few local groups that had already exchanged fire with the Red Wolf Beasts. Chen Han counted the time and immediately stopped in his tracks as well. Everyone stop fighting the Red Wolf Beasts,
Remember to try to haul the red wolf beasts together and annihilate them with the Type 3 laser cannon. After saying that, Chen Han and the Cold Night team all stopped as much as they could and turned to face the red wolf beasts behind them. As Chen Han's strength was one of the best among the three camps, the red wolf beasts he had hauled in were also the largest. There were at least 500 to 600 of them. The red wolf beasts licked their lips, finally stopped running? Can't run anymore? Quickly, let us have a full meal. Chen Han did not speak nonsense and directly drew his bow, only to see a swoosh. The red wolf beast that had just spoken was shot in the head with an arrow. This arrow also allowed the 500 to 600 red wolf beasts to see Chen Han's strength, and a few touches of fear surfaced in their gazes at once. After they looked at each other for a few moments, they unanimously decided that they would first finish off Chen Han, who was standing on top of the tree, condescendingly. Ow! It was unknown which red wolf beast howled, and in an instant, 500 to 600 red wolf beasts launched a charge. The target was pointed directly at Chen Han on the tree. Chen Han looked stern and suddenly lowered his bow and arrow, while at the same time, his overlord lance slowly rose into the air. A strong light immediately enveloped the entire red wolf beast group. It pierced one's eyes. Coincidentally, the red wolf beasts all seemed to be rather afraid of light, and after being enveloped by the light of the Sunslayer lance, they all actually closed their eyes and screamed in fear. Take advantage of your illness. The impact of the Sunslayer lance instantly struck, and with just the first impact, most of the red wolf beasts already had their skin split open. At this time, Chen Han also shouted sternly, "Zhao Yufei." Zhao Linger and Ji Yun Zhu Mang, who were in the front, immediately made way. Zhao Yufei was in charge of the Type 3 laser cannon that belonged to the Cold Night team. In a flash, the Sun Destruction Regicide gun and the Type 3 laser cannon came out in unison, and 500 to 600 red wolf beasts were obliterated. A few seconds later, the small piece of jungle in front of them was turned into scorched earth. As for the red wolf beasts, not even their corpses could be found, all of them became soil fertilizer. The commotion here also caught the attention of all the surrounding Kuwei character battalion soldiers. Brothers, Captain Chen Han is fighting to kill the enemy, we can't lose either. Don't forget, we came out with the expectations of the people of Disya this time. This was how troops fought. As long as there was the slightest hope of victory, morale would skyrocket. And morale, too, was an indicator of an army's strength. A single drumbeat of morale would lead to a further decline and exhaustion. Chen Han took this opportunity to shout to all the warriors, "Boom!" Countless black laser rays resounded in the jungle. Many of the red wolf beasts were reduced to ashes by the Type 3 laser cannons before they had time to react. What is this thing? Lord didn't tell us that humans have such a powerful weapon either. In complete contrast to the soldiers of the Kuwei character battalion whose morale was high, the red wolf beasts were all scared out of their wits. The power of technology was still powerful. The 600 million people of Dasha sitting around the screen wept with joy. Did it! Chen Han really did it. Beat 100,000 with 10,000. Just follow this momentum. Go on. Kill his ass. This hot-blooded scene even made countless youths have the heart to join the army. Tens of thousands of people, and not a single person was actually afraid of death. This is my great Xiao's people's army. Even Yu Woyun was clenching his fists, his expression incomparably uplifted. A battle like that, even the battle-hardened him could not see the possibility of winning. Chen Han had never been on a real alien beast battlefield, nor had he systematically learned battlefield command. Yet, he was able to instantly calm down and rely on the terrain to fight off an enemy army that was 10 times larger than his own. It could be called a miracle. Originally, Yu Woyun had planned to wait for this northern expedition to pass and let Chen Han enter the officer training academy to learn the tactics of commanding an army. After all, he had been training Chen Han's individual abilities only. It was true that there was a need for special warriors with strong individual strength in the army, but there was an even greater need for officers with extraordinary command abilities. But nowadays, it seemed that there was no need for that. Chen Han was simply a genius. However, just as Yu Woyun was getting energized, his secretary stumbled all the way in with a war report. Report! The 13th Region, 14th Region, and 15th Region's 30,000 troops have been attacked by the Dark Bat Territories Army, and 9 lives have been lost. Report! The 26th Region, 27th Region's 20,000 troops have encountered the Horsehead Beast Army's attack, and all of their troops have been wiped out. In contrast to Chen Han's side's nearly great victory, the Northern Expedition armies from other regions had likewise encountered attacks from the armies of the foreign beast cities.
They, however, were all nearly completely annihilated. Yu Wuyan looked at those battle reports, his eyes wide with rage. Pooh! A mouthful of blood spurted out from the mouth of this old marshal who had lived for hundreds of years. Chapter 72, Bloodbath. Attack and defense were easy to type. Yu Wuyan had been conquering for many years and had long had countless dark wounds on his body. This time, his anger attacked his heart, scaring the secretary so much that he turned pale on the spot. Marshal Yu, what's wrong with you? Yu Wuyan barely stood and stabilized his mind. He had misjudged the strength of the Northern Realm's foreign beasts. Originally, he had thought that the city of foreign beasts that Chen Han had encountered was an exceptional case. He hadn't expected it to be common. The Fey beasts of the north had evolved to the point where they had each circled as king and divided their territories. No matter how experienced Yu Wuyan was, he couldn't face this power gap that could be considered crushing. Originally, he had separated the 400,000 Northern Expeditionary Forces for exploration in order to avoid being completely annihilated, but now it seemed that it would be better to merge them in one place. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so tragic. Right at this moment, Yu Wuyan suddenly felt two strong auras appear in front of the door. He snorted coldly, "You didn't come when you were winning the battle before, but now that you've suffered a defeat, you're coming to talk about it. Come in, the two of you." The door to the combat command room was pushed open, and slowly walking in were none other than the two marshals, Zhongguan and Ouyang Quan. The purpose of their coming was certainly not to support Yu Wuyan. After all, there was only one commander-in-chief for this northern expedition, and that was Yu Wuyan. Zhonggong could not hide the smile on his lips and said, "Marshal Yu, you don't look so good? What's wrong with you? Didn't rest well?" Ouyang Quan similarly began to make peace. "I saw it on the live broadcast, many areas, almost completely wiped out. The corpses of the fighters are almost piling up into mountains." Just as Ouyang Quan had said, of the more than 40 regions, only the one where Chen Han was located was considered a small victory. As for the various other regions, they were either being chased by the alien beast armies to the point of collapse. Either that or there were corpses everywhere. The battle losses right now were already at least 70%. That meant that of the 400,000 Northern Expedition Army, only about 100,000 were left. People were both exuberant for Chen Han and equally mournful for the rest of the Grand Xia army. The Divine Land was sinking. The 300,000 well-trained veterans did not know how long it would take to recover. Yu Wuyan looked at the gloating Ouyang Quan and Zhongguan and became even more enraged. The failure of the Northern Expedition was his fault, yes, but in this Northern Expedition army, there were also quite a few people who were close friends of the two. "I don't know how these two could laugh." Yu Wuyan coldly said, "What exactly are you two up to? Just tell us straight." Zhonggong did not panic, still smiling. "Marshal Yu Wuyan, you don't blame me for not reminding you that you have to take full responsibility for this northern expedition. I have nothing to do with Ouyang Quan." It turned out that the duo, surprisingly, had come to shirk their responsibilities. It was true that the duo was not personally involved in the command, but if they were to be credited for the northern expedition, the duo would definitely have to take some of the blame on them. After all, the Wind God Army and the Earth God Army were also considered to be under the duo's command. Yu Wuyan's face was grim. The corpses of the warriors in the live screen had already given him the urge to kill, and he didn't bother to fight with the duo again. "Get lost. This northern expedition is my responsibility alone, you two don't have to worry about it." Before leaving, Zhongguan glanced at Chen Han again. "Don't think Chen Han can save you. At best, he can only ensure that the troops retreat in one piece." Wow! Suddenly a fierce blade chi swung out, as if the heavens and earth were shaking. Zhonggong and Ouyang Quan were both martial gods, but they were sent flying dozens of kilometers away by this saber chi before they barely managed to catch it. This old man is crazy. He really wants to kill people. Ha ha ha. After being slashed by Yu Wuyan, Zhonggong laughed instead of being angry. Once Yu Wuyan abdicated, then the position of the first Marshal of Xia and the fifth position of the 24th Privy Council would be his. How could he not be happy? The battle command room that was decapitated by Yu Wuyan was in a mess. Yu Wuyan looked at the only surviving Kuei character battalion in the screen and gave his last order. In the jungle battlefield, the Red Wolf Beast Lord who led the 50,000 Red Wolf Beast army looked at his men who were late to come out from the forest and could not help but be a little surprised. With the group of humans' footwork and the speed of the Red Wolf Beasts, he predicted that within less than 10 minutes, his troops would be able to settle everything. But now that they had waited for a whole half hour, not a single Red Wolf Beast had actually come out to report. The Red Wolf Beast Lord's patience was gradually consumed, and finally he decided not to wait any longer, got up and said, "Go."
All go in with me." The vast army of 50,000 red wolves drilled into the jungle. As they went deeper into the jungle, the red wolf beast lord felt more and more shocked. This was because lying all over the forest were basically the corpses of red wolf beasts. To be exact, it couldn't be said to be corpses, but rather broken limbs. All parts of their bodies, like they had been cut by some mysterious weapon. Either wolf heads, wolf arms, or wolf claws were scattered all over the forest. As for the human corpses, it could be said that they were pitifully few. According to a rough calculation of the red wolf beast's broken limbs and human corpses in the forest, the battle damage ratio was almost 1 to 20. The red wolf beast lord was stunned. You have to know that the troops he sent were 50,000, and the human army was only 10,000 strong. The difference in strength was 1 to 5. And the strength of the red wolf beasts was generally above the humans. Yet the humans were able to take the battle damage to 20 to 1. Are these humans? How can they be so powerful? Besides Lord Mountain God, there are still humans this powerful in the world? Looking at the corpses of their own kind on the ground, the 50,000 red wolf beast troops were almost scared out of their wits. At this time, they finally heard movement coming from the front. It turned out that the 50,000 red wolf beasts had not been completely wiped out, and there was still a part of them fighting with the humans. Coincidentally, the human troop they encountered was none other than the Cold Night group. Originally, according to Yu Wuyan's orders, it was the soldiers from the 3 battalions that gave the Cold Night group a backing, but Chen Han's strength was too strong, and now instead, he had become one of the troops at the front. Chen Han stood above the treetops. Every arrow he shot was the life of a red wolf beast, and that figure, he couldn't help but make the red wolf beast fall into a reverie. Chen Han's appearance reminded him of someone who terrified him beyond measure. What followed was a violent rage. Its subordinates had been decimated by Chen Han in such great numbers. Capture him alive. I'm going to cut off his flesh piece by piece and eat it. The red wolf beast lord roared in rage. At this moment, Chen Han also noticed the arrival of the red wolf beast army in front of him, and he touched the arrow pouch on his waist, with not many arrows left. The star crystals that could catalyze the Type 3 laser cannon also had very little left. This was all within Chen Han's expectations. I was afraid that the next step would be a hard-fought duel. Chen Han put the dragon bow down, then took out his overlord gun and jumped down from the treetops. Those who can still move, come over here. The remaining warriors gradually drew closer to Chen Han, almost all of them already panting and covered in blood, no longer able to tell if the blood was their own or the red wolf's. The remaining people, except for the part that had already withdrawn to the very front, were already less than 3,000. 3,000 people side by side, in front of the 50,000 red wolf army. It was like the difference between a giant bear and a chicken. And this battle, it seemed that there was no longer any suspense. Chen Han, listen to me and lead the Cold Night group to go first. This is an order. Lu Zixing gave his final order to Chen Han. If one person needed to be sacrificed today, it would definitely be him, Lu Zixing. Chen Han, however, did not have the slightest intention of retreating. Gripping his lance tightly, with the highest chi and blood value, he was still standing at the front of the group. Living and dying together, this is what it means to be a comrade in arms. Just at this moment, Chen Han but suddenly saw a huge figure jumping down from above his head, a familiar mecha, landing in front of Chen Han. Chen Han, we've come to help you. The people coming were actually Team Giant. It wasn't just the giant team. Only to see countless warriors suddenly pouring out from all directions. The Top Character Battalion, the Mad Character Battalion, the Heavenly Worker Battalion. And even the arch-rival White Light Team. Slowly, in terms of numbers, it even surpassed the Red Wolf Beast army. The Red Wolf Beast Lord's pupils were wide and his face was horrified. Now, the offense and defense changed shape. Chapter 73: A Great Victory. Pursuing for 100 miles. The last order given by Yu Wuyan was for all the remnants of the remaining regions to rush to the region where Chen Han was. To make a last stand. The 400,000-strong Northern Expeditionary Army has only about 70,000 to 80,000 troops left. Almost all of them were concentrated around Chen Han. Chen Han, can you hear me? Chen Han was still a bit surprised when the radio call device beside his ear suddenly transmitted Yu Wuyan's encrypted call. Chen Han immediately returned, Marshal Yu, what are your instructions? Yu Wuyan's tone was a bit low. Chen Han, first of all, there is a news to inform you, this Northern Expedition plan has been lost. With more than 40 regions, you are the only one who can hold on undefeated.
There was no need to elaborate on this point, as Chen Han looked at the soldiers gathered over each with a downcast face. It was obvious that they had suffered a great defeat. Yu Woyun continued, "I'll transfer all the remaining soldiers to you, and also give you supreme command of the scene." Saying this, Yu Woyun paused and then continued, "Give me a beautiful battle. Although I will definitely be dealt with this time, you must remember that you cannot let the people lose their confidence in the northern expedition." Chen Han took a deep breath. This task that Yu Woyun had given him could be described as a heavy task and a long way to go. For the people to see confidence in the northern expedition, it must be a big victory. And it needed to be a battle success. The entire 70,000 to 80,000 troops, equivalent to 2 or 3 regiments, and Chen Han is still in command for the first time. Yu Woyun was also taking a gamble. This thing of leading troops, not everyone was like Han Xian, more was better. Just because Chen Han was able to command around 10,000 Kuwait character battalion elites didn't mean that he would be able to command 70,000 to 80,000 troops without any problems. Fortunately, Chen Han had already convinced the crowd before with his strength, and at least in terms of military spirit, no one would disobey the dispatch. Engagement was imminent, and Chen Han reacted quickly. He first calculated the number of Type 3 laser cannons left now. Very good, although the major regions had suffered heavy losses, the Type 3 laser cannons were more than half saved. With an army of 70,000 to 80,000, there were a full 8,000 Type 3 laser cannons, and around 100,000 kilograms of star crystals. This was an exclusive weapon to deal with the red wolf beasts. Then, he took stock of the remaining battle strength of each large-scale soldier, and already had the tactics in his mind. On the other hand, on the side of the red wolf beast army, looking at the human army suddenly having so many more numbers, they were instead hesitant. They did not dare to take the initiative to charge, but it was just the right amount of time for Chen Han to command and dispatch. "Lord, 10,000 humans, killed so many of us, can we still win now?" The red wolf beast lord was a little frightened when he heard the words of his men. In the end, he still didn't have the same thinking as the humans, and at this time, he actually began to shake the heart of the army on his own. Seeing the lord hesitate, the red wolf beasts beside him were equally confused. At this time, Chen Han, who was standing at the very front, took the initiative to charge the red wolf beast's troops. "Everyone above the rank of Marshal General, come over and kill with me," Chen Han shouted sternly. Being the main general and taking the lead on a horse was in itself an extremely morale-boosting act. One could only see Chen Han make a long leap, and then jump into the enemy formation as if he were a divine warrior descending from the heavens. He waved his overlord gun in his hand, and with the wide openings and closings of the Beidou Haoren gun technique, countless gun shadows actually flew out in the red wolf beast's group. Pick. Chop. Stab. Sweeping across the six. Every time Chen Han shot out his spear, he managed to take away a few red wolf beasts. At this moment, Chen Han had utilized the victor's momentum of the Hokuto Haoren gun technique to the extreme. It was even more so than when he had faced Shang Sheng earlier. A single level of sweeping could lift off a large group of enemies. Although those who had gathered from the major regions were all remnants of the army, they were instantly inspired by seeing Chen Han being so valiant. "Chen Han, you're the commander-in-chief, why did you go first by yourself?" Lori's voice came out from the giant mech. As those words were said, the giant mech also jumped into the enemy formation. Boom! Only to see the mecha blast down with a single punch, it was like the force of 1,000 pounds. In front of the giant mecha, the red wolf beasts were only small. They couldn't resist the power of modern alloys. More than a dozen of red wolf beasts were instantly smashed into meat cakes. Jin Zilin was equally unwilling to show weakness. The power of radiance manifested. Countless beams of light struck into the enemy formation, penetrating through the body of the red wolf beasts. With an army of 70,000 to 80,000, there were actually only about 5,000 Marshal General level experts left. However, these 5,000 Marshal General grade had exerted almost 10 times their battle power. The military formation of the Red Wolf Beast army was actually killed in a matter of moments, and the formation was greatly disorganized. The beasts were actually scared by the humans, and almost everyone who killed the Red Wolf Beasts was red-eyed, and some of them even adopted the fighting method of fighting for their lives. At this moment, the people of Daxia who were watching the live broadcast could no longer tell which side was a human and which side was a beast. And it was only at this time that the Red Wolf Beast Lord took a reactionary measure. Attack! All of you! It was only at this time that the 50,000 Red Wolf Beast army reacted, splitting their troops to surround the 5,000 martial generals led by Chen Han on one hand, while on the other hand, they went to eliminate those martial-level soldiers. Chen Han, however, had counted on it in general, killing the enemy while still observing the entire battlefield. Seeing that the remaining red wolf beasts had finally made a move, he immediately ordered, "Cannon Battalion, listen to the order. Bombard the flanks in front of the red wolf beasts with Type 3 laser cannons, don't let them get close to you." Since Chen Han's 5,000 martial generals were killing into the center of the red wolf beasts' army, the flanks in front end of the red wolf beasts' army were bound to be a bit more crowded. Just as the red wolf beasts on the flanks and front end were killing the Northern Expeditionary Army, a blackened Type 3 laser cannon was suddenly aimed at them. Only a stream of black laser beams shot up into the sky and spread out in a flash, and before the red wolf beasts even had time to wail, they all turned into dust. After the first round of shelling was completed, there were already very few red wolf beasts left on the flanks and the front of the charge. Seeing this, the morale of the whole army suddenly rose. The red wolf beasts were scared out of their wits when they saw their own kind dying in such a miserable manner. Chen Han led the 5,000 elite generals like a spear, approaching the heart of the red wolf beasts' army. Along the way, God blocked God's way and Buddha blocked Buddha's way. Not long after, Chen Han, who was at the forefront of the kill, was already less than 200 meters away from the Red Wolf Beast Lord's position. The Red Wolf Beast Lord looked at the god of murder in front of him and was already scared out of his wits. Without even giving a single word, he took off running towards the back. The speed at which he ran wildly was staggering, and in less than a few blinks of an eye, he completely disappeared from sight. The main general actually fled from the battlefield, so the remaining red wolf beasts had no power to resist, and immediately abandoned their armor and fled. The time had come. Chen Han took out the charge horn and blew it himself. All troops charge. Take down the red wolf beast base camp. Not just Chen Han's 5,000 martial elites, the entire legion of 70,000 to 80,000 people surged towards the already collapsed red wolf beast army group. This was a huge victory. The Red Wolf Beast Group did not even have the strength to fight back. Within a short time, the Red Wolf Beast Army was chased for hundreds of miles by the Northern Expeditionary Corps led by Chen Han, all the way to the foot of the Red Wolf Beast City. At the moment, millions of Red Wolf Beasts were gathered within the city, while the Red Wolf Beast Lords had fled back to their base camp, intending to use their numerical superiority in the city to devour Chen Han's army. However, Chen Han stopped in front of the city and looked at the panicked Red Wolf Beast civilians in the city with a cold expression. "Cannon Battalion, on my command, gather all Type 3 laser cannons in one place." Chapter 74, Cutting Off the Roots. Thunderous Measures. At this moment, everyone understood Chen Han's purpose. That was to use these 8,000 Type 3 laser cannons to directly bombard the Red Wolf Beast City. His thoughts could not help but be jaw-dropping. Immediately, the battalion commander of the Wind God Army's Frenzied Character Battalion came up and asked, "Chen Han, are you planning to shell this city? There are millions of alien beast inhabitants in this city, this is not a trivial matter, and you're not going to report it?" Chen Han smiled sternly, "There is no need to report such a matter. Marshal Yu has already handed over the supreme command of the Northern Expeditionary Army to me. I have the right to decide." Chen Han's reason for not reporting it was actually very simple. Yu Wuyan already had to carry the vast majority of the blame for the loss of the Northern Expedition. Blasting an entire alien beast city was bound to have a significant impact. If someone blamed it, then Chen Han would have to take this responsibility on himself. In the current situation, if one were to rush into the city, there would actually be a risk of total annihilation. No one knew if there would be any ambushes in the city. Chen Han would not gamble on this probability, and would just use the Type 3 laser cannon to crush them all. However, at times like this, there would always be some holy mothers who prided themselves on the preciousness of life. This seems a bit wrong, doesn't it? These millions of red wolf beasts in the city, there are quite a few civilians among them as well. They're unarmed and defenseless. Right, the red wolf beast legions are already in total defeat and can't make any waves. Let's charge in and kill them all. Some of the troops had already begun to shake the military's center of gravity, admonishing Chen Han. And basically, they were all officers. Not only that, some of the people of Disxia who were watching the live broadcast were equally puzzled. After all, Chen Han was planning to drive out all the people. I think these red wolf beasts are not necessarily not negotiable. What if we can domesticate them? Yes. They can speak human language, so there is a possibility of taming them. In case we can get these red wolf beasts to work for us, that would really be a major battle force. Chen Han is still young after all, a bit too reckless. Before they had even killed their way into the city, quite a few people were actually already discussing how to utilize the loot. They seem to have completely forgotten that just a short while ago, the Northern Expeditionary Army's 300,000-strong army had all died under the hands of the foreign beasts. Those generals even had no bones left, having been eaten dry by the Fey beasts. Right at this moment, Chen was the one who made a shocking move. He only saw his right hand swing vigorously, and the Overlord lance was thrown out by him. It stabbed an officer who had been gossiping alive through and nailed him to the ground in death. This scene was a sight to behold as the 70,000 to 80,000 troops of the Northern Expeditionary Army had their scalps numb and cooled from the top of their heads to the soles of their feet, so much so that they didn't dare to say a single word for a while. While Chen remained cold, he slowly walked to the officer and pulled out the Overlord's spear that was stuck in the officer's body, blood splattering everywhere. Those who shake the heart of the army in the face of a great enemy may be beheaded. A single sentence silenced the crowd at that moment. In fact, they were just looking at how Chen was young and hadn't experienced any battles in the army, yet he was able to capture the chief commander of the battlefield. Therefore, they were just jealous. If Yu Wuyun was here, they were afraid that they would not dare to say a word. Chen continued to walk up and ordered the artillery battalion to centralize the 8,000 Type 3 laser cannons and spread them out in a zigzag pattern to ensure that the laser cannons could cover the entire city. All remember. Those who are not of my race will have different hearts. To empathize with the enemy is to seek your own death. Don't say they're alien beasts, even if they're humans, we must kill them all. When we enter the city later, we must also remember that no chickens or dogs will be left behind. Chen chortled twice, but the Northern Expeditionary Army still had his supporters, such as those generals from the Kuwei character camp. Kill. 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 3 consecutive words of kill resounded through the clouds. Yu Wuyun looked at all this and couldn't help but be quite complimentary. If he was in the same situation, he would have made the same decision. In fact, there was no need for Chen to report. Of course he agreed with Chen decision, only in order to not let Yu Wuyun take the responsibility again. Chen actually turned off the encrypted radios, making Yu Wuyun quite helpless. Right at this moment, the laser cannon bombardment of the Red Wolf Beast City had also officially begun. 8,000 Type 3 laser cannons were fired in unison, as if they were artillery. Countless dense black lasers, like a downpour of rain, were shot towards the city where the Red Wolf Beasts were located. The 3 types of laser cannons did not have any sound. When they were fired, everything was silent. But when it landed on the Red Wolf Beast City, it was a scene of despair. After all, the killing power of the Type 3 laser was different from that of artillery, but wherever the laser was within its range, any living being, or even any substance, would be obliterated. In just an instant, 8,000 Type 3 laser cannons had practically leveled the entire large area of building land directly in front of the city. Seeing the horrifying destructive power of the Type 3 laser cannons, the city immediately panicked, and the screams of the Red Wolf Beasts were deafening, simply a bit tragic. But Chen didn't stop there. After one round of laser cannons was fired, he had people fill up with star crystals for the next round of bombardment. Knowing that the troops had left behind almost 100,000 kilograms of star crystals, it was only natural to save them for squandering. Release. The second round of Type 3 laser cannons followed, and the Red Wolf Beasts that didn't have time to escape and a large number of buildings fell into the ruins of the city together again. It was during the bombardment of the Red Wolf Beast City that the crowd realized that in the millions of Red Wolf Beast civilians, there were actually quite a few Red Wolf Beast soldiers hidden. They were hidden in all parts of the city. If the Northern Expeditionary Army that didn't understand the terrain rashly entered, it was bound to be taken by surprise by the other side. The jungle was favorable terrain for the Northern Expeditionary Army. The city, on the other hand, was favorable terrain for the Red Wolf Beast. The crowd had to admire Chen foresight. In this situation, bombing the Red Wolf Beast City was the wisest choice. The Red Wolf Beast Lord was in deep trouble. He had thought that he could successfully introduce Chen and the others into the city before engaging in a street battle with the Northern Expeditionary Army. One must realize that in addition to his original army of 100,000 men, in this city, there were actually about 50,000 troops that he hadn't brought out. Who would win and who would lose was yet to be seen. The Red Wolf Beast Lord was completely dumbfounded. He could only watch as his men disappeared into the black lasers one by one. At this moment, he uttered a sentence that he didn't know who taught him. These humans, why don't they follow the routine? If someone heard that the Red Wolf Beast could actually say such a playful thing, I'm afraid that they would have to laugh their asses off. It was also unknown how long the bombardment had been going on, and the majority of the entire Red Wolf Beast city had become ruins, with debris everywhere. The original endless wailing also disappeared, millions of Red Wolf Beasts, at least 90% dead.
As for the remaining 10%, there was almost nothing left to fight. The 100,000 kilograms of star crystals were basically consumed. Seeing that the time had come, Chen Han immediately ordered, "All of you enter the city. Remember, cut off the roots. Even if I see a little wolf cub, it will be dealt with under military law." Chapter 75 Star Crystal Mining Vein. Shocking battle results. Kill. 70 to 80,000 troops frantically surged into the Red Wolf Beast city that was already in ruins. Any Red Wolf beasts that were visible to the eye were all killed. Chen Han, as the main general, of course had to take the lead. Only to see him casually picking with his gun, a small wolf cub and a female red wolf beast were hidden under a rock. That female red wolf beast looked very pitiful, and could still spit out human words, and said with trepidation, "Spare." Before the word life was finished, Chen Han pierced through the female red wolf beast and the wolf cub with a single shot. It was this scene that allowed the crowd to see Chen Han's decisiveness and determination. If they didn't cut off the roots, they were afraid that they would face military justice. All of you remember, the red wolf beast that you let go today will be the knife on your head someday. Chen Han gave a cold sentence and continued to press forward. He wasn't sure whether or not the red wolf beast lord had perished under the bombardment of the 8,000 Type 3 laser cannons. According to what Yu Wuyan had said, if he wanted to achieve results in the battle and bring back the people's confidence in the northern expedition, then the red wolf beast's army must be wiped out in its entirety here. That was why the city had to be scoured. In a sense, what Chen Han was executing was an act of massacre, only that it was the city of the Fey Beast that was being massacred. In addition to searching for traces of the Red Wolf Beast's army, Chen Han had also given an order to search for trophies throughout the ruins of the city. The Red Wolf Beast city, in the end, was still built from the ruins of the city left behind in the last century as a base, so there must be legacies from the last century. And things from the last century, in today's new calendar, were already considered antiques. It could be worth quite a lot of money. "Young Chen, look, I found something good." Suddenly Ji Yun came towards Chen Han with an iron box in his hands cheerfully. He opened that iron box and inside was actually a cell phone and some coins. "Is this a cell phone from the last century? It looks so ancient." Ji Yun handed the cell phone to Chen Han. What was considered ancient to Ji Yun was incredibly familiar to Chen Han. Because this was none other than an Apple cell phone. It was also called a kidney phone. The corners of Chen Han's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly as he threw that Apple phone to Ji Yun again. "This thing should be worth quite a bit of money when it's taken to the market, as well as those coins, keep them." Nowadays, after years of development in the south of Daxia, the shadows of the last century have long since disappeared. It was only in the north that there were still some ruins. Right at this moment, Chen Han suddenly saw ahead of him, a brilliant light flashing past his eyes. "What is it?" Mistakenly believing that it was the Red Wolf Beast army setting up an ambush, Chen Han instantly droned out and chased after it with his spear. However, when he reached his destination, his entire being was incomparably astonished. This was because the location of that white light was actually a large area of star crystal. The area was roughly 6 meters in diameter. This piece of star crystal should have been buried underground, at the edge of the city. Just now, it was only because of the change in the direction of the sunlight that the light of the star crystal was refracted onto Chen Han's eyes. Right at this moment, the Cold Night team also followed Chen Han to the ground of this star crystal. Each one of them had eyes as wide as bronze bells. It was as if they had never seen the world before. "I'll go, such a large piece of star crystal, at least tens of thousands of kilograms, right?" Ji Yun, as a business family, was the first to judge the value of this star crystal. Zhao Yufei, being from a large family in the capital, was equally overwhelmed at the sight of such a large piece of star crystal. He said, "As far as I know, the star crystals in the entire Grand Xia are divided into 1 kilogram pieces for easy trading. A complete piece of star crystal as large as this is absolutely unique in Grand Xia today. It's worth more than fragmented star crystals." It was no wonder that they looked like they hadn't seen the world. Not to mention the Cold Night group, even those bigwigs from the 24th Privy Council who were watching the live TV broadcast at the moment were equally astonished. The North Realm is the North Realm. The amount of star crystal hidden there is at least 10 times that of our South. Yes. Isn't it for the supreme energy that we fought our way into the North? Not to mention the fact that the North has all sorts of bountiful natural mineral resources. The reason why the 24th Privy Council agreed to the Northern Expedition Plan was for the star crystals in the North. The star crystals in the entire South had almost been mined.
As much as it was used, there was less of it. This thing, on the contrary, was the best energy source available today. It's not an exaggeration to say that a kilogram of star crystal can support a dozen or so large factories in the capital to consume energy for an entire year. Extremely terrifying. If the star crystal resources in the north can be exploited for the most part, in the future, the development of the Great Summer will no longer worry about energy. However, of these supreme powers in the Privy Council, only Di Qingtian was the only one who had discovered the mysteries of this star crystal. Don't be anxious for now, you guys. This might just be the piece of star crystal that is naturally exposed on the surface, and there might even be a vein hidden underneath. When these words came out, the 20 or so supreme powers immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. Star crystal vein. That was something even more remarkable. One must know that the entire Great Summer has a population of 600 million, but there are only 2 star crystal veins. One is on the outskirts of the capital. One at the edge of the southern border. These 2 star crystal veins accounted for 3/4 of the star crystal storage capacity of the entire Daxia. Only after hundreds of years, the star crystals in these 2 veins have nearly dried up. If there was a star crystal vein there, it would be a historic moment. Chen Han's credit for this battle would be unimaginably large. The supreme powers of the 24 Privy Councils couldn't even help but tremble with excitement at the thought of this. And Chen Han, who was located on the battlefield, seemed to have thought of this at this time as well. He ordered someone to bring a shovel and immediately dug through the rest of the ground. Shovel after shovel fell to the ground. Just as Di Qingtian had thought, that piece of star crystal was only bare on the surface of the ground. With every piece of ground Chen Han dug up, a piece of star crystal would resurface. There was no doubt that underneath this piece of land was a vein of star crystals. Although it required specialized equipment to be able to explore the general amount of this star crystal vein. However, Di Qingtian could already tell from experience that the amount of star crystal veins reserves had probably exceeded the 2 star crystal veins within the current Grand Xia territory. After all, Di Qingtian was able to ascend to the position of first power not because of his strength, but because he controlled the mining rights of the 2 star crystal veins within the Great Xia. With this alone, he controlled the lifeblood of the Grand Xia. Only Di Qingtian's family possessed the talent and means to mine the split star crystals. Gulp. At this moment, the entire 24th Privy Council was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard, and even the sound of someone gulping could be infinitely amplified. Everyone understood the value of this star crystal vein. It was worth it even if it cost more lives. Even Emperor Prime couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. At this moment, Chen Han's victory is unrivaled. Chapter 76 Marquee? 24 Privy Council Decisions. At this moment, perhaps thinking of something, Emperor Prime suddenly reacted. He said to the crowd of the 24th Privy Council, "Quickly go prepare the implements and grounds. When Chen Han returns, I will apply to have him marquisized." Enfeoffment? Upon hearing those 2 words, the crowd of the Privy Council all looked surprised. Chen Han's achievements were indeed great, yes, but it was not to the point of a vassalization. Marquisation was a reward mechanism for the military that was independent of the rank system. The rules of vassalization were also very simple, that is, those who had accomplished significant military feats, with the consent of the 24 Privy Councils, could be awarded a vassal. Marquee is regardless of military rank. Even if one was just an ordinary soldier, as long as one's military achievements met the standard, one might be able to be awarded a marquee. But in the past 100 years of the new calendar, those who were able to be awarded the title of marquee were at least at the level of major general. And there were very few. In the entire 100 years, there were only 20 or so marquises in Grand Xia. For example, the continent's #1 martial artist, Han Haoren, was named the Marquis of Valor because of his strength and his achievements in the defense of Grand Xia. There is also Yu Weiyun, the same imperial double wall, but also loyal to the country, made great achievements, was named Marquis of Zhongwu. And so far, even the current marshals of Dixia, Zhongguan and Ouyangquan, had not yet been made Marquis. Of course, the position of Marquis didn't have some special powers like in ancient times. It was more of a symbol of fame and status. It could be said that those who could be made a Marquis, even if they were to lie in bed for the rest of their lives, would be honored by 10,000 people and be provided for by the state for the rest of their lives. In the whole of Dixia, it was unprecedented for a person of Chen Han's age to be recognized as a Marquis. Therefore, someone questioned him on the spot. The one who raised it was still Luo Yuan, the second highest ranking supreme power in Grand Xia. He questioned, "Emperor Prime, I can understand your thoughts. Chen Han naturally deserves credit for discovering the star crystal vein. But he hasn't even reached his 19th birthday. To make him a marquee for merely coming of age. Isn't that a bit too hasty? Luo Yuan called out Emperor Prime's name, and as the second most powerful person in Grand Xia, he could be said to be under 1 person and above 10,000. Naturally, he dared to stiffen Emperor Prime. After all, what the Luo family held was the transportation lifeline of the entire Grand Xia. However, Di Qingtian was not the least bit afraid. From the moment he saw the star crystal vein, he believed that Chen Han had the qualifications to be a marquee. Ha! So what if he's younger? Who can do his feats? Don't forget that nowadays, the star crystal veins of Great Xia are depleted and there is an energy emergency. For this northern expedition, Yu Woyun took away another 30 years of the future country's energy reserves. Chen Han's feats can be said to be unrivaled. Even Han Haoran and Yu Woyun were still delivering food in the last century at this age. With a few words, Di Qingtian immediately rendered Luo Yuan speechless. Alright. My will has been decided. You all should still think about what kind of marquee should be given to Chen Han. Chen Han, who was in the battlefield at this time, did not know everything that was happening within the Privy Council. Seeing the large star crystal vein in front of him, the generals almost froze on the spot and did not make any movements for a long time. It was only after a long time that Ji Yun shouted, "Wealthy! Wealthy ah!" Ji Yun was originally a wealth fanatic, and instantly went crazy and pounced on the star crystal. Luckily, he was held down by Lu Zixing. Ji Yun, are you crazy? The energy contained in the star crystal vein is extremely great, you're sticking it up, and the next moment you might be dead. Ji Yun only calmed down after hearing this. Ji Yun patted his chest and said, "Thanks a lot. Battalion Commander Lu. I had forgotten that only the family of that big shot in Kyoto in the entire Grand Xia has the ability to mine star crystal mines." The big shot Ji Yun was talking about was naturally Emperor Prime. If one wasn't a martial artist, even if they were close to the star crystal veins, they would be affected by an inexplicable effect, as if it was like radiation, and before long, they would develop cancerous changes in their organs. Martial artists were slightly better, but they couldn't touch the star crystal vein directly, otherwise they would explode and die. Lu Zixing shook his head helplessly and said, "Chen Han, this is your man, I can't be bothered. Just tell me how to punish him?" Chen Han smiled faintly, "Good. Then punish him with 2 years of not being allowed to go to clubs, not being allowed to touch women, and if he violates it, he will be dealt with under military law." 2 years of not touching women, young Chen, aren't you asking for my life? When these words came out, the entire room burst into laughter. To be able to let out such a loud laugh on a battlefield where nerves were tight was a testament to the joy of the crowd. It was almost foreseeable that Chen Han's discovery of this star crystal vein as the main general was bound to be an absolutely marvelous feat. Along with them, all of them were going to receive no small amount of commendation. They would even be able to get a share of the star crystal vein. Not to say much, even just 1 kilogram of star crystal would be enough to feed and clothe the civilian families in the army. Swish! Just at this moment, about 5 kilometers ahead, but a red flare was suddenly launched. Chen Han had previously given an order that if anyone discovered the Red Wolf Beast Lord's trail, they should not engage in battle first and fire a signal flare to notify him. The Red Wolf Beast Lord's strength was the strongest, and although he was timid, if it came down to single combat, few people in the army would be his match. Seeing this flare, Chen Han's face immediately turned serious. Almost at breakneck speed, he rushed to that area with his overlord gun in hand. Within a short time, he arrived here. There was only one person who had discovered the Red Wolf Beast Lord, and that was that little warrior Luo Feng. He was scared out of his wits, and with a short sword in his hand, he was confronting a red wolf beast. Seeing this, Chen Han immediately brandished his lance. With a straight thrust, the overlord lance instantly pierced through the red wolf beast's chest. Without a hint of procrastination, Chen Han pulled out his lance and asked the young warrior Luo Feng, "Where is the Red Wolf Beast Lord?" Luo Feng pointed in the direction where the Red Wolf Beast Lord had fled, "Over there. I was just rummaging through the ruins when suddenly a group of red wolf beasts rushed out, but they didn't kill me and immediately ran away." Chen Han sniffed and patted Luo Feng's shoulder. Luo Feng was only a samurai third-stage martial artist. To be able to remain unruffled in such a situation and still fire a flare was already extremely rare. Chen Han then looked in the direction that Luo Feng was pointing, and with his eyesight, he could see that the Red Wolf Beast Lord was leading several hundred strong Red Wolf Beast elites to run in a more northern direction. Originally, Chen Han thought that this lord would still be fighting for his life. He didn't expect that he would actually run away again. The opportunity was not to be missed. Chen Han did not have time to call on the others, and with his lance on his back, he ran towards the direction of the Red Wolf Beast Lord. At this moment, the Red Wolf Beast Lord also noticed Chen Han behind him. Why is it this plague god again? It's simply a ghost that won't stop. This human is too powerful, all of you run behind me. Don't let me be caught up by him. The Red Wolf Beast Lord was actually afraid of Chen Han's bow and arrows, which was why he had his men block it. Immediately afterward, he looked towards a large expanse of rolling mountains extremely far ahead of him, his eyes revealing a wave of devotion. As long as we reach Lord Mountain God's territory, we'll be safe. This human will not be a match for Lord Mountain God. Chapter 77, 800 Miles Running. Slaying the Enemy General. Actually, the Red Wolf Beast Lord's worry was superfluous. The speed of the Red Wolf Beast was indeed a major advantage. Although Chen Han's speed was barely able to keep up with the Red Wolf Beasts, he was unable to manage to take aim with his bow, and in even just a blink of an eye, he would be pulled away by the Red Wolf Beasts. At this time, it would be nice to have a mount. Chen Han sighed softly. If he had a mount, he would be able to do actions like setting up his bow and aiming. However, it didn't matter if he couldn't catch up now. Let's not forget that Chen Han's amount of chi and blood could be said to be proud of the group. Even Yu Woyun, who was at the 8th level of martial god, only had a chi and blood of more than 200 years. Chen Han's chi and blood value had almost reached the average martial god rank. It had directly crossed 2 large realms. It was impossible for this group of Red Wolf Beasts to reach such a terrifying value in terms of chi and blood. It was only a matter of time before they were caught up. At the same time, in the Red Wolf Beast's alien beast city, Lu Zixing with the soldiers of the Kuei character battalion had also arrived at Luo Feng's location. When he heard that Chen Han had actually gone after the Red Wolf Beast Lord as well as the Red Wolf Beast elite troops alone, Lu Zixing couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Lu Zixing frowned. This Chen Han, this is a bit too risky with his body. One must know that Marshal Yu had given a deadly order that the entire Kuei character battalion and even the 70,000 to 80,000 troops of the Northern Expeditionary Army were not as important as Chen Han's life alone. If anything happened to Chen Han at this juncture, all of them would have to suffer. However, Lu Zixing wasn't unable to understand Chen Han. If he let the Red Wolf Beast Lord escape at this time, it would inevitably make a comeback with its people. This place was home to a star crystal vein. If it had to face enemy infestation at all times, the trouble in the future could be imagined. The 600 million people of Daxia who were watching the live broadcast similarly had their hearts in their throats. This was because Chen Han was not carrying a live broadcast device when he was chasing people. Thus at this time, no one knew Chen Han's current situation. What's going on? It's so urgent. Chen Han mustn't have an accident. Yeah. Chen Han is now our battle hero and is still waiting for him to return to Daxia for us to celebrate him. Because Chen Han's battle performance had given the masses hope, no one wanted anything to happen to Chen Han now. Even including all the supreme powers of the 24 privy councils. They didn't want to bestow a marquee on a fallen battle hero. Right at this moment, Zhao Linger suddenly bellowed out, reporting to Battalion Commander Lu, our Cold Night team has applied to join team leader Chen Han in pursuing the Red Wolf Beast Lord. The people of the Cold Night team looked resolute. No matter if it was life or death, they were going to advance and retreat together with Chen Han. There was no reason to let Chen Han go after it alone. Lu Zixing nodded his head in agreement. No matter what, there needed to be a troop going forward to see what was going on. And this troop couldn't be a large-scale troop. No one knew if they would run into any bad situations on the road ahead. It would be more than appropriate for the Cold Night team to go forward. The Giant group also sent an assist at this time. This group of Lolitas generously lent the Giant mech to the Cold Night team. Linger, use our mech. The drive energy of this mech is star crystals. It's quite a bit faster than your footwork. Upon hearing this, Zhu Mang was immediately filled with excitement. He had been practicing maneuvering large mechs these days, but he didn't have this opportunity. Just like that, the members of the Cold Night team rode in the Giant mecha and brought along the live broadcast equipment, chasing after Chen Han all the way in his direction. Without realizing it, the Red Wolf Beast elite troops in Chen Han had already raced for more than 600 miles across the vast northern land. According to the Red Wolf Beast Lord's words, Chen Han was like a dog's skin plaster, clinging to them. The distance between the two was no greater than 5 miles. On the other hand, a large number of Red Wolf Beast elites in the Red Wolf Beast troop were already sweating like rain. Lord, we can't get rid of this person behind us. What should we do? Lord, why don't we stop and kill him first? The Red Wolf Beast Lord did not listen to his subordinates' opinions. He had seen Chen Han's valor with his own eyes. It would not be that easy for them to finish him off. Once the human hordes followed them, they would surely die. So the Red Wolf Beast Lord shouted harshly, "Don't stop! All of you run hard for me! Up ahead is Lord Mountain God's territory. Lord Mountain God will protect us." The Red Wolf Beast Lord believed in the Mountain God Lord in his mouth, and at this moment, it was only hundreds of miles away from the large rolling mountain range in front of it. However, at this time, Chen Han's mount had also arrived. Seeing the giant mecha, Chen Han thought that it was the giant team that had come to assist him, but it turned out that Ji Yun's voice actually came from the mecha. "Young Chen, get on!" The corners of Chen Han's mouth rose, and he instantly understood that it was Zhu Mang who was manipulating this mech. He leaped and whirled around and jumped onto the head of the giant mech. Chen Han softly said, "Zhu Mang, drive steadily." Immediately, he began to open his bow and arrow. Zhu Mang's driving skills were extremely stable, and Chen Han actually didn't feel too much of a bump as he stood on top of the mech's head. So he held his breath and took out the few star crystal arrows from his arrow pouch, aiming in the direction of the Red Wolf Beast Lord, and instantly shot out an arrow. Swoosh! A mournful air-breaking sound came out, immediately scaring the Red Wolf Beast Lord out of his wits. With the Mountain God's territory close at hand, the Red Wolf Beast Lord didn't care and grabbed a few Red Wolf Beasts beside him and threw them behind him. After the star crystal arrow passed through several Red Wolf Beast elites in succession, it eventually cut its power and plunged straight into the ground. "All block for me!" The Red Wolf Beast Lord shouted sternly. Chen Han had also anticipated this, and followed it up with a few consecutive arrows, almost cleaning up the Red Wolf Beast troops' elites. However, at this time, the Red Wolf Beast Lord finally entered the so-called Mountain God's territory, as he called it, and immediately sighed in relief and shouted, "Lord Mountain God, help!" Chen Han could not care less about the so-called Mountain God, and at this point, the Red Wolf Beast Lord was already the only one remaining beside it. The last star crystal arrow was shot out, but just then, something bizarre happened. The star crystal arrow shot towards the Red Wolf Beast Lord's head at an extremely fast speed, but when it was close to the so-called Mountain God's territory, the star crystal arrow actually crumbled in an instant. What was shot at the Red Wolf Beast Lord's head was nothing more than a wooden pole. Chen Han was somewhat surprised, not knowing what effect caused the star crystal to lose its effect. He immediately shouted, "Zhu Mang, stop!" After all, the driving energy of the giant mecha was the star crystal, and if it entered the star crystal's ineffective field, it would be equivalent to scrapping it. Seeing this scene, the Red Wolf Beast Lord couldn't help but laugh out loud, blessed by Lord Mountain God. Long live Lord Mountain God! With that, he ran towards a more hidden mountain forest. This mountain range was all primitive jungle, the road conditions were complicated, and Chen Han and the others were not clear about the terrain, so once the Red Wolf Beast Lord was allowed to disappear from view, it was tantamount to letting the tiger return to the mountain. The people of the Cold Night team couldn't help but gnash their teeth as they watched the Red Wolf Beast Lord's smug appearance. Zhao Yufei even cursed out expletives, "Marred! We've been chasing him for 800 miles, and we can still let him get away." At this moment, no one had noticed that Chen Han's Overlord gun was releasing channels of crimson thunderlight. Star crystals were ineffective, could they still ignore the piercing Deaththorn lance? In the next moment, Chen Han's figure was like a cannonball discharging, the entire primordial jungle flashed with a red lightning light, weaving in and out of the forest at breakneck speeds. That Red Wolf Beast Lord had been prepared to turn around and mock the Cold Night team, but just as he turned his head, he realized that Chen Han's face was already close to him. "You!" The Red Wolf Beast had just opened its mouth when a long spear ran straight through its heart. Chapter 78, Is This Savage My Father? Too handsome. Seeing this scene, whether it was the 600 million people of Daxia or the Cold Night group watching from the sidelines, this was the only thought in their minds at this time. Chen Han, who was dressed in a black military uniform, had actually removed the opposite leader's heart with ease after a whole 5 kilometers of distance. In fact, the effect of the piercing Deaththorn lance was to be able to take the head of an enemy general in the midst of 10,000 troops. The reason why Chen Han had never used it was because it was too risky. It required a certain amount of time to prepare. As the main general, he could not take such a risk. The reason he hadn't used it during the pursuit was because there were too many targets and too much chaos, and releasing the piercing spear of Deaththorns required concentration. But it was different here, with only the Red Wolf Beast Lord remaining, he could use this 1,000-mile rope skill without fear. And it was undoubtedly a shot to the heart. Speaking of which, Chen Han hadn't used the piercing Deaththorn lance since he started on the Northern Expedition battlefield. As soon as he used it, it gave the nation a little bit of a shock. Pursuing the enemy for 800 miles and decapitating the enemy's leader. This was undoubtedly a move of great joy. Although it was definitely not as good as that star crystal vein discovery in terms of battle results, it was a great boost to the people's hearts. Only to see the populace embracing each other and crying tears of joy. It's truly a blessing for Grand Xia to have a young talent like Chen Han. The future of Daxia is promising. An old man who had experienced the dark and turbulent times even looked on with tears in his eyes. He exclaimed, "From Chen Han's body, I seem to be able to see the shadow of the imperial double wall of Han Haoren and Yu Weiyun back then. It's even as if it's even better than that." Since Han Haoren and Yu Weiyun, the dark turmoil had been quelled, and the Great Xia had never produced another outstanding human being that could be compared to the two of them for an entire 100 years. At the same time, a message like this was broadcasted on the streets of all the main cities throughout Grand Xia. National notification. National notification. Ensign Chen Han pursued the Red Wolf Beast Lord for more than 800 miles on the Northern Expedition battlefield and beheaded the Red Wolf Beast Lord in battle. The whole of heaven celebrates. This piece of news was released through a joint adoption by the 24 Privy Councils. They also understood the role of hearts and minds. The Northern Expedition Army had just died over 300,000 people, and if they didn't achieve a good battle result. Although it was said that Yu Weiyun would take the main blame, the people would inevitably also stop trusting the power of today's Daxia. The only thing that could redeem it was a great victory like this. Especially with a notice added to the back. Due to Ensign Chen Han's great victory in the Northern Expedition battlefield, the nation is on a 3-day vacation. A 3-day vacation didn't seem like much. But for today's highly technologized society, it was already very rare. This also proves side by side what a shocking thing Chen Han's decapitation of the Red Wolf Beast Lord was. The country was abuzz with cheers, and fireworks had even begun to be set off everywhere to celebrate. The level of hilarity was no less than when Han Haoren and Yu Weiyun had calmed the dark unrest back then. This was an open door, meaning that the northern lands were no longer off limits to humanity. However, Chen Han, who was on the battlefield at this time, did not know what was happening in the Great Xia territory. He pulled his lance off the Red Wolf Beast Lord's body and coldly glanced at the Red Wolf Beast Lord's corpse. He then looked forward and realized that a human statue had appeared ahead of him. This statue was almost identical to the one in the Red Wolf Beast City. It was a male human with fluffy, very long and messy hair and an extremely long beard. Could this person be the Lord Mountain God that the Red Wolf Beast Lord was talking about? It's almost like a savage. Chen Han spat lightly. Then Chen Han realized that it was not just this statue in the forest. Almost every few miles, a statue of the so-called Lord Mountain God would be found. Moreover, in all directions, there were feathers or skin molts of various exotic beasts and the like scattered about. By the looks of it, the Red Wolf Beast is not the only one that comes here often. It is estimated that the city of those beasts that the other northern expeditionary armies have encountered will also come to this place to pay homage. Who is this Lord Mountain God? Moreover, this territory was also very weird, actually being able to nullify the effects of star crystals as well as star crystal reactors. So far, I'm afraid that none of the scientists in the entire Grand Xia civilization have made such a discovery. It was evident that this territory was special. Just then, Zhao Linger came over, holding a black box in her hand. She handed the black box to Chen Han and then said, "Chen Han, what do you think this is?" "This is what I found under the big tree just now. It seems to have been put away for a long time and has accumulated a layer of ash." Chen Han was also a bit curious, as he did not know what the black box was. So he opened the black box, only to find that it was filled with all sorts of precise modern parts. There were glass tubes, gears, and some mysterious black metals. Collectively, this black box should be an instrument. Chen Han had no sense of science, so naturally he didn't know what this instrument actually did. However, Li Qingshi, who was watching the live broadcast, was greatly shocked. In the end, he was also an expert of the National Academy of Sciences, and he could still see the function of this instrument. He immediately sent out a few pop-ups. This is an instrument that can create a magnetic field. The metal on the instrument is an extraterrestrial metal from a meteorite from the Dark Age of Turmoil that has the ability to give off a powerful magnetic field. Currently, we don't have the technology to be able to utilize this magnetic field. But the person who made this instrument is quite something. These few pop-ups happened to be seen by the board Ji Yun, and screenshot them and sent them to Chen Han. Chen Han immediately thought of a possibility that made his head break out in a cold sweat. He moved this black box out of this mountain range and threw it to a random place, followed by taking out a small piece of star crystal from the giant mech. He tried throwing the star crystal towards the range where the black box was located, and the result was exactly what he expected. When the star crystal touched the black box within a range of roughly 2 kilometers, it shattered into star crystal fragments in an instant. It turned out that it wasn't any weirdness in Lord Mountain God's territory, but the power of technology. It was this black box that produced a special magnetic field that could nullify the energy within the star crystals. Chen Han couldn't help but TSK, Lord Mountain God was becoming more and more uncomplicated. Yu Woyun, on the other hand, had cut off the picture of that Lord Mountain God and examined it carefully. He always felt that there was something inexplicably familiar about this statue. Looking at it, Yu Woyun's expression changed from puzzled, slowly to shocked, and then slowly to horrified. Then his entire body trembled. It was bound to be no small matter that could make the martial god level Yu Woyun lose his temper like this. Not long after, Chen Han's encrypted radio transmitted Yu Woyun's call. "Marshal Yu, what's the matter?" "Chen Han, I want to tell you something, don't be surprised yet. I have a feeling that this Lord Mountain God could possibly be Xingbian." Although Yu Woyun had laid it out for Chen Han still froze for a long time without coming back to his senses. "Marshal Yu, do you mean that this savage is my father?" Chapter 79, this couple, specializing in pitting their son. Cough. Hearing Chen Han's words, Yu Woyun slightly embarrassedly coughed dryly. After all, Chen Xingbian was Chen Han's father in the end, and this wild man argument was still not quite appropriate. Although the appearance on the statue was indeed no different from a savage. Chen Han, however, could not believe that he had traveled across with the memories of his previous life. Therefore, even though he had only seen Chen Xingbian a few times as a baby, he still remembered Chen Xingbian's appearance. The face of the savage was simply very different from the Chen Xingbian he remembered. "Marshal Yu, this statue should not be my father. It's a bit too far off." Chen Han scad lightly. While Yu Woyun's tone was certain, you were still young at that time, and you hadn't seen Xingbian a few times. In the 869th Bureau, I got along with him the most, and although he is a person who has a patriotic heart, he is a prodigal and unrestrained person, and a loose cannon, so for him to turn out like this, I believe it. Just. Speaking here, Yu Woyun didn't speak for a long time, probably in deep thought. What he couldn't figure out was that if Chen Xingbian was really the so-called Lord Mountain God, why would he be living in the Northern Realm, and be worshipped by numerous foreign beasts? And why didn't he return to Grand Xia? All of this was filled with too many mysteries. Yu Woyun was still extremely confident in Chen Xingbian's character, although he was a strange person, but without a heart of sincerity, he would definitely not be able to work in the hidden 869 Bureau. From the appearance, Chen Han indeed still not quite sure. But from the point of view of this black box that could nullify the star crystal, in addition to Chen Xingbian, who was able to create star crystal arrows, there did not seem to be a second candidate in the whole of Daxia. At this moment, Chen Han's cold words caused Yu Woyun to tremble. "Marshal Yu, if Lord Mountain God is really my father, do you think he would be in this mountain right now?" Yu Woyun's expression became somewhat agitated. To be honest, before, he didn't believe that Chen Xingbian could possibly be alive in the Northern Realm. But this situation right now gave him hope. So he immediately ordered, "Chen Han, use all your strength to search this mountain range. Try to find Xingbian while ensuring the safety of the Northern Expeditionary Army." Chen Han nodded slightly. Now that the Northern Expedition Army was staying in the Red Wolf Beast City, it was by and large safe. As for searching this mountain range, around 1,000 people would also already be sufficient. Chen Han was not certain if there would be any terrifying beasts appearing in this mountain range, and thus only mobilized 1,000 Kuei-Z Battalion Marshal General level elites to come. Moreover, they were specifically ordered not to carry any equipment related to star crystals on their bodies. 1,000 people launched a carpet search along the mountain range that stretched for hundreds of miles. Soon, a day passed. Chen Han and the others had found a large number of those black boxes that could nullify star crystals in the mountains. It could be said that they were spread out over the entire mountain range. It was hard to imagine what kind of amount of work this was. Even Li Qingshi, who was watching the live broadcast, couldn't help but sigh with emotion. That kind of black box, to be able to produce one, was already taking over the creation of heaven and earth, and one didn't know how much time and brainpower it would take. The mountain god, on the other hand, had actually produced thousands of them. Realizing mass production. If possible, I really wish to invite this mountain god into the National Academy of Sciences. Northern Expedition Army, I hope you won't hurt him. Li Qingshi sent out a pop-up. Chen Han, however, had quite a headache, and after a day and night of searching, he actually didn't find a single spot in the mountain where someone had lived. This living father of his was like a gopher, not knowing where he had hidden his nest. Fortunately, Lu Zixing, who had rushed over, brought someone with him. It was that little soldier Luo Feng. It was also at this time that Chen Han realized Luo Feng's talent, a talent named Wuji tracking. This talent was not the least bit helpful in combat, but it was unique in searching. It was said that one could smell the scent of someone else's body from a distance of 100 miles. Chen Han couldn't help but be impressed with Luo Feng. Although his strength was mediocre, people with this kind of talent were very rare in the military. Ensign Chen, let me try. Although this mountain has many and varied odors, I think I can do it. Luo Feng revealed a youthful smile, and then he exerted his limitless tracking talent. Unexpectedly, it really let him find it. It was a hidden cave, the path around it was almost like a maze. It should be some sort of special mechanism or formation. The outside of the cave was also covered with 3 layers of deadwood. If it wasn't for Luo Feng leading the way, Chen Han's 1,000 people would definitely not have been able to find this place. Chen Han immediately gave Luo Feng a 3rd-class credit, and immediately plucked away the straw laid outside the cave. Inside, there were indeed traces of human existence. However, at this moment, Chen Han felt a sense of danger for no reason. He shouted, "All get out of the way!" Shoo! 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 In the next moment, one black dot inside the cave was seen flying towards Chen Han and the others at breakneck speed. Chen Han reacted extremely quickly and immediately waved his lance, even flinging it into a circle. Clang! 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 The sound of countless weapons clashing came from the air, but fortunately, with Chen Han's reminder and the fact that the people from the Kuwait character battalion were originally a bit farther away as well, they were not hit. It wasn't until the things in the cave had finished firing that Chen Han was able to take a break. He looked at the things on the ground, and it turned out to be a rather odd-looking flying dagger, which had a serrated blade and an incomparably sharp edge. And by the looks of it, there was a black spot on the tip of the knife, like it was coated with poison. Chen Han carefully picked up one of the flying daggers and carefully observed it. What the hell is this? Who knew that Yu Woyun had sent another encrypted call to Chen Han? Chen Han, if just now I wasn't sure if that mountain god was Xingbian or not, then I'm completely sure now. This flying dagger formation is your mother's handiwork. Your mother is the only one who loves to use this flying dagger in the whole of Daxia, and she named it the Flying Dagger of Immortal Beheading. Flying Daggers of Immortal Beheading. What a big mouth. Yu Woyun told Chen Han that if Chen Xingbian was an archer plus a scientist, then Lu Yufeng was a concealed weapon and formation master. The so-called formation master was a profession derived from the Taoist sect in the last century after the development of the dark turmoil of the aura recovery. A martial artist could become a formation master, but a formation master would not necessarily be a martial artist. This was because formation masters trapped or killed their enemies through Qi Men Bagua. As for Lu Yufeng's formation, it was also the premier existence in the entire Grand Xia because she had studied under Zhang Daoming, the #1 formation master from 40 years ago. In terms of concealed weapons, Lu Yufeng was likewise quite accomplished, such as the immortal chopping flying dagger just now. Once it hit, even a martial emperor level powerhouse would have to be seriously injured. If it wasn't for Chen Han's timely reaction, half of the thousands of people in the Kuwait character battalion would have been lost, to say the least. And that's just the concealed weapon mechanism. According to Yu Woyun, if it was shot by Lu Yufeng herself, Chen Han wouldn't necessarily be able to catch it. This was also the reason why Lu Yufeng dared to name her special flying dagger as the Flying Dagger of Immortal Chopper. In Chen Han's impression, Lu Yufeng had always been an extremely gentle mother, and could not imagine that there was still such a sight of. Looking at the ground of flying daggers of Immortal Chopper beside him, the corner of Chen Han's mouth twitched. This couple, specializing in pitting their son. Chapter 80 Strange Cave. The class returned to the country. The crowd of Kuwait character battalion elites were even more frightened and completely dumbfounded at this point. Ji Yun trembled and said, "Chen Xiao, what exactly is in here? Or else let's not go in." Chen Han was also somewhat hesitant. Just the mechanism for entering the cave was so powerful, one could not imagine what other ghostly things were laid out inside. This was a place to live. At this time, Yu Woyun once again transmitted, "Chen Han, don't worry, most of the organ formations used by Yufeng her have been displayed in Bureau 869. I've seen most of them as well. With me at the helm, don't worry about moving forward." Yu Woyun's words looked like he had a good plan. Although it was somehow considered disobeying military orders, Chen Han still asked, "Marshal Yu, are you sure you can do it?" Yu Woyun in the command room did not speak after a long interval. The silence at this moment was deafening. After a long time, Yu Woyun slowly said 2 words, go. More than 1,000 people were too large a target, and it was still a bit dangerous to enter the cave, so Chen Han only called on the familiar Cold Night group and entered the cave. Chen Han also purposely brought equipment for lighting and live broadcasting to facilitate Yu Woyun's command at any time. The cave looked spacious and had some lighting devices, with wires piggybacked all around, but it was not clear where the switch was. Obviously, this should be the equipment placed by Qin Xingbian. There weren't any human factories in the north, much less the ability to produce any parts. For him to be able to drum up these things by himself was truly not simple. It currently looked as if the cave was safe, but Chen Han was still quite cautious, exploring deeper step by step. As a result, the next moment, Ji Yun let out a yell. Holy! It hurts! One could only see Ji Yun covering his feet, sitting on the ground in pain and yelling. Chen Han turned his head to see that at some point, Ji Yun's shoes and half of his pants leg looked like they had been cauterized off by something. Half of his leg, moreover, was purplish red in color and swollen by more than double. It turned out that Ji Yun had just stepped on a puddle of purplish red liquid. His shoes and pants leg were corroded off by that liquid. The legs also looked like they had been poisoned. Xu Mang immediately picked up his large sword. Old Ji. This leg can't be taken. Chop it off. Cut it off. Xu Mang's appearance had to make people suspect that he was taking personal revenge. However, Chen Han stopped him immediately. This was because the poison on Ji Yun's leg did not show signs of spreading. At this moment, Yu Woyun also spoke up. That thing is scientifically named purple vermilion flower poison. Chen Han, I forgot to tell you, your mother is also an expert in using poison. However, the purple vermilion flower poison is not fatal, it only causes a sharp burning pain, and... Speaking here, Yu Woyun paused. The following words were somewhat not too good to speak. And this toxin, there is a short-term inhibition of androgenic hormones, growth of estrogen, women and nothing, if a man in. Before Yu Woyun finished his words, Ji Yun's voice proved everything. Ji Yun's voice became sharp and thin, causing Chen Han to get goosebumps from hearing it, almost like a eunuch. Young Chen, I'm in pain. When these words came out, the crowd immediately did not hold back and burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Amusing me to death, old Ji, you also have today. There is a cycle in the heavens, and the heavens have spared no one. Ji Yun, this is retribution. Xu Mang and Zhao Yufei laughed their asses off. Even Zhao Linger, who had always been unsmiling, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Chen Han made an effort to hold back the corners of his mouth that were gradually rising, and after calming down, he called for the Kuei character battalion elites outside. Nen, carry Ji Yun out. When your mother was in college, she used to use purple vermilion flower poison to deal with those suitors that surrounded her. Yu Woyun's tone, too, was somewhat tolerant. However, after seeing that Lu Yufeng had used the purple vermilion flower poison instead of a deadly toxin, Yu Woyun was quite relieved. This proved that Lu Yufeng had no intention of taking a life. If Lu Yufeng really spared no effort in laying down organ formations, Yu Woyun was afraid that he would not be able to break them all. The rest of the journey was much smoother as Chen Han and the others traveled forward under Yu Woyun's guidance. Lu Yufeng had roughly left 2 kinds of formations inside the cave. One was the Witch Queen's 4 Gates formation, and the other was the Marquee of Wushu transported armor formation, and since the organs in the formations weren't fatal, Yu Woyun was also assured of guiding the direction boldly. But in this process, there were still some small bumps and bruises. For example, Xu Mang's head was a strange beast, Ding's swollen 3 fist-sized bag. Zhao Yufei even accidentally inhaled a gas, resulting in cysts all over his body. A trip down, in addition to the higher realm of Chen Han and Zhao Linger, there is not a good person left. It wasn't that Chen Han and Zhao Linger hadn't been hit by the organs, but rather, the Marshal General level had been able to immunize themselves against those non-lethal toxins that Lu Yufeng had set up. Chen Han's forehead flooded with a black line. It should be said or not, this parent of his was in a sense considered to be a natural perfect match. After breaking through these 2 formations, they finally arrived at the deepest part of the cave. This place was dim, without any light. However, when Chen Han turned on the lighting equipment, he saw 2 side-by-side silhouettes appearing in front of him. From the appearance, it was clearly a man and a woman. Even if Chen Han was calm, his mood at this moment was somewhat abnormally volatile. Although he is a traveler, but in the end, these 2 people are also his biological father and mother. Blood is thicker than water. To say that there is no emotional fluctuations, that is bound to be a lie. Chen Han slowly touched the past, to be walked to the front of the 2, a voice is to make him startled. The blue sky in the Milky Way, there is a small white boat. I have gone out, please leave a message. The loudspeaker sounded the music of the last century's little white ship. Chen Han fixed his eyes on it, but it turned out to be two intelligent mechanical dolls. Without a doubt, this should be Chen Xingbian's masterpiece. Chen Han's hand holding the Overlord gun gradually hardened, itching to beat these two intelligent mechanical mannequins to a pulp. Although he already had a general understanding of Chen Xingbian from Yu Woyun, Chen Han did not expect it to be this eccentric. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Yu Woyun on the other end instead laughed out loud. Good. Seeing Xingbian like this, I know he hasn't changed. Chen Han, come back and leave them my words. They should come to you. Chen Han was speechless to the extreme and could only leave a note. Marshal Yu has orders to return quickly. The city of red wolf beasts. And then he walked out of the cave with the Cold Night group. This northern expedition had also come to an end. Wiping out a city of alien beasts, as well as a star crystal vein with a huge amount of reserves, this victory was unique in the entire new history. Because of this victory, the Northern Expedition Army would not return to their barracks directly, but would instead head to the capital. At this moment, Chen Han does not know, in the Northern Expedition Army back to the capital on the road, the 600 million people of Daxia, spontaneous formation of the welcome team, the number of people has spread over hundreds of miles. In the capital, the Privy Council 24 supreme powers, but also ready to accept the sealing ceremony. The capital is abuzz with excitement, and the people on the streets are now discussing the youngest Marquee in the new history. Chapter 81, Teenage Excellence. Champion Marquee. Just after entering the Tong Tian Wall and not marching forward for long, the Northern Expedition Army saw the figures of welcoming people appearing in front of them. The country celebrates is not a false statement. 100 years, this is the first time that human beings take the initiative to launch an attack on the beasts and win a great victory. The significance was extraordinary. Undoubtedly, this time, Chen Han's position in the procession was at the very front. Even Yu Woyun, the marshal, was behind him. Chen Han, you're too good. Chen Han. Chen Han. I love you. I've only seen it on the internet before. This is the first time I've seen it in real life. It's really a young talent. There was an endless stream of people welcoming Chen Han and cheering. Chen Han hadn't dealt with this kind of scene before and could only smile and wave. The entire Northern Expeditionary Army looked relatively happy. After all, although Chen Han had the most credit, they were able to follow the soup and receive condolences from the people. The only one who looked downcast was probably Yu Woyun. Although this Northern expedition had great merits, it also had great faults. The whole 300,000 soldiers' lives, no matter how Yu Woyun is not happy. But he fought so many years down, the reputation is very good, all the way to go, but no one people blame Yu Woyun. Even on the contrary, the people said this to Yu Woyun. Marshal Yu, my son didn't disgrace you. I saw it on the screen, he's not a coward at all. Marshal Yu, don't hang your head in shame. My eldest son did a great job. Killing 2 fey beasts on the battlefield was enough. I have a younger son, I'll let him join the army next year too. Marshal Yu, my son didn't hold you back either. Hearing these words, Yu Woyun, who was the first marshal of Granxia, couldn't help but burst into tears. He would rather these people spit on him, he could still feel better in his heart. Fighting a war means dying, which Yu Woyun knew better than anyone else. He came from the dark era of turmoil, so he was used to seeing dead people. On the battlefield, he was still able to remain calm in the face of 300,000 people being killed in action. However, he had no face to face these civilians after the battle. Yu Woyun shouted, fathers and folks, I, Yu Woyun, can't do right by you na. You gave me your children, many of which were only sons, and it's my fault that I failed to bring them back. Chen Han walked at the front end, and seeing this scene behind him he couldn't help but feel a little touched as well. In fact, he didn't think Yu Woyun was wrong. The intelligence in the north was simply too little, and even more so, no one had predicted that so many alien beasts had all piled up together to form a civilization. Decentralized exploration was the way to maximize the rate of deaths. It was inevitable that Yu Woyun would be dealt with, but his position as marshal must not be removed. Under the welcome of the nation's people, the Northern Expeditionary Army marched on, and a large city appeared ahead of them. The outskirts of this city were resplendent in gold and blue, with skyscrapers and buildings, and in terms of size, it was at least more than twice the size of the first-class main city, Hanwu City. This was the capital of the current Great Xia, the imperial capital, East Imperial City. It was also Chen Han's first time coming to East Imperial City, but the first time he came, it was the entire imperial capital, celebrating his success. Release. A voice suddenly rang out from the city walls. Immediately after that, the entire imperial capital was ablaze with fireworks, bright and colorful. Welcome Ensign Chen Chen, a meritorious member of the Northern Expedition, into the city. It was impossible for all 70,000 to 80,000 Northern Expedition troops to enter the city, so the only ones who officially entered the Eastern Imperial City were the various special operations teams and officers above battalion level. Entering the city, the warmth of the people's welcome was still above that outside the city. Although East Emperor City was huge, the streets, both large and small, were packed with people at this moment. Many of the onlookers had even traveled thousands of miles just to meet Chen Han. And according to the receptionist, the place to receive the Northern Expedition's meritocracy this time was at the Jade Dragon Terrace in East Imperial City. The Jade Dragon Terrace was the highest place in the Eastern Imperial City, and the 24 Privy Council would usually only place the location there when there was a major state event. And Chen Han's row was so big that all 24 supreme powers of the 24 Privy Council would be there. Knowing that the Jade Dragon Terrace, with all 24 supreme powers present, there hadn't been such a big event in the last 10 years. As soon as Yu Wuyan heard about this, his eyes immediately shone brightly, and he patted Chen Han's shoulder. Good guy, the old guys in the Privy Council haven't been so willing to give up for a long time. It should be that old undead of Emperor Jingtian who was going to vassalize you. Yu Wuyan was even older than Di Qingtian in terms of seniority, so although he was ranked 5th, he dared to call Di Qingtian an old undead. The vassalization of his most favored junior was the happiest thing Yu Wuyan had done since the Northern Expedition, thus he explained that Chen Han would have to take a step ahead and change his clothes. Chen Han looked at Yu Wuyan's faraway back and was somewhat unsure. Not long after, he arrived inside the Jade Dragon Terrace Hall. This Jade Dragon Terrace had hundreds of floors, and the uppermost place was the Jade Dragon Terrace, which was straight into the clouds and claimed to be able to talk to the heavens. Tens of thousands of guards from the Thunder God army were stationed here, which showed the grandeur of this place. Chen Han entered the Grand Hall. The entire hall was decorated in an extremely luxurious manner, with red cloths and gold glittering various facilities everywhere. 24 supreme powers, presenting a circle, were centered around the high platform of the Grand Hall. Chen Han looked around the circle. These 24 supreme powers were both fat and thin, with different looks, but all of them were majestic, and some of them weren't even martial artists, yet they were able to give off a temperament that was different from the norm. The only thing they had in common was that they all wore a kind of purple dragon robe engraved with a symbol of the Great Summer Civilization, only that with the different statuses, the dragons on the robes would decrease accordingly. Yu Shuai was among them. He wore a purple dragon robe with 6 dragons on it, and smiled at Chen Han when he saw him. It turned out that what he said about changing his clothes was this matter. After all, although he was the commander of the 3 armies, he was also one of the 24 Privy Councils of supreme power. And was the only one of the 24 Privy Council who did not have any assets and had killed his way in purely by virtue of his military achievements. At this moment, the first to speak was an old man in the center of the Great Hall wearing a 9-dragon robe. Ensign Chen Han, please be seated. Undoubtedly, this was Emperor Prime. Faced with these backs that could only be seen on the screen during major festivals on weekdays, Chen Han also became much more serious and slowly took his seat. Then, Di Qingtian spoke again. Chen Han, do you know why we have to receive you here at the Jade Dragon Terrace? Chen Han slowly shook his head. Immediately afterward, Emperor Prime gave an order, opening. As soon as Emperor Prime's words fell, the ceiling of the Jade Dragon stage actually slowly opened up, and then what came into view was a brilliant river of stars overhead. This galaxy full of stars was mesmerizing, especially with the height of the Jade Dragon stage. It was as if one was mesmerized by being in a river of stars. No wonder it is said that the Jade Dragon Terrace can be connected to the sky. At this time, the lights of the entire Jade Dragon Terrace turned off in an instant, leaving only the light of the starry river spilling over Chen Han's body. Emperor Prime spoke suddenly. Ensign Chen Han, in the Northern Expedition battle, he shot and killed the Dragon River Fey Beast and helped the Northern Expedition army to cross the river. Breaking the eagle-eyed Power 8 boulder formation, he fought valiantly. He fought the Red Wolf Beast army, wiped out the Red Wolf Beast city, searched for star crystal veins, raided 800 miles, and beheaded the head Red Wolf Beast Lord. The heavens can judge, the sun and the moon can show that the 24 people in power in our great summer have voted unanimously today. Second Lieutenant Chen Han, with his unrivaled intelligence and bravery, has been named Marquee of Champions. Chapter 82 Absolute Kudos. Star Crystal Mining Rights? The Marquee title that Emperor Prime had found for Chen Han was this Marquee of Champions. In fact, the title of Marquee of Champions had existed for a long time. The most famous one was the ancient General Hua Daoguang, who had sealed the Wolf's death. It's just that although this Marquee position has been around for a long time, there are too few people who are suitable for it. First of all, there is the significant military service. Currently, there are a total of 24 Marquee in the whole of Dixia, of which only half of them are actually relying on major military achievements. The other half is the political world, such as those who have abdicated the supreme power. Because of the simmering seniority to the death of the Marquee, only then was the Marquee. And those with this level of military service, like Chen Han, were counted on the palm of one's hand. If you really want to get real, only Han Haoran and Yu Woyun, the imperial duo, can be compared. The second is age. Of the 24 Marquee, the youngest is Han Haoran. However, Han Haoran was also made a Marquee at the age of 50 and was the first Marquee of Dixia. The champion Marquee, Hua Zaiwei, is a model of youthful heroism. At this age, it's best not to exceed 25. This jammed almost all candidates for the Marquee position. Thus, although the champion Marquee had long been on the Marquee title options, there had been no one who could afford it. Chen Han was less than 20 years old, and his military achievements were even comparable to the Empire's double wall, and his 800-mile pursuit to kill the enemy's leader shook the entire army. If you want to wear the crown, you have to bear its weight. Only Chen Han could be worthy of this champion Marquee. Ha 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 ha. What a champion Marquee! Yu Woyun laughed out loud in a continuous and refreshing manner. He was actually acting even happier and prouder than Chen Han. He was even close to forgetting that he had to bear the responsibility for the loss of the northern expedition. Right at this moment, one could only see Di Qingtian suddenly take out a ring. The ring was made up of black color, and the material seemed to be made of some kind of special metal, which was similar to the tip of the king's spear. On the ring, there was also a star crystal that weighed a few grams. If one looked closely, one would find that there were a few small characters engraved on that star crystal. It was none other than the champion Marquee. This was an identity ring that belonged exclusively to a Marquee, and Yu Woyun also had one. Currently, in the entire Grand Xia, only Di Qingtian's family had the technology to mine star crystals, and only Di Qingtian's family was able to carve words on the surface of star crystals while controlling the energy of the star crystals. So this ring was unique. Emperor Prime walked down the stage, and his address to Chen Han changed. Champion Marquee Chen Han, be crowned. Chen Han gave a military salute and then cupped his hands to receive Emperor Prime's champion Marquee ring. Emperor slowly said, Chen Han, in the future, you will be the 25th Marquee champion Marquee of Dixia. I hope that you will conquer the 4 directions for Dixia and make more contributions. Yes. Chen Han said firmly. This was nothing more than being ordained, and the next thing was the rewards for Chen Han. First was the rank. Chen Han's second lieutenant rank actually jumped 3 levels in a row, directly rising to major. In the entire history of the army, Chen Han had once again broken a record. Starting from second lieutenant, every rank promotion required the accumulation of countless battle merits. The higher one climbed, the more battle merit one needed. The army wouldn't give people rank promotions for no reason. A major was basically a true commander level in the army. Not only that, but the members of the Cold Knight team, their ranks were also raised by 2 consecutive levels. In addition to the rank promotion, there were also rewards in kind. The members of the entire Cold Knight team, the soldiers who enlisted in the Kuei Character Battalion, were rewarded with a large amount of chi, blood, and spirit liquids of incalculable value. On top of that, there was also a price ignoring human body transformation. That is to say, implanting soft bodies in the body like chi who or something like that. This was already a very impressive commendation. However, in addition to these commendations, Chen Han also had another commendation that made the entire audience's jaws drop. It looked like Emperor Prime hadn't notified the others of this commendation beforehand, so the other powers on the high platform were all very shocked. That was the right to exploit 10% of the Great Summer Star crystal veins. It was said in such a mysterious manner, but in reality, only Di Qingtian's family was able to mine the star crystal veins. Therefore, the simple explanation is that the star crystals extracted from the star crystal vein in the northern border, Chen Han can share 10%. Don't think that this 10% was very little. In accordance with the provisions of the Grand Xia, star crystal veins are owned by the state, so 60% of the star crystal is to be filled into the national treasury. And the remaining 40%, the way to go is also very simple. Is each family, with the method of barter, to purchase these star crystal veins within the star crystal. This is also the origin of the star crystal reserves of the great families. After all the economic lifelines of the entire Grand Xia were controlled by the various families. For example, the Chen family had countless factories in Hanwu City, filling the entire Hanwu City with all aspects of clothing, food, housing, and transportation. The various industries in the capital were also controlled by families. In order to prevent these families from hoarding and letting the Great Summer's economy collapse, so there is this method of purchasing and exchanging star crystals. However, in reality, this purchase and exchange of things ultimately enriched the national treasury and finally returned to the people of Grand Xia. From this, it could be seen that star crystals were not only a source of energy, but also a true economic lifeline compared to money. It was no wonder why Emperor Prime, who was the only one in control of the technology to mine star crystals, was able to become the number one power in Grand Xia. The equivalent of star crystals were all state-owned. Yet, Emperor Prime Tian had divided 10% of the star crystals into private ownership for Chen Han. This reward could not be described as anything less than astonishing. At this moment, the faces of the various supreme powers of the Grand Xia were all cloudy and uncertain. They did not know how many favors they had sent privately, but they could not exchange for even 1% of Emperor Prime's right to mine star crystals. Chen Han was the only one who had been blessed by heaven in general. Of course, it wasn't for nothing, Emperor Prime knew the ways of power. Giving such a reward, on one hand, was to allow Chen Han to find more star crystal mines in the North Realm in the future. The more star crystal mines there were, the more stable his position as the number one power in the Grand Xia would be. On the other hand, the star crystal mines in the Northern Realm were not as safe as the South. Chen Han would only be more relentless in protecting them if he gained benefits. He might not wholeheartedly regard Chen Han as the heir apparent like Yu Woyan, but it was quite refreshing to buy people's hearts like this. Thank you. A deal that was also cost-effective for Chen Han, who naturally took it. Emperor Prime was satisfied and continued, "For your sake, the Jade Dragon Terrace has organized a large banquet today. Go and have some fun. Your Northern Expeditionary Army has been tired for a few days, so it's time to relax today." Chen Han's figure stalled, but he did not want to go. He said, "I want to stay here and listen to your treatment of Marshal Yu." The commendation of Chen Han had already ended, so the next thing that could happen in this place would only be the punishment of the first marshal of the Grand Xia, the fifth supreme power. Di Qingtian glanced at Chen Han and finally nodded, agreeing to him staying. Yu Woyun, as the first marshal of the Grand Xia, you made an error in judgment, causing 400,000 troops of the Northern Expedition to be imprisoned and 300,000 soldiers to lose their lives. For the crimes you have committed, you should be removed from all positions and relegated to the status of a commoner. Chapter 83, The Chen Family. They are nothing more than a bunch of dirtbags. Relegated to the ranks of the common people. As soon as these four words were spoken, Chen Han immediately froze. Originally, he had thought that Yu Woyan was just the greatest fault, but he had also fought for the Grand Xia for his entire life, and had sacrificed all of his sons. He lost his wife in middle age and his son in his later years. Even if there was no merit, there was still hard work. What's more, he was also the one who took great credit for quelling the dark unrest. It was possible to be demoted and retain the benefits of his position for retirement, but he did not expect to actually be relegated to civilian status. Chen Han instantly wanted to open his mouth. Who knew that before Chen Han could speak, Yu Woyan laughed out loud instead. Ha 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 ha. Good. Good. Being relegated to a civilian is not bad. I can finally be a pure martial artist like Haoran. Yu Woyan quickly jumped in front of Chen Han and patted his shoulder. That meaning was for Chen Han to keep his mouth shut. Chen Han had just become a champion Marquee, he was in the limelight and shaking the Grand Xia, he shouldn't cause more trouble for a bad old man like him. Besides, he had spent most of his life storming for the Grand Xia. It might not be a bad thing to follow in Han Haoran's footsteps now. Back then, when Han Haoran had traveled to the Northern Realm, he had also stepped down from his military position and demoted himself to a civilian before going to challenge the creatures in the Forbidden Zone. Under the starlight, a youngster's figure was radiant and dazzling, while an old man's back looked incomparably forlorn. Who knew that at this moment, Di Qingtian suddenly spoke again, "Old Ju, don't rush off yet." Although the loss of 300,000 lives of the Northern Expedition Army is a big mistake, the successor that you personally chose was able to win a big victory, coupled with the merits that you've set up over the years. Even if there are 10,000 faults, that's all there is to it. After the 24th Privy Council's deliberation, it was decided that your marshalship will remain unchanged, but the 24th Privy Council's ranking will be lowered from the 5th to the 24th. Once these words came out, Yu Woyan, who was about to leave, as well as Chen Han, both looked relieved. Yu Woyan was even pointing at Di Qingtian in a silky manner and cursed, "You bad old man, why are you still breathing heavily when you speak?" Di Qingtian laughed. It looked like he and Yu Woyan actually had a good relationship. A lower ranking was not much of a punishment for Yu Woyan. After all, Yu Woyun was mostly just a titular name in the 24th Privy Council and was not actually involved in handling political affairs. Being able to enter the 24th Privy Council was merely the result of the above, seeing that he was unsealable and giving him an imaginary position. Of course, this was also because of Chen Han. If it wasn't for the great victory that Chen Han had achieved, Yu Woyun was bound to be pushed out as a shield. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain to the people. Chen Han pondered slightly, and immediately felt that he was concerned. Emperor Prime's handling of the situation was not difficult to understand. As the first power in Dixia, all he had to do was to strike a balance. Currently there were 3 marshals in the army, Yu Woyun, Zhong Ju, and Ouyang Quan, and only Yu Woyun alone represented the civilian power. Of the 24 supreme powers in Dixia, more than half of them stood on the side of the family forces. Those who were able to stand on the side of the commoners were also due to Yu Woyun's influence. If Yu Woyun really stepped down from his position, then whether it was in the political or military world, all the forces would fall to the family. This weak balance would be completely shattered. Di Qingtian was not willing to see such a thing happen, so even if Yu Woyun took the initiative to resign, he would never agree. To be able to sit in this position, one would not be the type of person who was incapable of thinking at all. Chen Han was relieved and headed to the banquet immediately afterward. For the sake of this northern expedition victory, most of the bigwigs in the entire capital were present, and the Jade Dragon Terrace was even packed with 3 whole floors. Countless delicacies and flavors abound. And for all the feasts today, all the big shots, there was only one main character. Congratulations to the Marquee of Champions. Marquee of Champions, let me toast you. As soon as Chen Han descended the stairs, countless big shots came up to raise their glasses in toast. Chen Han had just become the centerpiece of the banquet, being toasted wherever he went. Although Chen Han's current rank and position in the army was not considered high, he was the 25th Marquee of Dixia. He was also the champion Marquee. Everyone could see Chen Han's unlimited potential in the future. Even some of the imperial families had already begun preparing to match Chen Han. Marquee of Champion, you're a brilliant young man, do you have a good match? Marquee of Champion, my family has a daughter, 18 years old, with the appearance of a fish and geese, the moon is shy, and you can be a good match. Quite a few beauties threw winks at Chen Han. Zhao Linger had been watching, and the red wine glass she was holding in her hand had been crushed unconsciously. Ji Yun felt that Zhao Linger at this moment was like a flooding beast, but he still couldn't stop that broken mouth. Instructor Zhao, we are the queen of the palace, calm down. Xia Yunzi's play was excellent as always, but Zhao Linger didn't directly make a move. Instead, she flung a small vial of purple vermilion venom that she brought back from the northern realm onto Ji Yun's face. Immediately, the pain was so excruciating that Ji Yun was in agony. Don't talk nonsense, I'm afraid that Chen Han has drunk too much wine and his kidneys won't do well tonight. Zhao Linger gritted her teeth and said word for word. Only Zhao Yufei had an expression like a sizable cutie. How can drinking alcohol give you bad kidneys? Isn't it bad for the liver? Chen Han walked all the way from the first level of the banquet to the third level. The enthusiasm of the crowd, however, had not receded in the slightest. But here, Chen Han met a few people he did not want to see. It was the Chen family's oldest ancestor, Chen Mohu, and the current Chen family head, Chen Shiming. Obviously today's celebration banquet, the two were uninvited guests. Now they were even at the banquet, shamelessly following up the toasts from various families. You are the Chen family's old ancestor Chen Mohu. I can remember that Champion Ho is a member of your Chen family. Your Chen family has really produced a good offspring. Chen family master, in the future, our two families will have to travel often. Your family has produced a champion Marquee, you have to take care of us in the future. Chen Mohu shamelessly said, that's natural, now this champion Marquee, thanks to our Chen family's careful cultivation, otherwise it would be difficult to have today's achievements. Chen Shiming similarly chimed in, that's right. When Chen Han was in our Chen family, it was our Chen family that used all of our resources to cultivate him, it was really not easy for our Chen family. A cold smile could not help but appear at the corner of Chen Han's mouth. After drinking a few cups of horse urine, these two did not know their last name. Chen Han looked at the things around him, and immediately, only 2 bottles flew out. Chen Shiming and Chen Mohu did not even slow down before they were smashed on the back of their heads by the 2 bottles. Only 2 bangs were heard, the entire hall was instantly silent. Who moved? Don't you know that I am the champion Ho's own family? Chen Shiming's words hadn't even finished yet. The 2 drunken monks, Chen Mohu and Chen Shiming, who turned back to see Chen Han, immediately turned white with fear. Little chill, why did you come over? Chen Han said in a cold voice, call me Champion Ho.
Then, Chen Han swept a glance at the surrounding crowd and continued, "All of you listen, this Marquee and the Hanwoo Chen family have long since severed their relationship. My Marquee achievements have nothing to do with the Chen family. From today onwards, this Marquee is his own family. The Hanwoo Chen family is nothing more than a bunch of dirt and dogs." Chapter 84 Red God Mecha 8 Type 3 Laser Cannons. Chen Mohu and Chen Shiming's behavior was disgusting enough. The Chen family had never poured half a cent of resources into Chen Han, and now that Chen Han had become a champion Marquee, it had become a credit to the Chen family. However, for this group of elders, Chen Han was also considered to be in the right place. Chen Han's 2 words were equivalent to distributing 2 messages in front of these bigwigs in the capital. The first one was a hard slap to the face of the Chen family. The more Chen Mohu and Chen Shiming blew up, the more heavily this face was hit. After this, Chen Han would have no possibility of returning to the Chen family, and would have to form his own family. With the Chen family's ancestors, all 18 generations, to be completely separated. The second message is even more horrifying. The Chen family's earthy generation meant that Chen Han had not only severed his relationship with the Chen family, but also had a high probability of having a grudge against the Chen family. This was a warning to those families here that any further association with the Chen family would be an enemy of his champion Marquee. How could a family that could climb up to the capital not understand Chen Han's strings? From today onwards, I'm afraid that not only those families that are prepared to befriend the Chen family, but even those families that already have a close connection with the Chen family, will have to completely cut ties with the Chen family. No one was willing to offend a champion Marquee who was in the ascendant. Chen Mohu and Chen Shiming's faces were miserable. They had only come to rub their noses in it and blow off some steam, but they had actually been pushed to such a point by Chen Han. Little chill. Chen Shiming still wanted to beg for mercy, but the 2 guards beside Chen Han had already put their weapons on Chen Shiming's head. "The champion Marquee has an order, don't get out yet." If they did not leave again, these guards would probably kill the 2 of them on the spot, and the 2 of them could only flee with their tails between their legs. Chen Han did not directly kill the 2 of them and destroy the Chen family. That was because now there was news of Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng. When he recovered his parents, he would settle the score with the Chen family. Looking at the backs of the duo as they fled, the corners of Chen Han's mouth rose slightly, and then he pushed his younger sister, Chen Shui, in front of him. "Remember, gentlemen, there are currently only 2 people in this Marquee family. One is me, while the other is this Marquee sister, Chen Shui." When these words came out, the crowd immediately clapped their asses. Worthy of being the champion Marquee sister. Truly born small and delicate, well-behaved and cute. Nonsense. She's clearly valiant, and I'm afraid she'll be a female general in the future. Ha ha ha. The crowd's praise made Chen Shui's face blush. In the Chen family has always been stoic without getting praised. Chen Shui posture twisted, pinching the corner of Chen Han's coat, said, "Brother, I'm a little bit strange embarrassed." Chen Han, however, pacified, "Xiao Shui, hold your head up. Now that you are the sister of the champion Marquee, you don't have to keep your head down. Just hold your head high." Hearing this, Chen Shui was also proud, and blossomed into a smile in the face of the crowd's approval. The banquet went on as usual. Chen Mohu 2 people are just clowns, cannot set off any waves. The meal was drunk until midnight, and the family figures surrounding Chen Han gradually disappeared. Only then did an old man quietly walk over. Chen Han looked up to see that it was actually the head of the national pharmaceutical industry, Li Qingshi. Instead of making a toast, Li Qingshi scratched his head. "Champion Ho, I'm sorry, I'm not much of a drinker, so I never struck up a conversation with you just now." Chen Han was amused by the words of this pristine scientist. It was more than obvious that this kind of person who was purely engaged in scientific research could not cope with this kind of occasion. Perhaps because he had learned that Chen Xingbian was a scientist, the current Chen Han had a certain good feeling towards scientists as well, so he said, "What is it that Mr. Li has to say? Just say it." Li Qingshi was righteous. "To tell you the truth, Champion Ho's days of you coming to the capital are definitely few, so I would like to ask you to go to National Pharmaceuticals and guide our work." Guide the work of National Pharmaceuticals? Chen Han was a bit bewildered. His ability to refine pills was entirely dependent on the addition of the pill god's body. It was fundamentally different from the national pharmaceutical industry's method of refining medicines. The pill god's body only needed foreign beast materials to be able to directly produce medicine, while the national pharmaceutical industry did not know how many processes it would take to refine a bottle of qi and blood spirit liquid. It wasn't that Chen Han was unwilling to go, but he really didn't understand science. He was about to refuse, but Li Qingshi, as if he knew in advance, hurriedly handed Chen Han an invitation.
Chen Han looked down and the invitation letter clearly read. New Generation Red God Mecha Launch Party. Li Qingshe explained, "Don't worry, I won't let you make a trip for nothing. This is an invitation to the launch of the new generation of mechs to be held tomorrow by the research team of the National Academy of Sciences, and there are very few spots. It's worth a lot of money." Just for the sake of letting Chen Han guide his work, this pristine scientist had also used bribery. According to Li Qingshe, the Red God Mecha was detached from all the mechs currently on the market and was one of the newest models. It could reach up to 15 meters. Not only that, the entire body of the mech was made of the latest memory alloy. The conductivity and sensitivity would rise several levels compared to the old mechs in the past. The most powerful point is that this mech can be equipped with 3 types of laser cannons powered by star crystals. The maximum number of guns that can be carried is 8. What kind of concept is this? It meant that if the Red God mech could be mass-produced, the army might no longer need artillery battalions, and this mech would not only be able to fight, but also be able to be used as a carrier for Type 3 laser cannons. Of course this was unlikely, the current cost of the mech was too high. Not to mention the amount of star crystals consumed by 8 Type 3 laser cannons was not a small amount. It was almost impossible to achieve full mass production. But it was enough to drive many of the top manipulative talents crazy. With this Red God mecha, the combat ability on the battlefield could be said to be worlds apart from the old mecha from before. Although Chen Han did not have a manipulative talent, Ji Yun and Xu Mang had discussed purchasing a mech when they first saw the giant mech. Chen Han naturally agreed. After all, the mech only needed one person to maneuver it, but it could drastically improve the overall combat level of the Cold Knight team. Last time, it was also because of the mech that Chen Han was able to successfully clear out the elites beside the Red Wolf Beast Lord. It would be unimaginable if it could carry 8 more Type 3 laser cannons. Chen Han was indeed a bit moved, so he agreed to guide the work. It wasn't like he had to improve the national pharmaceutical formula, it wasn't a big problem. When Chen Han told the entire Cold Knight team the news, the Cold Knight team members also looked quite excited, especially Xu Mang, cheering. Tonight is destined to be sleepless. The launch party started right at 8 in the morning, so the Cold Knight team and their group got up early and headed towards the venue. Still only on the periphery of the venue of the launch party, they saw the mecha's appearance. Because the venue was only 8 meters high, but the Red God mechs in the center of the venue were 15 meters tall. The mechs were towering into the clouds, majestic and domineering, covered in red coating, with many 5-pointed stars engraved on them, among which there were 4 Type 3 laser cannons, which were mounted on the shoulders of the mechs. Chapter 85, Fighting with the Champion Ho? Do you have the strength? Is that the Red God mecha? Xu Mang's eyes were glowing, and a blaze filled his eyes. A man's romance was mecha. And it was even more so for manipulation system gifted people who could directly manipulate mechs. When he stumbled upon such a good thing, he naturally wanted to take it down. At this time, Xu Mang suddenly pulled out a bank card that was wrapped in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside from a pocket within his clothes. He handed the bank card to Chen Han. "Chen team, nothing else to say, I currently saved all the savings, are in this card, more or less a thought." Ji Yun couldn't help but flirt at the sight. "Yo! Iron Duke! You've made a lot of money today. How much money can be in the card?" Who knew that Xu Mang's answer was a shock to Ji Yun? "Counting all the rewards I've received since I joined the army, there's about $30 million. Ji Yun's eyes widened. Xu Mang usually couldn't afford to eat or wear anything, and even purchasing the chi and blood spirit liquid was stingy, but he didn't expect to actually be able to save $30 million. Although this $30 million still seemed dwarfed by the amount needed to purchase a mech, it was still a considerable amount of money. Seeing this, Zhao Linger also took out her bank card. "I also have 5 million here." At the same time, Zhao Yufei also took out his card. "I have 8 million here." In the end, a thin camel was still bigger than a horse. Not to mention Zhao Linger, saving up $5 million for so many years of battle isn't too difficult. Zhao Yufei and Xu Mang can be the same as Chen Han, belonging to the family's most unpopular. Chen Han has not enlisted in the army before, on the body of $2,000 cannot pull out. The deposits they took out, however, were all in the millions. Of course, there was another one who was in the same boat as Chen Han. The crowd all looked at Ji Yun at this moment, who knew that Ji Yun was instantly scared and incredibly flustered, and hurriedly pulled out everything in his pockets. "Don't look at me, my pockets are cleaner than my face." It wasn't that Ji Yun really didn't have any money, but he had basically used it all in the clubhouse. However, Chen Han did not really take the money from a few people either, possessing 10% of the mining rights of the Northern Realm Star Crystal. In terms of financial power alone, one person was already enough to compete with the numerous families in the capital. The Cold Night group crossed into the venue. As soon as they entered the venue, many people came up to congratulate them. Congratulations to champion Marquee Chen on his great victory in the Northern Expedition. Overnight, Chen Han's name had spread throughout the entire imperial capital, and it could be said that no one knew about it. However, there was also a part of the population that was wary of Chen Han. Why is the champion Marquee here? It can't be for the Red God Mecha as well. These people, basically, were all manipulation talent ability practitioners. Naturally, they had come for the Red God Mecha on sale. Li Qingshi had also said that there were very few spots to participate in this Red God Mecha on sale, and this was the capital city, so those who were able to enter the launch event were either rich or wealthy. There were actually 5 little Lolitas from the giant team amongst them. Chen Han was a bit surprised, or Zhao Linger whispered in Chen Han's ear, Shireen's sister's family seems to be very famous in the capital. Chen Han suddenly realized, no wonder these 5 Lolitas could afford to drive a mecha. Seeing Chen Han, Zhang Shireen also instantly came over to greet him. Champion Ho, do you also have the leisure to participate in this launch meeting today? Chen Han smiled faintly, yes, I haven't thanked you guys for borrowing the mechs last time. When they had pursued the Red Wolf Beast leader in the north, if it hadn't been for the giant team's generous loan of the mechs, perhaps they hadn't been as smooth as they could have been. That's all trivial. But I won't give away today's mech. Zhang Shireen waved her not-so-threatening small fists as if demonstrating with Chen Han. Please take your seats. At this moment, the host of the organizers slowly walked over. Today, all of you must have come here for the Red God Mecha, and truth be told, this Red God Mecha is a project that has taken the research and development team of my Grand Xia Academy of Sciences 10 years to finally make a breakthrough. Speaking of this, a large curtain was pulled open and the host pointed to the Red God Mecha in the venue. According to his introduction, there were a total of 3 sets of Red God Mecha on sale today. The materials used for the 3 sets of Red God Mecha were basically the same. But the performance was different. For example, in terms of drivability. It was similarly divided into low-grade, mid-grade, and top-grade performance configurations. The performance configuration is still secondary, the most important thing is that the 3 sets of mechs with 3 types of laser cannons are different. For example, the shortest Red God mech could only carry 4. The 12-meter tall one could carry 6. Only the 15-meter tall one could carry 8. And it's also the one with the highest performance. Of course, the price would also be different. The presenter's introduction made the crowd excited, because the indicators of this Red God Mecha were basically a whole lot higher than the previous generation of mechs. Especially that 15-meter tall Red God Mecha. It was able to resist a force of almost around 300,000 kilograms. That is to say, a strike close to that of a martial emperor-level powerhouse. Perverts like Chen Han couldn't be counted among them. Most of the powerhouses that had just reached martial emperor only had around 300,000 to 400,000 kilograms of force. One should know that the giant mecha was already the best amongst mechs, but it could only resist a force of around 100,000 kilograms. It was no wonder that the crowd listening to the introduction was so frenzied. Seeing the crowd's reaction, the presenter was also quite satisfied and said, "Gentlemen, let's not speak in the dark. In order to develop the Red God Mecha, the Great Summer Treasury has invested a lot of money in our project research and development team, and the researchers have expended a lot of energy on the demand. Now it's time to recoup the funds, so these 3 mechs, we're going to sell them out in the form of an auction. Please understand. In the past, the new mechs were all explicitly priced, but the Red God mechs, such a cross-generation work, were actually auctioned off, causing the crowd to be a bit taken by surprise. However, it is not incomprehensible, after all, there are only 3 mechs, at least there are hundreds of people at the venue, the explicit price is not divided over. And the first auction, actually is that 15 meters high Red God mech. The reserve price is not low. It was actually 100 million to start. Gentlemen, the cost of the mech is not mentioned first. There should be some of you who serve in the army and know the price of the Type 3 laser cannon, so the reserve price of this Red God mech is 100 million, and every time the price is raised, it shall not be less than 10 million. The Type 3 laser cannon, exclusively supplied by the army, according to Chen Han's knowledge, a unit would cost $30 million to build. The reserve price of 100 million was actually a losing deal. And before waiting for the crowd to open their mouths, Chen Han's first sentence raised the price of the Red God mecha to a terrifying figure. 200 kilograms of star crystals. Chen Han blandly shouted. As soon as these words were uttered, the entire room immediately drew in a breath of cold air.
In the capital, if it was a large transaction, many times star crystals would be used as currency. The price of 1 kilogram of star crystals could almost be converted into an equivalent of 5 million. 200 kilograms was a whole $1 billion. It can be said that the trenches are unrivaled. How could there be such a price increase? Most of the people who had wanted to open their mouths coincidentally lowered their heads. Some of them still wanted to speak, but were immediately held down by the people beside them. Fighting with the champion Marquee for financial strength. Do you have the strength? Chapter 86 Faith. Those were the colors of Daxia. Among these spectators, there was also someone who knew the inside story. It was a balding middle-aged man. Chen Han remembered having seen him at yesterday's banquet, seemingly called something like Zhang Hui. This Zhang Hui had followed him around like a pug at the banquet, sucking up to him from start to finish, so Chen Han had that much of an impression of him. His family was in the hotel business in the capital and was not small in scale. Zhang Hui said to the crowd, "You may not know that when the champion Marquee was crowned yesterday, he could have been given the right to exploit 10% of the star crystal mines in the northern realm by the one from the 24th Privy Council. You all may not know what this 10% mining right is a concept. Let's put it this way, a star crystal vein, the mining volume for a month is around 50 tons. That is to say, the champion Marquee will have 5,000 kilograms of star crystals every month." The crowd was even more shocked when these words were said. 1 kilogram of star crystal was 5 million. 5,000 kilograms, wouldn't that be tens of billions? And the conversion between star crystals and money wasn't that simple. For example, the total amount of star crystal veins in Grand Xia that were supplied to each family was limited. This meant that when all the major clans were in dire need of star crystal reserves, the price of star crystals would rise. For example, right now. Because of the northern expedition, Yuoyun had seized the star crystals from most of the clans. Originally, a kilogram of star crystals could almost only be exchanged for around 3 million. In less than a month's time, it was close to doubling. And the current 5 million is not the limit, rising to 6 million is not impossible. 5,000 kilograms of star crystals, I don't know how many clans had spent how many years before they could reserve them out, and Chen Han was able to obtain this much every month. No wonder he dared to ask for 200 kilograms of star crystals at the drop of a hat. To him, it was just a drop in the bucket. Hearing this, everyone backed off and no one dared to compete with Chen Han anymore. This was a real family mine. Or a star crystal mine. Even Zhang Shirin had to let out a bitter smile. "Chen Han, you're too strong now, that's all. I'll give up on this mech, you're not allowed to grab the other two." Chen Han nodded bashfully, he had only procured the Red God mecha for the Cold Knight team, and one was certainly enough. 300 kilograms of star crystals. Just then, a voice came from behind Chen Han. Obviously, 200 kilograms of star crystals was not the upper limit for this Red God mecha. Those who were able to make it to the venue were all characters from Kyoto, and it was impossible for them to not compete with Chen Han at all. Chen Han twisted his head to look. The one who spoke was a yellow-haired kid, dressed in a graceful and luxurious way, all dressed up in a designer label. Zhao Yufei, who was familiar with the capital, explained to Chen Han. "This kid is called Ma Jing, the capital of the Ma family. The Ma family is not small. If Chen Han is a family with a mine, then this Ma family is a family with a bank." In today's Daxia, star crystals, a high-grade hard currency, belong to the state. Banks are different, half of the shares are still in the country, but the other half, in the major families. The Ma family is holding shares in several large banks. In the capital, it is also considered a top-ranking family. However, for some reason, Chen Han did not look like Ma Jing was competing with him fairly, but rather had an axe to grind with him. Chen Han was a bit puzzled. It was reasonable to say that it was his first time in the capital and it was impossible for him to form a relationship with anyone. Ma Jing not only shouted the price, but at this moment, he even walked up to Chen Han and said, "Champion Marquee, other people are afraid of you, but I, Ma Jing, am not. Don't think you can fly around the capital just because you've been made a marquee. We have so many families in the capital, so many years of heritage, do you have any roots in the capital?" Ma Jing's attitude caused Chen Han to frown slightly. Seeing that the two of them were in a tit-for-tat, Zhang Hui knew that this was a good opportunity to kiss ass and hurriedly ran to Chen Han's side. He explained the reason to Chen Han. "Champion Ho, didn't Marshal you slash a family in the capital a while ago? That family is a close relative of this Ma family." Chen Han suddenly realized that it was the mess left behind by Marshal Yu. No wonder Ma Jing was hostile to him. However, now that it was an auction in fair play, Chen Han did not want to bother with Ma Jing much. 1,000 kilograms of star crystals. Chen Han raised the price directly to 1,000 kilograms. The bold way of bidding caused the host to freeze. If one were to raise the price with star crystals, the vast majority of people would raise the price by single digits upwards. Chen Han was good, and increased the price by hundreds of kilograms. 100 kilograms was $500 million. Therefore, Chen Han's price increase was a full $4.5 billion. The trenches are unrivaled. I've been in the capital for so long, but this is the first time I've seen someone raise the price so much with star crystals. Can't play. Even if Ma has a bank at home, there's no way to exchange all that cash for star crystals. Ma Jing was so angry that his face turned red, but there was absolutely nothing he could do. As the crowd had said, even if he had a bank at home, there was a limited amount of money to exchange into star crystals. There was basically no shortage of money in the big families, but all of them lacked star crystals. But Ma Jing was also a bit on top of things at this time, and angrily grunted, 1,100 kilograms. Seeing that Ma Jing had become truly angry and wanted to fight Chen Han to the end, Zheng Hui hurriedly dissuaded him, Champion Marquee, you're still a generous man, don't bother with this Ma Jing. The Ma family is not only wealthy, but Ma Jing's uncle-grandfather is now the 22nd highest power in Xia. Politics and business are connected, no wonder this Ma Jing is bold. However, Zheng Hui's words were thrown out of Chen Han's mind. 2,000 kilograms of star crystals. Chen Han was not someone who was particularly good at saving face, but today, he wanted to compete with Ma Jing. The reason was simple, Ma Jing would be hostile to Chen Han for no other reason than because of Marshal Yu. If Chen Han were to admit defeat here, it would not just be him who would lose face. The entire capital would say that Marshal Yu was wrong. Ma Jing was not targeting Chen Han, but Yu Woyan behind Chen Han. As a result, Chen Han's price increase was also extremely exaggerated, a full 2,000 kilograms of star crystals. Ma Jing was trembling with anger. He didn't dare to shout anymore because the star crystals that the entire Ma clan could allow him to mobilize was probably around 1,500 kilograms. 500 kilograms more would require the Ma family to mobilize a large amount of cash reserves, and it would also take at least a month to get it all together. The most terrifying thing was that looking at Chen Han's appearance, the Ma family's upper limit was merely Chen Han's lower limit. Suddenly Ma Jing questioned, Chen Han, don't be complacent. As far as I know, you were merely the recipient of the reward yesterday. For that star crystal vein in the northern realm to be put into operation and developed, it would take at least 2 months or more. Can you have 2,000 kilograms of star crystals? Then, Ma Jing pointed at the host on the stage, our great Xiaozi D group took 10 years to develop the Red God Mecha, are you not going to write a blank check? Only what Ma Jing did not expect was that the host actually spoke righteously and supported Chen Han in a bright manner. Hello, Mr. Ma. This is not a big deal. The champion Marquee won a great victory in the north, and we in the RD team worship and admire it greatly. We developed the Red God Mecha not just for money, but also with some faith. If we didn't have that kind of faith, there's no way our RD team of several thousand people would have persevered for 10 years for a project with a slim chance of success. Not to mention 2 months, even a year, our RD team can wait. The host's words made Ma Jing feel ashamed. He couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. He seemed to have forgotten that the Red God Mecha's coating was red with a 5-pointed star on it. That was the color of the flag. It's the color of faith. It was the color of Daxia. And Chen Han's contemptuous look drove Ma Jing even more crazy. Chen Han glanced at him and said in a cold voice, could it be that uncle-grandfather of yours didn't tell you that yesterday, the 24th Privy Council had already rewarded this Marquee with 10,000 kilograms of star crystals in advance from the state treasury? Killing people to kill them, but that's all. Chapter 87 Chen Han, the God of Killers. Executed on the spot. Chen Han would never bid if he didn't have some backing in his hand. He couldn't do something like writing a blank check. It was because of the reward of 10,000 kilograms of star crystals that Chen Han dared to bid like this. Ma Jing belonged to the category of those who lifted a stone and smashed their own feet. Right at this moment, the crowd only saw a person dressed in military uniform suddenly run in from the open-air venue. Under his leadership, each of the researchers who had developed the Red God Mecha ran to the venue in unison. Just when the crowd was still confused, they only saw this military man suddenly roar, attention! The scientific researchers stood upright, gazing straight at this side of the auction house with a determined look. Salute the champion Marquee! Only to see that the crowd of scientific researchers actually saluted Chen Han in unison. The scene was shocking, as there were thousands of scientific researchers.
They did not belong to the barracks and would have had no need to salute Chen Han. In other words, this behavior was completely spontaneous. This group of scientific researchers respected and worshipped Chen Han from the bottom of their hearts. Chen Han looked solemn and immediately led the Cold Knight group, and even the Giant group, to return a military salute to the people of the Red God Mecha Research Group. If it weren't for their tireless efforts and hard work day and night, I'm afraid that the army would not be able to supply many of its weapons and equipment. At this moment, Chen Han seemed to finally somewhat understand why Yu Wuyan was so obsessed with the northern expedition. Chen Han had only just become the champion Marquee, and had endured so many gazes and expectations. And Yu Wuyan had killed all the way from the dark age of turmoil, and even when he walked the streets on weekdays, he was enduring the earnest expectations of the populace. With the honor and status he had achieved, he was actually perfectly capable of discharging his armor and retiring early. On the Jade Dragon stage, Yu Wuyan wasn't talking nonsense when he said that he wanted to be a pure martial artist like Han Haoren. He had that kind of desire, but he couldn't let go of Daxia and its people. In a sense, this was also because of faith. And the next words of the host were even more shocking to the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, after our scientific research team deliberated, we have decided to give this highest matched Red God Mecha to the champion Marquee at no cost. While we certainly want to recoup our funds, we are more interested in seeing the mech we made with our own hands to be able to Mercedes-Benz to kill the enemy on the battlefield. This way, our 10 years of hard work will not have been in vain. When Chen Han had just started bidding, the members of the research team had the intention of giving away the mechs. They weren't flattering and pleasing. People who were engaged in scientific research were often pure at heart. They just wanted to see the Red God Mecha appear on the battlefield. You guys are really good. Scientific research team. Speaking of which, this kind of good thing should have been used in battle to kill the enemy, not in the academy to engage in personal battles. There was no one in the arena who could not praise the greatness of the research team members. In such a comparison, Ma Jing, who had stirred up trouble, appeared groundless and could only flee from the venue in ashes. Phew! A hush sounded throughout the venue, seemingly mocking the fleeing Ma Jing. Of course, Chen Han would not take advantage of the scientific research team either. 2,000 kilograms of star crystals seem like a lot, but if they were divided equally, each person would actually only get about a kilogram. A whole decade of hard work for only $5 million wasn't much. You have to know, those scientists who do research for the clans, I'm afraid that their salary for a year would be close to $5 million. If they had scientific results, I'm afraid they would have to earn tens of millions for a single project. The promised 2,000 kilograms is 2,000 kilograms, I will have someone send it immediately. Chen Han said blandly. Many thanks, Champion Ho. The host led all the researchers to bow deeply to Chen Han. Then, Chen Han asked Xu Mang to stay behind, so that he could drive away the Red God Mecha once he finished debugging it. Just after walking out of the gate, Chen Han and the others actually saw Ma Jing with a few household servants who had not yet left and were wandering around the entrance of the venue. Young master, let's go. It's embarrassing to stay here. What's the point of leaving? This young master is here today to buy a mech. If I can't get the highest quality one, I might be able to buy a lower quality one from someone else. It turned out that he didn't leave because he wanted to buy another low-match Red God mech from someone who had already bought it. After all, he was too embarrassed to re-enter the venue. Seeing Chen Han walk out, although Ma Jing didn't dare to offend Chen Han, he threw a blank stare and began to gloat. If you ask me, that group of scientists are. What era is this? Still have faith? Faith a hammer. Getting money in hand is the hard truth. If they are willing to develop a new type of mecha for this young man. If they're willing to develop a new mecha for me, they'll work for my Ma family. Isn't the price up to them? On a certain level, what Ma Jing said wasn't completely unreasonable. It was just that it was uncomfortable to listen to. Everyone in the Cold Knight group frowned. Seeing how boldly Ma Jing had spoken, the household servant hurriedly discouraged him. Young master, you should speak less. It was only just now that Chen Han and the researchers had saluted each other, and now that Ma Jing was talking like this, it was no different from slapping Chen Han in the face. However, Ma Jing still didn't know what to do and smiled arrogantly. What's wrong with talking? Why don't you let people talk when you have a long mouth? This is in Kyoto. Or on the street? What's the matter? Is there anyone who dares to kill in the street? There's a saying. If you don't make a mistake, you won't die. If Ma Jing really knew something about Chen Han, he would know that when he was in Hanwu City, Chen Han was a god of killing. What about the capital?
Chen Han didn't even give Ma Jing a chance to beg for mercy as the overlord gun in his hand was thrown out.
Ma Jing was a manipulation talent, and his realm was only at the martial artist level. Even with Chen Han's casual strike, he had no possibility of fighting back. Only to see that this shot actually went straight through Ma Jing's stomach, taking his entire body out with it, and then nailed him to the wall in Kyoto. In front of a large crowd, or in the capital city where big shots gathered, Chen Han actually took out a son of a big family so gently. The pedestrians on the side of the road were scared out of their wits, especially after seeing that the murderer was Chen Han.
Murder! Someone is killing people on the street. Who is so bold? Killing someone on the street in Kyoto. It seems to be the champion Marquee. I'll go. That's awesome.
The crowd was buzzing. However, those who were more shocked were Ma Jing's household servants. Ma Jing's cheap mouth wasn't something that happened in a day or two. Relying on his status, he could be immensely indulgent in Kyoto. Of course, there were times when he was taught a lesson, yet no one ever dared to kill him. They knew that the current Chen Han couldn't be messed with, but they thought that Chen Han would at most teach Ma Jing a lesson, not realizing that Chen Han would actually dare to kill someone directly.
The family servants said angrily, "Chen Han, are you crazy?
You dare to kill our young master.
Do you know the position of the Ma family in the capital? Do you know that the young master's uncle-grandfather is the supreme power of the Privy Council, Ding Muxian?"
While Chen Han's expression was unperturbed, he only slightly side-eyed and looked at Ji Yun beside him.
Ji Yun understood Chen Han's meaning in seconds and took out his small notebook. "Remember, Ma Jing of the Ma family of the East Imperial City in Kyoto spoke out of turn and insulted this marquee and the public officials of the country. This marquee will be executed on the spot in accordance with the laws of the Grand Xia." Chapter 88, Killing Your People. And you have to make amends. Bullying. Overbearing as always.
Previously, most people understood Chen Han, and it was also on the live broadcast screen. Although Chen Han's hegemony had already been rumored, seeing it with their own eyes was also shocking. Throughout the entire history of the new calendar, there had yet to be any marquee that dared to kill someone on the street in the middle of the street. The one who killed was still a son of a big family. The crowd of onlookers gathered more and more, but they were more worried for Chen Han.
The champion marquee killed well.
This Ma Jing is usually a hangdog in the imperial capital, and a while ago, he sent people to smash up my store because he wasn't satisfied with a meal.
Champion Ho will be fine, right?
Ma Jing deserves to be killed. The champion Ho shouldn't get into trouble because of this kind of person.
Didn't you hear what the champion Ho said?
Ma Jing insulted the researchers as well as the champion Ho.
We all heard this, and it's considered a personal testimony.
The crowd was so crowded that there were even those who advised Chen Han to just run away. The people from the Cold Night team were also a bit worried. No matter what, the person Chen Han had killed was not an ordinary person, or a character associated with supreme power. In the worst-case scenario, that supreme power would personally come down against Chen Han. Ding Muxuan had a lot of roots in the whole of Daxia.
The Ding family was responsible for the nation's metal manufacturing industry.
If this kind of person were to set their sights on Chen Han, the trouble would not be small.
Zhao Linger's brows knit tightly. "Chen Han, why don't we stop in Kyoto?
I know you're capable, but you can't just presume to kill someone.
Ding Muxuan is not someone to be messed with. Go back to the barracks. It's out of his reach there."
Zhao Yufei, who was a member of the capital family, was even more anxious, like an ant on a hot pan.
Trouble
That Ding Muxian is a vindictive person. Last time, there was a small family that just robbed a little bit of the Ding family's business, and was nearly exterminated by the Ding family.
Team Chen, we must return to the barracks immediately. Chen Han's expression remained flat, and he even laughed out loud. Take it easy.
You guys don't understand, I just have to kill him on the street so that Ding Muxian won't dare to touch me. Saying that, Chen Han brought the bookkeeping notepad from Ji Yun and slowly said, "With this in place, not only will Ding Muxuan not dare to touch me, but he will instead apologize to me."
Chen Han's expression was quite confident.
The members of the Cold Night team, on the other hand, all thought that Chen Han was crazy.
Chen Han killed Ding Muxuan's grandson in the street, and Ding Muxuan would actually apologize to him? What kind of bull logic was this?
Coincidentally, Marshal Yu suddenly made a phone call, saying that he had something to personally hand over to Chen Han. So Chen Han ordered the members of the Cold Night team to act on their own, and rushed to Yu Shuai's house.
Ma Jing's body was quickly carried back to the Ma family. At this moment, all the people in the Ma family were crying with tears in their eyes.
It should be known that Ma Jing was a rare class A manipulation talent ability, which could be said to be extremely rare in Kyoto where geniuses came out in abundance. He was actually nailed to death by Chen Han with a single shot on the street. This caused Ma Jing's father, Ma Jun, to become almost furious. What a champion Marquee! Simply too deceitful. Ma Jun, who was also a martial emperor level powerhouse, said that he was about to go find Chen Han to take revenge. However, there were still some calm people in Ma's family. Ma Jun, have you forgotten what happened to that chief family in Hanwu City last time? That Chen Han has made a great achievement now, the entire capital is celebrating him. If you move him at this juncture, won't you be dragging the entire Ma family down with you? Ma Jun calmed down, and immediately someone advised him to go to Ding Mushuan. On weekdays, the Ma family only looked up to the Ding family and had given the Ding family many favors, and if they wanted to take revenge at this time, they naturally had to look up to the Ding family to contribute. Not to mention that Ding Mushuan is one of the 24 supreme powers of Dixia, and only the 24 Privy Council can lay hands on the Marquee. In order to force Ding Mushuan's hand, Ma Jun even personally carried Ma Jing's corpse to the Ding family. Uncle! Ma Jing was beaten to death on the streets by champion Marquee Chen Han. You must avenge him. With a look of pathos on his face, Ma Jun put down Ma Jing's body and just laid it in the center of the Ding family's compound. He thought that seeing this scene, no matter how high Chen Han's status was, there was no reason for Ding Muxian not to step in. No matter what, Ma Jing was also Ding Mushuan's nephew's grandson. A green-robed old man slowly stepped out from the back, and seeing Ma Jing's miserable death, his murderous aura boiled over all of a sudden. He was the 24th Privy Council's Ding Muxian. Moreover, it was also a rare senior martial artist in the 24 supreme powers. The strength was at the martial zone level. With this strength and status, it was not difficult for him to make a move against the Marquee-appointed Chen Han. Only Ding Muxian smiled coldly. This Chen Han, he is truly bold. He doesn't know the heights of heaven after Emperor Prime gave him a Marquee position. Ma Jing is my nephew and grandson after all, he's not putting me in his sights. This Marquee position of his was sealed yesterday, I'm going to take it down today. Ding Muxian's anger rose from his heart, and after saying that, he intended to go find Chen Han's trouble. Ma Jun was also a bit excited and immediately followed. Who knew that just after walking to the door, Ding Mushuan stopped? To be able to climb to the position of supreme power, none of them are not reckless without a little heart. Chen Han he had seen with his own eyes yesterday, although he looked young and frivolous, he was by no means some arrogant, bossy little cutie who killed people indiscriminately. It was also impossible for Chen Han to be unaware of Ma Jing's identity before he killed. So he had a few of the household servants who were present at the time tell him the events leading up to it. Who knew that just after hearing it, a crisp slap sounded in the air. Slap! In a situation that the crowd was not expecting, Ding Mushuan slapped Ma Jun's face. Scram! Get out of here immediately. Pretend that you didn't come today. Drag your unfilial son's corpse back to me as well. Ma Jun was incomparably dismayed. Why did Ding Mushuan's attitude make a 360-degree turn? However, Ding Mushuan did not want to explain any further, and Ma Jun's face turned pale with fear as Ding Mushuan had already made a move to raise his hand to attack. If he didn't leave, it would be him that Ding Mushuan would hit. A rough man like Ma Jun certainly did not understand. In the field of power, there are some things that don't weigh four tails. On the scale, 1,000 pounds can't be beaten. Ma Jun insulted the words of the scientific researchers. Once if someone made an article, Ding Mushuan's trouble can be big. As the saying goes, the higher you stand, the harder you fall. The position of the 24th Privy Council is never static. On the contrary, it can be said to be in flux at all times. For example, when Yu Woyun lost the Northern Expedition, he fell from 5th to 24th position. For Yu Woyun, this might not be a big deal, but for others, when such a ranking falls, it could be a life's work gone up in flames. Those 24 positions could be said to be watched at all times. Ding Muxian alone had no less than 100 political enemies. They say it's the highest power in Xia, but sitting in that position, every moment is like walking on thin ice. The truly arrogant ones are the local snakes like Chi Hu. As Chen Han said, if Ding Mushuan did not know about this matter, it would be just, if he knew, he would have to personally come to the door to make amends and apologize. Chapter 89 Sacred Beast Qilin Bone. Human Body Transformation. Chen Han's Fanfare. It precisely left Ding Mushuan completely speechless. First of all, Chen Han had just been named Champion Marquee, and it could be said that no one in the entire Grand Xia knew about him. Thus his matter would be watched by most people.
Once Ding Muxuan chose to strike, it had to be blatant and justified. Otherwise, even a single hair would fall off Chen Han's body. Otherwise, even if a single hair fell off Chen Han's body, people would speculate that it was Ding Muxuan's doing. From this perspective, not only did Ding Muxuan not dare to touch Chen Han, he even had to send someone to protect him in case Chen Han was in Kyoto. Secondly, Chen Han had more than just the status of champion Marquee. Behind him was Grand Xia's first marshal Yu Woyun, a figure who had been famous in Grand Xia since the Dark Ages. There was no more than a slap on the wrist in Grand Xia that dared to mess with Yu Woyun, and he, Ding Muxian, was definitely not among them. Not to mention the fact that because of that star crystal vein, now Chen Han and Di Qingtian had also developed a relationship. One was number one in the political world, and the other was number one in the military world. If Ding Muxuan wanted to go against Chen Han without any reason, the next moment his Ding family would be thwarted. Not to mention the fact that Ma Jing was the one who was in the wrong. If Chen Han had struck in secret, then Ding Muxuan would have had a reason. Chen Han. This guy is obviously only 18 years old. How could he have such a deep heart? The more Ding Muxuan thought about it carefully, the more fearful he felt. Because Chen Han definitely didn't look like the kind of rash young man who killed people on the street without a brain. The truth was that this was all calculated by Chen Han. Chen Han killed Ma Jing. Not only did Ding Muxuan not dare to move this period of walking in Kyoto, but also 2 more bodyguards of the Ding family. Thinking of this, Ding Muxuan even cursed at Ma Jing's corpse, "You bastard. Dead is dead. And you still caused me such a big trouble." Of course, all of this happening in the Ding family was expected by Chen Han. At this time, he had already arrived at Marshal Yu's residence. The hallowed marshal, surprisingly, didn't have any detached villa in Kyoto. It was just a small government-allocated flat. The decoration of the home was also very rustic, without the slightest feeling of grace and splendor. Chen Han could not help but be somewhat moved. For so many years Yu Woyun had held high positions in politics and the military, so it was no wonder that there were many people who looked at him with displeasure, but no one had ever been able to pick out his moral blemishes. The rarest thing was that although he himself was incorruptible, he did not ask his men to do the same. Most of the bounties he received were almost always given to his military subordinates. When Chen Han had taken 10% of the star crystal's mining rights, Yu Woyun hadn't said more than half a word and didn't have any moral abduction. Such a person was worthy of admiration. Before Chen Han could open his mouth, it was Yu Woyun who first poured Chen Han a cup of tea. "Chen Han, drink tea." A cup of ordinary tea, but Chen Han drank it with extra warmth. But Yu Woyun's next words made Chen Han momentarily speechless. "Chen Han, you're good enough. Only yesterday you were crowned champion Marquee, and today you dare to kill people on the streets?" It had to be said that Yu Woyun's intelligence ability was extraordinary. It had only been an hour or so since Chen Han had killed someone on the street, and Yu Woyun had received the news. Although Chen Han did not have the slightest hesitation in killing Ma Jing, he still felt a little guilty about inviting trouble for Yu Woyun. He was about to apologize, but Yu Woyun waved his hand. "All right. There is no need to say more. That kid from the Ma family wasn't a good person in the first place, so it's fine to kill him. On the contrary, in order to compete with him, did you throw away thousands of dollars at the sale? I know that it was for my sake. The Ma family has always hated me. But 2,000 kilograms of star crystals, you're really willing to part with it." Speaking of this, Yu Woyun but suddenly pulled out his coat pocket, taking out a few dimes out. 2,000 kilograms of star crystals I don't have, that's all I have left in my body, old man." Chen Han smiled faintly and said back, "How could I ask for your money, Marshal Yu?" The first marshal of Grand Xia actually had just a little bit more money on him than the playboy Ji Yun. I'm afraid it would make people laugh when they said it. But it was precisely this that made him all the more worthy of admiration. Yu Woyun is not really miserable to this extent. Just to appease the families of those 300,000 soldiers who sacrificed their lives in the northern expedition, he donated all his savings after he came back. At this point, Chen Han asked towards the main event, "Marshal Yu, didn't you have something for me on the phone?" "That's good. I can't take out 2,000 kilograms of star crystals, but there is a good thing I'm able to give you. But before that, I have to ask you first. This time, the above has rewarded one of you with an opportunity for human body transformation. What do you think?" Yu Woyun asked to Chen Han, and his expression was somewhat solemn. Chen Han spoke the truth. He did not want to go for the current human body modification technology. Human body transformation was roughly divided into 2 types. One was mechanical remodeling, which was taking parts of the human body and replacing them with alloy metals, such as arms, legs and the like.
This could help martial artists increase their strength or improve their speed. There are also some more special martial arts skills that require a mechanical body in order to perform them. There is also a soft body modification, using memory metal or parts of the body of an alien beast, implanted into the human body. This kind of transformation served the same purpose as mechanical transformation, but it was much more dangerous and could kill someone if they were not careful. The gains were also greater. For example, Chi Feihu had blocked Chen Han's surefire piercing Deaththorn lance. But to be honest, no matter which kind of transformation, Chen Han did not want to do it. This was because the higher one's cultivation reached, the ability of a martial artist's own human cells was stronger than various mechanical materials and exotic beast materials. And human body transformation was an almost irreversible process. If a high-ranked martial artist had ever undergone human body modification, instead, the modified areas would become a liability. Unless one could not climb above the level of martial exalt for the rest of their life, they would generally not undergo human body modification. Yu Woyun nodded. Because of this, I'm happy that you have this idea. As a martial artist, you have to have a strong heart. But well, whether or not you want to carry out human body transformation, you also have to see what the material for transformation is. Saying this, Yu Woyun took out a small black box. He opened the box, only to see that inside the box, there was actually a small bone laid out. That bone was very peculiar, and just as Chen Han saw it, he felt an extremely powerful force emanating from the bone. This pressure, if Chen Han did not have a SSS level talent, I am afraid that he would have to be scared to the point that his legs would go weak. One must realize that this was just a section of bone. I wonder how powerful the original owner of this bone will be. No, it shouldn't be a human, but rather a beast bone. It was only somewhat similar to a human bone. Yu Woyan looked at Chen Han with an approving expression. Not bad. You actually didn't fall to the ground when you ran into this thing. Your qualifications are truly extraordinary. The origin of this knuckle bone: 50 years ago, there was a sacred beast Qilin in the western region that came out of the world, Hanhaoren, and I brought the 8 great martial arts gods of the world at that time to fight together to take it down. On the body of the Qilin, there is a bone that contains the essence of its body. We call it the Qilin precious bone. Chen Han was instantly shocked. He had heard of this deed as well. It even formed a limerick. The western region Kirin came out of the world in a shocking manner, and the 10 great martial gods joined forces to attack it. At that time, a fire Qilin from the western region had inexplicably come through the air, with a blazing fire that stretched for thousands of miles and was nearly about to burn half of the Grand Xia to ashes. It was the top 10 warriors of the human race that killed it. That battle lasted over a whole month. 2 martial gods fell. It was nearly the end of the world. Chapter 90. Can you raise your realm without cultivating? Yu Shuai was shocked. A sacred beast that required the top human battle force at the time to be able to put up with it, one could imagine what kind of strength it was. The materials on its body were bound to be treasures of immense value as well. Yu Woyun told Chen Han that the materials left on the Qilin at that time were divided amongst everyone involved in the battle. Among them, the most precious was this section of Qilin bone. At that time, there was a martial god who specialized in human body transformation. He judged that this unicorn bone was an excellent material for human body modification. The appearance fit perfectly with the human bone. It could drastically enhance the basic attributes. Even at the martial god level, it had a huge effect. At that time, Hanhaoren had contributed the most, so this Qilin bone was his. Only, Hanhaoren was delayed due to some matters and didn't carry out the human transformation. Before traveling to the northern realm, Hanhaoren handed over all of his belongings to Yu Woyun, including this Qilin bone. Yu Woyun had treasured it for 40 to 50 years, but hadn't taken it out and didn't want to use it himself. Now that he had taken it out, he naturally had only one purpose, and that was to give it to Chen Han. This thing is worth 2,000 kilograms of star crystals no matter what, right? Take it. With a casual throw, Yu Woyun unexpectedly threw that incredibly precious section of Qilin bone to Chen Han. This thing was not only worth 2,000 kilograms of star crystals. Something that even the martial god level had their eyes on. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that a complete star crystal mine might not even compare to its value. Chen Han did not make any pretense and accepted Yu Woyun's gift. Many thanks, Marshal Yu. As Yu Woyun had said, whether or not to perform human body modification depended on the material. This section of Qilin bone did not affect the human body's functions, and as Chen Han's strength grew, the more useful the Qilin bone would become.
At this time, Yu Woyan spoke again. I suggest that you transplant this section of Qilin bone into your hand to minimize the impact on the human body. Moreover, I have to introduce you to someone. Speaking of this, Yu Woyan left Chen Han with a person's name, as well as an address and phone number. Seeing this person's name, Chen Han was also stunned. Liang Yutian. This person was one of the martial gods who participated in the siege of the sacred beast Qilin back then. It was also known as the contemporary sage of national medicine. In terms of human body modification, no one in the entire Grand Xia could surpass him. He's a doctor of martial arts, and his weapon is a long needle used in acupuncture. In his eyes, all kinds of difficult cases are almost nothing. The phrase flesh and bones of the living and the dead was not bragging when put in front of him. The unicorn bones effects were overbearing, and transplanting it was certainly risky. Only by handing it over to him, Yu Woyun was most assured. Yu Woyan even asked Chen Han to bring the Cold Night team and go with him to find this Liang Yutian. With Yu Woyun's recommendation, coupled with the request of the 24th Privy Council, even if Liang Yutian's temper was bad, he was afraid that he would not be able to refuse. Chen Han nodded his head in agreement, and immediately turned his head and prepared to go find the Cold Night team to discuss the matter of human body modification. But Yu Woyun stopped him on the spot and said, "What's your hurry?" Old Liang could have said back then that in order to transplant this Qilin bone, the minimum realm is the 4th level of Martial General. That's just the realm requirement. There are also the basic attributes, strength and speed, which have to be at the level of the 8th rank of a Martial General. The Qi and blood even have to be above the 80th rank. Spiritual force has to be at the 20th level. Have you met the standard? Yu Woyan was slightly annoyed and immediately greeted Chen Han as he headed to the field where the attributes were measured. Of course, this was also for Chen Han's benefit. After all, if the attributes of the transplanted Qilin bone did not meet the standard, he would not be able to receive the Qilin bone's strong power, and would be crippled if it was light, or burst into flames if it was heavy. Yu Woyan gave Chen Han an order: "Give me the test." This is an order. Don't go transplanting the Qilin bone without meeting the standard. Or else you give it back to me. Chen Han scratched his head and looked at the crowds of onlookers at the measuring site, and said with some awkwardness, "Marshal Yu, that won't be necessary, will it?" Chen Han was immensely confident in his basic attributes, he was indeed up to par. But it couldn't be helped by Yu Woyun's old father-like concern and nagging. Boom! As a last resort, Chen Han could only slam his fist on the measuring instrument. Strength, 542,300 kilograms. The instrument's AI automatically released a broadcast. The corner of Yu Woyun's mouth twitched. The strength was not only up to standard, it was far beyond it. Immediately, he waved his hand, signaling Chen Han for the next test. However, there was a wave of attributes that surprised him. Base speed, 2,364. Qi and blood, 145 gears. Spiritual force, 31st level. One basic attribute after another. Not only did Yu Woyun feel shocked, even the onlookers likewise had their jaws dropped. Isn't that the champion Marquee? I remember he seems to be at the Martial General level. This basic attribute, seriously? Nima. This is clearly the basic attributes of a Martial Emperor level. Worthy of being a champion Marquee. There's a reason why he was made a Marquee. Chen Han heard these words, and then showed his hands to Yu Woyan. "Marshal Yu, look, I'm saying that there's no need for this, right?" Yu Woyan had a helpless expression and a bitter smile on his face. However, he was still not too assured and continued, "What about the realm? You can't fool me on this. I probed your realm on the day of the Northern Expedition, Martial General 3rd Order. Cultivating to the 4th rank of Martial General will take at least a month. I don't have any problem with you undergoing transformation after a month." Chen Han's expression was a bit surprised, then he scratched his head. "Marshal Yu, is it true that you haven't probed my realm since you returned from the Northern Expedition?" Yu Woyun was stunned upon hearing this. Indeed, as Chen Han had said, the death of 300,000 troops had left Yu Woyan eerily sad. He had yet to use his cultivation since he had slashed through Zhongzhou Ouyangquan. Thinking of this, Yu Woyan whirled his mind and probed Chen Han's realm. Without checking, it was a shock. The result of this exploration let Yu Woyan burst out a foul mouth. "I go. When did you reach the 4th level of Martial General?" It was important to realize that the Northern Expedition had actually only lasted for 4 or 5 days. And during these 4 or 5 days, it could be said that they had been marching and fighting all the time. There was no time to cultivate at all. Everyone's spirit was focused on dealing with the foreign beasts.
Before the northern expedition, Chen Han's realm was merely the third level of a martial general. It was simply impossible to raise a realm in 4 or 5 days. This was a martial general. Even if one was a supreme demon, at most, they would be able to raise a realm in 4 or 5 days when they were at the warrior rank. Not to mention that these 4 or 5 days, the entire time was being broadcast live, and it was clear to everyone whether Chen Han had practiced or not. This was what Yu Wuyun found most puzzling. Chen Han was clearly marching and fighting, and had to be highly mentally focused on the enemy. How on earth did he cultivate? This was no longer something that could be explained by a demon. Of course, he did not know that the effect of Chen Han's soldier soul sacred body was that the only way to hold a weapon was to regard it as a state of cultivation. When one marched and fought in wars, naturally, one would never leave one's body without a weapon. Even when sleeping, one must always carry a weapon for defense. In addition to not meditating to stabilize the foundation of the realm, in a sense, Chen Han in the middle of marching and fighting was able to refine his cultivation at a faster rate than if he concentrated on cultivation. Chapter 91 Street Disorder. The panelists were detained? Yu Wuyun was speechless, having not tested Chen Han's basic attributes for a long time. Unexpectedly, his basic attributes had already reached such a level. Even if it was Han Haoren back then, I'm afraid that he would only be able to bow down in front of Chen Han. With no choice but to agree, Yu Wuyun could only allow Chen Han to transplant the Qilin bone immediately. In reality, this might not be a bad thing. No one in the whole of Disya had used Qilin bone for human body transformation yet, and the sooner it was transformed, the greater the benefits might be. It could also be helpful in raising the realm, to a certain extent. Chen Han got up and wanted to go to Liang Goshen's location address and bring the Cold Night team with him. It was just that at this time, he did not know that during the time that he was meeting Yu Wuyun, a major event had happened to the Cold Night group. The people of the Cold Night group were led by Zhao Linger, and after purchasing some daily necessities on the street, they were ready to return to Chen Han's Marquee. Aside from Zhao Yufei, several people did not have a place to stay in Kyoto. They could only stay in Chen Han's champion Marquee residence. However, just as they arrived at the gate of the Marquee mansion, a few people saw some men dressed in plain clothes, scribbling on the walls of Chen Han's new Marquee mansion. Not only that, there was actually a martial arts general-level expert among them. He was actually bold enough to knock down Chen Han's champion Marquee plaque and stomp on the ground to humiliate him. Unbeknownst to them, this was all arranged by Ma Jun. Ma Jing had been killed by Chen Han, the Ma family could not afford to mess with Chen Han, and Ding Muxuan was unwilling to take action. Ma Jun couldn't hold his breath, so he had someone pretend to be a civilian and make trouble in front of the champion Marquee residence, unable to kill Chen Han, but also to be disgusted. This behavior was childish, but it had to be said that it did have some effect. The family of Ma's people pretending to be civilians kept abusing in front of the Marquee residence. Champion Marquee, selling his name for fame. Killing people in the street, disregarding the law. These people's insults attracted a lot of uninformed spectators from the melon-eating crowd. Chen Han had just gained a great deal of fame, and this move by the Ma Jun was meant to discredit Chen Han. Zhao Linger's temper was, in fact, fiery. Only in front of Chen Han, it had been suppressed quite a bit. Seeing this scene, her face immediately turned cold, and the lance in her hand immediately flew out. In the next moment, a civilian pretending to be from the Ma clan was viciously nailed to the wall by Zhao Linger. Compared to Chen Han, Zhao Linger might not seem strong. So much so that it made people forget that Zhao Linger was also a genius, having no problem killing people by crossing at least 2 minor realms. The few people invited by Ma Jun, other than a martial general of the second rank, the rest were only martial artists, so naturally, they weren't Zhao Linger's 1-2 punch. Zhao Linger scolded, "What are you guys barking at?" Just as she finished speaking, she took a big step forward and blasted another fist at another member of the Ma family. This scene dazzled the calmer Zhao Yufei. He had to let out a sigh of relief. These two, are they both so explosive in temper? Originally, he wanted to advise Zhao Linger to wait for Chen Han to return before making up her mind. But now that Zhao Linger had already made her move, Zhao Yufei and the others could only join in. The Cold Night team had fought with Chen Han on the Northern Expedition battlefield after all. These people invited by the Ma family were no match at all. Especially Zhu Mang, who was also piloting the Red God mech that had just been deployed. The large mech was parked in front of the Marquee residence, and the oppressive force alone was intimidating. The Ma clan's military general tried to fight with the Red God mecha without knowing what to do. Who knows, with a wave of the Red God mecha's fist, which was like a small hill, the Ma clan's general was blown away by more than 20 meters, and even passed through a few stores in a row. Good. Good. Watching this scene, the crowd of onlookers clapped their hands. Chen Han now had a reputation in the hearts of the public just like Yu Wuyan, and was not as likely to be led astray by a few people from the Ma clan. Ma Jun hid in the back and watched, but he hated his guts. His action to retaliate against Chen Han had not achieved results. Instead, he had allowed Chen Han to show his face again. Ugh! Ma Jun sighed deeply. Right at this moment, he suddenly felt an overwhelming aura coming from behind him. Turning his head to look, the person who appeared startled him. The person who came was actually Grand Xia's second Marshal Zhonggong. Marshal Zhong. Ma Jun was scared out of his wits. After all, this was all planned by him, and the Cold Night team was from the military. If Zhonggong was determined to protect his shortcomings and investigate to the end, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to take it in his stride. However, Zhonggong did not seem to care about the horse army, but instead looked at the attention of the Cold Night team thoughtfully. Within a short time, only a few military vehicles were seen driving straight towards the champion Marquee residence. A group of Thunder God Army soldiers jumped down from the vehicles and surrounded the Cold Night team in 3 layers. The officer at the head even shouted, "Tie up these people for me. Escort them to Black Rock Prison." These Thunder God Army soldiers all had Marshal General level strength, and the Cold Night team was no match for them. Zhao Yufei, Zhu Mang, and Ji Yun were even more terrified and didn't dare to move. Only Zhao Linger appeared relatively calm. She even dared to question the officer, "Who gave you the guts?" "We are affiliated with the Vulcan Army's Kuei Character Battalion, and we are even the champion host people." Chen Han was in the ascendancy now, and even the Thunder God Army had to yield 3 points. However, this officer had no intention of stopping. At this time, one person came down from the car and blandly said, "I said tie you up. As soldiers, you are lawless and causing trouble in the street. This is a violation of military law. What, you guys even dare to beat me?" The one who spoke was none other than Zhonggong. Seeing that the visitor was Zhonggu, the Cold Night group could only obediently tie their hands. Not to mention the fact that Zhonggu was a martial god level, just talking about the military rank, tying up the Cold Night team was also reasonable. Zhao Linger put on the handcuffs herself, but she wasn't the least bit afraid, and even gave Zhongjiu a cold look. "Zhongjiu, are you arresting us in order to deal with Chen Han or to deal with Marshal Yu?" Zhonggong did not reply, because Zhao Linger was too low in rank and not qualified enough for him to answer. In fact, this time around, Zhongjiu had a great deal of complaints about how Yu Wuyan was handled by the higher-ups. He had thought that by taking advantage of the loss of the Northern Expedition, he would be able to make Yu Wuyan fall from the position of First Marshal, but he did not expect it to be just an irrelevant political demotion. Yu Wuyan's position in the army had not changed at all. Even because of Chen Han's vassalage, Yu Wuyan's position had become more stable. He had withheld the Cold Night team not to deal with Chen Han or Yu Wuyan. Rather, it was to deal with both together. He even fought to make this incident ferment, pulling Yu Wuyan and Chen Han down one after another. The Cold Night team sitting in the car did not panic over having to enter the prison. Zhao Yufei sighed, "Ugh. Bad. We're going to cause trouble for Team Chen and Marshal Yu this time." Zhao Yufei had been in the capital for many years and knew the ways of power. What they had committed was not a big deal. At most, they would only face a few days in the army. Zhonggong was trying to utilize them as a sword that could be used to kill Chen Han and Yu Wuyan. Zhao Linger shook her head, rather chagrined. "It's all my fault for being a bit impulsive." However, Ji Yun understood Chen Han somewhat and laughed out loud. "Don't worry. Even if Xiao Qin is present, he will only do it more ruthlessly than you. Zhonggong will also make a big deal out of this." The one who looked the deepest amongst the crowd was actually the usually dangling Ji Yun. The higher one's status, the more people one stares at. Zhongjiu doesn't want to see Chen Han rise, and naturally won't let go when he encounters this kind of opportunity. Not long after, Chen Han returned to the Marquee house, saw the doorway full of wreckage, immediately realized that something was wrong. Then Luo Feng, who had been watching, came over to inform Chen Han that the Cold Night team had been detained by the Thunder God Army. The corners of Chen Han's mouth rose. What should come would always come. Sooner or later, he would have to cross paths with the second marshal of the Grand Xia. "Luo Feng, call up all the people from the Fire God Army and Water God Army and the Northern Expeditionary Army outside the city and have them wait for me at the Black Rock Prison." Chapter 92. Who the hell is the marshal? Ha! Hearing Chen Han's words, Luo Feng froze on the spot as if he was dumb. He whispered to dissuade him, "Champion Marquee, I don't know if this is the right thing to say. Originally, this is just a small matter, but if you call on the army outside the city, it will be a big deal. It is expressly forbidden from above that the Northern Expeditionary Army is not allowed to enter the city. Aren't you making a bigger deal out of it? Chen Han didn't reply, but looking at Chen Han's firm expression, Luo Feng understood everything. Soldiers obeyed orders as their natural duty. He could only fasten his horse and go to the outside of the city. Of course, Luo Feng didn't know what Chen Han was thinking. This was either not a big deal or a big deal. Since Zhong Gong wasn't afraid of outsiders looking at the army's jokes, why should Chen Han be afraid? It wasn't like it was a matter of a day or two for the Vulcan army to be at odds with the Thunder God army. Then, Chen Han's figure suddenly transformed into a phantom as he quickly traveled through the streets of the capital city, and it didn't take long for him to arrive at the entrance of the Black Rock Prison. Black Rock Prison was the largest prison in the capital, and also the most luxurious one. The people incarcerated in it were basically those who had violated the military law, or were bigwigs in the political world. It could be said that the people inside were either rich or noble, or extremely powerful. Therefore, the defense is also quite strict. The entire prison is made of special alloy metal. It was also equipped with Type 3 laser cannons that specialized in dealing with alien beasts, so it could be said to be a brick wall. Chen Han had only just arrived at the entrance when the guards in the prison seemed to have anticipated it in advance, running out of the prison one by one. Almost without exception, those who could work as guards in this prison were at least at the level of a marshal general. The capital city was still the capital city, and a marshal general rank in other main cities could be the head of a bureau like Chief Ehu. But here, it was just guarding the prisoners. At the same time, the muzzles of at least 30 Type 3 laser cannons were all aimed at Chen Han. The guards asked knowingly, "Champion Ho, what are you doing in Black Rock Prison?" Chen Han raised an eyebrow and looked around at the Type 3 laser cannon muzzles without the slightest bit of fear. "Releasing people." Chen Han simply said two words indifferently. Immediately, a domineering aura was released, scaring the guards into trembling. Although the prison was heavily guarded, it was not without a pass-through net. At the time of the Northern Expedition, this group of guards had all personally seen Chen Han's battlefield god-killing appearance. In particular, the scene of killing the red wolf beasts, blood splattering 7 steps and wolf heads flying about was enough to make them tremble. Of course they didn't dare to do anything to Chen Han, but at this moment, the Black Rock Prison's warden, Mai Xiong, came out. Mai Xiong was a martial emperor who had been working in Black Rock Prison for over 40 years, and his viciousness had long been spread throughout the capital. He was also the only one who had not moved the slightest bit under Chen Han's intimidation. Mai Xiong coldly said, "Champion Ho, what do you think my Black Rock Prison is? Letting people go when you say so? To release someone, there has to be formalities from the 24 privy councils. There also has to be signatures from at least 6 ministers in the capital." Saying this, Mai Xiong also realized that their people did not seem to pose much of a threat of force to Chen Han. Turning to the 30 Type 3 laser cannons at his side, he looked at them. "If you want to go in hard, do you think these 30 Type 3 laser cannons of mine are vegetarians?" Hundreds of martial generals plus a martial emperor, as well as 30 Type 3 laser cannons, the copper-walled Black Rock Prison. Mai Xiong expected that Chen Han would not dare to come in hard. However, he still underestimated Chen Han. In the next moment, Chen Han suddenly took out his dragon bow with a cold expression. Swoosh! Only an arrow flew out, and the terrifying star crystal arrow actually ran straight through dozens of meters. Not only did it instantly pierce dozens of martial generals through and through, even the gate of the Black Rock Prison was blasted open by Chen Han. It was important to realize that the attack range of the star crystal arrow was gradually expanding. What began as a single point could even expand to a diameter of 6 meters in the end. The crowd was stunned by Chen Han's decisiveness. He really dared to go hard. Mai Xiong even couldn't help but burst out in foul language. Then he immediately commanded, "Laser cannons blast me." In reality, if Chen Han didn't come hard, Mai Xiong wouldn't have dared to make a move. No matter what, Chen Han was the 25th Marquee of Disya. But he, Mai Xiong, was just a small prison warden. And the probability was that he would be a prison warden for the rest of his life. He didn't dare to take the initiative to make a move against Chen Han. But it would be different if Chen Han were to do it the hard way. Without a secret order from the 24th Privy Council, even Yu Wuyun couldn't break into the Black Rock Prison the hard way. Otherwise, they could be killed on the spot. But next, before the Type 3 laser cannon in the prison could be loaded, Mai Xiong heard shouts from not far away. "All hands! Coordinates 6 o'clock, distance 500 meters, fire!" Only a black laser could be seen speeding from the distance. In just the blink of an eye, the entire Black Rock Prison's enclosure wall, which was like a bronze wall, as well as the 30 Type 3 laser cannons on the wall, were reduced to ashes overnight. Xiang Min, Xiangzi Battalion Commander, reporting to the champion Marquee. Zhang Meng, Commander of the Zhang Character Battalion, report to the Marquee of Champions. Kuei Character Battalion Commander Lu Zixing, report to the Marquee of Champions. The sound of one report after another was deafening, followed by the tens of thousands of troops of the Northern Expedition, which wrapped the Black Rock prison in 3 layers. In a sense, they were all battle heroes. Surrounded by such a group of battle heroes who had just won a battle, the guards of Black Rock prison were like a flatboat in the ocean, silenced. Even my Xiong didn't dare to say a single word more. A mouthful of spittle from each of these people could drown him. Chen Han, I'm not late, am I? Lu Zixing smiled broadly at Chen Han. Chen Han nodded his head, just in time. He then looked straight ahead towards the Black Rock prison guards. Lu Zixing even ordered the artillery battalion to aim all of their Type 3 laser cannons at the prison gates. Will you release the people? Just by the fact that you guys dare to detain my brothers, I'll immediately raze this Thai place of yours to the ground. It had to be said that almost everyone in the Vulcan army was from the same lineage. Life and death are not important. If you don't obey, do it. It was also at this time that the protagonist of this farce finally appeared. Zhang Gong had previously been watching coldly from within the prison and had not appeared. He was waiting for Chen Han to make a mistake. Only then would he have enough reasons to deal with Chen Han. Obviously, this time was the best time. Breaking into the prison, killing the guards, privately mobilizing the Northern Expeditionary Army, and shelling the gates of Black Rock prison. Each and every one of these could be said to be felonies of murder. As soon as he stepped out, Zhong Guan looked righteous. He swept a circle of the Northern Expeditionary Army and angrily grunted, "How do you deserve to be called Dixia soldiers? One by one, you are lawless and shameless. Just like the hooligans on the streets, you simply disgrace my Dixia. How did Yu Wuyun lead his soldiers, and taught you all to be stinking hooligans?" In the end, or marshal, on the position on the Northern Expeditionary Army is too much, the crowd can only lower their heads, do not dare to say more than half a word. However, what Zhong Gong did not expect is that he has not finished rebuking. Chen Han is bullying his way forward, pointing directly at Zhong Gong. "Zhonggu, this Marquee gives you face and calls you a marshal. Without giving you face, what are you?" Zhong Gong was dumbfounded by Chen Han's scolding, and was dumbfounded for half a day without coming back to his senses. There was only one question in his mind. Who in the end was the marshal? Even the generals of the Northern Expeditionary Army were at a loss, knowing that at this moment, Chen Han was standing opposite to the second marshal of Dixia, second only to Yu Wuyun. And the distance between the two was only about 1 meter. Chapter 93 Champion Host Platoon. Number 1 in the military and political worlds. But in reality, the reason Chen Han could say this was because of the champion Marquee status. When Chen Han called himself to Zhong Gong, he used not his military rank, but his Marquee position. This was Zhong Ju's eternal pain. Even if he had climbed to the position of second marshal of the Grand Xia, he had not relied on his military achievements. Rather, he relied on his family's support. The Thunder God Army was stationed in the capital for years, and basically had no mission to go to the borders to deal with foreign beasts. Naturally, it couldn't rake in any military merits. The military camp relied on not only strength, but also military merit. Without military achievements, not many people would be convinced at all. Therefore, although Zhong Ju was a marshal, apart from the 2 armies under his own command, basically, no one took him seriously. Yu Wuyun was the polar opposite of him. The position of first marshal was a real fight to the death. His military achievements were so numerous that he could not be sealed. So much so that the 24 Privy Council was able to give him a position as the 5th power of Dixia. Therefore, even though the Northern Expeditionary Army was filled with all kinds of soldiers from the 6 armies, no one disobeyed Yu Wuyun's command. Chen Han was reminding Zhonggu that he had the position of Marquee while Zhonggu did not. If he wasn't in the barracks, his status wasn't lower than Zhonggu's. There was no need to obey Zhongguan. Irritated, Zhongguan was about to reply, but he was blocked by Chen Han's words. "You say that this Marquee has no military discipline, then fine. Tomorrow, this Marquee will wipe out your Thunder God Army's entire family, and your family will be destroyed. What will you do?" This is a reasonable statement. When if even their own brothers do not care, then what is the use of this uniform? The Northern Expedition Army agreed with Chen Han's statement, but they didn't dare to show it in front of Zhong Gong. Lu Zixing skimmed his lips and secretly gave Chen Han a thumbs up.
Not only did that make sense, it was actually close to directly threatening Zhonggu. That meaning was obvious. Today, if Zhongju still intended to forcibly detain the members of the Cold Night team, then Chen Han would have to kill the entire Thunder God army. How dare a small major threaten a marshal? This scene caused the generals behind Chen Han to suck in a breath of cold air. The champion Marquee is truly a young bloodthirsty man. Got guts. An old man in the army could not help but let out a sigh of emotion. Zhong Gong was furious with Chen Han, but he did not know how to retort. In the end, he can only use his status to press people. Major Chen Han, I am your superior, the marshal of the army. Which rule in the army allows you to speak to your superior in this manner? Chen Han, on the other hand, had long anticipated this and immediately waved his hand. Zhongju, don't flatter yourself. Just by virtue of you, are you considered a superior of this marquee? There is only one direct superior in this marquee army, and that is the first marshal of Dixia, Zhongwu Marquee Yuoyan, Marshal Yu. Saying this, Chen Han paused, and even said words that made Zhong Gong collapse. You? Nothing but a 1,000-year-old second. Yu Woyun had reigned supreme for an entire armor in 60 years since he became the marshal of Daxia. Zhongguan had been suppressed by Yu Woyun for 40 years when he was promoted to the marshal position 40 years ago. As the saying goes, cursing does not reveal the shortcomings. Chen Han, however, was specifically poking at the heart of the second marshal of Grand Xia. You. Zhonggong said 2 words in succession, already furious. In reality, Zhongguan was a full 30 years older than Yu Woyun. Chen Han was considered a junior among his juniors, and being abused by a junior in such a manner caused Zhongguan to no longer be able to hold back the anger in his heart. Yellow-mouthed child, I'll kill you! Zhonggong shouted angrily. At this time, only the entire sky was covered in dark clouds, and the mighty pressure of the martial god level instantly spread over a dozen miles in a radius. The northern expedition generals who couldn't carry Zhonggong's pressure all fell to the ground. Some of the less talented ones even fainted directly. Chen Han was the only one who stood calmly. However, this was also the first time Chen Han had seen a martial god level go all out. At the martial god level, one was no longer an extraordinary person. These words were not just words. One must realize that just a moment ago, the sky was still clear, thus this dark cloud above their heads was clearly summoned by Zhonggong. Zhonggong was a natural thunder talent ability, and being able to climb up to the second marshal of the Grand Xia, his strength was naturally not low. As far as Chen Han knew, it seemed to be at the 8th stage of martial god. Exactly the same as Yu Woyun. Rumble. Rumble. A thunderous sound rang out, and then a thundercloud was formed from above. A bull-thick thunderbolt converged in the cloudy sky, making one's scalp numb from watching. The people in the Black Rock prison at the moment also saw the dark clouds overhead through the windows. Zhao Linger knew at a glance that this was Zhongju striking out. Damn. Chen Han is still at war with Zhonggong, this is going to be trouble. Ji Yun and the others beside her were also worried. They knew that Chen Han was frighteningly strong, but it wasn't so much that a martial general rank would be able to harden against a martial god rank. Just as everyone was trembling with fear, Chen Han, who was less than a meter away from Zhonggong, did not show any hint of fear on his face. Zhonggong actually didn't want to kill Chen Han. Chen Han was in the middle of the sky now. If he really killed him, it would be like burning all the stones with one stone. Therefore, he was only looking for Chen Han's trouble to make Chen Han feel fear. Seeing Chen Han's expression, Zhonggong was even angrier. Chen Han, do you really think that this marshal doesn't dare to kill you? Can your status as a champion marquee still be a gold medal to avoid death? Apologize to this marshal immediately. But in reality, he said so on his lips, but he really didn't dare to make a move. Otherwise that overhead thunder had long since fallen. Not to mention that Chen Han actually used to look at a little cutie. Look at Zhonggong. That expression seemed as if it was saying, you make such a big commotion, thinking that everyone in the capital is blind? In the next moment, only a guan blade was seen flying from high up in the sky at extreme speed. It even instantly cut through the sky, and the wild blade tore through the thunder. Bell structure diffused hundreds of miles of thunderclouds, actually just in the blink of an eye will be that handle of the sword cut off, heaven and earth to restore the clear sky. That's not all, after cutting through the 100 miles of thunderclouds, the sword actually swooped down again, rushing straight towards the Zhonggong in front of Chen Han. Zhonggong was so scared that his face turned pale, and he hurriedly waved his hands to resist, building countless thunder barriers above his head. However, in front of that guan blade, it was nothing more than an earthworm.
Immediately after, blood splattered everywhere. Zhonggong's right hand plus a small half of his body was actually chopped off together by that Quan blade. There was also a gap between the 8th rank of martial god and the 8th rank of martial god. Yu Woyun had been able to dominate for 60 years, so he naturally had a few tricks up his sleeve. His weakness was only in front of Han Haoren. But outside of Han Haoren, he was deservedly the number one in the world. In the next moment, a huge and magnificent figure flashed in front of Chen Han. Zhonggong, you've got a lot of guts at the very least, huh? The person who came was none other than Yu Woyun. Easily cutting off Zhonggong's right hand, Yu Woyun's expression was cloudy and light. Marshal Yu. Seeing the visitor, the Northern Expedition Army were all invigorated. However, Chen Han's champion Marquee card was not just about that. Zhonggong covered his bleeding broken arm and wanted to argue with Yu Woyun, but when he saw the person appearing at the back, he no longer dared to say a word. De Xiao's first power, Di Qing Tian, was walking towards the direction of the prison with a frown on his face as he led the 24 direct guards of the Privy Council. This was the champion Marquee platoon. A small black rock prison could actually make both the number one in the military and the number one in politics arrive at the same time. Unprecedented. Chapter 94 Imperial Soldier Box. Compensation for prison. Before he even walked over, Emperor Prime cursed twice at Zhonggong. Zhonggu, how dare you? A marshal, to provoke an internal fight in the army. Do you want the entire city to see the army as a joke? And you even made a move on the champion Marquee in private. Do you think you can just cover the sky with your hands? To Yu Woyun, Zhonggong might still dare to contradict him. But to Di Qing Tian, Zhonggong didn't even dare to utter a word. He even had to kneel down for Di Qing Tian even after being seriously injured. Zhonggong's position as a marshal was elected by his family. And Di Qing Tian was the family giant of Daxia. With regards to Yu Woyun's handling, Emperor Prime might have to be careful. Even if Yu Woyun didn't die, he wouldn't dare to unseat Yu Woyun as marshal. But Zhonggong was different. A dog that was disobedient could be kicked away at any time and replaced with the next one. Zhonggong was terrified and could only explain helplessly, Mr. Emperor, listen to me, Chen Han. He contradicted his superiors. Emperor Prime, however, seemed as if he didn't want to listen to Zhonggong at all. You don't need to say much. You detained the champion Ho's men. Does the champion Ho still want to be grateful to you? Go home and calm down your position. Let Ouyang Quan take over temporarily. When Zhonggong heard this, he was almost dumbfounded. He was still the second marshal of Dixia no matter what. Chen Han was only a major. What's more, he had only detained people and hadn't done anything to the members of the Cold Night team, much less Chen Han. To be demoted just like that? Yu Woyun had allowed 300,000 troops of the Northern Expedition to be killed and sacrificed in battle, and he was given an insignificant treatment. This is clearly unfair. But at this moment, Zhonggong didn't dare to say it, and was even so shocked that his head broke out in a cold sweat. This was because he had underestimated the importance that Emperor Prime had placed on Chen Han. He had thought that Emperor Prime Tian was only treating Chen Han as a pawn. But now, it seemed that it was definitely more than that. Emperor Prime was treating Chen Han as a partner. He hoped that Chen Han could develop more star crystal veins in the Northern Realm. In other words, the two were in a partnership, not man and dog. In that case, of course he, the dog, was not treated well. The only reason why he was still allowed to be in the position of marshal was simply because of his strength at the 8th rank of martial god. Of course, Zhongguo could not blame Emperor Prime. There were actually quite a few of Zhonggong's people in the Northern Expeditionary Army. But of those he had, aside from the White Light group who were still somewhat distinguished, the rest of them were either the fastest to die or the dogs at the end of the line. There wasn't any one person who could carry the load like Chen Han alone. It wasn't that Emperor Prime didn't give Zhonggong a chance, but Zhonggong was simply useless. Zhonggong's heart was like ashes, and he looked resentfully at Yu Woyun and Chen Han. He couldn't beat the big one, but he couldn't scold the little one. It is a great shame for the marshal to sit on his position. Seeing this, the soldiers of the Northern Expeditionary Army could not help but secretly snicker and even whispered. Ha ha! This is great, the 1,000-year-old second has turned into the 1,000-year-old third. Laughing to death. What the hell? However, these people only dared to snicker in secret, but Yu Woyun did not give Zhonggong the slightest bit of face. He glanced at Zhonggong, his disdain was extremely obvious, and even insulted him by saying a word, cut. Even if this was the case, Zhonggong did not dare to say a single word more, otherwise he was afraid that he would not be able to keep his position as the third marshal.
Thank you, Mr. Emperor. Zhonggong gritted his teeth and wanted to thank Emperor Prime.
However, immediately after that, Emperor Prime's face was cold as he continued, the few martial artists that clashed with the Cold Knight team, I checked, they were all mercenaries, I just didn't find out who was behind them. You detained the Cold Knight group without asking for the reason, and blocked the Champion Ho from rescuing them. In reason, you should apologize to the Champion Ho.
Zhongguan's eyes widened in disbelief at Di Qingtian's words. He, a marshal, had been severely humiliated by a subordinate and even had an arm broken, but he actually had to apologize in return?
Zhongguan even suspected that Di Qingtian had said the wrong thing, but seeing Di Qingtian's cold and piercing expression, Zhongguan understood everything. He could only endure his discomfort and stand up, still bowing stiffly to Chen Han, Marquee of Champions, I'm sorry.
After saying that, Zhong Ju's figure instantly disappeared.
In front of tens of thousands of people, apologizing to his subordinates, this kind of strange shame, he had no face to continue staying. However, it wasn't just in front of tens of thousands of people.
Black Rock Prison wasn't far from Kyoto, and anything that happened here could basically reach the ears of most of the families in Kyoto.
This was the first time that everyone in Kyoto was completely clear about Chen Han's power. It's just that his strength is extraordinary. Behind him stood two giants who were almost equal to those in power in Grand Xia. Yu Wuyun, the world's #1 martial artist, the first marshal of the Grand Xia, and the leader of millions of troops in the Grand Xia. Di Qingtian, the #1 power in Daxia, the head of the #1 family in Daxia.
If one offended Chen Han, even the marshal position would have to be demoted.
Previously, the people of Kyoto had only a general understanding of the situation, but they were not clear on just how far Chen Han's power had reached. Now, for the first time, power had materialized. Zhonggong used himself to make a trip through the muddy waters for a group of families in Kyoto. Marshal, nothing more than that. Lying at home, Ding Muxian was almost relieved to learn of this news. Fortunately, I didn't go looking for Chen Han's trouble on impulse in the first place. Otherwise, it's still questionable whether my Ding family could have been saved.
Ding Muxian let out a sigh of emotion.
Zhonggong was much more useful to Emperor Prime. Yet, he could not avoid this end. The Ding family, on the other hand, might be exterminated by Yu Wuyun. The crowd of clans also re-evaluated Chen Han's position in their hearts once more to see how they were going to flatter the champion Marquee. At this time, the members of the Cold Knight team in Black Rock Prison were also respectfully invited out by the prison guards. Not only had they not suffered any mistreatment in the prison, but they even walked out with a few strings of gold chains smoothed over Ji Yun's hands.
It was obviously extorted from the prison warden, Mai Xiong.
Mai Xiong, who had been arrogant and domineering just a moment ago, not only lowered his voice at this moment, he even knelt in front of Chen Han when he came out.
Champion Ho.
Spare my life. I was also instructed by Marshal Zhong.
You let me off the hook. I have an old man and a young man at the top. I don't have the guts to offend you.
Mai Xiong had a snotty nose and a tearful face. Zhongguan was that downfall, and he, a prison warden, was even more capable of being killed when he said so. Chen Han had a look of disgust on his face. The fact that he did not shoot his first arrow at Mai Xiong actually meant that he did not put Mai Xiong in his eyes at all. With his status, there was no need to bother with a dog.
However, compensation was naturally rare.
Before Di Qingtian could say anything, Mai Xiong gave Chen Han almost all of the treasures that he had acquired over the years with his position as a prison warden. Among them, there was one item that Chen Han was quite fond of. It was a weapon organizer, built with a special white metal, and by placing the weapon in it, it was able to instantly complete actions such as cleaning and polishing, and every time it was taken out, the weapon seemed to be brand new. Not only that, this thing also has a rather peculiar effect, able to contain the weapon, upgrade the weapon class. It also had a name, called the Emperor's Soldier Box. Even Yu Wuyun and Di Qingtian had never seen this thing with their own eyes, but Yu Wuyun seemed to recognize its origin.
Chapter 95 Human Body Transformation begins. Suitability Test. Yu Wuyun asked, is this something built by Feng Yufeng?
Feng Yufeng was one of the 10 great martial gods who participated in the siege of the western region's sacred beast, the Fire Qilin. At the same time, it was also one of the 2 martial gods who died heroically. Nowadays, he had been crowned as a great Xia battle hero, as well as a Marquee who had been given the title of Marquee after his death. And his talent was related to building implements. Of the 4 major talent systems, the only talent that was strange was the trait system talent.
For example, a few of Chen Han's talents were in the area of strengthening the use of weapons. This one of his was not considered particularly peculiar. Feng Yufeng, on the other hand, belonged to the particularly peculiar category. The things that were created by his hands, whether they were weapon items or implements and so on, would have some special effects. The name of this talent is called the Soul of Artifacts. And it's also a SSS talent. But even though it was a SSS talent, the special effects of the things he built were both good and bad. For example, he once built a pair of bowls and chopsticks. The effect of that pair of bowls and chopsticks was to make all the food that entered the bowls and chopsticks have the flavor of Unita common. This effect wasn't particularly odd at first glance. What was even more strange was that the person who owned that pair of chopsticks could only eat with that pair of chopsticks for the rest of his life. Otherwise, one would be cursed by the talent. Because Feng Yufeng's talent effect was too powerful, there were many people who would rather risk their lives to own the utensils created by Feng Yufeng, no matter how good or bad they were. It was rumored that the person who obtained that pair of bowls and chopsticks was still in the world today. After a lifetime of eating rice field communes, I don't know what it feels like. An ordinary weapon box could never have the effect of harboring a weapon class. To know, the Supreme Divine Weapon is the highest rating for weapons in this world. Weapons that were above that had not yet appeared. And the Overlord Lance and the Dragon Bow were both absolute top divine weapons. But the Emperor's Soldier Box could very well allow the two weapons to cross the limitations of a Jedi Divine Warrior, becoming even more advanced weapons. For Chen Han, this could be more than just raising the strength of the weapons. Because of the influence of the Soldier Soul's sacred body, his cultivation speed, the strength of his techniques and martial skills could all rise due to the rising class of the weapon. The Emperor's Soldier Box could be said to be the most suitable divine weapon for Chen Han. After receiving my Xion's affirmative answer, Yu Wuyan even laughed out loud and said, "Good wow." Of all the things that old Feng had built in his lifetime, the bad things accounted for 90%, while the good things accounted for 10%, and he even used a lot of that 10% himself. The things that are still handed down today that were built by his hands are all considered orphaned. Chen Han also didn't expect that a prison walk could actually take such a good thing. The prison warden, my Xiong, did not regret it, but said with a smile, "I wonder if the champion Marquee can be satisfied and can forgive the villain's fault?" Chen Han was now a bit thankful that my Xiong was farther away from the prison entrance at that time, otherwise he was afraid that his arrow would have pierced my Xiong. This Emperor's Soldier Box, naturally, would not have reached him. Chen Han nodded slightly, sort of letting my Xiong off the hook, but originally he did not want to get into it with my Xiong, and the Emperor's Soldier Box was considered an unexpected blessing. This prison incident had shaken the entire capital. Some people cried and some people laughed. The one who gained the most, besides Chen Han, was another person. At this moment, Ouyang Quan was inspecting the troops at the military schoolyard, and after hearing the news reported by his subordinates, he was completely unable to suppress the upturned corners of his mouth, even though he was in front of all of his subordinates. After a while, he finally burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Zhongju's one operation had actually allowed him to climb to the second position. In reality, the marshal's position basically hadn't seen any changes for 30 years. If nothing major happened, Yu Wuyan would be first, Zhongguan second, and Ouyang Quan third, and it would basically last until the three retired. However, this time, Ouyang Quan had done nothing but was somehow promoted to the second position by him, which was truly a lie-down win. Ouyang Quan also knew about Zhongguan's seizure of the Cold Night team, but he knew that Chen Han was on the cusp of the wind at the moment, and thus didn't go to be a standout. Zhonggu, you're finally an old fool. Ouyang Quan was so excited that under his great joy, he even energized the entire army to take a vacation today and not do any training. Repressed for a long time, Zhonggu returned to the military camp to see this scene, more angry to feel a blockage in the chest, even a mouthful of blood sprayed out. Long time heaven, why thin in me? Zhonggong could not help but look up to the sky and let out a long sigh. On the second day, Chen Han arrived at Lian Yutian's residence according to the original plan. What Chen Han did not expect was that the person who opened the door was actually a man around 30 years old. And Zhao Linger blurted out, "Hello, Mr. Liang." Chen Han and Ji Yun, Zhao Yufei and the others froze for a moment. So far, the martial gods that they had seen, such as Yu Wuyan, Zhongguan and Ouyang Quan, were basically old men who looked like they were about to die. Ouyang Quan was considered relatively young, but he was also 80 years old. Lian Yutian had been in his 50s when he had surrounded the Fire Qilin, and now he was close to 100 years old. Seemingly anticipating the reaction of Chen Han's view, Lian Yutian laughed, "You're champion Ho Chen Han, aren't you? I've seen you on the live broadcast, you are indeed a young talent,
La you didn't look at the wrong person. After finishing his polite remarks, Liang Yutian explained, you guys don't have to be surprised. In fact, the higher a martial artist's realm is, the more active the cells in their body become, and it's extremely easy for them to return to their old age. Old you and the others are just unwilling to treat people with a youthful appearance. Plus, I have a bit of special means to maintain youth. It was only after these words came out that Chen Han and the others reacted. In the end, it was the person introduced by Yu Wuyan and a strong person of the realm of the martial god. Chen Han also said, hello, Mr. Liang. Liang Yutian greeted the few people as they entered. His medical house did not look very large, with only a handful of beds. It was hard to tell that this was the private hospital of the world's #1 divine doctor. The Cold Night group was unaware that the price unit paid by those who could come to Liang Goshen's place for human body modification, or to see a doctor, were all in the billions. If Yu Wuyun hadn't personally introduced them, Liang Godian wouldn't have been so polite. Chen Han explained his intentions and first let the members of the Cold Night team introduce the modifications they were going to perform. Ji Yun was known for his speed, so of course he was going to remodel his legs. Xu Mang, on the other hand, was remodeling his cervical vertebrae area to be able to more easily manipulate the machinery. The remodeling of several people was relatively simple, and didn't even require Liang Godian to do it himself, only his disciple to take over. And when it came to Chen Han's side, it was the main event. Liang Yutian also seemed to have anticipated this, letting the people from the Cold Night team and his disciples go ahead and discuss the transformation, leaving only him and Chen Han to have a conversation alone. Take it out, right? What Liang Yutian was talking about was naturally the Qilin bone. Chen Han naturally understood, and instantly pulled out the section of Qilin bone. Seeing that section of Qilin bone, Liang Yutian's face was filled with fervor. Back when we begged our grandparents, old you couldn't even bring himself to take it out. Now it seems that he does value you very much. That's just me. If it was anyone else back then, I'm afraid that even if I risked universal condemnation, I would still kill and seize the treasure. Chen Han understood the preciousness of this Qilin bone, but he did not expect it to reach this point. Liang Yutian was not lying, because the moment the Qilin bone was first taken out, Chen Han could clearly see his greed, only to then be suppressed by him. Yu Wuyun was able to introduce him, so he naturally believed in his character. Liang Yutian then asked Chen Han to lie down. He wanted to use the instrument to test the suitability of Chen Han and the Qilin bone before considering how to transplant it. Chapter 96, Suitability S. Holy Flame Qilin Flame. The suitability test was to test the degree of repulsion between the reformer and the reformed material. It is generally categorized into 5 grades from D to S. D being the worst and S being the best. If the aptitude is extremely poor, not only will one endure great pain during the process of receiving the transformation, but there is also the possibility of a rejection reaction, and ultimately the transformation material will have to be removed. If the aptitude is very good, then there is no need to endure any pain, and the remodeling material may also produce some kind of special effect. Chen Han had seen quite a few remodelers in the military camp. Lu Zixing was one of them, and his right fist had been mechanically modified. The aptitude was S. As a result, Lu Zixing's right arm's strength had been drastically enhanced. Under special circumstances, it could even explode with 1,000,000 kilograms of power. It was important to know that his normal test strength was merely 530,000 kilograms. There were many more benefits of suitability compatibility, and this was only one of them. Liang Yutian explained as he installed the equipment on Chen Han, relax, according to my estimation of your talent, your aptitude with the Qilin bone should be B. As long as you reach level B, there is still the possibility of accepting the Qilin bone. But to tell you in advance, if the aptitude is D, there is no way I will operate on you. Lest you die in your hospital bed and I can't save you. Liang Yutian told Chen Han to be mentally prepared in advance. The material, Qilin bone, was again fundamentally different from normal alloys and exotic beast materials. It was the material of a sacred beast. Thus the requirements for the talent of the remodeler were extremely high. To receive the unicorn bone transformation, one must have at least a SS-grade talent. Only then can they barely contain the power of the unicorn bone. Even then, there is a risk of bursting into flames. The reason why Liang Yutian said that Chen Han's probability of aptitude was grade B was because a long time ago, the martial gods who had participated in the siege of the Fire Qilin had been tested. The top 10 martial gods of that year had all been tested, and most of them and the Qilin bone's aptitude was grade B. Because they all had SS grade. It was because they all had SSS rank talent. Only Han Haoren was the only one who had attained a grade A aptitude, and he was gifted, which was a major reason why he had been assigned to the Qilin bone.
Liang Yutian expected that Chen Han also had SSS level talent and should have reached the threshold of the Qilin Bone's adaptation. He then turned on the power and turned on the instrument. Within a short time, the results of the test came from the instrument. And on the screen, a capital letter that caught people off guard appeared. S. But at the first sight of this letter, Liang Yutian wasn't surprised. Instead, he was a bit speechless. That disciple of mine, he must have forgotten to debug the instrument again. Liang Yutian did not believe that Chen Han's adaptability could reach the S level, and Chen Han smiled awkwardly. But Liang Yutian had an even more powerful method. As the continent's #1 divine doctor, his pulse touching and diagnostic technique was 100 times more accurate than even scientific instruments. The separation was not bad. It was only that he was too old and lazy to move on weekdays. After all, technology was meant to make things easier for humans. He placed his hand on Chen Han's pulse, and gradually his entire expression underwent a shocking change, from the original blandness, to later shock, and finally to unbelievability. Liang Yutian, who looked very elegant, actually exploded into foul language. What ma? This Nima. Lao Yu, what have you sent here? Liang Yutian felt surprised because Chen Han's aptitude with the unicorn bone was indeed S, but a long time ago he had a judgment. If someone could have an aptitude of S with the Qilin bone, then that person would have to have both an SSS talent, as well as an SSS Qi and blood-related physique, and an SSS spiritual force-related talent. But such a person would be impossible to have in the entire continent. Let's say, if the person with SSS talent is 1 in 10,000, then the person with SSS Qi and blood physique has to be in this 1 in 10,000, and then 1 in 10,000. This was a massive increase at a geometric multiplier level. Theoretically speaking, it was impossible for this kind of person to ever appear in Blue Star. But this kind of thing that seemed like seeing ghosts was something that Liang Yutian had really stumbled upon. Liang Yutian's shock was beyond words, but he didn't dare to ask for fear of getting an affirmative answer from Chen Han's mouth. Because if it was true, Chen Han would be the one in a trillion possible leak. Mr. Liang, what's wrong with you? It wasn't until Chen Han's reminder that Liang Gadian finally came back to his senses. Nothing, let's start the remodeling, close your eyes first. Liang Yutian only wished to finish it quickly now, otherwise his worldview would be shocked. Chen Han slowly closed his eyes. He didn't see that under Liang Yutian's control, a few golden needles, a scalpel, and that half-section of Qilin bone actually slowly rose up. The entire remodeling process probably lasted only a few minutes. Chen Han only felt a little tingling coming from his hands, after which he no longer felt anything. Finished. Chen Han slowly opened his eyes, but saw that his arm was as good as new, as if it hadn't undergone any remodeling. Chen Han was puzzled. Is this the end? Liang Yutian couldn't help but blank out at his words. Young man, do you think that my nickname of the world's #1 divine doctor is something someone else has made up? His words had only just finished when a terrifying crimson blaze actually rose from Chen Han's arm. At the first moment of seeing that blaze, a wave of fear from within even made Liang Yutian forget to resist it. Because the color of that crimson flame was almost identical to the fire Qilin's flames that roamed the sky for thousands of miles back then. The scene of his comrade's sacrifice back then was still vivid in his mind. How could he not be afraid? It was just such a moment that Qilin flame instantly rose up to the sky, lifting the roof of Liang Yutian's medical house. Immediately afterward, the red flame spread with great speed and quickly filled the entire sky of Kyoto. This scene terrified the people of Kyoto as if they were on the verge of an attack. They thought that some extraordinary beast had invaded the capital. The scorching heat illuminated the faces of everyone on the streets with a reddish hue. What's going on? Where did the flames come from? Mard. Is the Thunder God Army a workhorse? The alien beasts are hitting their doorsteps and they still don't know how to resist? The people were terrified, but in fact, the people of the Thunder God Army had already rushed towards the source of the flames. The martial gods who had participated in the eradication of the fire Qilin back then had likewise seen the shocking flames. Among them was Yu Wuyun. All of them were like enemies, but Yu Wuyun was the most calm one, because although this flame had the flavor of the fire Qilin back then, there was no murderous aura in it. To know if this is really the fire Qilin flame, then the capital city is now alive, or something that has not been turned into ashes. It was estimated that there were only humans whose realm had reached the martial god level. If one had to explain it, this should be considered a heaven and earth anomaly. Chen Han seems to have succeeded in his transformation. Yu Wuyun smiled in relief. And at this moment, Chen Han, who was in the medical house, actually had a system prompt come to his ears. Ding! Congratulations on your successful transformation of the Qilin bone. You have obtained the only growable talent, Holy Fire Qilin Flame. Chapter 97, Natural-Born Altered Body. Without a system, one is still a genius. Sacred Fire Kirin Flame. Unique growing talents. The burning flame of the sacred beast Kirin. Only the transplanted Kirin bone can be obtained. When using the Kirin, sacred fire can be attached to the whole body and even on the weapon for combat, but also can be released Kirin sacred fire to attack the enemy. The fire of the fire unicorn has the power to destroy the sky and the earth, and at the same time, the scorching heat can make the enemy not dare to come close to you. At the same time, the fire of the Qilin also represents the power of holiness in the world, which can purify all toxins and make the user invulnerable to all poisons, as well as giving the user the ability to regenerate at a very high speed, which is independent of the basic attribute of Qi in blood. This talent can be upgraded as the user's realm rises, and can eventually grow to SSS level. Qilin's Sacred Flame. Chen Han had never expected that just by transplanting a Qilin bone, he would actually get such a talent for nothing. It was also the only growable talent. According to the system, this unique growable talent has multiple meanings. The first meaning is that this talent is a talent that cannot be extracted from the system. It can only be obtained by transplanting the Qilin bone. From this, the power of this talent could also be seen. Even the system's talent library did not contain this talent. And in the second meaning, it was also Chen Han's luck to be able to obtain this talent. If Chen Han hadn't transplanted the Qilin bone now, but before or in the future, it would have been impossible for him to obtain this growth talent. The reason he could not obtain it before was because Chen Han did not possess an SSS talent, SSS Qi and blood physique, and SSS spirit force physique at the same time at that time. Only when these three conditions were united and reached a 1 in a trillion possibility could they reach a suitability of SS with the Qilin bone. This was the basic condition for obtaining the Qilin Sacred Flame talent. The reason why it could not be obtained afterward was because Chen Han's realm was too high, and only the martial general class could possess this Kirin Sacred Flame that could ultimately become a SSS talent. Of course, don't think that the Qilin Sacred Flame that Chen Han obtained would be more powerful if his realm increased. If he were to port at the martial emperor rank, then the odds were that what he would obtain would be nothing more than an ordinary Qilin arm. As the saying went, it was better to hurry than to hurry. It was sort of a miracle that Chen Han had somehow managed to obtain the Sacred Flame Qilin Flame talent. Even Lian Yutian beside him was in awe. "Young man, your physique is truly unheard of." It wasn't without reason that Lian Yutian would be so emotional. Normally, if a person chose a material from a foreign beast for transplantation, the probability was that just one part of the transplant would have the ability of a fey beast. Ji Yun, for example, had transplanted the leg bones of a swift rabbit. The speed of his legs, then, would increase drastically. However, the swift rabbit also possessed the power to generate lightning in addition to its speed. The swift rabbit's characteristic relied on its terrifying speed, coupled with the lightning on its body surface to strike its enemies. Ji Yun's speed would increase drastically, yet he could never possess the swift rabbit's ability to generate lightning. After all, according to cytology, the cellular mutations of humans and fey beasts were completely different. There was an exception for an extremely rare special case. That is, the transformer who receives the transformation of the fey material has a very peculiar human structure of his own, with an innately rare root bone. This would enable them to obtain all the abilities of a fey beast. However, this situation can only rely on heredity. Only in the case where both parents were exceptional demons, could such a child be born with such a strange natural root bone. Undoubtedly, in the mouth of Martial Yu, Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng were 1 in a million. Chen Han's root bone, naturally, had mutated as a result. Therefore, even without a system, Chen Han's qualifications were 1 in a million. It was a pity that the Chen family had no eyes and did not understand this. But in reality, with Chen Han's qualifications, no matter what Kung Fu martial arts breathing techniques he practiced, he was much faster than an ordinary person, and it could be said that he would know them as soon as he learned them. That introductory breathing technique, in fact, Chen Han had largely learned it in just a month, only that his talent was too poor and the Chen family refused to give him the resources for cultivation, which caused him to waste just 3 years. That day at the Hanwu City Military Exchange Tournament, Chen Han was able to instantly comprehend Han Haoren's Beta Haoren gun technique and the winner's momentum, relying on more than just the talent he obtained from the system. It wasn't like talent could enhance enlightenment, it just made it easier to pick up weapons. This was something that even Chen Han himself did not realize. Even without the system, he was likewise a supreme demon. This condition of his was known as being born with a different body, a secret only known to the martial god level. In this era where talent was king, it wasn't taken seriously just yet.
And this, in turn, was the third condition why Chen Han had obtained the Qilin Sacred Flame. The 3 SSS physical talents, the coincidental martial general level strength, and the 1 in a million root bone-born alien body were the only things that reached the point of allowing Chen Han to obtain a talent that wasn't even in the system's talent library. Liang Yutian also seemed to have sensed that Chen Han had gained additional abilities, and his eyes were filled with a scorching heat. I really don't know how old you found you. That's a real treasure to pick up. You're probably the only person who can make us old guys break through to the martial god level. And the only existence that can make the human race break the genetic lock. The more Liang Yutian spoke, the more evil he became, causing Chen Han to feel some chills at his back. This old man, there was no need to keep kissing his ass, right? Chen Han doubted. Mr. Liang, what genetic lock are you talking about? Chen Han was unaware that Liang Yutian was not praising Chen Han, but was truly fanatical. Instead, Liang Gadian asked to Chen Han, do you think that the martial god level is the highest realm of a martial artist? Chen Han nodded his head after pondering for a moment. This was because just yesterday, he had watched Zhonggu and Yu Wuyun fight with his own eyes. Zhonggong's thundercloud that filled the sky for 100 miles and Yu Wuyun's Guan blade that sliced through the sky were enough to prove the 6 words martial god level extraordinary human. The highest limit of human beings was roughly the same. Liang Yutian, however, shook his head before asking Chen Han, what is your current burst speed? Around 6 or 7,000 meters per second or so. After Chen Han replied, Liang Yutian then asked, then do you know that old Yu is known as the best in the world, and what is his burst speed? 16.5 kilometers per second. I can also tell you that my burst speed is also 16.5 kilometers per second. Even Han Haoren is also 16.5 kilometers per second. But if these two were to fight seriously, I wouldn't even be able to catch a single move. Chen Han gradually realized what the problem was. Theoretically, from martial generals to martial emperors to martial zuns and martial gods, the basic attributes increased explosively. But these martial god 8th ranked characters, their base speed was actually only twice as fast as his. Why was that? Chen Han also clearly felt that since ascending to the martial general rank, his speed hadn't gotten a significant boost after his realm had been raised. It was only because he had a higher speed than most of his opponents of the same rank that he had overlooked this. 16.5 kilometers per second. At this point, this number, however, made Chen Han feel somewhat familiar. Mr. Liang, isn't 16.5 kilometers per second the third universe speed? Could this be the genetic lock you're talking about? Chapter 98 The only hope to break the human race's genetic lock. Not bad. Liang Yutian nodded heavily. Then he added, the third cosmic speed is the upper limit of the human race. Currently in the entire Grand Xia, as far as I know there are roughly 20 martial artists of the 8th martial god stage. But most of them have been stuck at the 8th rank of martial god for many years, and the longest among them is Lao Yu, for a full 50 years. Chen Han nodded slightly. No wonder the gap between Zhonggong and Yu Wuyun, who were both at the 8th rank of martial god, was so wide. It was not an exaggeration to say that if Yu Wuyun really wanted to kill Zhonggong, it would be a one-move solution. He still left some leeway for Zhonggong. How could he say that he was also considered the second marshal of Xia? It was no wonder that when Zhonggong and Ouyang Quan faced Yu Wuyun in the Hanwu City ring, they didn't dare to utter a single breath. At the 8th stage of martial god, although speed could no longer grow, strength and chi and blood attributes could always be improved. And the martial skills and techniques could also be continuously refined. It was only the realm that had stagnated. The reason for all of this was in the speed of 16.5 kilometers per second. In the entire 100 years of the new calendar, countless powerful people had been born. For example, Han Haoren, who was a world leader, with him around, all the so-called proud sons of the heavens were nothing. For example, after the death of Han Haoren, Yu Wuyun, who was the first marshal of Xia for 50 years, also dominated an era. The title of second in the world had been challenged by many people over the past 50 years, but had never been taken down. With him around, any martial artist was equally eclipsed. But even such a top powerhouse could only sigh helplessly when faced with a gene lock. The gene lock was like a huge mountain that blocked the path of countless strong people. This thing could be said to be the shackles of the human race, as well as the upper limit of the human race. Liang Gadian told Chen Han that if someone could break the 16.5 kilometers spell, even if it was just 1 meter more forward, it would be an unprecedented new realm. At first, Han Haoren was thought by all to be the only one who could break the spell, but he still failed. Kneeling down in front of the terrifying existence of the northern extreme cold forbidden zone, There was one thing that the public never knew about Han Haoren's purpose for traveling to the Northern Realm. It was even secret news in the military. In addition to being a pure martial artist who loved a challenge, he traveled to the Northern Realm to carry the hopes of all the martial god 8th rank powerhouses at the time. That was to break the gene lock of the human race. It was a pity that heaven was jealous of his talent. At this moment, Chen Han stroked his chin and pondered, "Mr. Liang, then why do you think that I am able to break that gene lock?" One had to know that today, Chen Han was only at the martial general realm, still far from the upper limit of human beings, the 8th level of martial god. How did Liang Gadian come to his conclusion? As the saying goes, experimentation is the foundation of all science. For Liang Yutian to be able to come to this conclusion, it was of course through experimentation. Liang Yutian patted his arms as well as his chest and laughed bitterly, "Don't look at me as if I'm a normal person, but in reality, I've already remodeled myself a whole 1,000 times." Chen Han was stunned. This guy was a ruthless person. Generally speaking, remodeling once was the physical limit, and would bring many indelible damages to the body. Suitability S, although it would greatly reduce this damage, it did not mean that it was completely harmless. It was only something like unicorn bone that could do all the good and none of the harm. But this thing which was an ordinary material, it is hard to come across in 100 years. Even those with excellent physical qualities would only be transformed 2 or 3 times at most. Liang Yutian was actually able to transform 1,000 times. Other than his head, can there be a piece of his body that is his own? Liang Yutian continued, "If Han Haoren took the path of challenging the limits in order to break through the genetic lock, then I'm taking the path of transformation. I'm wondering, if the limit for humans is 16.5 kilometers per second, then the genes of alien beasts or machinery can break through this limit." Speaking of this, Liang Yutian sighed, "Unfortunately, I failed." Liang Gadian had remodeled thousands of times, but was unable to break through the human gene lock. Although he failed, during the experiment Liang Gadian discovered an interesting thing. That was that it was possible for the genes of born aliens to break the human gene lock. Their gene sequences were different from the average person's. It wasn't as if there hadn't been born aliens in Dacia over the years, but born aliens all had a common trait: extremely poor talent. Grade D talent was the upper limit of a born alien's talent. Regarding this point, Liang Yutian also didn't understand why. This led to their cultivation being impossibly high. Especially in this era where talent was supreme. There were too many born altered bodies that died in the process of cultivation for various reasons. Or floundered. It was difficult to even reach the martial general level, let alone reaching the martial god level to break through the genetic lock. Chen Han was an exception among exceptions. No wonder Liang Yutian's eyes were so fervent. He wasn't lifting Chen Han up, but rather, he practically regarded Chen Han as his only hope. Only if Chen Han accomplished the feat of going from 0 to 1, would they, the old men stuck at the 8th stage of martial spirit, be able to have a breakthrough. "Young man, you must not die. This is my phone number. As long as you're within Dacia, call this number and I'll be at your beck and call. Whoever dares to mess with you, I'll be the first to him up." After decades of not being able to produce such a baby bump, Liang Yutian naturally cherished it extraordinarily, and even left a number for Chen Han. If it wasn't for the fact that Yu Wuyan was behind Chen Han, I'm afraid Liang Yutian would have to take on an apprentice on the spot, and let Chen Han stay by his side until he breaks through to the 8th stage of the martial spirit. At this exact moment, only to see a group of Thunder God Army people suddenly kicking open the door of the room, forcing their way towards Chen Han and the two of them with weapons in hand. The damn dare to cause trouble in the capital, don't want to live? Who released the flames just now? I will arrest you for the offense of obstructing public safety. Since the lighting equipment in the house had been destroyed by Chen Han, this group of Thunder God Army people did not get a good look at the two of them and came up to arrest them. However, the arrogance of the Thunder God Army was not something that happened in this day or two. Due to the fact that they had the highest law enforcement authority in the capital, it had resulted in the people within the capital complaining about them for a long time. But this time, they had kicked the can down the road. Before Chen Han could react, he only saw a golden needle quickly rise from behind Liang Yutian. Immediately afterward, in the time it took to blink his eyes, more than a dozen Thunder God Army soldiers exploded into a pool of blood. The golden needles seemed small, but as long as they passed through the human body, that person would explode on the spot. In the end, they were also a martial god level powerhouse from the same era as Yu Wuyan. The Thunder God Army soldiers who were still outside the house had looked dumbfounded, and that was when they noticed that not far from the medical house, there was a danger sign hanging. This sign signified an absolutely forbidden area in the capital.
Even the Thunder God army could not arrest someone in such a place, and even if they were killed, they could only swallow their own pain. Elder. There are many offenses. Please bear with me. The captain of the Thunder God army squad hastily apologized and then fled in fear with the crowd. Liang Yutian acted as if nothing had happened, and even smiled at Chen Han. See, young man, it's just like this. I'll whoever finds you in trouble. Chen Han smiled awkwardly, finally realizing why he could be on good terms with Yu Wuyun. The seemingly well-mannered divine doctor was not at all soft when it came to killing people. Chapter 99 SSS Wanted Criminal. Red Woman. Due to the Thunder God Army's reputation in the capital, the matter of a dozen people dying in the medical house quickly spread within the capital. At the same time, the matter of Champion Ho being favored by divine Dr. Liang Yutian also spread to the ears of every family. Back then, the 10 great martial gods who participated in the siege of the Fire Qilin could be said to be each and every one of them a hero of the human race, with a reputation that was not even the slightest bit inferior to that of the current marshals, Zhongguan and Ouyangquan. Even in the power-ridden Kyoto, they enjoyed great privileges. Chen Han had returned victorious from the northern expedition, and had Yu Wuyun as his backing in his own right, along with the cooperation of Di Qingtian, and now there was Liang Yutian. His position was already enough to make the entire Kyoto tremble. Ding Muxian sat at home for 2 days, and as the news about Chen Han came in one by one, it was even more like sitting on pins and needles. He said to the Ding family's messenger in disbelief, in just 2 days' time, Chen Han has simply turned Kyoto upside down. Auctioning off the Red God Mecha and killing Horsejing in the streets. The Black Rock prison made the second marshal of Grand Xia bow down. Human body modification Qilin flames spread throughout the city. The entire capital hadn't seen anything big happen in 10 years. Chen Han had just been named champion Marquee, and the big events that happened in a few days were comparable to the sum of Kyoto's big events in the last 10 years. Even the Ding family's messenger who was spying on the news was feeling incredulous. Family master, to be honest, I also feel incredulous every time I spy on the news. Ding Muxuan had a headache. Nowadays, in the entire capital, the ones who were openly feuding with Chen Han were actually the Ma family and the Ding family. The Ma family was not mentioned first, everyone was waiting to see the jokes of the Ding family. Ding Muxuan no longer had half a mind to seek revenge on Chen Han, and even only hoped that Chen Han would return to the barracks or go to the northern realm as soon as possible, so that he wouldn't have to worry about it at home. He said to the messenger, "Did the Ding family send out anyone above martial emperor level? Tell them to make sure they protect Chen Han. Tell them that as long as they are in the capital, Chen Han's life is linked to the life of my Ding family. It's more important than their own lives." Nowadays, Ding Muxuan had to be wary of even a hair falling off Chen Han's head. Yu Wuyun, Di Qingtian, Liang Yutian, whichever one of them was capable of exterminating his Ding family. Don't worry, the 10 martial emperors of my Ding family are protecting Chen Han almost every inch of the way in the shadows. The messenger replied. Only then did Ding Muxian breathe a sigh of relief. Then he asked, "Is there any information on Ma Jun's whereabouts? If you find him, press him to death for me. If he doesn't listen, he can be killed if necessary." In addition to being afraid that something would happen to Chen Han, Ding Muxian was also afraid that Ma Jun would seek revenge on Chen Han. Ma Jun, this brainless thing, but whenever he dared to appear in front of Chen Han, then this dirty water could be poured onto Ding Muxuan's body. The messenger shook his head at his words. "I don't know, we've sent out almost all of Kyoto's forces to look for him, but Ma Jun seems to be hiding." Ding Muxuan's brows furrowed as he sniffed. "I hope this brat has run out of Kyoto. Otherwise I'll have to be killed by him." At this time, Ding Muxuan did not know that not only had Ma Jun not left, he was also hiding within Kyoto. He was planning an assassination against Chen Han. Only to see a dim basement, dark and damp, inside actually lived a huge thing. If one looked closely, one would find that this person looked like a woman, but was incredibly obese. The body shape alone gave people the creeps. But what made people feel even more fearful was that behind this 300+ pound fat woman, there was also an extremely long scorpion tail dragging behind her. It was like a combination of a human and a foreign beast. If Yu Wuyun was here, he would definitely be surprised. This was because she was the SSS class wanted criminal of Daxia 30 years ago, nicknamed Red Granny. With the arrival of the era of Aura Revival, everyone had awakened their talents and could practice martial arts. As the strength of the body rises, it naturally fuels greed, so there are many people who commit crimes with martial arts. Some of the people locked up in Black Rock prison were such dangerous wanted criminals. But there were very few wanted criminals who could reach the SSS level. Such criminals were either extremely high in realm, very difficult to capture, and only strong people above the martial god level could participate in their capture.
Either they are vicious and have killed too many people, and the government has set their danger rating at the highest. Meaning that when an unusual martial artist encounters one, they just run away. Even though the bounty for SSS class wanted criminals had reached an immeasurable level, most martial artists would not have the courage to fight when faced with such a person. And Granny Red belonged to the latter. She was born in a small border town, her ancestors had a background in Miaojiang, and her family specialized in witchcraft. Her talent was also very high, reaching the martial emperor realm at the age of 40. She was still the first person in 100 years to be able to reach the martial emperor realm by using compulsion to enter the Dao. This was also why she had gained the attention of the capital. At that time, Yu Wuyun also made several visits to the door, hoping that she could enter the army. After all, her compulsion could also have an effect on foreign beasts, and she alone was a strategic weapon of mass destruction. And she was invited to enter the army, but unfortunately, although this man was a genius, he was a solid love brain. In total, she found over 300 men in the military, force to be exact. After being abandoned over and over again, she went on a killing spree, killing these 300 or so soldiers and escaping the barracks again. If that was all, then she wasn't enough to be rated as a SSS class wanted criminal. After she had tasted the taste of killing in the military, it was as if she was addicted to it. Once, in one night, she poisoned a whole 800,000 plus people in a Tier 2 main city. Yu Wuyun was so enraged that he personally led a team to capture and eventually behead her near the outskirts of the capital. This incident was also a sensational news in the Great Summer back then. Her wanted reward was once as high as over $10 billion. 30 years later, the people of Daxia had gradually forgotten about this terrifying red woman, and no one could have imagined that she had actually been living in the basement of the capital. Only a creak could be heard as the door to the basement was slowly opened. Outside the door walked a person. It was Ma Jun, who had a stern look on his face. Seeing Ma Jun enter the door, Granny Hong acted as if she had known him for a long time. Her tone was flat. "Why did you personally come to bring me food today?" Speaking of which, a cruel smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Red Granny's mouth. "Why didn't you call the little handsome boy from last time to come?" Ma Jun's expression was cold. "For so many years in order to provide for you, I don't know how many things my Ma family has done that the heavens and the people are angry about. Every month you have to change 20 men, and you still have to look handsome. After supporting you for so long, it's time for you to return the favor to my Ma family, isn't it?" Red Woman finally stood up after sniffing. Her huge body compared to Ma Jun was simply the difference between a 3-year-old and an adult. The small room actually couldn't even accommodate her body. Granny Hong sneered, "Ma Jun, don't be so self-righteous. If it wasn't for the fact that your Ma family has served you well, I would have destroyed your Ma family's entire family long ago. Speak up, what is it? You actually came to beg me. It seems like your Ma family has offended a big person." Ma Jun didn't say anything. "Help me kill someone." "Who?" "Champion Marquee Chen Han. By the way, for your information, he is Yu Wuyun's heir." Chapter 100, Ambush. 3 martial emperors fell. "Who? Yu Wuyun? Don't you know that everyone else says that Yu Wuyun knows me well and is my teaching mentor?" Red Granny's words were a whole lot more than Ma Jun could handle. Ma Jun was puzzled. "A person like you still cares about this? Besides, wasn't it Yu Wuyun who beat you half to death back then, and then it was my father who saved you?" Although Red Granny was powerful, she was nothing in front of the world's #1 Yu Wuyun. Back then, Yu Wuyun had broken through her chest with just a single slash. Unfortunately, Yu Wuyun was careless and didn't take a closer look. The parasites that Red Granny contained would automatically repair her body. Moreover, during the process of refining the parasites for years, her physical body was also different from that of an ordinary human, and was only in a state of fake death. Yu Wuyun, who did not have a patch, did not know that she was picked up by Ma Jun's father and raised in his home. For the entire 30 years, she had been right under the noses of the people of the capital. At this time, Red Woman revealed a mouthful of black teeth and sneered, "You've misunderstood. What I mean is that he can't be killed, he has to be captured alive. I want to slowly ravage him. Yu Wuyun, you're finally getting old and you're actually looking for an heir." Ma Jun knew that he hadn't found the wrong person when he saw the Red Woman's appearance. The Ding family couldn't be relied on, so they had to rely on these outlaws. They simply had nothing to fear. Chen Han, who was walking on the street at this moment, did not know that Ma Jun had already set his sights on him. Although his human transformation ended quickly, the Cold Night group was not the same. Due to each person receiving a different transformation, it wasn't until they had waited 2 days that Ji Yun's transformation ended. He was directly replaced with a pair of swift rabbit's legs, which naturally took longer. The transformation of Zhao Linger, Zhu Mang, and Zhao Yufei had also ended. Xu Mang was remodeling the back of his cervical vertebrae to be able to strengthen his ability to sense with machinery. Zhao Yufei, on the other hand, had his mechanical arm installed, which could drastically increase his power when using his talent, Thunder. Although the one who helped them with the remodeling was Liang Yutian's disciple, that was also a divine doctor who was significant in the capital, so it could be said that the strength of the Cold Knight group had all been drastically improved. Only Zhao Linger, currently Chen Han, did not know what she had transformed. She didn't take the initiative to mention it either, it was just that everyone could feel the change in her. But this change, it didn't seem like it was strengthening her strength. Chen Han could clearly feel that Zhao Linger's figure had straightened up quite a bit. Originally, although Zhao Linger's height was okay, there was still a gap between her and Chen Han. However, after this transformation, the gap between her and Chen Han seemed to have been shortened by a full half centimeter. While her body had become long, her figure had not changed. Even when Zhao Linger wore the red tights, I don't know if it was Chen Han's illusion, but the arrogance in front of her seemed to be a bit more plump than before. This made Chen Han feel very puzzled. This is in the end remodeling or plastic surgery. What kind of material had Zhao Linger transplanted? They had come to pick up Ji Yun today in order to get together for a meeting, and since arriving in the capital, a few people hadn't had the chance to have a good meal. Chen Han was also very generous and had chartered a table at the best restaurant in the capital. The members of the group pushed themselves together at the wine table, and their comradeship rose a few more points. After having a good meal, several people went back to the Marquee together. Just walking to an intersection, only to see the surrounding street lights suddenly went dark, pitch black, out of sight, out of mind. Zhao Yufei know the power company, immediately want a call to ask, however, actually led him surprised to find that the cell phone signal is actually blocked. Of course, Chen Han's cell phones did not have any signal. Obviously in this area, electromagnetic shielding instruments had been installed. Zhao Linger frowned, something's not quite right, this part of the capital, there hasn't been a power outage for decades, much less a situation like signal loss. At once the people from the Cold Knight team were on alert. The next moment a silhouette slowly walked towards the few people. Chen Han, staring at you for a few days now, every day I've been observing the path you champion Ho must pass through, and only this area is the most suitable for an ambush. Chen Han fixed his eyes on the visitor, who was a middle-aged man. This man he had actually noticed a long time ago, only because he did not recognize him, he did not take him to heart. However, the man himself said that he had ambushed him, then Chen Han vaguely guessed his identity. You are Ma Jing's father, Ma Jun, right? The man graciously admitted, that's right. There is reincarnation in the heavens, and the heavens have spared no one. Chen Han, if you killed my son, you should have known that there would be such a day. I don't care what kind of person you are, it's only right that a murderer pays for his life. The moment they heard that the person coming was Ma Jun, the members of the Cold Knight team all sucked in a breath of cold air. Because they had long heard that Ma Jun was a martial emperor-level powerhouse. Moreover, Ma Jun had designed it for a long time, deliberately shielding the signal and choosing this intersection where people were rare, so Chen Han could not contact others at all. It had to be said that to some extent, Ma Jun was much smarter than Zhong Gong. Chen Xiao, this is troublesome, Ma Jun has been famous in the capital for a long time. And now it's holding out for certain death, it's very difficult to deal with. Ji Yun was worried. Chen Han did not care, not to mention that he had this confidence that Ma Jun could not kill him, not to mention that in the past few days, those who had been secretly following him were more than just Ma Jun. Swish. 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 Only to see the next moment, several silhouettes leapt out one after another, forming an encirclement around Ma Jun. Counting them down, there were actually 10 whole people. The aura emanating from these 10 people was not weaker than the Ma Jun at all, and they were likewise martial emperor-level powerhouses. Champion Marquee, many offenses. Our Ding family didn't keep an eye on this dog, allowing him the opportunity to commit murder against you. It's our fault. The man at the head of the group was even more respectful to Chen Han. These 10 people were the martial emperors sent by the Ding family to secretly protect Chen Han without moving an inch. The corners of Chen Han's mouth rose slightly. Mr. Ding is very serious. Ma Jun, however, sneered disdainfully, Ding family, a bunch of cowards. The leading Ding family martial emperor instantly became enraged, as the Ma family was nothing more than the Ding family's dog in the end. Ma Jun, the family master told you to stay well at home and spoke kindly to you. Since you didn't obey the arrangement, don't blame us brothers for being ruthless. Nominally speaking, these 10 Ding clan martial emperors were all Ma Jun's cousins, but their hands were not half as soft. Ma Jun's strength was already slightly inferior to these 10 people. If they all attacked together, Ma Jun was afraid that he wouldn't be able to last more than 10 moves before he died a violent death. However, Ma Jun was not afraid in the slightest, and even laughed out madly. Ha! You cowards, since I dared to show my face, do you think I would be unprepared? In the darkness of the night, a huge black shadow jumped out from a nearby house. One of the Ding family's martial emperors didn't have time to react before he was heavily slapped on the ground. Theoretically, the physical quality of a martial emperor-level powerhouse had already reached a considerable height, and although this palm was heavy, it was by no means fatal. At most, it would only consume a little bit of chi and blood. However, not long after that martial emperor level fell to the ground, his skin suddenly turned pitch black, and he was never able to stand up again. One move, killing a martial emperor in seconds. The sudden turn of events not only shocked the Ding family's martial emperors, but even Chen Han frowned. Old 4. I'll kill you. Seeing the tragic death of their brother, the 2 martial emperors of the Ding clan were instantly enraged, and each of them utilized their means to attack the Black Shadow. The Ding clan had entered the martial Dao with their fists, and their punches were transcendent, their attacks ferocious and overbearing. However, before the fists of the 2 of them landed on that person's body, they only saw that person wave his wide robe, and 2 black mists had already passed through the heads of the 2 Ding family martial emperors. In the next moment, 2 more martial emperors fell to the ground. In less than a minute, 3 martial emperors had fallen. This was the weight of a SSS-wanted criminal. Chapter 101: The Karen's Might. Advantage to me. Not only did this scene shock the Ding clan's martial emperors, the Cold Knight group was similarly shocked. Even Chen Han was equally shocked. These 10 martial emperors of the Ding clan were almost all martial emperor 3rd to 6th stages. By no means were they people who could be killed so easily. Even if they were at the martial exalt realm, it would never be so easy to kill them. Unless the person who came was a martial god. But that was impossible. Martial god level people were rare in the entire Grand Xia. With their strength and status, if they were really invited by the Ma army to kill someone, they wouldn't take a method like assassination. It would have to be laughed off when it was spread out. Slowly, the person revealed her face. The moment they saw her appearance, the members of the Cold Knight team couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea. The most exaggerated was Ji Yun, who vomited on the spot. I'll go. This Tiger Tank. The oldest member of the Cold Knight group, Zhao Linger, wasn't even 25 yet, so it was normal for her not to recognize the Red Woman. However, these martial emperors of the Ding family were at least 50 years old to begin with, and the moment they saw Granny Red, their faces were instantly filled with horror. A kind of fear lingered in the hearts of the Ding family's martial emperors. It's Granny Red? How could she be here? She's actually still alive? This is impossible. 30 years ago, she was pronounced dead. 30 years ago, it was the time when the Ding clan's group of martial emperors had just begun to make a name for themselves. Likewise, it was also the time when Red Granny's reputation had risen. At that time, Granny Red had fled everywhere, leaving behind murder cases all over the place. In particular, she had a very secretive way of killing people, usually slaughtering a village or a small town in inexplicable circumstances. For a time, it actually caused everyone in Xia to be in danger. Moreover, she was very smart and would never go over to a place where a martial god-level powerhouse was staying. If it wasn't for Yu Wuyun's iron will to hunt her down, it was estimated that not many people would be able to hunt her down. For a while, the way people in the capital educated their children was, if you don't behave, Granny Red is coming to get you. Therefore the fear of Granny Red was almost engraved in the hearts of that generation. At the same time heard the nickname of the Red Woman, Zhao Yufei also quickly explained to Chen Han. Especially her SSS-wanted criminal status. I can't imagine that after 30 years, this fellow is actually still alive. It looks like Marshal, you did not completely kill her back then. Zhao Yufei let out a sigh of emotion. The oppressive power of the Red Woman instantly haunted the entire arena, and Chen Han frowned. He had anticipated that Ma Jun would come to trouble him, but this hand of the Red Woman had caught him off guard. The muddy waters of Kyoto were indeed extremely deep, and an SSS class wanted criminal had actually appeared on the streets in such a dignified manner. At this moment, a Ding clan martial emperor was about to escape. In the face of the Red Woman, they had no chance of winning, but of course, it was mainly the fear they had since childhood that had made them scared out of their wits. Stop! At this moment, the Ding clan's leading martial emperor was the one who barked out an order.
He then continued, "Have you forgotten the family head's explanation? Chen Han's life is the life of our Ding family." This Ding family martial emperor still knew how to assess the situation. If they chose to run away at this time, in case Chen Han did something bad, they wouldn't be able to explain it even if they had 10 mouths. One must realize that in the eyes of the public, Red Granny was someone who had died 30 years ago. If anything happened to Chen Han, anyone would only suspect that it was the Ding family. Therefore they had to stay here today even if they had to fight for their lives. As if they had made up their minds about something, the remaining 7 Ding family martial emperors instantly formed an encirclement around Granny Hong, while their faces gradually turned scarlet and hot air emerged from their bodies. It could be felt that their strength had grown substantially at this moment. Zhao Yufei said in a shocked voice, "Team Chen, this is the Ding clan's soul burning technique. Enhancing the basic attributes by burning the spiritual force, it's a trick that hurts the enemy 1,000 times and damages itself 800 times. The Ding family's tactics were already based on attacking and domineering, and with the addition of the soul burning technique, even if a martial Zun powerhouse was here, I'm afraid that he would have a headache." In reality, although Red Granny was a genius, after being stabbed by Yu Weiyun, her strength hadn't progressed much, and thus she was only at the 8th rank of martial emperor. However, at this moment, Red Granny did not look the least bit flustered. Don't forget, Red Granny was a martial arts path that used witchcraft to enter. Her fighting style wasn't a wide-open attack like ordinary martial artists. Once upon a time, she had been an unrivaled existence at the same rank in the military camp. The fists of the 7 Ding clan martial emperors all bombarded Granny Hong's obese and large body, but Granny Hong let out a loud laugh. 30 years have passed, and there's actually someone in the capital who still remembers me. I'm very happy about this. In the next moment, the fists of the Ding clan's martial emperors punched into Granny Hong's flesh. However, at that moment a bizarre scene occurred. Only an inexplicable black mist suddenly appeared on the fists of those martial emperors. But if one looked closely, one would realize that it wasn't any black mist at all. Rather, it was one extremely tiny parasite after another. The black mist that attacked the other 3 martial emperors just now was actually the same parasites. Only to see these parasites follow the fists of these martial emperors and burrow into their bodies. In the blink of an eye, the 6 martial emperors of the Ding clan collapsed to the ground, becoming corpses. The only one who survived was that leading Ding family martial emperor. His reaction was extremely fast, and before the parasites entered his body, he made a snap decision and directly severed an arm. The entire process took less than 3 minutes. Of the 10 martial emperors of the Ding family, only 1 actually remained. This scene gave the members of the Cold Night team the creeps, and even their legs froze. And with the crowd caught off guard, Red Woman had actually arrived in front of Chen Han. "You, are that Yu Weiyun's successor, right? Not a mortal at first glance. This fine skin and tender flesh. It's been a long time since I've touched a handsome man like you. I'll put a love compulsion on you first." In the middle of her words, Granny Red's black mist of parasites had already rushed to Chen Han's face. The members of the Cold Night team, all of them, were in a state of blinding rage, but they were suppressed by Granny Hong's aura and were unable to move. Even the Ding clan martial emperor who had survived was so angry that he was pounding his chest. Damn it! The Ding clan martial emperor cursed. Once he allowed Red Granny to take Chen Han away, then the entire Ding clan would have to suffer for it. In his opinion, Chen Han would definitely not be a match for Martial Emperor 8th Stage's Red Granny. But he was wrong about one thing. Chen Han's current realm might not be able to defeat a Martial Emperor at the 8th stage. Yet, he might not be a match for Red Granny. Swish! Only in the next moment, a radiance rose up to the sky, illuminating the entire street entrance transparently. To be exact, it wasn't a glow, but a flame. Facing Granny Hong's compelling black mist, Chen Han's face was cold as the Kirin sacred flame instantly covered his entire body and rose up. And those parasitic black mist that had caused the Ding family martial emperor to instantly die were burnt to ashes the moment they encountered the Kirin sacred flame. The 4 words, 100 poisons are invulnerable, were not false words. Chen Han was a natural enemy to Granny Hong. The advantage was in Chen Han. Chapter 1022 Great Poison Kings. Sacred Flame Purification. Red Woman's compulsion might be a deadly poison to other martial artists. However, in front of Chen Han, it was not worth mentioning. Not to mention that she was only at the 8th rank of Martial Emperor. Even if she was at the 8th rank of Martial God, this compulsion would still be made into a barbecue by the sacred flame Qilin Flame. Just now, it was the Ding family's Martial Emperor who was shocked by the sight of Granny Hong. And now it was Red Granny who was shocked. She couldn't help but burst out. What is this? Obviously, she hadn't seen the sacred flame Qilin flame before and was thus stunned. Even the Ding clan's martial emperor, who was beating his chest a moment ago, was likewise incomparably stunned. How did Chen Han do that? One had to know that Red Woman's compass black mist had instantly killed 9 of his brothers just now. Their realms were all a full realm higher than Chen Han's, and they were still unable to defend themselves against the compulsion black mist. Chen Han, at the 4th level of martial general, would theoretically be easily taken down by Red Woman. At this moment, the Ding clan martial emperor thought of Red Woman's weakness. Could it be that Red Woman is afraid of flames? Thinking of this, the Ding family martial emperor took out a lighter. It had to be said that the Ding clan were all ruthless people. He even sprinkled gasoline on his hands, which he then used to get flames all over his fists. Red Woman. Die. This great cleverness took advantage of the fact that Granny Hong was preoccupied with Chen Han in front of her and thus launched a surprise attack from behind, blasting her head with a punch. Red Granny's eyes flickered and her tone was somewhat impatient. Seek death. And then her compelling black mist covered the Ding clan martial emperor's fist, even extinguishing the flames. It was Chen Han who helped the Ding family martial emperor, and with a slight wave of his hand, a ball of sacred flame Qilin flame roasted Granny Red's compulsion dry. Joke. As if ordinary flames could deal with Red Granny, there was no way she could become a SSS-ranked wanted criminal. With such an obvious weakness, someone would naturally find it. The only thing that could deal with the parasites was Chen Han's holy flame Qilin flame. Not to mention ordinary flames, even those with their own fire talents had died by the hundreds under Granny Hong. This was why Granny Hong was surprised. This scene frightened the Ding clan martial emperor so much that he no longer dared to move, and Granny Hong once again looked at Chen Han. She murmured, "The only person in the world today who can truly suppress my parasites is Divine Dr. Liang Yutian. The others who can deal with me rely on realm suppression and completely ignore the compulsion infestation. You don't belong to the former, and you certainly aren't the latter. What exactly are you?" Chen Han, however, was too lazy to talk nonsense with her. The moment the Overlord gun was held in his hand, it was already spread all over the body of the gun. In the next moment, the Beidou Haoren gun technique was poised to strike, and a powerful sweep mixed with unrivaled gun momentum had already struck towards the Red Woman's head. Seeing this, Granny Hong did not dare to be careless and immediately waved her hand to block. An unexpected situation occurred. The famous Red Woman who had been at the 8th level of Martial Emperor for many years was actually swept away by Chen Han's gun several meters away before landing in fear. In terms of basic strength, Granny Hong was actually no match for Chen Han. Chen Han didn't take the first shot at Red Granny, not because he was stunned, but because he was observing. Theoretically, the Martial Emperor 8th ranked Red Granny was a huge step above him in terms of basic attributes. But in reality, Chen Han had seen it during the battle against the Ding clan's martial emperor. This fellow's base attributes were even below the 10 Ding family martial emperors. She had fought hard against the Ding family martial emperor's fists not because she was confident, but because she simply couldn't avoid them. It was only by virtue of her thick skin and the added power of the parasites in her body that she was not injured. In just a few minutes, Chen Han had seen so much, so at this moment, he suddenly struck out, and Granny Hong was caught off guard. The Red Woman was about to speak, but Chen Han didn't give her a chance at all, and killed her with his spear. Picking, chopping, stabbing. The terrifying Beidou Haoren gun technique struck the Red Granny, who simply couldn't hold her ground. In less than a moment, Red Granny's body was actually pierced with several holes and various wounds. Since Chen Han's Qilin flame had a restraining effect on Granny Hong, and the parasites on her body were unable to repair her body at all, in a moment Granny Hong's body was actually bleeding profusely. That martial emperor of the Ding clan was dumbfounded. A martial general of the 3rd rank was actually able to beat a SSS-ranked wanted criminal of the 8th rank of martial emperor without being able to fight back. Is this the gold content of a champion Marquee? No wonder the family head told us to never go looking for trouble with him. This is a bit too mind-boggling. The Ding family martial emperor couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. But gradually he also saw that Red Granny's basic attributes weren't very high, or even in between with himself. If Red Granny didn't have a compulsion to add to her body, she probably wouldn't be his opponent. But after seeing this layer, the Ding clan martial emperor was even more shocked. In just that small amount of time, Chen Han had seen where Red Granny's weaknesses lay. This kind of vision and wisdom was even more mind-numbing. And even then Chen Han's strength could make one's jaw drop. The Ding clan martial emperor made up his mind that he would have to take a detour when he bumped into the champion Marquee walking down the street in the future. However, Red Granny had been beaten with increasing urgency. She, a famous martial emperor of many years, had actually been beaten by a milquetoast brat who couldn't find his way out.
In a fit of rage, Red Granny unleashed all of her cards. That is, those strongest parasites she had harbored. Black Scorpion Emperor. Six-winged centipede. Two of the most terrifying poisonous insects attacked Chen Han from both the left and right sides, while Granny Hong's scorpion tail also stabbed at Chen Han's heavenly aura. A three-sided attack. Those two insect emperors were Red Granny's bottom card, having spent decades raising them, but they could only be used once. Originally, Red Granny had wanted to wait to use them against Yu Wuyun later. These two poisonous insects had an effect on the martial god level. Although they couldn't kill Yu Wuyun, the toxicity of the two poisonous insects coupled with Yu Wuyun's many years of dark bodily injuries could at least cause Yu Wuyun to be seriously injured and disabled. Or even become an invalid. As for those below the martial god level, naturally, they would die upon touch. Yu Wuyun, I can't kill you. I'll just kill your heir. Red Granny roared. Who knew that when Chen Han faced these two poisonous insect kings, not only did he not avoid them, but the momentum of the gun in his hand became even more powerful. No one dared to intervene in the battle between the two of them. Both afraid of being affected by Chen Han's gunpowder and also afraid of being injured by Red Granny's parasites, so even Ma Jun, who had a deep hatred for Chen Han, only dared to watch. At this moment, Ma Jun was also anxious, and currently about 5 minutes had passed. If he couldn't kill Chen Han again, both he and Red Woman would have to die without a burial place. However, what was unexpected was that the two terrifying venomous insect kings were roasted to a barbecue just by being in the vicinity of the outer flame of the Qilin flame. The poisonous insects that Red Woman had been harboring for decades were still no match for the Qilin flame. Her scorpion tail had achieved some success, but it had only left a small scratch on Chen Han's forehead, and under the terrifying recovery power of the Qilin flame, it was as good as new in no time at all. In the meantime, Chen Han had already left dozens of wounds on Granny Han's body. Even though Granny Hong was no longer thick-skinned, she simply couldn't carry such intensive blows. She fell heavily to the ground, while Chen Han's overlord lance was already pointing at her throat. Facing the 8th-ranked martial emperor, Chen Han had actually won in a crushing manner. Right at this moment, two people also appeared by Chen Han's side almost simultaneously. Seeing these two people, Ma Jun's face immediately turned ashen. He was afraid that with all his heavenly means, he would no longer be able to kill Chen Han today. It was none other than the first marshal of Grand Xia, Yu Wuyun, and the divine physician, Lian Yutian. Only the first sight of seeing Red Ant, what made people feel strange was that Yu Wuyun did not look surprised. Red Ant, I never thought that there would be such a day after all. Chapter 103, The Danger of Lifting the City. The capital becomes a dead city? Yu Wuyun seemed to have anticipated that Granny Hong would be alive. His surprise only lay in the fact that he would see Granny Hong in Kyoto. As a matter of fact, Yu Wuyun's ability to sit in the position of first marshal of the Grand Xia relied on more than just force. When Han Haoran was alive, he was also under Yu Wuyun. Yu Wuyun had been cautious all his life, and would never have made such a low-level mistake as not mending his sword. Not to mention that he knew his old subordinate's methods almost like the back of his hand. How could he not know that Red Woman's compulsion was capable of mending the flesh? If it was any other SSS class wanted criminal, I'm afraid Yu Wuyun would not only dismantle him, but even thwart him. It was a big joke that Yu Wuyun would be careless. That was just the top pushing too hard, and he made a show of it. When Red Woman was in the army, she reached the position of Major General. On the outside of the Tongtian Wall, she repelled a whole 18 beast tides, and was highly successful in battle. It was just a pity that she took an evil path. Even so, Yu Wuyun did not intend to take her life. Otherwise, how could Granny Hong slip out from under Yu Wuyun's nose again and again? It was just that the last time, Red Woman poisoned and killed 800,000 people, shocking the whole country, Yu Wuyun had to sanction her in full view of everyone. Just like that, it still left her a way out. Yu Wuyun believed that he was responsible for the change in Granny Hong's character. If it wasn't for his 3 visits to invite Granny Hong out of the small border town, I'm afraid that Granny Hong, for the rest of her life, would have been a carefree village girl in that town. Granny Hong was also a smart person. Seeing Yu Wuyun's reaction like this, she had already made a rough guess. But instead of gratitude, there was more hatred in her eyes. Her eyes made people sweat for a moment. Yu Wuyun, do you think that I will be grateful to you just because of this? Do I still have to erect a monument to you? Granny Hong didn't actually have any murderous aura towards Chen Han, but at this moment, her murderous aura towards Yu Wuyun seemed to have condensed into substance. This kind of resentment was unimaginable. Theoretically speaking, if Granny Hong only felt hatred because Yu Wuyun was chasing her, it would not be exaggerated to this extent. At this moment, Chen Han and Zhao Linger glanced at each other and had already guessed. Red Granny should have a love for Yu Woyun. This kind of love was not the kind of feelings between teacher and student, but more like the love of a man and a woman. From love comes hate. In fact, the duo had guessed correctly. Yu Woyun had requested Red Granny to come out many times, with a sincere attitude, over and over again, just because of the heart of cherishing talent, for the sake of the country and the people. But the Red Woman misunderstood. She thought it was Yu Woyun's feelings. Never been out of the mountains in her life, she naturally sprang. So after making great achievements in battle, she showed her feelings to Yu Woyun, and the end can be imagined. A generation of generals, and therefore become SSS wanted. But Liang Yutian couldn't care less about this, turned his head and cursed at Yu Woyun. Yu Woyun, you collected a good subordinate. I'm telling you, if anything happens to Chen Han, I'm not done with you. Liang Yutian broke out in a cold sweat, because with Granny Hong's realm, if Chen Han hadn't obtained the Qilin Flame 2 days ago, odds were that he wouldn't be Granny Hong's match. Yu Woyun also turned back to Chen Han at this time, scanning up and down and confirming that Chen Han was fine before he sighed in relief. For this reason, Yu Woyun even apologized. Chen Han, I'm late, sorry. This apology was not only because he did not arrive in time, but also had the meaning of apologizing for Granny Hong. It was hard to imagine how Yu Woyun, who loved the people like a son, felt back then when he faced the families of those 800,000 people. Chen Han naturally did not take it to heart. I have to say that Ma Jun is a smart person, squatting for many days before picking this most suitable location for an ambush. But once Yu Woyun and Liang Yutian came, they no longer had any chance. However, at this time, Red Woman was looking at the time, and a maniacal smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Yu Woyun, isn't your mouth your favorite place to mention the country and its people? Today, I'll make you lose your reputation. These words instantly made Chen Han realize that something was wrong and said in alarm, not good, they still have a backhand. Boom. 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 Chen Han's words had just finished, only to see the entire Kyoto in all directions, actually kept coming from the sound of bombs exploding. If it was just bombs, it would be fine. After all, Kyoto's urban structure had nothing that could cause large-scale destruction except for the Type 3 laser cannon. But this was no ordinary bomb. After the explosion, the entire Kyoto was filled with a burst of green-colored fog. Of course, it's not a fog, it's the same as Red Woman's compulsion black mist. The green-colored mist is actually all the compulsion that Red Woman refined. At this rate of spread, I'm afraid it won't take long for the green-colored poisonous mist to flutter throughout the capital. Granny Hong suddenly laughed wildly. Yu Woyun. This is all the parasites that I have spent a whole 30 years to refine. The entire Kyoto below the level of Martial Zone will die violently within a day. After 1 day, Kyoto will become a dead city. Saying this, Granny Hong suddenly pointed at Liang Yutian and laughed even more recklessly. Even if it's him, there's no way to find the antidote to my parasites in a short period of time. Before Granny Hong could finish her words, Chen Han and the others heard a wailing sound coming from all directions. Her compulsion would shorten the duration of the attack depending on the cultivation realm of the inhaler. If it was a warrior-level martial artist, it would probably strike within half an hour. And so on. The longest seizure for a martial emperor level would take a full day. The ones who would have an attack so quickly would naturally be the civilians in Kyoto who have no cultivation. And this green parasite mist can at least cover hundreds of miles around Kyoto. This meant that the Northern Expeditionary Army stationed outside of the city would be difficult to spare. There were 30 million people in Kyoto, and I'm afraid that there were only hundreds at most at the martial honor level and above. Red Granny's words about a dead city were not empty words. Yu Woyun was so angry that his veins bulged and his killing intent surged. However, Red Granny did not give Yu Woyun the chance to make a move at all, and with everyone caught off guard, she actually grabbed Chen Han's overlord gun and stabbed it towards her throat. There was no half hesitation. Seeing this scene, Ji Yun couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This woman is truly terrifying. Red Woman couldn't kill Yu Woyun, but she could destroy all the things Yu Woyun cared about. Kyoto is the head and center of the entire Daxia. If Kyoto is gone, Daxia is naturally on the verge of being paralyzed. Not to mention, all of the army's elites were currently in Kyoto. The Ding family's martial emperor also had his liver and guts cracked as he watched, because this poisonous mist affected the entire Kyoto, and the Ding family was naturally included. He loudly questioned Ma Jun, "Ma Jun, are you out of your mind? Red Woman's poisonous mist will also affect everyone in your Ma family. Are you exterminating yourself?" However, Ma Jun's expression was disdainful. Red Woman hated Yu Woyun, then he hated Chen Han. So what? My only son was killed. There is nothing left to worry about. Chen Han, if I can't kill you, I'll make this city bury my son. Chapter 104, Burning the Whole City. Chen Han's vigor. In Ma Jun's plan, he was responsible for stepping on points and figuring out the best place to ambush Chen Han. Red Woman, on the other hand, was to set up poisonous insect bombs at various locations in the capital. After ambushing Chen Han, the best outcome was to capture Chen Han alive within 5 minutes. And the worst outcome would be that Chen Han was not solved within 5 minutes and Yu Woyun had arrived at the scene. If that happened, the poisonous insect bombs buried in various places in the capital would explode as a result. At that time, the entire Kyoto would be turned into a dead city. For this reason, Ma Jun even went so far as to sacrifice everyone in the Ma family. This was because if he allowed the Ma family to move beforehand, they would definitely be detected. After Ma Jun finished his plan, all of a sudden he pulled out a pill, and if one looked closely, one would realize that a poisonous worm was wriggling inside that pill. Without hesitation, Ma Jun swallowed that pill. In the blink of an eye, he fell to the ground in a violent death. Obviously, that pill was left for him by Granny Hong. At the same time, Granny Hong's green poisonous mist was spreading unchecked throughout the capital. Cries and wails were coming from all directions almost all the time. Wife! What's wrong with you, wife? Child! My child! These horrible cries spread throughout the city like a plague. But Red Woman's poisonous mist was even more powerful than the plague. Because there was no cure. At this time, Liang Yutian also grabbed a few tiny poisonous insects to check. He sighed to Yu Woyun and said, "Your old subordinate was right, it will take at least 3 days for me to find out the antidote to this parasite. I've undone her compulsion before, this kind of compulsion was made specifically for me." 3 days was too late for everything. Only Yu Woyun's head was covered in cold sweat, almost flustered to the naked eye. Since knowing Yu Woyun, it was the first time Chen Han had seen such a panic look on Yu Woyun's face. 30 million people, or the elite of the human race. It was not an exaggeration to say that once these 30 million people died out, the probability of Disya not being able to recover for 100 years. If there was any external pressure, I'm afraid that the entire human race would be destroyed. Red Woman's knife didn't cut on Yu Woyun's body, but it stabbed at Yu Woyun's heart. It was Zhao Linger who started to worry about the safety of the Northern Expedition Army and said to Yu Woyun, "Marshal Yu, now that the poisonous insects haven't spread outside of the city, quickly have the Northern Expedition brothers outside of the city retreat. With their marching speed, odds are they can escape such a poisonous mist." Yu Woyun came back to his senses and was about to give the order, however the hand that gave the order had just reached out, but then he retracted it. As if he had made some sort of determination, he suddenly clenched his teeth. "Lieutenant Zhao Linger, I order you to notify all of the Northern Expeditionary Army stationed outside the city to enter the city immediately without fail." At these words, the members of the Cold Night team were startled. Chen Han was the only one who looked as if he had already anticipated it. Zhao Linger discouraged, "Marshal Yu, why are you doing this? Aren't you letting our brothers come in to die?" Even the always calm Zhao Yufei blurted out at this moment, "Marshal Yu, we've only just killed our way out of the life and death Xian Pass. You're asking our brothers to die again so soon, what do you want them to think?" Yu Woyun looked sad, but only returned 5 short words. "We are soldiers." When these words came out, the members of the Cold Night team froze. Soldiers, with the protection of the family and defense of the country as their vocation. This was a catastrophe that permeated the entire city of 30 million people. With the great calamity at hand, if the soldiers withdrew first, then the credibility of the military would cease to exist in the future. The bursts of wailing coming from the ears would later be pounded heavily on the hearts of the Northern Expeditionary Army. After Zhao Linger and the others left, Yu Woyun and Chen Han were left behind. At this moment, Yu Woyun finally couldn't support himself and sat down on the ground in disbelief, tears rushing out. "Chen Han, it was me who was wrong. When a thought of kindness caused such a great disaster." At this time, the poisonous insect mist had also filled in beside Chen Han and Yu Woyun. However, it was unable to inflict any damage on Chen Han, who possessed the Qilin flame, and Yu Woyun, who was at the martial god level. However, Yu Woyun was even more desperate. He had the reputation and strength of being the number 1 in the world, but at this moment, he was unable to save a single person. On the other hand, Chen Han looked at the poisonous insect that was turned into ashes by the Qilin flame before it could reach 3 feet in front of him, but he was pondering. He already had a solution in mind. Zhao Linger entered the Northern Expedition Army to pass on the order and had already pointed out the advantages and disadvantages beforehand,
but the 70,000 to 80,000 Northern Expedition Army, however, used the fastest gathering speed in history and appeared at the entrance of the capital city. At this moment, the green-colored poisonous mist had naturally covered the city gate. The entire vicinity of the city gates was in chaos. Countless martial artists who had not yet suffered a seizure gathered at the city gates. Trampling, fratricide, and other incidents kept happening. Some people even made a move to kill the martial artists in front of them in order to quickly escape from the city gates. Ironically, most of these were soldiers of the Thunder God Army. The way they were scrambling to get out was in stark contrast to the Northern Expeditionary Army that knew better than to do so. Zhao Linger looked solemn and said in a cold voice, "Marshal Yu's meaning is for us to enter the city and find those survivors who haven't been eroded by the poisonous mist. Bring them out. If we can save one, it's one." Marshal Yu also specifically instructed that if there are any who are afraid at this time, they can just leave the army and he won't pursue the matter. The entire 80,000 strong army, looking at the hell-like scene in the city, actually didn't have a single person to break away from the ranks. They had all put on chemical-proof suits, even though such chemical-proof suits couldn't play a big role. Red Woman's poisonous insects were not only horribly toxic, they were even more aggressive. They would tear open clothes, and even if there was only a gap, they could invade the human body. Depart! Zhao Linger had just finished shouting the word departure, but in the next second a silhouette appeared in front of the crowd. Wait! The person who came was none other than Chen Han. Seeing Chen Han appear, the crowd was all incredibly exuberant. It was because Chen Han always managed to create a miracle every time, turning the tide of battle and creating a great victory in Red Wolf City when it was obvious that the Northern Expeditionary Army was going to lose all of its battles. Champion Marquee! Champion Marquee! The Northern Expedition Army shouted excitedly. Could the champion husband create a miracle this time? The answer was yes. Chen Han droned, "If we can save one, it's one. Might as well save them all." Immediately afterward, he suddenly snapped his fingers. The next moment only saw terrifying crimson flames actually emerge from the bodies of every soldier in the entire 80,000 strong army. And this was none other than Chen Han's Qilin sacred flame. The moment they saw the flames, fear surfaced on every soldier's face. However, immediately afterward, they realized that the flames were not lethal to them, but they instantly burned through the green insect mist that had attacked them. Chen Han had kept the temperature of the Qilin flame to a minimum, so it did little damage, but it was still the natural enemy of the parasites. In fact, if all 30 million people in the capital city could gather together, Chen Han could instantly save them with this method. But at this time, the entire city was in chaos, and various killings had even occurred, so it was clear that it could not be done in such an orderly manner. However, having these 80,000 Northern Expedition troops was enough. The fire of a star can start a prairie fire. Today this 80,000 people is to burn the whole huge capital. Chapter 105 Light and Fire Duel System? The special effect of the Qilin Flame. The special ability of the Qilin Flame was discovered by Chen Han by chance. It was an ability that an ordinary fire-type gifted ability user could never have. The first was cooling. Chen Han was able to compress the temperature of the Qilin Flame to 37 degrees Celsius of the human body surface. Not only would it not make one feel uncomfortable, but instead, it had the feeling of being in a hot spring. Secondly, it was conduction. Ordinary fire talents did have the ability to conduct as well, but their kind of conduction was different from Chen Han's Qilin Flame. Strictly speaking, it was ignition. Ignition and conduction were fundamentally different. Chen Han's Qilin Flame possessed both ignition and conduction properties. This was the reason why his Qilin Flame could be transmitted to the 80,000 people of the Northern Expeditionary Army in an instant. Not only that, these Qilin Flames did not have destructive power on the conduction objects. Moreover, the terrifying regeneration ability of the Qilin Flame itself would be similarly transferred to the conduction object. These two characteristics of the Qilin Flame were extremely terrifying, and none of the fire talents recorded so far had these two characteristics. The fire tier had always been synonymous with destructive power. And Chen Han's Qilin Flame not only possessed destructive power, it likewise possessed defensive power and restorative power. This kind of trait could only be seen in an extremely rare talent ability. That is the light talent. Only light talents could possess the ability to transmit defensive and restorative powers to others. For example, Jin Zilin's light talent was able to grant his teammates holy light. No wonder the name of this talent is called Holy Flame Unicorn Flame. The word flame meant that it was a fire talent. The word holy in front of it meant that it was also a light talent.
The two natural talents were combined into one. It was only a matter of combining the two into one, but the Qilin flame itself was so destructive that it could instantly burn out even the compasses that were able to have an effect on the martial god level of Granny Hong. This proved that it had already surpassed normal fire talents. And the Qilin flame, like the cooling and conduction abilities of the light talent, had clearly surpassed ordinary light abilities greatly again in terms of providing resilience and defense. At least the SS light talents of Jin Zilin that Chen Han had seen with his own eyes did not have such an effect. No wonder that the Holy Beast Fire Qilin had come from the western regions, requiring the top 10 experts of the Grand Xia to surround it at the same time. Even then, two martial gods had fallen. This ability was simply too strong. Moreover, as far as Chen Han knew, if Han Haoren wasn't amongst the top 10 martial gods, I'm afraid that the remaining 9 martial gods would have to die with the Fire Qilin. It was Han Haoren who gave the Fire Qilin a fatal blow against the terrifying killing power of the Qilin flame. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the current Holy Fire Qilin flame was much more powerful than most SSS-ranked talents, even though it was only S-ranked. One didn't dare to imagine what kind of effect it would be when it grew to SSS rank. This was a talent that even the system had not included. At this time, Chen Han was still unaware that the Qilin flame had another terrifying effect. At this time, the Northern Expedition Army had already rushed into the capital with the Qilin flame. Under Chen Han's authorization, they would run through the entire capital with the Qilin flame. At this moment, underneath a piece of rubble, a mother was holding her child and continuously sobbing. The green insect mist that covered the sky was like a landslide in tsunami, and it was coming towards this area that had not been affected by the waves. "Is there anyone? Save my child!" The woman wailed loudly, but her face was full of despair. Just a moment ago, her husband had taken the lead in entering the bug fog in order to break out a way to live, and died directly in front of her before he could run 2 steps. Watching that scene with her own eyes, her despair could be imagined. At this moment, she saw a silhouette with flames coming out of the bug fog, and wherever she passed, the bug fog dissipated. This person was Zhao Linger. Her physique was much lighter than before, and if you looked closely, you would realize that 2 white wings like elves had grown behind her. She killed in front of this mother and child with extreme speed and said soothingly, "It's fine, but I might need to borrow your home for a bit." As she spoke, Zhao Linger attached her hand to the wooden beam behind the woman. In a flash, a crimson flame rose up to the sky, setting all of the wooden houses in this area ablaze. "Hide here and don't move." After saying this, Zhao Linger quickly rushed to the next location. "Thank you, girl." Before the woman could thank her, she could only see Zhao Linger's light back. "There's no need to thank me, the one who saved you is the champion Ho." Zhao Linger only left this sentence lingering in the air. Meanwhile, it seemed that such events were happening in every part of the capital. For example, 2 members of the Thunder God army were fighting with each other at a crowded street entrance. "Let me pass first, you stepping horse. Why don't I go first? Whoever runs slow dies first." At the moment when the 2 were fighting to the death, a figure leaped over like a phantom. Before the 2 had time to react, a deep red flame surged out from their bodies, burning away the parasites attached to them. "You 2 losers, stop fighting. The capital is your jurisdiction, so don't go save them yet." "Right. Remember that the one who saved you is the champion Marquee." The 2 were so surprised that they didn't even have time to see who the visitor was. Just suddenly noticed a paw that was the same as a rabbit's. This was just something that happened within the capital. If one were to watch from above the capital, one would realize that ever since the 80,000 troops of the Northern Expedition entered the city, the entire capital had taken on a prairie fire and was quickly set ablaze. A burst of flames rose up in a radial pattern. The end result is that the entire capital is burning with deep fire flames. Everyone's face was irradiated red by the flames. Yet there was no discomfort. This firelight radiated for thousands of miles, even causing people around the capital to stop and watch. Everyone was wondering what was happening in the capital. The only people who would remember the 3 words champion Marquee this night were those within the capital. If there were still people who held opinions on the matter of Chen Han being made a Marquee at such a young age before. After tonight, there will be no more voices of opposition. The title of Marquee of Champions represents more than just status. Rather, it was a true national hero. Chen Han did not fail to live up to the 3 words of Marquee of Champions, and even raised the gold content of Marquee of Champions once again. The 30 million people of the capital would all be cheering for the champion Marquee tonight. He had preserved the 30 million elites of the human race, which meant that he had preserved the future of the human race. Chen Han was also still on his way to save the people at this moment, only during this process, his ears were constantly filled with inexplicable and marvelous prompts from the system. Congratulations on your base strength rising by 0.5 kilograms. Congratulations, your base strength has risen by 2 kilograms. Congratulations on your blood value rising by 1 notch. One must realize that such voices were not one or two, but had been haunting Chen Han's ears since 5 minutes ago. It wasn't a bug in the system either, as Chen Han could feel that his basic attributes had indeed received a solid boost. Chapter 106: The System's Unexplainable Talent Effect. What is this? Chen Han couldn't help but be a little confused when he heard these prompts. However, he couldn't care less about this now that he was in a hurry to save people, and only stopped when he saw that the entire city was almost burning with Qilin flames and that there was very little green poisonous mist left. At this time, the prompts in his ears also stopped. Chen Han let the system count the tips and realized that there were more than 80,000 tips in total, almost giving him a whole 120,000 kilograms of base strength, as well as around 12 grades of qi in blood. More than 80,000. Chen Han couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air as he carefully thought about it. He thought of a shocking possibility. This was because more than 80,000 tips corresponded to more than 80,000 people in the Northern Expeditionary Army. In other words, the basic attributes he had just obtained were drawn from the Northern Expedition Army. And this was another major terrifying ability hidden by the Qilin flame. It could draw on the power from the conduction object. This thing, even all of the current light-type gifted ability users did not have such a powerful trait. Of course, this drawing power wasn't much. Chen Han summarized that the most power drawn at the moment was around 5 points. And the lowest, only 0.5. It was commonly 1 to 2 points of base power. Chen Han estimated that this was due to the different cultivation realms of each person in the Northern Expedition Army. Therefore, the power he drew from would also be different. The highest 5 points should belong to Lu Zixing, who had the highest realm in the Northern Expeditionary Army. As for the 0.5, it should be the soldiers of the martial rank. For the martial general rank, it would be 2 to 3 points. This point of attribute was practically worthless for a martial artist's terrifying base power. So small that no one would even notice their power being drawn upon. But when totaled up, it was feared to be a huge amount. Moreover, according to Chen Han's speculation, the object whose power was drawn by the Qilin flame should not only be the object that was conducted by the Qilin flame. The objects that were scorched by the Qilin flame should also be among them. This was because before these hints, Chen Han noticed that he also had a hint of drawing 10 points of power. This prompt, most likely, was the power drawn from the Red Woman. It was only probably due to the fact that the Qilin flame was not in the system's talent pool. Or perhaps this drawn power was too small. It caused the system's voice to be like a mosquito. Chen Han had again been almost fully focused during his battle with Red Granny, and only then had he not noticed the system prompt. Just now, Chen Han had felt the system prompts in his ears chirping like mosquitoes, only to be covered by the wailing in the city. The power drawn from one person was small. But it was completely different from a group of people. An ocean is also made up of drops of water gathered together. The base power drawn from the 80,000 people of the Northern Expeditionary Army alone was a sizable sum. Chen Han now finally understood why the 10 martial gods had worked so hard. When the fire Qilin had first come in Imperial Fire, he had not been detected in the first place. He had run through several main cities in the west, causing tens of millions of people to be seriously injured or killed. There was no doubt that those people had been baptized by the Qilin flame. The fire Qilin was drawing on the strength of tens of millions of people when it touched base with the 10 martial gods. In the beginning, one of its claws even nearly sent the then number 1 in the world, Han Haoren, flying hundreds of miles. Of course, this drawn power was not eternal, and there existed a time limit. When the 10 martial gods faced off against the fire Qilin, it was because they didn't understand this characteristic of it in the beginning that led to the direct fall of 2 martial gods. After fighting for a while, they realized that the fire Qilin's power had weakened, and although it still dragged on for a long time, no one died after that. In the end, it was Han Haoren who completed the fatal blow, dragging the fire Qilin to a hard death. The effects of this sacred fire Qilin flame are unexpectedly strong. Chen Han lightly sked. At the same time, he was also a bit puzzled that the system hadn't even written down the several characteristics of the Qilin flame. He still had to explore them step by step. One must know that for the previous several talents, for their effects, the system had written them clearly. If this system was conscious, it would probably be spitting bitter water at Chen Han. The Kirin flame was not even in the system's library of thousands of talents, so how could it know all the effects of the Kirin flame? The system's introduction on the Qilin flame's talent effects was nothing more than speculation based on the existing talent pool. Only the fact that Qilin flame was the only growth talent and that it had both destructive and restorative effects was certain. The system was also dumbfounded. At this time, the poisonous fog in the entire capital had almost been brought under control. Only the remaining finishing touches remained. And the three words champion Marquee spread throughout the entire capital. Everywhere Chen Han passed, he would hear the voices of gratitude from the people. Red Woman had probably set up several hundred gas bombs in various parts of the capital. If it wasn't for Chen Han, even if Liang Yutian had been able to develop an antidote in time, he would probably have suffered heavy losses. Of course, it was inevitable that quite a few civilians would be killed in this incident. Because civilians without any cultivation, as long as they were touched by the poisonous insect mist, they would be killed on the spot, and it would be difficult for even the greatest immortals to save them. However, the capital city was also the #1 city in the world in the end, and more than 80% of the people, almost all of them, had a cultivation level of samurai or above, or else they would not have been able to settle down here at all. Chen Han had already kept the disaster to a minimum. Even the highest authority in the capital, the 24th Privy Council, had to thank Chen Han. If not for Chen Han, more than half of them would have to die today. They can't hide for a while, even if they have already disappeared into the underground space when the accident happened. As long as they show their heads and come into contact with the green insect mist, they will still be finished. At this moment, within the 24th Privy Council, Di Qingtian is already preparing the document to reward Chen Han. Yu Woyan still remained in place, looking at the flaming capital city out of his mind. Liang Yutian also stood beside him and patted Yu Wuyan's shoulder. "Old Yu, don't lose your face. I'm talking about you, but who would really blame you? Red Woman is just an old subordinate that you defected from, it's not your responsibility. You're good at everything, but you're bad at two things, one of which is being too soft on those around you, and the other is being too pretentious." Yu Wuyan didn't reply, his expression still gloomy. If it wasn't for Chen Han resolving this crisis, it was estimated that Liang Yutian wouldn't be able to stop him from cutting his own throat in thanks. And it was precisely because Chen Han was worried about this that he came to Yu Wuyan's side again. It wasn't until he saw Chen Han arrive that Yu Wuyan finally opened his mouth. He looked towards Granny Han's corpse. Due to Chen Han's Kirin flame, Granny Han was no longer able to utilize the parasites to repair her body no matter what. Yu Wuyan slowly said, "Chen Han, if you were me, how would you handle the matter of treating Red Ant?" Chen Han did not expect Yu Wuyan to ask him this, yet he still told the truth. "Marshal Yu, if I were you, I would have killed her the first time she indiscriminately killed her army brethren." Chapter 107 King of Jinbei? An unexpected reward. Hearing Chen Han's words, for some reason the frustration on Yu Wuyan's face was swept away. He even went so far as to let out a loud laugh. "Well said." Just then, Zhao Linger actually ran over as well. Like Chen Han, she was naturally worried about Yu Wuyan before returning to this place. With her understanding of Yu Wuyan would probably take the responsibility of Red Woman onto himself again. However, she looked quite surprised to see Yu Wuyan laughing. This smile was not a forced smile, instead it was like a sigh of relief. Zhao Linger was surprised, and Chen Han was equally surprised to see her appearance. Seeing Zhao Linger in a red tight suit, coupled with the burning Qilin flame all over her body, as well as the pair of white elven thin wings on her back, the entire person appeared incomparably beautiful. The whole person appeared incomparably beautiful. Just as beautiful, Chen Han could actually feel that Zhao Linger's strength had been greatly improved. It was estimated that her base strength and speed had almost grown to more than double of what it was on a normal day. "What are you?" Hearing Chen Han's question, Zhao Linger pouted her small mouth and looked proud. "You think Marshal Yu will only feel sorry for you alone?" Yu Wuyan explained to Chen Han, "Chen Han, aside from that section of Qilin bone, I also have a Dark Moon Elf exoskeleton, so I gave it to Xiao Zhao." Dark Moon Elf. Chen Han's figure stagnated. The period of dark turmoil was also the era when the aura recovery had just begun. Countless meteorites had fallen to the earth, and all races had invaded. At that time, the entire continent was haunted by all sorts of strange beasts. Not only were there strong beasts that had mutated from ordinary animals, but there were also beasts that existed in fantasies, such as vampires, dragons, kobolds, and so on. These beasts were born out of thin air from a meteorite. They are more troublesome than ordinary mutated beasts. It was only with the human race relocating to the southern realm where fewer meteorites fell,
coupled with Yuoyun and Han Haoren, the pair of imperial double walls, who led the army to purge the southern realm of foreign beasts. As a result, fantasy beasts were extremely rare. Nowadays, fantasy beasts have become the rarest of the rare, at least in the Great Xia territory, including the surrounding area of the Tongtian Wall. They are very rare. Among them, the Dark Moon Elf belonged to the fantasy class exotic beasts. And even within the fantasy class Fey beasts, Dark Moon Elves were also quite rare. The battle power was also amazingly high. According to the book, an 8th Order Dark Moon Elf would require an army of 500 martial artist level soldiers to defeat. Elf-type beasts likewise had a common trait. Any part of their body was extremely adaptable to humans. Basically, most human and elf transplants were able to reach a terrifying level A or above. If an elf's wings could be produced after transplantation, it would mean that the suitability had already reached S. Unlike the unicorn bone, which required rather harsh conditions to obtain the talent. Transplanting an elf bone was quite easy to obtain an elf talent. There was a certain period of time when most martial artists in Grand Xia aimed to transform elf bones, causing all the elf bones on the market to be speculated at sky-high prices. And that was just a single bone from an elf's body. If it was a set of exoskeleton, it would be worth a fortune. Although it was not as good as Chen Han's unicorn bone, Zhao Linger's set of exoskeletons was estimated to be a lone item in the entire Grand Xia. After all, foreign beasts like the Dark Moon Elves would rather die than be arrested by humans most of the time. They also had a means of self-detonation that exerted a power that could even end with a martial artist one major realm higher. Yu Shuai really treated his subordinates as his own children and never begrudged them. The transformation of Ji Yun, Zhao Yufei and Xu Mang were also materials that Marshal Yu was responsible for. It's just a matter of why Yu Shuai will put up with the Red Woman again and again, and he probably can't figure out that this old subordinate will still make him lose his reputation until he dies. The night passed quickly. The east gradually revealed the white of the fish belly. The Red Woman's compulsion poisonous fog also gradually dissipated. At this time, the capital city finally restored the previous order, the streets of a large number of public servants and the appeasement of the victims. This disaster was unprecedented for the capital in the 100 years of the new calendar. Had it not been for Chen Han, the capital would probably be filled with green mist and mountains of corpses today. While receiving the government relief items, the people did not forget to say, "Thank you, Champion Marquee." Only when the Thunder God army that distributed the items heard these words, they couldn't help but lower their heads in shame. Chen Han, along with most of the Northern Expedition troops, did not belong to the capital, and the defense of the capital was originally the responsibility of the Thunder God army, but last night, all of the people of the Thunder God army were the ones who ran as fast as they could. But last night, the Thunder God army was the one who ran as fast as they could. At this moment, facing the public, they felt guilty. But on the contrary, the Northern Expeditionary Army was completely different. Wherever they passed, the people welcomed them, that kind of vitality, the appearance of everything competing for growth, and the Thunder God Army's frustration was in sharp contrast. It was also because of them that the credibility of the Xia soldiers was salvaged. The Northern Expeditionary Army entered the city as ordered, and the direction they rushed to was the Jade Dragon Terrace in the capital. The 24th Privy Council wrote a commendation document overnight, with the main target of the commendation being Chen Han. In less than 10 days, Chen Han had actually ascended the Jade Dragon Terrace twice, which was already unparalleled in the entire history of the Grand Xia. Even Han Haoren and Yuoyun, the two people who had made the most contributions to the Grand Xia, hadn't reached such an honor. At this moment, it was only near the Jade Dragon Terrace that countless people from the capital surrounded the tall building in a sea of people. Most of them were also kneeling on the ground, chanting the name of the champion Marquee. The Northern Expeditionary Army could not help but be shaken by the sight of this scene when they entered. This scene was even more powerful than when Chen Han had just returned from the Northern Realm last time. It wasn't until the Northern Expedition Army entered the Jade Dragon Terrace that Emperor Prime began to read out the commendation documents on the high platform. And Chen Han had long since arrived. Champion Marquee Chen Han, he has repeatedly won battles, and this time, he even used the Kirin's sacred flame to save the 30 million people of the capital from the flames, a monstrous feat. He is hereby commended. By joint decision of the 24 Privy Councils, Champion Marquee Chen Han is hereby granted supreme command of all armies in the north, and the right to act on the cheap. Hereby rewarded with 25,000 kilograms of star crystals, 3 mansions in the capital city, and 10 factories on the outskirts of the capital city. Hearing that string of rewards, the Northern Expeditionary Army was on the verge of freezing. But in reality, Chen Han did not care about those physical rewards. The truly important thing was what Di Qingtian had read out earlier.
The supreme command right of the Northern Expedition Army. The right to act cheaply. This was not a small right, meaning that Chen Han was now a feudal official in the Northern Realm. As far as the Northern Expedition Army was concerned, Chen Han's power was even higher than the three marshals, Yu Woyan, Zhongguan, and Ouyangquan, and even they were unable to interfere with Chen Han's decisions. In a way, although Chen Han is still a major, in terms of real power, he is considered the fourth marshal of Daxia. The most crucial thing was the power to act cheaply. This power was something that none of the Grand Xia's three marshals had. If they want to command their troops to do something big, they still have to consult the 24 privy councils and all kinds of complicated procedures. For example, Yu Woyun's northern expedition could be said to have taken a lot of effort. But the right to act cheaply, almost equal to Chen Han, can bypass the 24 privy council, direct mobilization of the Northern Expeditionary Army. If completely modeled after the ancient system, the reward for Chen Han can be condensed into 3 words. Xunbei King. Chapter 108 Medicine Body Furnace. The pill god's body was useful. Of course, this was more than just a reward. The 24th Privy Council was betting the future of the human race on Chen Han. That was why it had given Chen Han such great power. Once the army crossed the southern border to the northern border, even these 24 supreme powers would have to look at Chen Han's face. Chen Han immediately received the commendation order while saluting the 24 supreme powers on the stage. Aside from Chen Han, the crowd of the Northern Expeditionary Army had likewise received a large number of rewards. After laying down their lives last night, all of them received a ticket that would allow them to stay in the capital today. That would be one of the sky-high priced buildings in the center of the capital. Knowing that, a house here, with their subsidies and the little proceeds from hunting foreign beasts, they probably wouldn't be able to buy it in their entire lives. Although Chen Han didn't care about this, it didn't mean that the Northern Expeditionary Army didn't care. Most of the army were civilians, and the capital was a lifelong dream for many of them. In addition to this, there were naturally all types of attribute potions and chi and blood elixirs that were specially supplied by the national pharmaceutical industry. Speaking of the national pharmaceutical industry, Chen Han finally remembered Li Qingshi's invitation. Too many things had happened in the past few days, and he had put it behind him. Li Qingshi had kindly invited him and even sent him an entrance letter to the Red God Mecha launch, so how could he say that he couldn't live up to it? Now 24 privy councils, 1 champion Marquee, 2 Xunbei kings, and also gave him 10% of the star crystal mining rights. Such a generous commendation was, on one hand, an affirmation of Chen Han, and on the other hand, a hope that Chen Han would achieve more in the Northern Realm. Coupled with the need to search for his parents, Chen Han estimated that the day when he calculated to return to the Northern Realm was not far off. Before he left, he still had to get this done. The next day, Chen Han had the courage to arrive at the entrance of National Pharmaceuticals. National Pharmaceuticals, worthy of the existence of a national machine, in the capital city of the inch of land, but also accounted for millions of square meters of area. The entire interior of the pharmaceutical industry was almost all pharmaceutical factories, and even at the entrance, Chen Han could smell a pungent odor. The main production here was various attribute potions and chi and blood spirit liquids, which were then supplied to the entire country. Since Chen Han had called Li Qingshi before he arrived, the hundreds of thousands of employees of National Pharmaceuticals actually stood at the entrance under the scorching sun, and even set off a salute. The employees also pulled up a large banner. Welcome Champion Ho to visit and guide the work. Chen Han was a little sweaty, with the national pharmaceutical industry being so messed up, it seemed like he had really become some kind of pill refining master. In reality, for this aspect he was relying on the system to directly refine pills. Li Qingshi went out to greet him, and a large number of employees began to thank Chen Han and shake his hand. It turned out that the several gas bombs planted by Red Woman were very close to National Pharmaceuticals, and at that time, hundreds of thousands of employees had taken refuge inside the factory, and if it wasn't for Zhao Yufei running over with the Kirin flame, it was estimated that the huge factory would have been paralyzed by it. Immediately after, Li Qingshi took Chen Han and dozens of senior employees and scientists of the National Pharmaceuticals began to visit the factory. Chen Han did not forget to remind Li Qingshi beforehand, Mr. Li, let me give you a reminder, I'm afraid I don't have any valuable experience to pass on to you. Who knew that Li Qingshi instead took this as Chen Han's modesty and laughed out loud, you're too modest, Champion Ho, you're even able to refine a potion that directly boosts your chi and blood, you're truly a man of God. A black line flooded Chen Han's forehead, it looked like no matter how he explained, it would be of little use. Li Qingshi brought Chen Han inside the factory, pointing to the machines that were in operation inside the factory, and began to introduce them to Chen Han. Marquee Champion, look at our factory's process for producing the chi and blood spirit liquid. We first break the blood essence stones of the foreign beasts, while grinding them into powder and soaking them in strong acidic water. Only this acidic water can completely melt the blood essence stones. After the blood essence stone is completely melted, we then release the alkaline water, neutralize the acid and alkali, and then filter it several times to finally obtain the clear water that contains the energy of the blood essence stone, which is also the main raw material for the chi and blood spirit liquid. Chen Han listened with great interest. Comparing to the complex processes of the national pharmaceutical industry, his pill refining was simply not too simple. However, as he listened, Chen Han felt that something was not quite right. On the basis of the raw materials of the chi and blood elixir, we then add the materials from various exotic beasts, and it is fused into the chi and blood elixir. According to the quality of the materials from the foreign beasts, the quality of the chi blood spiritual liquid that we refine is also different. Of course, you can rest assured that the best quality we supply to the troops. Chen Han's expression was a bit surprised, and he couldn't help but say, "Your pill refining, it turns out that it is generated from a combination of exotic beast materials?" However, as soon as Chen Han finished speaking, Li Qingshi froze. Could it be that you still have a method of refining medicine that does not require a combination of foreign beast materials? Of course not. Chen Han's surprise was that he had thought that the national pharmaceutical medicine refining was done through various complicated chemical methods and chemical reactions, coupled with incomparably strict processes and controls. Unexpectedly, it was actually the same as his medicine god's body. Only the difference was that the pill god's body did not require these complicated processes from the national pharmaceutical industry. If you guys are refining medicines with exotic beast materials, I think I can help out a bit, Chen Han said softly. Li Qingshi was pleasantly surprised, and immediately took Chen Han on a tour of the national pharmaceuticals warehouses. What Chen Han didn't expect was that the materials of various low-level alien beasts could be said to be piled up in these warehouses. Moreover, there were also specialized people in charge of sorting, cleaning, and other operations. A single warehouse, there were several hundred employees under the jurisdiction. This is a real treasure trove for Chen Han. Although there weren't many high-level materials here, it could be said that there was more than enough to refine some basic attribute potions, including the chi and blood spirit liquid. Unfortunately so, Chen Han would have to live in national pharmaceuticals. After all, the exotic beast materials here were shipped in from all over the country, and there was an endless stream of them every day. Chen Han sighed softly. If only there was some sort of machine that could refine potions even in my absence. The National Pharmaceuticals Warehouse was a great treasure to Chen Han. Unfortunately, Chen Han could only complete the series of operations of collecting materials, refining medicines, and taking medicines from the system space when he was present in person. Just then, perhaps hearing Chen Han's words, a prompt came from the system. System-friendly reminder: you can consume points to build a pill body furnace. The pill body furnace serves the same purpose as your pill god's body. As long as someone puts the materials in it, it will be able to rely on the recipe to produce a potion. The pill body furnace can only be activated by you. After activation, it runs on electricity and does not require the consumption of chi and blood. You can also remotely control it at any time to terminate the process of refining pills. Since the medicine body furnace is specially made by the system, it requires 50,000 points to exchange for one. Please be careful when redeeming. Chapter 109, So You're a Scientist. 50,000 points. A staggering amount. And this was just one machine. According to the system, this medicine body furnace built by it far exceeded current technology. Only then did it require such a high amount of points. Coincidentally, Chen Han had been promoted from second lieutenant to major, and the points rewarded by the system plus the points he had signed up for happened to be around 50,000 points. To build a medicine body furnace is to return to the pre-liberation era. But you can't catch a wolf without a child. The sooner this thing was built, the better. Not only would it be much more convenient to refine medicines outside of Chen Han's body, it wouldn't even require the consumption of chi and blood. Chen Han gritted his teeth and still threw 50,000 points in. To build this medicine body furnace, one needed to wait for an hour. And at this time, Li Qingshi, who saw Chen Han froze, thought that it was because this exotic beast material pool in front of him had failed to satisfy Chen Han. He humbly said, "Champion Marquee, is there something you want to instruct us on?" This sentence pulled Chen Han out of his shaking mind. Regarding the Fey material pool, of course, Chen Han had nothing to instruct us on. The national pharmaceutical industry had developed over the course of hundreds of years, and many of the processes had matured. However, in terms of pill refining, Chen Han did have some thoughts to offer. In order to verify his ideas, Chen Han and Li Qingshi returned to the pharmaceutical plant. Chen Han rolled up his sleeves before saying to Li Qingshi, "Mr. Li, please have someone fetch me a blood essence stone of a 4th-ranked exotic beast, plus 3 leg bones of a scrub rabbit. Remember, it must be a 4th-ranked foreign beast's blood essence stone and 3 leg bones, there can be no mistakes in the ratios." Li Qingshi was so excited when he heard this that he was even on the verge of shedding tears. This was because he was actually able to witness Chen Han's pill refining process with his own eyes. This opportunity would not come along very often. Li Qingshi immediately ordered, "Quickly! Fetch the materials for the champion hoe. Also have all the technicians in the factory stop what they are doing, this is an unparalleled opportunity to observe." A black line flooded Chen Han's forehead, he was merely trying to verify his idea, Li Qingshi actually called for so many people. "Mr. Li, there's no need to raise such a large crowd, right?" Chen Han let out a light eep. Who knew that Li Qingshi's eyes became even more fervent? No. This is a once-in-a-lifetime learning opportunity. You still don't know that you are also renowned in our academic world nowadays. And behind you is the scientist who invented star crystal nullification. The star crystal nullification tool that Li Qingshi was talking about naturally referred to Chen Xingbian. That was an invention that crossed generations. Thus he naturally classified Chen Han to be on the same level as Chen Xingbian as well. Within a short time, the employees fetched the materials over, and at the same time, all the senior technicians and scientists from the national pharmaceutical industry came here, staring intently at Chen Han. Chen Han had no choice but to start refining the medicine under the spotlight. He first put a 4th-order beast's blood essence stone into a bucket of strong acid water specially made by the national pharmaceutical industry. The blood essence stone slowly dissolved, and in no time at all, he obtained a bucket of strong acidic water that contained the energy of the blood essence stone. Then Chen Han followed the example of the gourd, through the neutralization of acid and alkali, plus a number of filtration, to get a small bucket of pure water containing blood essence stone energy. Immediately afterward, Chen Han began to grind the leg bones of the 3 scrub rabbits, until the leg bones were ground into bone powder. Finally, he boiled the small bucket of blood essence stone energy water and poured in the bone powder from the leg bones of the scrub rabbits. Not long after, the 2 materials fused together, and after cooling slightly for a while, a deep red liquid formed. This liquid, naturally, was the Qi blood spiritual liquid. Li Qingshi had been observing the process of Chen Han's pill refining without taking his eyes off, and when Chen Han finished refining the pill, he immediately couldn't wait to take a taste with his spoon. With his many years of experience, he could almost already taste the quality level of the Qi and blood spirit liquid, and just after tasting the first mouthful, Li Qingshi immediately exclaimed, "Top grade." No. Top grade. Since the establishment of our country's pharmaceutical industry, we have yet to produce a Qi and blood spirit liquid of such purity. Speaking of this, Li Qingshi brought another measuring instrument and poured a cup of Chen Han's refined Qi and blood spiritual liquid into it. It wasn't long before a string of numbers appeared on the screen of the measuring instrument. 98.8%. This number represented the purity of the Qi and blood spirit liquid. The higher the purity, the better the quality, and naturally, the higher the selling price. Seeing this number, the crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This was because since the national pharmaceutical industry had started making medicines, the highest concentration of the Qi blood spiritual liquid that had been refined was only 93.8%. Don't think that the difference between the two was only 5%. One had to know that starting from 90%, every 0.1% increase forward would require millions of experiments. But Chen Han had only made a slight move, and actually made this purity reach 98.8%. This level was something that no scientist had ever been able to possess in the last 100 years of the national pharmaceutical industry. I'll go. This is too good for the champion Ho, isn't it? How can he be so precise with his material ratios? I originally thought he was a martial artist, but I didn't realize he was actually a scientist. The crowd was extremely complimentary, but they didn't know that this was the formula that the system had provided to Chen Han. The system's formula was naturally split, and if it wasn't for the fact that the materials were weighed with some errors, Chen Han would even be able to achieve a purity of 100%. The 1.2% was a huge error. Chen Han also did not expect him to actually succeed in one go. It could only be said that the national medicinal industry's method of refining medicines was similar to him using his body as a furnace, only that many tedious steps had been eliminated. The one who was most excited was of course still Li Qingshi. That recipe just now he had memorized in his heart. Just this one recipe alone, I don't know how much more tax revenue national pharmaceuticals could earn. After all the martial artists in the country, from the samurai to the martial god realms, would need to purchase Qi and blood spirit liquid from the national pharmaceutical industry.
Champion Ho, no, Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen is truly a great talent. On behalf of National Pharmaceuticals, I, Li Qingshi, would like to invite you to enter the company and become an honorary advisor of National Pharmaceuticals. I wonder if you will agree. Li Qingshi was in tears, and on the spot, he extended an invitation from National Pharmaceuticals to Chen Han. And the position given was still an honorary advisor. This position was not an imaginary position. Within the national pharmaceutical industry, it was almost similar to Dean Li Qingshi's position. The national pharmaceutical industry held the lifeblood of all the martial artists in the whole of Grand Xia, and to be able to sit at this level of Li Qingshi's position was equivalent to being half of the head of the national pharmaceutical industry. The power of speech was naturally not low. Even a martial god level powerhouse in the entire Grand Xia would have to be kind and hush in front of Li Qingshi. Of course, the honorary advisor also had this privilege. However, Li Qingshi could not have imagined that what made him excited was yet to come. Chen Han washed his stained hands before slowly saying to Li Qingshi, "Mr. Li, you can allow me to consider the matter of honorary advisor first. I have a machine here. As long as you input the recipe and throw the ingredients in, you can completely skip all those tedious processes of pharmaceuticals and directly generate a potion. With this machine, can we cooperate with your national pharmaceutical industry?" Chen Han's words had just finished. The tens of thousands of people in the entire factory were suddenly silent, their pupils wide and dumbfounded as they looked at Chen Han. It was as if they were stupid. Chapter 110 Northern Realm Alteration. The ferocious beasts surrounded the city. Only after a long while did Li Qingshi slowly say, "Champion Marquee, you are not joking with me, are you? If there really was a machine in the world that Chen Han spoke of, let alone cooperating with national pharmaceuticals, it would be a no-brainer to outlaw national pharmaceuticals." The hundreds of thousands of employees of the national pharmaceutical industry produced a pitifully small number of various potions each month. After all, it was impossible for anyone to know the ratios of the materials by heart like Chen Han did. Every step in the production of potions was a matter of excellence. Chen Han certainly hadn't thought of outlawing the national pharmaceutical industry. The national pharmaceutical industry symbolized the power of the state apparatus, and it would be difficult to collect so many exotic beast materials with just an individual. What he needed was the national pharmaceutical industry's stock of foreign beast materials. Chen Han pointed out the window and said, "I've already asked someone to send that machine just now, so you can go out and take a look." Taking advantage of the fact that the system had already refined the pill body furnace while shaking his head during the pill refining just now, Chen Han summoned it from the system space to the lawn of the national pharmaceutical industry. Is there really such a machine? Li Qingshi still found it unbelievable. Immediately afterward, tens of thousands of senior employees of the national pharmaceutical industry ran out of the gate in great numbers. The medicine body furnace was parked on the lawn, and from the outside, it appeared to be a large incense burner, except that there were all sorts of modern technology operating screens as well as circuit components on the body of the furnace. In order to look good, the system also carved a symbol of gossip on the furnace body, which is really a snake. From the outside, it was indeed plain as an ancient alchemy furnace. The scientists present couldn't help but scratch their heads. Although they felt skeptical, they did not dare to speak out directly due to Chen Han's position. It was still Li Qingshi who spoke the truth. "Champion Marquee, is this thing really as magical as you say?" This was something that had been built by the system and had cost 50,000 points, so Chen Han had no doubt. He had his staff fetch some materials to build the Qi blood spiritual liquid, and then entered the recipe for the Qi blood spiritual liquid on the pill body furnace. He energized the pill body furnace and then pressed the start button. At this time, a prompt came from the system. Ding! Are you confirming to start the medicine body furnace? After choosing to confirm startup, the medicine body furnace will continue to run under the condition of electricity. You can deactivate the operation at any time through a verbal command. Confirm. After Chen Han uttered his confirmation, the entire pill body furnace began to emit a fantastical glow. Immediately, Chen Han opened the furnace and threw the materials for refining the Qi blood spiritual liquid directly into it. The refining process probably lasted less than a few seconds. Immediately afterward, at the exit, a large amount of Qi blood spiritual liquid began to gush forth. Fortunately, Chen Han had already caused the bucket to be placed there beforehand. The materials put in just now were 12 leg bones with 4 blood essence stones, thus the output of Qi and blood spiritual liquid was just 4 small buckets. This operation was a sight to behold for Li Qingshi and the group of scientists present. Which was a scientific instrument.
It was simply a metaphysical instrument.
It was correct to say that it was a metaphysical instrument, according to the system's explanation. As long as the recipe was entered, no matter what materials were put into it, the pill body furnace would calculate the most accurate ratio of materials.
It will not produce a single bit of waste material.
Not only that, it could also refine multiple recipes at the same time.
As long as the materials were in place, different types of potions would be born at the exit of the pill body furnace.
Li Qingshi swallowed his saliva and immediately picked up a bucket of medicinal water refined by the pill body furnace, which he did not dare to taste at first. After hesitating for a while, Li Qingshi gently took a shallow taste. However, it was this mouthful that caused his entire perception to be shocked.
Li Qingshi fell back a few steps and stammered as he pointed at the qi and blood spiritual liquid refined by the pill body furnace. This potion is even purer than the one that the champion Marquee refined by hand.
The crowd all looked incredulous. Li Qingshi's subordinates hurriedly fetched a measuring instrument, while the purity of this potion was quickly displayed on the measuring instrument.
A complete number simply stunned the crowd's jaws. 100%. The purity of the potion refined by the pill body furnace had actually reached a terrifying 100%. This can't be possible. Theoretically, as far as refining potions is concerned, the precision of a machine is lower than by hand. This is too unbelievable, isn't it?
At this moment, compared to the potion refined by the pill body furnace, it was obvious that the pill body furnace itself drew more attention. A large group of scientists immediately gathered in front of the pill body furnace to take a closer look. The more they observed, the more surprised they were.
The things on this furnace are too sophisticated, right? It's all unheard of technology. I'll go. Did you guys notice the circuit components on the furnace body?
A palm-sized area is densely packed with countless circuit components. These scientists discovered an extremely terrifying thing. That was that the circuit etching on the furnace body, I'm afraid, had reached a range smaller than an nanometer.
And that was just the furnace body. Not to mention the inside of the furnace.
If the star crystal nullification black box discovered earlier was a cross-generation invention, then this pill body furnace was almost a level of technology that mankind simply couldn't reach. It was inconceivable to everyone that such a precise instrument was actually built by Chen Han.
And was it done by one person alone? Champion Marquee, you are simply the initiator of the new century. Newton, Einstein, I'm afraid they can't even compare to you. You are the greatest scientist I have ever seen.
In the face of the crowd's praise, Chen Han could only smile helplessly. After all, it was impossible for him to disclose the existence of the system to the public. He could only say that this instrument was the only lone item, and he was unable to build a second one. As for the cooperation, Li Qingshi naturally agreed wholeheartedly. He even predicted that in less than a year's time, all the potions that all the martial artists in the entire Grand Xia drank would be produced from this pill body furnace.
This transcendent human instrument of Chen Han would drive the entire Grand Xia.
The national pharmaceutical industry would not be able to refine this kind of potion from Chen Han even if it took a few more centuries. Chen Han agreed to place the pill body furnace in the national pharmaceutical industry, but there were a few conditions. One was that the potion made by the furnace would be given the highest priority in supplying the Cold Night Team and the Northern Expeditionary Army, and no matter what, his own troops must be adequately supplied, and all of them would be free of charge.
The second is to sell the potion profit, the national pharmaceutical industry and Chen Han 50-50 split. The conditions offered by Chen Han were all within reasonable limits.
National Pharmaceuticals not only got a set of instruments for nothing, but also got some of Chen Han's recipes. While the instruments are running, they can also make higher purity potions with their own hands.
Li Qingshi agreed to this with his mouth full.
Not only that, he even planned to let Chen Han have the position of the chief director of National Pharmaceuticals. Chen Han hastily refused upon hearing this. He had refined the pill body furnace, which in itself was not something he wished to stay within the national pharmaceutical industry. At this time, Chen Han did not know that a major event had occurred in the northern realm, tens of thousands of miles away. Was left in the Red Wolf Beast City of the scouting chief looked at a report head in a cold sweat. In the west, a swarm of dark bats were like black clouds pressing down on the city, covering the sky, and were slowly coming towards the Red Wolf Beast City. The few scouts in the east had long been lost, and the last news they sent back showed that a group of plant-based old-faced demon vines were migrating towards the Red Wolf Beast City. But it was the north that was the most frightening. An army of behemoths formed by a giant elephant that was more than 300 meters tall swept all the way across, and wherever they passed, all of them were turned into meat cakes. The target seemed to be the Red Wolf Beast City. As if they had been instructed in some way, They were coming towards the Red Wolf Beast City. Chapter 111, Revitalizing the Arm. 100,000 Armies. After placing the pill body furnace in the national pharmaceutical industry, the following day Chen Han received news back from the Northern Realm. There were 3 types of alien beast armies that were massing towards the city of Red Wolf Beasts, which had already belonged to the human race. Among them were the Dark Bat Clan, the plant-based Old-Faced Demon Vine Clan, and the Giant Elephant Clan that had come from the north. These 3 types of beasts were all extremely strong. First was the Dark Bat Clan. The 400,000-strong army had experienced its power during the Northern Expedition. 3 battalions of the Water God Army and 2 battalions of the Wind God Army, an entire 40,000 generals, were lost to the Dark Bats. Each one of them had the strength of a 12th order beast. And the way they attacked was very strange. They could suck the blood from humans dry in an instant. On the other side, there was the Old-Faced Demon Vine, although it had not been encountered during the Northern Expedition. But according to the words of the chief scout to observe, the few scouts he sent out almost all had the strength of a martial general. Even if they couldn't beat them, it was estimated that it would be very easy to run away. Yet an entire squad of 4 martial general level experts actually did not have a single one of them escape back. This proved that this demonic vine was not to be underestimated, just like the Dark Bat. But the most powerful of all was the giant elephant coming from the north. With a size of 300 meters and a thick-skinned body, it was enough to trample down the entire city of Red Wolf Beasts. Even the star crystal vein, which had just begun to step into operation, was at stake. What puzzled Chen Han was that although these foreign beasts in the Northern Realm were not at the point of death, they were also in a state of old death on weekdays. Otherwise, between the foreign beasts, they would not have produced a single race civilization at all, and there would still be such a thing as an army. What, exactly, could make these Fey beasts unite to attack the city of Red Wolf Beasts? One must realize that it had only been about 10 days since Chen Han had returned victorious from his northern expedition. In 10 days' time, if there were no special circumstances, it would be impossible for these beasts to mobilize their armies in unison and still unite together. Chen Han thought of a frightening fact, and that was that a leader was feared to have arisen amongst these foreign beasts on the northern bank of the Dragon River. Only then would it be possible to explain how they were able to react so quickly. Thinking of this, Chen Han immediately called the chief scout and asked him a question. Chief Scout, during the time that I returned to the capital, have there been any large-scale marches of the Fey beasts of the Northern Realm towards the same place? Although the Fey beasts understood a portion of human technology, they definitely hadn't taken control of the wireless communication equipment yet. Otherwise, on the day the Red Wolf Beast City was bombarded, the Red Wolf Beast Lord would have called for help from the neighborhood. The answer given by the Chief Scout surprised Chen Han somewhat. As Chen Han had expected, those people sent out by the Chief Scout had seen the surrounding area constantly heading in one direction since about 5 days ago. And that direction was actually Lord Mountain God's mountain. It was worth mentioning that the herd of giant elephants in the north were also coming from the direction of that mountain. Could it be that the person who mobilized these foreign beasts is my father? Chen Han could not help but let out a cry of surprise in his heart. He had clearly left a note for Qin Xingdian, and not in his own identity, but in the identity of Marshal Liu. Theoretically, if Qin Xingdian returned, he would arrive at the Red Wolf Beast City at the first opportunity. But he would actually mobilize the Fey beasts to attack humans? All of this could not help but make Chen Han feel a bit unimaginable. Of course, this was just a guess on his part. Perhaps the one who mobilized the alien beast army was someone else. In any case, the 3 great beasts besieged the city of Red Wolf Beasts is the ironclad fact. The northern border is imminent. Chen Han must quickly depart. After reading this report, what about the members of the Cold Night team who were equally anxious? Chen Han, let's set off quickly. Otherwise those thousands of brothers in the Northern Realm will probably be sacrificed for nothing. Zhao Linger advised Chen Han. She, who had obtained the Dark Elf exoskeleton, was now eager to conquer the foreign beasts. Chen Han had now become the Lord Commander of the Northern Realm, and had to consider things a bit more comprehensively. After thinking for a while, he said to Zhao Linger, "There's no rush. Although those 3 armies of Fey beasts are raging, they aren't marching very fast. We have to do one thing before that." "What matter?" "Recruit soldiers." Chen Han's words caused Zhao Linger to realize. Nowadays, there were only 70,000 to 80,000 people left in the Northern Expeditionary Army, and even though these 70,000 to 80,000 people were already considered veterans of hundreds of battles, they were unable to fight 1 against 100 against a foreign beast of 11 ranks or higher. Within the Red Wolf Beast City, there were basically no defense devices. Relying only on these 70,000 to 80,000 troops to defend the city, it is absolutely impossible to defend it. Knowing that this time, regardless of the giant elephant legion in the north and the old-faced demon vine in the east, the number of dark bats alone was as high as 200,000. In response, Zhao Linger couldn't help but let out a light laugh. You've gotten much smarter after becoming the Lord Commander. This was something that even Zhao Linger hadn't thought of. However, what Zhao Linger did not know was that if it was just about achieving victory, Chen Han was confident that he could win with these 70,000 to 80,000 Northern Expeditionary Army. But what Chen Han wanted was not just victory. Rather, it was annihilation. To deal with the foreign races, it was that if they were not of my race, their hearts would be different. All of their vital forces must be killed. Just like when Chen Han shelled the Red Wolf Beast City. But to fight a war of annihilation, morale alone is not enough, numbers are the most important. Even the most famous general of the War of Annihilation in history, the god of killers, Bai Qi, had to keep the number of enemies in us at 1 to 1. When all was said and done, in less than a day's time, the champion husband's conscription information was put up all over the country on the internet. The conditions for this conscription were high. One had to be at least at the 6th rank of martial artist. Priority was given to those above the martial general rank. And one also needed to have multiple experiences in actual combat against alien beasts. Similarly, Chen Han didn't want the flowery figures from the martial artist university who were just purely practicing martial arts. With such conditions, Chen Han was not very optimistic about the number of soldiers that could be recruited. However, he had clearly underestimated his influence. After several major events such as the Special Warfare Group's combat test, returning victorious from the Northern Expedition, and rescuing the capital, Chen Han's influence in the hearts of the public had reached an almost unprecedented level. If the first 100 years of the new calendar was created by Yu Wuyun and Han Haoren, then the second 100 years was nothing less than Chen Han's era. In the hearts of the people, he was the only one who could open up the future of the human race. Thus in just one morning's time, the conscription office was already crowded with people, as far as the eye could see. Even those who didn't fulfill the conditions for this time were stopping at the periphery to watch. The entire capital city was actually filled with people for a time. I, Liao Xiaowu, Martial General 3rd rank, Free Martial Artist, there are 5 10th rank Fey Beast heads in the house. I, Zhang Xiaolong, Martial General 1st rank, Free Martial Artist, once took out 8 9th rank alien beasts by myself. It was just as well that there were a lot of people coming, their strength was also very strong. Most of them were free martial artists who were above the rank of Martial General and were unwilling to join the officials. In just one day's time, Chen Han had recruited 100,000 elite troops. Chapter 112, Huangji Shocking Gun. The strongest human martial skill. Originally, according to Chen Han's calculations, it would take roughly 5 days for the alien beast army to reach the city below the city of Red Wolf Beasts. Thus, he had planned to spend 3 days recruiting 100,000 troops, and on the 4th day, all of them would depart for the northern border. I didn't expect that the goal of 3 days would actually be accomplished in 1 day. It was still 100,000 elite without any water. But naturally, the more soldiers the better, plus Chen Han simply couldn't resist the enthusiasm of the people, so he had to add another day of recruitment. The next day, the hot schoolyard was crowded with the recruits that Chen Han had just recruited, and the recruits surrounded the schoolyard into a ring. On the ring stood the king of the recruits, Liao Xiaowu, and Chen Han. This Liao Xiaowu was a martial arts obsessive, just joined the camp, began to challenge each person, did not expect him to really have some ability, most of the people were beaten down by him. Unexpectedly, this prick actually also hit the idea to Chen Han. Facing Chen Han, Liao Xiaowu had no fear and even laughed a little. Champion Ho, have you ever lost? I know that your realm is the 4th rank of Martial General, but I don't know how many people I, Liao Xiaowu, have defeated at the 4th rank of Martial General. Liao Xiaowu, who had a long scar on his face, was arrogant, but Chen Han only smiled in response. In the next moment, Liao Xiaowu suddenly struck out, not moving like a mountain, moving like a rabbit. Liao Xiaowu had entered the martial arts path with his fists, and after years of exercise, he had 300,000 kilograms of strength at the 3rd level of Martial General. His sandbag-sized fist swung towards Chen Han, each punch carrying an unstoppable fist wind. And even dozens of meters away from him, his terrifying fist wind could be felt. However, in the face of Liao Xiaowu's attack, Chen Han did not move a step, and even just held his gun in one hand. Clang! Clang! Chen Han casually blocked Liao Xiaowu's left and right hook punches with 2 strikes. Then with a smooth kick, Liao Xiaowu fell to the ground, with the tip of Chen Han's gun a foot away from his throat. Liao Xiaowu, who was very arrogant just now, lost his arrogance. He let out a bitter smile and said, "Worthy of being someone who can take out a martial emperor 8th ranked Red Granny, I, Liao Xiaohu, am convinced." Liao Xiaohu clasped his fists, and Chen Han smoothly helped him up, rather like a great general. "Champion Ho! Champion Ho!" The crowd began to shout Chen Han's name. It was natural that they were able to come and join the army not just because of Chen Han's influence, but also because of Chen Han's strength. Being able to do away with the Red Woman at less than 20 years of age, Chen Han had just become the idol of countless young martial artists in Xia. This small competition had also attracted more people into the Northern Expeditionary Army. "Marshal Yu!" At this time, it was not known who shouted, and the crowd stood upright. It turned out to be Yu Wuyun who had arrived. Chen Han similarly gave a military salute while Yu Wuyun let out a laugh. "Chen Han, you are now the 4th Marshal of the Grand Xia. Do you still need to salute this old bone of mine?" Chen Han smiled helplessly. "Marshal Yu, you are joking." In terms of military position alone, Chen Han was still a long way from being a marshal, only that he was equal to the 3 marshals in terms of real power. He was in control of the entire Northern Expeditionary Army. Looking around at the elites, Yu Wuyun's expression was pleased. "Well done." These 4 words were the highest affirmation of Chen Han. Immediately after, Yu Wuyun called Chen Han inside his office and casually threw Chen Han a chip. Every time Yu Wuyun handed Chen Han, it was almost always a rare treasure in the world. Holding the chip, Chen Han then asked, "Marshal Yu, what's this good stuff again?" Yu Wuyun glanced at Chen Han, his expression still somewhat reluctant. "Actually, this is something that I intended to give you when you reached the Martial Emperor realm. But I didn't expect the war in the north to come so quickly, so I'll just have to give it to you. This is Han Haoran's only martial skill. It's also known as the strongest martial skill of mankind." Chen Han was shocked at what he heard. It was actually another of Han Haoran's things. Last time, Han Haoran getting the Hokuto Haoran gun technique had benefited him greatly, and he had also comprehended the winner's momentum. This time, it was actually the strongest human martial skill. Yu Wuyun told Chen Han that the name of this martial skill was called the Imperial Extreme Shocking Gun. It was obtained by Han Haoran's epiphany in his later years. Back then, it was Han Haoran who relied on this martial skill to break through the Fire Qilin's tortoise shell-like defense as well as its terrifying regeneration ability, ultimately killing it. Among the 10 strongest human beings, none of them could inflict effective damage on the Fire Qilin except for him. Thus the Emperor's ultimate shocking gun was also known as the strongest martial skill of mankind. This chip was the video Yu Wuyun had taken during Han Haoran's epiphany of the Imperial Extreme Shocking Gun. It was later discovered by Han Haoran, who was going to snatch the chip, but Yu Wuyun insisted on letting Han Haoran's things be passed on to future generations, so he kept it. However, Han Haoran left behind the rule that this chip could be given to people to watch, but only once. After watching it once, the chip would destroy itself. How much could be comprehended depended on enlightenment. Moreover, the Emperor's extreme shocking gun and his Beidou Haoran gun technique were complementary, so if one hadn't learned the Beidou Haoran gun technique, then even if one looked at the chip, it would be useless. Yu Wuyun didn't dare to take out this chip easily for this very reason. If Chen Han was not enlightened enough, he would have wasted his only chance. But now that Chen Han needed to enter the northern battlefield, he could only take it out. Who knew that Chen Han had taken the chip and was about to connect directly to the network to watch? Yu Wuyun's face turned white with fear and hurriedly went up to stop it. "Chen Han, what are you doing? This can only be a one-time opportunity." After watching this one time, if Chen Han did not comprehend the Emperor's extreme shocking gun, then this strongest martial skill of mankind would have to disappear forever. But the truth was, this thing called enlightenment was not related to realm. It wasn't that the higher the realm, the higher the enlightenment, but rather, the higher the enlightenment, the higher the realm could grow with it. Yu Wuyun was clearly mistaken about cause and effect. Seeing Chen Han's determined eyes, Yu Wuyun didn't stop him anymore, while Chen Han also closed his eyes and entered the virtual network. With that, he saw Han Haoran's appearance. Last time, it was only a virtual shadow, but this time, it was a real face. This #1 human powerhouse was different from what Chen Han had imagined, with his long black hair flowing in the wind, and his entire person appearing unkempt and unkempt. However, just by standing there, he exuded an aura of looking out of the corner of the world. "Old you, watch this. This move of mine gathers the pinnacle of the victor's momentum. Just ask if you're convinced." Han Haoran in the video was under a piece of waterfall conversing with Yu Wuyun. The next moment, Han Haoran's wrist twitched. The video didn't capture it clearly, but Chen Han was able to see it clearly. In that moment, Han Haoran was shaking his lance, and the remnants of the Overlord lance couldn't even be captured on video.
Immediately afterward, a dragon's roar came from the body of the Overlord's spear, as if a five-clawed golden dragon silhouette had arisen. Boom! Only a shocking roar could be heard as the huge mountain in front of Han Haoran was directly flattened by him. That wasn't all, because behind that mountain peak was an even bigger one. Boom! 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 The power of the Emperor's extreme shocking gun actually managed to strengthen until it extended to places that couldn't even be captured on video. Chapter 113, Criminal Sky Shield. Humanity's strongest defense treasure. The #1 martial art of mankind. Well deserved. Seeing Han Haoran's Imperial Extreme Shocking Lance, Chen Han couldn't help but feel emotional. He was afraid that his Piercing Deaththorn's gun and the Sun Destruction Regicide gun were both below the Imperial Extreme Shocking gun. The Piercing Deaththorn's gun was actually not very powerful, and the great thing about this martial skill was that it consumed a very small amount of chi and blood, and there was also a surefire heart effect that was comparable to the law of cause and effect. The reason why Chen Han had used this move in the ring without fail was because of the strength of his basic attributes. This resulted in this move being almost unbreakable. Moreover, this move was inferior when dealing with fey beasts, whose body structure was different from the human body. Some even had multiple hearts. This also led to the Piercing Deaththorn lance losing its sure kill effect, and also completely losing the advantage of the lance weapon due to the distance between it and the enemy being too close. As for the Sunslayer lance, it was indeed quite explosive in terms of power, but unfortunately, it consumed too much chi and blood, and at the time of release, a certain amount of storing time was needed to reach the 3 attacks. Both of these martial arts had relatively obvious drawbacks. However, the Imperial Extreme Shocking Gun had completely discarded the shortcomings of these two martial arts and had taken the advantages. First of all, don't look at Han Haoran's immense destructive power of this martial skill, but its advantage was that it was almost instantaneous, sent out in the most terrifying stabbing strike of a lance weapon, almost identical to the Piercing Deaththorn lance. As a result, it was also extremely fast, and although it didn't reach the general sure hit effect of the Piercing Deaththorn's gun's law of cause and effect, it completely made up for it with its power. Its power was even more terrifying than the sun-destroying god-slaying lance, and its range was even unknown to be several times greater. Under one gun, all 10 directions would be destroyed. Not only that, listening to Han Haoran's description in the video, the main body of this martial skill was the victorious momentum, and the higher the degree of comprehension of the victorious momentum, the more powerful the martial skill would be. This meant that the amount of chi and blood consumed by this martial skill was extremely low. Obviously, this was a SSS-level martial skill. Just then, Chen Han however suddenly heard an odd hissing sound coming from the videotape, like the roar of some sort of giant beast. Although the look of the beast was not captured in the videotape, Chen Han could already sense the terror of the beast from the hissing sound. Han Haoran in the video also had a scowl on his face at this time. Scratch that. Just by using a martial skill, those things in the Forbidden Zone have sensed it. Hold you, together. The words came to an abrupt end as the videotape came to a halt. It was a pity that Chen Han was unable to see the appearance of the two top human powerhouses, challenging the Forbidden Zone alien beasts together. After watching it, Chen Han opened his eyes, and Yu Wuyan rushed forward to ask, "How was it? How much have you comprehended?" Although he had already been shocked by Chen Han many times, Yu Wuyan was still skeptical about whether Chen Han could comprehend the Imperial Extreme Shocking Gun. After all, this martial skill was too shocking. If Chen Han was allowed to see it a few more times, Yu Wuyan still had this confidence in him. It was also unknown why Han Haoran had set up this prohibition. Yu Wuyan's words had just finished when that chip directly short-circuited and spontaneously combusted. However, Chen Han silently took out the Overlord pistol from the Emperor's soldier box, and his wrist, which was tightly gripping the Overlord pistol, began to start shaking at a speed that was imperceptible to the naked eye. At the same time, the winner's momentum that he had comprehended from the Beidou Haoran gun technique also lingered in Chen Han's consciousness, and in the next moment, a golden dragon shadow emerged on the Overlord pistol. And in the videotape, Han Haoran and Yu Wuyan had said that the birth of the golden dragon's shadow was the sign of thoroughly comprehending the Imperial Extreme Shocking Gun. The corner of Yu Wuyan's mouth twitched. It looks like my worries were redundant. At this moment a system prompt also came to Chen Han's ears. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the SSS-grade martial skill, Imperial Extreme Shocking Gun. Not only that, at the moment when the prompt came from the system, an inexplicable dragon roar suddenly came from the entire conference room. Not only did that golden dragon silhouette surround the Overlord gun, it even wrapped around above Chen Han's arm. And this kind of change had never even appeared in Han Haoran's body. The answer was simple. Under the support of the soldier's soul saint body,
the Emperor Extreme Shocking Gun had been raised by 2 more ranks on top of its original SS grade. Chen Han's Imperial Extreme Shocking Gun had greatly surpassed the creator of this martial art, the #1 martial artist in the world, Han Haoren. As the current #1 in the world, Yu Woyan stared at his pupils wide open, and for the first time, he felt that the Chen Han in front of him was a little too much for him to see. A martial skill that had only just been learned could actually be stronger than the pioneer. Yu Woyan could clearly feel the terror of this Imperial Extreme Shocking Gun of Chen Han. Just then a shadow suddenly flashed through the conference room, and the next moment a figure appeared beside Yu Woyan. "I'm sorry, little brother Chen Han, I walked over without saying hello to you." The person who came was Lian Yutian, who gave Yu Woyan a despicable look and blandly said, "What are you surprised about? Didn't I tell you before, this is the strength of a natural alien body?" Lian Yutian was not surprised that Chen Han was able to comprehend the Imperial Extreme Shocking Gun. Instead, it was Chen Han who was a bit teary-eyed. "Elder Liang, what is the purpose of your visit today again?" Lian Yutian was carrying a large backpack when he arrived, which he placed on the ground. In the backpack were various bottles and jars, like the various medicinal herbs he had refined. "Here. This is the 9 turns rejuvenation pill. As long as you aren't hit in the head or heart, you'll be able to survive after taking this medicine. There's also this, the poisonous insect bomb. Last time I went to Red Woman's residence and searched it out. With this you'll be able to run away even if you can't beat it." Lian Yutian spoke to himself, introducing the efficacy of these treasures of his one by one. It turned out that he had the same purpose as Yu Woyan. He had learned that Chen Han was going to sail to the Northern Realm, and had come to deliver things to Chen Han. The most notable of these was a shield that Lian Yutian had brought. The shield was prismatic in shape and was made of a strange black metal. Lian Yutian told Chen Han that this shield was created for Feng Yufeng and could even resist the full force of a martial god-level powerhouse, but it also had a side effect. That is, after withstanding a certain amount of attacks, the shield would shatter. However, there was no need to worry. As long as the shield fragments remained intact, after 48 hours, it would return to its original form. Back then, during the conquest of the Fire Qilin, Lian Yutian relied on this shield to save his life, and as a result, Feng Yufeng himself died a heroic death. In other words, this shield was able to resist even the peak stage Fire Qilin's Qilin flame. Feng Yufeng also gave it a nice name, Interdictory Shield. This criminal sky shield was likewise a supreme divine weapon. Yu Woyan's next words also took Chen Han by surprise. Only to see Yu Woyan patting the criminal heavenly shield and suddenly letting out a sigh of emotion. "Old Liang, you're even able to take this thing out. This thing can't even be broken by me." Yu Woyan's strength was something that Chen Han had seen with his own eyes. Zhong Gong had used 10,000 pounds of thunder to form countless thunder shields, but they couldn't even carry Yu Woyan's bastardizing slash. However, the criminal heavenly shield could. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was currently the human race's #1 defensive treasure. Lian Yutian ignored Yu Woyan and instead urged Chen Han, "Remember, you must come back alive. If it weren't for the lack of martial god entrance tickets over in the Northern Realm, I would have accompanied you." It had to be said that it was clear that Lian Yutian and Yu Woyan were of the same age, but Lian Yutian spoke in a much more amusing manner than Yu Woyan. Chen Han was quite warm inside. Just a mere news of going to the Northern Realm, these two elders had actually taken out their crushing treasures. Chapter 114 Chen Han's parents appear. Archive. In just 2 days' time, Chen Han had recruited an entire 200,000 elite army. Of these 200,000 people, more than half of them were free martial artists, unwilling to serve the government or the military. Even the lowest realm was a martial artist of the 6th rank to begin with. Since the new calendar, the entire human race hadn't established an army like this. Even at the peak of Han Haoren and Yu Woyan, they were only able to put together a mere 100,000 people like this. This also allowed the 24 privy councils to see the terrifying influence of Chen Han. There were many people who would rather break away from their families to join Chen Han's army. Without the slightest exaggeration, Chen Han's influence in the hearts of the people had already surpassed that of the Great Xiao's first power, Emperor Prime. This also made them somewhat glad that they had, for one, managed to bet their treasure on Chen Han, and for another, had granted Chen Han special autonomy in the Northern Realm. In fact, it was also disguisedly equivalent to allowing Chen Han to linger in the Northern Realm more. They understood in their hearts that Chen Han and Yu Woyan were different. Yu Woyan always had the country and the people in his heart. Therefore, Yu Woyan is easier to control. Even if they are not happy with them again, they will not hurt their muscles and bones. As for rebellion, there was no way to talk about it. But Chen Han was a level above Yu Wuyan's ruthlessness, and if he was allowed to take full control of power, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, the development of the northern border had to rely on Chen Han at this time. On the third day, Chen Han finally led 300,000 Northern Expeditionary Army towards the Northern Realm, and the people from all over the world sent them off in a 1,000-mile procession that stretched all the way to the vicinity of the Tongtian Wall. Chen Han couldn't help but feel some emotion when he saw the towering Tongtian Wall. The last time he had come, he was still just a junior soldier in the Kuei character battalion of the Fire God Army. A single victory had actually made him the commander-in-chief of a 300,000-strong army. However, Chen Han already had a goal in mind. He planned to bring down this Tongtian Wall that had been towering for 100 years, recapture the north, and from then on, the north and south would be connected, and the Great Xia would be restored again. Depart! Chen Han's 2 short words were incomparably energizing to the morale. With the experience of crossing the river the previous time, this time it was much quicker to cross the river. Within a short time, Chen Han arrived within the city of the Red Wolf Beasts with his army. And at the sign of the chief scout, the name of the city was changed to Jinbei City. This was the first city established by humans in the Northern Realm after 100 years, and it held a special significance. As soon as he took his seat, Chen Han asked the chief scout to report on the current situation. The chief scout was blunt. Chen Han's prediction was not wrong. Although the 3 alien beast legions came from 3 directions, they were marching slowly. After 3 whole days, they were still at least 200 miles away from Jinbei City. Moreover, there was an even worse situation, as the primary behavior of these 3 legions was not to attack Jinbei City, but to meet up. In other words, they had learned to act jointly. Hearing this, Chen Han's face changed. They actually converge? This combat style of theirs is similar to that of humans. Chen Han had originally planned to use the 300,000 troops at hand to break down the 3 legions one by one. But now it seemed impossible. One could only fight positional battles in the wilderness with the alien beast legions after the rendezvous. However, the total number of alien beast legions after the division had risen by at least double, and it would be geometrically difficult to annihilate them. As expected, this group of beasts had a high level of guidance behind them, and the red wolf beasts that Chen Han had encountered before did not have such qualities. Not only that, this senior person was the one Chen Han least wanted to meet. Just yesterday, a few general-level scouts had risked their lives to attack a camp of dark bats, from which they had caught a few dark bats. Because they had learned beforehand that this dark bat also spoke human language, they wanted to capture a few dark bats for interrogation. These dark bats are not hardcore. In this piece of interrogation, human beings have been longer than the beasts for thousands of years. The beasts were no match for the humans. After just a few torture devices, those dark bats confessed. Not only did they explain their troop ratio for this trip, but they also explained the orders they received for this trip. In terms of troop strength, the dark bats deployed 200,000 troops. The old-faced demon vine, on the other hand, was 100,000. As for the giant elephant, it wasn't an army at all, it was just the mount of an alien beast race. The Fey beasts carried on the giant elephant was the single most terrifying race in this Fey beast siege. Fantasy-class Fey beasts Nightforks. Although the Nightforks only came with an army of 10,000, their overall strength was above the dark bats and old-faced demon vines. Therefore, for this march, the dark bats and old-faced demon vines had to follow the instructions of the Nightforks. Being able to drive that kind of giant elephant as a mount, the strength of the Nightfork clan could be imagined, and their intelligence was even much greater than that of an ordinary Fey beast. But in the end, they were all foreign beasts. Even if the Nightforks were stronger than the dark bat and the old-faced demon vine, these two wouldn't obediently follow orders. There was only one reason that could make the two obedient. Because all three had a common leader. Lord Mountain God. But this mysterious mountain god, only the various beasts of the race of the superior has seen, they are ordinary beasts, is not able to see the face of the mountain god. The only thing they knew was that Lord Mountain God was a human. For some reason, their superiors had an inexplicable fervent belief in the mountain god. Only Chen Han understood that this Lord Mountain God could be his father. Had Chen Xingbian really become a rebel? Immediately afterward, Chen Han had the chief scout bring up the dark bat. The dark bats looked about a dozen times larger than ordinary bats, about the size of an adult human. Only their eyes were all in the shape of a weird diamond. This dark bat had already been tortured by the interrogators. As soon as it saw Chen Han, it began to beg for mercy on its knees. "Let me go. Let me go." Looking at this, it did not speak lies, which surprised Chen Han even more. Meanwhile, in the north, farther away from Jinbei City, in a dimly lit space, A young woman with a pretty face was accusing a man who looked like a savage. Chen Xingbian, you've disappointed me too much. Where is your conscience when you let those foreign beasts go against our own comrades? With a single sentence, she revealed the true identity of the savage. It was both the Lord Mountain God that the Fey beasts fervently believed in, and at the same time, Chen Han's father, Chen Xingbian. At this moment, Chen Xingbian still had the note left behind by Chen Han by his side. He had a complicated expression, and there seemed to be some sort of hatred in his eyes. Chen Xingbian coldly grunted, "What own comrade? Yufeng, don't forget that 8 of our brothers died at their hands. 18 years. Don't you forget how you and I came through these 18 years. 18 years you and I couldn't even see our own children." Hearing these words from Chen Xingbian, Lu Yufeng seemed to recall the past and fell silent. After a long time, Lu Yufeng slowly said, "Xingbian, what if this note was really left by Martial Yu?" "Impossible, the martial god is unable to enter the northern realm. I don't believe anyone until I see Martial Yu with my own eyes." Chen Xingbian gritted his teeth and said in a cold voice, "Yufeng, I have reached the 8th level of martial spirit, so wait for me for a while longer. When I enter the martial god realm, you and I will not only be able to see our children, but also avenge our brothers." If anyone had heard these words, they would have been shocked. Chen Xingbian's age was only about 43, if he became a martial god at this age, he would be the youngest martial god in history, bar none. Chapter 115. Two armies confront each other. Terrorist formation. Thinking of her 2 children, Lu Yufeng finally fell silent. They couldn't be exposed now, they had to save their lives by all means. Even if they accidentally killed their own people. In here, it seemed to contain an extremely heavy past event. However, at this time, the duo feared that they had never dreamt that their perceived enemy, the commander-in-chief, was actually their own son that they had thought about day and night. Lu Yufeng acquiesced to Chen Xingbian's approach, but still made an agreement with him. The first was that the alien beast army could only repel the human army, and could not commit acts of mass murder against the human army. The second was that Chen Xingbian could not personally strike, although Chen Xingbian was a martial Zun 8th rank, but in full strength, the effect of his strike was already close to that of a martial god. Lu Yufeng was well aware of her man's strength, no one could stop him if he went crazy. However, if someone at the level of martial god strikes out in the northern realm, it is very likely to draw out the existence of the forbidden zone, and then the 2 of them will be in danger. Lu Yufeng scolded, "Chen Xingbian, if you can't do these 2 things, I will stop you with all my might even if I have to stand against you." Just after these words, Chen Xingbian instantly changed his appearance and laughed, "Wife, what kind of person are we that you are still not clear? Am I the one who rushes to the end?" Lu Yufeng blankly glanced at him, "It's because I know what kind of person you are that I want to make an agreement with you." Chen Xingbian was unimpressed. "I heard from some of the Fey that the one leading the troops this time is a young lad, a rash one. Don't worry, it'll be repelled in less than an hour. Desya is also declining nowadays, actually letting a young man take charge of the army." "Ah, Chu." Chen Han was naturally unaware of the discussion between the couple on Chen Xingbian's side, and at this time, being in the conference room, he sneezed for no reason. After knowing about the Dark Bat's plan, he called in the Cold Night team as well as some of the big battalion commanders to arrange for combat deployment. Of course, he hid the matter about Chen Xingbian. He couldn't believe what exactly was going on that would cause a person who would rather leave his family behind to dedicate himself to his country to commit an act of rebellion. The 3 armies of the Fey beasts had converged and would be at the city in a matter of days. Chen Han did not intend to go to war with the Fey Legion in Jinbei City. At this time, Jinbei City was in a state of disarray, and there was also an incredibly precious star crystal mine that could not be destroyed by the Fey beasts. Therefore, he planned to leave 50,000 people in the city as a backup force with the city guards. Then he would personally lead an army of 250,000 people and drive in the direction of the Fey Beast Legion to start a positional battle with the Fey Beast Legion in the field. And the best place for a positional battle was a plain 50 miles away from Jinbei City. Chen Han drew a circle on the map and then ordered the mission. Battalion Commander Lu. Before Chen Han could finish, Lu Zixing laughed, "You can just call me by my name now, after all, you are the commander-in-chief of the Northern Territory. If it wasn't for the fact that the rank hadn't been reached, I would have to call you Marshal Chen." Chen Han didn't make any more pretenses and ordered, "Lu Zixing, you lead the 15 artillery battalions of the Northern Expeditionary Army and set them up in the 3 directions of 3 o'clock, 7 o'clock, and 10 o'clock in turn. Always be prepared for artillery suppression. Liao Xiaowu, you lead the 3 battalions of Kuei, Tong, and Jin as the vanguard." Chen Han made some arrangements and soon had the 250,000 men of the Northern Expeditionary Army properly organized. This caused the battalion commanders to admire the battalions, realizing that the scheduling of 250,000 men was not an easy task. The one battle that Chen Han had actually fought so far was the war at the time of the First Northern Expedition. And at that time, he had only commanded 70,000 to 80,000 men. Not only that, but at that time, those 70 to 80,000 people did not require much in the way of battle orders at all. But what Chen Han was fighting now was a large army positional battle. Even an old battalion commander like Lu Zixing, who had been in the army for many years, did not dare to say that he could command this battle. But in front of Chen Han, it seemed incredibly easy. However, everyone had a mission, except for the Cold Night Team Chen Han, who was not configured. There was a reason for Chen Han to arrange this. The Cold Night Team, after having the Red God Mecha, had become a sharp sword in the entire Northern Expeditionary Army. This sharp sword naturally had to follow him in the center of the army, so that when the army is frustrated in battle, he can support it with the Cold Night Team at any time. Also serving this purpose was the giant team that had joined the Northern Expeditionary Army together. Since the last time he faced off against the Red Wolf Beast Army, Chen Han had discovered this thing, mechs, were simply great killers for the Fey Beasts. This was because the Fey Beasts would not be able to look for the weaknesses of the mecha. This was not the case for martial artists. Most of them knew where the weaknesses of a mech were and would launch an onslaught towards those weaknesses. For example, the control center of the mech, the energy center of the mech, and so on. This is the human scientific and technological crushing of the beasts. Inside the alien beast army, the three army leaders were also discussing their battle plans. These were three alien beast leaders that were twice the size of ordinary alien beasts. Especially that old-faced demonic vine leader that covered the ground by 100 meters. The leader of the Dark Bats was also much larger than the one captured by Chen Han's army, with a height of 3 meters alone. The most inconspicuous of them all was instead the Night Fork with a steel fork in his hand, but he was the overall leader of this army of foreign beasts. The old-faced demon vine leader first mocked the Dark Bat leader. "Bat, where's your left wing?" It turned out that this Dark Bat leader's left wing along with his shoulder somehow seemed to have been torn apart, leaving a horrifying wound. The Dark Bat leader complained, "I wonder what Lord Mountain God thinks. It's obvious that he hates humans so much. I'm just wearing a dress made of human skin to meet him, and he actually almost killed me." The old-faced demonic vine laughed, "Then you're not wrong, knowing that Lord Mountain God is a human. You actually wore a piece of human skin. Do you think you're a human?" "What do you mean?" The Dark Bat leader seemed displeased. Before the war even started, these two chiefs were somewhat at odds with each other. The Night Fork leader hastily droned on, "Shut up, you two. Have you memorized the formations that Lord Mountain God taught us? Also, remember what Lord Mountain God explained, our goal is to expel humans, don't drive them to extinction." Who knew that at this time, the Dark Bat was revealing a wry smile, "That group of humans I encountered last time. They aren't some people that can be expelled. Even if their entire army is wiped out, they won't give in. The blood on those people is really delicious." Obviously, the Dark Bat leader seemed to have another idea in mind. At the plains that Chen Han had planned, the Northern Expeditionary Army had indeed collided with the Fey Legion. However, the scene in front of them was shocking to the Northern Expeditionary Army Corps. It turned out that the meeting of the three armies of the Fey Beasts was no ordinary meeting. Only to see that in front of the Northern Expeditionary Army was a vine jungle that covered an area of up to hundreds of miles. This was formed by countless old-faced demonic vines gathering together. Once a person intruded into it, they would be attacked by countless vines. The horror didn't stop there. Almost visible to the naked eye in the vine forest, Dark Bat after Dark Bat hung upside down from the trees with chilling red eyes. And at the back of this jungle, there were hundreds of giant elephants towering into the clouds, and only Chen Han could see that on those giant elephants were one Night Stalker after another with steel forks in their hands. Their weapons were not for show. Tens of thousands of Night Forks raised their steel forks above their heads, clearly capable of long-range strikes. The target they were aiming at was none other than the Type 3 laser cannon position that Chen Han had set up. The force formed by these three types of alien beast legions could just as easily be described as an impregnable and invincible fortress. Chapter 116, Can That Brat Be As Handsome As Me? This kind of combination into an army of foreign beasts was unheard of and unseen. As per the usual practice, in order to inspire the people of Dacia's confidence in the Northern Expedition, this large-scale positional battle was still broadcast live across the country. Upon seeing this fortress, the people watching the live broadcast also took a deep breath. My God, this is at least too powerful. Dark Bat, Old-Faced Demon Vine, and Night Fork Triple Link Ah. Offense and defense, our people don't even dare to rush inside the forest. Chen Han also frowned slightly as he watched the scene. If he hadn't been sure if the alien beast army was instructed by Qin Xingdian before, then now it was 100% certain. Only those who engaged in scientific research were able to use the characteristics of the Fey beasts to come up with this kind of combination. These three types of foreign beasts were carefully selected by Qin Xingdian, and wherever they passed, not an inch of grass could grow. The jungle formed by the old-faced demonic vines was the best defense. And the dark bats that traveled like ghosts were able to form the strongest offense. Their only shortcoming is that they are afraid of long-range strikes. Or simply the Type 3 laser cannon. But this only weakness was all made up for by the night forks. On a plain like this, there was almost no possibility for a laser cannon position to hide. It should be said that it was no wonder Yu Wuyan often called Chen Xingdian a ghost genius. The lagging beasts relied on such formations, and it was surprisingly unbelievably easy for them to defend themselves against a modernized army with high technology. However, there was something strange about the fact that the two armies were facing each other, but the Fey beasts did not take the lead in launching an attack. At this time, Liao Xiaohu, who had been arranged by Chen Han to be the vanguard, suddenly requested an order. Marquee champion, Pioneer Liao Xiaohu requests an order. Let me bring some brothers to explore the bottom first. Seeing Liao Xiaohu's eagerness to try, Chen Han nodded in agreement. He also wanted to see what level of formation the foreign beasts were organized into. Within a short time, Liao Xiaohu led a squad of 100 men and rushed to the front of the alien beast army. He first punched the air. Brothers, we've torn open an opening, so our troops can kill their way in. Charge with me. I. Vanguard Liao. This squad of 100 men were all made up of strong first-ranked martial generals, and were considered to be among the top of the list of free martial artists. They almost instantly tore through a bunch of vines of the old-faced demon vine and rushed into the jungle. The 11 or 12 ranked foreign beasts seemed to be nothing in front of them. However, the next moment, a sudden change occurred. They broke in less than 10 meters, only to see a sky full of vines flying towards them, and in this old-faced demon vine's vine forest, those vines were as dense as hair strands. If it was just the vines, these elite martial artists could barely cope. But when coupled with the dark bat's attack, it was a completely different story. After the attack of the vines, countless dark bats flew up from the forest like a black cloud after another, swooping towards the generals who were entangled in the vines. The group of martial generals gradually ran low on chi and blood, their heads sweating profusely. The scary thing was that the vines' attacks and the dark bats also formed a linkage, only to see that when a general was about to kill a dark bat, countless old-faced demonic vines instantly relieved it of the siege. Liao Xiaohu had no choice but to order a retreat. Fortunately, this was an elite squad and only 2 people were seriously injured when they escaped. Such a scene cannot help but make the Northern Expedition generals sucked in a breath of cold air. Liao Xiaohu just brought in, but 250,000 army and the strongest group of people can be called 1 in 100. They all fought like this, not to mention the others. I'm afraid that if they go in, they will be rounded up and beaten to death. Please punish the champion Marquee. I lost. Liao Xiaohu grayly knelt in front of Chen Han. Chen Han waved his hand and let him go down. Such a situation was expected. He did not blame Liao Xiaohu. At least Liao Xiaohu's idea was correct, to first tear a hole in the beast army, so that the joint army of old-faced demon vine and dark bat was no longer so good at cooperating, in order to have a chance to win. Chen Han did not know that at this time, hundreds of miles away, the culprit who created all of this was holding an over-the-horizon telescope and observing everything on the battlefield. Qin Xingdian said smugly, "Wife, I told you, didn't I? The combat formation I came up with, that's invincible." Lu Yufeng was helpless. Qin Xingdian was indeed a genius, it was just sometimes speechless. You still have the nerve to say that? On one side is a human, and on the other side is a foreign beast. You actually let the foreign beasts fight my human race? If Marshal Yu were to find out about this, he would definitely have to court-martial you. Lu Yufeng sighed. The only thing she felt sorry for was Yu Wuyan's expectations. Chen Xingbian also lowered his head at this time and sighed. It can't be helped for self-preservation. In case these people don't belong to Marshal Yu, but the group from back then we did the right thing. Lu Yufeng did not speak again. Her telescope lens kept staring at Chen Han and the human army. For some reason, she inexplicably felt that Chen Han was a bit familiar. She patted Chen Xingbian. "Hubby, don't you think that the young man leading the troops seems a bit like you when you were young?" Chen Xingbian was flabbergasted for a moment, then looked at Chen Han and suddenly said after a long time, "Nonsense. Can that brat be as handsome as me? When I was his age, all the women in the school were." Before the words were finished, only to see 12 immortal beheading flying daggers already lingering beside Chen Xingbian's neck. At this time, the side of the alien beast army that had won a small victory could be said to be greatly demoralized. This was because the human army had no way of breaking through their combined army. Even the leader of the Night Fork leader was sitting on the back of a giant elephant, shouting at the Northern Expedition Army. "Human army, I have no intention of harming you, but this is a war that you simply cannot win. We have only one condition, and that is that you quit our territory, roll back to your human territory, and there will be no blame. I'm going to count to 10, if you don't retreat again, we're going to attack." The Night Fork leader's words were condescending, as if he was certain that there was no way for the humans to crack it. Moreover, while he said that he would not hurt anyone, Chen Han saw that most of the dark bats clinging to the vine forests were draped in a human skin. These human skins were proof of the trophies of the dark bats. And these people were naturally the generals who had died at their hands during the first northern expedition. The people of Daxia who were watching the live broadcast were enraged. "I'll go to Nima. We have to retreat when you say so. Doggone foreign beasts. Don't you forget that the Northern Territory was originally our ancestors." At this time, Chen Xingbian also frowned tightly. He and the Fey Legion had agreed to only retreat the enemy and not kill. Once the Fey Beast Legion started advancing, it was bound to be a bloodbath. Ma da. These Fey Beasts really aren't trustworthy. He was about to go and stop them when he saw the scene on the battlefield, but he suddenly stopped. On the battlefield, the Night Fork leader started counting. 1. 2. However, it had just counted to 2 when it could no longer speak. Because a sharp cracking sound broke the silence of the entire field. The head of the Night Fork leader was shot through in a split second, along with several Night Forks behind him. At this moment, almost no one noticed that the Red God Mecha and the Commander-in-Chief Chen Han, who were in the center of the army, had actually come to the front of the vine forest at some point. Dressed in a cloak, Chen Han stood on the Red God Mecha with a spear in his hand, and a golden dragon shadow flashed continuously on the spear. Chapter 117. The general is dead. I no longer have the heart to explain right and wrong. Boom! In the next moment, a loud roaring sound came from the tip of Chen Han's spear as a powerful energy instantly spread out. Only to see that a large area of jungle in front of Chen Han was instantly disintegrated. All of the creatures that covered the range of Chen Han's attack, whether it was the old-faced demon vine or the dark bat, were actually torn into pieces. The attack of the Emperor's extreme shocking gun was actually compressed with countless attacks striking out at once in order to create such a terrifying effect. The old-faced demon vine forest that covered the ground up to 100 miles was torn open, yet the penetrating power of the Emperor's extreme shocking gun was simply too terrifying. Not only did it tear open an opening in an instant, but it also connected a large area, instantly splitting the enemy's entire formation in two. It even struck the giant elephant that was far in the back. Only to see a 300-meter-tall giant elephant, all of which was hit by Chen Han with a large hole, along with the Night Forks riding on his back, all of which fell heavily to the ground. And this was the power of the human race's #1 martial skill. The Fey beasts knew nothing about the terror of humans. In this instant, the foreign beasts didn't even seem to react, almost fleeing in all directions in fear. The people of Daxia who were watching the live broadcast also let out exclamations. Is this the power that a martial general 4th rank can use? Even the moves of a martial emperor probably can't reach such power. The Marquee of Champions is truly a man of God. Nightstalker, I was quite panicked at the time. I had only just counted to 2 when he shot my head off. The populace's confidence soared. Chen Han's attack was also the most favorable counter to the arrogance of the foreign beasts. Only these foreign beasts still hadn't reacted. Especially the Night Fork legions. One of the Night Forks was even more incomparably flustered as it looked at its fallen leader, and shouted in Chen Han's direction, "Lord Mountain God told me that you humans have something called voodoo, and your human commanders don't have it at all. This is a sneak attack." But Chen Han was unimpressed. He did not speak of martial virtue with humans, let alone foreign beasts. Chen Han snorted coldly, "Those who are not of my race will have different hearts. The corpses of the generals are draped over these dark bats. The corpses of the Northern Expedition brothers are not yet cold. I no longer need to explain right and wrong. Cold Night Team, open the way, everyone kill for me." Chen Han did not forget that he was the overall commander of the battlefield, and thus did not charge in with the Cold Night Team. Instead, he retreated to the center army position and personally blew the charge horn for his men. Kill! Kill! All of a sudden, the battlefield was shaking with shots and killings, and the 200,000 troops of the Northern Expedition all rushed in along with the gap that Chen Han had made. Only the Red God Mecha took the lead and charged into the enemy formation. It did not give the enemy a chance to catch their breath and recover their formation, and the 8 Type 3 laser cannons mounted on the mech bombarded to the left and right respectively, expanding Chen Han's battle results and opening up a larger gap for the generals rushing in. At the same time, Zhao Linger, dressed in red with white wings, suddenly jumped out of the mech. She held a long spear in a valiant manner. "I'm Zhao Linger, lieutenant of the Cold Night Group of the Vulcan Army's Kuei Character Battalion. Everyone charge with me." Zhao Linger took the lead in killing the enemy lineup. Her Yu-clan spear technique was pure perfection, and an ungrateful dark bat was instantly pierced through by one of her strikes. Originally, with Zhao Linger's strength, dealing with dark bats wasn't to the point of killing them in seconds, but the Dark Elf exoskeleton's bonus to her was just too great. The Dark Elf was originally also a king-level existence amongst the fantasy-class exotic beasts, with a surprisingly fast speed and a special talent of shadow charm. It was able to quickly find the enemy's weaknesses in an engagement with the enemy and was able to flexibly dodge the enemy's attacks. It was obvious that Zhao Linger had obtained this talent, otherwise it was impossible to easily dodge the Dark Elf's attack while taking it down with a single shot. The Yu-clan's gun technique was another flexible and versatile gun technique, which could be said to be a natural match for Zhao Linger's Dark Elf exoskeleton. Soon the front was alive with Zhao Linger killing a bloody path. At the same time, Zhao Yufei and Ji Yun also had bright performances. Ji Yun utilized his Divine Speed Force and Swift Rabbit modifications to constantly weave between the battlefields, able to help his teammates decimate their enemies with divine speed, but also able to quickly relieve his teammates when they were being surrounded, as well as being able to quickly transport wounded soldiers. As for Zhao Yufei, his natural ability was like a turret in a group of foreign beasts, and he could blast away a large swath of old-faced demon vines just by standing in place. As for Zhu Mang, naturally, there was no need to mention that he maneuvered the Red God Mecha to both block a large number of attacks for the Northern Expeditionary Army and kill a large swath of enemies at the same time. The Red God Mecha's defense wasn't bragging, hundreds of dark bats surrounding it at the same time could only scrape off the paint on the Red God Mecha's body. The alien beast's formation was broken down step by step, and more Northern Expeditionary Army killed into the alien beast's army. Once the dark bats and old-faced demon vines were unable to form a joint attack, they actually couldn't fight the elite Xiao troops that Chen Han had recruited. This was still without training. Chen Han's expression was quite pleased as he watched the troops in front of him win a great victory. Of course, he wasn't doing nothing. Besides being responsible for commanding the entire army's dispatch, he also had a very important task. That was to get rid of the enemy's biggest threat, the Night Fork army. Although there were less than a few tens of thousands of Night Forks, they were the enemy's most threatening troops. To put it in an analogy, they are like the human army's Type 3 laser cannon positions. They were capable of instantly causing a wide range of kills. Chen Han had killed the Night Fork leader first, not just because the Night Fork leader was a cheap talker, but also because killing it first would cause the Night Fork army to panic for a moment. That way, they wouldn't be able to pose a threat to the Type 3 laser cannon position that Chen Han had set up. "I'll kill you while you're sick." Chen Han's field of vision had been drastically improved by the addition of the drug concocted by the eagle-eyed force ape, so even if they were standing hundreds of meters high, Chen Han still saw them at a glance. Taking advantage of this, Chen Han immediately ordered, "Cannon Battalion, listen to the order. All Type 3 laser cannons, adjust their altitude to a 65-degree angle, set their range to the maximum, and carry out a saturation bombardment on the Night Fork giant elephant position." Under Chen Han's orders, Lu Zixing led the artillery battalion to quickly adjust their orientation. At this time, the Night Forks were also reacting. However, they had only just raised their steel forks when they saw one black beam after another rushing towards them right in front of their faces. This is a high-tech weapon of the human race. Quickly avoid it. However, the speed of the lasers was not something that the alien beasts could avoid. This was the greatest weapon invention of mankind since the new calendar. In just an instant, the legions of night fiends sitting on the giant elephants were wiped out. Watching the great victory of the human army on the battlefield, Lu Yufeng, who was hundreds of miles away, cheered. "Chen Xingbian, this young man is just much more handsome than you." Lu Yufeng let out a laugh. But at this moment, Chen Xingbian was silent in the face of Lu Yufeng's ridicule. Because he clearly saw that what the other Lord Commander had just taken out from the Emperor's soldier box was the dragon bow that belonged to him. There was also the star crystal arrow that only he could make. Chapter 118. Could he be our son? The location of the dragon's bow and the star crystal arrow's production formula were theoretically the only things that Chen Xingbian had told Yu Woyun. With this inference, the other party's young Lord Commander, the probability was that he was one of Yu Wuyun's people. Could that note really have been left behind by Marshal Yu? Chen Xingbian began to mutter to himself. But that incident had affected him too much, and even had a psychological shadow, he still didn't dare to go up and recognize him. At this time, looking at Chen Xingbian's frozen appearance, Lu Yufeng had no reason to be angry, and slapped Chen Xingbian's back. A hot pain woke Chen Xingbian up. Chen Xingbian's expression looked like he was about to cry as he helplessly said, "Wife, I'm at the 8th level of martial respect, and you're also at the 7th level of martial respect. It is possible for you to slap me to death with this palm. Can you use less force next time?" 7th level of martial honor. This was Lu Yufeng's realm. If Chen Xingbian had the potential to become the youngest martial god in history, then Lu Yufeng would most likely become the youngest female martial god in history. The two were both amazingly talented 20 years ago. Even in Starry Sky University, which was known to gather great summer talents, the two were known as the geniuses of geniuses. Straddling an era. Lu Yufeng beamed and snapped, "Who told you not to listen to me?" Chen Xingbian lost his mind of messing around with Lu Yufeng after realizing that the other party was most likely one of Yu Wuyun's people. And he told him what he had guessed, especially the Dragon Bow and Star Crystal Arrow. After all, Lu Yufeng hadn't noticed this. Lu Yufeng's complexion gradually became serious as well. After pondering for a while, she even uttered a thought that shocked Chen Xingbian. "Do you think there is such a possibility that that young master commander from the other side is actually our son, Xiaohan?" Lu Yufeng told Chen Xingbian that the dragon bow that he had left behind on his way out was almost equivalent to a relic in the eyes of Marshal Yu. Such an important thing, Marshal Yu would not hand it over easily. If Marshal Yu thought that they were dead, it was more likely that he would bury the longing bow in the grave and bury it underground. If he was able to hand it over, it would inevitably be someone close to Chen Xingbian. Combined with the age of the other party's commander-in-chief, then there was only one possibility: that person would be Chen Han. It had to be said that Lu Yufeng's conjecture made sense. Chen Xingbian thought for a moment and then smiled oddly. "Yufeng, why are you still so good at imagining things after so many years? Let me tell you, there is absolutely no such possibility." The reason Chen Xingbian gave was also very simple. Since the beginning of the aura recovery in Daxia, everyone could awaken their talents. Though on the surface, it is claimed that it can be awakened only at the age of 15. But using some special instruments, the level of the talent can be seen from birth. Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng probably left when Chen Han was 2 years old. With their status, they could naturally afford to use that special instrument. Thus, they were well aware that Chen Han's talent was grade F. Even if Chen Han studied hard and practiced diligently, by this age, it would be heaven's pity for him to reach the martial artist realm. And with Chen Xingbian's observation of the enemy commander, the power of his shot was at least at the martial emperor level. And at the martial emperor level, there are few rivals of that kind. Chen Xingbian naturally did not believe that the enemy commander was Chen Han. Immediately afterward, Chen Xingbian sighed. "Back then, after detecting that Xiao Han's talent was rank F, I purposely left all of my belongings in the Chen family. In this life, I don't ask for him to soar to great heights, but I also wish for him to be peaceful." Speaking here, Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng both lowered their heads. Chen Han and Chen Shui, they were more worried about their son Chen Han instead. They deeply understood how unpopular an F-rank talent would be in the family. Therefore, Chen Xingbian had left all of his belongings in the Chen family, except for the Dragon Bow and Star Crystal Arrow, and had specially instructed those relatives of his before he left. After being able to let Chen Han successfully attend university, even if it meant arranging an odd job position for him and the family, it would be fine. Those things he left behind, however, were all worth their weight in gold, not to mention, a full 2,000 kilograms of star crystals would allow the Chen family to raise an eyebrow in the tiny Hanwu city. If Chen Xingbian knew how the Chen family had treated Chen Han, he didn't know how he would feel. Although Lu Yufeng didn't want to admit it on her lips, she still acquiesced to Chen Xingbian's thoughts in her heart. But she always felt that the young man has a kind of inexplicable and marvelous affinity. Chen Han looks not only like Chen Xingbian, but also a little like her. Unfortunately, here is too far away, although they can see clearly, but cannot hear any words. Lu Yufeng suddenly had an idea. "Hubby, why don't you and I disguise ourselves a little and wear a mask to take a look? It's not the first time we've done this anyway." Even if the other party's commander-in-chief wasn't Chen Han, there was a big chance that it was one of Yu Wuyun's people. Thinking of this, Chen Xingbian's playfulness grew, and he instantly pulled out 2 Monkey King masks from somewhere. "Let's go." The two figures were like phantoms rushing towards the front battle line. At this time, the battle in front was still in full swing. In the end, the two sides were almost equal in strength, and although Chen Han's sudden attack could pose a great threat, it was not enough to cause the opposite side to collapse. The old-faced demon vine leader and the dark bat leader were both hiding in the forest and commanding. They did not dare to show their heads. This was because the night fury on the back of the giant elephant died faster than the old-faced demon vine and dark bat below. Seconds if they showed their heads. However, it was also because Chen Han was not sure of the location of these two fiendish beast leaders that the enemy did not collapse. Chen Han didn't panic. The Northern Expeditionary Army was getting more and more courageous, and according to this trend, it would only be a matter of time before they ate up the entire enemy army. The Dark Bat and Old-Faced Demon Vine leaders also realized this. The Dark Bat leader could only helplessly say, "Retreat." It wasn't that the Old-Faced Demon Vine leader didn't want to withdraw either. It said, "You guys are fast. We all have to walk close to the ground. In case they come after us, our clan will have to be a shield for you." However, the Dark Bat looked up at the sky and smiled wryly. "It's about to get dark. Don't you forget the talent of our Dark Bat clan. Don't worry. Retreating now is just for a better attack later. I won't take your back." The Dark Bat leader seemed to have some hidden means, and the old-faced demon vine finally agreed to retreat. Looking at the enemy's retreating posture, Liao Xiuhu, who was recuperating from his wounds by Chen Han's side, suddenly said, "Champion Ho, the opposite side has withdrawn. Should we take advantage of the victory and pursue the attack? I am willing to lead another charge." The corner of Chen Han's mouth twitched. No wonder his name was Xiuhu, it was indeed a real tiger. Although Chen Han believed in the principle of taking advantage of your illness, the enemy's morale had not been sharply reduced now, and with the retreat process it was still possible to reorganize the formation, so it was not suitable for a pursuit. After all, there was another saying that said, "Poor enemy should not be pursued." Moreover, a Qilin flame had suddenly appeared in Chen Han's palm, clearly with the idea of dealing with the enemy's remaining army. Command the army to start at a normal speed, just bite the other side, no need to fight to the death. Chapter 119, Burning the Company Battalion. The plan of total annihilation. Just like that, the Fey Legion and the human army chased each other all the way to a valley. The Dark Bat leader and the old-faced demon vine leader immediately reorganized their formation with the help of the favorable terrain of the mountain pass. Seeing this situation, Zhao Linger, who was leading the charge, hurriedly barked out an order, "All stop." This valley was obviously a terrain that was easy to defend and difficult to attack, coupled with the fact that it was nighttime. In order to avoid too many casualties, Zhao Linger had the vanguard stop and rest. In reality, this was also Chen Han's intention. At night, the jungle formed by the old-faced demonic vines occupied the only mountain pass area, and there were also many pairs of red bat eyes hidden around. One could not forcefully attack at such a time. Zhao Linger returned to the barracks to report, "Champion Ho, I've asked the army to pause for rest and recuperation. Do you have any more instructions for the rest?" There was no doubt that the Cold Night group had gotten the most credit for today's battle. Zhao Linger alone had killed at least hundreds of dark bats, which was truly a great feat. However, Chen Han did not intend to let the troops rest at night, as he was already clear about the talent of the dark bats. It could only be preempted. He instructed Zhao Linger, "Lieutenant Zhao, you don't need to fight next. Go find a large amount of gasoline and throw it at the enemy camp." Gasoline? Zhao Linger let out a light eep, as if she was puzzled. However, Chen Han was now her immediate superior, so she did not retort. Instead, she honestly went down to prepare. At this moment, in the depths of the jungle constituted by the old-faced demonic vines, the two leaders of the Fey race were also counting their battle losses and discussing their countermeasures. They were indeed different from ordinary Fey beasts, and their various behaviors were no longer much different from humans. The old-faced demon vine leader took a look at the battle damage figures and felt like the sky had collapsed. His clansmen had died a full 60,000 deaths, and 40,000 of them were killed by the human army in the process of retreating. Therefore, it angrily questioned the Dark Bat leader, "You said you wouldn't take us to the rear. What happened as a result? My clansmen were all killed during the retreat." The old-faced demonic vine was furious, and without the Night Fork leader to suppress it, it could have fought with the Dark Bat leader at any time. However, the Dark Bat leader didn't care and said in a cold voice, "There are still 80,000 dead in my clan. Don't you worry, it's going to be approaching late night soon, and when that time comes, that's when we'll completely counterattack." The Dark Bat leader told old-faced Demon Vine that the Dark Bat clan had a special talent. That is, when it was late at night, both strength and speed could increase dramatically. Not only that, it could also hide their skin, eyes and all other physical features, achieving an effect similar to invisibility. Once the talent is activated in the middle of the night, the human army will have no way to escape.
At that time, the old-faced demon vine will then sneak into action and encircle the entire human army, and then it will be able to eat the entire 200,000 human army. In order to lure the old-faced demon vine leader, the dark bat also said, "Don't forget, the blood of the human race is the best tonic for the dark bat race. But the soil nourished by the decaying corpses of the human race is also your favorite nutrient." Without the suppression of the Night Fork leader, the dark bats and the old-faced demon vine both bared their fangs. The Night Forks feared the mountain god's orders, but they weren't afraid. The human race that was a good medicine for the vast majority of foreign beasts. However, right at this moment, a voice suddenly came from an unknown direction. "You've got a lot of guts now." Hearing this familiar voice, both the dark bat leader and the old-faced demon vine leader were scared and their legs went weak. They weren't afraid of the mountain god, it was when the mountain god wasn't present. But once they saw the mountain god, that bone deep was unavoidable. "Lord Mountain God." The two foreign beasts immediately greeted each other. In the darkness, two people wearing Monkey King masks slowly walked out. However, before the two of them could speak, they only saw a flying immortal sword suddenly fly out, and in an instant, it even cut off the other side of the dark bat leader's wing. Knowing that this dark bat leader was a beast comparable to a martial emperor of the 6th rank, after having his wings cut off, he didn't even dare to breathe, and even knelt down towards the person who came. "Lady Mountain Goddess, spare your life." Lu Yufeng coldly rebuked, "Did the mountain god teach you to learn the human language and the order and social functioning of humans for you to turn against humans?" The dark bat's head broke out in a cold sweat, but it didn't dare to refute, so it could only nod its head repeatedly. "Lady Mountain Goddess is right. I will never dare again?" It understood very well in its heart that it was Lady Mountain God who had made the move. If the mountain god had made the move, it was afraid that it wouldn't even have a life. Of course, reprimanding it was just something that Lu Yufeng did in passing. She hadn't forgotten the purpose of her main visit. So she waved her hand, "You guys just continue to station here and stall the human army. The mountain god and I will go to the battlefield ahead to take a look." The dark bat was a bit upset because Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng had disrupted its sneak attack plan. But there was nothing he could do about it. On the contrary, the old-faced demon vine chief was very exuberant. "Lord Mountain God, are you going to help us personally?" Chen Xingbian did not reply, but just walked towards the battlefield ahead with Lu Yufeng. The old-faced demon vine didn't know why, but he was so excited that he shouted, "Great, if we have the help of Lord Mountain God, we're bound to win." However, Chen Xingbian hadn't taken a few steps yet, when he suddenly smelled a strange odor. "Wife, have you smelled a strange odor? Kind of like gasoline." "Gasoline, that kind of pungent flavor, of course, easy to smell." Lu Yufeng faced disgusted look at Chen Xingbian. "Are you again did not take a bath? And went to do what invention?" Chen Xingbian called a grievance, just wanted to speak. The result of the sky suddenly a pot flew over, the two hastily flashed away, only to find that the pot is filled with things in the gasoline. Not only here, the entire vine jungle flew countless gasoline cans. Now the entire forest was covered in gasoline. But these gasoline did not attract the attention of the alien beast legions. After all, other than the pungent smell, these gasoline could not cause any harm to them. Chen Xingbian, on the other hand, had a face that saw the enemy commander's purpose. He said with a beaming smile, "This youngster, he's still a bit tender to actually use a ploy like a fire attack. Not to mention that the old-faced demon vine dark bat is such a foreign beast that doesn't fear flames at all, and although the old-faced demon vine is a wooden body, it needs to draw a lot of water from the ground every day, resulting in a damp wooden body. Even if the fire was lit with gasoline, it would have to be extinguished in no time." Chen Xingbian was very pleased for seeing the enemy's ploy, and even mocked the enemy commander-in-chief. With his understanding of the northern exotic beasts over the years, a fire attack would not work at all. He even thought that if it wasn't for Lu Yufeng stopping the night attack of the dark bat and the old-faced demon vine, it was estimated that the entire human army would be in dire straits. But Chen Xingbian couldn't imagine that ordinary fire indeed had no effect. But what if this flame was not ordinary? The next moment, Chen Xingbian was dumbfounded. Chapter 120. Who exactly is your Lord Commander Champion Ho? At the very beginning, Chen Xingbian only saw a crimson flame appear at the very front of the battlefield. But almost within a moment, that crimson flame spread rapidly throughout the vine forest with the momentum of a prairie fire. The fire stretched for hundreds of miles, and even burned the entire dark night with a fiery red color. It even burned to the very back of the alien beast army that Chen Xingbian was in. This process took less than a minute. Endless wails resounded throughout the entire forest, and the old-faced demonic vines that had been burned by the flames were completely unable to resist the erosion of such flames. The vines on their bodies that were like strands of hair were also gradually burned to ashes. In reality, what Chen Xingbian could think of, how could Chen Han not consider? He had long since observed and concluded that the old-faced demon vines were moist and not flammable. Otherwise, there would be no need to throw gasoline cans at the enemy troops. If not for this, Chen Han would not have been able to delay the night at all, and would have set fire to the battalion during the day. What he wanted was not how long it could be ignited, but that the fire could spread with the help of gasoline. This was because his Qilin flame was able to instantly turn the enemy into ashes as long as it burned into the foreign beast. Not even water could extinguish it. As the old-faced demonic vine was set ablaze, the dark bats that resided on the demonic vine naturally ended up miserable as well. No matter how strong their talent was at night, or even if they had a stealth effect, as long as they were contaminated with the Qilin flame, they would still be finished. The entire alien beast army was instantly killed and injured. Countless alien beasts that had not yet been turned into ashes fled, and those that fled would pass the flames on, causing even more ferocious Qilin flames. On the side of the human army, Chen Han instantly had all the buglers blow the charge horn. All troops charge. At this moment, there was no longer a need for any schemes, nor was there any need to consider formations. The enemy was just a lamb to be slaughtered. The Northern Expeditionary Army that had been saving up for a few hours had long been unable to hold back. Even Lu Zixing, who was managing the Type 3 laser cannon position, had led the brothers of the cannon battalion to charge into the jungle of the alien beasts. At this moment, Chen Xingbian, who was looking at the intense fire beside him, was dumbfounded. Although there was no fire around him, he could sense the high temperature of this flame, like an oncoming heat wave that could roast the entire person dry. Out of curiosity, Chen Xing edged closer to a ball of Qilin flame and then put his hand over. I would like to see what kind of fire this is. It should be formed by talent, so I can study it. Lu Yufeng said helplessly, Chen Xingbian, I advise you not to set yourself on fire. However, how could Chen Xingbian, who had the spirit of scientific research, give up so easily, and still resolutely put his hand into the Qilin flame to play with the fire? However, just as soon as he touched the Qilin flame, he squealed. He was surprised to find that this kind of fire could actually make him, who was at the 8th level of martial respect, feel pain. Not only that, the Qilin flame had just burned into his hand, it was going to burn towards his whole body. Fortunately, Chen Xingbian's cultivation was there to stop the flame from spreading. But with his cultivation, although the Qilin flame could not cause fatal damage. But this flame, he could only block it on his hand and could not make it extinguish. Chen Xing sighed, cursed, pitiful. What is this thing? At this time, Chen Xingbian had not yet realized that he had described this pitiful voice very aptly indeed. At this exact moment, the two beast leaders came forward to ask for help. Lord Mountain God, you should quickly put out this flame. Otherwise, all our clansmen will be killed. The blazing Qilin flame that Chen Xingbian held up in his hand already said it all. Chen Xingbian had already seen the qualities of this flame. It was inevitably a gifted type of flame and was of such a high grade that it could not be forcefully extinguished by virtue of cultivation. Unless it would be naturally extinguished after burning the enemy to death. There were only two ways to extinguish the flames on the alien beast army. The first was for him to eliminate all of the alien beast army, in which case it would be equivalent to extinguishing the flame. The second was for him to personally finish off the owner that this flame belonged to, but he was not sure if the other party was one of Martial Yu's people or not, and he definitely would not choose such a method. The two Fey Beast leaders were in despair and could only seek a solution on their own. Kill. And at this time, the human army had actually rushed here. The one rushing at the front was clearly Zhao Linger, who had transplanted the elf exoskeleton. She was the fastest and most flexible at the same time. At the same time, because of the ability of the transplanted elf exoskeleton, Zhao Linger's night vision had also been strengthened, and she actually saw Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng, who wore the Monkey King's mask far ahead, with a single glance. Immediately afterward, Zhao Linger made a decision that she would regret for the rest of her life when she thought about it later. She actually went towards the duo to kill them. As soon as she rushed in front of them, cold sweat broke out on Zhao Linger's face. She had an intuition that the realm of these two was far higher than her, and even far higher than everyone in the Northern Expeditionary Army. Even Chen Han was probably not a match for these two. This terrifying pressure even made her want to involuntarily kneel down. Lu Yufeng looked at Zhao Linger, but she was somewhat fond of her and laughed. What a pretty-looking little girl. However, at this moment, Zhao Linger overcame her inner fear and looked straight at the duo. She coldly grunted, the two of you appeared in the enemy's position late at night, and you're still sneaking around with your masks. Follow me back to see the champion Marquee. Champion Ho? Hearing those three words, Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng were a bit shocked. The Marquee of Champions should be that young commander-in-chief of the human army, who had actually been made a Marquee at less than 20 years old. Zhao Linger thought that the two of them wouldn't obediently follow her, and immediately used the Yu family gun technique. This was indeed the case. Upon hearing about the champion Marquee status, both Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng judged that the young man across from them had a noble status. Coincidentally, the incident 18 years ago was also the work of a person with a noble identity in Daxia. Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng both instantly had the idea of wanting to walk back. Although Zhao Linger's Yu clan spear technique was powerful, it still couldn't pose any threat to Chen Xingbian and the two of them. The gap in realms was here. Not to mention that even if there wasn't a realm gap, these two were still absolute demons. Even when Zhao Linger played down a set of spear techniques, it was as if she had played a set of monkey tricks in front of the two of them. He had tired himself out, but hadn't caused any damage to the other party. However, it was this set of gun techniques that caused both of them, Chen Xingbian, to be shaken to their core. Both of them recognized the origin of this gunplay. Yu clan's spear technique. Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng looked at each other in disbelief. Zhao Linger's Yu family marksmanship was used in a pure manner. Not many people in the army could practice this set of marksmanship to this extent, and almost all of them were Yu Wuyan's close associates. The duo was almost certain that this pretty little girl across the street was 100% Yu Wuyan's men. Lu Yufeng got serious and was still just playing with Zhao Linger when she suddenly directly grabbed Zhao Linger's spear, making her unable to move. It was this that made Zhao Linger realize the real gap. If these two really wanted to kill her, it was probably just a matter of one move. With what she had seen in the army so far, it was estimated that only Yu Shuai was their opponent. But Lu Yufeng's question equally shook her. What is your relationship with Marshal Yu? Who exactly is your commander-in-chief, Champion Ho? Chapter 121. Let your Lord Commander meet me in person. Zhao Linger was shocked that these two mysterious and powerful people would actually know Yu Wuyan. Moreover, they had pressed Chen Han, so perhaps they had some connection with him as well. At this moment, Zhao Linger suddenly became smart. But it seemed to be smart not much. Her speculations were completely misdirected, mistakenly believing that the duo of Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng were going to be unfavorable to Yu Wuyan or Chen Han. Yu Wuyan was not to be mentioned, these two could not yet pose a threat to him. But Chen Han was different. In case these two mysterious people had something in mind for Chen Han and wanted to carry out a decapitation operation against the Northern Expeditionary Army, then Chen Han would be in danger. Thus, Zhao Linger's face immediately flushed. Who are you people? What are you going to do? And Chen Xingbian didn't want to reveal his identity before confirming the other party's identity. So he explained helplessly, little girl, we don't have any malicious intentions. You only need to tell me about your relationship with Marshal Yu and the identity of your Lord Marshal Champion Ho. Zhao Linger revealed a look of disdain as she coldly said, I'm not going to say anything. The two of you are sneaky and definitely don't have any good intentions. Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng cried and laughed. In fact, if Chen Han were here, he would probably have already surmised the identity of the two of them. If the duo wanted to be unfavorable to the Northern Expeditionary Army, there was simply no need to watch Zhao Linger play a set of monkey tricks. With such a powerful realm, the entire Northern Expeditionary Army might not be a match for these two. At least from this point of view, the duo were friends and not enemies. Lu Yufeng urgently knew Chen Han's identity, and a flying immortal chopper appeared at Zhao Linger's snow-white neck in the blink of an eye. If you don't say anything, I'll kill you. Who knew that Zhao Linger had a stance that she would rather die than give in and directly closed her eyes, kill if you want to. In our army, there will never be a soldier who is afraid of death. Lu Yufeng was exasperated and laughed, and could only withdraw her flying sword of immortal chopper. Turning to Chen Xingbian, she also pouted, hubby, what if she just won't open her mouth? Chen Xingbian helplessly teased, wife, I see her stubbornness is similar to yours when you were young. Seeing that the Northern Expeditionary Army at the back was getting more and more crowded, in order to avoid trouble, Chen Xingbian could only pretend that he wanted to negotiate with the Northern Expeditionary Army. I am the master of this army of foreign beasts. Now that the defeat has been decided, have your Lord Commander personally come to Divine Mountain to meet me. Remember, tell him not to bring an army. The fewer people the better. Chen Xingbian took a compromise. Originally, he had planned to sneak over to find out Chen Han's true identity, but who knew that he had only just arrived at the Fey Beasts camp when Chen Han unleashed a thunderous strike, directly wiping out the entire combined army of foreign beasts. At this point, he had to admire the enemy's young commander-in-chief. After putting down these words, Chen Xingbian took Lu Yufeng with him and left, pointing to the still burning Qilin flame in his hand as he left. Right.
Tell your Lord Commander to disarm this thing earlier, it's burning me to death. The silhouettes of the two instantly disappeared. Seeing that Lord Mountain God had run away, the Dark Bat leader and old-faced Demon Vine leader no longer insisted, abandoning their clansmen and disappearing into the distance. Not long after, the Northern Expeditionary Army took advantage of the blazing fire and wiped out the remaining enemies one by one. This battle was undoubtedly a great victory for the humans, with hundreds of thousands of beasts left, and only 2 leaders missing. Chen Han also entered the Red God Mecha and began to clean up the battlefield, and in a short while, he saw Zhao Linger, who was frozen in place. Chen Han thought that something had happened to Zhao Linger and hurriedly brought the members of the Cold Night team down to the mech to check on her, but who knew that she was just fuming? After Zhao Linger hesitated for a while, she still repeated all of Chen Xingbian's words. The corners of Chen Han's mouth twitched a bit, holding his forehead, and then he snapped his fingers, lifting all of the big blazing Qilin flames. Zhao Linger didn't expect that the man's one sentence would actually make Chen Han lift the Qilin flame, and she said in surprise, "You still really put out the fire?" Chen Han sighed helplessly, "That was my parents." Now that the entire forest had been burned to ashes, and some of the enemies that were still remaining were being exterminated by the Northern Expeditionary Army, Chen Han was naturally able to lift the Qilin flame. Just a mere 5 short words, but it was a stone that stirred up 1,000 waves, leaving the members of the Cold Night team dumbfounded. Ha! Everyone's mouths opened into an O shape. Among them, Zhao Linger's reaction was the most exaggerated, and with a flutter of her legs, she knelt on the ground, even a bit tongue-tied. Father! Mother! It was only at this moment that Zhao Linger came to a sudden realization, stringing everything together. No wonder Qin Xingbian and Lu Yufeng had the strength to be able to kill her in seconds, but they never made a move. There was also the fact that their complexion changed drastically after seeing the Yu clan's gun technique. Dare I say it was a family member. Seeing this, Ji Yun could not help but snicker. Instructor Zhao. You have not even passed the door yet? What are you calling your parents? Zhao Linger was incomparably embarrassed at this moment, and she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to drill into. Her face swished red like a monkey's butt, and she immediately fled to the barracks at the fastest speed in her life. This instructor Zhao of ours is so thin-skinned. Watching Zhao Linger even fly out of the stump, Zhu Mang couldn't help but let out a laugh as well. But at this moment, after listening to Zhao Linger's account, Chen Han did not have any thoughts of snickering. Instead, his face was serious. From Chen Xingbian's words, one could see how careful Chen Xingbian was. Even after recognizing Zhao Linger's Yu clan's spear technique, he didn't dare to blow his own cover to identify himself, but instead wanted Chen Han to meet him in person. Not only that, but he also specifically ordered to bring as few people as possible. Even at this point, Chen Xingbian was taking precautions. Chen Han did not dare to imagine what exactly had happened to Chen Xingbian back then to create such a degree of distrust towards the human race. However, it was also evident from his behavior that he trusted Yu Woyun 100%. Thinking of this, Chen Han immediately got on the phone with Yu Woyun. Yu Woyun was equally shocked after hearing Chen Han's story. In his impression, Chen Xingbian had always been a silly boy with little heart, except for scientific research. And now he was acting like a different person. Alas! No matter what, knowing that Xingbian is alive, I am relieved. Yu Woyun on the other end of the phone side. Immediately afterward, he told Chen Han that he did not recommend Chen Han to go without the army. At this moment, there was no 100% guarantee that those two were Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng, and without the human army there, in case there was an ambush set against Chen Han, the chances of Chen Han escaping were somewhat slim. However, Chen Han insisted on going, and only brought members of the Cold Night team and the Red God Mecha. No matter what, his main goal in the Northern Realm was to find his parents, and even if his hope was slim, or even if it was a mountain of fire, he had to take this journey. Yu Woyun agreed, but told Chen Han to keep in radio contact. If there was an eventuality, he would risk triggering the existence of the Forbidden Zone to make a trip to the North Realm. The next day, after reorganizing the Northern Expeditionary Army, Chen Han left Lu Zixing as the temporary commander-in-chief before rushing to Divine Mountain in the Red God Mecha. Chapter 122 Ungrateful son Chen Han pays his respects to his parents. Within a short time, the Red God Mecha stopped at the foot of the Divine Mountain. Coming to this mountain once again, everyone in the Cold Night team sensed that something was wrong. Simply from the outside, the environment of this mountain was different from the past. It could be clearly detected that there was a high probability that something was hidden in this mountain. Xu Mang frowned and said, "Team Chen, why don't we go in with our mechs? I always feel that there is danger inside." Chen Han waved his hand, unimpressed. "It's fine, just park the mech here." Don't forget that there's still the star crystal nullification black box in here. The red god mecha was the crystallization of Dixa's scientific research. Chen Han did not want it to be scrapped here. So several people walked into the mountain. Chen Han's mood was a little heavy and a little apprehensive, so he did not say a word on the way into the mountain. Since they had already entered the cave last time, they were already familiar with the location of the cave. In less than a moment, they were already deep in the mountain forest. Just then Chen Han suddenly sensed some strange movements in a jungle in front of him and immediately gave a cold shout, "Come out!" This aura did not belong to humans, and thus was bound to be a foreign beast. Only to see a beast slowly walk out of the jungle, it was actually the dark bat leader that had luckily escaped last night. However, the appearance of this dark bat leader was really a bit miserable. Both sides of its wings looked like they had been torn apart alive, completely lacking the appearance of a normal dark bat. Chen Han did not recognize it, but it did. After all, it was Chen Han who had killed 200,000 of his people. And last night, the dark bat leader had heard Chen Xingbian's words from the shadows. It let out a loud laugh, "Ha ha ha. Human army leader, I didn't expect you to actually come over." The chance for revenge came really fast. "I'm going to kill you today." Although the dark bat leader had a strength equivalent to the martial emperor rank. However, with both of its wings gone, its strength had actually decreased so much that it couldn't even do basic flight. Not to mention Chen Han, even Zhao Linger and Zhao Yufei, who were the stronger ones in the Cold Night group, were afraid that they could take care of it. Therefore, Zhao Yufei sneered, "Just by you? How dare you?" Saying that, Zhao Yufei gathered the power of thunder between his palms and was about to blast the dark bat leader to death on the spot. And the dark bat leader wasn't afraid in the slightest, instead, he became even more rampant. "Ha ha ha. Humans, you guys underestimate me too much. I know that your leader is very strong. Did you think I would come alone?" Just as it spoke, it only saw that the entire divine mountain actually shook violently. It was as if it was an earthquake. Chen Han and the others were all a bit unsteady on their feet as Ji Yun hurriedly said, "What's going on?" Only Chen Han's ultra-visionary field of vision was able to make out that at this moment, a huge boulder in the mountain actually converged together, like a stacked luohan, getting taller and taller. In the end, it actually formed the figure of a giant. This giant's figure was 100 meters tall, and its entire body was made of stone. And there was more than one. Only to see one stone giant after another stride towards Chen Han's direction, and in less than a moment, they had surrounded Chen Han and the others in a sky-covering manner. Zhao Yufei's face was aghast. This is a fantasy-type fey beast, a stone giant. Stone giants had been recorded in Dixa's records of foreign beasts, and were relatively common amongst fantasy-class foreign beasts. After the meteorite hit the earth, it gave some stubborn rocks an aura, and then these boulders merged into a humanoid form, the so-called stone giants. Although stone giants were common, they were also incomparably terrifying fey beasts with great destructive power during the period of dark turmoil. In that era when the human race was generally weak, 2 stone giants could slaughter a city. And now they were surrounded by an estimated thousands of stone giants, surrounding the mountain range for hundreds of miles in a radius. This was to prevent Chen Han and the others from having a chance to escape. However, the dark bat leader obviously knew that the stone giants alone would not be able to stop Chen Han. At this time, one after another big fat man came out from the shadows. They were humanoid in shape, roughly 3 meters tall, with an incredibly ugly face, and were also drooling with a fishy stench all the time. The most terrifying thing was that they had 2 heads, and the teeth on their mouths were like jagged teeth, which was daunting to look at. And at the sight of this kind of foreign beast, Zhao Yufei began to break out in a cold sweat all over his body. This is a fantasy-type high-level foreign beast, the 2-headed ogre. The 2-headed ogre was also a fantasy-class fey beast, but in terms of class, it was like a world away from the stone giant. It could be said that it was only one rank lower than the royal family of fantasy-type foreign beasts, the Dark Elves. However, unlike the Dark Elves, compared to the Phoenix of Dark Elves in terms of numbers, 2-headed ogres were almost everywhere in the Age of Dark Unrest. Even in the Southern Realm, where the number of meteorites landing was low, the number of 2-headed ogres was the highest. According to statistics, throughout the Dark Age of Unrest, 2-headed ogres hunted the most humans, and humans killed the most 2-headed ogres. But there were tens of thousands of 2-headed ogres visible to the naked eye in this forest. And at this moment, Lu Yufang, who was watching from afar, was shocked as she looked angrily towards Chen Xingbian. "Chen Xingbian, is this an ambush that you arranged?" Chen Xingbian shook his head. "No, but I know the existence of these foreign beasts. They were all transferred by the Dark Bat from the Tyrannosaurus Emperor." Tyrannosaurus Rex Emperor?
Hearing those 3 words, Lu Yufeng clearly looked extremely surprised. The foreign beasts under the Tyrannosaurus Emperor's hand don't listen to your orders. Chen Xingbian, are you crazy? Are you really planning to kill Marshal Yu's men? Lu Yufeng was obviously extremely infuriated, punching Chen Xingbian's chest and using no small amount of force. However, Chen Xingbian just silently withstood Lu Yufeng's punches, a ruthlessness emerging in his complexion. Wife, don't blame me, this is just a backhand I left behind. You should understand that we are taking a huge gamble. If he's one of Marshal Yu's men, then we've made the right bet. If not, then whether it's this young commander-in-chief or the human army, we must annihilate them all. I can't let any news get back to Grand Xia until I reach the martial god realm. Not listening to Chen Xingbian's orders, naturally, he wouldn't listen to Lu Yufeng's orders. Chen Xingbian knew that Lu Yufeng couldn't be ruthless, so he simply lied to her without doing anything. But Chen Xingbian could not have imagined that Chen Han's next sentence would send a shock through his body. Facing the ambush of foreign beasts in front of them, the members of the Cold Night team revealed looks of despair. The encirclement formed by the 2-headed ogres and stone giants was like an iron bucket, and they could not break out of it no matter what. Only Chen Han's face was clouded over. He did not go any further, but slowly knelt down in the direction of the Divine Mountain Cave. Ungrateful son Chen Han, greetings to my parents. Chapter 123, finally recognizing each other. The weight of 2 half-step martial gods. At this moment, the entire forest became pin-drop silent. No one had expected that Chen Han would suddenly make such a move. As for the dark bat, it was already covered in cold sweat. Because it thought of a possibility. His parents, could it be Lord Mountain God and Lady Mountain God? The dark bat was shocked in its heart. If that was really the case, the tens of thousands of alien beasts' army that it had brought with it would simply be at the mercy of others. And at that moment, the crowd suddenly heard a sound of weapons clashing in the air. The members of the Cold Night team were somewhat surprised, and Zhao Linger even spoke up. What kind of sound? After these sounds clanked in the air for a few moments, the next moment something jaw-dropping happened. Only those 2-headed ogres that surrounded Chen Han and the others were seen, and their heads were actually like watermelons, unexpectedly falling off their bodies one after another. The entire tens of thousands of soldiers, in less than a few seconds. They were actually decapitated in an inexplicable manner. What is this? Ji Yun shouted. The cuts on the heads of these 2-headed ogres were flat and clearly looked like they were made by some sort of weapon. But the odd thing was that none of them had seen what the weapon looked like. Only Chen Han's supervision ability could see it faintly clearly, as 12 flying daggers flew through the air, and then in less than a few seconds, all of the 2-headed ogres present were beheaded. And that kind of flying dagger is clearly the immortal chopper used by Lu Yufeng. Chen Han took a deep breath. Back in the cave, Yu Woyan said that it was unlikely for Chen Han to catch Lu Yufeng's flying dagger. Now it seemed absolutely impossible. The speed and destructive power of these 12 flying daggers had reached an immeasurable level. The Dark Bat leader, who was familiar with Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng, already knew who had struck. It also flopped onto its knees. Lady Mountain God, spare your life. Lord Mountain God, spare your life. It hadn't even finished its words when in the next second an arrow was stuck right next to its feet. It could be seen that it was a star crystal vector. But strangely enough, this star spirit vector didn't seem to have any destructive power. But just as the crowd was frothing at that star crystal vector, the Dark Bat leader seemed as if it had encountered something extremely terrifying. Its pupils suddenly widened and it ran towards the outside of the mountain in a frenzy. However, the next moment, a burst of white light spread out from that star crystal vector. Everyone felt the terrifying energy emanating from that white light, and a fear of death haunted the hearts of all the foreign beasts, even the members of the Cold Night team. The instinct to survive actually caused the members of the Cold Night team to unconsciously move away from that white light as well. Unfortunately, no one could escape. The white light spread at breakneck speed, and in less than a blink of an eye, it spread to half of the mountain. The members of the Cold Night team all thought that they would die, but they were in the white light, but nothing happened to them at all. Ha! It doesn't seem like there's anything going on, Ji Yun lightly ejaculated. But immediately after he looked at the scene in front of him, he was shocked. There was a stone giant standing right in front of him just now, but in the white light, the hundreds of meters tall stone giant actually seemed to have been instantly vaporized. It was reduced to nothingness in a flash. Not even line was left behind. Not only the stone giant, in front of Ji Yun, apart from the ground under his feet, all creatures that could be called living beings, including trees and flowers, and even the grass under his feet, actually died out in the white light. Only Ji Yun himself was alive. The members of the Cold Night team were all instantly stunned, and they all thought of a possibility at this moment. That was that Chen Han's parents had struck. The throat was instantly slit, and life was extinguished. Chen Han's parents had already shocked the Cold Night team beyond measure by merely making a slight strike, and this was no longer a mortal level of expressive power. A martial god. Only a martial god could do that. It was only at this moment that Zhao Linger realized how stupid she had been at that moment. If Chen Han's parents were determined to kill her, it would not take much effort at all. Chen Han was also a bit shocked. He had thought that his parents would become stronger after 18 years, but he hadn't expected them to be this strong. But the duo were not actually martial gods. One was a martial god of the 8th rank and the other was a martial god of the 7th rank. The saying that everyone below a martial god was mortal did not apply to the duo. Theoretically speaking, there was only one major realm separating the martial honor rank from the martial god rank, but the difference in this one major realm was like a world of difference. If one had to draw an analogy, the gap between a martial exalted and a martial god was like the gap between a martial exalted and a samurai level. Yet these two seemed to ignore such rules. As a result, the duo of Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng had developed a realm that was unprecedented so far. Half-step martial god. Before this, a martial exalt was a martial exalt and a martial god was a martial god, and the gap was like a chasm that could not be broken, not to mention there was no such thing as a half-step martial god. It was just that if there was no such thing as a half-step martial god, there was no way to explain that Chen Xingbian's realm was far beyond that of a martial zun, yet a little short of a martial god. Lu Yufeng was slightly inferior, but she had just as well reached the level of a half-step martial god. After the white light dissipated, those foreign beasts beside the Cold Night group had long since been turned into nothingness, and even the ground with a radius of hundreds of miles had turned into a bare piece of land, with not an inch of grass growing. This. Ji Yun stared wide-eyed, completely speechless. And he suddenly felt as if two air currents passed by him, and the next moment there were two more people beside Chen Han. It was none other than Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng. Xiao Han. Are you really little cold? Chen Xingbian was still a bit skeptical, but Lu Yufeng had already pulled Chen Han up and directly hugged him in her arms. Mother and son were connected, and as Chen Han personally admitted his identity, Lu Yufeng no longer had any doubts about him. He is definitely Xiao Han, I can't be wrong. How could a mom recognize her own son wrongly? Lu Yufeng hugged Chen Han tightly, as if she wanted to vent her 18 years of longing for him. Her tears filled her eyes and her mucus flowed. So passionate Chen Han does not know how to deal with it, can only slightly choke to sound back, Mom. This mom did not know how long Lu Yufeng looked forward to, and even let her complain to Chen Xingbian, just now if something happens to my son, I cannot forgive you for the rest of my life. Chen Xingbian finally believed that the young man in front of him, whom he admired so much, was his own son. Under the gaze of the crowd caught off guard, he actually cried out with a wow sound. It was even louder than Lu Yufeng crying. The members of the Cold Night team were stunned. Was this still the half-step martial god who had just exterminated half a mountain peak with a single arrow? Sun smash! Then he topped off his appearance as if he were a savage, and with a handful of snot and tears, he hugged Lu Yufeng and Chen Han, mother and son. A black line appeared on Chen Han's forehead. Sometimes he really didn't want to admit that this man was his father. Just should be that sentence, genius is often crazy. Chapter 124, Forbidden Zone Existence. Undying Golden Crow. Chen Xingbian turned into a chatterbox as soon as he opened his words. Son, your performance on the battlefield Dad saw, it was truly awesome. A single shot broke the formation of the Fey Beasts, and then broke the Fey Beasts' army in a big way. That's awesome. And you can also burn down a company camp. Who taught you that? That fire can't even be extinguished by me. It's awesome. Or the champion Marquee. TSK. You should say the youngest Marquee in the history of Disya. Chen Han gradually cried and laughed a little, and even Lu Yufeng became saddened. She even began to tear down the stage in public. Chen Xingbian, you didn't say that before. Didn't you say that your son couldn't break your alien beast army? Didn't you say that your son's use of fire attacks was a child's play? You just said that you would kill everyone in the Northern Expeditionary Army. Hearing these words, the members of the Cold Night team immediately broke out into a cold sweat. According to Lu Yufeng, they had had countless brushes with death. If Chen Han's identity was not confirmed, the entire Northern Expeditionary Army would be ruined. They had seen Chen Xingbian's strength before, and it would be a breeze to destroy the entire Northern Expeditionary Army. Chen Xingbian smiled awkwardly as he looked at the horrified faces of the crowd. You are all little Han's men, right? Don't panic. That was just a joke on my part. Lu Yufeng threw a blank stare and demolished the stage without any qualms. You, that was a joke? I don't even want to expose you. If it weren't for the fact that you can't easily strike in the Northern Realm, who could stop you? Actually, this was where Chen Han was puzzled. That was why Chen Xingbian was so hostile to the human race. He didn't trust anyone except Marshal Yu. Today, if he hadn't blown his own identity, if he wasn't someone close to Marshal Yu, he would probably have been settled by Chen Xingbian. However, as he was about to ask Chen Xingbian, Lu Yufeng suddenly remembered something and her expression became very serious. She looked at Chen Xingbian and said, Xingbian, you just made a move, didn't you? That's for sure. Can I let that gang of foreign beasts hurt Xiaohan? Chen Xingbian first replied with a relaxed face, then his expression became horrified. Holy! It was only then that the duo finally remembered the rule that martial god levels were not allowed to strike in the Northern Realm. Half-step martial gods were likewise not allowed. Because the duo both possessed martial god level power, once they activated their power, they would be detected by the existence of the Forbidden Zone. Lu Yufeng was fine, her flying daggers weren't very destructive, plus her realm was, after all, at the 7th martial god stage. It was probably not enough to make the Forbidden Zone existence notice. But Chen Xingbian was completely different. He already had the strength of a martial zone 8th rank, and that arrow just now was close to martial god level. Chen Xingbian's expression was still a bit fluky. It shouldn't be so coincidental to hit the mark at once. However, fearing what comes, the crowd suddenly felt the temperature around them begin to rise dramatically, and within a short time, everyone's heads began to sweat profusely. One should know that this was the time when the temperature in the north was the most comfortable. It was probably around 20 degrees Celsius. But now, it had risen to at least 50 degrees Celsius. It's so hot. Xu Mang, who was the fattest one in the crowd, immediately complained. Just then, Ji Yun suddenly realized that a sun in the distance was flying dramatically towards the direction where the crowd was. He thought he had misread it and couldn't help but rub his eyes. I didn't see it wrong, did I? How can there be two suns in the sky and another sun coming our way? Of course he hadn't misread it, because the crowd had all noticed the sun overhead. Chen Xingbian, however, realized something and let out a light eep. That's not a sun. Rather, it's a Forbidden Zone existence. Forbidden Zone existence. Chen Han had yet to witness what a Forbidden Zone existence looked like with his own eyes, and had only seen descriptions of them in textbooks. At the beginning of the aura recovery, countless meteorites fell to the ground, thus breeding a large number of mutated beasts. Some of these meteorites happened to land on some extremely special terrains, and in those special terrains, they were the most suitable for the evolution of some alien beasts. Even let those beasts have the power to destroy the earth and the sky. At that time, there were still many countries in the world. In fact, if it was an ordinary beast, it could not pose a fatal threat to human beings. However, the existence of those forbidden zones was not trivial. Most of the countries in the world were directly destroyed by the Forbidden Zone existences at the beginning of the aura recovery. It had to be said that Dixia was lucky. The entire southern realm did not have the special terrain that bred the existence of forbidden zones, allowing Dixia to have a chance to survive and pass on for 100 years. Then later on, the first martial god appeared in the human race, and only humans at this level were able to fight against the Forbidden Zone existence. It was also since then that the Grand Xia was considered to have truly survived. However, the martial god and the Forbidden Zone existence were a relationship of mutual checks and balances. Those who had been able to cultivate to the level of martial god throughout the entire Dixia's new calendar 100 years were rare, and most of them stayed within the Dixia's borders, serving as strategic weapons. Similarly, precisely because of those martial gods, the existence of the Forbidden Zone could not easily exterminate the Grand Xia. For example, that fire Qilin with 1,000 miles of flames came from the western region and was also a Forbidden Zone existence. In the end, it was chopped down by the 10 great martial gods. The human race paid a great price as well, with the deaths of 2 martial gods. This was also the reason why Yu Wuyan did not dare to easily set foot in the Northern Realm, because once the Forbidden Zone existence was triggered, it would head over towards the place with the most humans. And that place was obviously Great Xia. It had to be said that a few people were quite lucky, only one had been triggered. If more than 10 appeared at once, the entire human race might be doomed, not to mention the few of them. Only when the sun gradually approached did the crowd see clearly that it wasn't a sun at all, but a giant bird.
This bird's size is amazingly large, body length is close to 100 miles, that is to say, it is a bird, it is equivalent to the entire old face of the demonic vine jungle against the northern army so big. Not only that, this bird's body was covered with golden flames and its eyes were bulging, making it look very vicious. And Chen Xingbian recognized its origin and said in a deep voice, "This is the undying golden crow." Most of the forbidden areas in the world existed that had not been explored by humans ate, much less recognized. And for those that could be recognized, it proved that this forbidden zone existence had once appeared and had caused a large-scale disaster. This was what would make it so impressive that it would even be recorded in textbooks. According to the records, the last time the indestructible golden crow appeared was during the period of dark turmoil. Just by relying on the yang yen that covered its body, it destroyed the stick. All of the stick's high-tech weapons had little effect on it, and all of the awakened psychics were unable to do any damage to it. And it merely hovered over the stick and flew in a circle. It didn't really do anything. Chapter 125 Star River Falling God's Arrow. SSS Archery Martial Skill. It could be said that during the period of dark turmoil, the Forbidden Zone existence was a nightmare for mankind. Countless countries were destroyed under the hands of the Forbidden Zone foreign beasts. However, in the past 20 years, there had been no figure of the Forbidden Zone existence appearing in Grand Xia. As a result, the younger generation of Daxia's imagination of the Forbidden Zone existence almost only remained in textbooks. It was the first time that the members of the Cold Night team had all seen a true Forbidden Zone beast. Only the flight speed of that undying golden crow was astonishingly fast. At first, it was just a round of sun from a distance, but as the golden crow gradually approached, the crowd realized that its figure covered the sky and the sun. The temperature around it was also getting higher and higher. Even visible to the naked eye, within the range it swept through, all the plants and trees became dry. The yang flame on its body, just a little bit of it spilled down from its body randomly, and a loud roaring sound was emitted. It was like a volcano erupting. But wherever the yang yen fell, all the creatures were incinerated. The foreign beasts fled in fear, and it was unknown how many foreign beast races had been exterminated as a result simply because the golden crow flew over their heads. As far as the eyes of the crowd could see, it had become a scene of doom. Chen Xingbian could not help but take a deep breath. This is troublesome. Lu Yufeng also revealed a nervous expression, then threw a blank look at Chen Xingbian. Tell me about you. Why do you want to make a move? Did you think that I couldn't solve those foreign beasts? It's great now. Chen Xingbian smiled helplessly and bitterly. He was also in a momentary rush just now, fearing that those stone giants and two-headed ogres would do something to jeopardize Chen Han. There was simply no time to think that much. Obviously, this kind of Forbidden Zone existence was not something they could deal with. After all, the Forbidden Zone existences were targeting human martial god-level powerhouses. But the good thing was that with Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng's realms, it wasn't difficult to bring the Cold Night group to escape. Lu Yufeng took Chen Han with her and said, "Son, let's go. Your father's hands are not light or heavy." With that, Lu Yufeng was about to run towards the back with Chen Han. Who knew that at this time, Chen Xingbian suddenly stroked his chin and came up with a puzzling remark. "Little Han, say, the flame you used that day, was it your talent?" What Chen Xingbian was talking about was naturally the Qilin flame, and Chen Han nodded his head as a form of acquiescence. Who knew that Chen Xingbian's expression suddenly became excited? "That's right then. That Yang Yen Golden Dan should be useful to you." Chen Xingbian told Chen Han that it turned out that within the body of the indestructible Golden Crow, there was a treasure called the Yang Yen Golden Dan. The Yang Yen Golden Dan was the key to the Golden Crow's ability to be covered in Yang Yen. It was also the source of the Golden Crow's power. Chen Xingbian had once heard that this Yang Yen Golden Pill could be given to people. And it had an extremely strong effect on all fire system gifted abilities. It could allow the fire-talented person to attach the effect of the Golden Crow's Yang Yen to their original talent. The power of the Golden Crow's Yang Flame naturally didn't need to be mentioned, just a small bit of it could cause a powerful effect like a volcanic eruption. In terms of attacking power, there was no other flame like it. Even Chen Han's Qilin flame might be slightly inferior. The Kirin flame was a flame with multiple effect abilities, and in terms of attack power alone, it wasn't quite the top. But this Golden Crow Yang flame was different, it was the ultimate in offensive means. Moreover, the Kirin flame and the Golden Crow Yang Yen were not in conflict. The Yang Yen Golden Dan had an effect on all flame talents, which naturally allowed the Kirin flame to attach the Golden Crow Yang Yen. Lu Yufeng seemed to have thought of what Chen Xingbian was going to do and hurriedly stopped him. "Chen Xingbian, you're not planning to make a move against the undying Golden Crow, are you?"
I can warn you, if you don't move against it, its target may not be us yet. Once you make a move against it, then it will be immortal.
It was still Pillowman who understood Chen Xingbian's thoughts the best. He wanted to finish off this undying golden crow and then give the Yangyan golden dan to Chen Han.
Chen Xingbian, however, smiled confidently. Wife, how do you know if you don't try?
You and I have never tried using our full strength since we came to the Northern Realm. Chen Xingbian's words caused the Cold Night group to be taken aback. That shocking arrow just now was actually not Chen Xingbian's full strength.
Ji Yun walked to Chen Han's side and whispered, Young Chen, just how powerful is our uncle?
Chen Han spread his hands and stated that he did not know. The only thing he knew was that Chen Xingbian was in the martial emperor realm when he left Daxia, and now he was already a half-step martial god. However, Chen Han did not want his parents to risk their lives for him, and was about to open his mouth to stop it, but was interrupted by Chen Xingbian.
Chen Xingbian spoke, Little Han, there is no need to say more.
As a father, I'm very pleased to see your accomplishments, but I'm sure you've suffered a lot over the years as well.
Today, this Yangyan golden pill. Even if it's a small compensation for you, it also allows me to feel better in my heart as a father.
Speaking here, Chen Xingbian paused, and then let out a sigh of emotion.
For the sake of my son, I'll be Hou Yi for a time, so what? Who knows? Chen Xingbian's words have not finished. Will be Lu Yufeng teased, you can really pretend. Flirting was flirting, but Lu Yufeng also agreed with Chen Xingbian's statement.
She even patted Chen Han's shoulder, trust your father. He's someone who can create his own SSS archery martial skill before he's a martial god. Chen Han was shocked at his words. Because his dad, who didn't seem very reliable, was actually able to create his own SSS martial arts. One must know that learning SSS martial skills and creating one's own SSS martial skills were not something that was a concept. The difficulty was like a world of difference. Generally speaking, only those who had reached the martial god realm would be able to create their own SSS martial skills. For example, the two strongest martial artists of the human race, Han Haoran's Imperial Extreme Shocking Gun and Yu Wuyun's Hegemonic Slash. Both created their SSS martial skills after becoming martial gods. As for those who created SSS martial arts before becoming a martial god, looking at the 100-year history of the new calendar, there was not a single one. If Lu Yufeng said so, then there is no way it could be false. Half-step martial god plus self-creating SSS martial arts, no wonder Chen Xingbian can show such strong confidence. Not only that, what he had created was also an archery martial skill that was several levels more difficult than an ordinary weapon martial skill. One had to know that even in Chen Han's talent pool, the number of archery martial skills was several geometric levels less than the number of other martial skills. Yu Feng, make your move. Big Dipper fan cage formation. However, the first one to strike was Lu Yufeng. The two had worked together for many years and were close. As soon as Chen Xingbian's words were finished, immediately afterward, Lu Yufeng disappeared in place. Lu Yufeng silently recited the formation incantation while running all over the 5 large mountains in the surrounding area. She was using the 5 large mountains as the basis to set up a cage that trapped the undying golden crow. In the sky, it was as if an invisible net had appeared out of nowhere, and the undying golden crow had just stepped into it, and the one that had just been running rampant was actually instantly stuck, unable to move, and could only shout randomly and wave Yang Yan in all directions. Chen Xingbian was certainly powerful, but Chen Han thought that his mother was afraid that she could not be underestimated either, and was actually able to trap a forbidden zone existence with ease. Before Chen Han could regain his senses, he heard Chen Xingbian shout at him, Little Han, I see that you can also use arrows. This martial skill of mine is called the Star River Falling God Arrow, and sooner or later, I will have to teach it to you. Look a little closer, this martial skill is a little complicated, how much you can learn depends on your destiny.